My family was shocked. Just as the protagonist who crossed over as Qian Xuanji finished his seclusion, he learned that his disciple BibiDong was eloping with Yu Xiaogang. He angrily chased them down, forcefully stopped them, and even brought Yu Xiaogang to act in a play to break up with BibiDong. Poor BibiDong fainted from heartbreak, and the protagonist's gaze towards her unexpectedly changed. The follow-up is super thrilling. Does anyone understand? I just came out of seclusion and caught my love-struck disciple being PUA'd by a scumbag right in front of me. That guy, for the sake of a treasure, told my disciple to her face, "I approached you just to use you. Don't be so naive." My disciple was stunned at that moment. Her face turned pale. "Sigh, let me tell you, this is ridiculous." I opened my eyes and found myself transformed into the Pope Qian Xuanji from Douluo, still in a secret room in seclusion. Goodness, outside there were a bunch of people waiting for me like they were at a concert. Why? Because the original host said he was going into seclusion to break through to the titled Douluo level, and ended up in there for 3 years. Who takes 3 years to break through? Isn't that nonsense? Actually, it was me, a newcomer who crossed over, who, in order not to be exposed, directly secluded myself for 3 years, focusing on extreme self-preservation. During these 3 years, I merged memories while signing in with the system. Just a second before coming out of seclusion, the system pinged, and I received a reward, Undying Martial Emperor Scripture. It sounds impressive, claiming that practicing it allows for blood rebirth. Just as I finished digesting this cheat, my father, the 99th level Qian Dalu, floated over. He praised me for being good, saying that in 3 years, I had directly reached level 95. Then he changed the subject and dropped a mess on me. My precious disciple BibiDong has a situation. I thought, what situation could there be? However, he just casually said, "You handle it yourself," and vanished. I quickly called my subordinate Guame over to ask. Wow, I was shocked. During my 3 years of seclusion, my beloved holy maiden disciple BibiDong was actually coaxed into a corner by a useless guy named Yu Xiaogang. Now, for the sake of love, she wants to betray the spirit hall and elope with that man. The news has spread throughout the city, and the whole world is watching the joke of our spirit hall. At that moment, my blood pressure shot up. I personally raised that delicate little cabbage, who was bullied as a child due to her weak spirit. I picked her up and nurtured her into a holy maiden, giving her everything she has now. And now she's going to be taken by that pig Yu Xiaogang? How can I tolerate this? What's more frustrating is that Guame said BibiDong ran away yesterday. She even left a message saying she let me down and would repay me in her next life by being a cow or a horse. Repay my foot. I was furious, spread my wings, and shot out. She's gone too far. Not long after flying, I saw her carriage. I hovered in midair, my voice booming like surround sound. "You don't need to say sorry." The carriage immediately stopped. BibiDong got out, saw me, and was somewhat timid, calling me teacher. I sneered inwardly. "So you still remember your teacher?" I directly lashed out. "I brought you back at 7, gave you a new life, and now you want to betray all of us for a useless man?" Guess what she said? She defended that guy. "Teacher, Xiaogang is not useless." I laughed. "Sister, have you been cursed or something? Not useless? A soul master nearly 30 years old still stuck at level 29. What is he if not useless? If it weren't for you secretly helping him, he wouldn't even be able to eat." Seeing she couldn't argue back, she started to act cute. "Teacher, I used to listen to you. Just this once, let me be willful, okay?" "Fine, you want to be willful?" I crossed my arms and looked down at her. "Okay, if you can defeat me, I will let you go." She panicked on the spot and said she dared not fight me. I thought, isn't that obvious? You just became a soul Douluo. How can you fight me? A 95th level super Douluo? I laid it out plainly. If you don't dare to fight, then obediently come back with me. But guess what? For love, she actually dared to make a move. She directly summoned her martial spirit, using her 8th soul skill, Spider Emperor Clone, and came at me with her ultimate move. She thought I would go easy on her and look for a chance to slip away. Unfortunately, she miscalculated one thing. The current me is not the original Qian Xuanji anymore. Let me tell you, with just one move, I didn't even activate my martial spirit, and I directly shattered her clone and captured her. Level suppression, you understand? In the face of absolute strength, all flashy moves are useless. Seeing she couldn't win, she resorted to the old trick of threatening to die. "Teacher, if you don't let me go, just kill me." At that moment, I awakened the line of anti-PUA master. "Little girl, are you trying to play this with me?" I softened my tone, saying how could I bear to hurt you? She thought the emotional card worked, just as she was about to be happy. I quickly sealed all her soul power and directly carried her away in a princess carry. "Don't worry, I won't let you die or let you commit suicide. As for that Yu Xiaogang, I will have a good talk with him." She was still begging me in my arms, asking me not to hurt Xiaogang. I thought, silly child. Your teacher is a kind-hearted person who believes in winning people over with virtue. Back at the Pope's palace, I found 3 elders of the Douluo rank to put her under house arrest, then directly commanded, Guimei, go and bring that Xiaogang to me. I pondered how to resolve this issue, and after thinking it over, I concluded I needed to cut the knot quickly. Half a month later, Guimei brought him over. That guy was still quite arrogant when he was brought in, but he still respectfully bowed to me. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, so I directly tossed him a check for 1 million gold soul coins. Take the money and roll. Stay away from my disciple forever. Guess what he said? His face turned beet red, shouting at me, please don't insult my dignity. Goodness, I wanted to applaud him, the first person to eat soft rice and act tough. I unleashed my full aura and shouted, kneel down. Guimei, that kid, understood and kicked him to his knees. Dignity? In front of me, what dignity do you have? I upped the ante, raising it to 10 million for him to scram. He pretended to be high-minded. The feelings between me and Donger cannot be measured by money. All right, you want to drink the fine wine, but eat the punishment? I told Guimei, drag him away. Since you don't want money, then, let's talk about your life. Now he finally got scared, trembling all over. I saw the timing was right and gave him a way out. How about this? It'll help you fix your useless martial spirit, so you can continue cultivating, but you have to cooperate with me in acting out a scene to make your Donger completely give up. Deal. He hesitated. For his future and his ridiculous ambition, he ultimately agreed. I had Douluo bring the rare medicinal herb 9-grade purple bamboo from Douluo, and then took Xiaogang to the room where BibiDong was confined. My silly disciple was sitting by the window in her pajamas, looking like a little fairy in the sunlight. As soon as she saw Xiaogang, her eyes lit up and she wanted to run over barefoot. I stopped her and handed the stage over to Xiaogang. That scumbag took a deep breath, and for the sake of the medicinal herb, he opened his mouth. Donger, we are not suited for each other. Don't think of me in the future. BibiDong was stunned, shouting at me. Teacher, why are you trying to break us apart? Then she turned to Xiaogang. Xiaogang, don't be afraid. Was it him who forced you? With just a glance from me, Xiaogang steeled his heart and exploded. BibiDong, let me make it clear. I approached you just to find a way to solve the martial spirit problem through you. I was never sincere to you. Don't be so naive. Do you think you're very pretty? After saying that, he respectfully took the 9th-grade purple fungus from my hand, his face filled with excitement as he thanked me. And then he slipped away without looking back. My foolish disciple watched him leave. Her heart sank, and let me tell you, she practically shattered on the spot. In the next moment, the person directly blacked out, collapsing backward. I instinctively reacted and dashed forward to catch her. Wow, the scent of that girl hit me like a wave. My heart skipped a beat, and I cursed myself inwardly. Xunji, what's the difference between you and a beast? I was supposed to be a loyal fan of the Prime Minister, but now. So let's not talk about it. I quickly carried her to the bed so she could rest properly. As soon as I closed the door, I heard my 2 gatekeepers outside, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, whispering. The old ghost with his thick head asked, why didn't the Lord just get rid of that annoying guy? Let me tell you, this old ghost is just a heartless killing machine. Then Chrysanthemum Douluo, TSK, gave him a you don't understand anything look and said, you can't guess the Lord's thoughts. And I tell you, Chrysanthemum Douluo is quite perceptive. He must have sensed my expression when I looked at my foolish disciple after coming out of seclusion. It was anything but innocent. Family, who understands? It used to be about looking at a daughter, and now it's cough cough. That old chrysanthemum really knows how to read people. After about 20 minutes, my disciple woke up. The first thing she said was, Teacher, why did you treat me like this? That voice broke my heart. I quickly switched to my acting mode, speaking softly to her, Donger, I was testing him for you. You're too naive, and I'm afraid you'll be deceived. See, he really isn't a good person, right? I even patted her hand to comfort her. She didn't say anything, but her eyes clearly said, I don't believe you. I thought this wouldn't do, so I had up my game. I looked at her affectionately and said, Donger, that guy isn't worth it. You stay at the spirit hall with peace of mind, and in the future, he'll take care of you for life. After saying that, I figured she needed some time to digest it, so I left, leaving Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo outside to guard. Just as I stepped out, after some unfortunate events, my foolish disciple became ensnared in her own thoughts, believing that the gratitude owed to her teacher could only be repaid in the next life. In a moment of despair, she seized the scissors from the vanity. Outside, Douluo, with a nose sharper than a hound's, detected the scent of blood almost instantaneously due to his martial spirit. The wondrous Qirong, Tong Tianju. Alarmed, he shouted, kicking the door open with remarkable force. The old ghost was equally swift. appearing as if he had teleported to deliver dire news. Your Highness, it is grave. The Saintess has attempted suicide. My mind was instantly engulfed in chaos. Disregarding everything, I dashed back. Upon entering, I was met with a shocking sight. I hastily employed the undying martial emperor technique I had just mastered, channeling my immortal energy into her, ultimately managing to heal her wounds. Observing my unconscious disciple on the bed, a surge of anger ignited within me. I pondered that perhaps a gentle approach was futile, and the path of mere affection would only serve to comfort myself. It seemed I had no choice but to escalate my methods. Thus, I initiated Plan B, the little black room package. I brought her to a secluded chamber, binding her to prevent any further rash actions. When she awoke, finding herself in a pitch-black space, unable to utilize her soul power and restrained, her first reaction was a bewildered, "Am I in hell? How laughable." She was overthinking it. Once she realized she had been captured, she began calling out, "Teacher! Teacher!" I illuminated the space, appearing before her. Upon seeing me, she was momentarily stunned, asking, "Teacher, what are you doing?" I took her face in my hands and sternly declared, "Donger, it seems I've been too indulgent with you. Today, you must learn a lesson." At this, her eyes filled with tears as she pleaded, "Teacher, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please let me go." How could I resist her when she was so vulnerable? Initially, I intended to impose a harsher punishment, but I relented, deciding to confine her for 3 days to allow her to reflect. Just as I was about to leave, she called out, expressing her fear. Turning back, I was taken aback to see her enveloped in a swirling mass of dark energy. She cried out, "Teacher, my martial spirit feels terrible." Noticing the flickering spider insignia on her forehead, I realized a significant crisis was at hand. Her martial spirit was undergoing a mutation. I quickly channeled my light soul power into her, alleviating her distress. Yet it was merely a temporary solution. A thought flashed through my mind. Could this truly be fate? Her second martial spirit, the soul-devouring Spider Empress, was on the verge of evolution. It might require the absorption of my angelic martial spirit. Oh, how foolish I had been. I was truly at a loss. However, for the sake of my disciple, I resolved to sacrifice myself. I held her close as she writhed in discomfort, unable to free herself from my grasp. Resolutely, I carried her back to the bed. Very well. We shall discuss this when you awaken. In that moment, I sacrificed nearly half of my soul. Of course, I ensured that I maintained control of the situation. The following day, she awoke, feeling sore all over. Upon opening her eyes and spotting me in my pajamas sitting beside her, she let out a startled scream, wrapping herself tightly in her blanket. "Teacher, what is happening?" Feigning sorrow, I dramatically stated, "Donger, your Death Spider Empress martial spirit has transformed into a divine-grade martial spirit, the cost being the absorption of half of my soul. Yet, for your sake, I willingly made this sacrifice." Her mind momentarily short-circuited, and she grabbed her pillow, hurling it at me while shouting, "Get out! Just get out!" I endured the blow, silently stepping outside. Alone, she wept beneath her covers. After some time, she calmed down and attempted to summon her martial spirit. To her astonishment, she discovered that her spider martial spirit had sprouted 3 pairs of wings, identical to those of my 6-winged angel, albeit in black. In that instant, she comprehended everything. She began to replay the events of the previous day, being confined in the little black room, her martial spirit mutating the agony she endured, and my aid in channeling soul power to her. While she still felt anger, a greater sense of understanding and guilt washed over her. She contemplated, should I apologize? I absorbed half of his soul, but how can I express that? She felt that this matter should be set aside for now, allowing time to soften its impact. Meanwhile, I returned to my quarters to cultivate. To my surprise, this misfortune had turned into a blessing. My undying martial emperor technique was on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd level. Just as I reveled in this progress, a notification pinged in my mind. The system informed me that I had completed my first sign-in reward task and could proceed with the second. I promptly checked in, only to be met with the system's announcement. As the host has signed in from the boudoir, you have received a secret manual. I nearly choked. Boudoir? Even more absurdly, the system added a note. This manual should not be carelessly presented to disreputable individuals. Was it not a thinly veiled suggestion that I seek out BibiDong? I had just offended her, and now, to face her again so soon would surely lead to dire consequences. This task was far too daunting, so I set it aside and commanded Gui Mei, "Go, keep a close watch on Tang Hao and Tang Xiao of the Haotian sect. especially the woman accompanying them. Indeed, I aimed to eradicate the source of all evil, Qian, while she was still in her cradle. Summoning my courage, I reluctantly thumbed through that scandalous manual, and my cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Douluo approached, inquiring, "Your Highness, why does your complexion seem so rosy?" I nearly kicked him out in irritation. This fool was digging his own grave. Once I had concluded my official duties, I decided to visit my disciple. I instructed the cook to prepare some delicacies, claiming I had made them myself, and headed to her door. Gently knocking, she inquired who was there. I raised my voice in a particularly weak tone. "Donger, it's me. Could you please open the door?" After a lengthy hesitation, she replied, "You can just tell me from outside. I'll leave the food at the door." "Very well," I replied. "I prepared some nourishing food for you. It's at the door. Remember to eat. I'll take my leave now." I turned and departed without lingering. My strategy of retreating to advance yielded remarkable results. Upon seeing the spread of food, her heart melted. For the next 2 months, I delivered meals daily. Yet I avoided direct contact, which only served to frustrate her. Eventually, her own health began to falter. She frequently felt nauseous and lacked energy. After more than a month, she was horrified to discover her abdomen gradually swelling. My dear friends, she finally realized what was happening. She was pregnant. In that moment, she felt as if struck by lightning, frantically rushing to the library to verify this shocking revelation. I had been keeping a close watch, thinking, "Oh no, this is it. She has truly taken the plunge." My future daughter, XunjiCounter-PUA, was on her way. My foolish disciple spent 2 hours in the library, ultimately dropping a book in shock. Placing a hand on her belly, her first thought was to terminate the pregnancy, as she had never been prepared for such a responsibility. However, recalling my smile and the sacrifice I made to save her, BibiDong hesitated. This hesitation was pivotal as events began to unfold according to my design. My naive disciple, her mind in disarray, began to ponder the implications. She remembered that I, her teacher in his 50s, had no descendants. If she were to terminate the child, would it not devastate me? She felt that I was already burdened with guilt. Delivering such dreadful news would surely break me. Who can comprehend her turmoil as she oscillated between selfishness and the impossibility of my acceptance? I, on the other hand, seized the moment. Activating my inner actor, I calculated the timing, armed myself with a sharp knife, and made my way to her room. I knocked gently, adopting the softest, most vulnerable tone I could muster. "Dong, may I come in?" As soon as my voice echoed, BibiDong was thrown into turmoil. She instinctively yearned to confide in me, her teacher, yet fear held her back, her hand hovering over the doorknob, hesitant to turn it. She hesitated? I could not wait any longer. With determination, I pushed the door open. When BibiDong beheld me, her expression was a vibrant tapestry of surprise, joy, and fear. I offered her no time to react and immediately launched into my performance. I assure you, my acting prowess could easily eclipse that of all the youthful talents of today. Tears flowed freely, my voice laden with anguish and remorse. "Dong, I am truly sorry. I have not been a worthy teacher. For these past few months, I have been consumed by guilt. I cannot forgive myself." My foolish disciple had never witnessed such a spectacle. Upon seeing me in this state, the last remnants of her doubt vanished, realizing that her teacher had indeed suffered profoundly during these months. In truth, she had long since forgiven me, but had lacked the courage to voice it. Now, witnessing my display, she opened her mouth, yet no words could escape. Noticing the moment was ripe, I intensified my performance. "Dongar, eom gilti, I desarvedet." I have made arrangements concerning the spirit hall. You must hate me, do you not? You should hate me. As I spoke, I abruptly thrust a small dagger into her hand. "Donger, in my life. Only then can I find release, and you convey your anger." At this, BibiDong vazo stand. She stared blankly at the dagger in her hand, her mind momentarily paralyzed. She had never contemplated killing me. Observing her bewilderment, I donned an expression of noble sacrifice. "Donger, do it. I am prepared. Teacher, I." She began to throw away the dagger and explain. But would I grant her that opportunity? Certainly not. I lunged forward. With a swift motion, I impaled myself on the blade. Indeed, I committed an act of self-destruction right then and there. This act shattered my naive disciple's defenses completely. She burst into tears, cradling my collapsing form. Her tears cascading down like a torrential downpour. "Teacher, what has happened to you? Why would you do this?" Leaning against her, I feigned my imminent demise, mustering my last ounce of strength to plead, "Forgive me, Dong-er. Can you find it in your heart to forgive my past actions?" Amidst her sobs, she replied, "Teacher, I forgave you long ago. I simply lacked the courage to say it. She cried, her face a canvas of sorrow, holding me tightly. Oh, how my heart soared. I never anticipated such an effective outcome. Yet, I maintained my facade, appearing content yet on the brink of death. Then, all is well. I shall die without regrets. Then came the pivotal moment. Panic surged within her. No, teacher. If you die, what will become of our child? He will have no father. Bingo. That was precisely the line I had awaited. Although my heart danced with joy, I kept my visage in a state of utmost shock. A child? Donger, could it be? Blushing deeply, BibiDong nodded vigorously through her tears. Let me tell you, this maneuver was nothing short of a masterstroke. Firstly, it revealed her true feelings toward me. Secondly, it ensured she would willingly bear a child. Thirdly, it fulfilled my system's task. And fourthly, in the future, she would find it difficult to act against me. Such is the art of strategic thinking. I continued in a voice that suggested I was on the verge of death. Dong, promise me that our child will grow up healthy. Upon hearing this, BibiDong was utterly convinced. I was indeed eager for this child. Any remaining hesitations evaporated as she cried and nodded. Teacher, please do not die. We have so many days ahead of us. Sensing I had played my part sufficiently, I summoned my strength and stood upright from her embrace, proclaiming with vigor, of course, teacher will not die. BibiDong was left utterly dumbfounded. In her astonished gaze, I swiftly withdrew the dagger from my heart, and the wound healed at a visible pace. My mastery of the undying martial emperor's techniques was not in vain. I could regenerate even more than a mere hole in my body. Teacher, how is this possible? She stammered, bewildered by my apparent resurrection. I had no time to explain. Swiftly lifting her in my arms, grinning mischievously, Donger, thank you for enlightening me and forgiving me. Today, I shall audaciously reminisce about your childhood. Indeed, I revealed my true intentions, shedding any pretense. Since she had already forgiven me once, it was only reasonable to forgive me again. I carried her toward the bed, reminiscing about the joyous moments of her youth, evoking a torrent of emotions within her. The following day, upon waking to find me, smiling in slumber beside her, she was so incensed that she kicked me with force. I grasped her ankle, playfully stating, Donger, you have forgiven me once. Surely, you can forgive me a second time. This time, I shall not forgive you. Her cheeks flushed a brilliant red. I, with a thick skin, seized her hand and playfully slapped my own face, muttering, Forgive me. Donger, I could not resist. I am despicable. Strike me to vent your frustrations. She saw through my ruse, recognizing me as a thoroughgoing rogue, realizing that hitting me was futile. Ultimately, worn down by my persistence, she reluctantly said, I forgive you. Success. I smiled contentedly and rewarded her with a slap followed by a sweet treat, directly imparting the technique of the undying martial emperor to her. As she sensed the remarkable power of this technique, she quietly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, teacher. I raised an eyebrow and leaned closer. Still calling me teacher? She panicked, feigning calmness. What else should I call you? I chuckled. You did not address me in that manner just moments ago. In response, a pillow flew in my direction. As I exited the room, the system's notification chimed, confirming my reward had been credited. This time, I had checked in at the Spirit Hall's morning assembly and received an item called Faith Cultivation Method. In essence, it allowed me to gather the power of others' faith, condensing it into my own essence and enhancing my fortune. Upon experimentation, I was astonished to find small specks of light coalescing around me. Though scant, it was undeniably intriguing. It seemed I needed to devise strategies to garner more admirers in the future. During this period, my relationship with BibiDong blossomed at an astonishing pace. Naturally, her pregnancy could not be concealed. The entire Spirit Hall was aware, yet none dared to speak of it, only muttering about the chaos within our circle. This rumor inevitably reached my father, Dalu. Enraged, he stormed from the worship hall, pointing a finger at me, exclaiming, Wretch! I remained unfazed. Dear father, why such fury? I am merely a victim of circumstance. You scoundrel! If you desire her body, simply say so. Do not seek excuses. My father had seen right through me. I promptly began to persuade him. Father, your vision is too narrow. Donger's martial spirit has undergone a divine transformation. She requires the divine power of our angelic spirit to balance her. This is a sacrifice of the self for a greater cause. Consider, our six-winged angel combined with her death spider god. Two divine martial spirits united will ensure our offspring possesses innate soul power of at least level 20. This is for the future of our spirit hall. Besides, ilov dongar, my father was swayed by my words but still huffed and puffed. But you have no wife. Where will the child come from? BibiDong cannot openly marry you, so what will you do? I scoffed. Such a trivial matter. I shall simply marry another. I had long since devised my plan, awaiting the perfect opportunity. My father, recognizing my resolve, offered no further objections, merely cautioning me to be careful before departing. Once he left, I gazed out the window, filled with anticipation. Qian, please make your appearance soon. I can hardly wait. Days later, Douluo reported, Your Majesty, we have discovered Tang Hao's whereabouts. My eyes sparkled with excitement. Have you confirmed it? Indeed. Douluo responded affirmatively. Excellent. You all may leave. I shall handle this matter personally. I was elated. However, just as I was about to depart, BibiDong embraced me from behind, pouting. Teacher, you promised you would stay by my side during this time. I quickly turned to reassure her. Do not worry, Dong. I will return shortly. This is a matter of great importance for the future of the entire continent. We shared a tender moment, exchanged a kiss, and then I soared into the sky, my sword guiding me straight to the Xinluo Empire. 3 days later, I arrived at the outskirts of Simon City. Upon my arrival, I found the two brothers, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, seated around a delicate young lady. That lady was none other than Qian. Tang Hao was being particularly attentive, offering, Come, Qian, have some water. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao inquired, Qian, are there any soul beasts over 70,000 years old nearby? Qian shook her head, resolutely refusing to betray her kin. Tang Hao, in his naive bravado, declared, Never mind, we 3 siblings will venture in together. With our combined strength, even a tidal Douluo would be no match for us. I couldn't help but chuckle at his audacity. Descending from the heavens, I floated above them. Looking down as I spoke, Oh, is that so? Shall I be the one to test your claims? Upon seeing the 6-winged, angelic spirit behind me, their faces drained of color. You are the Pope of the Spirit Hall. They exclaimed in unison, particularly Qian, who trembled in fear. She understood that a tidal Douluo could easily discern her true nature. Desperately attempting to flee, it was already too late. Tang Xiao, attempting to maintain his composure, stepped forward and said, Your Holiness, we harbor no enmity with the Spirit Hall. Might I inquire why you act thus? With a smile, I propose a condition. I have no desire to oppose the Haotian sect. If you surrender the girl beside you, I not only shall spare you, but also assist you in obtaining the 8th spirit ring. What say you? Tang Hao, however, erupted in outrage, revealing his true nature as he bellowed. Qian is my sister. How could I ever hand her over to anyone? I, Tang Hao, am not weaker than anyone. I must say, his declaration was quite stirring. Yet, the next moment, our arch-nemesis, Xuanji, swiftly struck him back to the ground, leaving him lifeless. The two brothers then began to chant like a broken record, urging Qian to run. Qian, flee. Run into the starred Doe forest. I wondered why they did not attempt to stop him. Tang Hao lay there, immobile, while his elder brother, Tang Xiao, shouted fiercely yet remained rooted to the spot, justifying it as conserving strength to protect his younger sibling. Family, how can one comprehend? This was a classic case of betrayal. Qian, left with no choice, could only turn away with tears in her eyes and dash into the forest. But who is Xuanji? He had no intention of letting her escape. He was merely toying with her. Qian, with her short legs, sprinted in a flurry, while Xuanji leisurely trailed behind, occasionally reaching out to frighten her, as one might tease a pet. Initially, Qian thought she could outlast him, but after a few rounds, witnessing Xuanji's increasingly sinister grin, she realized she was but a plaything. Resigned, she ceased her flight and mustered all her courage, shouting at Xuanji, You villain! You great bad guy! You evil demon! His laughter echoed. The damage she inflicted was negligible. Amused, Xuanji responded, Behold, I am an angel, not a demon. Qian, realizing insults were futile, shifted to appeals. Her eyes brimming with tears, pleading, I am but a good soul beast, raised solely on dew, never having harmed anyone. Please spare me. Xuanji, charmed by her innocence, replied, Ah, it is precisely your goodness that has allowed me to play with you for so long. Come, I invite you to visit the Spirit City. As the sovereign of soul beasts, you would not deny me, your Pope, this honor, would you? What a farcical notion. A visit to the Spirit City? That was akin to walking into a den of thieves. Qian's face turned pale with fear, yet she had no choice but to tremulously assent. Then came the most audacious act. XunjiCounter-PUA took to the skies on his sword, deliberately accelerating, causing Qian to yelp and cling to his waist. To further taunt, he circled back above Tang Hao and the others, hovering low like a military parade. As Tang Hao finally caught his breath and looked up, he was met with the sight of his beloved sister clinging to the waist of his enemy in the sky. He erupted with a cough of blood and fainted once more. Qian, spotting her brothers, felt embarrassed and quickly released her grip, merely daring to tug at XunjiCounter-PUA's clothing. But it did not end there. Qian's heart softened at Tang Hao's plight, and unable to bear it, she begged XunjiCounter-PUA to let her descend to heal him. To my surprise, he acquiesced. I sensed something was amiss. This was no mere consent. He intended to deliver the final blow. As they landed, Qian dutifully approached Tang Hao, channeling a bit of life force into him, though she dared not awaken him. After her healing, as she prepared to leave, XunjiCounter-PUA cast her a knowing glance. Qian, instantly understanding, once more wrapped her arms around XunjiCounter-PUA's sturdy waist, burying her face and urging, "Hurry." This left Tang Hao, witnessing the scene, utterly bewildered. His expression one of confusion as he pondered, "Who am I? Where am I? This script is all wrong." When XunjiCounter-PUA departed with Qian, Tang Hao slowly regained consciousness, inquiring about Qian's whereabouts. His brother Tang Hao, ever honest, replied she was taken by XunjiCounter-PUA. With a splutter, Tang Hao, our Tang Qian, fainted for the third time. The precision of his emotional devastation was impeccable. All the while, Qian's heart raced, mistaking her fluttering feelings for fear of heights, unaware that it was the exhilarating sensation of infatuation. Upon arriving at the spirit hall, BibiDong emerged, her jealousy flaring upon seeing her teacher cradling a pure young flower. XunjiCounter-PUA, attempting to placate the pregnant BibiDong, immediately betrayed Qian, commanding, "Take her to the small dark room." Qian was left in utter shock. Wasn't this supposed to be a cordial visit? To confine her was hardly the hallmark of hospitality. Even more outrageous, XunjiCounter-PUA, holding BibiDong, spoke loudly at the entrance to the small dark room. "Dong, look at this foolish girl. 100,000-year soul beast, easily deceived by my mere words." Qian, listening from within, felt tears streaming down her face. "Family, who understands? I truly believe your lies, only to be treated as a fool while you flaunted your affection before my eyes. This was more painful than death." BibiDong, upon hearing of the 100,000-year soul beast, assumed it was a gift from XunjiCounter-PUA for her 9th spirit ring, elated beyond measure. Qian, hidden in the small dark room, observed the two lovebirds outside, her heart shattered, trembling in the corner, weeping in despair. Thus, Qian languished in the small dark room for 2 months. Meanwhile, BibiDong went into labor, and a princess was born, the future XunjiCounter-PUA. Yet this child was no ordinary one. She possessed the rarest of eyes. Just as the infant let out her first cry, a thunderous roar echoed outside. It was a tempest, dark clouds gathering ominously, heralding the end of days. This was the legendary heavenly tribulation. The system informed me that this child possessed a forbidden constitution known as the undying body, endowed with the divine light eyes and the annihilation eyes. The heavens would not allow her to exist and sought to obliterate her. Dalu, accompanied by a cadre of titled Douluos, formed a protective formation to withstand the onslaught. The initial strikes were manageable, but the final bolt of lightning was an apocalyptic force. It shattered the formation, causing even Dalu to spit blood. As the lightning descended upon the infant, XunjiCounter-PUA, without a moment's thought, charged forward to shield her. With a resounding crash, he was reduced to a charred remnant. But fret not, for he had his ways. Stumbling into the room, he reassured BibiDong, "Fear not, just a minor setback. I have mastered the undying divine art. A brief retreat will see me restored." As he prepared to heal, the system chimed, announcing that his heroic act of shielding the child from the heavenly wrath had garnered an abundance of faith value, allowing him to sign in again. Thus, he did so on the spot, and you will not believe what he acquired. The Soul Clan's soul refining method. This technique could refine the soul into divinity. I thought to myself, good heavens, having just been struck by lightning, he now sought to cultivate his soul. Was he on the path to dual cultivation, becoming a formidable warrior of both body and spirit? Furthermore, I must inform you that this martial arts technique possesses an exceptionally peculiar function, which allows for the creation of a soul servant absolutely devoted to oneself. My goodness, The very essence of life and death rests within your thoughts. Is this not akin to forming a personal death squad? I pondered that this fellow truly understands how to exploit the advantages to their utmost potential. He was immensely satisfied, stowed away the secret manual, and commenced his healing. However, his thought process diverges significantly from that of others. Rather than fully healing his wounds, he seemed dissatisfied with the severity of his injuries and, in a fit of madness, inflicted a deep cut upon his own arm, consciously preventing it from healing. I was utterly bewildered. What sort of self-harm strategy is this? It was not until he staggered into Qian's dimly lit chamber that I realized he was merely biding his time. As the door to the secret chamber swung open, light flooded in, revealing Qian seated against the wall. Upon noticing his arrival, she offered a sorrowful smile and inquired, "Are you here to kill me?" You would not believe his response. With an almost saccharine softness in his voice, he replied, "No, I have promised not to harm you. Who among us can comprehend this?" This entire exchange was nothing short of a masterclass in manipulation, rendering me speechless. Qian, initially convinced by a fraction of his words, turned her head away, puffed up with indignation, and declared, "You are a bad person. I do not believe you. Let me tell you, this fellow possesses a skin thicker than a nuclear bomb shelter." He directly opened the prison door, settled beside Qian, and presented his bloodied wound, saying, "Come, little Qian, tend me a bit, grant me some healing." Qian, infuriated, retorted, "You are a bad person. I will not save you." Although she was inherently kind-hearted and could not bear to see small creatures in pain, she was not foolish. She promptly categorized him as a carnivorous soul beast, resolutely refusing to assist. In a twist of irony, he countered, "What makes me a bad person? My deception was merely to spare my pregnant disciple any heartache. You are so kind-hearted. Surely you can understand my intentions?" After uttering this, he dropped a bombshell. "Now, Donner has given birth to a lovely daughter, and I intend to set you free." Qian was rendered speechless, staring blankly in disbelief. "You mean you no longer want my soul ring? What need do I have for soul ring? You are far too endearing for me to part with you," he said, reaching for her delicate hand. Qian trembled in fright, attempting to withdraw, but he countered with twisted logic. "You have embraced my waist before. If I touch your hand, we are even. Let's not quarrel. Is this even human discourse?" Qian, a naive newcomer to society, was ill-equipped to withstand such seasoned manipulation and, to my astonishment, began to perceive a semblance of reason in his words. Subsequently, he embarked on a lesson in human emotions, grasping Qian's hand and earnestly rambling about how the love of soul beasts is callous and devoid of feelings, while human love is eternal. In the midst of his monologue, he suddenly flashed a charming smile and asked, "Would you like to experience human love?" Before Qian could react, he pulled her into his embrace and pressed his lips against hers. Qian, bewildered and desperate to push him away, found herself utterly immobilized by his firm grip. What a scandalous display! After the encounter, he smugly inquired, "How does it feel?" Qian was left in a daze, her mind a blank slate, and could only utter, "I do not know." Then came the most shocking moment. Gazing intently at her, he asked, "Would you be willing to become my wife?" Qian was petrified, instinctively shaking her head in fervent denial. Upon witnessing her rejection, he was invigorated, adopting a domineering tone. "No is not an option. In our human world, once lips have met, you must remain together. For this lifetime, you shall be solely mine. Do you understand?" Qian was on the verge of tears, plaintively responding, "You are forcing me." He paid no heed to her protest, pulling her closer and engaging in further inappropriate actions, ultimately releasing the disheveled Qian with a remark that shattered her composure. "Do not worry. I shall respect you. On our wedding day, I will claim you." At that moment, I thought to myself, it is over, utterly finished. Qian, a pure-hearted soul beast, was oblivious to the true meaning behind his words. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of a praying mantis consuming its mate after copulation. Now it seemed her turn had arrived. Gazing at Xuanji's handsome visage, a single thought echoed in her mind. This man is a pervert. He intends to devour me. So frightened was she that she trembled uncontrollably as Xuanji led her from the dungeon into his chamber, where he gently urged her to stay. Once he departed, Qian found herself in that clean and tidy room, savoring what she believed to be the final moments of her life. Over the following days, she began to peruse the books on Xuanji's shelf, eager to learn more about the human world. However, upon reading, she was utterly aghast. The text revealed that Xuanji's prior actions were nothing short of lewd. The notion that kissing necessitated marriage was entirely a ruse. Knowledge, indeed, alters one's fate. Ain felt as though she had awakened. When XunjiCounter-PUA returned, a measuring tape in hand, grinning as he announced his intention to create new clothes for her, Ain finally mustered her courage and exclaimed loudly, "No, you cannot do this." Yet, this fellow was not one for reason. He resorted to physical persuasion, muttering, "Let me see. If you do not comply, I shall use the measuring tape." At that moment, Ain felt as though the anti-fraud app she had just downloaded had been uninstalled in an instant, weeping pitifully. XunjiCounter-PUA confiscated all the books she had been reading, disdainfully declaring, "You were foolish to begin with. Reading these has only made you more foolish. Simply await your fate as my bride." With that, he departed like a tyrant. While he was preying upon Ain, he did not remain idle elsewhere. He first visited BibiDong to see his newly born daughter, shamelessly declaring that he had long decided on a name, XunjiCounter-PUA. This declaration moved BibiDong immensely, leading her to believe that her teacher had always held her in his heart. Next, he sought out his father, Dalu. Upon meeting, he joyfully proclaimed, "Father, I'm getting married. I'm taking a wife." Dalu's brow furrowed at the mention of BibiDong. He thought, though they were master and disciple, now that a granddaughter had been born, granting her a title would suffice. However, XunjiCounter-PUA clarified, "It is not Donger I intend to marry Ain, the girl I brought back." Dalu erupted in disbelief. "What? You wish to marry that soul beast?" "Absolutely not. What of our reputation at the Spirit Hall?" XunjiCounter-PUA paid him no mind, straightforwardly stating, "I am here to inform you, not to negotiate. Ain is the one I shall marry. Moreover, I plan to host a grand celebration, inviting all sects to attend, especially the Haotian sect. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao must come, I assure you." Dalu was so enraged that his beard seemed to stand on end, chastising him for being insane, claiming he was not satisfied with BibiDong and was now intent on harming another. Yet XunjiCounter-PUA had grown too bold to heed his father's words. He simply made his decision and turned to make arrangements. He dispatched the ghost Douluo at breakneck speed to deliver invitations to Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. At this moment, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were recuperating in a secluded corner of the Luo Empire. Tang Hao had been psychologically scarred by XunjiCounter-PUA, his resolve nearly shattered. Suddenly, the ghost Douluo appeared as if from thin air, startling Tang Xiao. The ghost Douluo wasted no time and tossed a crimson wedding invitation their way, coldly stating, "Our pontiff is to be wed. We kindly request the presence of both young masters." Upon hearing XunjiCounter-PUA's name, Tang Hao immediately contemplated tearing the invitation to shreds. However, as Tang Xiao opened it, he froze in place, exclaiming, "Ain." The name of the bride was unmistakably Ain. Tang Hao leaned in to read and was immediately driven into a frenzy, howling at the heavens, Cursed XunjiCounter-PUA. In his heart, he believed XunjiCounter-PUA had taken Ain, not for her soul ring, but to humiliate her. This angered him more than if she had been killed outright. The ghost Douluo's expression darkened. Had it not been for the pontiff's orders, he would have been inclined to deal with him then and there. Once the ghost Douluo departed, Tang Hao seized his brother's arm, eyes reddened with urgency. "Brother, Ain must be under duress. We must rescue her." Tang Xiao shook his head in despair, analyzing the harsh reality. "How can we save her? The Spirit Hall possesses nearly 10 titled Douluo, and there is one unmatched Douluo at level 99. What can we possibly use to rescue her?" He patted his younger brother's shoulder, his eyes filled with reluctance and despair. "Ahau, give up. We cannot contend with the Wuhuan Palace." "Cannot contend? Even if I can't, I must go," he retorted, his eyes reddening as he shouted at his brother, declaring that he was not going to fight. He was simply unwilling and worried. Even if he could not save Qian, he had to see for himself whether that scoundrel Qian Xunji would treat her well. If Qian was living well, it would ease his heart somewhat. Who understands family? Upon hearing this, his brother Tang Xiao was deeply affected. He never imagined that his brother, who usually acted like a firecracker, was actually a hopeless romantic at heart. Even at such a time, he was still thinking about such matters. He realized he cannot stop him. With a sigh, Tang Xiao decisively said, "All right, if you're going, I will accompany you. After all, we are both Qian's brothers. It is only right for us to check on her." Though he said this, he was fully aware that Qian Xunji's invitation was not out of goodwill. It was merely a setup to publicly humiliate them. But what could he do? Let Tang Hao go alone? With his temper, if he were to cause a scene, it would be for naught. By accompanying him, he could at least keep him in check. Tang Hao was deeply moved, expressing his gratitude, insisting that his elder brother should let him bear the humiliation alone. Oh, brotherly love, how it brings tears to my eyes. On the other hand, let me tell you, the real drama was just beginning. BibiDong, our dear sister Dong, had been resting indoors due to her pregnancy. On this day, she finally ventured out for some fresh air. To her astonishment, the entire Wuwen palace was festooned with decorations, adorned with bright red double happiness characters. Her first reaction was, "Oh, is my teacher throwing a full moon celebration for a child? How romantic!" But upon closer inspection, those double happiness characters resembled a wedding celebration. Her heart sank, and she quickly grabbed a busy little maid to inquire about the situation. The maid, being straightforward, replied honestly, "Holy Maiden, His Holiness the Pope is getting married." Upon hearing this, BibiDong's mind went blank, but the next moment, a blush crept across her face. She thought XunjiCounter-PUA was going to marry her, his disciple, despite all the pressures of the world. How magnificent! Her heart raced, yet she feigned composure, and, with a hint of pride, asked, "So, who is the teacher marrying?" The maid looked at her peculiarly, thinking to herself, "How could you not know?" But she still answered truthfully, "I do not know the specifics, only that the bride is named Qian, a very powerful and beautiful soul sage." The name Qian struck BibiDong like a bolt of lightning, leaving her stunned. Not me. Is it that enchanting female demon captured by my teacher? Wasn't she supposed to be my 9th spirit ring's reserve? How did she suddenly become the Pope's wife? It was disastrous, utterly disastrous. BibiDong's expression darkened in an instant, transforming her earlier bashfulness into an icy aura filled with murderous intent, causing the little maid to tremble in fear. Through gritted teeth, she managed to spit out a few words. "Where's the Pope now?" "In his chamber, I believe." BibiDong said nothing and turned to leave. However, instead of heading directly to confront XunjiCounter-PUA, she took a detour straight to the kitchen. The chefs, upon seeing the Holy Maiden, quickly bowed in respect. But BibiDong, with a deadpan expression, immediately demanded, "Give me a kitchen knife." The head chef was taken aback, but seeing the murderous glint in BibiDong's eyes, he dared not ask further and tremblingly handed her an unopened kitchen knife. Let me tell you, upon acquiring the knife, BibiDong radiated an aura of vengeance. Striding towards XunjiCounter-PUA's room, and the guard along the way dared not stop her, parting to give her a clear path. At that moment, our XunjiCounter-PUA was in his room, playfully teasing Qian. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition washing over him. Sure enough, a knock on the door followed. Cautiously, he opened it, only to find BibiDong standing there, the very person he dreaded to see, wielding a kitchen knife. "Dongya, what are you doing? Put down the knife, it's dangerous." XunjiCounter-PUA exclaimed, nearly losing his wits, hastily reaching for the knife. BibiDong was unwilling to relent, tears streaming down her face as she pointed at Qian in the room. Shrieking, "Teacher, step aside. I want to slay this demoness who has shattered my family." Her mind was consumed with thoughts of XunjiCounter-PUA abandoning her and their daughter Schwerer for this vixen. Inside the room, Qian was equally terrified as a soul sage. She was no match for a vengeful spirit. Moreover, she felt wronged. It was not her intention. She was merely forced. XunjiCounter-PUA, witnessing this chaotic scene, felt overwhelmed. He could not afford to let things escalate. He quickly embraced BibiDong, dragging her to another room. "Donger, listen to my explanation. I have my reasons." Once in the other room, BibiDong collapsed into XunjiCounter-PUA's embrace, sobbing heartbrokenly. XunjiCounter-PUA, the charming rogue, saw his opportunity and immediately switched to his PUA master mode. I tell you, when it comes to manipulating feelings, he is leagues ahead. With a sincere expression, he said, "Donger, think about it. With Schwerer born, if our relationship were to be made public, I, a man, could care less about the opinions of others, but you? How could I bear to let you endure the judgment of the world? And Schwerer is so young. How could she handle such pressure? Thus, I devised a plan to marry someone publicly, diverting everyone's attention. Qian is merely a shield for our love. My heart will always belong to you. Once we both ascend to godhood, who would dare speak a word against us? At that point, we will be a legendary tale. Listen to that. A naive girl like BibiDong, who has never faced the harshness of society, could hardly withstand such sweet words, and her resolve wavered instantly. Indeed, for Schwerer's sake. The thought of her teacher being with that woman still troubled her heart. With tear-filled eyes, she asked the pivotal question, "Teacher, will you engage in such acts with that demoness?" XunjiCounter-PUA, taken aback, feigned ignorance. "Huh? What acts? You know, those kind of acts. How do you think Schwerer came to be?" BibiDong's face burned with embarrassment. At this moment, Sunji could no longer evade the question. He hesitated. Of course. He wanted to. Marrying her just to display? What a waste. Seeing his hesitation, BibiDong angrily pounded her fist against his chest. You scoundrel. How could you think like that? Realizing he had to come clean, Sunji earnestly declared, Donger, do not worry. I will only enter her body. It will never affect our bond. Good heavens. So blatant. So the plan is physical infidelity without emotional betrayal. Is it? BibiDong pressed further. Will you have children with her? Do you not wish for a son instead of Shuer? How could that be? Sunji quickly swore. Shuer is so adorable. She's my favorite. There will absolutely be no children with Ian. Shuer is our only one. While he spoke, his mind was racing with schemes. He remembered clearly that Tang San would not be born for at least another 3 to 4 years. As long as he managed the timing, he could mold this potential future threat into a fine young man who would contribute to the Douluo continent. For the peace of Douluo continent, Sunji was truly sacrificing himself for the greater good. BibiDong was thoroughly swayed by his words. Though still somewhat displeased, she understood that the wedding could not be cancelled. She huffed, I have my demands too. What they are, I will reveal later. She had already formulated a plan in her mind. Once that vixen entered, she would have to be taught a lesson to know who truly held the reins in this family. Finally, soothing BibiDong, Sunji breathed a sigh of relief. In the ensuing days, he obediently stayed by BibiDong's side, which greatly alarmed Ian. She had initially resigned herself to her fate, only to discover that Sunji was so wicked, likely influenced by that malicious woman named BibiDong. A person who would come wielding a kitchen knife could not be anything good. Ain felt that her journey to transform Sunji was a formidable challenge ahead. Soon, the joyous occasion of February 2nd, the Day of the Dragon, arrived. Ain was adorned beautifully, resembling a celestial maiden. BibiDong observed from aside, filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment, as she walked away with her daughter, Qian Shui, indifferent to the world around her. Dalu also emerged from his seclusion, his face aglow with happiness, appearing as if he had regained 30 years of youth. Sunji and Ain stood hand in hand, radiating affection. Ain, feeling the weight of many gazes upon her, shyly lowered her head. Sunji whispered in her ear, Lift your head, my woman, Ain. You are no less than anyone else. He continued, From this day forth, you shall be the most esteemed woman of Douluo Dalu. You must be confident and proud. Encouraged by his words, Ain discreetly glanced around and noticed the envious and jealous glances from the female spirit masters, instantly gaining courage, straightening her back, and becoming self-assured. Sunji cast a glance, nodding in approval. Not bad, quite a broad mind. Tonight, we shall delve deeper. Just then, the person responsible for welcoming guests at the entrance of the Wuhuan temple shouted, How Tianzong's young master Tang Xiao and Tang How have arrived. Oh, the main guests had arrived. A Yin's body trembled. Why were they here? Instinctively, she looked at Sunji, hoping to glean something from his expression. To her surprise, Sunji chuckled, feigning innocence. Ah, your elder brother is here today. We must give them a warm welcome. He wrapped his arm around a Yin's slender waist and personally went out to greet them. Upon seeing Sunji, Tang Hao's anger flared up instantly. His fists clenched tightly. Tang Xiao quickly held him back, signaling with his eyes to observe their surroundings. Goodness, more than a dozen titled Douluo were watching closely. Any rash movement could lead to dire consequences. Even Tang Hao, despite his brashness, was not foolish enough to act recklessly and suppressed his rage. Sunji embraced Ain and announced loudly to all the guests, Ladies and gentlemen, these two are my wife's brothers. From this day forth we, the Wuhuan Temple and the Hao Tianzong, shall be united in matrimony, forever bound in harmony. The words sent a wave of astonishment throughout the venue. Dalu was left dumbfounded, wondering what mischief this rascal was up to. Tang Xiao felt his heart racing, uncertain of Sunji's intentions. Nevertheless, he could only maintain a smiling facade and express his gratitude. Sunji warmly arranged for the two brothers to sit in the front row, while Tang Hao's gaze remained fixed on Ain, making her feel quite uncomfortable. Before long, the wedding banquet commenced. The host was Douluo, who held a sparkling microphone resembling those found in KTV. He cleared his throat and, with a cultured tone, asked Sunji, Your Holiness, do you wish to take Miss Ain as your wife and devote your life to protecting and cherishing our beautiful Miss Ain, ensuring her eternal happiness, kindness, and beauty? Sunji responded with deep affection, a smile gracing his lips. Absolutely. I swear to love and cherish her for life, ensuring she remains as pure and joyful as she is today. His composure was unshakable. His acting prowess could have earned him an Oscar. Tang Hao clenched his fists in anger, internally cursing this hypocrite, believing he would soon tire of her. Even his father, Dalu, felt a pang of embarrassment, thinking, how did I raise such a brazen child? But who could understand the feelings of family? Ain, that foolish girl, despite knowing she might be deceived, felt sweetness in her heart upon hearing those sweet words. As the saying goes, love can cloud one's judgment, and she was indeed lost in it. The host, Douluo, then thrust the microphone in front of Ain. Miss Ain, having heard the promise of our holiness, what are your feelings? Instantly, all eyes turned towards her. Ain, nervous and with sweaty palms, blushed deeply, finally managing to whisper, I feel very sweet and very happy. This declaration struck Tang Hao like a bolt from the blue. He was stunned. How had Ain changed so much in just a few months? The host seized the moment and pressed on. So, beautiful Miss Ain, do you wish to marry our illustrious and mighty holiness? Tang Hao was nearly at his wit's end, frantically wishing for her to decline. He had resolved that if Ain said no, he would rush up to claim her. What was the outcome? In the midst of the silence, Ain shyly replied, I do. No. Tang Hao's desperate cry was drowned out by the jubilant cheers of the crowd. In that moment, it felt as if his life had plunged from the warmth of spring into the depths of a Siberian winter. Qian, brimming with pride, embraced Ain and kissed her passionately in front of everyone. Ain was initially taken aback. How could they do this in public? Yet within mere seconds, she found it exhilarating. With the situation as it was, she thought, why not embrace it? To her surprise, she reciprocated. Tang Hao, witnessing the scene, felt his heart shatter into a million pieces. Tang Xiao patted his shoulder, his expression suggesting, the jester is indeed my brother. Thankfully, he withdrew quickly, or they would have become a comedic duo that day. After the kiss, Qian, still holding Ain, began to toast the guests. The first glass was dedicated to his father, Dalu. Then came a main event. He raised his glass, holding Ain close, and walked directly to Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Come, my brothers, let me toast you. This was pure provocation. Tang Xiao managed to keep his composure, having come to terms with it long ago. However, his younger brother Tang Hao turned green with envy. Qian, still not satisfied, handed his glass to Ain and said, Here, Ain, you should toast your two elder brothers. Ain, who was not accustomed to drinking, felt obliged to comply. Taking the glass, she shyly addressed Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Thank you both for taking care of me in the past. Now that Ain has a husband, you can rest assured. The term husband was a stimulant for Qian, while for Tang Hao, it was akin to poison piercing his heart. Tang Xiao quickly intervened, shouting 3 cheers, feigning joy as if he were genuinely happy for his sister. Tang Hao, however, stood there like a sulking gourd. Qian, with a grin, looked at him and asked, What's wrong, dear brother Tang Hao? Are you still upset about that incident? Surely not. Today is my joyous day. Can you not offer me some congratulations? This maneuver was truly extreme. No PUA master could rival his skill. Ain, blissfully unaware, believed Qian had genuinely forgiven Tang Hao and sighed in relief. Tang Hao gritted his teeth, tears brimming in his eyes, and managed to squeeze out a few words. Congratulations on your wedding, your holiness. Also, Ain, I hope you find happiness. Thank you, brother Ao. Ain smiled sweetly and downed the contents of her glass. Tang Hao, holding back tears, also drank his bitter wine. However, Ain quickly succumbed to the effects of the alcohol. Seizing the opportunity, Qian declared, It seems my wife cannot hold her liquor. You two brothers enjoy yourselves. I have prepared a room for you. Stay here for a few days, and I will host you well. I will take Ain to rest. With that, he scooped Ain into his arms and, under Tang Hao's piercing gaze, swaggered away. Tang Hao trembled with rage, his mind conjuring images of Ain being mistreated. He longed to wield his hammer and wreak havoc upon the Wuhuan temple. Yet, he refrained, recognizing the formidable presence around him. He could only vow within his heart, One day, I shall become a titled Douluo and bring down your Wuhuan temple. His brother Tang Xiao urged him to leave, but Tang Hao stubbornly refused, saying, No, I intend to stay for one night. On the other side, Qian returned to the bridal chamber, holding the fragrant Ain in his arms, his heart racing with excitement. After enduring for so long, he could finally indulge. He pushed open the door and was instantly taken aback. What the heck? He exclaimed, for BibiDong, his other woman, was seated upright on his wedding bed. Dong ya? What are you doing here? Xuanji was bewildered. BibiDong stood up, her expression filled with longing. What's wrong, teacher? Am I not allowed to come? No, of course you can come. Xuanji quickly clarified, attempting to place Qian on the bed. Not so fast. BibiDong blocked him, pointing to the nearby sofa. Put her there. Reluctantly, Xuanji complied. Then BibiDong spoke up. Teacher, do you remember the condition you promised me earlier? Xuanji smacked his forehead, recalling that BibiDong had indeed stipulated a condition when she agreed to his marriage with Qian. My condition is that I, too, want to wed you. Xuanji was dumbfounded. Huh? Why didn't you mention this sooner? I meant just the two of us secretly wed, BibiDong clarified, pulling out 2 pristine wedding outfits from her storage soul guide, one for herself and one for the male attire. Sister, this operation is simply extreme. The main point is that although you have a legitimate status, I shall seize the opportunity first. She was determined to outshine Qian, to complete her own ceremony using this bridal chamber and that wedding bed. As Xuanji gazed at the meticulously prepared BibiDong, he was utterly astonished, likely thinking, how audacious. Subsequently, with the inebriated Qian laying on the sofa in the background, Xuanji and BibiDong donned their wedding garments and discreetly reenacted the earlier ceremony in the bridal chamber. In the end, BibiDong took the initiative to lie on the wedding bed that rightfully belonged to Qian, striking an incredibly alluring pose. Who could withstand this? Poor Qian, having been married for less than half an hour, found her status transformed from blue silvergrass to green silvergrass. Lying on the sofa, she furrowed her brows in her slumber, likely plagued by nightmares. After BibiDong left, satisfied, Xuanji roused Qian from her sleep. Drowsily, Qian worried that her drunkenness might have led to a mishap. Xuanji reassured her, and then Qian innocently asked, Are you going to eat me? Xuanji nearly burst out laughing. This girl was too naive. He decided to drop the pretense and laid his cards on the table. Yes, today is the perfect opportunity to consume you. What do you mean by that? Qian's face turned pale, fearing for her life. Xuanji found her adorably foolish. Clearly, mere words were insufficient, and practical instruction was necessary. He led Qian to the desk and retrieved a divine book. Upon opening the first page, Qian's face flushed crimson, and she quickly closed the book. Hurry, we must finish, Xuanji commanded sternly. With no choice, Qian blushed furiously, her eyes darting around awkwardly, and reluctantly flipped through the pages. After finishing, she remained thoroughly bewildered, as she hadn't dared to look closely. Xuanji rubbed his forehead, realizing he would have to teach her through demonstration. He leaned into Qian's ear and explained in detail. At last, Qian understood. So that was the meaning. She had truly worried for nothing. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Tang Hao awoke in the middle of the night, parched from alcohol, preparing to find water. Just as he reached for the kettle, he heard a series of strange sounds. Following the noise to the wall, he listened intently, and his pupils dilated in shock. Damn it, it was the room next door belonging to Xuanji. Fellow compatriots, you know what kind of sounds these are, the kind that can only be heard with a subscription. How infuriating. Tang Hao, filled with rage, was about to punch the wall, but stopped at the last moment. He understood that such an action would not only shatter the wall, but also cost him his life. Instead, he could only mentally scream, Xuanji, you scoundrel, do you think this will bring me down? No, it will only make me stronger. One day, I shall make you experience this sensation. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xuanji finally emerged from the room, utterly exhausted. He tucked Qian in, then glanced at Tang Hao's room with a smug smile. He had intentionally arranged for Tang Hao to be next door, aiming to crush his spirit completely. Did you think this was the end? No, the grand finale was yet to come. This fellow straightened his clothes and stealthily slipped into the adjacent room of Tang Hao. Concerned for his brother, Tang Hao had been unable to sleep well, meditating instead. Little did he know, Xuanji had already sprinkled sleeping powder in his room. Once Tang Hao fell into a deep slumber, Xuanji entered. Very well, Tang Hao, you shall be my first soul slave. An eerie gleam flickered in Xuanji's eyes as a black soul mark began to coalesce in his soul world, prepared to infiltrate Tang Hao's very essence. At this moment, let me tell you, things were set in motion. Tang Hao's mind was akin to having a backdoor program implanted. He remained blissfully unaware, believing himself to be the esteemed elder of the Haotian sect. However, The truth was that his life and death lay at XunjiCounter-PUA's whim. Remarkably, a new branch sprouted on the great tree within XunjiCounter-PUA's soul, akin to acquiring a remote-controlled, high-tech model. Thrilling. Yet, he was wise enough to keep this ace hidden for now, using it as an undercover agent to monitor his love-struck brother, Tang Qian. After all, one must show proper respect to the main character's father. Should any fortuitous event befall him, XunjiCounter-PUA would be the first to receive the news and act accordingly. The next morning was quite a spectacle. Tang Qian, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, clearly had spent a restless night tossing and turning, likely having rolled over countless times in bed. On the other hand, I and Qian appeared splendidly refreshed, especially Qian, who after being nourished by my divine dew, looked as if she had been touched by a beauty filter radiating vitality. The way she gazed at me was filled with affection, and she clung to my arm wherever she went, almost as if she wished to hang on to me. Fellow compatriots, some paths, once traversed, become utterly unobstructed. Observing this situation, Tang Xiao realized he could no longer linger and pulled his brother over to bid farewell. Naturally, I had to feign reluctance, exclaiming, "Oh, stay a couple more days. Why the rush?" But internally, I thought, "Hurry up and leave. Don't delay my important matters." Seeing their resolve to depart, I called out to them, "Hey, brothers, don't be hasty. I've prepared some local specialties for you." Tang Qian's face soured, resembling someone who had swallowed a fly. Yet he bore it, for his current mantra was to endure humiliation and treat every insult as a lesson learned. I signaled to the ever-observant Zhu Huaguan, who retrieved 2 hats from the Soul Guide. These were no ordinary hats. They were woven from 7,000-year-old Tianmeng silk, enhancing soul power cultivation, a true treasure. With a smile, I handed the yellow one to Tang Xiao, and then the piece de resistance arrived as I presented the vibrant green one to Tang Qian. "Here, little brother, try it on and see if it fits. Let me tell you, I did this deliberately. I wanted to witness him wear it with my own eyes." On Tang Xiao's side, having been marked by me, his fondness surged as he donned the yellow hat, exclaiming, "Ah, this is so comfortable. I feel rejuvenated. Thank you, Your Holiness." But Tang Qian, on the other hand, turned a shade of green that matched the hat atop his head. While he recognized the item's value, he was painfully aware that I was ridiculing him. What could he do but wear it? After seeing off these 2 unfortunate brothers, I embraced Qian and cheerfully asked, "So, how do you feel about them now?" Qian, still a bit dazed, pondered for a moment before responding, "Just an ordinary feeling, I suppose." Well, it seemed this mental imprint hadn't fully taken effect yet, but no matter, there would be ample time ahead. Upon departing from Wuhuan Temple, Tang Xiao instructed Tang how to remove his hat. To his astonishment, Tang how defiantly replied, "No, I will wear it." His brother was left speechless, questioning his actions. With unwavering determination, Tang how asserted, "I know he is humiliating me. I will let this hat serve as a constant reminder, motivating me to strive harder." I observed this scene through Tang Xiao's perspective and nearly burst into laughter. Was this fellow truly oblivious or merely pretending? Wasn't this a contemporary embodiment of enduring hardship? However, instead of enduring hardship, he was wearing a green hat. Just as the 2 brothers found themselves in a mix of confusion and inspiration, a mocking voice suddenly echoed from above, "Kik, the illustrious young master of Qian clan, reduced to such humiliation without daring to retaliate? If your grandfather, Tang Chun, were to learn of this, he would surely rise from his grave in anger. Qian clan? Perhaps it should be renamed the Ninja Turtles clan." Tang Hao, already brimming with frustration, seized the opportunity to vent his anger, shouting, "Who dares to lurk in the shadows? Show yourself." No sooner had he spoken than a shadow descended. To my surprise, it was a titled Douluo. Tang Xiao, well-versed in the ways of the world, immediately sensed something was amiss. "You are an outsider?" The aura emanating from this individual bore subtle differences from the soul masters of Douluo continent. As if constrained by the rules of the world, the shadow clapped his hands and introduced himself. "Truly impressive, young master of Qian clan. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hunzong, a 6-star Do saint from the neighboring Duki Star Soul clan. 18 years ago, I took possession of a soul emperor from this land, and I have since cultivated to level 95, now free from worldly constraints." I was taken aback. Had the characters from Do come to us? The infiltration of the Soul Clan was astounding. Upon hearing the name of the Soul Clan, Tang Xiao turned pale. Their clan's ancient texts documented that this was a superpower even more formidable than Wuhuan Temple. Observing their distressed demeanor, Hunzong smiled slightly and began to weave an enticing narrative. Gentlemen, do not be alarmed. I come to propose an alliance with your esteemed clan. Our Soul clan possesses immense strength, with over 50 titled Douluos and thousands of soul Douluos. If you ally with us, not only will Wuhuan Temple be a mere trifle, but the entire Douluo continent shall be yours. We can even gift you 5 titled Douluos to start. This proposition was utterly bewildering. Dang Xiao Hesti Da, sensing the danger of allying with a tiger. Yet, his brother Tang Hao's eyes glistened with ambition. Was this not an opportunity for revenge? He disregarded the risks and declared, "Excellent. We shall collaborate. Let us discuss further at Qian clan." Hunzong beamed with delight and immediately presented a few 8th grade elixirs that could extend life by 50 years as a token of goodwill. He believed himself cunning, intending to incite warfare on Douluo continent using Qian clan, while he awaited to reap the souls in the aftermath. Little did he know, I was privy to the entire exchange through the built-in camera in Tang Shao. I found myself highly amused. Ah, the Emperor of Souls, you wish to exploit me? You ought to inquire about my identity. While you operate openly, I remain in the shadows. Every coin and piece of equipment you bestow upon Qian clan will ultimately find its way into the coffers of Wuhuan Temple through me. You are merely providing me with warmth. How intriguing. Since your Soul clan has come knocking, I shall not be polite. I immediately began devising a plan to infiltrate Duqi continent. However, I required a mode of transportation. He promptly summoned Xiaogang, instructing him to construct a ship from the finest wood. Though he appeared perplexed, he complied. A few hours later, a rather ordinary wooden ship was completed. I dismissed everyone and stood upon the vessel, silently reciting, "System, register my presence here." Ding! Congratulations, host. You have checked in on the wooden vessel and received the innate supreme spiritual treasure, Void Vessel. I was momentarily stunned. An innate supreme spiritual treasure? Such a remarkable artifact? With this, I would be invincible. However, the system quickly doused my excitement. Calm down. In the 7th parallel universe, this item is commonplace. Its only advantage is speed. In the 4th universe, it is the fastest escape vehicle, but its defenses are weak. Think of it as a fragile sports car, not a tank. I conceded that a fragile sports car was still better than nothing. Moreover, with my unparalleled wisdom and might, it was imperative to formulate a plan to conquer worlds. I could not remain confined to the novice village of Douluo continent. With newfound enthusiasm, I stored the small vessel away and began refining it home. As soon as I poured my soul power into it, a figure emerged with a flash. It was a diminutive sprite, no larger than a palm, with tiny wings resembling a figurine, who addressed me. I greet my master. I was taken aback and inquired, "Are you the vessel spirit?" With utmost respect, she nodded yes. "Master, I am the spirit of the Void Vessel. An AI assistant? How delightful. This would save me the trouble of deciphering the manual." I hastily asked, "How fast can the ship go? Does it possess any other functions?" The sprite calmly replied, "Master, the Void Vessel exceeds the speed of light effortlessly. The exact speed depends on your strength, but at your current level, you could traverse approximately 3,000 kilometers in a second. Though it is rather slow." I was left dumbfounded. What? 3,000 kilometers in a second, and you call that slow? Who among my peers would comprehend such audacity? In Douluo continent, one could brag for a lifetime about running 30 meters in a second. Yet here, I was being compared to the titans of the 7th parallel universe. I decided not to dwell on it further and asked her name. She blinked her large eyes and replied, "I do not know. I am simply called the Vessel Spirit." I pondered for a moment and decided, from now on, you shall be called Xiaogang. Simple, direct, and easy to remember. Xiaogang beamed with joy, fluttering her tiny wings. "Thank you, master, for the name." With a wave of my hand, I commanded, "Let us go, Xiaogang, take me for a ride. I must test the performance of my new vehicle." I enlarged the Void Vessel and took a seat. Xiaogang took control, exclaiming, "Understood, master. I shall take you away from this world." Before I could fully grasp the situation, I found myself floating in space outside Douluo continent. What an exhilarating experience. After searching the star map, I located the direction of Duqi continent. The distance was 30 billion kilometers, even at 3,000 kilometers per second. The journey would take half a month. That was far too long. It was not worth it. I inquired how to accelerate, and she informed me that my level of refinement was still less than 1%, suggesting I practice more. It seemed this was not something to rush. I instructed her. Teach me how to operate the ship. I shall explore the nearby vicinity for any wild creatures. The controls she taught me were straightforward, much like a video game. While I was aimlessly navigating the ship, Xiaogang suddenly alerted me. Master, there's a spatial wormhole ahead. Shall we pass through? Moreover, there is a lurking foe nearby. Their strength is comparable to yours, located in that direction. Following her indication, I scanned the surroundings but saw nothing. However, I sensed the spatial distortions, indicating stealthy movements. I surmised that this individual was certainly not from Douluo, as we lacked such advanced cloaking technology. What was their intention in laying in wait? Xiaogang added, in the spatial wormhole, our speed will increase by thousands of times. Shall we venture inside to test it? At this revelation, my eyes lit up. An acceleration of thousands of times? That would be exhilarating. Furthermore, I could ascertain who was plotting against my home. With the void vessel at my disposal. Even if I couldn't defeat them, I could certainly escape. Let us do it. Xiaogang, let us proceed with caution and make use of their path. Xiaogang promptly took over the ship, and in an instant, we dove into the wormhole. I must inform you that this construction is undoubtedly a private endeavor. No one from Douluo Dalu possesses such capabilities. Sole Emperor, it is likely that you are behind this. Am I correct? The arduous path you have meticulously cultivated has now become my expressway. Haha. We traversed the wormhole for approximately 2.5 hours when Xiaogang reminded me. Master, we're nearing the end. Should we jump off midway? I decisively commanded jump. Why dilly-dally? Rushing headlong to the terminus would be akin to walking into a trap. If it turns out to be a den of thieves, I certainly do not wish to be the unwitting fool who delivers himself as a gift in 2025. Taking advantage of the remarkable capabilities of the void vessel, we stealthily emerged from the side of the wormhole. Upon exiting, I was taken aback by the sight before me. An enormous planet, at least 10 times the size of our Douluo star. I stowed the ship away, preparing to scout the surroundings. Yet, after merely a few steps, I brushed past a figure clad in black robes. In the next instant, I felt a malevolent gust at my back. What a despicable fellow, attacking from behind without honor. Without a moment's hesitation, I retaliated with a swift palm strike, effectively countering his assault. From a very first encounter, I sensed that this individual was formidable, on par with the title Dalu, yet his energy system was entirely distinct. The old man in the black robe was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in astonishment, "Ah, you do not employ Douqi? You must be from another world." Douqi. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the gravity of my situation. I had inadvertently descended into the continent of Douqi. Therefore, this wormhole must have been constructed by the Soul Clan. Hiding right at my doorstep is none other than the Doshang of the Soul Clan. This was truly a grave predicament. The black-robed elder, known as Mugu Zunja, quickly switched to a cordial demeanor, saying, "Hey, dear friend, my hand slipped earlier. Please do not take offense. Would you care to visit our sect? Our hall master is exceptionally hospitable." I could hardly trust his facade. I had gleaned from his memories that he belonged to the spirit hall and intended to eliminate me to harvest my soul, feigning friendliness while plotting my demise. I pretended to decline, saying, No, I'm accustomed to solitude." Seeing that I was not falling for his ruse, his demeanor shifted instantly. "Not going? Then do not blame me for being impolite." He assumed I was a naive country bumpkin from a remote area, unaware that I was an otherworldly demon. To claim the bounty on my head, he unleashed a ruthless attack with his withering palm, showing no mercy. I let out a cold laugh, revealing my true form as an angel and bracing for his strike. I must admit, that attack was indeed formidable. Had I not practiced the undying martial emperor scripture, I would have sustained severe injuries from that blow. As Mugu Zunja reveled in his apparent victory, believing me to be defeated, I merely smiled at him. "What is wrong with you? Did you forget to eat?" Seizing the moment of his bewilderment, I advanced, grasping his right arm and yanking it with all my might. With a tearing sound, his entire arm was forcibly severed. He was now utterly dumbfounded, his face a mask of terror. How is this possible? He finally realized he had encountered an insurmountable challenge, hastily retrieving a signal flare to summon help. Still hoping to call for assistance? I swiftly severed his remaining arm with a sword and then hoisted him onto my void vessel, vanishing without a trace. A minute later, several skilled members of the Spirit Hall tore through space to arrive, but alas, they caught not even a whiff of my departing exhaust. I whisked this unfortunate soul to another star domain and transformed him into my soul slave. Now, this Mugu Zunja stands before me, expressionless. respectfully addressing me as master. I delved into his memories, comprehending the machinations of the Spirit Hall and the Soul Emperor with crystal clarity. What a nefarious organization the Spirit Hall is, truly guilty of innumerable atrocities. However, Soul Emperor, you could not have anticipated that our contest is only just beginning. I reattached his hand using undying spirit energy and commanded, return to your branch hall. I shall contact you should the need arise. This fellow is not only an 8th grade alchemist, but also a venerable elder overseeing a branch hall. I can utilize him to infiltrate the Spirit Hall like a virus, converting their Do Zun and Do Zong into my subordinates, appropriating their resources and the essence of their souls, all of which shall belong to me henceforth. Mugie Uzun je namni nadud, terning to depart. I, too, boarded the void vessel, swaggering back through the wormhole painstakingly constructed by the Soul Emperor. The sensation was simply delightful. On the journey back, I pondered the undeniable strength of the warriors from the continent of Doqi. That Doshang guarding the perimeter of Douluo is indeed a formidable opponent whom I presently cannot hope to defeat. Yet, it matters not. He cannot breach my domain. One step at a time, I shall develop further. Upon returning to the Martial Soul Hall, I found BibiDong and Qian still locked in a silent standoff. The atmosphere awkward enough to carve out a 3-bedroom apartment. However, my arrival immediately dissolved the tension. BibiDong promptly approached me. Masted. Where have you been for so long? Qian gazed at me with a tender, yearning expression. I reclined in a chair, poured myself a cup of tea, and mischievously remarked, it appears you two have been getting along quite well. Have you settled who is superior and who is inferior? At the utterance of my words, the air grew taut with tension. BibiDong and Qian exchanged glances, their eyes crackling with intensity. BibiDong thought to herself, I arrived first. I possess greater strength, and I have a daughter. The position of the eldest sister must be mine. Qian, not to be outdone, believed that with my favor and her status as the legally wedded wife of the Pope, there was no reason for her to play second fiddle. Watching their rivalry unfold, I felt a sense of amusement blooming within me. Once the moment was ripe, I cleared my throat and said to him, Qian, I happen to have an idea. Would you care to listen? The two turned their attention to me in unison, each hoping for my bias in their favor. I spoke leisurely, and the law of the jungle prevails. Henceforth, your hierarchy will be determined by strength. Whoever possesses greater power shall assume the role of the eldest sister. This position is not fixed. Should someone surpass another, the title may change hands. How's that sound? Is this proposal not fair? Upon hearing this, BibiDong was the first to agree. Excellent. I concur. At level 82, she confidently overshadowed Qian, although Qian felt some reluctance. She found no grounds for rebuttal. After considering that I had recently bestowed her with strength, and that she was a 10,000-year soul beast with a deep foundation, catching up to BibiDong was not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, she gritted her teeth and acquiesced. With this, BibiDong was positively ecstatic, promptly adopting the demeanor of the eldest sister, declaring to Qian, in that case, quickly pay your respects to your elder sister. Under the pressure of her imposing aura, Qian trembled involuntarily, despite her internal reluctance. After all, by age, she could very well be BibiDong's grandmother. She nonetheless begrudgingly uttered sister. Upon hearing this, BibiDong was elated, responding, quite good, my dear sister. Qian, seething with frustration, silently vowed, just you wait. I shall make you call me sister once more. Watching the two of them engage in their subtle rivalry, I leisurely sipped my tea. They believed they were vying for the position of the eldest sister, yet they had unknowingly fallen into my trap. My strategy had effectively redirected their conflict regarding the harem into an internal competition for cultivation. One striving to maintain her position, the other eager to usurp authority. Both would be compelled to cultivate diligently. Ultimately, the one reaping the benefits would invariably be me, the gardener who enjoys the fruits of their labor. It must be said that sometimes defeating an enemy does not necessitate direct confrontation. Indeed, BibiDong managed to bring about her own downfall. I must tell you, the competitive spirit among women is truly remarkable. During a candlelit dinner that evening, BibiDong insisted on engaging Qian in a drinking contest. Recalling my remark from the previous day that Qian could easily get drunk from a single cup, she aimed to reclaim her dignity by incapacitating Qian. Lo and behold, BibiDong poured herself drink after drink with an eagerness that made it seem as though she were merely sipping water. Meanwhile, Qian's face flushed red, yet she remained entirely unaffected. In contrast, BibiDong soon found herself inebriated, mumbling This is not right. Why am I not falling? This is not how the script was supposed to unfold. Family, who understands this? She thought Ain was just a novice village monster, but little did she know. She was a hidden boss with immunity to control, introduced in the latest version update. This girl sacrificed herself before the team battle, and I was truly astounded. When I went to support her, she collapsed into my arms and fell into a deep slumber. Holding her, I couldn't help but shake my head in disbelief. I then turned to Ain and asked, "What is up with your alcohol tolerance? You seem like a completely different person from yesterday." My heart raced with anxiety, fearing that she might have been pretending to be drunk yesterday, which would reveal everything I had done. To my relief, Ain quietly explained that her constitution is unique. She would get drunk on her first encounter, but afterward, she would develop resistance. That startled me. Fortunately, my transgressions remained concealed. Looking at the deeply asleep BibiDong in my arms, I thought to myself how she intended to scheme against others, only to find herself caught in her own trap. What a laugh. The next day, BibiDong awoke with a splitting headache, suspicious and paranoid, convinced that Ain had sought revenge while she slept. Of course, I feigned ignorance, asking what happened last night, while serving her warm porridge and soothing her gently. When Ain was absent, I told BibiDong, "Donger, you must cultivate diligently. Do not let Ain catch up to you. The teacher surely favors you. You won't believe it." I had said the same thing to Ain the night before, advising her to be more accommodating towards Donger. In my role as a mediator, I aim to balance both sides, ensuring harmony between them. After all, both of these future powerhouses had the potential to alter the world, so I must attend to them well. While I reveled in this idyllic existence, managing the affections of these two innocent girls, an incident occurred on the side of the Qian sect. The so-called Soul Clan had approached them, offering what they claimed were sources of soul energy, supposedly potent supplements. Tang Hao's father, Tang Yi, and the Grand Elder were practically drooling with excitement. But guess how Tang Hao responded? This fellow defiantly declared, "I do not need it. I will become a titled Douluo through my own strength." Oh my, such juvenile bravado. Truly, he is Tang Qian incarnate. The members of the Soul Clan must have been cursing internally, yet they wore smiles on their faces, saying, "All right, fine. We've delivered the goods. You can distribute them among yourselves." The Grand Elder was overjoyed, having snagged a great deal for nothing. Little did they know, this was merely bait, with the Soul Clan having tampered with it, ready to harvest them as crops at any moment. It was akin to a cyber trap in 2025. Once you accepted the gift, there would be no escape. Naturally, while they could deceive themselves, they could not deceive me. Tang Xiao was one of mine. The moment he absorbed it, my alarms went off. I immediately employed my power to seal the backdoor within. Those who sought to exploit me, I would ensure they would suffer losses. Just wait. Soul Clan, once I turn the Qian sect's members into my soul slaves, I will drain your investments dry. What do I call this? I am their savior. Yes, I am the Messiah. Collecting a protection fee is not unreasonable, is it? As I plotted how to engage in this underhanded scheme, suddenly the sky darkened. It was not the usual overcast. It was an impenetrable darkness where not even a hand could be seen before one's face. The sun had seemingly vanished. The entire continent plunged into panic, and my first thought was, oh no, is it the end of the world? I need to prepare to flee. Yet my father, Qian Dalu, suddenly bowed towards the sky, respectfully proclaiming, "I pay my respects to the master." A voice descended from above, announcing the 4th parallel universe's talent competition, set to be held on our Douluo star in 20 years. Upon hearing this, I understood at once. It was the spirit of the universe, the embodiment of this universe's heavenly will. This competition was akin to a universal examination. Those who performed well would be directly granted passage to a more formidable universe. However, my father was distraught, lamenting to the master, "Esteemed one, we are but a small, insignificant sphere. We lack the capability." In previous competitions, even a single arena was larger than our entire planet. Yet, the spirit of the universe paid no heed, simply stating that it was destined to be, before vanishing. The skies cleared. My father sighed deeply, his hair nearly turning white from worry. I stepped forward, declaring, "Father, leave this matter to me. Is it not merely organizing a competition? How trivial." My father, seeing my determination, probably resigned himself to fate, sighed and replied, "Very well, you may take charge. Just do not embarrass us." I scoffed internally, thinking, who does he underestimate? I shall astonish everyone. Then something even more miraculous occurred. Just as my father was about to depart, he rushed back, his face flushed with excitement, exclaiming, "The upper limit of our realms has been raised." It turned out the spirit of the universe had visited and opened a level cap for our server. My father had been stuck at level 99 for many years, and now hope had ignited within him, leading him to transfer all authority of the spirit hall to me while he entered seclusion to level up. Now, I truly held great power. Meanwhile, the entire fourth parallel universe erupted in chaos. All major powers were inquiring, "Douluo Star? What kind of remote corner is this?" They feigned disdain, yet their actions betrayed their eagerness, as they frantically searched the universe for our planet, hoping to secure a foothold. At the center of the universe, in the Angel Nebula, the Queen, Kesha, initially aloof, remarked that angels do not participate in such lowly competitions. However, one of her subordinates ultimately reported, "Your Majesty, it appears that Douluo Star is somehow connected to our angelic civilization." Upon hearing this, Kesha's brows furrowed. What connection? Let me tell you. Her expression was akin to hearing an absurd fable. A level 6 civilization in our universe is, to put it bluntly, like primitive humans just learning to wield fire. They lack even the qualifications to host a village bullfighting competition, yet they are now to host the universe's talent competition. Had the spirit of the universe lost its senses? Moreover, what connection could they possibly have with her angelic civilization? This was preposterous, since Kesha had expelled her scoundrel ex-husband, Huayi, tens of thousands of years ago. Her entire angelic civilization had become a paragon of purity and order. How could it be associated with such a backwater? However, her subordinate, a little angel named Qian, swiftly conducted data analysis and presented the findings. Goodness, their angelic database was impressive, categorizing all universal forces into 7 levels, with level 7 being the weakest and level 1 the strongest. The angels themselves were in a unique class above level 1. Qian reported, "Your Majesty, the report is in. There indeed exists a group on Douluo Star with our angelic bloodline. They cultivate a thing called martial souls. While their system may be primitive, they are the rulers of Douluo Star and the hosts of this competition." After a brief pause, Qian added, "Oh, and there's another point. Douluo Star also governs a secondary civilization known as the Divine Realm." Upon hearing this, Kesha transformed entirely, her eyes sparkling with excitement, nearly rubbing her hands together. How intriguing! Exceedingly intriguing. She immediately grasped the crux, martial souls. This phenomenon was not exclusive to Douluo Star. Kesha had heard of it, understanding that it could directly enhance one's strength, representing a path entirely distinct from their technological advancements. She had been pondering how to evolve the angelic civilization, but was hesitant to experiment on her own people. Now, this was a golden opportunity, an uninvited guest offering themselves as a test subject. If she could decipher the martial soul system and integrate it with their angelic technology, would they not soar to new heights, transcending the fourth universe and reaching higher dimensional worlds? Kesha's demeanor shifted instantly. One moment, she dismissed them as a lowly civilization. The next, she appeared as if she had discovered a new continent. She issued a command, "Yen, these scene, immediately take a team and perform a spatial jump. Investigate the situation on Douluo Star. If feasible, let our angelic nebula host this talent competition." Just look at how swiftly the Queen's attitude changed. Our humble Douluo Star had successfully piqued her interest. Of course, while they convened on their end, I was not idle on mine. After washing my face, feeling a stroke of good fortune, I casually engaged in a system check-in. And guess what? Congratulations, host. You have acquired a celestial abode established by the Wei Yang Xiandi. At that moment, I was utterly bewildered. An immortal residence? Was it opened by an immortal emperor? Goodness, this is no trivial matter. The caverns created by other immortals could only be regarded as minor worlds, but those established by an immortal emperor essentially constitute a vast, boundless realm. I can assure you, the space within is far grander than 10 or even 100 Douluo stars combined. Now, I need not worry about finding a venue for the competition. I shall simply place this immortal residence there and proclaim, "Come, feel free to fight, give it your all. If anyone can destroy this immortal residence, I shall concede defeat." The system kindly informed me that there were no living beings within, but it was abundant with various rare resources, a true treasure trove waiting to be developed. I immediately extracted it, holding in my hand a model of a residence no larger than a palm. Upon entry, I was astounded by the vastness, an endless expanse, utterly unfathomable. For the next decade or so, I need not engage in anything else. Merely drafting blueprints for construction would keep me thoroughly occupied. In these past few days, I placed my precious daughter, Qian, in a stroller beside my desk, where she lay contentedly, neither crying nor fussing, watching me as I sketched. She is truly my little bundle of joy. Meanwhile, others on Douluo continent were not idle. At Qian sect, upon hearing this news, Tang Hao nearly brought the roof down with his fury. How infuriating! Why must all the good fortune be claimed by Qian Xuanji? Beside him, a figure known as Han Zong, an undercover agent sent by the Soul Emperor, quietly remarked, "Good fortune? Young Master Tang Hao, do you still consider this a blessing?" He likely thought to himself, "Do you not realize the level of Douluo continent? Our Duki star is at least a level 5 civilization, and even the 7 ancient clans dare not undertake this task. What makes you think you can?" Tang Hao was taken aback. "Is it not a good thing?" Han Zong began to enlighten him. "Do you think this is merely a banquet invitation? This is inviting wolves into your home. Soon, powerful beings from across the universe will flock to your Douluo star, and whether the spirit hall lives or dies will depend on their whims." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically from rage to elation. He had thought he was on the verge of immense wealth, but instead, it was a torrent of trouble. He was gleeful in his heart. "Qian Xuanji, oh Qian Xuanji, your day has come." However, this incident also opened a new world for him. He now believed that Qian Xuanji was no longer worthy of being his rival. His aspirations soared toward the stars and the myriad realms. He aimed to participate in the Young Heroes Championship and achieve fame in a single battle. A young child, with lofty ambitions and high spirits. Looking higher still, the upper echelons of our Douluo star, the divine realm, were also in turmoil. The 5 divine kings were utterly astonished. Among them, the most entertaining, the kind God King and the evil God King, immediately declared, "Let us go, let us descend to assist." Such a grand spectacle must not be missed. However, the law god Shura coldly dismissed the idea. What for? A waste of time. We cannot even participate. How many worthy individuals are there among the mortals of Douluo continent? Wouldn't it be embarrassing? Ultimately, the goddess of life intervened to mediate. One cannot speak so lightly. Douluo star is, after all, our subordinate world. It is also the homeland of the sea god and the angel god. If we do not intervene, Douluo star will become the laughingstock of the universe, and our divine realm will lose face. I believe we should offer our assistance. If you too wish to go, take a few people with you." Shura snorted, indifferent to this trivial matter. 7 days passed, and while I was contemplating the planning of the immortal residence, Jude's Douluo came knocking. "Your Holiness, guess I've arrived from the sea." I thought to myself, from the sea? Poseidon? My cheap father's white moonlight? Sure enough, the visitor was the sea god, Douluo Poseidon. Exuding an air of nobility, she appeared approachable, yet there was an undeniable distance. Truly, one could only admire her from afar. Naturally, I respectfully addressed her as senior. She scrutinized me for a moment, remarked that I bore a resemblance to my father, and then inquired, "Where is your father, Qian Dalu?" Her visit primarily concerned finding Qian Dalu. Given the upheaval on Douluo continent, her status as a rank 99 made her keenly aware of the changes. She had first gone to Qian sect to seek her former lover, Tang Chun, only to find him missing. With no other recourse, she sought counsel from my father, an old rival and friend. I directly informed her, "My father is in seclusion, striving to reach a higher realm. Unless there is an urgent matter, please do not disturb him." Upon hearing this, Poseidon's expression turned complex. Like my father, she had once deemed becoming a deity to be unattainable. Yet he had boldly pursued a new realm while she hesitated. She likely pondered whether Tang Chun's disappearance had spurred him into action. After discussing this, she inquired, "Do we need assistance from Sea God Island for the Young Heroes Championship?" The look in her eyes was one of sympathy. As if regarding me with pity for the hot potato I had taken on, I smiled gently and politely declined. "Thank you for your kind offer, Senior, but I have already devised a preliminary plan. Should further assistance be required, I will trouble you again." She nodded, perhaps thinking I was a bit arrogant, but she refrained from saying more. After our conversation, she departed, stating that she would return to seal off Sea God Island to avoid attracting trouble. Watching her retreating figure, I felt a mix of emotions. Nevertheless, she did remind me that the individual who had usurped Tang Chun was indeed a threat that needed addressing in due time. Half a month later, I discovered that Qian sect had begun to court disaster, conspiring with the Xing Luo Empire to launch an attack on the Tiando Empire. The Soul clan had also intensified their investments, sending 10 more Soul Essence units, preparing to create another 10-title Douluo. Observing this, I thought, splendid. They have all gathered together. It is the perfect opportunity. I went directly to the capital of Luo, and that night, my sole servant, Tang Xiao, secretly came to meet me. Master, yes, let us commence our operation, I replied calmly. With Tang Xiao as my insider, matters became considerably more manageable. He feigned going to instruct the elders preparing to absorb the soul essence, luring them one by one into rooms. The second elder was quite pleased. However, once the door closed, Tang Xiao struck from behind, knocking him unconscious. I then entered, and with a seamless operation, another soul servant was secured. Using this familiar tactic, throughout the night, the upper echelons of Qian sect, along with 4 generals from Luo Empire, all became my subordinates. Poor Tang Hao, suddenly left as a lone commander. You may wonder why I did not control Tang Hao as well. Those in the know understand that I am engaged in a nurturing endeavor. I must subject him to trials, hardening his resolve and honing his skills. Only through experiencing the harshness of society will his eventual rise be truly satisfying. I'm doing this for your benefit, Tang Ritian. I await the day you rise and slap my face in triumph. After securing these individuals, I instructed them to begin absorbing the soul essence provided by the Soul Clan, naturally reaping the benefits for myself. Remarkably, with this single wave, my soul power doubled, and I felt as though I had reached at least rank 99. The feeling of unearned gains was simply exhilarating. Glancing at the time, it was still midnight, and I was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, I decided to wander around the imperial city. No entertainment venues piqued my interest, so I eventually found a bar and went in for a drink. My striking appearance made me the center of attention upon entry, with a throng of women surrounding me. Regrettably, I had no interest in such public flowers. However, I soon spotted a target. A girl seated in a corner, strikingly beautiful yet surrounded by thorns, deterring anyone from approaching. A nearby woman, with a hint of jealousy, warned me, "Handsome, don't even think about it. That is the eldest daughter of the Zhu family, the future empress. If you dare provoke her, you might as well be torn to shreds." Upon hearing this, I smirked mischievously and said, just loud enough for the thorny rose to hear, "Whatever I set my sights on, I shall attain." She can only be regarded as marginally appealing. The moment those words left my mouth, the girl named Zhu Kursin exploded with indignation. After all, she was the foremost socialite of the Luo Empire and had never been looked down upon like this. Furious, she turned to see who the audacious individual was, only to be taken aback upon seeing me, likely mesmerized by my charm. She had initially come to drown her sorrows after quarreling with her fiancé, and now, seeing me only added to her discontent. "You, come here." She pointed at me with an air of arrogance. Holding my wine glass, I innocently approached her and asked, "Beautiful lady, is there something you need?" Just as my words fell, she launched a flying kick towards my face. I effortlessly dodged and complimented her, "Not bad, not bad." Achieving the 48th level of the Soul Realm at such a young age, you have a promising future. This maneuver made it clear to her that I was not someone she could provoke. She looked at me, her eyes filled with admiration. I then extended my wine glass towards her, saying, "Come, lovely lady, let me treat you to a drink." To my surprise, she actually took it and downed it in one go. After finishing, she seemed stunned, probably pondering why I was so obedient. I must say, not only was she bewildered, but the onlookers were equally astonished. Was this truly the aloof socialite from the Luo Empire who would dismiss anyone? How did she suddenly resemble a docile lamb? Just as everyone was still processing this, Qian began his act. He switched to a melancholic prince expression, his voice deep and magnetic, leaning in to softly say, "Drinking alone is harmful to your health. Why not share your story with me? I have wine, but I lack your tale." Goodness, I wanted to exclaim that this routine was too cliched. But guess what? It was simply effective. The surrounding ladies were enraptured, practically ready to call out brother. I'm in. Even Zhu Kursin, who had been as frigid as an iceberg, succumbed and followed Qian into the private room. I realized that while drinking could happen in the hall, storytelling required a more intimate setting, free from outsiders. Just as they entered, a commotion erupted in the crowd, with someone urgently shouting, "Quick, report to the Grand Prince." Upon hearing this, everyone jolted awake as if electrified. Goodness, this fellow was truly reckless. To dare approach a woman of the Grand Prince, one could easily imagine the consequences. The onlookers gazed at the private room door with sympathy, as if they could already visualize his lifeless body in the streets. But guess what? Less than 10 minutes later, the legendary Grand Prince with flowing green hair stormed in, kicking open the private room door, only to find it completely empty. The next day, just as dawn broke, XunjiCounter-PUA slipped away. After their profound exchange the previous night, he had unraveled the situation. To put it plainly, the Xinluo Empire had recently allied with the Qian sect and had begun to look down on their former in-laws, the Zhu family, wishing to arrange a marriage to strengthen ties. Thus, Zhu Kursin, once a candidate for the crown princess, was left abandoned, a mere pawn. Childhood friends? Who understands family dynamics? In the face of self-interest, such bonds hold no value. XunjiCounter-PUA spent the night comforting the sorrowful young lady, providing her with psychological support. However, the story he concocted about green leaves, red flowers, and bees was simply absurd. He claimed the green leaves, in an effort to make the flowers bloom more vibrantly, engaged in photosynthesis, ultimately benefiting the bees, and watching his wife sway gracefully under their fervent gathering, he felt an innate sense of happiness. Upon hearing this, I was left with a singular expression: subway, elderly, mobile phone. What a bizarre narrative for the new century. It was all about self-sacrifice. Having resolved matters here, XunjiCounter-PUA hurriedly made his way to the next chapter, the city of slaughter. I must say, that place truly lived up to its reputation as a KPI assessment ground crafted by the god of slaughter. It was something else. Upon entering, his soul power was immediately suppressed. Although he was currently immensely powerful, he still paled in comparison to an established deity like the god of slaughter. Nevertheless, he was aware of his own capabilities. Relying on the unparalleled, undying martial sovereign classic as his ultimate power source, he remained unfazed. If he couldn't use soul power, he would utilize other means. It was the perfect opportunity to test his current combat strength against the legendary king of slaughter, Tang Chun. As he entered the city, he encountered flamboyantly dressed women beckoning him. "Hey, handsome, come have a drink." XunjiCounter-PUA glanced at them, nearly retching on the spot. The drink was not wine. It was clearly a concoction from the Yellow Springs. This place truly lacked any normalcy. Unfortunately, the city of slaughter had its rules. Refusing a drink was a sign of disrespect. And soon enough, someone would come to teach you the etiquette. Sure enough, as he turned to leave, 5 or 6 burly men with menacing expressions surrounded him. XunjiCounter-PUA didn't even spare them a glance. In his eyes, they were mere trifles, unworthy of his attention. Only when they neared him did he slowly draw his sword. I tell you, it was just one swift motion. With a flash of the blade, those 5 intimidating figures collapsed to the ground, never to cause trouble again. This display instantly subdued the eager onlookers. They realized, oh no, a formidable opponent had arrived. Perhaps he was an esteemed titled Douluo in the outside world. But soon, someone sneered. So what if he is a titled Douluo? Here, if you're a dragon, you must curl up. If you're a tiger, you must lay low. You'll still be beaten like a dead dog. XunjiCounter-PUA couldn't be bothered to waste time with these petty thugs. He directly inquired about the whereabouts of the king of slaughter, boldly striding forward with his sword in hand, clearly signaling, "I am here to make a scene." The loyal guards of the king of slaughter, upon seeing this brazen newcomer, thought, where did this reckless fool come from? Is he courting death? They surged forward in droves. Unfortunately, in front of XunjiCounter-PUA, these individuals were as fragile as paper, falling apart with a single touch, defeated in rapid succession. The commotion finally drew out the main character, Tang Chun, the king of slaughter. He adopted a regal demeanor and generously stated, "Young man, you have great potential. Retreat now, and I will consider this as if nothing has happened." I couldn't help but chuckle at his words, as if he were bestowing a tremendous favor. XunjiCounter-PUA couldn't even muster a punctuation mark in response, directly advancing towards him with his sword. The onlookers were in a frenzy. Is he challenging the king of slaughter? My heavens, how ignorant! The king of slaughter is invincible. This newcomer is doomed. Carry him away next. No one believed in him. Tang Chun, seeing this young man was impervious to reason, darkened his expression and finally warned, "Young man, think carefully. If you take another step forward, there will be no turning back." XunjiCounter-PUA answered him with action, swinging his sword. Tang Chun did not hesitate and drew his own sword to engage. I must say, Tang Chun truly embodied the genius of the Qian sect. His strength was formidable. In their initial encounter, XunjiCounter-PUA found himself at a disadvantage, struggling against the onslaught. The spectators shook their heads, murmuring, it's over, he's done for. Prepare for the feast." In their eyes, XunjiCounter-PUA was already a dead man. Tang Chun thought the same, already scheming about how delightful the fresh blood of such a young opponent would taste. Realizing he could not match him in sheer power, XunjiCounter-PUA steeled himself and thought, "So be it. I shall make a sacrifice." He abruptly changed his strategy, abandoning defense entirely, engaging in a desperate exchange of injuries. Tang Chun, seeing this, chuckled to himself. "Huh, you wish to perish together with me?" Naive, cunning, and experienced, he refused to be fooled, opting to play a waiting game, knowing that XunjiCounter-PUA's frenzied state could not last long. Sure enough, before long, XunjiCounter-PUA's rhythm faltered, and he was left vulnerable. Tang Chun seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword forward. With a sickening sound, it pierced XunjiCounter-PUA's chest. In an instant, the arena erupted. The audience, seeing blood, was more excited than during the New Year celebrations, screaming in delight. Tang Chun himself was ecstatic, having caught a whiff of the intoxicating scent of XunjiCounter-PUA's blood. Saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. Just when everyone believed the outcome was predetermined, a reversal unfolded. What? XunjiCounter-PUA not only survived, but flashed a grin. From the gaping wound in his chest, a perfectly intact hand surged forth, clenched into a fist, and with a resounding thud, it struck Tang Chen's heart. Tang Chen's eyes nearly bulged out, and he was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. That punch nearly shattered his heart, taking half of his life in an instant. Then, to the astonishment of all present, the gaping hole in XunjiCounter-PUA's chest began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, returning to its original state within mere seconds. He leisurely approached the barely conscious Tang Chun, extending his hand to rest upon his crown. It was over. The parasitic nine-headed Bat King within Tang Chun attempted a final desperate struggle, but XunjiCounter-PUA scoffed. "Spare me. I am not the disoriented Tang Chun you once knew." He had prepared in advance, using his power to completely subdue Tang Chun, rendering the Bat King immobile, and with a swift motion, he crushed the grotesque creature into ashes. Having dealt with the parasite, he bestowed upon Tang Chun a breath of undying energy, preserving his life. "Henceforth, you shall remain the king here. Continue your divine trials." XunjiCounter-PUA had no interest in this azure divinity and clearly delineated Tang Chen's role. "Yes, master. Tang Chen nen let zet pet fun." Then came the most audacious maneuver. While claiming the heart of his beloved as an electronic pet, he tilted his head at a 45-degree angle toward the sky and began his performance. "Ah, I wonder how Senior Poseidon would feel knowing I've taken control of her, man. She must be furious, but I had no choice." It was all for the stability of Douluo continent. Who understands, my friends? He was putting on quite the show. What a typical tactic it was to say, "Though I have wronged you, it is for your own good." He even consoled himself, proclaiming that the Hautian sect was filled with loyal heroes, willing to sacrifice for the peace of the continent, nearly moved to tears by his own rhetoric. Ultimately, he concluded that this was a grand endeavor yet to be fulfilled, so he couldn't reveal the truth to Poseidon just yet, claiming it was to spare her feelings, intending to surprise her in the end. After hearing this, I felt compelled to applaud him. His audacity was remarkable. Having dealt with the city of slaughter, XunjiCounter-PUA began to contemplate how to exploit the Soul Clan. He suddenly recalled that the Xinglua Empire was preparing for war under the Soul Clan's instigation. This conflict would strain labor resources, hindering his infrastructure plans. He was fully capable of preventing this war, but upon reflection, the Soul Clan was so extravagant, it would be a shame not to take advantage of their wealth. A bright idea struck him. He could control all the Soul Clan members on Douluo continent, orchestrating them to play along with his ruse. However, he remembered that the Soul Clan had a powerful Do saint observing them from beyond the continent, making direct action perilous. Thus, a more cunning plan began to form in his mind. Lure the snake out of its hole. He intended to have Hunzong lead an assault on the city of slaughter, a place teeming with fallen soul masters, a veritable treasure trove for the Soul Clan, who would undoubtedly be tempted. Since Tang Chun was now under his command, the Soul Clan would not succeed. In due course, they would be compelled to call upon the outside Do saint for assistance. If that Do saint dared to step into Douluo continent, well in his domain, subjected to the will of heaven and earth, he would be easily manipulated. While XunjiCounter-PUA sharpened his blades in preparation against the Soul Clan, a meeting was convened within their ranks. One of the four demon saints, Hun Tu, suggested to the Soul Emperor, "Leader, why don't we seize control of the Spear Hall and host the talent competition ourselves?" The Soul Emperor regarded him with an expression akin to that of a fool. In his mind, he thought, "How dare you propose such a thing?" Yet, being a seven-star Do saint, he had to tolerate him, explaining patiently, "We, the Soul Clan, lack the strength for such a venture. abandon the thought. Another demon saint, Hun Yin, inquired, "What about our plans on Douluo continent?" The Soul Emperor was conflicted. Abandoning it would mean years of effort wasted, yet persisting could lead to disaster as that place had become the focus of the universe. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Send a message to Hunju and see if there's an opportunity to reap some benefits. At the very least, we must break even." Then, someone proposed whether to nurture the young clan leader to participate in the talent competition. Upon hearing this, the Soul Emperor's expression darkened. He, being a dictator accustomed to power, feared any threats to his position, even from his own son. Thus, he hastily concocted a reason to refuse. Finally, the hall master of the Spirit Hall, Hun Miesheng, reported a new development. "Leader, members of the Medicine Clan are heading to Douluo continent. Should we intercept them?" The Soul Emperor pondered, deeming that acting now would be too risky. It would be wiser to play the waiting game. He surmised that the Medicine Clan intended to take advantage of the unexploited land of Douluo continent to concoct ninth-grade pills. If that was the case, let them proceed with their alchemy. Once they were laden with their bounty, he would seize both them and their potions. Wouldn't that be splendid? "Wise leader," came the flattery from below. Once the others had departed, the Soul Emperor began to daydream. "I will become a Do Emperor. Once I achieve the title of Blood Emperor, I shall offer a blood sacrifice to the entire Douluo continent, and my name will echo throughout the realms." Meanwhile, outside Douluo continent, two figures, a young man and an elder, appeared. "Elder Qian, is this Douluo continent? It appears quite feeble, far inferior to our Duki continent." The one speaking was the prodigy from the Medicine Clan, Yao Feng, whose tone resembled that of a privileged city dweller inspecting the countryside, filled with condescension. Beside him, Elder Yao Xian stroked his beard, smiling as he replied, "It may be small, but it is precisely because of its diminutiveness that we can exploit it. Alaricht, Fengya, let's enter and speak with the Spirit Hall," offering them a chance. Upon entering Douluo continent, their powers were instantly suppressed. Yao Xian was reduced from a 4-star Do Saint to a Do Zone, while Yao Feng fell from an 8-star Do Zone to a Do Huang. They inquired for directions and arrived at Spirit City. Upon seeing the Hall of the Pope, Yao Feng scoffed, "This is the foremost power of Douluo continent? How utterly shabby. The architecture lacks any grandeur." Though Yao Xian shared similar sentiments, he maintained a more composed demeanor, urging him to keep his voice down. As they were there to negotiate a partnership, upon reaching the entrance of the Pope's hall, Yao Xian assumed an air of superiority before the Soul Emperor level guard. "Inform your Pope that Yao Xian of the Medicine Clan has come to seek cooperation." The guard, upon hearing outsider, was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such a term. Yao Feng, growing impatient, retorted, "Go. Our time is precious." He exuded a hint of his Do Huang aura. The guard, feeling the pressure from the 20-something youth, though displeased, did not dare to neglect his duty and reluctantly turned to report. Within, upon hearing the news, Qian was taken aback. The Medicine Clan? The one specializing in pill-making from the Duki continent? What on earth are they here for? Could it be for that talent competition? However, he thought, regardless of their intentions, they had come, and he could not leave them waiting outside. "Let me tell you, our Spirit Hall is currently focused on maintaining the image of a righteous sect. We must provide them with the proper reception." Without delay, Qian instructed, "Come, Ain, let me show you the exterior world and introduce you to these visitors." Ain, now officially the Pope's wife, was well suited for such an occasion. Just as he finished speaking, BibiDong also stood up, her eyes sparkling. "I want to go too." It was amusing how his disciple, who usually showed little interest in such matters, suddenly became curious upon hearing about visitors from the outside world. Qian could only nod. All right, let us all go together. Just ensure that Schwer is taken care of by the nanny." Having said this, he led Ain and BibiDong to the reception hall in a grand procession. Upon entering, Qian immediately fixed his gaze upon the two individuals. What an impressive aura of fighting spirit they exuded. It was unmistakable. They hailed from the Duki continent. Particularly the elderly man, was it Yao Xian? A small scheme ignited within Qian mind. He sensed that the old man's presence was slightly weaker than that of the Soul Clan Do Saint who had been lurking outside Douluo continent. This was fortuitous as it would allow him to use Yao Xian as a measure of combat power, enabling him to assess the true strength of that Soul Clan individual outside. I must tell you, as soon as Qian arrived, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Yao Xian, who had previously carried himself with a certain arrogance, immediately furrowed his brow upon seeing Qian. He felt a sudden pang of concern. This native world's pope possessed a rather formidable aura. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. His contemptuous attitude was swiftly reined in. However, the young man beside him, known as Yao Feng, remained oblivious. To him, Xunji appeared merely as a rustic leader, lacking depth. Yet, when he noticed the presence of Qian and BibiDong standing beside Xunji, his eyes widened in disbelief, a flame of jealousy igniting within him. His heart filled with envy. Why does this native have such extraordinary luck? At that moment, a maid began the introductions. This is our Pope, Your Excellency. This is the Pope's wife, and this is Her Highness the Saintess. Yao Qian, having some understanding of the situation, offered a respectful gesture towards Xunji. I am honored to meet you, Your Excellency. Xunji nodded in acknowledgement, addressing the matter directly. Might I inquire what brings the elder to our Douluo star? BibiDong, curiously observing these two extraterrestrial beings, sought to discern how they differed from their own kind. However, as she examined them from various angles, she found them rather mundane aside from their peculiar attire, which rendered her slightly bored. Unbeknownst to her family, BibiDong's glances inadvertently cast illusions upon Yao Feng. He felt elated, convinced that BibiDong had taken an interest in him. After all, he was one of only two males present. Surely she could not be enamored with his old uncle. Could she? Lost in his thoughts, he gleefully mused. Alas, if only our Yaozu permitted marriage with outsiders. Otherwise, it wouldn't be impossible to persuade her. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. No, I could propose sacrificing myself for the greater good of the family business. The more he contemplated, the more he deemed this notion brilliant. If he married BibiDong and allied the Spirit Hall with their cause, Douluo continent would surely be within grasp. He might even ascend to the position of Yaozu's patriarch, or, at the very least, reign as a local sovereign. He became increasingly exhilarated, utterly oblivious to the fact that his uncle had already commenced serious discussions. Suddenly, Yao Qian cleared his throat, donning an expression that suggested they were here for charitable reasons. Your Excellency, we have learned that the alchemy practices in your esteemed land are lacking. Our Yaozu intends to collaborate with your sect, utilizing our expertise to establish a completely new alchemical system. While the words sounded commendable, their true intention was to exploit the resources of Douluo continent to forge high-grade pills, thereby aiding their clan leader in leveling up and reclaiming the Yaozu's glory. Upon hearing this, Xunji chuckled, feigning interest. Oh, that sounds quite enticing. Noticing a glimmer of hope, Yao Qian immediately sweetened the deal. We pledge to elevate the overall strength of the Spear Hall. As for you, Your Excellency, we are willing to provide you with a high-grade pill to assist you in your ascension. High-grade pills? Xunji's smile widened further. He thought to himself, is that all? A mere token? Yao Qian, misinterpreting his amusement as delight, joined in the laughter, believing the deal was secure. Xunji leisurely inquired, and how shall the final product be divided? With unwavering confidence, Yao Qian raised two fingers. We provide the labor, you supply the materials. The final product shall be divided 80-20. Xunji burst into laughter. Elder, does this 80-20 division imply that the Spirit Hall receives 80%? Yao Xuan's smile faltered, his expression stiffening as he replied, Your Excellency is jesting. It is, of course. Our Yaozu that takes 80, while you receive 20. You must understand that alchemy is a skilled endeavor. We are essentially starting from scratch to assist you in research and train your alchemists. In the long run, you are gaining an enormous advantage. His tone suggested he was bestowing a great favor upon Xunji. Xunji shook his head, sighing. Alas, Elder Yao Qian, I fail to see your sincerity. What nonsense! Everything belongs to me, and you expect to take 80% merely by moving your lips? Such a delightful fantasy. Yao Xuan's face darkened. Then, Your Excellency, what is your stance? Xunji extended 5 fingers. I'm not one to be overly greedy. You have indeed contributed labor, so let us settle for 50-50. I must tell you, upon hearing this, Yao Qian nearly erupted with rage. He restrained his anger, stating, Your Excellency, your demands are rather excessive. Without us, what value do your resources possess? Xunji, no longer inclined to feign politeness, leaned back in his chair, coolly responding, Elder Yao Qian, you may be overestimating your Yaozu. Many are eager to collaborate with the Spear Hall. Even without you, we could still develop alchemical products. Yao Qian scoffed. Is that so? We would like to see that for ourselves. He was entirely unconvinced, believing that Xunji was merely attempting to drive up the price. XunjiCounter smiled. There is no need to divulge that to you, is there? After all, we share no profound connection. As the negotiations appear to falter, Yao Xian laid his cards on the table, revealing his final offer. 60-40. We take 60. Additionally, we shall not be responsible for teaching apprentices. This is our final concession. XunjiCounter waved his hand dismissively. I find that unacceptable. If Elder Yao Xian has no further business, you may leave. Fuming, Yao Xian stood up. Very well. I hope you do not regret this. We shall seek alliances with other sects when the spirit hall is surpassed. Do not hold us accountable. XunjiCounter made a gesture inviting them to leave, his heart brimming with delight. Be my guest. Hurry along. Ideally, seek out Hao Qian's sect. Yao Xian grasped his daydreaming nephew, intending to depart, but Yao Feng suddenly broke free. Uncle, hold on. He turned around, flashing a self-assured smile at XunjiCounter. Your Excellency, I have a mutually beneficial proposal. XunjiCounter couldn't be bothered to lift an eyelid, blatantly ignoring him. Yao Feng's face shifted between shades of green and white. Yet for the sake of his dreams, he persevered, exclaiming, Your Excellency, a 50-50 split is not out of the question. As long as you agree to an alliance through marriage, betrothing the saintess to me, then we would be family, and what need would there be for division? At this pronouncement, the hall fell into a profound silence. BibiDong was utterly taken aback, thinking to herself, is this person unwell? Marry me? However, upon witnessing BibiDong's stunned expression, Yao Feng mistakenly perceived her reaction as excitement, growing even more smug. Yao Xian had initially intended to intervene, but reconsidered, realizing that this could be advantageous. Securing a saintess in exchange for a deep alliance with the spirit hall seemed like a sound trade. Thus, he remained silent, waiting for XunjiCounter's response. All eyes were now fixed upon XunjiCounter. After a prolonged silence, he slowly raised his head, gazing at Yao Feng, and softly uttered 3 words. Are you worthy? These 3 words resonated like celestial music, shattering the smile on Yao Feng's face. He stood there dumbfounded, having been ridiculed by someone he regarded as a rustic. BibiDong could hardly contain her laughter, her heart exultantly proclaiming, Teacher is so impressive. We are in perfect harmony. Yao Xuan's expression darkened. Your Excellency, what do you mean by that? XunjiCounter's tone remained calm, yet carried a chilling intensity. It means exactly what it states. Are you prepared to resort to violence here? As he spoke, his aura surged forth, seemingly solidifying the very air within the grand hall. A toad wishing to court a swan should first gaze into the mirror. Do you believe yourself worthy of my donga? XunjiCounter was genuinely furious. How dare one covet what was mine? Yao Feng, thoroughly shaken, pointed at XunjiCounter, trembling with rage. You, how dare you speak on her behalf? Have you consulted the saintess's wishes? XunjiCounter found himself amused. From where did this inexplicable confidence stem? He turned to BibiDong and chuckled. Ha, Donga, why don't you have a word with him? BibiDong rolled her eyes and retorted to Yao Feng. You must be overthinking things. I don't believe it. Why were you secretly watching me just now? Yao Feng was still struggling to defend himself. BibiDong was utterly speechless. I was merely curious about what people from the outer realms look like. What on earth are you thinking? At this point, Yao Feng truly felt humiliated, collapsing into his chair, utterly dispirited. Seeing his nephew so disheartened, Yao Xian shouted angrily. You're being too excessive. Excessive? XunjiCounter sneered. Who told him to be so conceited? Tell me, Elder Yao, is every member of the Yao clan so self-assured? Yao Xian gritted his teeth in frustration, but dared not retaliate. This was the Wuhuan temple. If a fight broke out, he would struggle to escape. Ultimately, he could only grit his teeth and declare, we'll see about that, while dragging the embarrassed Yao Feng away in defeat. Once they left, BibiDong leaned in and said, Master, people like this are simply repugnant. We should expel them from Douluo Dalu to prevent them from causing trouble with other sections. XunjiCounter laughed, and, with a calculating glint in his eye, made a grasping motion. Donna, you are still too young. I want them to collaborate with others. Once they laboriously refine the elixirs, I shall claim them all. BibiDong was taken aback. Master, you are truly wicked. She had thought herself ruthless, only to realize her master was 100 times more so. Yet, she found it delightful. At that moment, Dalu emerged from the shadows. He had been secretly observing the drama unfold and had initially intended to admonish his son for his lack of adaptability. However, upon hearing the final plan, he thought to himself, goodness, my son has truly surpassed expectations. With him as the Pope, the Wuhuan temple is secure. He nodded in satisfaction and simply remarked, "Let me know when you obtain the 9th grade elixirs," before retreating into seclusion. After dismissing the group, XunjiCounter-PUA strolled out, accompanied by 2 enchanting beauties in high spirits. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the city of slaughter, Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and the Soul Clan undercover agent, Han Zong, joined forces to challenge the Slaughter King, Tang Chun, only to be thoroughly defeated. Tang Hao felt utterly frustrated. As the first genius of Hao Yan's sect in a century, he couldn't even best his own ancestor. Zhong, being merely a spiritual entity, was at a disadvantage. After much contemplation, he decided to call for reinforcements. "Wait, let me summon my friend to handle this." Outside Douluo, Han Ju received the news and scoffed, "What a useless fellow, Han Zong." However, he thought it had been a while since he last stretched his legs, so he decided to take a look. Thus, this formidable Soul Clan Do saint swaggered into the city of slaughter. Upon finding Han Zong, he didn't even glance at the Tang brothers and directly asked, "Where is the person you can't deal with?" Tang Hao's fists clenched in anger, but he could only endure, as the opponent's aura was too overwhelming. Han Zong eagerly led Han Ju back to Tang Chun. Han Ju looked at Tang Chun and disdainfully shook his head. "Just him? He seems rather unimpressive." No sooner had he spoken, a chilling voice echoed from all directions. "Oh, is that so? What if we join in?" In an instant, the entire space was sealed. XunjiCounter-PUA, accompanied by 10 title Douluo from Wuhuan Temple, including 3 offerings above level 95, emerged from the shadows, surrounding them completely. At this moment, not only were Tang Hao and Tang Xiao dumbfounded, but even the 2 warriors from the Duki continent were left speechless. The situation was dire. Not only was escape impossible, but even the air felt suffocating, with their soul power and fighting spirit firmly suppressed. A true dimensional strike. Tang Hao's eyes nearly bulged out as he pointed at XunjiCounter-PUA, shouting, "XunjiCounter-PUA, you scoundrel!" After months apart, seeing his enemy sparked an intense animosity. However, XunjiCounter-PUA merely smiled like a cunning tiger, casually strolling as if in his own backyard, and said, My dear brothers, it has been a while. Ian and I have missed you dearly." Such cordiality, particularly mentioning Ian, was a precise psychological strike. Tang Hao was about to explode, only to be yanked back by his brother, Tang Xiao, who frantically signaled him to remain calm. The situation was dire, with 10 of the most powerful warriors standing before them. XunjiCounter-PUA, noticing their compliance, slowly stated, "Very well, surrender peacefully. Do not worry, I will not take your lives. I merely wish for the Soul Clan to prepare something valuable in exchange for your release." The psychological manipulation was exquisite. However, the Soul Clan expert, Han Ju, laughed derisively, his nostrils flaring in disdain. You dare to threaten me?" His arrogance stemmed from his status as a 6-star Do saint, a figure of great esteem in his homeland. How could he regard XunjiCounter-PUA as a threat? At that moment, I sensed impending doom for him. Indeed, XunjiCounter-PUA shook his head, his gaze as cold as ice. "I had considered sparing your life, but with such insolence, you shall meet your end." As soon as he finished speaking, XunjiCounter-PUA waved his hand, and the 10 title Douluo, along with dozens of elite warriors from the city of slaughter, surged forward. The scene was akin to a pack of wolves tearing apart their prey. Those somewhat dishonorable, who would dare jest with a Do saint regarding their own life. 2 title Douluo restrained Han Zong, while the rest unleashed their full force against Han Ju. Tang Hao, in a panic, sought to assist, as they were allies after all. However, Tang Xiao firmly held him back, shaking his head, signaling him not to rush into danger. XunjiCounter-PUA observed the battle from the side, arms crossed, akin to a director overseeing a performance. Once his minions had sacrificed a dozen fierce warriors, they finally pulverized Han Ju's physical form. Han Ju, a resolute character, attempted to flee with his soul as soon as his body was destroyed. With his soul power at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, he was swift. However, XunjiCounter-PUA merely chuckled coldly. "Fleeing your soul? I'm afraid you lack the qualification." As he spoke, he executed a soul-binding technique, reminiscent of the chains previously used by the Soul Clan, effortlessly pulling Han Ju's soul back. "Be obedient and serve as my nourishment." XunjiCounter-PUA grinned, imprisoning the soul within his ancient soul tree. Countless branches ensnared him like a zongzi, voraciously siphoning his soul power. The soul power of a heavenly realm pinnacle was a treasure. Should XunjiCounter-PUA absorb it entirely, he might ascend directly to a 100-level breakthrough. Zhong, witnessing his leader's soul and body being obliterated, was struck dumb. He had intended to flee, but realized that escaping would only lead to swifter demise. Remembering Qian Xuanji's earlier words, he suddenly knelt. I surrender. I surrender. Ah, the wise recognized the tides of time. Qian Xuanji nodded in satisfaction, signaling for Tang Chun to take him away. After some time spent inside, Qian Xuanji emerged and ordered, take this fellow back to Wuhuan Temple for rigorous interrogation, and also bring along the remains of Hunju to feed the soul beasts. I must say, the gaze of the titled Dalu upon Qian Xuanji was filled with admiration. With the swift teleportation of the void ship and the effortless slaughter of an extraterrestrial foe, even the seasoned Jin Dalu was convinced, vowing to behave obediently in the future. Once the Wuhuan Temple personnel departed with their spoils, only Qian Xuanji and the Tang brothers remained. Qian Xuanji then turned to them, feigning a heart-wrenching expression. My dear brothers, you have truly put me in a difficult position. Pray tell, how did you come to be entangled with the people of the Han clan? Tang Xiao, ensnared, stammered for an eternity without uttering a coherent thought. Qian Xuanji, growing weary of idle chatter, produced the void vessel and cast it into the air, where it instantly expanded. Let us proceed to your Haoqian sect. I am most curious to discover what your sect intends to accomplish. Tang Hao, having never encountered such a contraption, stood in astonishment, frantically beseeching his brother with his eyes for guidance. Yet, what could Tang Xiao do, being a man of their ranks? He simply stepped aboard. Reluctantly, Tang Hao followed suit. As the ship took flight, Tang Hao felt utterly disoriented. Who among his kin could comprehend this? Qian Xuanji had deliberately slowed their pace. Yet even so, it was nearly surpassing the limits of his understanding. His mindset shattered. How could such a divine artifact exist in this world? Especially in the hands of that scoundrel Qian Xuanji? The heavens had shown him no mercy. Soon, they arrived at the Haoqian sect, where Qian Xuanji's spiritual sense swept across the surroundings, revealing that Tang Hao's father and the sect's grand elder were conspicuously absent. He cast a knowing glance at Tang Hao, indicating, it appears your Haoqian sect is indeed facing some troubles. Tang Hao was thrown into a frenzy. This was a critical juncture for the Haoqian sect, and if they caught the attention of the Wuhuan Temple, their prospects would be dire. The controlled Tang Xiao hastily proclaimed his loyalty. Your Highness, our Haoqian sect is unquestionably a legitimate sect. We harbor no ulterior motives towards you. Though Tang Hao was averse to the situation, he could only lower his head at the thought of the 10 great kings. Your Highness, please take a moment to rest. I shall fetch my father immediately. While Qian Xuanji settled down for tea, Tang Hao urgently pulled Tang Xiao aside, frantic as a cat on a hot tin roof. Brother, what are we to do? If our ally from the Han clan falters, our hidden forces will be exposed, and it will all be over. I must tell you, Tang Xiao's subsequent maneuver nearly fried my CPU. He looked at Tang Hao, his face a mask of distress. Hao, I have a rather unorthodox solution. Tang Hao, like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, implored, brother, speak quickly. Tang Xiao sighed, his acting skills worthy of an Oscar. Hao, you are aware of Qian Xuanji's lascivious nature. It seems our only course of action is to sacrifice Sister Yuehua. We could offer Sister Yuehua to the Wuhuan Temple as a hostage. This would not only demonstrate our loyalty, but also allow her to gather intelligence. If Yuehua were to act, Qian Xuanji would surely cease to trouble us. Tang Hao exploded in outrage. Brother, have you lost your mind? She is our own sister. To send her to the Wuhuan Temple? That is akin to leading a lamb into the jaws of a tiger. The thought of a Yin's transformation during her months in the Wuhuan Temple left him trembling. His sister, Tang Yuehua, was so beautiful. How could Qian Xuanji spare her? She was so delicate, she would surely be tormented to death. Tang Xiao, growing impatient, pressed. What do you propose? Shall we face the Wuhuan Temple in a mutually assured destruction? Do we possess that strength? If you go as a hostage, how will you exact revenge? Or shall I? This query left Tang Hao speechless. To send him? He certainly did not wish to eavesdrop daily. That would drive him mad. To send his brother instead? He could not bear to do that. After much contemplation, he understood that sending Tang Yuehua was their only viable option. Yet, his meager conscience gnawed at him. Tang Xiao sensed the moment was ripe and declared, you decide. If you agree, go tell Yuehua. If not, we shall all await our demise. With that, he strode away. Tang Hao stood there, fists clenched, nearly crushing them in frustration, cursing Qian Xuanji with fervor. But once the cursing ceased, he had to face reality. The turmoil in his heart was immense. He even sensed that his sister, Tang Yuehua, harbored feelings towards him that were a touch more profound. This only intensified his guilt. Yuehua, forgive me. I swear I shall rescue you in the future. Ultimately, Tang Hao made a decision. He would personally lead his sister into the inferno. We found Tang Yuehua. She opened the door before he could knock. Upon seeing him, her eyes lit up. Ahao, you have returned. What is the matter? Did things not go well? Tang Hao's countenance was grim. Yuehua, our Haotian sect is in grave trouble, a matter of life and death. He recounted the situation involving the Wuhuan Temple and XunjiCounter-PUA. Tang Yuehua was infuriated. How domineering. I shall confront him. Tang Hao quickly restrained her. Do not go. It is far too perilous. Then what are we to do? Tang Yuehua was equally anxious. After much hesitation, Tang Hao finally cast the blame. Brother said to send you to the Wuhuan Temple as a hostage. Tang Yuehua was momentarily stunned. Upon seeing her pale face, Tang Hao feigned concern. Yuehua, if you are unwilling, it is quite all right. I do not wish for you to suffer. However, after a moment of silence, Tang Yuehua inquired, Ahao, if I refuse to go, will the sect truly be in danger? Tang Hao contemplated XunjiCounter-PUA's ruthless demeanor and nodded gravely. Indeed, it is likely. Then I am willing to go. Tang Yuehua suddenly beamed with a radiant smile. Tang Hao was taken aback, his guilt surging. Sister, do not force yourself. I'm not forcing myself. Tang Yuehua laughed freely. I am also a part of the Haotian sect. Sacrificing a bit of my freedom for the stability of the sect is a worthy trade. Moreover, since it is you, Ahao, who has spoken, I cannot possibly refuse. Her gaze sent shivers down Tang Hao's spine. Yet, he steeled himself, concealing from Tang Yuehua that what lay ahead was more than merely sacrificing her freedom. The siblings proceeded together to meet XunjiCounter-PUA. Upon first sighting XunjiCounter-PUA, Tang Yuehua felt a jolt in her heart, silently acknowledging his handsomeness. But recalling her brother's description of him as a lecherous beast, she quickly recoiled, internally grumbling about his effeminate demeanor, asserting that her Ahao was far more manly. Upon noticing the petite beauty with 9th-level soul power beside Tang Hao, XunjiCounter-PUA immediately surmised her identity and greeted her with a smile. Ah, little brother, this must be your sister? Tang Hao, seething with resentment, forced a smile. Indeed, your highness, this is my sister Yuehua. Tang Yuehua reluctantly offered a curtsy. XunjiCounter-PUA treated them as if they were guests in his own home, inviting them to sit. Tang Hao, feeling too shy to broach the topic of her being a hostage, remained silent. However, perceptive Tang Yuehua took the initiative. Your highness, our Haotian sect harbors no ill intentions. If you are concerned, I can accompany you to Wuhuan City as a guest. XunjiCounter-PUA was taken aback. He had only intended to probe them. Yet here they were, genuinely offering to send the sister. This turn of events left him dumbfounded. Nonetheless, he donned a facade of righteousness. Oh, dear brother, you are far too anxious. I merely came to see the family of Qian. I had no other intentions. After speaking, he truly began to rise to leave. Just as Tang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, Tang Yuehua grew wary. Qian? Who is Qian? She immediately sensed something amiss, noticing her brother's grim countenance, and resolved firmly. Your highness, Tang Yuehua hastily pursued him. I have long admired the Wuhuan Temple's illustrious reputation. Might you allow me to tour it? Tang Hao was left utterly astonished. They had been rejected, yet she was now voluntarily offering herself. Had she been bewitched by that scoundrel XunjiCounter-PUA? Upon hearing this, XunjiCounter-PUA chuckled. Since Sister Yuehua is so eager, how could I refuse? Come, we shall treat you with utmost respect at the Wuhuan Temple. Thus, XunjiCounter-PUA led Tang Yuehua aboard the void vessel with great swagger. Tang Hao, seething with anger, stomped his feet in frustration. When his father, Tang Yi, returned and heard of this, he surprisingly accepted it. After all, in their view, the interests of the sect took precedence. Sacrificing a daughter with only 9th-level soul power for the development of 2 prodigious sons was a worthy trade. Consequently, the entire Haotian sect, invigorated, resolved to enter the Star Do Great Forest for seclusion, vowing never to emerge until they became titled Douluo. They even sought to procure 100,000-year soul rings for the Tang brothers. Meanwhile, aboard the void vessel, Tang Yuehua marveled at this wondrous contraption, her mind already devising plans to wrest this treasure from XunjiCounter-PUA and present it to her beloved Ahao. She naively believed that with a few clever tricks, she could ensnare XunjiCounter-PUA, leaving him utterly captivated. Soon, we returned to Wuhuan Hall. When BibiDong saw another beautiful woman descending from her teacher's vessel, she immediately felt discontent. XunjiCounter-PUA briefly explained the situation, and upon hearing that the newcomer was from Qian clan, BibiDong's wariness notably diminished. Qian Xunji settled Tang Yuehua in a luxurious room, claiming it was a VIP treatment. He then departed on the void vessel to retrieve the main force of Wuhuan Hall. It was merely a matter of minutes. Tang Yuehua had barely warmed her seat when suddenly the door swung open, and a young female soul named Zi Lian entered, accompanied by a group of individuals. With a wave of her hand, she coldly commanded, "Seize her." No sooner had the words left her lips than the group lunged forward. Tang Yuehua was left utterly bewildered. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. Just moments ago, they were addressing her as a VIP, and now they were initiating a physical confrontation. She had anticipated being treated like a servant, but it turned out they were there to capture her. In a state of shock, she shouted, "What are you doing? I'm a guest of the crown." Yet, the woman named Zi Lian, with a face as cold as ice, merely scoffed, "A guest? Oomph. The Soul Clan has surrendered, and you Qian clan are colluding with outsiders. This matter has escalated beyond repair, and no one can save you. Comply with us, or face immediate execution." Without granting her even a moment to react, they subdued Tang Yuehua and dragged her away like a lifeless dog. Where are they taking her? To a small black room specially constructed for certain unique guests. Inside, Tang Yuehua wept inconsolably, lamenting how things had turned out. She had thought her stay at Wuhuan Hall would amount to mere house arrest, but instead, she was thrust into a dire predicament. It suddenly dawned upon her what her brother had warned her about Qian Xunji being a smiling tiger, with a facade that concealed a darker reality. Now, the truth was painfully clear, but it was too late. Of course, this incident could not be concealed from BibiDong. Upon witnessing Tang Yuehua's capture, she hurried over to inquire, "Teacher, what is happening? You just said to treat her well, and now she is imprisoned in a small black room? What could I say?" I could hardly confess that I aimed to temper her arrogance and teach her the necessity of humility in my presence. I could only chuckle awkwardly, well, I believe it's best not to be overly courteous with her. A little time in confinement will allow her to reflect. BibiDong regarded me with suspicion, sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate it. I hastily changed the subject. "All right, enough pondering. With this time, you should focus on your cultivation." BibiDong nodded, her understanding unclear, and ceased her inquiries. This matter was quickly set aside. Meanwhile, I spent half a month refining my treasure, known as Wei Yang Xianfu. It was now operable to a basic extent, such as allowing entry. I opened a massive stone door 10 miles outside Wuhuan City, revealing a world larger than the entirety of Douluo Star. I was ready to commence recruiting. Just as I prepared for a grand undertaking, unexpected visitors arrived from the heavens. I must say, this time they were even more extraordinary. Each one was strikingly beautiful, adorned with a pair of snowy white wings. Leading them was one named Tian Shilong, who surveyed our planet and scoffed, "Is this Douluo Star? How diminutive." Another, named Yin, nodded in agreement, indeed quite feeble. A third, called XunjiCounter-PUA, resembling a supercomputer, produced a datapad and analyzed, "I have detected genes associated with us angels. There are both males and females, likely remnants of former male angels. Let us go investigate." Upon hearing male angels, the expressions of the female angels soured. Clearly, they held strong disdain for their male counterparts. The 5 of them confidently soared towards Wuhuan Hall, their wings drawing the attention of the entire populace of Wuhuan City, who emerged to witness the spectacle, mistaking them for a new breed of soul beast. Someone retorted, "Have you ever seen such beautiful soul beasts?" The response was, "Soul beasts? What do you mortals know of their allure?" These 5 angels were extraordinarily powerful. Any single one could obliterate this planet. Upon entering Wuhuan Hall, the guards stood dumbfounded, unable to steady their weapons, as though witnessing celestial beings descend to earth, and none dared to impede their passage. At that moment, I was preoccupied with my affairs in the Xianfu outside the city when they infiltrated BibiDong's chamber. BibiDong was in the midst of providing early education to our daughter, XunjiCounter-PUA, when 5 winged beauties burst in, startling her. Furious, she unleashed her aura. "Who are you? Who permitted your entry?" Presumably cursing in her mind, she thought her subordinates had grown increasingly audacious. The angels, however, paid her no heed. XunjiCounter-PUA, the data analyst, pointed at my daughter, her eyes filled with streams of data. "She possesses angelic blood. Though not pure, she has the potential to become a true angel. She harbors both light and dark powers, with extraordinary potential." I must say, my daughter's attributes were exceptionally impressive. Even Yin was taken aback. As my daughter was female, their favor towards her rose instantly. Yet BibiDong was not pleased. Seeing these individuals pointing at her daughter, her maternal instincts ignited, and she swiftly scooped up XunjiCounter-PUA, glaring at them warily. What do you intend to do? Anxiously, she must have wondered where I, her father, had gone, and why I had not yet come to her rescue. Angel Yin quickly stepped forward to mediate, smiling. Dear lady, please do not be alarmed. We are allies. BibiDong rolled her eyes in disbelief. How many times had I said those same words to her, and to what effect? She regarded them coldly and warned. What is your purpose? Do not provoke me, lest you wish to face my wrath. The one named Lung, known for a fiery temper, laughed derisively. Be unkind to us? How absurd. The strongest in this pathetic place is likely that old man cowering nearby. At best, he is a primary divine entity. Any one of us could easily crush him. Do you believe it? BibiDong was momentarily taken aback, pondering what a primary divine entity was. Angel Yin quickly interrupted, diving straight into the matter. Madam, who is the father of the child? Let him come forth. We have urgent business to discuss. With no alternative, BibiDong signaled for me to be summoned. Upon receiving the signal flare, I hurried back. As I entered, I instinctively called out, Dong, the angels. I was momentarily frozen, astonished at the bizarre assembly of beings before me. BibiDong waved me over urgently. Teacher, come quickly. I promptly approached and positioned myself between BibiDong and Ayin. The one named Xiaogang scanned me again, then turned to report to her companions. Her expression peculiar. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Their data analysis indicated that the man before them was indeed the child's father. Moreover, it was revealed that not only was he entangled with his apprentice, but also stood beside a plant, which was his wife. At this point, the gazes of the female angels shifted from curiosity to disdain, as if they were looking upon their ancestor, Huai, their affection for me evaporating entirely. Internally, they must have been cursing, questioning how such a scoundrel could father such a pure, angelic daughter. Yet, the mission had to proceed. Angel Yin, suppressing her aversion, stepped forward and introduced herself. Greetings, sir. We hail from Angel Nebula, and under the command of Queen Kaisha. We have come upon hearing that you secured qualification for the Tianjiao Championship, specifically to offer our assistance. Hearing this, I realized they were a ready source of labor. My face immediately brightened with a welcoming smile. Oh. Welcome, welcome. We are thrilled to have you. As for assistance, we could not need it more. Your willingness to help brings us great joy. They could sense my genuine enthusiasm and lack of malice, leaving them puzzled. Was it possible that I was not a purely malevolent figure? Yin nodded, observing my perceptiveness, and proceeded to address a second matter. Sir, we have another proposal. Your child possesses extraordinary talent, and if you are willing, we can take her back to Tianshi Xingyun, ensuring her boundless future. The idea of taking my daughter away caused me to hesitate. BibiDong, as a mother, was more straightforward and immediately shouted without a second thought. No way. Are you joking? You say you want to take my child away, just like that? How absurd. Seeing the situation unfold, Yin began to persuade us earnestly. BibiDong was somewhat swayed. After all, it was for the sake of the child. She found herself in a dilemma and could only cast a pleading glance in my direction. The decision rested once again in my hands. I cleared my throat and posed a crucial question. May I inquire how long it would take to reach your Tianshi Xingyun from here? Zipli? 1 month for us, but it would be more complicated for you. I calculated in my mind and arrived at a brilliant solution. How about this? Since you need to stay and help me organize the competition, why not remain here and teach my daughter for 20 years? This way, it will be a nurturing companionship. And after 20 years, when Shui'er has grown up, she can decide for herself whether to go or not. Isn't that a win-win situation? Upon hearing this, BibiDong nodded repeatedly, deeming the idea splendid. Tianshi Yin and Xiaogang exchanged glances, finding my reasoning sound, yet feeling something was amiss. Ultimately, they decided to consult the queen. Xiaogang immediately contacted Kaisha. When the screen lit up, a queen lounging with her legs crossed appeared. The aura she emanated, her long legs, and her demeanor were simply remarkable. I hastily cleared my mind of chaotic thoughts, fearing she might discern my inner turmoil. Kaisha, initially quite languid, straightened up upon seeing the data on my daughter transmitted by Xiaogang, her expression turning serious. She deduced that this child had the potential to surpass her limits. After a prolonged silence, she decisively stated, "All right, it's acceptable. You shall be responsible for her education. For them, 20 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Kaisha added, inject this child with complete angelic genes. Xian turned to me for confirmation. What could I say? An opportunity presented on a silver platter should not be dismissed. I nodded, immediately agreed. With the angelic genes, our connection will deepen, making future endeavors more convenient. Satisfied with my affirmative response, Kaisha appointed Yin as the guardian angel of my daughter and mentioned sending a small team to assist. The upcoming Tian Zhaozhanba Sai must be the grandest ever held. After ending the communication, Yin began directing operations, sending people to scout for a venue. I informed them that the gene implantation could wait until the child was older, and then proceeded to arrange accommodations for the angels. Once they had departed, BibiDong, still uneasy, asked me anxiously, Teacher, do you think anything will go wrong? I patted her hand reassuringly. Rest assured, with your husband here, the sky won't fall. To be honest, I had my uncertainties as well, but I could only take one step at a time. Nevertheless, I arranged for them to settle in my Wei Yongxian Fu, a place I could control, thus keeping a safety net. Unexpectedly, today's events led to a shift in BibiDong's mindset. She looked at Qian and, softened, approached her with an unexpected statement. Sister, why not have a child as well? I don't mind anymore. Qian was taken aback, but eventually agreed. Later, after a long day, I returned to my room and sensed something was amiss. Qian appeared particularly proactive today. Hesitantly, she approached me, saying, Husband, BibiDong said she no longer minds if we have child. I immediately grasped the implication. It seemed she was fully prepared to make this a reality. Unfortunately, my refusal to let her give birth had nothing to do with BibiDong. It was simply not the right time. I could only smile and attempt to divert her. Qian, let's discuss this later, shall we? To my surprise, Qian pouted and decisively retorted, I will not. I was taken aback. How could she, who used to comply with whatever I said, suddenly dare to defy me? This little girl had begun to play mind games with me. She clung to me, her soft arms wrapped around me, whispering in a voice so sweet it could melt ice. Husband, please, just this once I promise to listen to you in the future, I must admit. I was taken aback by her charm. How could anyone resist that? I dropped the pretense and, without further ado, tossed her onto the bed, discarding my outer garment as if it were a nuisance. Fine, I agree. Anything you want. What's one child? Let's have one now. Afterward. As I lay there pondering, I realized I had previously underestimated the situation. What harm was there in having one child? We could always have another in a few years. With my capabilities, I could ensure success, just as with BibiDong, Qian would surely follow suit. Suddenly, a bold thought struck me. Do angels undergo sterilization procedures? Their technology is so advanced. Surely they could. I would inquire further once we grew more familiar. However, I must say, having these angels rummaging through my thoughts daily left me with no privacy at all. What if one day I entertained thoughts of a less innocent nature and they caught me? Where would my dignity as a pope be? This situation was untenable. I needed to find a solution. I silently invoked my system. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the Scholar's Treasure. 4 Seasons pen. What a remarkable item. Wearing it would not only allow me to comprehend the laws of the 4 seasons, but also emit an aura of righteousness, making others perceive me as a virtuous individual. Most importantly, it could shield me from mental probing. At last, my mind was secured, preventing any unwelcome intrusions. With this matter settled, I promptly entered my small world within the Xian Fu, where the 5 little angels awaited. Meanwhile, Qian swiftly tidied up the battlefield and hurried to share the news with BibiDong. I imagined that Qian must have informed BibiDong that she felt like she had struck gold. Strangely enough, this incident rapidly intensified the bond between the two women, propelling them into the realm of good friends. Truly, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. As I stepped into the Xian Fu, the angel Lung confronted me with a scowl. Oh, do you still remember us, Your Holiness? We thought you had abandoned us to fend for ourselves. I cleared my throat and assumed an authoritative posture. One must tend to myriad affairs. How do you find this precious world of mine? No sooner had I spoken than I noticed Tian Shiyan's gaze upon me shifted, her surprise evident. Unable to read my thoughts anymore, were you? But that was not the most astonishing part. The little angel, named Xian, transmitted the data of my Xian Fu back to their homeland. Upon viewing the report, their queen Kaisha reportedly leaped from her throne, muttering, could it be that an area 1/10 the size of a solar system exists? Goodness, she was utterly astonished. Now, she was likely consumed with curiosity about what treasures Douluo held, wishing to personally investigate. 2 years passed, and the Wuhan temple welcomed 4 more little angels to assist with infrastructure. The most significant event during these 2 years was the birth of my second daughter with Qian. This news infuriated the little angels, who whispered behind my back, claiming I was just like that scoundrel Hua Yi, merely a walking breeding machine. Yet, despite their irritation, upon seeing the children I fathered, each one a potential elite of the angelic race, their feelings became conflicted. Some even entertained inappropriate thoughts, considering capturing me to serve as a breeding tool. I thought to myself, come at me if you dare. The approach will be half-hearted at best. However, when my second daughter turned 1 year old, a significant incident occurred. Once a well-behaved and clever child, one day, everything changed. At that moment, a soul from another realm was howling in the baby carriage. I'm not dead. I have been reincarnated. Haha, surviving a great disaster must bring great fortune. With the ancestral skills of the Tang sect in hand, the world is mine. Just as he reveled in his newfound existence, he suddenly felt a chill beneath him, as if something was amiss. Disbelieving, he reached down to touch, and then felt his face turn green in an instant. Where was my lifelong companion? How could my trusted brother be gone? Now, he had transformed from a brother to a sister, and this overwhelming wealth seemed a bit much for him to bear. At that moment, my daughter, who had just been possessed, now known as Tang Sanmei, burst into tears, her wails heart-wrenching, causing sorrow to all who heard. Qian rushed over, distressed, reporting that the child had suddenly become eerily quiet, only to erupt into tears moments later. Upon hearing this, I was jolted awake. Could it be? Had Tang San returned? Though the timeline and gender were mismatched, this cursed fate. Observing Qian's worried expression, I suddenly had a brilliant idea. Hey, when in trouble, seek out angels. These little angels are renowned for their mind-altering abilities, their educational prowess. Perfectly, let's send this Sanmei over to them, so they can teach her how to be an elegant young lady. Cradling the child, whose formal name was Qian and affectionate name was Xiaosan, I sought out Angel Lung. This feisty girl was a handful, but manageable. As she read the child's heart, her brow furrowed. Wow. The souls are intertwined and cannot be separated. What do you intend to do? I feigned contemplation. Well, let's leave it as is. Perhaps you angels can assist in her education? Initially resistant, given the presence of a male soul, Angel Lung eventually took the child into her arms. I gently touched her small hand, gazing earnestly into her eyes. She's a girl with a girl's body. Therefore, she's a girl. I implore you, Lung. I must say, her wings were taut. Her face flushed like a ripe peach, her lips defiant. Disgusting. Who is Lung? And don't think of using your tricks on me. They won't work. Yet, her body betrayed her, revealing her inner turmoil. Seeing her flustered demeanor, I knew my plan was working. I complimented her wings, wanting to touch them, but she firmly refused. No matter, the temperature was gradually rising, and there was no need to rush. After entrusting the child to Angel Lung, I returned to Qian empty-handed. Upon seeing the absence of the child, she became frantic. I comforted her. Don't worry. I've entrusted her to the angels. They have their methods. Isn't Shuer often playing with them? It will be fine. However, Qian still felt reluctant, having cared for the child for a year. I adopted a serious demeanor. Am I not as good as them? It seemed she needed a lesson. This girl quickly softened, insisting that her husband was the most important. Then she confided that she wasn't ready for a second child so soon, as BibiDong had only just one and felt embarrassed to have two. My heart sank. Had my scheme inadvertently united them? This wouldn't do. What about my joyful life? The next day, I sought out Angel Lung once more. In her extreme reluctance and disdainful gaze, I requested her assistance with a minor surgical procedure for Qian using high technology. Afterward, she scolded me for being lewd. I promptly educated her. What lewdness? This is for the continuation of our race. This is the only method we humans have. Do you understand? Guess what happened next? This little angel was drawn in, pondering for a long time before mustering the courage to ask me quietly, "Is that kind of thing really so great?" My heart leaped with joy. She was clearly intrigued. I immediately extolled this endeavor, declaring it the most joyous pursuit in existence, one I could not bear to be without for a single day. Upon hearing this, she scolded me for being shameless and fled in embarrassment. Watching her flustered retreat, I chuckled and hurried after her. Lung, could you assist me once more? I thought, since there was a high-tech civilization here, why not have them help me transform the entire planet, propelling us into a technological society? Angel Lung, hands on her hips, appeared displeased. Why is it always me helping you? You are insatiable. Well, we are friends, aren't we? Mutual assistance. I patted my chest. Tell me, what do you need from me? She paused, likely realizing that with my current abilities, I couldn't really assist her much. Finally, she reluctantly inquired what I intended to do. I shared my aspirations for her to help transform Douluo's star. Upon hearing this, she scoffed dismissively, as if to say it was trivial. Supporting a primitive civilization was a piece of cake for them. Fine, I'll inform Xian. Optimizing the environment here would be beneficial. To my surprise, she readily agreed. As soon as I learned that the angel was on board, Qian Shinji began to propose grand plans, suggesting we build a magnificent statue on this planet in gratitude, allowing all to revere her. I must say, Angel Lung was visibly moved, though she maintained a facade of resistance. No, the queen will be displeased. She thought about how all civilizations that worshipped angels revered Queen Kaisha, and she was merely a lowly soldier. Yet, her expression was a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Then, Qian Shinji, ever the sly one, remarked, "What does that have to do with Kaisha? I'm not her fan. I simply wish to express my gratitude," boldly dissing her idol in front of a loyal fan. Angel Lung's temper flared, glaring at him. "Do not speak ill of the queen." Qian Shinji quickly backed down, apologizing profusely. Angel Lung felt something was off about him, but could not pinpoint it, ultimately huffing and leaving. I must say, Qian Shinji was quite adept at inflating his own value. He thought of himself as a diligent gardener whose sole hobby was collecting various flowers. In his garden, he now had one blue flower, one black BibiDong, and he felt it was too sparse. Wishing to gather a few white ones, angels, to create a flourishing garden. Come on, that's not gardening. That's forming a harem. Such a trivial wish. And he considered himself pure, ridiculous. Despite my grumbling, the angels were indeed efficient. Soon, a plethora of high technology and talents descended upon Douluo continent, and Qian Shinji reciprocated by commissioning sculptors to create a statue for Angel Lung, emphasizing a gradual approach. After concluding this task, he promptly headed to his modified biochemical laboratory, euphemistically termed the beast-taming arena. He diluted the blood of the otherworldly overlord he had acquired and sprinkled it into the soul-hunting forest. The soul beasts within, I tell you, seemed as if they had been injected with hormones. Either they could not handle the influx and burst apart, or they mutated, gaining tremendous combat power. He envisioned using these mutated soul beasts as guards, aiming for a grand display. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the spirit hall was bustling with construction. BibiDong had directly reached the level 90 bottleneck, while Qian had attained level 80. Both were eagerly awaiting new soul rings. Qian Shinji, under the pretext of seeking soul rings for his wives, casually tossed the 4-year-old Qian Ringshu and little Sanmei to the angels, claiming he was off to enjoy a honeymoon. What does family understand? Taking 2 wives on a honeymoon. This maneuver truly had me in stitches. Fortunately, Xian was in good spirits and happily took the children. After years of childcare, BibiDong and Qian were relieved to have a break. The first stop was to find BibiDong's 9th soul ring, with a clear target, the 100,000-year death Spider Emperor. Upon arrival, BibiDong immediately barred Qian Shinji from interfering. I tell you, Sister Dong was determined to show off, having now practiced the undying martial emperor scripture. Her physical strength was formidable, and before Qian, she engaged in a fierce battle with the 100,000-year giant spider, trading blows evenly. Half an hour later, the giant spider was defeated, and BibiDong's aura radiated fully. I offer you a chance. Sacrifice yourself to me. The Death Spider Emperor, recognizing the situation, readily complied and even exploded into 2 soul bones. Qian, standing nearby, was utterly astonished and rushed over to congratulate her. "Sister, you are incredible." BibiDong appeared remarkably composed, her gaze seemingly conveying the message. "Do you see who is the elder sister and who is the younger sister?" Subsequently, she assumed a regal demeanor and inquired of Qian, "Sister, what kind of soul ring would you like next?" When it was Yin's turn, she became much more docile. After searching for quite some time, without finding anything suitable, she surprisingly contemplated selling her ancestral blue Silver King. Upon hearing this, Qian Sunji began his mischievous antics, wrapping his arm around Yin's shoulders and saying that if she truly felt indebted, she could return home and reward him well along with Dong. At that moment, Yin's face turned pale as she stealthily glanced at BibiDong, as if harboring some earth-shattering secret. Later, I learned that once, when BibiDong was intoxicated, this rascal had the audacity to have Qian lie on BibiDong's lap. What a scandalous play. No wonder Qian felt guilty. BibiDong shot her a disdainful glance. Humph. Dream on. Eventually, They found Qian, a tree demon king, with a soul age of 50,000 years. Just as Qian Sunji was about to take action, Qian stopped him, rushing over to engage in animated conversation with the tree demon king. BibiDong watched in astonishment and asked Qian Sunji if he understood. This fellow, visibly pleased with himself, declared that he had studied foreign languages. Amused that this was simply him stealing lessons while insisting others communicate with him in soul beast language. To everyone's surprise, the tree demon king was indeed persuaded and willingly became a Yin's 8th soul ring. Did you think this was the end? That the task was complete and it was time to return home? How naive. Qian Sunji boldly declared that he would provide BibiDong's second martial soul with 9 soul rings, each aged 100,000 years. I was taken aback. Did he think 100,000-year soul beasts were as common as cabbages? Yet this fellow was confident, claiming he was well prepared and immediately rushed towards the core area of the Stardow forest. Upon reaching the Lake of Life, Qian Sunji, as if activating a full map cheat, shouted at the tranquil lake and the nearby artificial hill. Come out. Don't hide. Then, with a thunderous crash, a massive bull-headed serpent emerged from the water, while the mountain transformed into a colossal ape. Deming and Erming. Not satisfied, he shouted towards some nearby bushes. And those 2 little rabbits, hurry out. Almost immediately, a woman appeared, cradling a small rabbit. Upon witnessing this commotion, Tianqing Yomeng, Deming, became furious. Humans, you have all attained the rank of title Douluo, yet what more do you want? Qian Sunji ignored him and instructed BibiDong to reveal her second martial soul that lacked a soul ring, casually stating, my disciple hasn't even obtained a single soul ring yet. I am a kind person. There are 400,000-year souls here. Is it too much to ask for 2 soul rings? This ignited an explosive reaction. Deming and Erming erupted in rage, urging the woman to flee with Xiao Wu while they held the line. Qian XunjiCounter-PUA, flee? Not a single one will escape. With his domain activated, he immediately took action. As for the 2 rabbits, they were indeed terrified and fled in panic. But Qian Sunji's soul power had already locked onto them, and he was not in a rush to pursue. First, he aimed to deal with the 2 formidable beasts before him. In no time, Damink and Mink became BibiDong soul rings. Upon absorption, her soul power skyrocketed to level 95, bringing her immense joy. After savoring this success, she still thought about capturing those 2 rabbits. Qian Sunji patted her shoulder, urging her not to worry, assuring her that those 2 would not escape. Yet, he was not in a hurry to chase them, instead bringing over the Angel of Cold. The Angel of Cold, looking displeased, asked what was the matter. Qian Sunji began to persuade her, expressing a desire for her to understand the local cultivation culture, then pointed to the Lake of Life, asking her to assist in scanning for any hidden spaces. To my astonishment, the angel's technology was remarkable. She quickly revealed a concealed alternate dimension, stating its specifications were quite high. The Angel of Cold, intrigued, swiftly opened the spatial door. As the door swung open, I was left dumbfounded. 15 soul beasts, each over 100,000 years old, surged forth, led by a majestic black dragon. Qian, I tell you at that moment, BibiDong's eyes sparkled as if she had entered an all-you-can-eat seafood buffet. Qian Sunji, brimming with pride, grinned at BibiDong. What do you think, Donga? With so many 100,000-year soul beasts, are you satisfied with this feast? Qian roared in fury. Umans, you have the audacity. Qian Sunji retorted even more fiercely. You have the gall to speak to me in such a manner. Then, he turned to the Angel of Cold and requested her assistance in controlling them. Initially reluctant, the Angel of Cold had no choice but to act. She immediately activated a gravity system, unleashing a 1,000-fold gravity field. One could hear the thuds as all the flying creatures plummeted to the ground like dumplings, immobilized. Qian was nearly crushed, but was swiftly retrieved into Qian Sunji's small space. Then, Qian Sunji signaled to BibiDong, Donger, it's your turn. BibiDong wasted no time, choosing a poison scorpion soul beast aged 18,000 years, asking if it was willing to sacrifice itself. The scorpion, displaying its defiance, outright refused. BibiDong, uninterested in further dialogue, swiftly dealt with it, beginning to absorb the soul ring. Upon absorbing this one, her soul power surged to level 96. Although the increase was gradual, she remained undeterred. Gazing at the plethora of immobilized top-tier soul beasts, especially Qian, her heart brimmed with delight. Once she consumed them all, reaching level 99 would be a dream come true. BibiDong glanced at Qian Sunji, already formulating a certain idea. She realized she was no longer inferior to her teacher, and perhaps even stronger. Could she not turn the tables on her teacher? Yes, that was the plan. First, she would keep him at ease, allowing him to lower his guard. And then, she would let him understand who truly ruled in this household. I must say, my dear friend BibiDong was truly in the zone. The ensuing spectacle resembled an all-you-can-eat buffet, as she devoured soul rings for an entire day. Remarkably, she managed to consume all 8 remaining 100,000-year soul rings, elevating her soul power to the pinnacle of level 98. She felt that with the addition of the 30,000-year black dragon Qian, reaching level 99 as a peerless Douluo was assured. Qian was nearly paralyzed with fear. For who could comprehend the horror he faced? He watched helplessly as his comrades transformed into BibiDong soul rings, akin to a soul beast version of Squid Game. His heart trembled with dread. The crucial point was that his leader, the teacher concealed beneath the lake, had yet to make a sound. Was he merely watching him perish? Could it be that the human male outside was more formidable than his teacher? That was implausible. Just as BibiDong licked her lips, preparing to feast upon the last great meal, the nearby green-feathered swan, Bai suddenly cried out, "Do not harm him. If you must consume someone, take me instead." I was observing from the sidelines, and the expression on my teacher Xunji's face was both amused and exasperated. He was fully aware that Bai was a healing-type soul beast, of no use to my friend, as she possessed immortality and regarded such meager healing power with disdain. Therefore, BibiDong paid her no heed and approached Qian, chin raised in an imposing manner. "I offer you a chance. Sacrifice yourself willingly for a swifter end." "What do you think?" Qian said. Defiant as ever. True to the king of soul beasts, he defiantly roared, "You are unworthy." Very well. BibiDong was disinclined to waste further breath. She would handle it herself, and the outcome would be the same. Just as she was about to strike, my restless teacher Xunji interjected once more. "Wait. Donger." BibiDong turned, her smile as sweet as honey. "Teacher, what is it?" Coughing lightly, Xunji cleared his throat. "Donger, do not rush. It seems there may be something even better here. I suggest you take a look first." Upon hearing his words, I couldn't help but roll my eyes. This old rascal, his scheming ideas were nearly hitting me in the face. Firstly, there was indeed a more formidable option within that could allow my dear friend to ascend directly. Secondly, he had set his sights on Qian, intending to capture him as a mount for displaying his prowess. Though he frequently muttered about preferring to ride the Yinlong Wang, he had yet to acquire that. So he settled for Qian as a temporary substitute. Upon hearing this, BibiDong became intrigued. "Oh, there's something else inside? Let's go in and take a look." Xunji pulled BibiDong along as they entered. The moment we stepped inside, I nearly burst into laughter. There lay a plump creature, tied up like a giant rice dumpling, wriggling around. BibiDong looked bewildered, furrowing her brows and asking, "Teacher, what is this? A fat worm? It doesn't seem like a boss at all." Xunji began his little educational session. He is not a boss. Rather, he is the power source for that group of soul beasts outside. The high cultivation levels of those creatures stem from absorbing his energy. This fellow is a million-year-old soul beast, unique across the continent. While his combat prowess may not be top tier, his cultivation level speaks for itself. He then spread his hands. "Donger, it's your choice. The black dragon outside or this fat worm inside." BibiDong pondered for a moment. Was there really any choice? It had to be the one with higher cultivation. "This one," she declared. "All right." Xunji snapped his fingers. "Let's get to it. I will protect you." Upon hearing that his life was in danger, the hefty worm, Qian immediately projected his mental energy, pleading fervently, "No, no, no. Please don't kill me. I surrender. I could do it myself. I voluntarily offer a sacrifice." This display of desperation was a smooth little combo, overflowing with the instinct to survive. BibiDong was taken aback. It was her first encounter with such a spineless soul beast. "Oh, I thought you were like the others outside, refusing to yield at all costs. Turns out you're just a softie." However, she couldn't be bothered to dwell on it, and simply instructed Qian to commence. The entire process went smoothly, and when BibiDong finished absorbing, Xunji smiled and suggested she leave first. "Donger, you go ahead. I wish to stay and observe a while longer." BibiDong didn't think much of it and left promptly. My teacher, Xunji, remained behind, beginning a monologue to the empty air. "Yinlong Wang, I know you're here. Come out and meet me." No response. He continued to paint a grand picture. "I have offered you an opportunity. With the impending upheaval in the world, powerful beings from beyond will soon arrive. In your current feeble state, should they capture you? I need not elaborate on your fate. Still, no response. Finally, this old trickster pulled out his ace, opening his personal space. Wei Yang Xianfu. I come with sincerity. I have no interest in those from the divine realm. Trust me, step inside. It is entirely safe and will allow you to recuperate. He stood there awkwardly for a while, when suddenly he felt as if a large black rat had darted into his Xianfu. Immediately, he sensed through the space and grinned. Aha, success. A new guest has checked in. He laughed mischievously, feeling quite pleased. With a swift motion, he retracted the Xianfu and stepped outside. After all, entering his territory meant he could easily manipulate the situation. Once outside, he swiftly gathered the remaining 9 ferocious beasts, including Qian and Baiji, into his Xianfu. His inner thoughts were that as long as he controlled Qian, he need not worry about Baiji's obedience. He even began contemplating where to procure a transformation pill to change Baiji into a human form. How scandalous. Noticing his strange laughter, BibiDong inquired, Teacher, what is so amusing? Qian Sunji immediately donned a doting expression. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just delighted for our Dong. Look at you now. You might even surpass your teacher. Little did they know, Qian Sunji's CPU was nearly overheating from excitement for my friend. He swiftly changed the subject. BibiDong, always an actress, leaned against him playfully. Oh, how could Donger ever lay a hand on her teacher? Donger will always be the teacher's good child. While saying this, her mind was already plotting rebellion, for she was genuinely at level 99 now. Just then, the single angel, Cold, could no longer endure the couple's affection and disdainfully flapped its wings, flying away. Qian Sunji, embracing BibiDong, pointed toward the direction the angel had flown off, grinning mischievously. Donger, doesn't she resemble a single dog? This remark instantly dispelled any of my friend's lingering doubts about Cold. She pouted, Teacher, you're so mean. She helped us, and yet you mock her. Mean? Does Donger not like her teacher being mean? Qian Sunji inched his face closer. Who would like a mean person like you? BibiDong had just finished absorbing her power, brimming with energy that needed an outlet, and now sought someone to spar with. Ah, you little imp. It seems you've grown wings and are plotting rebellion. Today, let me see how I can handle you. Unable to resist, Qian Sunji picked up BibiDong and, with a splash, tossed her into the lake of life. The lake erupted in chaos as the two engaged in a tumultuous water fight that lasted for 3 hours before settling down. Efterward, BibiDong felt invigorated, her bones feeling wonderfully relaxed, and she elegantly wrapped herself around Qian Sunji. Let us go home, teacher. My teacher, though in good spirits, seemed somewhat exhausted. It appeared he would need to increase his training sessions. Let me first release Ain. Qian Sunji shook his head, indicating he wouldn't be returning to the Wuhan Palace just yet, as he had other matters to attend to. At this moment, on the other side of the Stardow Forest, Xiao Wu and her mother, Qing Wu, were hiding. Xiao Wu, still in her rabbit form, anxiously asked, Mom, what about Deming and Erming? Her mother sighed, only able to comfort her with reassurances, yet she knew well that those two were likely doomed. Meanwhile, Qian Sunji released Ain, and together with BibiDong and Ain, he headed directly to Yin's hometown, Wanning Forest, to see what kind of place could nurture such a lovely wife. Upon arrival, the scenery was indeed delightful. Qian Sunji waved his hand, declaring his intention to build a small wooden house for future vacations. Thus, the 3 of them resided there for several days. During this time, my teacher was quite exhausted yet exhilarated, for BibiDong and Ain had officially joined forces to educate him moving forward. BibiDong was especially thrilled, contemplating how she would let her teacher experience the feeling of being bound. Days later, Qian Sunji finally decided it was time to get serious. You all head back. I will go retrieve those 2 rabbits. Upon hearing this, BibiDong remembered. Oh right, we still have 200,000-year-old rabbits on the run. Though I have no need for them now, the Wuhan Palace is short-handed. Bringing them back is certainly not a mistake. Ain felt a sudden chill in her heart, deeming it too cruel, wanting to plead for the soul beast to be spared. But she lacked the courage to voice it. Qian Sunji seemed to read her thoughts, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry if they are willing to submit. I will spare their lives. The little rabbit is rather adorable. We can keep it as a pet. BibiDong chimed in. Yes, yes. The Rogu too is so cute and pink. It would surely be fun to have as a pet. Ain was immediately moved, thinking her man was simply too kind. Alas, women are easily swayed. After the slaughter of so many, now, simply for wanting to keep a rabbit as a pet, He had become a great benefactor. Without further ado, the trio set off. Not long after, they found a mother-daughter pair of Qing Wu and Xiao Wu hiding in a small grove. Qian Xunji's voice, akin to that of a devil, suddenly echoed. You truly can run. How far can you get in an hour? Qing Wu looked up, her heart sinking. It was indeed the three of them. She even detected the scent of Deming and Erming on BibiDong. Xiao Wu sensed it too and immediately began to cry, You bad people. Give me back my Deming and Erming. Xiao Wu run. Qing Wu pushed her daughter away and charged forward, hoping to buy her daughter some time. Mom. Xiao Wu could not bear to leave. Where could she run to? XunjiCounter swiftly extended his hand, as quick as a flash of lightning, and deftly seized the long ears of the newly landed Xiao Wu, gripping them with precision. Let her go, Qing Wu exclaimed, her eyes wide with urgency, rushing towards him in a frenzy. Yet, XunjiCounter merely stretched out his hand, effortlessly halting the advancement of the level 92 Qing Wu. The disparity in their strength was far too great. Xiao Wu dangled helplessly in midair, shouting in desperation, Mama, run away. Don't worry about me. She realized she had no strength left in her body, unable even to kick her legs, feeling utterly powerless. Release Xiao Wu. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Qing Wu continued to shout. XunjiCounter cradled the little rabbit, gently stroking her large ears, and reassured Qing Wu, Do not be agitated. I am a benevolent person and shall not harm you. Qing Wu nearly choked on her indignation. Her friend had been killed, her daughter captured, and this man claimed to be virtuous? Where was his shame? Ain could no longer stand by and intervened, explaining, Sister, we merely wish to invite you to the Wu Hun Palace as guests. However, Qing Wu immediately recognized Ain as a transformed soul beast, viewing her as a traitor and completely ignoring her. Unable to tolerate the sight any longer, BibiDong pulled the sorrowful Ain behind her and unleashed her martial spirit, enveloping Qing Wu in a domain of death. Within moments, Qing Wu found herself ensnared in a web, rendered immobile. XunjiCounter casually collected her and transported her to the celestial abode. Mama. Xiao Wu watched in horror as her mother vanished. Frantic, she yelled at XunjiCounter. What have you done to my mother? Fear not. Your mother is unharmed. You shall reunite at the Wu Hun Palace. XunjiCounter continued to comfort her softly. Xiao Wu was not convinced and bit down on XunjiCounter's finger in defiance. TSK, TSK, TSK. Still disobedient, daring to bite? XunjiCounter chuckled, but with such feeble strength. You cannot harm me. This little rabbit was amusing him, akin to a manicure session. Xiao Wu was utterly dumbfounded. Why had she lost the strength to even bite? BibiDong, observing from the side, found Xiao Wu irresistibly adorable and approached, saying, Let me play with her. XunjiCounter handed Xiao Wu over to her. Upon being cradled by BibiDong, Xiao Wu froze in fear, knowing that both Deming and Erming had perished at the hands of this woman. She was terrified that one wrong move could cost her life. Deep inside, Xiao Wu felt an overwhelming sense of resentment. Were they the soft-boned rabbits, born merely to be playthings for others? The capture operation concluded successfully, and the group returned triumphantly to the Wu Hun Palace. XunjiCounter began processing the spoils, controlling the ferocious beasts, assigning them to his subordinates for confinement, while personally overseeing Tian and Baiji. He then entered the familiar small black room. This time, a new occupant was to arrive, while the old one would need to vacate. Sister Yuehua, how have you fared lately? XunjiCounter smiled warmly at Tang Yuehua, who had been imprisoned for quite some time. Tang Yuehua, on the verge of mental collapse, gritted her teeth and retorted, I regarded you as my brother, yet you treat me this way. Do you truly believe I would fare well? XunjiCounter shook his head, feigning difficulty. There is little I can do. Your sect, the Qian sect, has not been compliant. He then shifted his tone, revealing his ulterior motives. Alas, my kind-hearted nature cannot bear to see you suffer. How about this? Join us at the Wu Hun Palace as a maid, attending to my daily needs. This way, you won't have to remain here. Impossible. Tang Yuehua swiftly rejected him without a moment's thought. As a distinguished lady of the Qian sect, she had never served anyone. XunjiCounter sighed, displaying a look of regret. Then, I suppose you shall remain imprisoned here indefinitely. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua panicked. Her mind raced. Her brother was relying on her to act as an undercover agent, gathering intelligence for him. If she were confined to this small black room, it would be tantamount to failure. Who would understand the feeling of unfulfilled ambitions and untimely demise? No way, absolutely not. Realizing this, Tang Yuehua gritted her teeth, suppressing her revulsion, and managed to force out, Wait, I am willing. Qian smile widened, his satisfaction palpable as he turned away, reveling in his triumph. Oh, Sister Yuehua, have you come to your senses? I can only roll my eyes at this. His manipulation skills were truly remarkable. Tang Yuehua had no choice but to continue in her high-pitched voice, sweetly saying, "Yes, I agree. Can you give me a chance?" She felt nauseous even saying it. Qian was elated. Excellent, excellent. He immediately released her from confinement. The moment Tang Yuehua saw the sun again, it felt like a rebirth. Without further ado, Qian assigned her a Soul Emperor as a teacher, instructing her on how to be a competent maid, learning not only to serve tea, but also to attend to various duties. Tang Yuehua dared not voice any dissent, obediently following along. No sooner had he sent Tang Yuehua on her way than Qian placed Qing Wu in the same small black room. This operation was executed with seamless precision. From behind the iron bars, Qing Wu glared at him with disdain. "Is this your idea of inviting me to the Wu Hun Palace as a guest?" Qian, cradling Xiao Wu, teased her like a cat. "Who told you not to cooperate? Just a little punishment, 1 month, nothing more. Rest assured, I will take good care of the adorable Xiao Wu." He shook Xiao Wu gently. "Come, Xiao Wu, say goodbye to your mother." Xiao Wu was utterly bewildered, unable to articulate her feelings as she gazed at her imprisoned mother. The absurdity of the situation was that she felt strangely comfortable being touched by this wicked man. The urge to resist began to fade. What was this? The early symptoms of Stockholm Syndrome? Despairing, Qing Wu could only advise Xiao Wu to take care of herself. With satisfaction, Qian embraced Xiao Wu and threatened her by pinching her rabbit ears. "You must be obedient from now on, or I shall pinch your ears all day." He contemplated enjoying her company for a few months before allowing Qing Wu to be released and permitting Xiao Wu to transform. Having concluded these matters, Qian demonstrated his generosity as a leader. His subordinates, Gue Dalu, Zhu Daluo, and Zilai Yin, had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation. Without hesitation, he led them to his treasure trove of soul beasts, gesturing grandly, "Each of you may select 100,000-year soul beast for your 9th soul ring." The three were stunned. 100,000-year soul ring, one that was directly offered, served on a platter. They were so overwhelmed with excitement that they stumbled over their words, bowing deeply, feeling as if they could never repay this kindness in a lifetime. Just as they celebrated their year-end bonuses, 5 unexpected guests descended from the heavens. 3 men and 2 women were intercepted by the patrolling angelic sisters. "We are from the divine realm, the primary civilization of Douluo continent," declared the leader. Upon hearing this, Ling Shi, one of the angelic sisters, nodded, but her expression soured upon glancing at one of the male angels, as if she had just swallowed a fly. The aura of this male angel reeked of mediocrity, repulsing her even from a distance. This male angel, the so-called angel god, was instantly displeased, thinking to himself, "Am I not a top-tier first-level god? How dare you treat me with such disrespect?" Another angel sister, Feng, was more forthright, proudly announcing, "We are the angel civilization. This place is now under our jurisdiction. You may leave." This provoked the divine realm, and the evil god, king, stepped forward to question, "Are you invading?" Ling Shi restrained her impulsive companions, calmly inquiring, "What brings you here?" She recognized that these 5 individuals were formidable and that engaging in a fight would not be in their favor. The life god king stepped forward, stating, "We have come for the Tianjiao competition." The 3 angelic sisters exchanged glances, realizing they had stumbled into a situation beyond their control. They promptly reported this to their superior, Angel Yan. After a discussion with her companion, Ji Hexen, they concluded that it was unwise to continually trouble their queen, and given that the angels traditionally valued peace, they acknowledged their own fault in this matter. "Forget it, let them in. Call Qian Sunji as well for a meeting." Thus, the 5 deities were ushered in. Along the way, the evil god king remarked, "These angels are remarkably swift. Indeed, their technological advancements are far superior, leaving these antiquated beings in the dust." At that moment, Qian Sunji was engaged in instructing Xiao Wu when he was summoned by the angel Xian for the meeting. He brought BibiDong and Yin to the council chamber, where the angel Yin was already present. Shortly thereafter, the 5 deities arrived. I must say, the atmosphere of the meeting was charged with unspoken tension. Upon seeing the attendees, Qian Sunji began to strategize. The 2 female deities were quite captivating, yet it seemed they were both married. He then noticed the 2 lecherous men fixating on his wife, BibiDong, and a sense of pride swelled within him as he mentally noted their behavior. Most amusing was the life god king, who was fixated on Yin, while the familiar-looking angel in white led Sunji to suspect he might be an ancestor from his lineage. The denizens of the divine realm were quite courteous, given the formidable aura of Yin and Xian. However, upon witnessing Sunji's formidable soul power at level 109 without having ascended to godhood, they were all astonished. What a bug this was! At that moment, the angelic deity, Ten Aoduo, stepped forward, adopting an air of superiority, and arrogantly declared, "I am the angel god, the progenitor of the Wuhuan temple. The Tianjiao Zambasai must be overseen by our divine realm." Upon hearing this, the angelic maidens' expressions darkened. They all turned their gaze toward Sunji, awaiting his decision. Sunji found himself in a predicament. On one side stood the ancestor, while on the other were the alluring angels he had just allied with. Offending either party would be unwise. Just as he hesitated, BibiDong stood up abruptly, pointing an accusing finger at the angel god and proclaiming, "Excuse me, but we have entrusted the Tianjiao Zambasai entirely to the angels. It's too late for you now." Such audacity! Yin and the others were left speechless, their admiration for her soaring. Sunji felt a surge of delight, thinking, "My wife is truly remarkable." The angel god seethed with rage. "Who are you? When did the Wuhuan temple come under your jurisdiction?" BibiDong retorted coolly, "I am the holy maiden of the Wuhuan temple, and I do not recognize your authority as the progenitor. Furthermore, the universe lord has designated my teacher and me as the responsible parties. When did it become your place to dictate?" Observing the escalating tension, Sunji quickly intervened, attempting to mediate while subtly siding with BibiDong. "Ancestor, this matter is indeed settled. The angels have invested considerable effort, and it would be inappropriate to dismiss them now." The angel god was left utterly humiliated, trembling with indignation, and had it not been for the presence of the angels, he would have acted out. The life god, King, quickly stepped in to salvage the situation, attempting to reason. "Our divine realm is the sovereign nation of Douluo continent. Surely we have the right to intervene?" Sunji immediately retorted, "When did you become a vassal? You gods fled after ascending. Have you fulfilled any obligations to Douluo Star? The moment you decided not to return, that relationship ended." The angels nodded in agreement, pondering how, despite being fellow male angels, the disparity was so stark. Ultimately, the life god king lowered his stance and proposed, "What if we assist the angels in hosting the event?" The sea god and the angel god lost face, storming off in indignation. One suggested a visit to Sea God Island, while the others simply departed, unable to bear the humiliation. Sunji glanced at Yin, tentatively asking, "I believe this could work, right?" The angels agreed, appreciating the prospect of additional free labor, and thus the matter was settled. Sunji relinquished the mess and departed with his wives. Once outside, Qian, feeling apprehensive, inquired, "Husband, why was that woman staring at me? Is she plotting against me?" Sunji comforted her by pinching her cheek. "Do not fear. That is a good thing. She is the life god king, and her essence is a tree. She likely wishes to take you as her disciple." Qian was astonished. "Is that true?" This revelation alarmed BibiDong, who felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. If Qian were to become a deity, would she not have to refer to her as sister henceforth? That was simply unacceptable. Meanwhile, the sea god arrived at Sea God Island, initially intending to leave after a brief visit, but upon encountering the current high priest Poseidon, he was so captivated that he decided to stay. The divine couple found amusement in the situation. The evil god king had just praised BibiDong, and his wife, the kind god king, became jealous, subsequently complimenting Sunji's handsomeness. The evil god king, being a submissive partner, immediately abandoned thoughts of taking on disciples. The life god king truly approached Qian, and the two gentle, plant-based beauties quickly became close friends. Sunji was enjoying himself, relishing a massage from Tanyuewa. However, BibiDong was not as pleased, watching her teacher's blissful demeanor. She angrily hurled a cushion at him. "What are you doing?" Sunji chuckled as he caught it. BibiDong, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "Teacher, you still laugh. Qian might truly become a deity. Will I have to call her sister? Are you secretly hoping for this day?" As Sunji continued to be massaged by Tanyuewa, he calmly reassured her, "What are you worried about? Even if she becomes a deity, she will still have to wait in line. You should focus on your cultivation. Without a divine position, your soul power can still exceed 100 levels. Even if you're not a deity, do you truly believe you would be inferior to one?" His words caused Tanyuewa, who was nearby, to nearly drop her jaw in disbelief. But the focal point was the potential of a woman named Qian becoming a deity. Moreover, this woman was on the verge of breaking through to level 100. What was happening here? How would their Qian sect respond? At that moment, Tang Yuehua felt immensely grateful for having escaped from that dark and dismal little room. Otherwise, it would have been catastrophic. If such crucial information had gone uncollected, their Qian sect would suffer significant losses. Tang Yuehua's mind began to race, determined to extract more information. However, the most pressing matter was to relay this news. Poor her, she had arrived at the Wuhuan temple all alone, with no allies to assist her. Furthermore, she was under the close scrutiny of Qian Xunji, making it exceedingly difficult to communicate the news. Tang Yuehua felt disheartened. BibiDong was momentarily stunned by Qian Xunji's words. Indeed, even if Qian had garnered the favor of the divine, the gap between them was undeniable. If Qian Dalu could break through to above level 99, why couldn't she? Do not worry, Donger. You will always be my utmost favorite. In due time, I shall prepare a gift for you that will ensure Qian can never catch up to you. At that moment, Qian Xunji prepared to put on a show. This was also to maintain balance. After all, with Qian receiving assistance from the life goddess, her cultivation could indeed soar rapidly. If Qian were to surpass BibiDong, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Therefore, it was wiser to lend a hand to BibiDong. Thank you, teacher. You are truly the best. With Qian Xunji's encouragement, BibiDong not only gained confidence, but also felt elated. It seemed she would forever be the most cherished one in her teacher's eyes. Tang Yuehua, observing the affectionate exchange between the two, nearly felt nauseated. My goodness, how overly sentimental. Of course, Tang Yuehua also felt a twinge of jealousy. If only her brother Tang Hao were as attuned to a woman's heart as Qian Xunji. Then, she would undoubtedly be much happier than she was now. BibiDong felt reassured, while Tang Yuehua. BibiDong naturally did not take it to heart, for she regarded him merely as a trifling captive. Even if she were to tempt her own mentor, he would never engage in any excessive interaction with her. Thus, BibiDong felt no fear and accepted this reality. Her teacher had endured much hardship, and he had stated that he merely wished to enjoy life without ever taking any action that would betray her trust. Reflecting on the time when Qian Xuanji served as the Pope, she dismissed such minor concerns. Indeed, Yuehua, my dear sister, you possess an innate talent for attending to men. After BibiDong's departure, Qian Xuanji revealed his true nature. Beyond his moniker Mishi Douluo, he was also known as the illustrious friend of women. It was essential to show care for women. Although Tang Yuehua may not yet fit this description, it seemed that her time was approaching. Tang Yuehua displayed considerable aptitude in this regard. Even after only a few days, her skills had become quite refined, showcasing her ability to attend to Qian Xuanji well. What Qian Xuanji was unaware of was that the teacher he had selected for Tang Yuehua was a genuine practitioner of feminine virtue. Had it not been for Tang Yuehua's inner strength, she might have succumbed to despair. Qian Xuanji's remarks incited profound anger within Tang Yuehua. The thought of that perverse woman's lectures ignited a fury within her, especially as the woman instructed her on how to enhance Qian Xuanji's happiness. She yearned to tear that woman apart, yet lacked the strength to do so. Even if she were to learn these skills, it would never be for Qian Xuanji. Confronted by Qian Xuanji's inquiries, Tang Yuehua found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, she resolved to strive diligently, believing that brighter days lay ahead. In the face of the resolute Tang Yuehua, Qian Xuanji found no fault. It appeared that Tang Yuehua once held a noble title, yet now, Qian Xuanji desired to transform her aristocratic domain into something else. Slowly but surely, Tang Yuehua was becoming accustomed to her new role. Your Majesty, may I take a stroll in Wuhuan City? Tang Yuehua had not given up on transmitting the information she had gathered about the Wuhuan temple. After some contemplation, she mustered the courage to address Qian Xuanji, awaiting his response. At this moment, Tang Yuehua felt neither the face nor the inclination to call Qian Xuanji brother anymore, and instead addressed him formally as Your Majesty. Ah, this puts me in quite a predicament, Qian Xuanji remarked, visibly troubled. Your Majesty, I only wish to purchase some decorative items. Surely, you would like to see me looking more beautiful? Reluctantly, Tang Yuehua was willing to make sacrifices to leave the Wuhuan temple. These items can be procured by the servants. Yet Qian Xuanji remained unyielding. Your Majesty, everything I use is selected personally. I merely wish to engage in activities within Wuhuan City and have no intention of fleeing. Even if I attempted to escape, the Qian sect still stands. Tang Yuehua elaborated on her current situation, emphasizing that escape was not an option given the circumstances. Qian Xuanji was almost swayed by her reasoning, surprised by her eloquence. Very well, I shall grant you this privilege, but there is one condition. Chapter 80, Tang Yuehua's Studies. Since Tang Yuehua was so articulate, Qian Xuanji intended to take full advantage of this opportunity. For some reason, a foreboding feeling arose within Tang Yuehua. Your Majesty, what condition do you propose? Despite her inner instincts warning her that Qian Xuanji was not to be trusted and that his conditions would be exceedingly unreasonable, she still inquired, driven by a desire to seize a glimmer of hope. Qian Xuanji regarded Tang Yuehua with a smile and stated, Since you are so eloquent, I merely wish to ascertain the extent of your persuasive abilities. He laid out his condition. Sister Yuehua, is this condition unreasonable? Should you decline, I would have no choice but to keep you here in the Wuhuan Temple for eternity. Qian Xuanji offered no rewards, only harsh terms, leaving Tang Yuehua to decide whether to accept his demands or endure his whims. Tang Yuehua's grip on Qian Xuanji's legs tightened, reflecting her current emotional state. Qian Xuanji was unfazed. To him, the pressure she exerted was akin to a mere tickle. Tang Yuehua genuinely wished to crush Qian Xuanji. Indeed, her brother had not been mistaken. Qian Xuanji was, without a doubt, a lecherous rogue. In truth, many had misjudged Qian Xuanji. He only sought to contribute to the revival of humanity. As the saying goes, greater power entails greater responsibility, does it not? Well then, it seems that my dear sister Yuehua cannot accept even this minor request of mine. You may leave. I must commence my training. Observing Tang Yuehua's hesitance, Qian Xuanji decided to retreat, hoping to guide her toward a decision. No, Your Majesty, Tang Yuehua stammered, unable to utter the word of acceptance. Come here. Qian Xuanji beckoned her with a finger. At this moment, he pressed her further. After a couple of pushes, he ultimately used Tang Xiao as leverage to break Tang Yuehua's final resistance. Thus, Tang Yuehua could transform from a traitorous identity into a rightful position. This was for her own good. Oh dear, Brother Tang, I have made such great sacrifices for you. Realizing that Qian Xuanji had forcibly grasped the back of her head, rendering her immobile, Tang Yuehua silently lamented her fate. She felt no regret for her choices, yet was concerned that her actions might cause discomfort to Tang Hao, and that thought distressed her greatly. Qian Xuanji's intentions were primarily to assist Tang Yuehua in recalling the lessons from the previous day. He was well aware of the curriculum, having participated in its creation. The lesson from yesterday had been on the art of kissing. Qian Xuanji's technique reminded Tang Yuehua of the previous day's teachings. How infuriating! For some inexplicable reason, Tang Yuehua's resistance to Qian Xuanji's advances was alarmingly feeble. On one hand, her physical strength was insufficient to oppose him. On the other, her heart had been swayed. After enduring several minutes in silence, she finally released him. System, initiate check-in. Send Tang Yuehua away. Qian Xuanji sensed that once Tang Yuehua exited, she would be wiping her tears. He paid it no mind and activated the system to commence his check-in. At present, he had successfully refined and utilized the Four Seasons pen and had grasped a portion of the power of the Four Seasons. Furthermore, the situation within the Wuhuan Temple had become utterly transparent. There was no need for him to stabilize. He signed indirectly. Congratulations, host. You have checked in at the tea room and received a low-grade innate spiritual root and enlightenment tea. Qian Xuanji remarked, Very well, it's manageable. However, this contraption is undoubtedly incapable of bearing weight on the Douluo continent. How could such a trivial land withstand its power? It is utterly incapable of nurturing it. For now, it shall be stored within the Weiyang Xinfu. Fortunately, it is merely of inferior quality. Were it of supreme grade, I would be entirely unable to sustain it. After cultivating the Wu Dao tea, Qian Xuanji plucked 4 leaves. Following the prescribed method, he brewed 2 of them into tea and served it. Come now, Donger, partake of this. He first presented it to BibiDong. What is this? Although BibiDong feigned confusion, she nonetheless drank it in one gulp. The flavor was neither particularly pleasant nor unpleasant. Carry this with you and cultivate diligently. If all goes well, reaching level 100 will be a mere formality. Qian Xuanji retrieved the teacup and handed the remaining leaf of Wu Dao tea to BibiDong. She was utterly bewildered. What is happening here? Without further elaboration, Qian Xuanji gently nudged her back in her room and secured the door. In her state of confusion, BibiDong once again immersed herself in the cultivation of her soul power. She had yet to fully comprehend the soul skills brought forth by her 10 soul rings, each over 100,000 years old. Now was the perfect time to calm her mind and focus on her training. Yet, inexplicably, BibiDong found herself easily settling into tranquility. Moreover, her understanding of soul power seemed to have surged significantly. She sensed the potential for deeper exploration. Could it be that the tea was the catalyst? She glanced at the leaves Xuanji had given her. They appeared quite ordinary, yet their inner strength far surpassed that of typical tea. Remembering her teacher's promise to aid her, she wondered if this was the little favor her teacher had mentioned. A sweet sensation enveloped her heart, motivating her to pursue her cultivation with renewed vigor. Xuanji then offered a bowl of tea to Dalu. What is the matter? Dalu emerged from his secluded meditation, his expression not particularly favorable. Are you on the verge of losing your mind? Upon seeing Dalu's weary visage, Xuanji felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing that he was indeed spiraling into madness. To become a deity is inherently a defiance of fate. What harm is there in perishing along the way? Dalu responded with a sense of resignation. Never mind, just drink this. Xuanji felt his timing was indeed fortuitous. Otherwise, this fellow might genuinely meet his end. Dalu, though gifted, would find it far from simple to reach level 100. If Tang Chun had nearly gone mad, then Dalu was not far behind, as achieving divinity was tenfold more arduous for him. What is this? Dalu scrutinized Xuanji with a skeptical gaze. Is this fellow merely here to deliver a cup of tea to me? Are you worried I might poison you? Xuanji's remark flushed Dalu's face with irritation. What foolish thoughts occupy your mind? He longed to give him a few reprimanding slaps. Nevertheless, Dalu downed the tea in one breath. Instantly, he felt a surge of vitality returning to his weary spirit, leaving him feeling remarkably refreshed. This left Dalu perplexed. What on earth is this? Is it a gift from the angels? Take this. It will surely aid you in breaking through to level 100. Xuanji placed the Wu Dao tea on Dalu's shoulder, offering encouragement before departing. Unlike himself, Dalu lacked external assistance, with numerous subordinates to aid his cultivation. Xuanji had already surpassed level 100 in soul power, though he remained unaware of his true capabilities. At last, she had escaped. After immense sacrifice, Tang Yuehua had temporarily eluded Xuanji's grasp. Upon leaving the Wuhuan temple and entering the marketplace, she scanned her surroundings for any potential followers. Though her cultivation was modest, her perception was remarkably acute. Tang Yuehua detected no one intentionally trailing her. Of course, if it were a titled Douluo, that would be an entirely different matter. She began purchasing items with an air of normalcy, all the while meticulously seeking opportunities. Brother. Upon entering a fabric shop, she suddenly spotted her elder brother, Tang Xiao. To confirm her sighting, she scrutinized him several times. Tang Hao was unmistakable, but she needed to ensure her eyes had not deceived her. Finally, she was certain. The person she encountered was indeed her elder brother, Tang Xiao. Guieli, Dan Juhu a project Dan Xiao. Brother, has Hao come as well? She inquired, surveying the room. Cough, cough. Hao is currently in deep seclusion, striving to reach level 83 as a soul Douluo. Tang Xiao replied to Tang Yuehua. This revelation left Tang Yuehua feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and informed Tang Xiao, Brother, I have uncovered a significant secret regarding the Wuhuan temple. It seems they have established a connection with the divine. Tang Xiao's expression darkened upon hearing this news, his anxiety palpable. What shall we do about our Qian sect? Tang Yuehua fell into silence. Indeed, the Wuhuan temple appeared to be growing increasingly formidable, and it seemed that their Qian sect was no longer a match. Brother, can we still reach out to the Soul Clan? Tang Yuehua inquired, recognizing that their only hope lay with the Soul Clan. Tang Xiao shook his head. Our relationship with the Soul Clan has been irrevocably severed. What then shall we do? Tang Yuehua spoke, her voice laced with helplessness. Yuehua, it falls upon you now. The only solution lies with you. I hope you can manage Xuanji. Tang Xiao expressed his resignation, entrusting this daunting task to his sister. Tang Yuehua felt a profound sense of helplessness. The thought of Xuanji, who eyed her with desire, contrasted starkly with the precarious situation of the Qian sect. Caught in the middle, she felt the weight of her burdens, utterly exhausted. Yuehua, I shall return for now. This place has been acquired by our Qian sect and serves as a secret base with trustworthy individuals. Should you uncover any vital information, You may relay it to us through here. Tang Xiao, merely a pawn of Qian Xuanji, felt that his mission had been accomplished and prepared to withdraw. When Tang Yuehua emerged from the fabric shop, she felt as if she were in a daze, her mindset profoundly shaken. There was no choice but to continue living. Yet her predicament regarding the villain Qian Xuanji felt increasingly inescapable. It seemed she could only endure in silence, yet her spirit rebelled against this fate. On the island of Haishan, Poseidon, having lingered for several days, resolved to address some lingering minor issues before preparing to depart. Before leaving, he inquired of Poseidon. The latter, taken aback, gazed at him, realizing that he implied she should follow him to the divine realm to enjoy eternal life. "I beg your pardon, Lord Poseidon, but I find myself unable to comply," she replied. Although she held great reverence for him, her heart was already claimed by another. Curiosity piqued, Poseidon pressed further, eager to learn the identity of the fortunate one who had captured her heart. He is the first to have achieved this without divine assistance. His name is Tang Chun. As he seeks the divine position, Poseidon spoke candidly, revealing her feelings without reservation. Upon hearing this, Poseidon instantly grasped the situation. As a deity, he typically disregarded the affairs of mortals, yet he began to take an interest in talented individuals, contemplating the prospect of a successor. Indeed, Tang Chun had once been within Poseidon's considerations, although he was ultimately cast aside. "You know of him?" Poseidon's eyes sparkled with delight, eager for confirmation. "I not only know of him, but I'm also aware of his current whereabouts," Poseidon proclaimed enigmatically. "Where is Tang Chun now? I implore you to share." Poseidon pleaded anxiously. It had been over a decade since she last heard from him, and genuine concern filled her heart. "I could even take you to him," Poseidon replied with a smile. Yet, an unsettling feeling crept over Poseidon as she suddenly realized the implication of that smile. Could it be that Poseidon harbored ill intentions toward Tang Chun? No, surely not. She reassured herself, believing that a deity would not stoop to such actions. But her heart remained restless. Chapter 82. The arrogant Poseidon in the city of slaughter. Poseidon followed the deity into this notorious location, her astonishment evident. Although she had never been within its confines, she had heard tales of its infamous nature. Why had Poseidon brought her here? Was Tang Chun hidden within? The thought struck her. After all, he had been missing for so long, and it was plausible that he had ventured into such a perilous place. How had she not considered this before? "Let us enter," commanded Poseidon, surveying the city with a sense of nostalgia. Shielded by Poseidon's divine power, Poseidon felt no adverse effects from the city's ominous aura. "Is that you, Tang Chun?" Poseidon breathed as they arrived at the residence of the king of slaughter. Upon encountering the masked ruler, Poseidon felt her spirit leave her body. Despite his disguise, she recognized him instantly. "What brings you here, Senior Poseidon?" Qian Xuanji exclaimed, bewildered. "What should we do now? How can we resolve this situation?" Suddenly, he noticed Poseidon beside her and cursed inwardly. How could this deity involve himself in their affairs? Qian Xuanji was well aware of Poseidon's reputation, having met him before. The complexity of the situation stemmed largely from Poseidon's presence. With just Poseidon, Qian Xuanji could easily manage the situation, but this deity's involvement changed everything. "It seems he is on the verge of inheriting the title of Shura God," Poseidon remarked. Glancing at Tang Chun with satisfaction, Poseidon was overjoyed upon hearing this. Tang Chun is about to become a god? The Shura God? This is wonderful news. Meanwhile, Qian Xuanji had shifted his focus, waiting for the right moment to fully integrate Tang Chun's soul, ensuring no unforeseen complications arose. However, Poseidon was evidently unaware of Qian Xuanji's true intentions. "Becoming the Shura God is no simple feat," Poseidon stated, casting a jealous glance at Qian Xuanji. As a mere first-tier deity, he felt threatened by the prospect of Poseidon's chosen one potentially ascending to a higher status. "Dang Qian, consider this. If you're to part ways with Poseidon, I could assist you in your ascension," Poseidon proposed, contemplating the implications of Tang Chun inheriting the Shura God position and the possibility of Poseidon accompanying him to the divine realm. Poseidon could not accept such an outcome. It would signify his utter defeat. Thus, he sought to alter the course of events. Surprisingly, Qian Xuanji recognized that Poseidon, despite his divine facade, was not so different from himself. Yet, he had no intention of coexisting peacefully with Poseidon. Poseidon gazed at him, confusion etched on her face. She could not fathom why Poseidon would make such a suggestion. The grand image she held of him crumbled in an instant. "I do not require your assistance. Becoming a god is not so difficult. XunjiCounter-PUA replied with haughty defiance. What was a mere first-tier deity to instruct him? Unbeknownst to him, even the angelic deity had been driven away by XunjiCounter-PUA's might. Poseidon was nothing of consequence. XunjiCounter-PUA's words filled Poseidon's heart with joy. Tang Chun remained unchanged, still the same as ever. Yet, would his boldness provoke Poseidon's ire? Indeed, Poseidon was irked profoundly so. He could scarcely believe the audacity of this mortal. Although deities are bound by certain limitations, such constraints were insignificant to an ancient god like Poseidon. Mortal, do you truly believe you can inherit the Shura god position without consequence? Have you forgotten your previous encounters? Poseidon narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with a subtle threat. Was a mere Rakshasa god to boast about? Do I have pressing matters at hand? XunjiCounter-PUA is not afraid of the sea god. Not to mention the presence of angels here, XunjiCounter-PUA can summon them at will. When the time comes, the sea god will have to leave in disgrace. Just like any other divine being. Take the goddess of life, for instance. With this trump card in play, what waves can a mere sea god stir? This deity should have the decency to vacate the city of slaughter if there is nothing pressing. I do not welcome you here. Subsequently, XunjiCounter-PUA began to clear the area. His words filled Poseidon with great concern. Poseidon thought, how has Tang Chun become so reckless? Even if one dislikes the sea god, there is no need for such rudeness. A little courtesy would suffice. Very well, human, you have provoked my ire. The sea god could not fathom that he, too, was being challenged. Previously, the angel god had been silenced by BibiDong, which had amused him greatly. Yet, he could not have anticipated that he would soon find himself in a similar predicament. It is astonishing that such talents exist on this insignificant Douluo star. Sea god, Poseidon anxiously addressed him, hoping for clemency. When did the city of slaughter become your territory? You do not welcome me? I stand here. If you have the capability, force me to leave. The sea god laid his cards on the table. You do not welcome me here? Very well, if you can, then make me leave. This is hardly a challenge, is it? Since you have presented your face for me to strike, I shall not hold back. XunjiCounter-PUA responded. The sea god, however, regarded him with disdain. A mere demigod daring to oppose him? Utterly laughable. Nevertheless, should XunjiCounter-PUA take the first step against him, he would have ample justification to eliminate the one before him. The sea god had barely contemplated this for a moment when an airship arrived. To his astonishment, the goddess of life emerged from a vessel. Sea god, what brings you here? Have you also discovered the inheritor of the Shura deity? Upon seeing the sea god, the goddess of life expressed her surprise. XunjiCounter-PUA had just found her and informed her of the presence of the Shura law god's inheritor, who was on the verge of attaining divinity. Thus, she had accompanied XunjiCounter-PUA. Witnessing XunjiCounter-PUA's swift means of travel, the goddess of life felt a pang of envy. She did not doubt that this was a creation of the angels, bestowed upon XunjiCounter-PUA. However, she was curious about why the sea god was also present. Chapter 83. Infatuated Poseidon. The sea god was truly a loss for words. How had this woman arrived as well? In terms of strength, status, and prestige, he was vastly inferior to the goddess of life. Just as the sea god considered conjuring a plausible excuse, Tang Chun spoke up. This sea god intends to bully others through his divine status. The arrival of the goddess is fortuitous. She can adjudicate our dispute and determine who is in the right. XunjiCounter-PUA showed no respect for the sea god. Given the circumstances, what was there to fear? To speak on behalf of the sea god now would be utterly humiliating. XunjiCounter-PUA's power left him unconcerned about such a trivial sea god. Hearing the words of the inheritor of the Shura god, the goddess of life furrowed her brows. Could it truly be so? It should not be. The sea god had a respectable reputation in the divine realm. The sea god was naturally incensed by this. He chose to leave of his own accord. He could hardly believe that he had been publicly humiliated by this mortal. Such an affront was a profound disgrace. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. The sea god departed, and Poseidon did not follow. However, without the sea god's divine protection, Poseidon found herself constrained by the city of slaughter. Well, let us strive to obtain the Shura inheritance. With the sea god gone, the goddess of life had no intention of pursuing him. She glanced at Tang Chun, smiling as she remarked, "Inheriting a godly position of the rank of king of gods is no small feat, thank you, goddess." XunjiCounter-PUA felt a surge of gratitude. Recognizing the goddess of life as a gentle and kind-hearted woman, the goddess of life surveyed the city of slaughter, her keen eyes discerning its fundamental structure. She chose to accompany Xunji back to the martial soul hall, leaving Poseidon and Tang Chen behind. Why, after all these years, have you not sought me out? Once they were alone, Poseidon posed an existential question to Tang Chen, aware of how she had fared all this time. Xunji felt a sense of urgency. Generally speaking, charming women was a simple task for him. However, this time was different with Poseidon. He regarded her with profound reverence, akin to his feelings toward the goddess of life herself. There was only a deep respect in his heart, devoid of any irreverence. Thus, faced with this situation, Xunji felt somewhat flustered. Confessing to Poseidon? That was utterly impossible, now or ever. Helplessly, Xunji lowered his head, feigning a look of regret. This was the first instance where he had deviated from his scripted role. Upon witnessing Tang Chen's shameful silence, Poseidon rushed forward, playfully pounding her tiny fists against Xunji's chest. Explain yourself. Quickly find an excuse, even if it's a lie. Seeing that Tang Chen remained unmoved, Poseidon could not help but speak up. If only Tang Chen would offer her a reason, even one that was flimsy, she would accept it wholeheartedly. Cici, I am compelled by circumstances. Please allow me to explain. Xunji finally gathered his wits and began to articulate his circumstances. Following a lengthy exposition, he expressed, I'm truly sorry. I misjudged you, Chen. Xunji's heartfelt explanation left Poseidon entranced, and she wholeheartedly believed him. In turn, Poseidon apologized to Xunji. This filled Xunji with admiration. She was indeed a remarkable woman. A twinge of guilt stirred within him, for his actions had inadvertently disrupted her life. Yet, there was no alternative. If Xunji did not act, the Douluo continent would descend into chaos and turmoil, resulting in tremendous loss. At present, Xunji felt the only course of action was to perpetuate this deception indefinitely. Perhaps, for Poseidon, this would be the most perfect outcome. However, what was this Chunchin nonsense? Why were these two so playful? They appeared quite serious, yet one cannot judge a book by its cover. Cici, you should return to Sea God Island. Once I fully inherit the position of the Shura God, I will seek you out, and together we shall revel in freedom. At this moment, in facing Poseidon, Xunji was not yet fully prepared. The script had shifted, and he needed to refine it. First, he must coax Poseidon back to Sea God Island. No, I wish to stay here, Poseidon replied, shaking her head resolutely. Xunji remarked, all right, this woman, once she has a man, forgets her duties. In 3 years, at most 3 years, I shall resolve everything. By then, we could be together for 300 years, 3,000 years, or even 30,000 years. For now, please focus on your duty of safeguarding Haishan Island. All right? Your demeanor makes me feel as though you're not the original she anymore, explained Xunji. Poseidon suddenly understood. Indeed, she had her own responsibilities. However, today, the revelation of the sea god's true nature and the joy of reuniting with Tang Chen had caused Poseidon to become somewhat carried away, momentarily forgetting her role. Xunji's reminder helped her regain composure. Although the sea god was not currently worthy of her worship, her many subjects on Haishan Island indeed needed her protection, at least until she found a new successor. Very well, I understand, but I shall stay here for a few days. Poseidon agreed. Years ago, her pride had led to a prolonged separation from Tang Chen, a decision she now deeply regretted. Finally reunited, Poseidon cast aside her previous aloofness. Xunji, feeling quite helpless, could only acquiesce. The elder Poseidon was an exceedingly reserved individual, never one to easily let go of her pride. When Tang Chen consented, Poseidon was overjoyed. How fast can this thing go? Upon returning to the spirit hall and seeing Xunji store the void boat, the goddess of life curiously inquired. This, it can exceed the speed of light, but with my current strength, I cannot yet achieve that, replied Xunji, who was not one to boast. He was a straightforward and honest person. Thus he shared this without any concealment. Is this an angelic creation? The goddess of life pondered upon hearing this. How terrifying! Has angelic technology reached such heights? It is truly formidable. Does Xunji support the angels for such benefits? No. It is not a gift from the angels, but my own possession. Chapter 84. The Astonished Goddess of Life. Angels do not possess such things. And Xunji would not speak carelessly. Although he had indeed received benefits from the angels, some matters needed to remain distinct. Did you acquire this in Douluo continent? The goddess of life gazed at Qian Sun-ji in astonishment. Such a thing exists in Douluo continent? How could that be possible? Qian Xunyi nodded. The goddess of life felt a twinge of envy. Ah, such luck to stumble upon such a divine artifact. My lady, I have heard that the god of destruction's law is your spouse. I wonder why he did not descend with you? Qian Sun-ji, strolling alongside the goddess of life, initiated the conversation. He casually inquired about the god of destruction's law. He did not harbor much concern about the matter. I simply came down. The goddess of life replied honestly. So you've been apart for so many years. How is it? Qian Sun-ji could not help but ask again. The goddess of life intended to remain in Douluo continent for about 20 years. 20 years apart? Qian Sun-ji couldn't help but admire the god of destruction's law's resolve. A year in Douluo continent equates to merely a day in the divine realm. Although it seems they've been separated for 2 decades in the divine realm, it is merely over 20 days, a fleeting moment. The goddess of life explained with a smile. Qian Sun-ji realized he had overlooked this detail, which was indeed an oversight. My lady, please allow me to show you the venue we have prepared. Qian Sun-ji did not pursue the topic further and led the goddess of life outside the spirit hall to the entrance of Wei Yang Xianfu. Here, the goddess of life sensed an extraordinarily peculiar power. Qian Sun-ji did not explain, but simply walked in. The goddess of life followed suit. This tea tree. Qian Sun-ji aimed to show the goddess of life the angelic craftsmanship. However, he recalled the recently acquired Wu Dao tea tree. This was no ordinary item. It was a primordial spiritual entity. Even if it were of lower grade, it would surpass the 4th parallel universe's realm. The goddess of life could not have encountered anything like it before. As expected, upon seeing it, the goddess of life found herself momentarily entranced. It was indeed her first encounter with such a formidable tree. My lady, allow me to elucidate. This is the Wu Dao tea tree. Consuming its leaves or cultivating beneath it can yield remarkable results. My current cultivation level is entirely due to it. Observing the goddess of life's expression, Qian Sun-ji realized he had indeed impressed her. Feeling a sense of pride, he began to explain further. No wonder. Upon hearing Qian Sun-ji's explanation, the goddess of life appeared contemplative. No wonder Qian Sun-ji could reach level 108 without becoming a deity. It was all thanks to this. May I taste a leaf? The goddess of life made a humble request to Qian Sun-ji. She truly wished to try it. However, being a woman of great propriety, she sought Qian Sun-ji's permission. Of course, my lady, feel free, he gestured graciously. The goddess of life gracefully approached the tea tree and plucked a leaf with her delicate hand. Then, she placed it in her mouth. It must be said, everything was executed with such elegance. Qian Sun-ji couldn't help but marvel internally. It was simply perfect. Indeed, it had a profound, enlightening effect. As an ancient tree of life, the goddess of life absorbed a wealth of vitality from the tea leaves. Moreover, she sensed a newfound understanding in her years of stagnation. The goddess of life could not help but admire. This truly was a miracle. If their divine realm obtained such a treasure under her guidance, it would surely benefit the entire divine realm and elevate it further. Unfortunately, this item belonged to Qian Sun-ji, and she could not take charge. It appeared she needed to make every effort to win Qian Sun-ji over. Initially, the goddess of life did not regard Qian Sun-ji seriously. To her, with the angelic gods present, her descent into Douluo continent was virtually foolproof. However, unforeseen circumstances arose that compelled her to take a step back. Yet, she still did not pay much attention to Qian Sun-ji, her focus remaining on the angels. Just moments ago, upon learning of the valuable items in Qian Sun-ji's possession, particularly the Wu Dao tea tree, her demeanor shifted. She could no longer overlook Qian Sun-ji. Qian Sun-ji had become a presence of significant importance to the divine beings. My lady, follow me. I will take you to see the venue. After a thorough discussion with the goddess of life, Qian Sun-ji prepared to accompany her to meet with the angels. Although somewhat reluctant, the goddess of life ultimately agreed to follow Qian Sun-ji. At that moment, on the neighboring planet of Duki, in a remote area, there was a floating island adorned with luxurious architecture. Teacher, a tall woman clad in a blue dress respectfully addressed the white-haired middle-aged man approaching her. Indeed, Yinner, congratulations on becoming a Dohuan. From this point on, you shall stand proudly in the Jiama Empire. The white-haired man smiled at the young woman in blue. It is still thanks to your guidance and the pills you provided. Teacher, the graceful Yun Yun felt immense joy within her heart. After years of diligent cultivation, she had finally achieved the rank of Dohuang. Now that you have become a Dohuang, the Yunlan sect shall be entrusted to your leadership. You shall be the sect master of Yunlan from now on. Yin Shan, her teacher, proclaimed. Yin Yin was taken aback and exclaimed, Teacher, what do you mean? Yin Shan chuckled softly. I have reached a critical juncture in my own advancement to Dozong, and thus I shall not concern myself with mundane matters. I must focus on breaking through to Dozong. Understanding her teacher's intentions, Yin Yin joyfully declared, I wish you success in your breakthrough, teacher. Yin Shan retrieved a box from his spatial ring and handed it to Yin Yin. Curious, she accepted it, pondering whether it contained a high-level technique. Under Yin Shan's encouraging gaze, she opened the box to find a scroll inside. As she unfurled the scroll, she discovered not a technique or skill, but a portrait of an extraordinarily handsome and imposing man. Teacher, what is this? Yin Yin was perplexed. Why had her teacher given her this painting of someone she did not recognize? Yin'er, this is your betrothed. Yin Shan replied softly, his back turned to her. By now, Yin Shan had fully aligned himself with Xunji. Xunji had instructed the previously controlled Mugu Xunji to infiltrate the Yunlan sect and had provided Yin Shan with 2 breaking sect pills and several 6th grade pills. While these pills were inconsequential to the 8th grade alchemist Mugu Xunji, they were invaluable treasures to Yin Shan. Aligning himself with an 8th grade alchemist gave Yin Shan hope of reaching Dozong and restoring the glory of the Yunlan sect from the era of its ancestor, Yin Patian. Consequently, Yin Shan, based on Mugu Xunji's elevation, planned to offer his disciple, Yin Yin, in marriage. Teacher, what are you saying? When did I have a betrothed? Yin Yin was utterly stunned. How had she suddenly acquired a fiancé? What was going on? Yin'er, this arrangement is for you. He is an exceptionally outstanding individual, unmatched across the Duki continent. He is a true hero and your perfect match, Yin Shan patiently explained, understanding his proud disciple's nature. Although he had never met Xunji, the fact that he could command an 8th grade alchemist as a servant indicated that he was an immensely formidable presence, perhaps even a legendary Doshong. For the Yunlan sect, this was undoubtedly a colossal opportunity, and Yin Shan was determined to seize it. What is this, teacher? How can you do this to me? Yin Yin felt a tinge of frustration. Why had her teacher not informed her of these developments beforehand? She was caught completely off guard. This is a gift for you. Accept it and cultivate diligently. I must now enter seclusion. Yin Shan decided to let the matter rest for a while, allowing his disciple some time to adjust. He bestowed upon Yin Yin a high-level Earth-grade technique, Xingyunju, along with 2 high-level Earth-grade combat skills. These were among the best that Mugu Xunji had to offer. Without waiting for her to inquire further, Yin Shan retreated to the back mountains of the Yunlan sect to begin his seclusion. What a predicament! Yin Yin sighed. Glancing at the scroll and the techniques in her hands, she shook her head and returned to her chamber. A wave of confusion washed over her. She had never contemplated the idea of a future husband. Her suitors were numerous, akin to stars in the sky, such as Gu He, who had recently arrived at the Yunlan sect. Yet, even with someone as remarkable as Gu He, she felt no attraction. She had no idea from where her teacher had found this betrothed. Although he was handsome, she knew nothing about him otherwise. Xunji, having taken some time, also visited the Duki continent. Utilizing a wormhole from the Soul Clan, he arrived within minutes. After acquiring the ring that housed Yaochen and a source of spiritual essence from the Soul Hall, he returned to Douluo Star. As for the young lady Yin Yin, Xunji chose not to visit her just yet, allowing her some time to come to terms with the situation. After all, she was not escaping his grasp. Not only her, but he chuckled. Once he had sufficiently understood the ladies of Douluo continent, he would venture to the Duki continent for some fun. Upon returning to the spirit hall of Douluo continent, Xunji cast the ring containing Yaochen into the source of spiritual essence. He sensed that the ring began to absorb the power from within the essence. The essence was filled with countless spiritual thoughts. However, with Yaochen possessing the bone spirit cold fire, there was no concern of being influenced by these thoughts. Soon, Xunji distinctly felt the power of this spiritual essence being absorbed significantly. As expected of the heavenly spirit Yaochen, the absorption speed was quite impressive. All right, you should have her covered by now. Come out, and let us converse, Xunji called out after waiting for a considerable time, confident that Yaochen had regained his awareness. There was no need for embellishments in front of him. They were of no use. Thank you, brother. I owe you my life. I cannot repay you. As soon as Xunji finished speaking, Yaochen floated out of the ring, astonished by his surroundings. Where's this place? He wondered, feeling the world around him was utterly foreign, devoid of any trace of Duki. Rest assured, this is no longer the Duki continent. The Soul Clan's reach does not extend here. You are safe, Xunji reassured him, aware of Yao Chen's apprehensions. Not the Duki continent. Then what is this spiritual essence? Should this be a product of the Soul Clan? Where exactly am I? Yao Chen, being a cunning old fox, was not easily swayed by Xunji's brief explanations. How could there be spiritual essence if this were not the Duki continent? After a thorough explanation, Yao Chen began to believe a portion of it. The reason I summoned you is quite simple. My world's alchemy is behind the times, and I require someone of your caliber to assist in developing it. Surely you would not refuse? Xunji addressed Yao Chen, who now understood that he was at the mercy of circumstances, with little chance of refusal. Now, he merely wishes to discern the fate that awaits him. Will he be reduced to a soulless alchemical machine, or will he engage in a relatively equitable partnership with Xunji? Rest assured, I shall not neglect you. I will strive to restore you to your corporeal form. Naturally, any elixirs I concoct, even those of the 9th grade, shall be yours should you manage to produce them. Furthermore, I can assist you in dealing with the Soul Clan. Xunji outlined the terms he had offered to Yao Chen. Very well, I accept your proposal. Yao Chen noted Xunji's courteous demeanor and reflected on how his own premature awakening was indeed due to this individual. Observing his countenance, it was evident that he was no ordinary character. Perhaps he could indeed aid in resolving the grievances between the Soul Palace and the Soul Clan. Collaborating with him is certainly feasible. Before long, you will find yourself grateful for this decision. Come, I shall arrange some pertinent matters for you. Xunji chose not to elaborate further. Although Yao Chen currently existed in a spiritual state, as long as Xunji could provide him with resources to restore his soul power, there would be little distinction between him and a normal person. Naturally, Xunji would assign Yao Chen a substantial number of tasks, at least 100 to begin with. Additionally, he would ensure that Yao Chen received the necessary information regarding Douluo continent. Chapter 86. The bunny girl. He prepared servants, tools, and other necessities for Yao Chen. By the way, Yao Chen, I forgot to mention something important. A Dosheng elder from the medicine clan of Duki continent, Yao Qian, has also arrived here and expressed a desire to collaborate with me. However, our discussions did not align, and I ultimately declined his proposal. He is likely still on Douluo continent, uniting with other sections. To motivate Yao Chen to work diligently, Xunji shared this information with him. It is certainly ineffective to urge Yao Chen, a proud individual with the threat of punishment, for someone of his disposition. Instilling a sense of urgency is far more effective than any coercive method. Xunji was fully aware that Yao Qian had not departed from Douluo continent, but had instead allied himself with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. He merely chose to turn a blind eye to this, as regardless of where they were ultimately working for him. Upon hearing Xunji's words, Yao Chen experienced a tumultuous shift in his emotions. The medicine clan, he recalled the sorrow of his parents, abandoned by the medicine clan, and the loathsome visage of a certain elder. Anger ignited within him. Understand, Yao Chen was acutely aware of the motives behind Xunji's revelation. Yet, at this moment, he found satisfaction in being utilized by Xunji. The Soul Clan bore a profound enmity towards Yao Chen, while the medicine clan represented a more personal vendetta. It may be an exaggeration, but it was not far from the truth. Yao Chen's rise to becoming a respected alchemist stemmed from the drive he received from the medicine clan. In Duki continent, you may be a 9th grade alchemist, and I may not surpass you, but here, everything begins anew. I shall certainly surpass you. Yao Chen recognized that Yao Qian was a highly esteemed 9th grade alchemist among the medicine clan. Before his demise, he had merely reached the pinnacle of 8th grade alchemy, never attaining the 9th grade. This meant that in Duki continent, he could not compete with the 9th grade alchemist Yao Qian. After all, Yao Qian was thousands of years old and a dosheng. How could he possibly measure up? However, now in Douluo continent, a place of new beginnings, he could hardly believe he would be inferior. Very well, I await your good news. Observing the transformation in Yao Chen's expression, Xunji nodded in satisfaction before departing. It seemed Yao Chen would diligently serve him without the need for supervision. Excellent. Now it is time to see others. Everything is becoming increasingly intriguing. Xunji tossed the elixir in his hand and proceeded toward a certain location. At this moment, Xunji possessed dual facets. One aspect was the genuine angel Douluo, a representative of earthly justice. The other was more sinister, embodying the malevolent essence of the secret chamber Douluo. Such malevolence was rarely witnessed by ordinary individuals, and even if encountered, they would ultimately become his allies. Thus, XunjiCounter-PUA acted with an air of impunity. He arrived at the secret chamber, a place filled with countless cherished memories. "How are you, my beloved Miss Qinwu?" The dimly lit chamber brightened slightly with XunjiCounter-PUA's presence. Here, he felt like a beacon of light, striving to dispel the darkness of the world. For instance, the chamber's first occupant, BibiDong. XunjiCounter-PUA had confined her here solely to diminish her malevolence. Had he not done so, 20 years hence, forces such as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would suffer greatly due to BibiDong's actions. However, by taking this measure, those sects will be spared from annihilation. Do you think XunjiCounter-PUA acted rightly? And what of Qian? Had XunjiCounter-PUA not intervened, the calamity she would unleash upon Douluo continent would be far more devastating, even more so than those caused by BibiDong. Yet by confining her here, he eradicated the evil within Qian, nipping the threat in the bud. Do you believe XunjiCounter-PUA was justified? As for Tang Yuehua, XunjiCounter-PUA merely offered the Haotian sect a chance to avoid self-destruction, which is why he allowed Tang Yuehua to remain here temporarily. Presently, Qingwu is in a similar predicament. If this individual is not dealt with, her daughter may ascend to the heavens in the future. XunjiCounter-PUA's actions may appear dark, but in essence, they are rooted in the pursuit of light. He is a selfless individual, willing to descend into the depths of the abyss to uphold peace in the world. XunjiCounter-PUA is determined to continue this legacy. My friends, do you think he acted rightly? Qingwu gently raised her head. As a rabbit, she had long since adapted to the darkness. After all, during her early cultivation, she resided in a cave. "Xiao Wu, you must transform." Qingwu chose to ignore XunjiCounter-PUA's villainous words. Undeterred, XunjiCounter-PUA calmly addressed her. Upon hearing this, Qingwu lost her composure. "Xiao Wu, is she all right? The transformation of a soul beast is a perilous endeavor. How could Qingwu not be concerned? Is she fine? I cannot ascertain." XunjiCounter-PUA refrained from divulging the specifics of Xiao Wu's situation. "I implore you, please let me see Xiao Wu." Qingwu pleaded with XunjiCounter-PUA. "Very well, under one condition." XunjiCounter-PUA fixed his gaze on Qingwu, agreeing to her request. To spare her? That is certainly possible. He had come this time with the intention of releasing Qingwu. Due to the completion of Qingwu's sentence, she is now eligible for release. However, even in freedom, there remain certain constraints. What conditions must I meet? I will comply with any requirement. Qingwu, prioritizing her daughter above all else, is willing to overlook the details. Qian Sunji presents Qingwu with a set of garments, attire that resonates with the essence of a rabbit. Put this on before we converse further. Qian Sunji, a paragon of virtue, would never dare to sneak a glance. He illuminates the hidden chamber where the spirit hall has been electrified under the angel's transformation, harnessing hydropower and wind energy. Qian Sunji plans to capture some attribute soul beasts to generate electricity for himself. As Qingwu gazes at the peculiar yet embarrassing outfit, she feels momentarily at a loss. However, thoughts of her suffering child, Xiao Wu, compel her to set aside her embarrassment. She reluctantly dons the strange rabbit costume, which surprisingly fits her quite well. Shortly thereafter, Qian Sunji enters, and upon seeing the true rabbit girl before him, he nods with satisfaction. "Very good. Now, come over here." Chapter 87. The lonely Qian Qingwu is bewildered. What does this mean? Clearing his throat, Qian Sunji quips, "Just a joke, come sit." His sudden realization of the impropriety of his previous behavior weighs on him. While he often engages in such playful banter with Qian, Qingwu remains a stranger, and this familiarity feels excessive. Qian Sunji takes a seat at a nearby table. His secret chamber well equipped with everything one might need. At this moment, Qingwu's heart feels a tad lighter. Indeed, this is not entirely excessive. Though she may resemble a rabbit, she is no longer bound to that form as a human. She glides over with delicate steps, her hands occupied, as the peculiar attire requires much concealment. You must understand, the animosity between soul masters and soul beasts runs deep. Even if you have not harmed any humans, cohabitation and peace is impossible. I, a benevolent soul, may grant you freedom, but you too must reciprocate. After a few aggressive glances, Qian Sunji lays out his terms. While the outfit may be odd, Qingwu finds it somewhat acceptable, especially since there are no third parties to witness her. She is acutely aware of the implications of Qian Sunji's proposal. Otherwise, she would not still be hiding in the Xingdo Da Senlin after her transformation. Here's the deal. You shall remain in the spirit hall as a maid, not burdened with excessive tasks, simply caring for your daughter, Xiaowu. For any other matters, I shall consult you. Primarily, your role will be to support Ayin, while I could take Xiaowu as my apprentice or acknowledge her as my goddaughter. This way, our relationship improves, and with the spirit hall's protection, you both can appear openly in the human realm. What do you think? Xunji proposes, his conditions not overly demanding. Though Ayin and Qingwu were once adversaries, having Qingwu serve Ayin as a maid could be seen as atonement for the grievances stemming from the past 10 millennia concerning the blue silvergrass. As Xunji speaks, Qingwu contemplates the benefits of a favorable relationship with the spirit hall, allowing her and her daughter to live openly without fear of concealment. The allure of this proposition is undeniably potent. Although the prospect of servitude carries its own risks, particularly concerning her male employer, she reassures herself that Xunji, a person of stature, is likely to be mindful of appearances. Additionally, he seems to have a family, which alleviates some concerns. Yet, another thought plagues Qingwu's mind. Regardless of how enticing the conditions may appear, they cannot erase a grim reality. Ming and Erming perished by this man's hand. While she can release herself from this vendetta, she feels that Xiao may not be able to let go, given their profound bond. After all, during their vulnerable moments, Ming and Erming were their protectors. With such deep-seated animosity, fostering a harmonious relationship between Xiaowu and Xunji seems implausible. Qingwu realizes she must have a serious conversation with her child. Unbeknownst to her, during her absence, Xunji has already tamed Xiaowu. After finalizing their agreement, Xunji leads Qingwu outside. While she can endure wearing the peculiar rabbit costume in private, being seen in public brings her discomfort. However, Xunji's firm grip leaves her with little room for resistance. The rabbit attire, though unusual, is rather appealing and not overly revealing. She wonders what she fears. Fortunately, within the spirit hall, there are no male soul masters, only female attendants, providing her with some relief. Now, she believes Xunji's intention for her to serve as a maid is devoid of ulterior motives. Perhaps it truly is an opportunity for both mother and daughter. Currently, Xiaowu is under Ayin's watchful eye. Ayin, with her nurturing disposition, is inclined to care for others, especially a soul beast in human form, evoking a sense of familiarity. In the spirit hall, Ayin is indeed a unique presence. Although she enjoys Xunji's abundant affection, a sense of loneliness lingers within her. Xunji, robust and powerful, ensures Ayin never experiences physical loneliness. As he approaches, Ayin instinctively prepares to express her admiration for the charming girl she adores. However, her expression freezes upon seeing the woman behind Xunji, clad in a similar outfit. He dressed her in that? Ayin ponders, bewildered by their relationship. Well, my education of Qingwu concludes here. She will follow you as your maid, given your shared history, Xunji explains to Ayin. Even without his clarification, Ayin, with her gentle nature, would not protest. Thank you, my lord. Ayin beams, her spirits lifted by Xunji's words. His constant consideration for her well-being fills her with happiness. Following Xunji truly brings her joy. Observing the pair before her, Qingwu feels a pang of envy. Why is there such a stark difference among soul beasts? Before her stands a plant, a partner who is attentive and caring in every possible way. Meanwhile, that rabbit from thousands of years ago. Alas, without comparison, there can be no disparity. This little interlude has slightly improved Qingwu's perception of Xunji. Nevertheless, overall, her feelings towards him remain negative. After all, Xunji had previously kept her under house arrest, which is hardly commendable. She is merely alleviating her disdain towards him. Upon hearing Xunji's words, Ayin felt a tinge of skepticism. Teaching Qingwu? How exactly would he teach her? Surely not in that manner, akin to how he teaches himself. Observing Qingwu's appearance, Ayin couldn't help but ponder the possibility. Suddenly, an uncomfortable sensation washed over her, her head feeling somewhat heavy. Chapter 88. Riding the Swan looking at Xiaowu. There shouldn't be any issues. Xiaowu has successfully transformed. With so many esteemed individuals present, her transformation is as secure as can be. Your child is fortunate. Having received the blessings of the goddess of life, her future shall undoubtedly be extraordinary. In this moment, Ayin set aside other thoughts and gently spoke to Qingwu. The goddess of life? Qingwu gazed at Ayin in astonishment. Could it be that the Wuhuan temple has already made contact with the divine? This is utterly terrifying. It seems I truly must cling to the Wuhuan temple for support. Mom, why are you dressed so strangely? The now human Xiao Wu, merely days old, looked at her mother with curiosity. Although transformed, her thoughts remained those of a child, hindered only by her physical form from articulating clearly. Observing her peculiar mother, Xiao Wu felt perplexed. How infuriating! It must be that scoundrel XunjiCounter-PUA, that wicked demon, who has forced this upon her. Externally, Xiao Wu seemed tamed by XunjiCounter-PUA, behaving like a docile little rabbit in his presence. However, her heart remained rebellious. Witnessing her mother's pitiful expression, Xiao Wu deduced that XunjiCounter-PUA must have threatened her. Nonetheless, despite the oddity of her mother's attire, it possessed a certain cuteness, reminiscent of the two of them. When I grow up, I will surely be beautiful and find an extraordinarily powerful human to take revenge on this rascal. The little Xiao Wu is already resolved to seek retribution. Her vendetta halfway fulfilled with the promise of a formidable boyfriend. Indeed, she has secured a remarkably strong partner. As for the latter half of her aspirations, that remains to be seen. Qing Wu gazed at her successfully transformed daughter, her heart swelling with pride. XunjiCounter-PUA, this demon, has shown a modicum of humanity by not tormenting her daughter. Qian felt a pang of envy. Why was her daughter not as adorable as this little rabbit? Alas, comparisons are futile. You both shall get along well. After lingering for a while, XunjiCounter-PUA observed the pleasant atmosphere between Qian and Qing Wu before deciding not to tarry further. Although there was no pre-existing bond between Qing Wu and Qian, given Yin's nature, Qing Wu's life would not be overly difficult, perhaps even quite comfortable. With Qing Wu's potential threat resolved, it was now time to address BibiDong. XunjiCounter-PUA had meticulously devised a plan. Next, it was time to confront the foremost female soul beast of Douluo Dalu, BibiDong. Despite Qing Wu and Qian appearing formidable, adorned with regal titles, they paled in comparison to BibiDong. XunjiCounter-PUA infiltrated the Wei Yang Immortal Palace, standing atop Tian, controlling the unwilling beast as they soared through the skies. How despicable! Humans, you are utterly vile. Witnessing her beloved, oh no, her beloved soul beast Tian, treated in such a manner by humans, BibiDong's heart ached deeply. Tian is the king among soul beasts. Yet today, he is ridden by a human. Initially, being captured, though humiliating, could be attributed to a lack of strength. However, being ridden by a human is inexcusable. For ordinary soul beasts, being tamed by humans is already a disgrace. For a sovereign like Tian, such treatment is not only a blow to pride, but a profound humiliation. BibiDong feared that if this continued, Tian might not withstand it. Despicable. I spared your lives, and this is how you repay me? XunjiCounter-PUA mused that perhaps he had been too merciful. I granted you a reprieve. Is it too much to ride you? If you refuse to let me ride him, must I then ride you? As he spoke these words, XunjiCounter-PUA's tone shifted. Bring it on, all of you if you dare. Naturally, BibiDong was more concerned about her own dignity. After all, she is a swan, proud and regal. In her eyes, humans are mere toads. No matter how outstanding XunjiCounter-PUA may be, he is but a human. Yet today, for Tian, she is willing to sacrifice herself. Currently, Tian is under XunjiCounter-PUA's control, unable to voice a word, only able to emit cries of distress. This intensified BibiDong's anguish. Come at me? Very well. In this moment, BibiDong is a pure swan. XunjiCounter-PUA has no ulterior motives. He merely wishes to experience what it feels like to ride a swan. BibiDong's size is not substantial, measuring only 5 to 6 meters. Perhaps it is due to her inherent instincts being suppressed. XunjiCounter-PUA showed no restraint, promptly standing upon her back. The first time being mounted by another, BibiDong trembled, her elegant feathers nearly standing on end, though filled with rage and shame. BibiDong could not resist XunjiCounter-PUA. She flapped her wings and ascended to the heavens. Indeed, riding a swan is quite a delightful experience, even surpassing that of riding a dragon. Having previously experienced riding a dragon, he now compared the two sensations. Riding a dragon may appear grand and impressive, but in terms of comfort, riding a swan is superior. Of course, should Tian transform into a female dragon, such as a silver dragon king, the comparison might yield different results. XunjiCounter-PUA's praise brought BibiDong no joy, only an enduring sense of humiliation. Unable to resist the allure of BibiDong's smooth feathers, XunjiCounter-PUA could not help but reach out to caress them. Ah, how delightful! If these feathers were fashioned into down jackets, they would surely be exquisite. XunjiCounter-PUA expressed his thoughts without reservation. Under such caresses from XunjiCounter-PUA, Bai Ji was overwhelmed, her strength waning, causing her body to descend. Xunji quickly withdrew his hand. Bai Ji finally mustered a modicum of strength, stabilizing her form and landing gracefully. TSK, TSK, TSK. Qian Xuanji appeared to have discovered something peculiar. Was it merely a gentle caress of her feathers that elicited such a reaction? Truly, she was overly sensitive. Bai Ji cast an indignant glance at Qian Xuanji. Were it not for her inability to overpower him and the fact that he held her vulnerable spot in his grasp, she would certainly confront him with fury. Enough of that glare. I did not mean any harm. Here, consume this. Qian Xuanji waved dismissively at Bai Ji. It was just a simple touch. After all, was it really such a big deal? Seizing the moment when Bai Ji was distracted, he fed her a medicinal pill. What do you make me ingest? Bai Ji exclaimed, her expression one of sheer panic after swallowing the pill. Chapter 89. The unscrupulous Bai Ji. What do you think it is? Qian Xuanji replied, exasperated. What could he possibly offer Swan? Surely not anything of that nature. His palate was not that extreme. He chuckled wryly, thinking that at least she might transform into a human first. You shameless creature. Bai Ji clearly overthought the situation. As a healer, she was aware of certain human concoctions. Tian, witnessing Bai Ji's treatment at the hands of Qian Xuanji, felt an overwhelming sense of indignation, yet he was too intimidated to voice it. He had been thoroughly subdued by Qian Xuanji. How infuriating! Before long, Bai Ji felt her body undergoing strange transformations, sensations she had never experienced before. It was so hot, so itchy. Indeed, that shameless human harbored designs on her beauty. Get away! As Bai Ji's voice transformed, Qian Xuanji understood that the effects of the pill were taking hold. The ensuing events might be rather embarrassing. He promptly sent Tian away. Regardless of their relationship, he needed to leave. Though Tian expressed a desire to remain and witness Qian Xuanji's intentions, he dared not defy the command and reluctantly departed, bewildered by the fact that this human could truly be so ruthless. Qian Xuanji took mental notes of Bai Ji's rolling transformations on the ground. He had initially thought that the medicinal pills from Dalu would be of little use in this world, but to his surprise, they proved effective. He could only wonder about potential side effects. Bai Ji felt utterly defeated. She was drained of strength. If Qian Xuanji truly intended to do something, she had no power to resist. Under Qian Xuanji's watchful gaze, Bai Ji's body underwent a dramatic metamorphosis, ultimately becoming a naked woman. What has happened to me? Upon completion of her transformation, Bai Ji gradually regained her strength. She examined herself, observing her smooth arms, and began to comprehend her new reality. Had she truly become human? No. Realizing that she had transformed, Bai Ji looked at Qian Xuanji. Indeed, a flicker of flame appeared in his eyes, resembling that of a hunter spotting its prey. This filled Bai Ji with sheer terror. Hey. Qian Xuanji chuckled, pleased with his remarkable creation. It seemed the transformation pill he had brought back had taken effect. If it worked on Bai Ji, it would undoubtedly be effective for other spirit beasts as well. Qian Unist left her only heightened beast anxiety. She quickly assessed her condition and was relieved to find she could now shift freely between human and spirit beast forms. Unlike typical spirit beasts that could not revert after becoming human, she retained her ability. To safeguard herself, Bai Ji transformed back into a swan, determined to see what Qian Xuanji would do next. Not bad. This turn of events made Qian Xuanji realize that the transformation pill he had brought back was indeed flawless. This development promised a more harmonious coexistence between humans and spirit beasts. For instance, Bai Ji could become Bai Ji, Xue Di could become Xue Ji, Bing Di could become Bing Ji, and Zi Ji could become Zi Ji, all friends of Qian Xuanji. Do not misunderstand. Ji merely serves to describe a woman. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Upon seeing herself as a swan, Qian Xuanji approached without hesitation. Bai Ji was utterly petrified. Why was this human so? Qian Xuanji was far from the kind of person Bai Ji imagined. He drew near, simply to caress her feathers once more. They were undeniably soft and smooth. Not far away, Tian, upon hearing Bai Ji's call, was left dumbfounded. Do you appear to harbor a strong hatred for me? Qian Xuanji remarked, amused by Bai Ji's furious demeanor. Human, one day, you shall face retribution. Bai Ji glared at him with contempt. Qian Xuanji scoffed, saying, retribution? I am the very retribution you spirit beasts shall face. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, we humans could not cultivate soul power and had no means to resist you, becoming your sustenance. In those days, you should have considered the possibility of being hunted by humans. The cycle of heaven is relentless. Who escapes its grasp? Would you not agree, Bai Ji? Qian Xuanji gazed deeply into Bai Ji's eyes. She found herself at a loss for words. While she had not significantly harmed humans, that did not apply to other spirit beasts. Di Tian, Xiaogang, and Qi Wang were indeed ferocious beasts. Di Tian, however, might be useful. He could potentially yield formidable soul skills if used as a soul ring. Qian Xuanji feigned indifference as he spoke. To him, Di Tian was a dispensable character, overshadowed by the presence of the Silver Dragon King. If worst came to worst, there was always the Golden Dragon King. Both were far more significant than Di Tian. No, though Bai Ji could not fathom Qian Xuanji's true intentions, she was unwilling to take that risk. She could not allow any harm to come to Di Tian. Qian Xuanji tossed Bai Ji a set of clothing. Put this on and follow me, he commanded, striding away. Reluctantly, be complied. In her heart, she believed Qian Xuanji to be the most despicable, dangerous, untrustworthy person in this world. Yet now, for the sake of Di Tian, she had no choice but to make sacrifices. She observed Qian Xuanji, who appeared not to be watching her, and transformed back into her human form to don the garments he had provided. Fortunately, the attire was quite modest, and she could accept it. After spending over half an hour, Bai Ji finally managed to dress herself. This was her first time wearing such clothing, and she had little experience. Following Qian Xuanji, she arrived at his cherished private chamber. Upon entering, Bai Ji felt an eerie chill creeping up her spine. She pondered to herself, if XunjiCounter-PUA harbored any ill thoughts here, would she not be calling upon the heavens in vain and the earth to turn a deaf ear? Do you mean to say you wish to atone for the sins of Di Tian? XunjiCounter-PUA leisurely seated himself, gazing at Biji. Biji nodded slightly. Are you aware of how humans in our world are treated when a soul master commits a crime? XunjiCounter-PUA addressed Biji. This world knows not of prisons. However, since XunjiCounter-PUA's arrival, such institutions have emerged. What awaits Biji will also be a fate of imprisonment. Biji shook her head. She had spent many years in seclusion. Her understanding of the human world outside was, naturally, quite limited to the extent of being virtually non-existent. Chapter 90. Biji's Atonement now, as Douluo Star connects with higher civilizations. Society has entered a civilized era. Except in unnecessary circumstances, we do not. XunjiCounter-PUA rambled on, presenting a plethora of words that were essentially mere pretexts, ultimately revealing his final decree. Thus, I have decided to place you under house arrest. Are you amenable to this? Merely confinement? Biji stared at XunjiCounter-PUA, somewhat bewildered. Is it truly just confinement? Indeed. XunjiCounter-PUA nodded affirmatively. Very well. I accept. Confine me for as long as you wish. Biji readily acquiesced. Is that all? She had anticipated something far more sinister from XunjiCounter-PUA. Confinement, for beings of their longevity, was trivial. A mere 10 or 80,000 years held no fear for her. Ah, you may be feeling rather pleased too early, but since you are willing to cooperate, please step inside. XunjiCounter-PUA gestured towards a nearby chamber, a secret room that had housed soul beasts for several tens of thousands of years. XunjiCounter-PUA understood all too well the thoughts swirling within Biji's mind. Alas, while it may seem simple to contemplate, the reality of endurance is profoundly challenging. Qian and Qing Wu had been imprisoned there, suffering greatly. XunjiCounter-PUA had ample reason to believe that Biji would follow in their footsteps, with no alternative outcome in sight. Am I the only one? Biji obediently walked inside. Glancing around, she asked, Am I truly the only one here? Indeed, you are all alone. XunjiCounter-PUA nodded gently, his expression remaining remarkably relaxed. Where is Ziji? Please do not harm her. Could you bring her here as well? Biji rarely ventured to plead with XunjiCounter-PUA. If Ziji were to accompany her, it would ease her days, at least allowing for conversation. Ziji is a dragon who understands the times, and she has already pledged her allegiance to me. How could I permit her to come here? At present, she is enjoying a splendid life, striving for divinity. XunjiCounter-PUA considered this. Originally, he had yet to arrange anything for Ziji. Nevertheless, he had no intention of revealing the truth to Biji. He planned to weave a benevolent lie. Ultimately, it would be for the best if Biji were to submit to XunjiCounter-PUA. For now, as Biji had only just begun to face her punishment, XunjiCounter-PUA would not impose excessively upon her. Yet, he could certainly speak with bravado. Impossible. Absolutely not. Biji instantly refuted. After knowing Ziji for so many years, how could she not comprehend the true nature of the dragon? There is nothing impossible. I promised to aid her in becoming a true beast god, and she would never refuse. Furthermore, BG, as long as you agree to forsake Ditian and submit to me, I can also grant you divinity. Xunji continued his charade. Oomph. How could I ever believe your fabrications? Moreover, you lack the strength to elevate Ziji to godhood. For her, becoming a deity would be an immense disaster. The divine realm would never allow soul beasts to ascend. BG retorted with a cold smile directed at Xunji. This outsider could never fathom the anguish of their kind. They had initially feared being hunted down by the denizens of the divine realm. Yet, they never imagined that it would ultimately be this human who resolved their plight. Alas, it seemed they had overestimated their own strength. Do you not believe? Then what do you think of the existence that helped me eliminate your angel? Surely you do not believe her to be anything less than a god-level powerhouse? Xunji explained to BG with a smile. BG suddenly paused, recalling that formidable female human who had left them with no escape. During this time, Xunji's detestable actions had distracted her from her thoughts. Only upon Xunji's words did she realize the truth. You soul beasts are not unlike frogs at the bottom of a well. Your horizon's far too limited. Enough said. Enjoy your life in the secret chamber. When you come to your senses, I shall return for you. I await your good news. Having said so much to BG, Xunji did not wish to continue the discourse. He waved goodbye to BG and closed the door behind him. BG initially intended to declare that she would never yield. Yet, for some reason, after hearing Xunji's final words, she found herself unable to voice that sentiment. As Xunji departed and the door shut, the natural light in the chamber vanished. BG felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. Though she had concealed herself beneath the lake of life for many years, the passage of day and night there was normal. Unlike the darkness that enveloped her now, had Ziji truly betrayed us? I refused to believe it. BG mused in solitude. Ziji's true form was that of a hell dragon. Many soul beasts believed Ziji and Ditian to be a pair. After all, they were both dragons, and quite noble at that, sharing a similar hue. One could argue that Ziji was a rival to BG. Nevertheless, despite this, BG and Ziji shared a deep camaraderie, akin to that of close friends. Xunji's words had lodged a thorn in BG's heart, one difficult to remove. Had BG not mentioned it, Xunji might have almost forgotten about the formidable BG among the 10 fearsome beasts. After all, she was a dragon, a female dragon at that. In this context, she might prove to be even more valuable than that Ditian fellow. Without the Silver Dragon King, Ditian was of no consequence, utterly devoid of utility. Suddenly, Xunji was struck by this realization. Without the Silver Dragon King, Ditian was merely an ordinary dragon, utterly ineffective. Ziji, would you be willing to submit to me? Without much thought, Xunji sought out Ziji, the Hell Dragon. Ziji, too, was a proud being, hardly deigning to acknowledge Xunji. Why bother associating with those soul beasts who struggled to survive? Xunji could not help but shake his head. Then he tossed an arm forward. It was indeed an arm of the soul severing. How terrifying! Initially, Ziji was filled with rage. To her, Xunji's gesture was tantamount to offering bait. What did he take her for? However, upon witnessing the latent power within, Ziji was rendered speechless. This power surpasses that contained within the Tianming Binkan, a creature of remarkable prowess. Join me, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury and indulgence. Becoming the new dragon god is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, should you refuse, the only purpose you would serve for me would be as a soul ring for my subordinates. Is it truly worth squandering hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation for the sake of your brothers? Chapter 91. Happy New Year. Xunji adopted a commanding posture before Ziji and spoke. Ziji's heart was certainly stirred, yet the bond of friendship forged over 100,000 years made it difficult for her to let go. You have grown powerful. You could offer them a glimmer of hope, sparing them from the misfortune of becoming soul rings. Are you certain you wish to decline? This was Xunji's final attempt at persuasion. I'm willing to yield. Ultimately, Ziji lowered her noble dragon head, a decision made for the sake of her siblings. Consume this. It is a valuable substance that will aid you. Xunji handed Ziji a transformation pill, of which he possessed only 3. Future batches could be concocted with the assistance of Yaochen or the revered Mugizan, though the raw materials would need to be gathered from Duki Star. Ziji was unaware of the true nature of this item, suspecting it to be something Xunji intended to use for control. Indeed, humans are often insidious and cunning, driven by self-interest. After consuming the pill, Her body reacted exactly as BibiDong's had, leaving her perplexed. In the end, the outcome mirrored that of BibiDong. Qian gifted Ziji a splendid purple gown, leaving her astonished by the extraordinary capabilities of this human. Such a potion could allow her to shift between human and soul beast forms, a far more advantageous prospect than transforming into human shape after enduring tribulations for hundreds of thousands of years. This not only granted her a human form, but also conferred longevity, thus greatly enhancing her future prospects. Ziji's curiosity towards Qian began to blossom. Dressed in the attire provided by Qian, Ziji was now ready to report to the Wuhuan temple. BibiDong was still in seclusion, and thus would have no objections. Qian chose not to administer the transformation pill to Xiao Wu, primarily because if Qin Wu had not consumed it, there was no reason for Xiao Wu to partake. Shouldn't a family be harmonious? Moreover, Xiao Wu harbored some resentment towards him. Qian intended to use his profound affection to gently coax Xiao Wu into forming a loving relationship, allowing her to start anew. After all, she was growing rapidly. In her childhood, she had been as adorable as a porcelain doll, which Qian had found endearing. As for the final transformation pill in his possession, he decided to keep it for now. Half a month later, BibiDong and Dalu emerged from their meditative states. Both had successfully reached the pinnacle of 100 levels of soul power following the elevation of Douluo Star's world rank. They had barely crossed the threshold into the realm of secondary divine bodies. Unfortunately, lacking divine status, they could not be considered true deities. After achieving divinity, Dalu's complexion improved significantly. Though he still did not possess the longevity of a god, he was no longer as short-lived as an ordinary human. He could expect to live many more years, which filled him with joy. Tangshun, how are you faring now? Upon breaking the 100-level barrier, Dalu reflected on whether he had surpassed Tangshun or lagged behind once more. Regrettably, he could not ascertain this without finding Tangshun. However, he was confident that he had surpassed Poseidon. In comparison to Tangshun, Dalu was uncertain of his standing, but felt he had a strong chance against Poseidon. The starting point was the same for both. After all the arduous effort it took to reach level 100, he realized that without his son's miraculous tea, he might have faced peril. He assumed Poseidon was in a similar predicament. Could she fall into madness because of this? This thought caused Dalu a slight pang of concern as he gazed at the remaining tea leaves, lost in contemplation. Ultimately, he chose to keep them for himself, deeming them too valuable to waste on others. BibiDong was in high spirits, having finally stepped into a new realm. She reflected on what her life might have been had her teacher not brought her back, had those unforeseen events not occurred. Alas, she could not fathom it, nor did she wish to dwell on it. After all, her current life was quite pleasant. Upon emerging from seclusion, BibiDong noticed some changes within the Wuhuan temple, including unfamiliar faces. However, she did not dwell on it, as her recent days had been good. In Douluo continent, there was a special and significant festival approaching. Given the recent fortuitous events at the Wuhuan temple, she prepared to celebrate the occasion. Thus, BibiDong did not fret over minor matters, reassured that nothing untoward would arise. She could finally enjoy quality time with her precious daughter, Shuer. Now, Qian sported a pair of small white wings on her back. Although she could retract them, her youthful spirit found them delightful, and she chose to keep them. Come here, Shuer, let your father hold you. Qian smiled warmly as he opened his arms to her. Qian, now a little angelic sprite, flapped her wings and flew into Qian's embrace. Dad feels strange, she remarked curiously. Qian glanced at BibiDong and inquired, what feels strange? The feeling on Dad is different from Mom's, Qian replied earnestly. That's perfectly normal. Your mother is your mother, and your father is your father. If they felt the same, that would be peculiar. Qian was unsure of what Qian meant, attributing it to the differences between genders. BibiDong, naturally, could not comprehend it either and accepted Qian's explanation. Oh, is that so? The innocent sparkle in Qian's eyes revealed her thirst for knowledge. At that moment, the responsible guardian angel, Xian, coughed lightly, feeling slightly embarrassed. She was indeed tasked with such matters, but given Qian's tender age, she could not divulge everything. Well then, I shall not intrude upon your family any longer. Take your time to converse. Tianshi Jixin possesses an extensive understanding of the cultures of numerous celestial bodies. Thus, she is exceptionally knowledgeable in this regard. Presently, she has gracefully chosen to depart, for the upcoming stage does not belong to her. In Chapter 92, titled Auspicious Signs. While XunjiCounter-PUA and his family were enjoying a harmonious moment together, he noticed an unusual situation. What is it? As XunjiCounter-PUA's close confidant. Although sometimes she may exhibit a heartless demeanor, BibiDong immediately sensed XunjiCounter-PUA's unease. It's nothing. I've discovered something remarkable. I shall retrieve it and bring a touch of auspicious energy to our Wuhuan temple. XunjiCounter-PUA gently informed BibiDong. Make haste and return swiftly. BibiDong replied with concern. Rest assured, my efficiency is exceedingly high. The extraordinary find XunjiCounter-PUA had discovered merely manifested in the Douluo forest. For him, traversing the Douluo forest was as effortless as a mere back and forth. Through his soul servant, he sensed the emergence of a remarkable entity. The Xuanjian, which is indeed a sacred beast, a significant character in the subsequent narrative of Douluo Dalu. At this moment, it was born of heaven and earth, but was already being pursued by the Qian sect. Fortunately, the soul beast within the Douluo forest, for reasons unknown, felt an instinctive desire to protect the Xuanjian, fiercely risking their lives to shield her, thus thwarting the Qian sect's attempts to capture her. However, witnessing the unique nature of the Xuanjian only intensified the resolve of the Qian sect, particularly Tang Hao, who sensed that this soul beast was extraordinary. The Douluo forest is home to numerous soul beasts, many of considerable strength. Regrettably, none reached the venerable age of 100,000 years. As for those beneath this age, they are indeed incapable of withstanding the current might of the Qian sect. Not all soul beasts were willing to defend the sacred beast, leaving the Xuanjian in a perilous state. XunjiCounter-PUA arrived before the Xuanjian via his void vessel. Come here, my dear. I am here to protect you. Upon seeing the freshly born Xuanjian, XunjiCounter-PUA felt an overwhelming urge to safeguard her. She was irresistibly adorable, truly deserving of the title of sacred beast. Her appearance resembled that of a charming and kind-hearted soul beast, radiating an innate cuteness. Perhaps due to the overwhelming presence of soul beasts surrounding XunjiCounter-PUA, combined with other factors, perhaps the aura of a protagonist, the Xuanjian gazed at him and immediately leapt into his embrace, rubbing her little head against his chest, exhibiting an unmistakable affection and closeness. This delighted XunjiCounter-PUA, who mused that his appearance indeed conveyed the essence of a virtuous and upright individual, which would facilitate certain endeavors in the future. Your Holiness, after only a brief moment of intimacy with the Xuanjian, the members of the Qian sect arrived, with Tang Hao being the most zealous. To motivate Tang Hao to train more diligently, XunjiCounter-PUA had conveyed to him, through Tang Xiao, the current hardships faced by Tang Yuehua at the Wuhuan temple. This revelation naturally fueled Tang Hao's anger. He could not fathom that his sister was enduring such a troubled existence. He had thought her situation was merely bearable, but he could never have anticipated XunjiCounter-PUA's ruthless actions toward his delicate sister. Tang Hao was filled with conflicting emotions, both anger at XunjiCounter-PUA's treatment of his sister and relief that her purity might yet be preserved. This was, at the very least, a piece of not entirely bad news. Upon encountering XunjiCounter-PUA once more, Tang Hao nearly exclaimed a derogatory phrase, but ultimately restrained himself, begrudgingly addressing him as Your Holiness. Brother Hao, what is the purpose of your pursuit of such a delightful soul beast? XunjiCounter-PUA inquired, satisfied as he nodded at Tang Hao, expressing his internal question. Your Holiness, I merely find this old beast quite appealing. Tang Hao feigned sincerity, unwilling to disclose his true intentions to XunjiCounter-PUA, for he did not wish to grant him any advantage. Tang Hao could not comprehend how he had crossed paths with XunjiCounter-PUA, a figure who seemed perpetually inclined to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. Brother Hao, I sense a profound aura of auspiciousness surrounding this soul beast. It is indeed a sacred beast. How could you contemplate hunting her? It is utterly cruel. As a guardian of the Douluo continent, XunjiCounter-PUA unequivocally opposed such actions. Sacred beasts are exceedingly rare and must be protected diligently. Your Holiness, we harbor no such malicious intentions. It was merely a fleeting whim. At this moment, Tang Hao interjected to clarify for his brother. XunjiCounter-PUA, with an air of arrogance, nodded in acknowledgement. I am aware of this. Your Qian sect is indeed a commendable institution, a model for the Douluo continent. However, I shall take this sacred beast to the Wuhuan temple for proper protection. You have no objections, I trust? XunjiCounter-PUA addressed the members of the Qian sect, particularly Tang Hao. Under immense pressure, Tang Hao reluctantly acquiesced. Of course, we at the Hao Tian sect have no objections. He replied with a hint of resignation. Well then, happy festivities, Brother Hao. Are you celebrating? Would you like me to summon Yuehua to reunite with you? Xunji sincerely offered. Should it be possible, he would arrange for Tang Yuehua to return to her family. After all, everything was under his control and no disturbances would arise. Naturally, for Tang Yuehua to return, she would need to express her willingness to do so. Tang Hao, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming yearning. If his sister were to return, he must surely find a way to comfort her. Yet, the thought of sending her into a perilous situation pained him. Rather than subject her to such suffering, it was better to cut ties swiftly. I shall abide by your holiness's wishes. Tang Hao felt a deep sense of helplessness and sorrow. Once, he had loathed Xunji, resenting the injustice of fate. Now, he despised his own weakness, realizing he was unable to protect those he cherished. Very well, I shall discuss with Yuehua. If she is willing, I will certainly escort her to the Hao Tian sect. Observing how Tang Hao was being trained to temper his once fiery temperament, Xunji nodded in satisfaction. One must not be overly arrogant. With that, Xunji, imbued with an aura of auspiciousness, returned to the Wuhuan temple. This entire exchange transpired in less than 5 minutes. With the sacred beast in his possession, Xunji's Wuhuan temple was finally complete. Chapter 93. The net is drawn the moment Ziji, who had submitted to Xunji, beheld the adorable beast he had brought back. Astonishment flooded her heart. She could distinctly sense that this creature had the potential to expedite their cultivation, seemingly designed solely for soul beasts. This might well be the legendary, auspicious beast. Ziji could hardly fathom that such an entity had been captured by Xunji. Words failed to encapsulate her emotions. Perhaps this was indeed fate. After a brief negotiation with Xunji, she secured the responsibility of caring for the auspicious beast, as she truly harbored concerns about entrusting it to anyone else. Xunji acquiesced, recognizing that Ziji was perhaps the most suitable caretaker for this creature. Presently, the auspicious beast remained too frail, ill-suited for transformation, which might manifest as nothing more than an infant. Thus, it was best to allow it ample time to grow. Yuehua, will you be returning to Hao Tian sect for a few days? I can grant you some time off today. That evening, after dispersing with the others, Xunji approached Tang Yuehua's chamber and spoke to her. Are you truly allowing me to return to Hao Tian sect? Tang Yuehua was taken aback. Was it true that Xunji would let her leave? It is merely for a few days, not a permanent departure. After all, your sect is still under suspicion. Xunji replied calmly, taking a seat. Though this was ostensibly Tang Yuehua's room, the entire Wuhuan temple belonged to Xunji, who could choose to rest wherever he pleased. As the Pope, he wielded considerable authority. Tang Yuehua understood that Xunji, that rogue, would not simply grant her freedom. However, having been separated from her family for so long, especially from Tang Hao, she longed to share her burdens with him. Thus, she wished to return, even if only for a few days. Come here. I need to discuss something important with you. Xunji beckoned. Torn by her emotions, Tang Yuehua ultimately approached him. Alas, she felt powerless in this predicament. Fortunately, this time, her sacrifice was not too great. She merely conceded a verbal advantage to Xunji. Though her innocence remained intact, she felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. She had, after all, gained a ticket for a brief visit to Hao Tian sect. As she watched Tang Yuehua depart, Xunji shook his head. Very well, she is still a member of Hao Tian sect. Let everything conclude there. After some time, Xunji's enthusiasm waned. He decided to conclude matters once Tang Yuehua returned to Hao Tian sect, wishing to end the game and render Tang Ritian a solitary figure. Hao Tian sect under Tang Zhao's arrangements. Tang Ritian emerged from the Stardow forest and returned to Hao Tian sect, thus facilitating a reunion with Tang Yuehua. Yuehua. Upon seeing Tang Yuehua, Tang Ritian's expression was a mixture of joy and apprehension. Woo! At last, I am reunited with my family. Tang Yuehua could no longer contain her tears, leaving Tang Ritian at a loss. Yuehua, take your time to speak, do not cry. Tang Xiao interjected kindly. Brother, that scoundrel Xunji is truly inhumane. Tang Yuehua recounted her grievances to Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao hurriedly led her to a private room, allowing her to express herself fully. Tang Yuehua shared her anguish and recent experiences with Tang Hao, carefully omitting certain details to prevent misunderstandings and to maintain her image before him. That despicable rogue. After listening, Tang Hao slammed his fist on the table, shattering it into fragments. Brother, let us escape and hide. I cannot allow Yuehua to suffer any longer. Tang Ritian felt increasingly powerless, realizing he might never be able to confront Xunji. He contemplated yielding, deciding that he could not let innocent lives be sacrificed because of him. Tang Yuehua was deeply moved by her brother's words. Her brother was indeed the one who cherished her the most. Tang Zhao's expression was conflicted, ultimately sighing in resignation. However, I will support whatever decision you make. I am at your service. No, brother. Xunji has left a mark on me. You can leave, but I cannot. Even if I flee to the ends of the earth, he can always retrieve me. To do so would endanger you all. Please, you must leave. I will provide cover for you at Wuhuan Temple. Tang Yuehua's heart was resolute after hearing Tang Hao's declaration. She was prepared to sacrifice herself to protect her brother, ensuring he could attain true freedom. Tang Hao could not bear it any longer and exited the room. Tang Yuehua remained silent, shedding silent tears. She understood that her actions would cause her brother immense pain, but she felt powerless. Brother, for your sake, I am willing, she reassured herself inwardly. Later, as Tang Yuehua prepared to rest in her chamber, a maid softly knocked on the door. Miss, the sect leader wishes to see you. Very well, I understand. Upon her return, Tang had not been at the sect, so she had not paid her respects to her father. Now that he had returned, she felt it was necessary to visit him. After a brief tidying up, she headed to her father's chamber. Elder brother? Grand elder? Second elder? Why are you all here? Upon entering, Tang Yuehua had hoped for a heart-to-heart with her father. However, she was surprised to find not only sect leader Tang Yi, but also her elder brother and several elders present, all wearing peculiar expressions. This left her feeling quite distressed. What is going on? Yuehua, the master wishes to see you, Tang Yi announced. At this, Tang Yuehua furrowed her brow. Master? Which master? Just then, Tang Yi, Tang Xiao, and the elders stepped aside, revealing a figure seated behind them. Although the person faced away from Tang Yuehua, that devilish silhouette was one she would never forget. XunjiCounter-PUA. Chapter 94. The final confrontation from the silhouette, Tang Yuehua surmised that the individual before her was none other than the loathsome XunjiCounter-PUA. She was all too familiar with his form, having witnessed the moment he exited the secret chamber and closed the door. Yet, she could scarcely believe it. She dared not accept the reality before her. How could XunjiCounter-PUA possibly arrive at Heoshenzong? And how could he command such reverence from his brother, father, and several titled Douluo elders? It seems utterly implausible. Sister Yuehua, it appears you hold a remarkable impression of me. Upon recognizing her, XunjiCounter-PUA dropped his pretense, turning to smile at Tang Yuehua. Alas, sometimes possessing too much charm can be a burden, as it led to my recognition. Tang Yuehua instinctively took a few steps back in fear. The current XunjiCounter-PUA evoked an inexplicable sense of dread within her. Her retreat was obstructed by Tang Xiao and Tang Yi. Elder brother, father, what are you doing? Tang Yuehua was engulfed in terror. Was this truly her elder brother and beloved father? Why did they feel so foreign to her now? Yuehua, the master has more to say. Do not rush to leave. Tang Yi wore a benevolent smile, yet it sent shivers of cold fear through Tang Yuehua. She shook her head, struggling to believe what was transpiring. She suspected she was ensnared in a dream. Sister Yuehua, let me be frank. Within Heoshenzong, aside from you and Tang Hao, everyone else has pledged allegiance to me, recognizing me as their master. This occurred long before you even reached Wuhuan Hall, when they had already become my subordinates. Everything has been orchestrated by me. XunjiCounter-PUA had maintained this charade solely for the sake of this moment of grandiosity. Naturally, he wished to address Tang Yuehua directly. Tang Yuehua collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by this harrowing truth, as it became clear to her that the entire Heoshenzong, save for herself and Hao Gu, had succumbed to the Wuhuan Hall. In my eyes, you and Tang Hao are merely my playthings, pawns to amuse me. Now my interest has waned, and I intend to close this net. Do you know what happens to useless pawns? XunjiCounter-PUA gazed at Tang Yuehua with utmost seriousness. Why? Why do this to us? We have no enmity with you. What must we do to appease you? Tang Yuehua was utterly shattered. She never imagined that she would be the sole fool in this farce. Oh no, perhaps she was not alone. There was also Tang Hao. It was deeply ironic that she had tirelessly sought to defeat XunjiCounter-PUA and had tirelessly endeavored for the advancement of Heoshenzong, only to realize that it had all merely been an elaborate ruse. The matter was not complicated. It revolved around Qian. XunjiCounter-PUA simply recounted the grievances between himself and Tang Ritian. You have taken Qian, and Tang Hao cannot threaten you. Why do you still refuse to let us go? In that moment, Qian comprehended everything. including her brother's predicament. She was bewildered, truly bewildered. Xunji had already achieved victory. Why not allow Xiaogang to be free? The truth of the matter is not for me to elaborate upon. You only need to understand that the conflict between Tang Hao and me is unlikely to be resolved. Xunji would never divulge the truth of his transmigration to Qian. Their destinies were inextricably entwined in animosity. After all, the original Xunji had not only lost himself, but also his wife and children to the hands of Tang Hao's son. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, only the outcome mattered. Thus, Xunji had no intention of sparing Tang Ritian. Yet, he also felt a tinge of empathy for the torment he had inflicted upon Tang Ritian. Recent intelligence from Tang Xiao and others suggested that Tang Ritian seemed to have resigned to his fate. Therefore, a sliver of compassion stirred within Xunji, though he remained indecisive. Please spare us. Spare Tang Hao. He has already suffered enough. Tang Yuehua was in complete despair. Before Xunji, they had no chance whatsoever. At that moment, she saw her father and brother, both rendered numb, as if they were mere strangers. She knew that neither she nor Tang Hao stood a chance against Xunji. Presently, she did not wish to resist any longer. Very well, whatever fate awaits shall come to pass. She had resigned herself to whatever Xunji decided, whether it was death or dismemberment. She would comply. All she desired was to secure a path to survival for Tang Hao. Xunji hesitated. Fine, I can grant this opportunity to Ritian. He thought of Tang Ritian, who had lost everything, now truly a solitary figure. Perhaps allowing him to retain a semblance of life was the best choice after all. He had already paid the price that was due. In the future, Xunji would no longer be a target for Tang Ritian's pursuit. They had long since diverged onto different paths. Thank you. Tang Yuehua was uncertain whether to laugh or cry. This time, when she expressed her gratitude to Xunji, there was a hint of sincerity in her voice. It was indeed heartfelt. Tang Yuehua could not fathom the nature of this situation. Come, let's converse properly. Xunji rose, helping Tang Yuehua to her feet as they walked toward her chamber. Tang Yuehua could only grit her teeth and endure in silence, while Tang Xiao and Tang Yi obediently exited. At Xiaogang, at the Cliff of Remorse, Tang Hao sat alone, drinking in solitude. After enduring so many trials and tribulations, having faced the harsh realities of society, Tang Hao had grown immensely. He found amusement in his past youthful bravado. The Cliff of Remorse was a favored retreat for Tang Hao, not only for its beautiful scenery, but also for its vastness, allowing one to unwind. Brother, you have arrived. Sensing someone approaching from behind, Tang Hao did not need to turn around to know it was his elder brother. Tang Xiao approached with a bottle of wine, sitting beside Tang Hao and clinking their drinks together. Leave Hao Ge. Depart from Douluo continent. Venture into the outside world. Tang Xiao earnestly urged his brother. Leave? What about you? Will you not accompany me, brother? Tang Hao inquired, looking at Tang Xiao. Until now, they had always acted in unison. I shall remain. Xiaogang needs me. We must divide our responsibilities as brothers, do we not? Tang Xiao smiled at Tang Hao. Tang Hao fell silent. After learning about the Soul Clan, he had grown increasingly curious about the cosmos. Now, on Douluo continent, he felt as though he no longer belonged. He longed to explore the outside world, yet he found it difficult to let go. Chapter 95. The gift from Tang Yuehua, however, it seemed that an opportunity had indeed arisen. Or perhaps it was not an opportunity at all, but rather he was being driven away like a dog. Yes, perhaps it was indeed time for the two brothers to pursue their separate paths. His brother would remain in Wuhuan Hall, enduring humiliation at the hands of that scoundrel Xunji, preserving the foundation of Xiaogang, lest they find themselves unable to face the ancestors of Xiaogang in the afterlife. He ventured into the outside world to strive and struggle, seeking a genuine glimmer of hope for the Haoyan zone. This choice entailed immense pressure and greater risks, yet he willingly embraced such a path. Firstly, Tang Ritian would never concede defeat easily. Secondly, he did not wish to remain subservient to that scoundrel Xunji. Flattering Xunji was simply beyond him. Thus, departing from Dalu to pursue freedom was, at this moment, Tang Ritian's most prudent decision. Within Dalu, the Wuhuan Dian was perhaps insurmountable, but beyond its borders, what was the Wuhuan Dian? All right, brother, I shall heed your words. Tang Hao fell into contemplation, and after downing a jug of wine, emboldened by its effects, he declared to his elder brother, I will carve out a realm for myself in the outside world, establishing a foundation for the Haoyan zone. I shall also create a force capable of confronting Xunji. At this moment, Tong Ritian's confidence, previously shaken by Qian Xuanji, was reignited. Although Tong Xiao feigned disdain, he was, in truth, exceedingly pleased. My younger brother is truly remarkable. He complimented Tong Hao. A flicker of excitement coursed through Tong Ritian. At least his elder brother understood him. Let us go speak with Yuehua. She seems quite sorrowful today, but I believe if you explain things to her, she will be amenable. Tong Xiao expressed his thoughts. Tong Hao's reckless departure had genuinely saddened Tong Yuehua. Undoubtedly, she was bearing an immense burden, perhaps struggling to breathe under the pressure. It was imperative for Tong Hao to uplift her spirits. Indeed, Tong Hao agreed. Truly, the sacrifices made by his sister Yuehua on his behalf were too great. In this lifetime, the one he owed the most to and could never fully repay was Tong Yuehua. Now that he was parting ways with her for the outer realms, he could not help but wonder if they would ever reunite. After all, the dangers outside were formidable, and the number of powerful beings was overwhelming. Tong Ritian was self-assured, but did not underestimate the remarkable talents that roamed the universe. Tong Hao followed his elder brother to the threshold of Tong Yuehua's chamber. The door stood firmly shut, leaving Tong Hao unable to push it open. Yuehua, are you there? He called out, perplexed, as their relationship had never reached such a point of estrangement. However, he brushed off his curiosity, understanding that women could be quite enigmatic. Perhaps Tong Yuehua's behavior stemmed from recent anger, a detail he chose not to dwell upon. How? Upon hearing Tong Ritian's voice outside, Tong Yue's done convey de profonde surprise. Although she could not pinpoint the reason, Tong Hao sensed something was amiss in her voice, a peculiar undertone that troubled him. Nevertheless, he dismissed his apprehensions, attributing it to her excitement upon seeing him. Yet, Tong Yuehua was not merely surprised, she was frightened. Why had her brother arrived at this perilous moment? Her heart raced as she glanced at the man behind her, anxiety blooming within her for her brother's safety. If he were to become displeased, Tong Ritian would be in danger, rendering her previous efforts meaningless. It appeared that Tong Yuehua had indeed been resting. At that moment, she heard Tong Xiao's voice. How infuriating, she thought, consumed by anger. Her brother's actions were utterly excessive. Tong Hao was bewildered by the situation. Yet Tong Xiao was undoubtedly aware of the underlying circumstances. After all, he had become a pawn of Qian Xuanji. Was it truly right to treat his own brother in such a manner? As Tong Yuehua pondered this, she recalled how Tong Xiao had previously been immensely caring towards both her and Tong Hao. Could it be that he was coerced into this behavior by threats from Qian Xuanji? Was his aim merely to protect them? Tong Yuehua was engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Yet, she felt compelled to suppress her anger, striving to please the man in her presence, all while avoiding any scrutiny of her brother's conduct. Clearly, her efforts had garnered Qian Xuanji's approval, as his expression indicated satisfaction without delving into other matters. This brought her a sigh of relief. As long as her brother remained unharmed, she would do anything for Tong Ritian. What she did not realize was that Qian Xuanji would remain thrilled regardless of her actions, without pursuing any issues concerning Tong Ritian. Of course, Tong Yuehua's diligence would only heighten Qian Xuanji's excitement. Little did he know that Tong Ritian was ultimately ensnared by this curse. Just as Qian had suffered before, now Tong Yuehua was facing a similar fate. It was truly tragic. Yet, Qian Xuanji would never admit to orchestrating any of this. Although it was evident that Tong Ritian's tribulations were a result of Qian Xuanji's machinations, he would never acknowledge it. He prided himself on being a paragon of virtue, a bastion of righteousness. How could he stoop to such despicable deeds? I was resting. If you have something to discuss, please speak freely. I am listening. Tong Yuehua's breaths came labored, making speech a challenge. This statement was uttered under the weight of indescribable pressure. Tong Hao, puzzled, felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. If his earlier suspicions had merely been inklings, now he was nearing a deeper realization. Suddenly, he recalled a scene from years past at the Wuhuan Dian, where Qian Xuanji stood on one side of the wall while he was on the other. Qian's voice now echoed in Tong Yuehua's current tone. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. His sister could not possibly be like that. As time passed, Qian's figure gradually faded from Tong Hao's memory. After all, she was now a married woman. Qian Xuanji's machinations may have transformed his beloved Qian into someone unrecognizable. Oh no, perhaps he had molded her into the very image he desired. What could he do but feel heartache? The only constant remained Qian's captivating voice. Tong Hao was astonished by his own thoughts, feeling an urge to slap himself. Such musings were a disgrace to his sister. As a younger sister, I embody purity and virtue. I am certainly not the kind of person that others might imply. Moreover, what place is this? The Qian sect. Although it cannot contend with the martial soul hall, this is still its territory. How could Qian Xuanji possibly infiltrate without a sound? My father and the others are all titled Douluo. They would not fail to notice. Do they truly believe that these 10 titled Douluo are merely idle? What Tang Hao does not realize is that his father, as well as his brother beside him, are both aware of Qian Xuanji's arrival at the Qian sect. They simply chose not to inform him. Among the entire Qian sect, only Tang Hao, the young sect master, is oblivious to Qian Xuanji's presence. Sister, I'm about to venture into the outer realms. I wish to share this with you. Tang Hao disregarded everything else and, without a request to enter, directly conveyed his situation to Tang Yuehua. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua felt a surge of satisfaction. She thought, has my brother finally come to terms with leaving Douluo continent? Alas, perhaps I will suffer heartbreak because of this. However, once outside Douluo continent, it will no longer be Qian Xuanji's domain. Thus, he will no longer pose a threat to my brother, and my brother will be free. This realization brought Tang Yuehua genuine joy. Very well, how go? You must ensure your safety. Tang Yuehua gazed at Qian Xuanji with vigilance. Yet, her body did not allow her to maintain that vigilance. It was rather dazed. Qian Xuanji paid no heed to these matters. The idea of expelling Tang Hao was indeed Qian Xuanji's own. Tang Hao's presence held no interest for Qian Xuanji. For every action of his was under Qian Xuanji's control, devoid of any surprise, rendering it utterly mundane. Thus, Qian Xuanji desired Tang Hao to leave Douluo continent, no longer concerning himself with him. He wished to see what Tang Hao could achieve on his own. Although Tang Hao found his sister's voice peculiar, he dismissed it. To him, it seemed that his sister was simply too distressed, causing her speech to falter. Sigh, I truly owe my sister so much. She has sacrificed greatly and endured far too much. Indeed, Tang Yuehua had endured a considerable burden. Just within this evening, she had already faced an unquantifiable amount of pressure. Who knows how much more would follow? Tang Yuehua felt utterly exhausted, not mentally but physically. Her spirit remained unwearied, yet her body was on the brink of collapse. Sister, fret not. The world outside is vast, filled with forces far mightier than the martial soul hall. Once I am out there, I shall not slacken. I will strive with all my might to seek opportunities. I will surely rescue you from the clutches of that scoundrel Qian Xuanji. I shall make him pay dearly for his transgressions. As Tang Hao spoke, he could not help but express his disdain for Qian Xuanji. This time, his remarks were not motivated by anything else. Previously, he had acted out of a desire to reclaim Qian, but now he had changed. Qian was no longer his driving force. Reclaiming Qian from Qian Xuanji was merely ancillary. He had come to understand the sacrifices and kindness Tang Yuehua had bestowed upon him. Tang Yuehua had become the impetus for Tang Hao's struggle and the guiding light for his path forward. She was the most significant person in Tang Hao's heart. If only she were aware of this, she would surely be overjoyed. However, upon hearing her brother's words, her expression shifted from comfort to alarm, and she became tense. This change did not go unnoticed by Qian Xuanji, who sighed softly. Truly, this was too much. Tang Yuehua quickly glanced at Qian Xuanji, realizing that her brother had openly criticized him in his presence. How could Qian Xuanji be pleased by this? At this juncture, Tang Yuehua could not help but smile wryly within her heart. How go, my dear brother, you have caused me such distress. Helplessly, Tang Yuehua was just that kind of person. She would bear the consequences of all Tang Hao's misdeeds. She took the initiative to stir, attempting to capture Qian Xuanji's attention. Yet, Tang Yuehua could never fathom that Qian Xuanji was utterly indifferent to Tang Hao's antics, whether behind his back or in his presence. Qian Xuanji was unbothered. He welcomed the insults. He found no issue with Tang Hao's disparagement. In fact, he wished to play with what belonged to Tang Ritian right before his eyes. In essence, Qian Xuanji wanted to pat Tang Ritian on the shoulder and say, "My friend, your wife and younger sister are truly remarkable." Observing that Qian Xuanji did not seem to care about her brother's candid remarks, Tang Yuehua breathed a sigh of relief. As long as her efforts were not in vain, that was sufficient. Unfortunately, she soon felt Qian Xuanji's fingers pressing into a particularly sensitive area, leaving her puzzled about the situation. Was it that she had not exerted enough effort? There was nothing to be done. Tang Yuehua could only muster additional strength while half-heartedly responding to Tang Hao. Yes, Hao Gu, you will always be the best brother. Your sister will forever support you. Tang Yuehua hastily attempted to smooth over the situation. For reasons unknown, Tang Hao distinctly sensed a faint, coarse breathing sound emanating from his sister's room. It appeared to be male, yet his sister's subsequent words interrupted that thought. All right, Yuehua, I must take my leave. Tang Hao resolved to depart. Bidding farewell to his brother was akin to parting ways with his father. Now, he was also saying goodbye to his sister. He felt no regrets within his heart. He could venture into the outer realms bearing both concern and responsibility. The burden upon him felt heavy, weighing down his head. What Tang Hao did not anticipate was that, as he departed, Tang Yuehua presented him with a precious gift that resonated with the occasion. She did not speak further, for her mouth had been firmly covered. Hehehe. Who would have thought your Hao Gu despises me so much? Chapter 96. Is Kaisha coming? No, he is simply a bit melodramatic, my lord. Please do not take him to heart. Tang Yuehua beseeched Qian Xuanji with utmost humility. Ha! Do not be so anxious. I truly have not given your brother much thought. Qian Xuanji gently lifted Tang Yuehua's chin, meeting her gaze with a wicked smile. As a woman of the king, your future will be quite comfortable. As for that mere Tang Hao, even if he escapes to the outer realms, what of it? A mere clown, I have no regard for him. Qian Xuanji exuded confidence, even hoping that Tang Hao might stir some excitement, alleviating his own boredom. Tang Yuehua's anger surged at Qian Xuanji's assessment of her brother. How could my own brother be so utterly inept? Alas, she dared not voice her fury, only able to curse Qian Xuanji silently in her heart. Oh, my dear Tang Yuehua, I apologize for not considering your feelings. I'm truly sorry. Our second brother-in-law is quite competent and a notable talent in Douluo Dalu. Yet unfortunately, upon entering the myriad realms, he has proven to be rather lackluster. Suddenly, Qian Xuanji remembered something and offered an insincere apology to Tang Yuehua. She could see that this was no genuine apology, but rather a more blatant humiliation. Regrettably, she was unable to refute it. Tang Yuehua had no understanding of the myriad realms and was oblivious to the circumstances at hand. She could only silently pray for her brother Tang Hao's safety in the outside world. She did not wish for him to achieve great fame. She merely hoped he could lead a peaceful and contented life. Ideally, she wished he would never return to Douluo Dalu, a place that felt like a nightmare to them. The question of how to accommodate Tang Yuehua had become a matter for Qian Xuanji to ponder deeply. It was impossible to bring her back to the Wuhuan Palace and grant her a legitimate identity. Keeping her outside for occasional gatherings? That seemed rather pointless. Qian Xuanji felt a twinge of guilt, sensing a lack of appreciation for what he had acquired. Nevertheless, he decided to bring her home for a visit. After Tang Hao's departure, Hao Yian sect naturally became a subordinate sect under Qian Xuanji. The Xinluo Empire followed suit, directly becoming a minor faction under the Wuhuan Palace. Currently, the only territories Qian Xuanji had yet to control were the Tiando Empire and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he held little interest. It wasn't so much that he was disinterested. Rather, it simply did not occupy his thoughts. The Tiando Empire? Pathetically weak, hardly even rivaling the Xinluo Empire. And the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? With only one daughter, there was no need for significant effort there. Qian Xuanji chuckled softly. The resolution of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was remarkably simple, requiring minimal exertion. After clarifying his general plan, he took Tang Yuehua out. For the next decade, Qian Xuanji's focus would remain on the extraterrestrial realms. The trivial Douluo star was no longer worthy of his energy. In 10 years, when a new generation of talents emerged from Douluo star, he could then return to make a proper appearance. Upon returning to the Wuhuan Palace and arranging for Tang Yuehua, he soon noticed that the little angelic beings seemed to be unusually excited, as though celebrating some joyous occasion. Cold, what is happening? Why is everyone so happy? Qian Xuanji inquired of the angel Cold, with whom he shared a close bond. Their friendship had grown significantly, particularly after Qian Xuanji's soul power surpassed 100 levels, enabling him to barely reach the status of a secondary divine body among angels, while Cold was at the pinnacle of the second-generation divine body. Qian Xuanji often challenged Cold to duels and sparring matches, and she was more than willing to accept his challenges to improve herself. Although Qian Xuanji was somewhat lacking in skill, he possessed considerable strength and remarkable resilience, far exceeding that of her secondary divine body counterparts. Every encounter allowed Cold to unleash her full potential, making her quite pleased with these engagements. As their rapport deepened, Cold responded, "The queen will be arriving soon, just in a couple of days, which brings us great joy." This revelation astonished Qian. He had initially assumed the angels were elated due to the preparations for the elite competition, just as he intended to commend the little angels for their efficiency. Cold's explanation took him by surprise. "Queen Kesha? Such a formidable presence is coming. This indeed places immense pressure on me," he thought. "Oh, is that so? How wonderful. I have long admired the queen's reputation, and now I shall finally have the honor of meeting her. It is truly a stroke of fortune," Qian earnestly expressed. Originally, if it had only been a group of little angels relying on the Weiyang immortal mansion, he could have managed to engage with them. Especially after the arrival of beings from the divine realm, he felt emboldened. However, with Queen Kesha's impending arrival, he perceived that Douluo star would likely come under the dominion of the angels. He figured that should not pose a significant issue. Even if Kesha were to dominate, her reign would likely be short-lived. With the elite competition on the horizon, numerous powers from the myriad realms would undoubtedly send representatives to Douluo star in 10 years. By that time, even if Queen Kesha were to be the supreme ruler, she could not exercise her hegemony over Dalu. Could she? Cold nodded in agreement. Having been away from Angel Star Cloud for so long, the anticipation of meeting the queen brought them great joy, especially upon seeing that Qian's expression appeared genuine. Their excitement only intensified. After all, Qian was indeed a master of performance. Though these little angels were significantly older than him, they could not match his playful spirit. After bidding farewell to Cold, Qian entered a state of preparation. The level of Queen Kesha was rather high. He needed to prepare thoroughly, lest he reveal any flaws. He hoped she was not one to pry into the secrets of others. While Qian possessed the ability to shield his thoughts from others, he could not extend that capability to BibiDong and Qian. If Queen Kesha were to delve into their minds, the essence of who Qian truly was would inevitably be exposed, leaving no room for pretense. Alas, it was indeed true. The heavens are vast, and nothing escapes their scrutiny. Perfection is an unattainable illusion. Chapter 97. Kesha was left stunned. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the spiritual treasure, source of chaos." After parting with Cold, Qian re-engaged in the signing process. This time, he unexpectedly received a spiritual treasure. Perhaps this was indeed a genuine spiritual treasure. He examined its effects, which could influence all orders and secrets. Could it be that if he wielded this artifact, others would be unable to monitor him? A sudden thought sparked within Qian's mind. Even the celestial mechanisms can be obscured, let alone the scrutiny of the angels. Furthermore, the source of chaos harbors the essence of calamity. Those destined to understand may grasp its mysteries. The source of chaos is a treasure of considerable scope. Should this artifact be secured within the Wuhan Temple, the entirety of the temple would be enveloped by the power of chaos. Within the confines of the Wuhan Temple, not even the smallest angel, let alone the Archangel Kaisha, would be able to delve into the hearts of ordinary individuals. This indeed provides a protective function for Qian. Quite so. What Qian currently requires are indeed functional tools. He does not particularly need to enhance his strength, for he is a person grounded in reality, striving through his own efforts. With this, the threat Kaisha poses to Qian diminishes significantly. 2 days later, we welcome our queen. Outside the Wuhan Temple, 9 small angels set aside their tasks and congregated, forming a wormhole. Queen Kaisha descended from within. Upon her arrival, the 9 small angels greeted her with utmost reverence. For Kaisha is forever their divine idol. Qian and BibiDong also observed from the side, mindful of their role as hosts. Witnessing this woman's overwhelming demeanor, BibiDong felt a pang of discontent, envisioning a day when she too would exude such magnificence, perhaps even surpassing Kaisha. As for Qian, he naturally admired Kaisha's beauty. He is an aficionado of art, with an appreciation for beauty that transcends the ordinary. Is this truly Queen Kaisha, the mightiest being of the 4th parallel universe? We are indeed far from her league. Moreover, the 3 divine kings of the divine realm, who were merely spectating, exchanged glances with Kaisha. The evil divine king could not help but smile bitterly. Without comparison, there can be no pain. In the presence of Queen Kaisha, their power feels markedly inferior. Although the evil divine king and his wife often traverse worlds, they mostly linger near the divine realm. Wary of unforeseen circumstances, They have not encountered many true powerhouses, merely a few slightly stronger than themselves. However, today, they have finally encountered someone of an entirely different caliber. The evil divine king, feeling inadequate. The good divine king expressed some sentiment. In the divine realm, she too is regarded as a queen, albeit without the airs of one. Nonetheless, she holds a certain status. Yet before Queen Kaisha, she feels it best not to be addressed as a queen. The goddess of life, in contrast, remained unfazed. As is her nature, unconcerned with such superficial titles. However, she too lamented the vast gulf between her power and that of Queen Kaisha. She must devise a means to expedite her own progress henceforth. Upon her arrival, Kaisha surveyed her surroundings and soon recognized Qian. The angelic aura surrounding him led Kaisha to deduce that he is indeed the collaborator for this endeavor. His strength, surprisingly, was not as feeble as she had presumed, aligning closely with that of several warrior angels in her ranks. As for BibiDong, she was largely overlooked by Kaisha, not yet garnering her attention. The same applied to Qian. However, the evil divine king, good divine king, and goddess of life caught Kaisha's eye to a certain extent. These formidable beings lend credence to the divine realm's reputation as a second-tier civilization. Kaisha undoubtedly possesses knowledge of the divine realm. Xiaogang and Yin must have reported these matters to her. Nevertheless, what perplexed Kaisha was that upon her arrival, it seemed some of her capabilities were rendered ineffective. Let us proceed. I wish to view your accomplishments. Kaisha expressed little else, focusing on the grand project of the Tianjiao arena. Very well, my queen. Xiaogang approached Qian, leading the group to tour the site. This is commendable. I shall remain here for a while to provide guidance. After the inspection, Kaisha nodded, seemingly satisfied. My queen, without your presence, the Angel Nebula. Upon hearing Kaisha's intention to stay for an extended period, Xiaogang and Yin were somewhat astonished. Queen Kaisha typically resides within the Angel Nebula, seldom lingering outside for long. While they feel justified in their actions, there are many who would seek to overthrow their influence in the fourth parallel universe. Moreover, there is that iron-willed sister of the queen. Should she learn of the queen's prolonged absence, she would surely not remain idle. Fear not, no troubles will arise. I have instructed she to oversee matters. There shall be no issues. Although he may desire to be idle, he will comprehend the gravity of our angelic clan's standing. Kaisha reassured Yin with a wave of her hand, providing clarity. With this, Yin and Xiaogang felt reassured. He's prowess is second only to the queen in the Angel Nebula. With him in charge, disturbances are unlikely. Even if issues do arise, they would be manageable until the queen's return. Child, come, ascend to my throne. After surveying the project, Kaisha turned her attention to the ultimate objective of her visit. The angel distinguished by outstanding data analysis. Qian, upon seeing Kaisha, instinctively flew into her lap, embraced by the queen. At that moment, Qian found himself enviously regarding his daughter. What a well-behaved child. A joyful smile graced Kaisha's face. So young, yet already comparable to the second-generation warriors among the angels. She truly deserves her innate talent. Reflecting on this, Kaisha glanced at Yin. The angel warrior she had once held in high regard. Kaisha is known for her equitable treatment. She would not neglect Yin simply because of Qian's presence. Yin, have you encountered a bottleneck? Kaisha inquired, noting Yin's lack of progress over the years. While it is indeed normal for angels to experience slow advancements over decades, there's still a slight disparity when compared to others. My queen, I believe so, Yin replied, her tone somewhat subdued. Recently, she felt directionless. Do you require my assistance? Kaisha offered. She is well aware of the challenges associated with an angel's bottleneck, having guided many over the years. My queen, what must I do? Yin nodded in agreement. Upon receiving Yin's consent, Kaisha employed her formidable data analysis to seek solutions for her. After a thorough calculation, Kaisha found herself somewhat perplexed. She sensed something unusual. Previously, she had conducted a matching analysis for Yin as well. The future of Yin is intricately intertwined with an individual whose presence has yet to manifest, though a subtle intuition suggests their significance. Kaisha refrains from delving too deeply, sensing that this person is profoundly connected to an ancient galaxy known as Yinhexi. However, current calculations reveal that there is no correlation whatsoever with Yinhexi. Astonishingly, this individual might be right under her nose. Kaisha struggles to accept this notion. She conducts rigorous data analysis once more, only to arrive at the same conclusion as before. How could this be? Was there an error in her previous calculations? Or had an unforeseen change occurred beyond her comprehension? She glances at Qian Xunji, curious about the character that could potentially alter Yan's fate. Regrettably, she finds it impossible to discern anything about him. Feeling the weight of Kai Sha's gaze, Qian Xunji becomes somewhat uneasy. Nonetheless, reassured by the presence of the Sajibi and the source of chaos within him, he relaxes, confident that Kai Sha cannot fathom his true thoughts. Kai Sha feels a sense of helplessness as she perceives the peculiar and mysterious aura enveloping Douluo. She chooses not to disclose her findings to Yin immediately, deeming the matter unsuitable for public discussion. Yin, come find me tonight, and I shall share this with you in private, she states. Yes, your majesty. Yin nods in agreement, hoping for a favorable outcome. Qian Xunji arranges a splendid room for Kai Sha, crafted by the angels themselves. Upon her arrival, she takes residence there. Later that night, Yin knocks on Kai Sha's door, and she invites him in. Yin, the results I have calculated may be difficult for you to accept. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Kai Sha is aware of Yan's purpose for visiting. However, such words, even when directed solely at Yin, carry a certain weight. She intends for him to ponder before making a decision, which she will respect regardless of his choice. Upon hearing her words, Yan's expression turns serious. If the queen herself expresses such caution, then the path he desires to pursue will undoubtedly present significant challenges. Yet, Yin is unafraid of challenges. Your Majesty, speak freely. I can endure it. He ultimately responds. Kai Sha lets out a sigh. Although she is powerful, she is not omnipotent. There are many matters beyond her capacity to alter, and she must adhere to the rules. She shares her calculations with Yin. What? Your Majesty, are you saying my future is connected to that male angel? Yin is taken aback. He does not harbor any animosity towards Qian Xunji, as he is not like the detestable male angel Huayi. Furthermore, as the father of Qian Rinshui, he cannot bring himself to dislike him. Yet, affection is equally absent. Now, Kai Sha's statement implies that he must engage with this individual, fostering a friendship and maintaining a positive relationship. Yin finds this prospect somewhat unsettling. Kai Sha nods, acknowledging the incredibility of the situation, which contradicts her initial calculations. She cannot determine where the error lies. Your Majesty, could you perhaps calculate the relationship between Lung Lung and Qian Xunji? Yin feels compelled to inquire. Lung Lung? Very well. Kai Sha is unsure why Yin asks this, but it poses no challenge for her. She utilizes her powers to analyze the connection between the angel Lung and Qian Xunji. How is this possible? Kai Sha exclaims in astonishment. What is the outcome? Seeing her queen's surprise, Yin senses that the results may align closely with his expectations. How can this be? This Qian Xunji. Kai Sha frowns, deep in thought. There must be a significant issue at play. Your Majesty, Lung Lung and Qian Xunji have a good relationship. They often spar together. Yin reports on recent developments. No, it cannot be so simple. Wait a moment. Kai Sha shakes her head, realizing that the situation is far more complex than Yin suggests. Kai Sha becomes thoroughly serious. Let me examine Xin, she declares, preparing to conduct a similar analysis for her guardian angel. Subsequently, she considers Ling Shi and Luo Wan. Yin observes the profound change in his queen's demeanor, filled with curiosity regarding her state of mind. How can this be? Kai Sha breathlessly computes several small angels, only to arrive at the same conclusion regarding the same individual. Not only these small angels, but she also evaluates her own connection to him. My goodness, how is it possible that I am aligned with these small angels as well? This cannot be. I do not require the assistance of such a wretched man. Kai Sha begins to suspect that some insidious force has compromised her database. Yin, I urgently require your assistance. This task pertains to our angels. A sense of dread fills her. If this matter is not resolved properly, their angelic lineage may suffer a devastating blow. Yin's expression turns grave. Please, your Majesty, instruct me. He is unwaveringly obedient to her command. Unbeknownst to Qian Xunji, the source of chaos within him is taking a toll on his body. Chapter 98. Do you desire a wife? I have just calculated that among the 9 angels on Douluo, even I, the king, possess an extraordinarily high compatibility with that individual. This is an impossibility. I need you to approach him and ascertain the nature of this situation. Kai Sha, typically composed, finds herself somewhat embarrassed as she reveals the truth to Yin to ensure he remains vigilant. What? Yin is left dumbfounded. How could such a situation arise? Your Majesty, are you jesting? He cannot fathom how a male angel could achieve such compatibility with numerous female angels. Is he akin to that loathsome Huai? No. Huai merely forcefully subjugated them. It is inconceivable that genetic data could coincide. How could this individual's data align with theirs? What kind of situation is this? Does he aspire to be the male monarch of their angelic nebula? No, such a thing is intolerable. The angels of their nebula must be led by radiant, pure, and powerful women. They are angels, all ardent feminists. However, Yin harbored some concerns that Queen Kaisha might be concocting a tale to facilitate her contact with that individual. Although the likelihood of such a scenario was exceedingly slim, as Queen Kaisha was not that type of person, a flicker of doubt still lingered in Yan's mind. Unperturbed by Yan's skepticism, Kaisha sent her the results of her matching. Upon viewing them, Yin was unlikely to harbor any further doubts. Bewildered, utterly perplexed, Yin had no reason to doubt that her queen could make an error in calculation. After all, in the fourth parallel universe, who could lead her queen astray? Thus, this matter was indeed rather peculiar. Yin, can you accomplish this task? If you are unwilling, I could certainly enlist Xiaogang instead. Kaisha recognized that this task was somewhat embarrassing. If Yin was reluctant, she could easily substitute her with someone else. Xiaogang was entirely compliant, and should Kaisha send her, Xiaogang would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. No need, my queen, I am willing to go. Although this task posed some challenges for Yin, she truly did not wish to disappoint her queen. Furthermore, she believed that perhaps overcoming this seemingly insurmountable obstacle would indeed elevate her capabilities. Yan's obedient demeanor tugged at Kaisha's heartstrings. Very well, Yin, I shall have Xiaogang assist you. The two of you will execute this task together. Ultimately, Kaisha could not bear to let Yin undertake this arduous mission alone and chose to provide her with a companion. Yes, Yin exhaled in relief. Perhaps having a companion would enable her to approach this with a lighter heart. Well then, prepare yourself. Kaisha spoke somewhat sheepishly. This matter was significantly interconnected with her, and it was evident that it was not a trivial undertaking. Thus, it would be most prudent for her to intervene personally. Sending Yin and Xiaogang, such small angels, to locate Qian Sunji might very well result in failure. Yet Kaisha felt a twinge of fear within her. She did not fear men. After all, countless had perished at her hands. However, she was apprehensive about engaging intimately with men. Despite her outwardly formidable demeanor, she harbored a deep-seated aversion to interactions with the opposite sex. The entire angel nebula was akin to her utopia. Should I send he-she? An unusual thought crossed Kaisha's mind. That woman, he-she, was quite the seductress. To find herself reduced to a mere child before her was rather amusing. Cough, cough. I digress. He-she's prowess was indisputable. Should she take action, she could undoubtedly capture Qian Sunji effortlessly and perhaps unravel the underlying reasons with ease. However, Kaisha found herself hesitant to proceed in such a manner, feeling a sense of reluctance. After all, if she were to go, it would mean that she might, to some extent, become entangled with that man. Kaisha indeed loathed men. Should I send Liang Bing? Suddenly, Kaisha contemplated this idea. What if I utilized Liang Bing's assistance to investigate this man? That little sorceress, Liang Bing, was even more formidable than he-she. Capturing a mere Qian Sunji would be as simple as child's play. Yet, this could potentially spiral out of her control. Sigh, Kaisha felt overwhelmed. Very well. Let Yin and Xiaogang take the lead. It shall serve as a test for them. They could assess the situation, and if necessary, the elderly he-she could be brought in. Kaisha made her decision. She was not one to waver. After resolving her thoughts, Kaisha summoned Angel Xiaogang. Upon receiving Kaisha's order, Xiaogang felt no hesitation and promptly agreed. She was keenly aware of this task. Her curiosity regarding Qian Sunji was considerable. This individual was exceedingly enigmatic. Previously, she had gathered information about BibiDong and Qian. Initially, both women were not particularly fond of Qian Sunji. Yet, it seemed that due to certain events, they had inexplicably become infatuated with him, leaving Xiaogang utterly perplexed. Now, with the queen dispatching her to observe, it hinted at the man's complexity. Perhaps she could delve into understanding the secrets surrounding Qian Sunji. Xiaogang fell into deep contemplation, crafting her plans. Qian Sunji had not anticipated that, as the source of turmoil, he had inadvertently entangled elements that did not originally belong to him. Meanwhile, in a distant galaxy, certain future deities were left out of the equation. Kaisha's arrival prompted Qian Sunji to take a greater interest in his family. The image he projected was paramount. Well, dear angelic ladies, what brings you here? Qian Sunji found it quite astonishing that the two most aloof and proud angels would seek him out together. Is it not permissible to visit you without reason? Yin was well versed in the theory of such matters. However, when it came to practice, she felt somewhat out of her depth. Xian, on the other hand, was quite forthright and candid. Unbeknownst to her, BibiDong harbored an ominous premonition. She sensed that the two women had ulterior motives. However, considering that their strength far surpassed her own, coupled with the fact that this was merely speculation, she opted to remain passive. Although her intuition was often accurate, it ultimately remained just that, intuition without tangible evidence. Naturally, BibiDong chose to hold her ground. Were it not for the chaotic influence emanating from Qian Sunji affecting Yin and Xian, she might have deemed it appropriate to act rather than remain inactive. Cough. Cough, of course. It is a privilege to have such beautiful ladies seek me out, Qian Sunji mused, feeling rather curious. He wondered if the angels had uncovered something significant. It seemed he would need to exercise greater caution moving forward. Hearing her man's words, BibiDong discreetly rewarded her mentor with a spiral pinch, beaming at Qian Sunji. Her mentor was indeed mischievous, and she was still present. We wish to discuss a matter with you. May we speak privately? Xian disregarded the affectionate exchange between the two and directly addressed the topic at hand. Some matters were better kept from that woman. Although they did not regard her with much concern, her daughter was undeniably formidable. Thus, it was prudent to remain vigilant. Oh, certainly, Qian Sunji nodded, genuinely believing that these two sisters had urgent matters to discuss with him. It seems that, after Kaisa's arrival, there was a matter that required his attention, which is why Yin and Xian were summoned, correct? Qian Sunji glanced at BibiDong, who appeared to be deep in thought before nodding in acknowledgement. Following the two little angels, Qian Sunji found himself in the back garden of the Wuhan temple. This left him somewhat perplexed. Was Kaisa waiting for him here? Nevertheless, today, as angels exhibited a rather peculiar demeanor. Their attire was simple, consisting of a short skirt paired with a white top, accentuating their stunning legs. This time, both angels had tucked away their wings, presenting an aura of pure innocence and aloofness. Let's find a seat and engage in a proper conversation, Xian suggested, pointing towards a long bench in the garden. Qian Sunji was taken aback, pondering their true intentions. Given the disparity in their strengths and his own inability to refuse requests, particularly from beautiful women, he nodded in agreement. The real drama was only just beginning. The two little angels positioned themselves on either side of Qian Sunji, leaving him feeling quite flustered. He was uncertain of their intentions, feeling both excitement and trepidation. It was exhilarating for Qian Sunji, having long admired these angels and yearning to experience their otherworldly essence. However, due to his lack of confidence in his abilities, he dared not act impulsively. Hence, a sense of anxiety enveloped him. You must be quite puzzled right now, wondering why our demeanor towards you has undergone such a radical transformation. Perhaps it is because we cannot bear to see Xian suffer alone, shouldering this burden herself. Yin spoke up. Qian Sunji nodded, recalling how they had previously ignored him completely. Yet now, the situation appeared to have shifted dramatically. Xiao Qian, would you like a wife? Xian inquired, catching Qian Sunji off guard. It's quite simple. I inquired with Queen Kaisa yesterday, and she mentioned that you are my destined benefactor, which is why I sought you out, Xian continued, taking over Yin's narrative. Confused, Qian Sunji wondered who this benefactor was, momentarily forgetting the name of the individual. Not what? His peculiar response piqued Xian's interest. As anticipated, the queen was correct. Qian Sunji was indeed acting strangely. No, it's nothing. I merely meant to ask how you angels find me. He hastily shifted the topic. Almost revealing too much, he managed to divert the conversation. Xian and Yin exchanged glances, silently contemplating their thoughts. If the queen says it's you, it must be so. I find you rather agreeable. You are a fine individual, quite distinguished, and your lifespan closely resembles ours. Should we not explore this further? I, too, am curious to experience the essence of a man, Xian boldly flirted. Oh, but I already have 2 wives, Qian Sunji stammered. The temptation was palpable. Yet he was a devoted man, committed to his family. How could he possibly entertain such notions? Xian found his flustered demeanor quite amusing. What? Yin too? Xian's words sent another shockwave through Qian Sunji. Could it be that Yin was also here for companionship? This revelation left him astounded, pondering if this was indeed Kaisa's doing. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Yin did not outright refuse. Xiaogang boldly touched Qian Sunji's thigh, an experience new to her. She thought to herself that the sensation was rather delightful. "Am I quite firm?" This was Xiaogang's internal reflection. In contrast, the angels typically possessed soft and delicate legs, while Qian Sunji's were distinctly robust. "Please don't do this," Qian Sunji shyly protested, urging them not to entice a married man. "Well, since I've touched you, why not reciprocate?" Xiaogang playfully took Qian Sunji's hand and placed it on her thigh. The sensation was overwhelmingly pleasurable, but he quickly retracted his hand, appearing as if he had suffered a great loss. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, feeling bewildered. His mind raced with thoughts of these exuberant angels and their formidable allure. Yin was left speechless, astonished by Xiaogang's audacity. Was she here to fulfill the queen's task, or was there a personal agenda at play? "All right, Xiaogang, stop teasing him. Look at how frightened he is. Can you not be a bit more reserved?" Yin admonished her friend. Yet she sensed something was amiss with Qian Sunji. His behavior in the presence of these two women starkly contrasted with how he had interacted with another named Qian, who had seemed so vulnerable around him. Chapter 99. What I desire is not them. I am not joking. I genuinely wish to experience that sensation. "Handsome, shall we indulge?" Xiaogang gazed longingly at Qian Sunji, her motives aimed at disarming his defenses. Yin watched bewildered, questioning whether this was a moment of reckless abandon and if she should inform the queen of this apparent betrayal. Undeniably, the intense temptation was proving difficult for Qian Sunji to resist. After all, who could withstand the allure of angels? Merely a touch on his thigh sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him in a state of turmoil. "No, this is not right." He resolutely shook his head. It was imperative to maintain composure and conceal his true nature for a while longer. Qian Sunji had not revealed his true self. BibiDong was an unavoidable circumstance, while Qian, despite being acquired, was also known to the angels. However, their subsequent genuine affection rendered it inconsequential. As for Qing Wu and Tang Yuhua, they remained unnoticed by the angels, thus their secrets remained intact. Even if exposed, the angels would not discern the subtle intricacies of his heart. Qian Sunji remained steadfast, determined not to falter in the forthcoming moments. Both Yin and Xiaogang exchanged incredulous glances, surprised by his firm refusal. Prior to this, through Qian's recollections, they had learned about the nature of the man before them, a guy who could not sleep without embracing his two sisters each night. Now, he was somehow managing to resist. Was it that Qian Sunji held impossibly high standards, or was Xiaogang simply not alluring enough? Decidedly, since you were so insistent, I shall not press the matter further. Although it is said that a forcibly twisted fruit is not sweet, it can still quench one's thirst. I have managed to abstain for thousands of years, so a little more time is inconsequential. After the failed seduction, Xiaogang displayed a countenance filled with regret. Qian Sunji remarked, "Do not give up, sister. With a little more effort, he will surely succumb. Why abandon the endeavor halfway?" Yin also cast a deep glance at this intriguing man, Qian Sunji. Upon returning home, Qian Sunji concluded that while there were no angels present, he was not devoid of warmth in his bed, and thus there was no need for excessive fixation. However, feeling that he was in a precarious period, he resolved to remain prudent and avoid Tang Yuhua for the time being, allowing Qing Wu a temporary reprieve. "What do they want from you?" Upon his return, BibiDong could not help but inquire. Cough, cough, what could it be but trivial matters? Qian Sunji could not allow BibiDong to discover the true intentions behind the angel's visit. After all, he himself was uncertain whether the angels were merely toying with him. He did not wish to become a fool should he take them seriously only to find they were nothing but jesters. "Is that so?" BibiDong retrieved her death gaze, her skepticism evident. "Do not overthink. You know well what sort of man your husband is. Sleep now. I wish to rest for a while." Qian Sunji chose not to delve further into the matter, transitioning directly to the next subject. "Your Majesty, this is the information we have gathered today." After parting ways with Qian Sunji, Xiaogang and Yin reported their findings to Kaisha. Very good, very good. Keep up the effort." Kaisha had not anticipated that Yin and Xiaogang would uncover some significant details during their reconnaissance. Although they were only preliminary findings and of limited immediate utility, it was indeed promising news that brought joy to Kaisha's heart. Her two guardian angels were clearly maturing. "Your Majesty, I have installed a micro-monitoring device on Qian Sunji. Given his current strength, he will not be able to detect it." Xiaogang conveyed another piece of information to Kaisha. When she had patted Qian Sunji on the thigh, She had already set a contingency plan in motion. Upon hearing this, Yin suddenly realized the reason behind Xian's previous close interactions with Qian Xunji. Truly, she was quite adept. Yin had nearly misconstrued Xian's intentions. Very well, let's observe the situation. Kaisha found herself increasingly pleased with Xian's capabilities as an assistant. With her aid, much of the burden had been alleviated. Having established a level of surveillance over Qian Xunji, it was prudent to verify the situation to prevent any future complications. Yes, Your Majesty. Xian nodded obediently, then activated her data, projecting a video feed. Why can't I see anything? Yin expressed her bewilderment as the projection revealed nothing but darkness. Though night had fallen, it should not have been entirely devoid of visibility unless the micro-monitoring device had been obstructed. Had Qian Xunji discovered it? I apologize, Your Majesty. I acted recklessly. I may have jeopardized everything. Xian felt a sudden surge of foreboding. Her intuition proved correct. No, there's sound. Just as Xian was about to shut off the projection, Kaisha intervened. Xian halted her intention to disconnect and listened intently. What was that sound? The volume emanating from within was not particularly loud, yet it was peculiar. All three, Yin, Xian, and Kaisha, were unable to react, which was highly unusual. Their database dictated that anything they had previously encountered or heard, no matter how long ago, could indeed be recalled upon the second encounter. Now, all three indicated a lack of memory, confirming that they had never heard such an odd sound before. It resembled a series of rhythmic breaths accompanied by other strange noises. This eerie silence persisted for several minutes. I am out of strength finally. A distinctly human voice emerged from the sound, instantly recognizable as that of Tian Rinshui, the mother of their angel, Qian Xunji. Dong, you are lacking. You seem weaker than Ayin. While Ayin may appear delicate, she is quite resilient. Immediately followed by Qian Xunji's voice, this revelation caused Kaisha, Yin, and Xian to experience a sudden epiphany. So, it was these two engaged in some form of contest. How enlightening. If you think so highly of her, then go seek her out. Qian Xunji's words left BibiDong feeling quite unsettled. Just a jest. If Dong lacks strength, then let me take over. Allow me to ensure Dong comfort. Lie down. Moments later, Qian Xunji uttered another phrase, causing the three angels to simultaneously furrow their brows. They seemed to grasp an understanding of something decidedly different. A resounding smack echoed, as if someone had been struck. Do not strike indiscriminately. BibiDong's scolding voice followed closely. My apologies, it is a habit. Qian Xunji chuckled. This was a habit he had developed over many years. A tendency to test the waters with a few playful slaps. It seemed a trait that would be difficult to shed. I'll be gentler, you rascal. While BibiDong's words seemed to express reproach, the three angels could only conclude from this audio that Qian Xunji was a man of ill repute. He appeared refined on the surface, but was, in truth, a domestic abuser, prone to violence against women. Now, however, they had more than just audio. They had video. The reason they had seen nothing earlier was primarily due to BibiDong's presence obscuring the view. The video unraveled everything for them. They had been mistaken, dreadfully so. I apologize, Your Majesty. I had no idea it would turn out this way. Xian was taken aback, and upon regaining her composure, hastily severed the connection. Frantically apologizing to Kaisha, she was truly at a loss. How could this have happened? No, she should have anticipated it. After all, they were well aware of Qian Xunji's nightly activities. How could they have overlooked such an obvious detail? That insufferable Qian Xunji. In that moment, Kaisha felt a wave of disappointment wash over her regarding Xian. Cough. It is of no consequence. No one could have foreseen this. You may leave now. Kaisha, somewhat stunned, had not expected such events to unfold. Nevertheless, she bore no ill will towards Xian. Xian, do not dwell on it. Return to your tasks. Do not forget your mission. Kaisha offered Xian a gentle smile, hoping to alleviate her burden. Kaisha's understanding only served to deepen Xian's feelings of guilt. No, she must complete her task in the future. She cannot disappoint the queen's expectations. Xian and Yin quietly departed from this place. Ahem, it is time for a good rest. This was Yan's first experience in understanding such matters. To comprehend alongside the queen was also an unprecedented occurrence, perhaps even a final one, though no, it cannot be the last time. Yin felt a thrill. Damn you. Qian Xunji, I shall see what tricks you possess. Upon returning to her room, Xian found herself increasingly infuriated. Had it not been for Qian Sunji, she would not have made such a fool of herself before the queen. Xian, meticulous in her duties, found it intolerable. She must capture Qian Sunji. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Xian was determined to uncover the true capabilities of this fellow, Qian Sunji. With that thought, she promptly reopened the projection link to Qian Sunji, scrutinizing it intently. She needed to discover what had transformed a woman, initially indifferent towards him, into someone utterly consumed by thoughts of him. She was resolute in uncovering the secret. For reasons unknown, as she watched, Xian felt a peculiar change within her. During this time, Yin behaved rather conventionally. No longer indifferent towards Qian Sunji, she occasionally inquired about his well-being. Now, Yin had no task to fulfill. She had set aside all previous responsibilities. Her only need was to join Xian in dealing with Qian Sunji. Naturally, Qian Sunji welcomed this, responding to Yin with utmost politeness. As for Xian, her approach was far more aggressive than Yan's. Of course, aside from Qian Sunji and Yin, no one else noticed Xian's actions. After all, her strength was far superior, making her impervious to the scrutiny of ordinary individuals. In Xian's presence, Qian Sunji underwent a profound transformation, gradually descending into a realm of darkness from a once faithful man. This fascinated Xian. Initially, her only intent was to fulfill her mission. Yet, witnessing Qian Sunji's slow degradation, she felt an inexplicable satisfaction. What is happening to me? Xian was confounded. How could she harbor such thoughts? This should not be. She was an angel. How could she possess such malevolent intentions to lead someone into perdition? Xian yearned to withdraw, but found herself unable to do so. It felt as though she wished to turn back, yet could not. All of this was due to Qian Sunji. Xian recalled her previous self, the kind and diligent angel she once was. However, as she drew closer to Qian Sunji, she began to change. Qian Sunji, this wicked man, perhaps, to lead him into darkness would grant her liberation. Recently, you seem to be quite popular. The actions of Angel Yin and Xian could be concealed from the likes of BibiDong and Ayin. However, for Lung, another angel and the captain of the Little Angel Squad, this could not remain a secret. Yin and Xian did not shy away from their angelic duties. Seeing Qian Sunji, previously ordinary and exclusively hers, suddenly garnering the attention of the two finest angel warriors, Yin and Xian, especially Xian, made Lung feel somewhat uneasy. Finally, with time on her hands and an opportunity at hand, Angel Lung sought out Qian Sunji once more. She offered him her congratulations. Enough, I am at a loss. You are also an angel. Do you know what's going on? With our good relationship, could you share some insights? Qian Sunji eagerly guided Angel Lung to a seat, massaging her shoulders and legs. Confused by the unexpected attentiveness of Xian and Yin, Qian Sunji pondered the reasons behind it. Inside information? What inside information? Angel Lung asked, puzzled. How could she not know? Why were they both treating him with such warmth? How should I know? Being pursued by the two most outstanding warriors among us angels. Shouldn't you feel delighted? Angel Lung gazed at Qian Sunji, unsure of the meaning behind her words. Qian Sunji stared back at her, their eyes locked for a full minute. Suddenly, Qian Sunji leaned closer to Angel Lung, their cheeks mere inches apart, both feeling the warmth of each other's breath. Yet, what he truly desired was not their attention, but rather the affection of another angel. Chapter 100. Encountering a vixen, the angel turned crimson. The once fair and delicate Angel Lung now displayed a rosy hue. First her ears, then her neck, and finally her face. She appeared undeniably charming. Could this be what they call falling in love? Yet, why did Angel Lung feel that this was not love, but merely a physical impulse? Intuition told her that he was no good. For reasons unknown, Angel Lung's previous favorable impression of Qian Sunji had soured. Now, she sensed she had encountered a different facet of him, and this facet suggested that the man before her was perhaps not what she had imagined. Indeed, I am no good. I am merely a heart thief. Qian Sunji pressed his lips against Angel Lung's neck. This marked his first genuine contact with an angel. I am about to steal your heart. Angel Lung found herself unable to resist. If this was merely a physical impulse, then she was curious to see what it would bring her. Qian Sunji swept her off her feet, positioning her as he pleased. How could this be possible? Beknonst Tokian Xunyi. His every move was being closely monitored. During their time without direct interaction, Xunji, the voyeur, had been observing Qian Xunji's every action. She was known to be a fervent workaholic. Faced with a mission assigned by Kusha, she could not refuse even the slightest task. Thus, her focus was entirely on Qian Xunji. Typically, she found herself quite bored. As Xin watched Qian Xunji's daily life, she indulged in snacks and dramas. However, this afternoon, she could hardly believe her eyes as she witnessed such an explosive scene. One of her kind had become entangled with Qian Xunji. How could this be? How could there possibly be an angel attracted to such a weakling as Qian Xunji, especially one as aloof and frigid as Angel Lung? Xin had initially thought that, barring exceptional circumstances, Qian Xunji would have no chance of reviving the trust of her and Yan. Their interactions with him were merely a result of their master's tasks. Yet, she was gravely mistaken. Lung, how could you fall so low? Xin harshly scorned her in her heart. However, this did not deter Jixin's fervent determination to continue her observations. She yearned to comprehend the expressions that angels would exhibit when confronted with such circumstances. Many angels, in most cases, bore an expression akin to a mask of indifference. They seldom smiled and showed little emotional fluctuation. Yet, for reasons unknown, the cold demeanor of the angel seemed peculiarly intriguing. Was it truly so admirable? Lacking experience, Jixin could not help but begin to doubt. Should she convey this information to the queen? A thought suddenly crossed her mind. The grave error committed by the cold angel should, in theory, be reported to the queen, who might revoke the cold angel's warrior status and restore her absolute freedom to live her life, perhaps alongside Qian Xunji. However, for the first time, Jixin chose to decline this course of action. Perhaps it would be best for the cold angel to resolve this matter herself. Jixin decided that the fate of the cold angel should remain in her own hands. After all, such matters were not inherently rebellious. The rules governing the angels were quite democratic regarding their kin. Nevertheless, this incident unveiled to Jixin that Qian Xunji was not as honest as he appeared. His demeanor in her presence was undoubtedly feigned. How could it be otherwise when he displayed such flamboyance in the presence of the cold angel? How infuriating! Did she truly pale in comparison to the cold angel? Jixin felt a tumult of emotions within her. She believed herself to be far superior to the cold angel. So why did Qian Xunji disregard her while lavishing attention upon the cold angel? How blind he was! She was truly unwilling to accept this. The sensations Qian Xunji felt towards the angel could only be described as exquisite, an experience beyond articulation. However, he soon found himself beset by complications. Impulsiveness may bring fleeting pleasure, but in retrospect it could lead to ruin. Having overstepped his bounds with the cold angel, he pondered the implications of his actions. Kaisa should not pose any significant issues. She was unlikely to meddle in his affairs. Yet, how would he manage the situation at home? With the unpredictable variable of the cold angel in play, Qian Xunji faced formidable challenges ahead. He felt a profound sense of difficulty, though he harbored no regrets. The cold angel possessed remarkable resilience. Provided the injuries were not fatal, she would recover swiftly. Although Qian Xunji's advances had been forceful and penetrating, they had not inflicted mortal harm. Thus, shortly after Qian Xunji's recovery, the cold angel returned to her usual self. Naturally, Qian Xunji felt compelled to treat her well. The bonds forged through shared experiences, even with Tang Yuehua, could be mended. Thus, he was determined to nurture his rapport with the cold angel, who had always been amiable. Presently, the cold angel lacked her wings, dressing without restraint before Qian Xunji. In response to his call, she maintained her composure. Do not overthink this. I harbor no feelings for you. You will remain yourself, and I will continue to be myself. Do you understand? The cold angel's rationality was formidable. Having already laid bare her truths to Qian Xunji, she felt no need to feign modesty. Yet, certain matters required clarification. Wait, what do you mean by that? Qian Xunji inquired, perplexed. Was he being dismissed? Surely this cannot be. Was he truly so fortunate as to reap the benefits without obligation? Qian Xunji asserted that he had no qualms about receiving as many beautiful angels as came his way. His interest in the cold angel was not rooted in what humanity might label as love. There was no need for either of them to shoulder responsibility. This was merely a fleeting desire to experience a particular sensation, and she was but a means to that end. Did she comprehend? You shall remain the Pope, and I shall remain a warrior under the Queen's command. This matter must remain confidential. Understood? The cold angel, having donned her attire, exuded authority as she confronted Qian, asserting her dominance by stepping on him with her long leg. "You deceived my feelings," Qian exclaimed, his eyes aflame with indignation. As for being trampled upon, it was merely a playful dalliance, a trivial detail not worth dwelling upon. Despite an inner joy, Qian feigned the role of a heartbroken lover, embodying the wounded party. His heart had suffered a grave injury. Witnessing Qian sorrowful expression, the angel, with her touch of compassion, felt a twinge of remorse. "So what? Have you gained an advantage while playing the victim? What have I truly harmed you with? At worst, I can always summon you again when I require your services." This, perhaps, represented the cold angel's greatest concession. She was not particularly fond of such encounters, but she had acquiesced to alleviate her perceived debt to Qian. It was a matter of indifference, neither loved nor loathed. She would simply regard it as a slight nibble from a troublesome individual. "What do you take me for?" Qian protested. "I'm not that sort of person." Yet, could he admit such a truth? Would he not lose face? "Humph. You know what sort of person you are." The cold angel, having donned her stockings and boots, spread her wings and departed leisurely. Upon exiting, she remained unchanged, still the same cold angel. Xixin, surprised by the cold angel's clarity and unwavering loyalty to the queen, realized she had misjudged her. She had initially feared the cold angel would abandon them to follow Qian, complicating matters for herself. However, the cold angel's decision earned Xixin's respect and provided her with a sense of relief. Since the cold angel had expressed indifference towards Qian, it should not pose a problem for Xixin to act upon her own desires. She reassured herself. Initially, she had shared the same sentiments as the cold angel and her fellow angels. What was a man, after all? Could they not survive without one? Yet, upon learning that the cold angel had tasted the pleasures of companionship, Xixin felt a stirring curiosity within her. She too wished to explore that realm, if only for a moment. Once the cold angel departed, Qian made a simple exit, his heart buoyant and jubilant, finally having fulfilled his most basic desire. Alas, the depth of his aspirations remained unfulfilled. The advanced ambitions that Qian has yet to experience still lie ahead. He must persevere. The future should hold promise. Unbeknownst to Qian, his true nature seems to be gradually revealing itself to certain individuals. How despicable! Just moments ago, he was engulfed in sorrow, and now he appears to be brimming with joy. What a masterful performance! Just recently, Xixin expressed a hint of emotion upon witnessing Qian's heartfelt dedication. Although Qian is indeed concealing his true self, it is undeniable that he has genuinely felt something. Yet now, genuine feelings are utterly irrelevant. It is nothing but hypocrisy. The angel Lung has been completely ensnared by this individual, blissfully unaware of the manipulation. Xixin has come to understand Qian's true character. Had she discovered his profound insincerity shortly after their acquaintance, she would have harbored a deep-seated aversion towards him. However, at this point, her feelings have grown too complex for mere dislike. Unfortunately, she has become familiar with Qian, which leaves her in a state of helplessness. Xixin realizes that she must tread carefully when communicating with him to avoid falling victim to his deceptions. If someone is astute, as she were to be misled by Qian, it would indeed be a grave misfortune. Xixin feels a surge of excitement, as if she is peeling away the layers of Qian's facade. She longs to discover what lies beneath the guise he has meticulously crafted. Perhaps it will astonish her. What delightful news has you so elated? Seeing Qian prancing about, BibiDong finds herself speechless. At times, this fellow truly behaves like a child. Joy is joy. Why must there be a reason behind it? Naturally, Qian refrains from sharing the truth, fearing it would cause BibiDong undue concern. At this moment, he is concocting a plausible excuse, such as claiming he was accosted by angels. Well, that might suffice. BibiDong opts not to press further, recognizing that answers may remain elusive. Let us proceed to cultivate beneath the Wudao tea tree together to enhance our abilities. Qian pulls BibiDong under the tree, unaware of how long it has been since he last dedicated time to proper cultivation. "Oh, are you all here as well?" The Wudao tea tree does not conceal much. Individuals from the spirit hall may come here to train. However, the angels show little interest in the Wudao tea tree as it offers them scant assistance. Upon arriving, Qian finds Qian and the goddess of life already present. The goddess of life finds her training here remarkably efficient and has grown particularly fond of the spot. Upon Qian's arrival, she greets him with a nod and a smile, acknowledging the gifts he has provided. Although Qian has not requested compensation, she feels compelled to express her gratitude. In return, the goddess of life has greatly rewarded Qian's wife with the goddess of life's assistance. Yin's cultivation has been rapidly advancing. Unlike the evil god king and the good god king, who seek a pair of disciples, the goddess of life can independently choose her successor without needing to collaborate with her husband, the god of destruction. Yin has already become the inheritor of the goddess of life, a fitting tribute to Qian's support. Let's cultivate together. The Wu Dao tea tree is not an immense tree, but it suffices for a small gathering. After selecting their positions, the four settle into a meditative posture. Ultimately, there are too few of them. Each occupies one of the four cardinal directions. The goddess of life and Qian sit opposite each other. Qian's primary aim this time is to stabilize his wandering spirit. After such indulgence, it is indeed time to regain composure and purify his soul. In Chapter 101, the two women compete. Qian seeks deeper understanding of his mindset. He finds himself perpetually acting, and if he does not take the time to ground himself, he fears he may become irreversibly lost in his role. Qian enters a state of tranquility, while the goddess of life, Yin, and BibiDong delve into their own cultivation insights, attuning themselves to the laws of power. BibiDong focuses on darkness and death, while Yin and the goddess of life center on life. For a time, all four become immersed in a peculiar state. Qian is uncertain how long he has been cultivating, but he is the first to awaken among them. Upon regaining consciousness, he is careful not to disturb the three women beside him. Yin and BibiDong, being a long-established couple, do not warrant his concern. He can observe them freely in private. However, the goddess of life, with whom he has had less time, piques his interest for a few more glances. Her demeanor is dignified, embodying the essence of a virtuous wife. Alas, she can only fulfill the role of a devoted spouse, not that of a nurturing mother. Qian reflects on this. A woman, especially one like the goddess of life who yearns for motherhood, must feel a profound sense of regret if unable to attain that role. Regrettably, who can assist her in this endeavor? In most circumstances, it seems unlikely anyone could offer aid. If blame must be assigned, it falls upon her husband, who has failed to fulfill his responsibilities. He senses that he is nearing the third level of the undying martial emperor scripture. Should he reach that stage, he would feel a tremendous sense of relief. After admiring the beauty around him, Qian begins to assess his current state. It is a common affliction among men to appreciate beauty. What harm is there in a fleeting gaze? Certainly, it is not a crime. Qian discovers that the undying martial emperor scripture, which had been stagnant for some time, now seems to be yielding new insights. If he attains the third level, his combat prowess may rival that of the third-generation divine body warriors among the angels. Perhaps he must devise a plan to intensify his efforts. As time passes, the goddess of life, the most advanced among them, is the first to awaken. At this moment, she is under the constraints of divine law, making it exceedingly challenging to break through her limitations. Despite her arduous training of late, she has made progress and gleaned insights regarding her future path. Alas, she remains unable to transcend her current boundaries to reach the next realm. The goddess of life realizes that, barring unforeseen circumstances, even continuous training beneath the Wu Dao tea tree will make it difficult for her to surpass herself. Consequently, she awakens early and notices Qian has also come to. She smiles gently at him. It is undeniable that her smile possesses profound healing qualities. With one of them awake, Qian feels compelled to act. Regardless, the remaining individuals are merely one's own wife. There is no need to be overly concerned. Qian naturally departed this place quietly. The goddess of life followed suit. Having been here for such a duration, she had yet to engage in a genuine conversation with the ruler of Douluo Dalu. At present, Qian's strength had already surpassed the 110th level of soul power. In the divine realm, he could be classified among the triad deities. Although there exists a considerable disparity between him and the goddess of life, she is not the type to look down on others due to cultivation. Her philosophy is one of equality. Grateful to the goddess for granting Yin an opportunity, Qian addressed her after inviting the goddess of life out. It must be said that, to some extent, Qian owed a debt of gratitude to the goddess of life. With her assistance, Yin might potentially catch up with BibiDong in the coming years, becoming the new goddess of life. Indeed, the future confrontations between these two young ladies might become quite fervent. Qian could naturally reap the benefits. There was no need for excessive gratitude. Qian was already profoundly compatible with him, resembling him closely. Rather, it is I who should express my gratitude towards you, without your influence. My cultivation would not have advanced. Observing Qian Xunji's courteous demeanor, the goddess of life felt her sentiment gradually improve. She smiled in response to him. Alas, yet another unfortunate woman deceived by this exceedingly hypocritical scoundrel. The dialogue between Qian Xunji and the goddess of life was unbeknownst to them. Being observed by a certain voyeur, Qian Xunji settled down to cultivate for half a month, leaving Xiaogang exceedingly bored. During this time, while Qian Xunji was surveilling the goddess of life, Xiaogang sensed that he might harbor some ill intentions. However, he likely dare not act on them, as the combat prowess of the goddess of life currently surpassed that of Qian Xunji. Moreover, it seemed that the goddess of life had a significant other, and no matter how audacious Qian Xunji might be, he would not dare to act recklessly. There must be boundaries. Xiaogang did not intend to expose Qian Xunji's true nature before the goddess of life. After all, the goddess of life had no ties to their kind. Since they were essentially strangers, why meddle in affairs that did not concern her? Besides, if she did, how could she enjoy the spectacle? The goddess is indeed excessively humble. Qian Xunji felt a profound sense of admiration. Perfect, truly perfect. By the way, Your Highness, do you intend to remain with the angels henceforth? The goddess of life inadvertently posed a pivotal question. Prior to this, the identity of the controller of Doulu was of little consequence. Insignificant, one might say. However, the current situation is markedly different. Dalu holds immense significance. The goddess of life desires to continue its governance within the divine realm. Angels? Perhaps, after all, you, my goddess, have witnessed the excellence of my daughter, who is poised to ascend to a high position within the angelic nebula, potentially even as the heir to the next angel queen. As a father, I naturally seek to bask in her glory. After thoughtful consideration, Qian Xunji provided his response. Upon hearing this, the goddess of life could not help but sigh. So, compared to the divine realm, the angelic nebula is evidently superior. Nonetheless, I will undoubtedly continue to engage within Dalu for a considerable duration. Following the elite competition, I shall likely transition directly to the divine realm. It is improbable that I will visit the angelic nebula in the near future, and I hope that upon my arrival in the divine realm, my dear goddess will graciously extend her hospitality. Qian Xunji is a person of great discernment, fully aware of how to articulate his thoughts at this juncture. He first delivered a subtle blow to the goddess of life before aligning with her sentiments. Thus, the conversation was virtually flawless. Of course, should you arrive in the divine realm, I would certainly extend a warm welcome. Upon hearing this from Qian Xunji, the goddess of life felt a flicker of joy. Perhaps, through Qian Xunji, she could maintain a harmonious relationship between the divine realm and the angelic nebula. In such a case, the divine realm would benefit significantly. Recently, the divine realm has encountered some troubles, with several planes being occupied by the demon realm. It remains uncertain whether the demon realm harbors intentions of invading the divine realm. The divine realm is a proponent of peace, disfavoring conflict. Furthermore, the strength of the demon realm should not be underestimated, although they are also a secondary civilization. They represent the pinnacle of such, surpassing the typical secondary civilizations of the divine realm. The goddess of life also felt a twinge of concern. Should an alliance be formed with the angelic nebula, the demon realm would indeed pose no threat. By the way, my goddess, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. To avoid an awkward atmosphere in the conversation and to engage the goddess of life further, Qian Xunji prepared to share something with her. Yes, Pope, do you have something to say? The goddess of life looked at Qian Xunji, unsure of what he intended to reveal. I know the whereabouts of the Silver Dragon King. Indeed, in an effort to garner some favor, Qian Xunji planned to disclose the location of the Silver Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King? Upon hearing Qian Xunji's words, the expression of the goddess of life shifted. The Silver Dragon King is a wanted criminal within the divine realm, and indeed, one of the most significant ones. Alas, this matter is not one where we can discern right from wrong. Pope, you need not disclose her whereabouts to me. After contemplating the situation, the goddess of life shook her head. She intended to feign ignorance. If it were any other deity, such as the kind deity, the evil deity, the sure enforcer, or even the destroyer enforcer, the husband of the goddess of life, upon hearing Qian Xunji's words, They would undoubtedly seek to investigate thoroughly and subsequently capture and execute the Silver Dragon King. Yet, the goddess of life did not wish to pursue this matter further. Between her and the Silver Dragon King, there was no substantial enmity. At present, the Beast clan is already in a pitiable state. The goddess of life does not desire to add to their misfortunes. Alas, the goddess is truly a benevolent individual. Witnessing the kindness of the goddess of life, Qian Xunji felt a deep admiration for her. His esteem for her only grew. However, I believe that the goddess should meet with the Silver Dragon King before making any decisions. Qian Xunji resolved to facilitate a meeting between the Silver Dragon King and the goddess of life. Where's the Silver Dragon King currently? The goddess of life inquired, perplexed. Qian Xunji's words implied that he could summon the Silver Dragon King. The implications of this were quite significant. With the assistance of the angels, Qian Xunji knew the whereabouts of the Silver Dragon King, which did not seem surprising to the goddess of life. However, Qian Xunji's statement suggested that he could command the Silver Dragon King, which felt rather unsettling. The Silver Dragon King is a proud individual, unlikely to submit to anyone. After all, Silver Dragon King appear. The Silver Dragon King was naturally residing within Qian Xunji's Weiyang Immortal Palace. The power contained within was far greater than that of Dalu. The Silver Dragon King was recuperating here at an accelerated pace. Although his strength had not fully returned to its peak, he had regained at least 40 to 50% of it. Additionally, with the subsequent arrival of the Enlightenment Tea Tree, the Silver Dragon King's cultivation had further improved. He was now capable of moving freely. Before Qian Xunji, there had been some exchanges with the Silver Dragon King. The Weiyang Xianfu is such a splendid place, coupled with safety and secrecy, that the Silver Dragon King is reluctant to leave, planning to reside here for an extended period until his cultivation reaches its pinnacle and he possesses the strength to confront the divine realm. Naturally, residing in Qian Xunji's territory, the Silver Dragon King must contribute in some manner. Otherwise, Qian Xunji could easily evict him at any moment. As soon as Qian Xunji made this statement, the Silver Dragon King chose to appear before the goddess of life. The Silver Dragon King is exceptionally skilled in concealment. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hide for so long from the pursuit of the divine realm. It turns out there was another hidden presence. The existence of the Silver Dragon King was unknown to the angels. One must admit, the concealment is indeed impressive, prompting Xin to commend Qian Xunji. This old master of stealth. The appearance of the Silver Dragon King left the goddess of life somewhat conflicted. Could it be that Qian Xunji and the Silver Dragon King have become entangled? The goddess of life does not wish for any misfortune to befall the Silver Dragon King. Yet she is even more concerned about the trouble he might bring to the divine realm. My lady, do not overthink it. The Silver Dragon King was hiding in the Douluo continent, and when I encountered him, he was exceedingly weak. 3 years ago, I allowed him to recuperate within the Weiyang Xianfu, and here we are today. To prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings, Qian Xunji provided this explanation, allowing the goddess of life to relax. Greetings. The Silver Dragon King is the product of the division of the Dragon God, and there has been no direct interaction between the goddess of life and the Silver Dragon King. Their first meeting now feels rather awkward. The Silver Dragon King appears unusually indifferent. Presently, the Silver Dragon King resembles a child of around 16, while the goddess of life naturally embodies the elegance of a mature woman. Though she appears youthful, she is, in fact, a married woman. Yet her excellent maintenance allows her to retain a youthful visage. This comparison inevitably highlights the disparity, leaving the Silver Dragon King somewhat speechless. I find myself at a disadvantage. The goddess of life treats the Silver Dragon King calmly, yet the latter offers no warmth in return. If it weren't for the actions of the goddess and her companions, the Silver Dragon King would not have found himself in such a predicament. Ah, it seems you still harbor a deep resentment towards the divine realm, perhaps even towards me. Is there anything left for us to discuss? The Silver Dragon King's icy demeanor leaves the goddess of life feeling somewhat helpless. Prejudices are not easily dispelled. I have no desire to converse with you. If you wish to kill me, you may act at any moment. The Silver Dragon King boldly declared, showing no fear. Although her current strength is indeed no match for the goddess of life, even at her peak, she would still be outmatched. Yet, she remains unafraid. I will not kill you, nor will I disclose your whereabouts to others in the divine realm. Rest assured, the goddess of life sighed in resignation and chose to depart. Before leaving, she offered Qian Xunji an apologetic smile. Such insincerity. Just before the goddess of life completely exited, the Silver Dragon King playfully remarked. The goddess of life heard this, paused for a moment, but ultimately chose to leave. Remaining here would only lead to further awkwardness. Xunji had not anticipated the situation unfolding in this manner. In comparison to the Golden Dragon King, the Silver Dragon King is indeed far more amicable. Likewise, the goddess of life is much more agreeable than other divine monarchs. Xunji could not have foreseen that these two would have nothing to discuss, let alone anyone else. Human, cooperate with me, and I can help you acquire what you desire. Chapter 102. The Anomalous Angel. What nonsense? What do I possibly desire? Xunji is a man of simple contentment. At this moment, he harbors no grand ambitions, merely wishing to enjoy life with his beloved. The Silver Dragon King's words struck him as particularly peculiar. When did this steadfast individual begin to entertain grand desires? Is the Silver Dragon King offering to assist him in courting an angel? Perhaps she lacks the capability for such endeavors? I notice you harbor quite an interest in that woman. The Silver Dragon King pointed towards the direction the goddess of life had departed, the implication clear. While the goddess of life had indeed left, she could not hear. If she were present, the Silver Dragon King would not dare to speak so freely. Do not slander my name without basis. Xunji firmly denied. He is certainly not that kind of person. In his room, the angel Qian was nearly in fits of laughter, realizing that this dragon had keen insight into the situation. Indeed, Xunji is not an honorable man. The circumstances had taken a delightful turn, and she eagerly anticipated the unfolding events. Why deceive oneself? Rest assured, I can help you discreetly win her over. I possess the means, and if you assist me against the divine realm, I could even grant you a portion of my elemental power, enabling you to wield the strength of a deity without holding a divine position. Then, with your wife, the new goddess of life alongside the old goddess of life. Wouldn't the divine realm belong to you? Both incarnations of the goddess of life would be yours. Is that not the life you desire? The Silver Dragon King continued to entice him. This left Xunji perplexed, as the Silver Dragon King was not typically of such character. After all, the subsequent narrative typically portrayed her as foolish. I am not that kind of person. Please refrain from tempting me further. Thank you. Xunji has his principles and would never engage in anything disreputable. Some unscrupulous acts might go unnoticed, yet they do not escape hypocrisy. You will undoubtedly seek me out in the future. The Silver Dragon King transformed into her dragon form and departed. Naturally, she did not leave the Weiyang Xianfu. Given its vastness, splendor, and security, it is the ideal place for her to enjoy her later years. Why venture outside only to face danger? Xunji chose to ignore the Silver Dragon King, for at this moment, she posed no significant threat. As a truly good man, Xunji is determined to safeguard the safety of his beloved. As time gradually passed, BibiDong and Qian awakened in succession. Cultivating here truly yields remarkable results. BibiDong felt a profound sense of wonder, realizing that this world harbors such miraculous trees. The tea they had previously enjoyed must have come from this very source. Indeed, the world is full of wonders. Presently, BibiDong's soul power level has reached 105. Ah, how I wish I possessed such capabilities. Qian chimed in, sharing her sentiments. She, too, has genuinely become a titled Dalu. She has inherited a significant portion of the goddess of life's divine legacy. Once she reaches level 100, she will ascend to become the new goddess of life. Qian, my precious, you possess unique qualities that ignite one's appetite with merely a whiff. Xunji jested. This left Qian feeling both shy and flustered. This rascal truly seems intent on taking a bite out of her every time. However, on a different note, once you become the goddess of life, I wonder what transformation will occur when I absorb the abilities of this tea tree. Suddenly, Xuanji's mind sparked with inspiration. The Wudao tea tree is nurtured by the heavens and earth, just as Qian is as well. The only distinction between the two lies in the fact that the Wudao tea tree is of celestial origin, while Qian is merely a product of later cultivation. The disparity between the two is indeed vast. If Qian were to absorb the Wudao tea tree, would she not also possess innate powers? Such innate abilities could potentially be linked to eternity. This may not be wise. This remarkable resource is something we still require for our cultivation. If we absorb it, how shall we continue our training in the future? Although Qian felt a stirring curiosity upon hearing this notion, she ultimately believed that such a miraculous plant should be preserved. BibiDong also concurred that it would be unwise to eradicate such a divine entity. Furthermore, should Qian assimilate this extraordinary plant, one could only speculate how immensely powerful she would become. It would not bode well if she surpassed her own capabilities. Nonetheless, as this belonged to her partner, BibiDong would not interfere with Qian Xuanji's decision regarding the matter. What does it matter? Today, it is the Wudao tea tree. Perhaps tomorrow, it will be the Wudao Bodhi tree. Qian Xuanji remained unconcerned. When it comes to his beloved, he would not be stingy. By the time Qian ascends to the status of goddess of life, both Donger and I shall have long surpassed our current levels, rendering the Wudao tea tree less significant. Moreover, this Wudao tea tree is merely of inferior quality, while it may be valuable to us. Your man could certainly procure something superior. Therefore, fret not, for it is quite possible that Qian, upon absorbing it, may inherit its effects, resulting in no loss at all. Qian Xuanji maintained a positive outlook. He would never squander resources frivolously. Should Qian truly acquire the Wudao tea tree's enlightenment power, it would be splendid news for Qian Xuanji. At that point, he could seek alternative methods for his enlightenment, ones that are more direct and uncomplicated. Of course, such methods would be exclusive to him. Eventually, Qian Xuanji would be able to cultivate both by day and night. One cannot deny that it is worth exploring. Time will tell. Qian pondered for a moment, but did not arrive at a definitive conclusion. Let us proceed. A balance of work and rest is essential. Qian Xuanji embraced a maiden with one arm around her slender waist. Ah, how delightful it is to be surrounded by beauty. The bodies of BibiDong and Qian each possess unique qualities, providing an exquisite contrast that is simply delightful. The two blossoms in Qian Xuanji's embrace radiated vibrant smiles, nurtured by his diligent care and affection. Although cultivating beneath the Wudao tea tree is relatively effortless, a proper respite is still necessary. However, Qian Xuanji felt compelled to take action. The essence of the Soul clan in the Duki continent is exceedingly alluring. Having exhausted previous supplies, Qian Xuanji planned to seek a loan from the Soul clan. Surely, the revered Soul Emperor, a figure of great ambition, would not be petty in granting such a request. Qian Xuanji merely needed to find an opportune time to collect it from the Duki continent. This treasure would undoubtedly enhance the cultivation of Qian Xuanji, BibiDong, and Qian, the goddess of life beneath the Wudao tea tree, allowing Xiaogang to once again experience the mysteries of the Tao. Alas, the angels cultivate wisdom, which is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Meanwhile, Tian Shilong, despite her verbal refusals, could not deny that, after recent events, she felt a slight relief. This left her in a state of perplexity. However, the only concern weighing on Tian Shilong's mind was her physical condition. She sensed changes within her body. Could it be that my genes have been altered by him? How infuriating! Tian Shilong felt an unsettling presence of peculiar elements within her genes that she could not comprehend in the short term. Reflecting on that vexatious individual, she hesitated, blaming her youthful ignorance. She lamented the chaos wrought by Qian Xuanji. Would her genetic mutation lead to the queen's wrath, resulting in her expulsion? Tian Shilong felt a twinge of fear. She hesitated to face Queen Kaisha. After careful consideration, Tian Shilong sought out Xiaogang. Zixin, being a prodigy among the angels, possessed far greater knowledge. Consulting her might yield some answers. Lung, what brings you here? Zixin inquit. Intrigued by Tian Shilong's expression, sensing that the matter was far from simple. Was Tian Shilong here to discuss that issue and assert her claim over Qian Xuanji? Xiaogang, I have something to share with you. Tian Shilong whispered nervously. Xiaogang, seated comfortably on the sofa, responded casually, what is it? Speak freely. Tian Shilong looked at Xiaogang and urged, please, do not be frightened by what I am about to say. This elicited a bemused reaction from Xiaogang. Would she be frightened? That was quite amusing. Lung, just tell me what's on your mind. You know what kind of person I am. Fear is not in my nature. As colleagues and somewhat close friends, Xiaogang did not pay heed to the details. Xiaogang, my genes have undergone a transformation. With trepidation, Tian Shilong revealed her situation. What? Xiaogang, initially indifferent, was taken aback upon hearing Tian Shilong's revelation. This world has always been one where the strong prey upon the weak. Larger fish consume smaller fish, and the same applies to genes. Throughout history, the angels have assimilated the genes of others. Instances in which a powerful entity assimilates a weaker one are rare. Yet, Tian Shilong is no weak angel. What could have transpired? Show me. I am equally perplexed, Tian Shilong implored Xian. Xian, recognizing the gravity of the situation, did not dare to take it lightly. She was certain that Tian Shilong would not jest under these circumstances. Promptly, she began to examine Tian Shilong's condition. Lung, your genes remain angelic, but it seems some strange elements have manifested. What could this possibly mean? Have you done anything unusual recently? Xian meticulously scrutinized Tian Shilong's condition and compared it to her own, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. I have been here on this planet, doing nothing at all. Tian Shilong hesitantly replied. Really? Xian scrutinized Tian Shilong closely. You truly have done nothing? She was keenly aware of the truth. All right, I must reveal this to you. You must not disclose it to anyone, Tian Shilong conceded, determining that she had no choice but to be forthright regarding her condition. Xin confided in Xian about her interactions with Qian Sunji. Xian, already aware of the situation, was unsurprised. Ahem, Lung. What were your feelings at that time? Zixin inquit, so mewat bada then. Angel Lung looked at her in astonishment. Is it really necessary to concern ourselves with that? Regardless of the circumstances, that is not the crux of the matter. Besides, how could I possibly divulge such things? It feels rather inappropriate to discuss this with a being of a lesser civilization. Although she found Qian Sunji commendable, the embarrassment lingered. After all, angels are still girls, and it is natural for them to possess a delicate sense of pride. Ahem, do not overthink this. I merely wish to thoroughly understand the situation, Xian insisted. You must not be careless. Every detail is essential for clarity. It was clear that within Xian's heart, mischief brewed. She had managed to bewilder Angel Lung into believing it was imperative to discuss these matters. Reluctantly, Angel Lung agreed to Xian's request, unaware that her curiosity was the true driving force behind this conversation. Upon examining Angel Lung's genetic makeup, Xian noted that it had indeed mutated. Nonetheless, at its core, it remained angelic. There exists a principle that even significant mutations are not overly concerning. However, the angel, with her profound respect for knowledge, would undoubtedly embark on a thorough investigation in due course. For now, Xian was solely focused on uncovering other knowledge she was unfamiliar with. This time, she dutifully played the role of a listener, affirming her commitment to maintaining confidentiality. Xian, despite her penchant for gossip, was no mere chatterbox. She would never betray this confidence. After engaging in conversation for most of the day, Angel Lung had relayed nearly all she wished to share. Her memory, sharp and precise, retained every detail of her experiences with Qian Sunji, down to the hours, minutes, and seconds. She vividly recounted specific moments, including the various postures and sensations associated with her encounters. Xian listened intently, her mouth dry, swallowing hard as she processed the revelations. No wonder Lung had succumbed. The rationale was undeniable. Have you discovered the reason behind it all? Angel Lung, oblivious to Xian's current state, was more concerned about the overall situation. How naive. It was no wonder Qian Sunji had been the first to seize her heart. Xian, attempting to piece things together, mused, I believe I have surmised the cause. Indeed, it is due to Qian Sunji. Xian, with an air of conviction, remarked. It is no surprise that the Queen instructed us to monitor Qian Sunji closely. He truly is exceptional. Reflecting on the Queen's previous remarks, Angel Lung realized Xian and Yan's attentiveness toward Qian Sunji was indeed a royal mandate. Should we inform the Queen? She pondered, feeling indecisive. Absolutely not. How could we bring such matters to the Queen? Would you have the audacity? Xian promptly dismissed the idea. Angel Lung shook her head vigorously, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The thought of reporting this to the Queen was simply unthinkable. She couldn't bear to utter a word. Rest assured, Lung, with Yin and me on the case, we will uncover every secret of Qian Sunji. When the time comes, we shall report back to the Queen together. Your current situation is not a grave issue. Leave it to me, Xian reassured her, patting Angel Lung's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Chapter 103. Capturing Qian Sunji. At this moment, Xian was appointed as the chief overseer of all matters concerning Qian Sunji. Very well, as long as nothing serious arises, she conceded, for she had no desire to face Queen Kaisha regarding this matter. I shall observe to determine if your genetic mutation is indeed linked to that individual, Xian whispered to herself. Angel Lung's eyes widened in surprise as she fixed her gaze on Xian. What are your thoughts? Gudi CDP and Joleng Awatet Di Sing Insai, which caused Xin to feel a twinge of anxiety. Naturally, she could not reveal her methods. That would be too embarrassing. Xin would never admit that hearing about Angel Lung's experiences only fueled her desire further. Ahem, I have my own approach, Xin firmly declared, unwilling to disclose the truth to Angel Lung. You wouldn't want me to recount my experiences, would you? Angel Lung regarded her quizzically. For reasons unknown, she found Xin's demeanor peculiar, yet she could not quite put her finger on it. How could that possibly be? Zixing Vito Defian Di. Whatever you say, I must be off. Work awaits me, Angel Lung replied, choosing not to engage further. With Xin and Yin preoccupied with their duties, Angel Lung found herself increasingly burdened with responsibilities. Nevertheless, after sharing her concerns with Xin, she felt a weight lift, restoring her vigor for her tasks. As Xin watched Angel Lung depart, she began to formulate plans. Perhaps in the coming days, she could capture Qian Sunji, not only to validate the changes in Angel Lung, but also to swiftly fulfill the Queen's directives. I am truly only motivated by the Queen's mission. It must be acknowledged that while this might seem like self-deception, such rationalizations can sometimes prove remarkably effective. Unable to resist, Xin resolved to take action immediately. Meanwhile, Qian Sunji was engaged in a discussion with his two beloved wives. Dong Yuan. I plan to venture beyond the domain for a while, perhaps for 10 days to half a month. Within the Douluo continent, Qian Sunji had lost all interest. It might not be until at least a decade later that he would regain any. Thus, he decided to explore other realms and embark on a journey. I want to go too. It was not only Qian Sunji who found the Douluo continent lacking in excitement. The two wives of Qian Sunji also found the situation rather dull. Upon hearing Qian Sunji's words, BibiDong and Qian expressed their interest and wished to accompany him outside for some fun. Qian Sunji replied, "If you both go, how can I have any fun? That would spoil everything. Ahem, my dear little ones, the outside world is fraught with dangers. The place I am heading to is the neighboring Dookie Star, where many formidable beings reside. Just imagine, you two are so stunningly beautiful. If someone were to take a fancy to you, what would I do? Therefore, I suggest you remain here in Dalu and await my good news. I will first explore Dookie Dalu to gauge the situation, and once our strength has grown, we shall conquer Dookie Dalu and transform it into our private garden, where we can play as we please. Does that sound agreeable?" After a brief silence, Qian Sunji elaborated to his two beloved wives. Undoubtedly, his reasoning was quite compelling. Ain, being somewhat gullible, nodded repeatedly. BibiDong, however, was not so easily swayed and scrutinized Qian Sunji closely. He shrugged, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Let us not overthink it. It's just a matter of a few days. You can cultivate while I am away, and it's really not a big deal, is it?" Qian Sunji interjected, interrupting the discussion once more. BibiDong opted not to pursue the matter further. Qian Sunji arrived at an open area and summoned his void vessel. "Xiaogang, prepare for departure. We are heading to the neighboring planet, following the established wormhole route." He commanded his vessel spirit, Xiaogang. "Yes, my master. With your enhanced strength, the speed of the void vessel has also increased. We shall arrive in just 1 hour. Please rest for a moment." Xiaogang began to provide Qian Sunji with data analysis. "Very well. A round trip of just 2 hours is indeed favorable," Qian Sunji mused, appreciating the convenience of having intelligent assistants. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Xin was unable to ignore Qian Sunji's movements. Observing him venture to another location left Xin somewhat perplexed. How could she manage this? Following Qian Sunji to other planets was out of the question. However, the vessel appeared extraordinarily advanced, moving at impressive speed. Should she report this to Queen Kaisha? Contemplating the implications of Qian Sunji's void vessel, Xin fell into deep thought. Such technology was truly fantastical. How could someone from such a primitive civilization possess it? Qian Sunji was indeed a man of great secrets. Xin reported her findings to Queen Kaisha, omitting the details regarding the coldness of the angels. "This individual is becoming increasingly intriguing," Kaisha remarked, crossing her legs and smiling. She had begun to regard Qian Sunji with genuine interest. Could it be that her previous calculations were accurate? Were they on the verge of entering an era dominated by male angels once more? Zixin, what do you think about capturing him for further study? Kaisha suddenly proposed, a thought that seemed to materialize unbidden. It was not that Kaisha was unwilling to relinquish power. Rather, if a capable angel emerged from the current situation, she would gladly abdicate her position. She yearned to be like she, a free-spirited angel of love. Yet, her responsibilities weighed heavily upon her. Having led the female angels in rebellion against oppression by male angels, she felt bound to see it through to the end. While she was open to delegating authority, she preferred not to see it fall into the hands of male angels. Was XunjiCounter-PUA mysterious? Indeed, he was, but this did not change the fact that he was still exceedingly weak. Before them, he possessed no real power to resist. Kaisha could easily capture him and conduct experiments at will. Xian, sensing an instinctual urge, hesitated to voice her objections. Your Majesty, I believe it would be prudent not to proceed with that plan. After a moment of contemplation, Xian spoke, uncertain why she felt compelled to say so. Was it a sense of justice? Please, elaborate on your reasoning, Kaisha inquired casually, genuinely curious. Xian articulated her thoughts, explaining that such actions would not align with the ideals of the angels. Furthermore, XunjiCounter-PUA was the father of Shui and thus considered a part of their own. How could they treat him so harshly and still face Shui in the future? Moreover, XunjiCounter-PUA was currently under their watchful eyes, with his family close at hand. No unforeseen complications would arise, and it would be best to conduct a thorough investigation. Kaisha nodded in agreement, acknowledging Xian's sound reasoning. Indeed, you make a valid point. Xian, proceed with your investigation and uncover the truth at your earliest convenience. Kaisha granted Xian a degree of privilege. Yes, Your Majesty. With Kaisha's change of heart, Xian felt a surge of relief. After what seemed like an eternity, XunjiCounter-PUA utilized the Soul Clan's wormhole and, just before reaching the other end, exited midway. Once again in the vast expanse, XunjiCounter-PUA felt a rush of nostalgia. His previous visit had been hasty, but this time he intended to return laden with treasures. XunjiCounter-PUA entered Dalu directly. The moment he crossed the threshold, he sensed an invisible pressure binding him. This was a force he could not resist, likely the will of the heavens governing this realm. Fortunately, XunjiCounter-PUA cultivated both spiritual and physical strength, which, while imposing, did not overwhelm him entirely. He now found it manageable to confront a Dozo, yet facing a Dozoan posed a significant challenge. This predicament left XunjiCounter-PUA in a quandary. How could he venture into the Soul Hall's branch to seek the source of souls with his current level of strength? He certainly lacked the capability to confront the Dozoan guardians and the numerous Dozoan within. Nevertheless, he decided to take things one step at a time. XunjiCounter-PUA had already accumulated a number of subordinates in Dalu, yet his humble nature prevented him from having them come to greet him. Finding a location was not an arduous task. Even without a guide, he could manage. Upon arriving in Dalu, guided by his instincts, XunjiCounter-PUA successfully located his desired destination. With the assistance of the void vessel, he could afford to search leisurely. After half an hour, he finally discerned the correct location. Alas, the modest Yunlan Zone, with its Do Huang level prowess, even with the presence of a Do Zun ancestor, remains merely a third-rate force within the vast expanse of the Duki continent. Yet, the grandeur of its architectural edifices surpasses that of my humble abode by an unfathomable margin. Gazing upon the structures of Yunlan Zone from the skies, Qian couldn't help but feel a sense of wistfulness. The disparity was indeed significant, but there was little that could be done. It was the will of the heavens. Greetings, Your Excellency. Qian did not exert control over Yunshan. Instead, he merely guided a Dozong to teach Yunshan a lesson in humility. This Dozong now dwelled in seclusion on the back mountain of Yunlan Zone, his true identity being the Earth Guardian of the Soul Palace, a 5-star Dozong. Naturally, this guardian had already become Qian's sole slave. He was aware of Qian's arrival and had specifically arranged for Yunshan to meet him. Having seen Qian's portrait and knowing his precise location, Yunshan easily tracked him down. Currently, Yunshan was indeed a bona fide 1-star Dozong. While his strength fell slightly short compared to the guardian Mu stationed at Yunlan Zone, he no longer harbored any fear of Mu. Nonetheless, he maintained a respectful demeanor towards Qian, for to have an 8th-grade alchemist as a servant was an existence beyond his reckoning. Well, Qian feigned an air of inscrutability as he nodded. And her? He uttered those 2 words, undoubtedly conveying his meaning to Yunshan. The Pope accompanied me, and Yunshan promptly guided Qian to the Sky Island where Yun resided. Currently, Yun was in closed-door training, striving to break through the realm of 3-star Do Huang. Surrounding her sky island was a Duki barrier, making it rather troublesome for ordinary Do Huang to gain entry. As a Do Zong, Yinshan could easily dispel these barriers. However, just as he intended to breach the barrier left by Yun Yun, Qian Xuanji halted him. Should Yinshan proceed, Yin Yun would undoubtedly be startled. And then how could he surprise her? Yinshan obediently ceased his actions, while Qian Xuanji produced a void vessel, effortlessly stepping inside. This spectacle left Yinshan in awe, deepening his reverence for Qian Xuanji. He respectfully retreated, leaving the space to Qian Xuanji. Yun'er, my beloved disciple, I entrust my future entirely to you. I hope you do not disappoint me. Yinshan genuinely cherished his disciple Yun Yun, considering her akin to a daughter. After all, he had no heirs, and he had raised Yun Yun since childhood. She was practically family. However, that was under normal circumstances. When it came to his immense interests and future prospects, this small schemer knew precisely what sacrifices to make. He could only hope that his disciple Yun Yun would perform admirably this time and not let him down. Qian Xuanji sensed Yun Yun's presence within. While his combat prowess was not particularly high, his spiritual strength was unparalleled across the entirety of the Duki continent. Qian Xuanji was nearing the realm of an emperor-level soul. Locating Yun Yun was a simple task. Presently, she was on the verge of a breakthrough. To save time, Qian Xuanji gently placed a piece of Wudao tea into her vicinity. The tension in Yun Yun's brow gradually eased. After a little over an hour, Yun Yun awoke. Now, she was a 3-star Do Huang. As she pushed open the palace door, she spotted a figure with his back turned towards her. Chapter 104. Yun Yun is trapped at first glance. Yun Yun thought the person before her was her teacher. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that this was not her teacher, but rather another familiar, yet strange figure. Who are you? How did you get in? She scrutinized Qian Xuanji with caution. She had set up a Duki barrier. How could anyone have entered without her notice? Qian Xuanji did not respond, but turned around. In that moment, the warmth of spring blossomed. Is it you? Upon seeing Qian Xuanji, a flush of color bloomed on Yun Yun's cheeks, and for some inexplicable reason, her heart began to race. Naturally, she recognized Qian Xuanji, for his portrait had always adorned her room. Encountering him so suddenly left her somewhat flustered. He was far more handsome than in the painting. Damn it, why do I feel a tinge of acceptance towards what my teacher mentioned? Hello, Yun'er. I am your fiancé, Qian Xuanji, from the Wu Soul Palace. You may call me Ji Ge. Qian Xuanji introduced himself to Yun Yun. He chuckled inwardly. Pleased with the fiancé he had prepared for himself in this alternate world. What? Don't say such things. I haven't agreed to anything yet. Qian Xuanji's words left Yun blushing furiously. What fiancé? She had not consented to this match. Ahem, my apologies, I overstepped. I am truly sorry. Qian Xuanji offered a gentle apology. And no problem, just refrain from speaking so casually in the future. Strangely enough, in the Garma Empire and even surrounding nations, anyone who dared to speak to her in such a manner would have been severely punished. Yet, with Qian Xuanji, she found herself inexplicably unperturbed. Perhaps it was due to preconceived notions, for Yinshan had previously laid the groundwork for her. Yun'er, could you show me around your Yunlan zone? As a seasoned flirt, Qian Xuanji naturally took the initiative. He intended to win Yun Yun's heart and make her remember him fondly within a few days. Thus, he remained composed. With a half-month holiday at his disposal, he could not only woo Yun Yun, but also resolve matters with another lady as well. Qian Xuanji's efficiency was undeniable. The ladies in this world were simply too easy to win over. For instance, the leading lady from the non-human realm could be easily subdued. Just like that foolish Qian. With a bit of assertiveness, she would obediently comply. Then there were others, like the elegant Yun Yun before him. One gentle kiss was all it took to claim her. As for the rest, some required nurturing, while others could be won over with mere companionship. It was all rather simple, especially for a seasoned player like Qian Xuanji. His arrival in this realm felt like a dimensional shift for the ladies. In such a world, Qian Xuanji felt an overwhelming affection. Naturally, he would seek to explore such worlds more often. Of course, Yun Yun shyly nodded. Now that Qian Xuanji had arrived, he was indeed a guest of Yunlan Zone. As the hostess, she was determined to extend her utmost hospitality. Please, Qian Xuanji elegantly extended his hand towards Yun Yun, exuding an air of chivalry. This gesture caused her heart to flutter with joy. You insufferable rogue. You act like a docile lamb in front of me, yet you unleash your true self in public. Even in the Duki continent, Qian Xuanji remained unable to escape the piercing gaze of his ardent admirer. Xian was not particularly aware of Qian Sunji's purpose for venturing into the Dochi continent. Initially, she genuinely believed that Qian Sunji was merely there for leisure and to strive for success. However, upon observing Qian Sunji's keen interest in a woman named Yun, a foreboding sensation crept into Xian's heart. She sensed that Qian Sunji's intentions for visiting the Dochi continent were not as innocent as they appeared. The moment she heard Qian Sunji refer to Yun as his fiancée, enlightenment struck Xian like a bolt. This fellow had crossed realms to pursue romantic interests. How utterly despicable, and to feign youthfulness before her. It was truly infuriating. Was she so inferior? Could she not compete with the likes of Lung or Yun? Xian felt a surge of indignation within her. How could she possibly be lacking in charm? Yun's demeanor was somewhat disoriented, exhibiting a rather feminine grace. She guided Qian Sunji through the Yunlan sect. Typically, guests of the Yunlan sect were not permitted to wander freely, as certain areas were considered confidential. Yet, Yun sensed that Qian Sunji was no ordinary visitor, and thus, she paid little heed to the restrictions. Throughout their stroll, Qian Sunji fervently extolled Yun's virtues, simultaneously engaging her in light-hearted conversation, which gradually eased Yun's wariness and made their interaction appear more relaxed and natural. Ultimately, Yun led Qian Sunji to the grand hall of the Yunlan sect. Yunair, how did your discussion with the Pope go? Yunshan was, of course, awaiting her presence, as he needed to assist Qian Sunji in securing his apprentice, ready to lend his support discreetly. Upon hearing the term Pope, Yun exhibited a flicker of surprise. Qian Sunji claimed to hail from the Wuhan Hall. While she had never heard of this sect, one would expect him to be addressed as the Hall Master, not as a Pope. Yunair, I hold the title of Pope within the Wuhan Hall, not Hall Master, Qian Sunji quietly clarified. Different worlds entail different titles, and it was understandable that Yun was not familiar with this distinction. Oh, I see. Yun nodded, a semblance of understanding dawning upon her. The Pope, is that acceptable? When her mentor inquired about her feelings towards Qian Sunji, Yun pondered before responding. Her sentiments towards him were rather favorable. Having lived for over 20 years, she had encountered numerous men, some of whom were quite remarkable, such as Dan Wangguhi. Yet, inexplicably, those individuals paled in comparison to Qian Sunji. However, she realized she hardly knew him well. Perhaps it was because he was the man with whom she had exchanged the most words, apart from Yunshan. Indeed, although her interactions with Qian Sunji had been brief, they had already engaged in considerable conversation, more than she had with all the other men she had encountered combined. So, Yunair, regarding what I discussed with you previously, how do you feel about it? Yunshan began to lay the groundwork for Qian Sunji's matters. Yun appeared particularly tense and somewhat flustered. While her feelings for Qian Sunji were positive, was it appropriate to be together so soon? Was this not too hasty? Although she found herself unable to refuse, she also could not easily agree. If Yunair has no objections, then I shall proceed to arrange matters. Seeing Yun's lack of rejection, Yunshan quickly seized the opportunity. In his quest to curry favor with Qian Sunji, the villain was relentless. We were just discussing marriage, and now preparations for the wedding are underway? What is happening? The abrupt change in circumstances left Yun bewildered. Cough, cough, cough. Sect Master Yun, I have only just met Yunair, and to speak of such matters now seems excessively hasty, which will be disrespectful to her. I believe it is better to cultivate our relationship further before discussing these matters. Qian Sunji interjected, positioning himself as the good man amidst the villainy of Yunshan. This contrast naturally elevated Qian Sunji's stature in Yun's eyes. As expected, his words caused her to exhale in relief. Filled with gratitude and an increasing admiration for Qian Sunji, he truly was perceptive. Very well, since you young people wish to nurture your relationship, I, as an old fellow, shall refrain from interjecting further. You are free to make your own decisions, Yunshan remarked, aligning with Qian Sunji's intentions. Though not particularly youthful himself, he appeared considerably younger in comparison to Yunshan, who was already in his 80s or 90s. A good 3 to 4 decades older than Qian Sunji. Yunair, you should enjoy your time with the Pope. As for the affairs of the Yunlan sect, leave them to me. You need not worry. Yunshan began to create opportunities for Qian Sunji and Yun to meet privately. Understood, Master. Although Yun felt slightly embarrassed, she found it difficult to contravene her teacher's wishes, especially as she had yet to encounter a man compelling enough to sway her affections. Once Yunshan departed, Yin Yun found herself alone with Qian Sunji. Feeling a palpable pressure, she desired to take a moment to collect herself. Qian Sunji, ever gentle, nodded in understanding. Flustered, Yin Yun hurriedly exited. Would he perhaps make unwelcome advances? Upon stepping outside, the weight on her shoulders lightened considerably. She began to contemplate. While she could not discern Qian Sunji's true strength, he was a pope of a sect, earning immense respect from her master. It was safe to assume his prowess surpassed that of Do Huang, perhaps even reaching Douluo. He must surely be more powerful than she. If she were to be alone with him, would she be subjected to his advances? After all, her natural beauty was undeniably alluring. If Qian Sunji were to act inappropriately, what should she do? Firmly refuse? Suffer in silence? Or perhaps comply as his fiancée? Complying was certainly out of the question. Sighing, Yin Yun felt the weight of her predicament. Collecting her thoughts, she returned to her room to prepare some garments. This was her first time accompanying a man, and she had little experience in such matters. This is for you. After Yin Yun departed, Yin Shan dutifully reported to Qian Sunji, pleased with Yin Shan's performance. Qian Sunji presented him with a 7th-grade medicinal pill, Xian Hudan. Thank you, your holiness. Yin Shan was overjoyed with the Xian Hudan. He could stabilize his Do zone cultivation and potentially enhance it by 2 stars. This was merely a prelude. Should he assist Qian Sunji in securing his apprentice, the rewards would undoubtedly be far greater. Yin Shan now felt an overwhelming impatience, wishing for Qian Sunji to swiftly deal with his apprentice to prevent any prolonged complications. However, Yin Shan is aware that individuals of such caliber would scoff at such actions. They are accustomed to a gradual approach, peeling away layer by layer. For that is what truly excites them. He finds himself unable to resist and can only cooperate. Nevertheless, there are elixirs available for his own use. Ah yes, this intriguing item, you should bundle it with some other substances and present it to Union. Suddenly, Qian Sunji conceived a rather fascinating strategy, one reminiscent of Xiao Yan's tactics. However, Qian Sunji certainly would not stoop to the despicable level of openly displaying the Chuan medicine. Such behavior is beneath him. Xiao Yan. Qian Sunji handed the Chuan medicine to Yin Shan. Well, let this matter be handled by Yin Shan. Everything will be attributed to him, with no connection to Qian Sunji whatsoever. Yin Shan examined the small vial presented by Qian Sunji, momentarily perplexed by its significance. Yet, being a man of discernment, he quickly grasped the situation. This fellow truly knows how to play the game. Such clever maneuvers. He thought of his proud disciple, transformed by a certain elixir, and found it rather despicable that even he, who had little interest in women, was stirred by such feelings. Alas, the allure of conquering a proud and icy woman is irresistible. Who could withstand such a temptation? Yet, he pitted his Yin'er. Would this wicked man ruin her? Once this plan succeeds, your reward shall be plentiful. I assure you, you will become a Dosheng. Qian Sunji gently patted Yin Shan's shoulder before departing. With his prowess, nurturing a Dosheng would be a trivial endeavor. Indeed, previously, Yin Shan felt a twinge of guilt, questioning whether his treatment of his disciple was excessive. Yet, upon hearing Qian Sunji's words, all remnants of guilt vanished. Dosheng? A Dosheng. Once he attains that status, the entire Duqi continent shall tremble before him. He could lead the Yunlan sect to unprecedented heights. A mere disciple, what significance does that hold? If she is ruined, so be it. Qian Sunji waited at the entrance of the Yunlan sect, while Yin Shan went to meet Yin Yun. Yin'er, take these items with you and be sure to showcase your abilities. Yin Shan, being astute, concealed the items given by Qian Sunji among various seasonings. Thus, success was guaranteed. Ah, master, I have never set foot in a kitchen. Upon seeing the small vials, Yin Yun immediately recognized their purpose. At that moment, she felt utterly embarrassed. Having grown up, she had never entered a kitchen. How could she possibly showcase her talents? In earlier chapters, some typos went uncorrected, and now it would be too cumbersome to seek an editor. A new group has been established. Those interested may join. 104-374-5794. Chapter 105, Apologies Yin Yun. As the future leader of the Yunlan sect, how could she possibly cook? Sigh, Yin'er, cooking is not a daunting task, especially something simple like barbecuing. Just wash, grill, and add some seasoning. It's quite easy. With your talent, you will master it in no time. So do not fret. Yin Shan, having never cooked himself, nevertheless had no qualms about encouraging Yin Yun. Moreover, the Pope is a considerate man. he would not require you to cook. My actions are merely to ensure everything goes smoothly. Yunshan was truly dedicated to securing a good prize for his disciple. Very well, master. Yunyun could only silently stow the items into her storage ring. Enjoy yourself, Yun'er. After receiving the items, Yunshan displayed a satisfied smile. Everything was perfectly arranged. All that remained was the favorable wind. For some reason, Yunyun suddenly felt that her master's smile appeared somewhat sinister. Yet, she dismissed the thought, believing she was overthinking it. Her master was so kind. How could he possibly harbor any ill intentions? Perhaps her recent changes in cultivation methods had affected her mental state, leading to such fanciful thoughts. Yunyun arrived at the gates of the Yunlan sect, where Qian had been waiting for some time. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Observing Qian's back, Yunyun adjusted her attire. Though it was already quite perfect, she felt compelled to make slight alterations for peace of mind. Once satisfied, she gracefully approached him. In the presence of such a companion, time would inevitably feel fleeting. Qian turned, offering a warm smile, causing Yunyun's heart to flutter once more. Shall we depart? I will show you around the Gamma Empire. Our Gamma Empire is somewhat remote and impoverished. I hope you will not find it unappealing. Yunyun mischievously smiled at Qian. She was well aware of the Yunlan sect's influence and had aspirations of elevating it to a major power within the Duki continent, striving tirelessly towards that goal. How could that be? As the saying goes, a mountain is not revered for its height, but for its spirit. A river is not esteemed for its depth, but for its dragon. What does it matter if the Gamma Empire is located in a remote area? As long as there are beauties present, it is the most splendid place in the Duki continent. Qian drew upon his modest pool of eloquence and began to perform. As Yunyun listened, her face flushed with embarrassment. How could she possibly be deserving of such praise? Though she felt shy, she was secretly delighted. Women universally appreciate compliments, especially those from a beloved. They hold great significance. Presently, Yunyun sensed that her resistance was waning. She believed no woman could withstand the charm of the man before her. Perhaps, she mused, it would not be long before she willingly offered her affections. Who is he? Just as Yunyun was lost in sweet reverie, a voice tinged with irritation pierced her thoughts, pulling her back to reality. A rather refined man entered from outside the sect. It must be said, he possessed quite a handsome appearance. However, when compared to Qian, he was utterly overshadowed. Gui, you have returned? Upon seeing the man before her, Yunyun managed a forced smile. Under normal circumstances, especially prior to her encounter with Qian, she would have shown some semblance of respect to Gu He, who had achieved the remarkable status of a 6th-tier alchemist, the only one in the entire Gamma Empire. Thus, he deserved some recognition. Yet now, having met Qian, her perspective had shifted. In this situation, the disturbed Yunyun felt a twinge of unhappiness, believing that Gu He was indeed a source of trouble. However, since Gu He provided some assistance to the Yunlan zone, she refrained from expressing her discontent. Gu He was seething with anger. His reason for joining the Yunlan zone was not only to leverage its formidable resources for a breakthrough in his alchemy skills and mutual benefit, but also due to the enchanting Yunyun, the future sectmaster. The moment he laid eyes on her, he was utterly captivated and vowed that he would marry no one else. Were it not for Yunyun, Gu He would certainly not have joined the Yunlan zone, as he had countless other options, many of which were even more powerful than the Yunlan zone. Gu He never expected that a mere 2-day trip to the Monster Beast Mountain range to gather herbs for refining elixirs would result in returning to find his goddess exchanging flirtatious glances with another man. This sight was unbearable for him. What did it matter if this fellow was handsome? He was a 6th-tier alchemist, the only one in the Gamma Empire. What could this man possibly compare to him? Master, this is... Yunyun began to speak, and Gu He knew he must maintain his composure in front of his goddess. Suppressing his rage, he calmly inquired of Yunyun. Just as she was about to explain that this was a guest of the Yunlan zone, Xuanji interrupted. You must be Mr. Gu He. I have heard much about you. It is an honor to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xuanji, Yunyun's fiancé. I have come here to nurture our relationship. Indeed, Xuanji boldly declared his identity before Gu He, causing Yunyun to feel anxious. In her eyes, Xuanji was a composed individual. Why was he suddenly acting so recklessly? If he made such a declaration, Gu He would surely leave the Yunlan zone, resulting in significant losses for them. More importantly, it would leave her feeling deeply embarrassed. After much contemplation, Yunyun could only arrive at one conclusion. It was the possessiveness of men at play. Xuanji must have sensed Gu He's different feelings towards her and thus felt compelled to assert his claim. Strangely, this thought made Yun's heart flutter. Yet, the more she pondered, the more she felt something was amiss. What? How could this be? Don't speak nonsense, Guha shouted in disbelief. Unable to comprehend how Yun could possibly have a fiancée, especially one he had never encountered before. And calling her Yunair? How infuriating. That was a privilege he had never enjoyed. Yunair, tell him I'm not speaking falsely. XunjiCounter-PUA approached Yun, grasping her hand, glancing at her. And then at Guha, a playful smile creeping onto his face. Feeling XunjiCounter-PUA's grip, Yun instinctively attempted to pull away, albeit only slightly. After being firmly held by XunjiCounter-PUA, she ceased her resistance. This was the first time a man had held her hand, throwing her into an internal struggle. Should she cooperate with XunjiCounter-PUA's performance? If she admitted it, would that not mean acknowledging herself as XunjiCounter-PUA's woman? Yun was not angered by XunjiCounter-PUA's actions, as it was somewhat predestined. She only felt that Guha was exceedingly bothersome for appearing at such an awkward moment. Witnessing her goddess's delicate hand held by an insufferable man, her demeanor oscillating between reluctance and acceptance, was truly suffocating for Guha. He gazed intently at Yun, eager to see how she would respond. Ultimately, Yun managed to utter the two words that might have provided Guha with an answer. After saying those words, she felt a weight lift off her shoulders. In the end, she chose to side with XunjiCounter-PUA. This was inevitable, as her connection with Guha, though longer, was devoid of substantial emotion. No, Guha raged internally. How could it be that his goddess inexplicably had man? Let us go, Yunair. Yun's response undoubtedly brought a triumphant smile to XunjiCounter-PUA's face. He glanced at Guha with the satisfaction of a victor surveying a vanquished foe. After a display of triumph, XunjiCounter-PUA took Yun's arm and departed. In the face of XunjiCounter-PUA, Guha felt utterly insignificant. Regardless of strength or status, he was not in the same league. However, XunjiCounter-PUA sought not mere superiority. He craved the thrill of conquest, especially in winning over the heart of a goddess. No matter who stood before him, even if it were a mere mortal, the satisfaction of acquiring the heart of an unparalleled beauty was his true objective. Having successfully claimed the goddess, XunjiCounter-PUA would revel in a profound sense of achievement. Yun quietly endured, quickening her pace to escape the awkwardness of the situation. Watching XunjiCounter-PUA and Yun depart, Guha felt utterly defeated. He had lost, and lost completely. His goddess, given the circumstances, would likely be nestled in another's embrace that very night, and he was powerless to change it. Will you not let go? After walking a considerable distance, Yun noticed XunjiCounter-PUA still tightly holding her hand and playfully chided him. While your hand feels warm, safe, and reassuring, this is rather unreasonable, is it not? Apologies, Yunair, XunjiCounter-PUA replied, his tone light. You understand, but I overstepped by taking your hand without your consent. I assure you, it won't happen again. Thank you for your cooperation, the best Yunair in the world. Yun, though pleased by his apology, maintained a facade of seriousness. I understand, but do refrain from such behavior in the future. It's somewhat excessive. Guha is not a bad person. Huh, what is he to be concerned about? How dare he covet my wife? Strike him. XunjiCounter-PUA. Once again, asserting his claim. Don't say such things. I'm not your wife yet, Yun exclaimed, exasperated by his audacity. Huh, it will happen sooner or later. XunjiCounter-PUA remained unfazed, confident in his convictions. Ugh, Guha has indeed contributed to our Yunlan zone, and, as a sixth-tier alchemist, such comments feel somewhat inappropriate. Yun replied, finding her perspective on XunjiCounter-PUA shifting. Initially, he seemed quite the gentleman, but after spending time with him, he revealed a more brazen side that was oddly endearing. Who cares? P.S. Just a sixth-tier alchemist, nothing to boast about. XunjiCounter-PUA scoffed dismissively. A mere sixth-rank alchemist, is that all? An eighth-rank alchemist is even working for him. So you dare to claim such bravery as a sixth-rank alchemist? Yun rolled her eyes in exasperation, thinking this fellow must be quite the braggart. I am indeed exceptionally brave. XunjiCounter-PUA responded with unwavering confidence. And what rank of alchemist are you? Yun intended to engage this rascal in a serious conversation to gauge the thickness of his skin. Eighth rank, XunjiCounter-PUA asserted without hesitation, for he was indeed a bona fide eighth-rank alchemist. Stop boasting. How could you possibly be an eighth-rank alchemist? If you continue with these fabrications, I shall be displeased. Yun shook her head. At times, excessive boasting can indeed be off-putting. Eighth-rank alchemists? How many are there in the Duki continent? There must be limits to one's exaggerations. Qian Xuanji's appeal in Yun's eyes began to diminish. I can prove it to you. If I successfully concoct an 8th rank elixir, what will you say? Qian Xuanji understood that failing to demonstrate his capabilities might lead Yun to harbor disdain for him, thus nullifying his prior efforts. Conversely, should he validate his strength, Yun would not only cease her disdain, but would likely develop admiration and affection for him. Therefore, Qian Xuanji was determined not to squander this opportunity. He had a firm grasp on the heart of a woman like Yun, who had never been in love. Do you think Qian Xuanji knows how to concoct elixirs? Certainly not. He had never studied alchemy. However, his soul slave certainly possessed that knowledge. Revered Mu Gu was an 8th rank alchemist of considerable skill. Dealing with a mere Dan Wang Gu, he would be a trivial matter. Is it truly that difficult to produce an ordinary 8th rank elixir? The skills of the soul slave are also accessible to its master, as Qian Xuanji could connect with the soul slave at any time, sharing its power. This was the source of Qian Xuanji's confidence. Very well, show me your skills. Seeing Qian Xuanji's confidence, Yun inexplicably felt inclined to believe in him. Could it be that he truly was an 8th rank alchemist? Yun guided Qian Xuanji to a mountaintop in the Beast Mountain range. Yunair, wait here for just a moment while I gather some herbs. Do not wander off. Understand? Although Qian Xuanji could rely on revered Mu Gu's alchemical prowess, refining 8th rank elixirs was no small feat, and Mu Gu would require an alchemy furnace to do so. Unfortunately, Qian Xuanji did not possess one at the moment, necessitating a brief departure to prepare. For some reason, Qian Xuanji's words inspired a sense of obedience in Yun, and she nodded in compliance. Qian Xuanji promptly activated the void vessel to venture into the black corner domain. Prior to arriving, he had already gathered intelligence on a certain individual, Han Feng. This scoundrel was destined to die. Not only did he possess the Sea Heart Flame, which piqued Qian Xuanji's interest, but he also had a vendetta with Yao Chun. Presently, Yao Chun was Qian Xuanji's subordinate, and it was only natural for him to seek vengeance for Yao Chun. Thus, Han Feng, this fool, was certain to meet his demise. With a scream, the legendary figure of Han Feng perished within his own abode. His alchemy furnace, the He Huang Ding, fell into Qian Xuanji's hands. As for the Sea Heart Flame, that was even simpler. Qian Xuanji possessed the burning decision and had studied it thoroughly. Moreover, with his current formidable physique, subduing the Sea Heart Flame was a mere triviality. Such a feeble PUA could be easily suppressed by any dozone. Alright, time to return and impress Yunair. After forcefully subduing the Sea Heart Flame to ensure its compliance, Qian Xuanji hurried back to the Beast Mountain range. Yunair, you must have waited quite a while, although he had only been gone for about 10 minutes. The distance from the Black Corner domain to the Jamadi Empire may appear vast, yet for Qian Xuanji, it was a mere trifle, taking only seconds to traverse. Although only a brief moment had passed, Qian Xuanji was a gentleman and naturally felt compelled to apologize with tenderness and consideration. No, it was merely the blink of an eye. Yun could scarcely believe Qian Xuanji had returned so swiftly. Was gathering herbs truly that simple? He took days to gather herbs. Were they just vegetables to be picked in front of Qian Xuanji? Yun was not a capricious woman and would not act delicately like some wilting flower. Well, I shall commence my performance. Qian Xuanji nodded, retrieving his alchemy furnace. Yunair, would you prefer an elixir that enhances beauty, the Rongyan Dan, or one that strengthens the body, the Tue Fan Dan? Both are 8th rank. Qian Xuanji presented 2 scrolls of alchemy formulas to Yun, allowing her to make a selection. You should concoct it yourself. I shall merely observe. Qian Xuanji's display left Yun convinced of his status as an 8th rank alchemist. She felt a twinge of guilt for her earlier doubts regarding him. However, what elixir should she request? Could she express a desire for both? As a woman, she naturally wished for the beauty-enhancing elixir to enhance her appearance. As a cultivator, she also aspired to obtain the Tue Fan Dan to progress further. Yet, she hesitated, fearing that such expressions might paint her as a greedy person. How could she voice such desires? If you are shy, then I shall make the choice for you. Although you are already naturally beautiful and do not require the Rongyan Dan, I shall gift it to you as a present. As for the Tue Fan Dan, I will concoct that for you tomorrow. Qian Xuanji's thoughtful choice left Yun both surprised and delighted. This fellow truly understood a woman's heart. One cannot help but wonder how many women he had charmed in the past. Should she allow herself to be ensnared and use her charm to win him over, leading him to the right path? By the way, Yuan, you have yet to say what you will do if I successfully concoct an 8th-rank elixir. XunjiCounter-PUA suddenly recalled. Such an excellent opportunity must not be squandered. What will I do? If you succeed, then you are impressive. What else could happen? Yuan was not easily swayed by such simple words, sensing that XunjiCounter-PUA had ulterior motives. I do not care. If I succeed, I demand a kiss. XunjiCounter-PUA asserted with a domineering tone. Dream on. I would never agree to that. XunjiCounter-PUA's audacity left Yuan utterly unprepared. In her heart, she had already resolved to resist. Today I lost my first opportunity at hand, and I absolutely cannot afford to lose my first chance to speak. Regardless of the circumstances, it must be tomorrow. What Yuan is unaware of is that by tomorrow, she will have already lost her first spoken opportunity. Yuan, behold. This is my yi huo hai xin yin, yi hua hek xin yin. XunjiCounter-PUA paid her no heed. Would Yuan resist? Yes, XunjiCounter-PUA was aware of that. But would her resistance bear any fruit? Indeed, it would only serve to excite XunjiCounter-PUA further. The Haixin flame was truly formidable. Upon witnessing this bizarre flame, Yuan had no doubt that it was indeed Yaoa. At this moment, her heart was brimming with exhilaration. Yaoa, a rarity in the world. Gu had exhausted himself in pursuit of such a flame. Alas, alas, merely possessing this Yaoa, XunjiCounter-PUA's alchemical prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of Gu He, without a shadow of doubt. XunjiCounter-PUA began to remotely engage with Master Mugu's techniques, initiating the refinement of the beauty pill. The process of creating the beauty pill was relatively straightforward. Even in his first attempt, XunjiCounter-PUA effortlessly mastered the technique. His spiritual strength was simply too formidable. The likelihood of mishaps occurring while refining low-grade pills was nearly non-existent. Come, Yuan, this is yours. After 3 hours, XunjiCounter-PUA finally concluded his work, presenting the beauty pill before Yuan. She hesitated, unsure whether to accept such a precious item. After all, it was exceedingly valuable. Even selling the entire Yunlan sect would not suffice to acquire an 8th-tier pill. What Yuan did not realize was that in XunjiCounter-PUA's eyes, the Yunlan sect was indeed not worth an 8th-tier pill. However, Yuan herself was invaluable. This is a gift for you, my first gift. Will you not accept it? Noticing Yuan's reluctance to reach out, XunjiCounter-PUA realized that her pride was preventing her from being easily swayed by external possessions. This naturally elevated Yuan's standing in XunjiCounter-PUA's heart. Truly, she was a remarkable woman, deserving of his admiration. Thank you. Having said this, XunjiCounter-PUA continued. Although the 8th-tier pill was precious to him, it was quite commonplace for an 8th-tier alchemist like himself. Thus, Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment and accepted it. Let me see the effects after you've taken it. Observing Yuan's intention to conceal the pill, XunjiCounter-PUA promptly interjected. All right. Yuan indeed planned to secretly consume the pill later, but for some inexplicable reason, she obediently placed the pill into her mouth as soon as XunjiCounter-PUA spoke. After a while, Yuan sensed some changes occurring within her body. I need to step away for a moment, she thought, feeling an ominous premonition. She did not wish for XunjiCounter-PUA to witness her in an embarrassing state and quickly made an excuse to leave. XunjiCounter-PUA understood the situation and watched as Yuan arrived at a tranquil pool beneath a waterfall. After scanning the area with her spiritual power and finding no anomalies, she undressed and entered the water. Of course, she also established a protective barrier. Finally clean, Yuan sighed. After consuming the beauty pill, she noticed that her body had expelled some impurities and hurriedly exited the water. Once clean, she did not even examine the changes in her body. The power of the pill could allow Yuan to break through 2 or 3 minor realms in a short time. However, her current concern lay elsewhere, XunjiCounter-PUA. Although their interactions had been limited, XunjiCounter-PUA had nonetheless made his way into Yuan's heart. Alas, Yuan felt somewhat self-conscious. In terms of strength, XunjiCounter-PUA currently appeared to be at the Douluo level, along with his identity as an 8th-tier alchemist. In the entirety of the Douluo continent, even within the central state, he would be considered a figure of prominence. And what of her? Merely a Dohuang, inconsequential in the northwest corner. What did she possess? Beauty? This was one aspect where she held some confidence. Yet surely there were many more beautiful than her in the world. Yuan was deeply troubled, but ultimately, after freshening up, she donned a new outfit and went to meet XunjiCounter-PUA once more. At present, XunjiCounter-PUA had already built a fire and appeared to be preparing to roast a rabbit. Yun approached him, intending to quietly lend a hand. However, unexpectedly, Xuanji suddenly pulled her onto his lap and domineeringly pressed his lips against hers. The sudden turn of events left Yun utterly unprepared. And after a moment of shock, she began to resist, gently tapping Xuanji's chest with her small fists. Yet, to Xuanji, this was but a mere tickle, and the relentless pressure of her resistance began to wane. Yun felt a surge of fear and struggled to break free. "You are too much," she exclaimed indignantly. How could he act in such a manner without her consent? "Hey, Yun, have you forgotten? We agreed that after I refine the 8th tier pill, you would allow me a kiss," Xuanji replied with a mischievous smile. At this moment, he had to resort to playful tactics. When did I ever agree to that? Yun recalled this point, but she could not remember specifically agreeing to it. Xuanji remained silent, determined to thicken his skin. Besides, that was hardly just a kiss. She muttered under her breath. "You're hungry too, right? Let me roast this rabbit for you. I promise it will be delicious." Xuanji changed the topic. Preparing the rabbit he had just hunted, coating it with oil and placing it over the fire. "Let me handle it." Inspired by her teacher's words, Yun took the initiative to speak up. She wanted to impress Xuanji. Consider it a token of gratitude for the 8th tier pill he had given her. Although she realized that this gesture was rather insignificant compared to the value of the pill, she had no other means to repay him. After all, she could not possibly offer her own flesh. "Oh, Yun, can you cook?" Xuanji looked at her with intrigue. It was worth noting that in the original story, Yun had once managed to roast fish successfully, which was precisely why Xuanji employed this tactic. Do not underestimate me. My skills are exceptional. How could such a trivial task possibly pose a challenge? Yun replied with confidence, accepting the rabbit from Xuanji and setting to work. Xuanji smiled but said nothing, occasionally offering her guidance to ensure that her culinary endeavors would not result in an inedible dish. Although Yun feigned defiance, she ultimately complied with Xuanji's suggestions, for she was indeed a novice in the kitchen. Quietly listen. Do not let yourself appear too foolish. When the moment approached, Yun took out the spices given to her by her teacher. Naturally, she had immense trust in Yunshan and harbored no doubts regarding the quality of the spices. Simultaneously, she admired her teacher in her heart, acknowledging how thoroughly considerate he was. However, a question lingered in Yun's mind. How to use these spices and in what quantities? She was utterly clueless. Stealing a glance at Xuanji, she noticed a peculiar smile on his face, as if he were reveling in her potential misfortune, waiting for her to plead for his assistance. How infuriating! She absolutely refused to beg that detestable individual. She believed she could successfully roast the rabbit without Xuanji's help. After all, she had already reached the final step. Regardless, she decided to proceed, using a bit of everything since they were all spices, confident that this approach could not go awry. As long as she feigned enjoyment, the embarrassment would fall on Xuanji. If the dish turned out to be inedible, she could simply claim that being a girl, her appetite was small and thus could not finish it, leaving the remainder for Xuanji to consume. Ha! Let this detestable fellow face the consequences. As Yun contemplated her clever plan, she began to apply the spices to the rabbit and placed it back over the fire. Once she felt it was nearly ready, she lifted the rabbit and addressed Xuanji. Chapter 107. You're not a good person. I hope it won't poison me. Although she had Xuanji guiding her, Yun's culinary skills were so lacking that even the term side dish felt like an exaggeration. However, Xuanji, being robust, was not concerned. Is this how you regard my very first masterpiece? Seeing Xuanji's dismissive attitude towards her creation, Yun felt a twinge of discontent. After all, she deserved some recognition. Fortunately, Xuanji still took the initiative to taste her dish, which brought her some comfort. Let him sample it first, and then I shall decide whether to indulge. How does it taste? Upon witnessing Xuanji take a bite, Yun eagerly inquired. The taste? It's passable. Considering it's your first attempt, there's a hint of odd flavor. In response to Yun's hopeful gaze, Xuanji offered this assessment. It was somewhat acceptable. Given his usual indulgence in delicacies, a bit of wild game was a welcome change. Speaking of wild game, Xuanji recalled the 2 delectable rabbits at his home. One was too small and could be left for a while, but the other must be savored soon. It was the most exquisite rabbit in the world. Consider yourself fortunate. Seeing Xuanji offer a reasonably positive evaluation of her creation, Yin could not help but feel a sense of pride and promptly took a small bite for herself. Upon tasting it, she was immediately overwhelmed by the urge to spit it out. The flavor was worlds apart from what she was accustomed to. It was utterly incomparable. Looking at Xunji, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Given his status, he undoubtedly dined on dishes far superior to hers. Yet even in this scenario, he still claimed her dish was acceptable. Why was this? Was it affection? Yin found herself unable to eat much more. Meanwhile, Xunji consumed a considerable amount. You should stop eating. Yin felt embarrassed by Xunji's indulgence, suspecting he was intentionally trying to boost her confidence. But it was unnecessary. It's acceptable. With some practice, you could come to me as a student, and I would teach you properly. Upon hearing this, Yin retorted, I have no intention of letting you be my teacher. I already have one. She muttered under her breath, determined not to be Xunji's disciple. By the way, have you felt something strange? After a while, Yin sensed something amiss within her body, something quite unsettling. She quickly turned to Xunji, seeking clarification. Strange? What strange feeling? There's nothing. The slight potency of the concoction was utterly ineffective against Xunji. However, for Yin, it was an entirely different story. After all, even novice concoctions could subdue her, let alone this particular potion, which was purportedly a man's essence. There was no remedy in any pill to alleviate its effects. The only solution was, unbeknownst to her, Yin felt an increasing heat enveloping her body. Though embarrassed, she shed her outer garments, revealing her flawless figure to Xunji. She attempted to gather her energy to discern the situation at hand. Alas, no matter how she calmed her mind, the unrest within her could not be quelled. Yin began to comprehend the reason behind her discomfort. You scoundrel, why are you doing this to me? Even if Yin appeared naive, she was not entirely oblivious to her predicament. She looked at Xunji with disappointment, unable to fathom why he would resort to such tactics. He was so capable that he need not resort to such base methods to command her obedience. Despite her outward appearance of independence, she was quite vulnerable within. Xunji's actions had utterly extinguished her affection for him. I don't know. Yin, I swear I did nothing. Xunji feigned innocence, his skilled acting momentarily causing Yin to hesitate. If not Xunji, then who? During the barbecue, it had been just the two of them. No, it couldn't be Xunji. He would never act under such scrutiny. So it must be. Suddenly, Yin realized, her gaze falling upon the various bottles scattered on the ground. Could it be her teacher? No, that is impossible. How can my teacher harm me? Yin could not bring herself to believe such a conclusion. Such a good teacher could never do this. Yin, there's indeed something in these. At that moment, Xunji pretended to examine the small containers, then offered Yin a wry smile. Only then did Yin recall the peculiar smile on her teacher's face when she had received the spices. In an instant, she was left dumbfounded. Teacher, why would you do this? Now, Yin believed it to be true. Her teacher was indeed behind this. She felt a profound sadness within her heart, unable to comprehend why. You cannot treat me this way. Otherwise, I shall never forgive you. Yin was acutely aware of the trials she might soon face. Yet her heart was not as averse to Xunji as it had been before. After all, that individual forcibly took her first kiss. Yin had almost become dependent on him. However, today was merely the first day she had met Xunji, the true first day. She was utterly unprepared. All right, I absolutely will not act recklessly. Xunji hastily swore an oath. Yin felt a sense of relief, thinking that he was indeed quite serious when he wanted to be. What Yin was unaware of was that Xunji had different thoughts in his mind. I will never act recklessly, but if you do, it is no longer my concern. Initially, Xunji intended to let Yin fall under a spell and then nobly refuse her, thus winning her affection, a metaphorical slow boil of a frog in water. To be a genuine gentleman. However, upon further reflection, he realized that he did not have time to waste, as there were other girls waiting behind. Moreover, they were in the Duki continent, and those from the Douluo continent would remain oblivious. He merely desired to act as he pleased. As long as no one witnessed his actions, he could still retain the guise of a gentleman. Thus, Xunji decided to abandon pretense and commence his actions, albeit not his own, but rather Yun's. After gritting her teeth and enduring for half an hour, Yin ultimately could not hold on any longer. Despite calling out to Xunji several times against her own will, he remained as unmoving as an old monk. This left Yun feeling both anxious and delighted. Although her body seemed beyond her control, her mind retained a sliver of clarity. Seeing that Qian Xuanji was indeed a man of his word, she felt a flicker of happiness, yet also impatience. She yearned for Qian Xuanji to respond. Brother G, come play with me against her own better judgment. Yun seduced Qian Xuanji. Qian Xuanji steadied his heart. Thankfully, Qian Xuanji had encountered various charming women at home. No matter how alluring Yun appeared, he remained steadfast. Ultimately, seeing Qian Xuanji still unresponsive, Yun had no choice but to approach him directly. Instinctively, she sought the 1,000-year spirit herb that could save her life, yearning for its essence to alleviate her suffering. What she desired was not Qian Xuanji, but merely the 1,000-year spirit herb. Even though she felt excessively warm, she craved even more heat. Perhaps this was the legendary principle of using poison to combat poison. Faced with temptation, Qian Xuanji remained unmoved. He wanted Yun to assist in his cultivation. However, Qian Xuanji ultimately lacked the strength to resist the allure of the enchantress. With no other option, he had to take out his treasured weapon, the Gongjing Zhu. You little demon, dare you flaunt your skills before me? In the presence of Qian Xuanji, Yun's cultivation was far too lowly, making her no match for him, and she was easily subdued. Yun's performance was entirely within Qian Xuanji's expectations. After all, her cultivation was indeed too weak. Initially, BibiDong had been similarly unaccustomed and vastly outmatched. Yet, after a few encounters, she adapted well and learned to integrate everything. As for Qian, she was even more of an anomaly, forcing Qian Xuanji to struggle to extricate himself. Generally, individuals who entered would truly find it impossible to escape. Yun's ability to absorb energy had reached its pinnacle. Not even an iron rod, let alone a golden one, could withstand her. For an average person to subdue Qian, this was virtually impossible. Only someone like Qian Xuanji, with experience, strength, and an immortal body, could tame such a calamity. However, this endeavor greatly benefited Yun's cultivation. Her level of cultivation had indeed increased by 2 stars. Qian Xuanji had used his power to penetrate Yun's body, thoroughly opening certain sealed pathways and opening them forcefully. Now, Yun's channels were nearly aligned. Her internal meridians expanded, and her path of cultivation broadened. For Yun, this was a crucial transformation for rapid cultivation. The results were even more astounding than an 8th grade damn medicine, the Tuof Fandan. Why must you act this way? Could you not have waited? Is this truly your true nature? The next day, after Yun had nearly recovered, she finally regained her senses. Understanding what had transpired, her heart was filled with complex emotions. Silently fortifying her defenses, she gazed at the man beside her, who was exhaling clouds of smoke from a certain object, and could not help but express her inner turmoil. Was it truly turmoil? Yun was unsure. Now, she felt as though some restriction within her had been lifted, leaving her feeling exceptionally comfortable. Yet, this could not justify the reason for this man before her to monopolize her. If only she had waited, perhaps she would have willingly embraced him. Why did it have to be like this? The more she looked at Qian Xuanji, the more detestable he seemed. But he was not entirely hateful. Yin, it seems you have misunderstood something. You were the one who... Qian Xuanji now appeared quite innocent, as if this had nothing to do with him. After all, it was Yun who had taken the initiative, right? He was the one who had suffered loss. With Qian Xuanji's words, Yun suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Indeed, it seemed she had been flaunting her charm before Qian Xuanji. Then why did you not resist? Yun glared at Qian Xuanji, a hint of reproach in her voice. Shouldn't a gentleman refuse temptation? Yun, you truly put me in a difficult position. Do you not realize how great your allure is? It is already commendable that I could refrain from acting on my desires. Are you asking me to reject you? Do you not see me as a man? You must consider my predicament. How could I possibly refuse you when you are so captivating? Qian Xuanji said with a cheeky grin. You. His shameless words left Yun feeling both shy and delighted. One could not deny that this rogue's sweet words brought her a sense of enjoyment. Yet, she could not forget how Qian Xuanji had humiliated her the previous day. Once the effects of the medicine wore off, if Qian Xuanji were to excessively toy with her, Yun could vividly recall it. You scoundrel of a teacher, why must you treat me this way? Yun silently lamented. For the first time, she felt resentment towards her once greatly respected teacher. This could only be attributed to the fact that her teacher had been too opportunistic. sending her to Qian Xuanji to curry favor. At this moment, Qian Xuanji naturally wished to shift all the blame onto Yunshan. It is simply because I am too formidable. Otherwise, your teacher would not have acted this way. The medicine indeed came from Qian Xuanji to Yunshan, but he had not instructed Yunshan to do so. Everything was Yunshan's own volition and had nothing to do with Qian Xuanji. Yun thought to herself. For some reason, she always felt that Qian Xuanji could not be entirely disconnected from this matter. The nature of a relationship is not as Qihunji described. Far away in another realm, Ji Xun, upon hearing Qihunji's words, felt an increasing disdain for him. She could see clearly that everything was orchestrated by this individual. The pitiful woman was completely consumed, yet remained oblivious to the true instigator. Do not merely speak of my teacher. No matter how I view you now, I perceive you as a nefarious character. Determined to clear her mind, Yun decided to take a stroll outside, opting not to remain in the cave any longer. After expressing her dissatisfaction to Qihunji, she prepared to leave. At that moment, Yun felt she had glimpsed the true face of Qihunji. What are you doing? Just as Yun took a step forward, Qihunji grasped her right hand firmly. Yun turned back, questioning him. Chapter 108, Tutoring Yun. I shall. Qihunji replied succinctly. Yun? What nonsense? The innocent girl could not comprehend. Although her physique was no longer pure, she believed her spirit remained untarnished. In truth, purity had long since been abandoned. Do you dare ask me? I shall indeed. Qihunji awaited Yun's response. You wretched fiend, I have seen through your true nature. You are nothing but a lecher. Provoked by Qihunji's insinuation, Yun quickly understood the meaning behind his words. With determination, she attempted to withdraw her hand from his grasp. However, Qihunji held on tightly, making it impossible for her to escape. Let go, you scoundrel! Yun exclaimed angrily. This man was utterly despicable. Without hesitation, Qihunji pulled Yun into his embrace. A lecher? Very well, if I do not take action, I might not be worthy of the title you have bestowed upon me. Qihunji had initially intended to behave honorably. He truly was a gentleman. Yet, upon hearing Yun's remarks, he felt compelled to act, lest he do a disservice to the title she had given him. Faced with Yun's earnest intentions, Qihunji could not disappoint her. Alas, he was simply a person who enjoyed fulfilling the wishes of others. No, this cannot be. Seeing Qihunji's earnestness, Yun was frightened. She could not bear the intensity. Qihunji, undeterred, lifted Yun and ventured deeper into the cave. In this secluded space, they would not be disturbed. At that moment, in Yunlan's sect, Yunshan felt an inexplicable sensation within his heart. He recognized that his apprentice had already fallen into another's grasp. Yunshan could almost envision what his disciple, Yun, was currently experiencing. His spirit soared, for with Qihunji firmly in place, his future prospects seemed exceedingly bright. Zhongzhou, prepare yourself. I, Yunshan, shall conquer you. He silently resolved to prepare for battles at the Douzun level. Soon, he would lead Yunlan's sect into Zhongzhou, ensuring the entirety of Zhongzhou would come to know his esteemed name. 2 days later, Qihunji and Yun emerged from the cave. By now, Yun had been sufficiently schooled by Qihunji. She was at least familiar with his demeanor, no longer feeling the discomfort she had during their initial encounter. Such experiences become easier with familiarity. Most importantly, Yun's cultivation had reached an astonishing 9-star Douhuang. This rapid advancement would typically be a cause for concern for an ordinary individual, as accelerated cultivation often leads to an unstable foundation. However, Yun did not face such risks, for Qihunji had meticulously honed her body. Not only was breaking through to the 9-star Douhuang effortless, but even achieving the 9-star Douzong posed no issues. After 2 days of experiences, Yun had been tamed by Qihunji, becoming the embodiment of what he desired. Let us go. It's time to test your strength. As for breaking through to Douzong, it will be a simple matter. Qianji préfoulit patet Yun's petit tréard, shukling michivusli. Yun gazed at him with hazy eyes. She had grown accustomed to such playful gestures, nearly inclined to respond with a cooperative action. Qihunji's guidance for Yun to break through to Douzong was indeed straightforward. There were 2 legitimate methods for a breakthrough. First, the Pazong Dan. This 6th-grade pill was a simple concoction for Qihunji to create. Second, the Yihua Hai Xian. While it appeared promising, Qihunji found no need for it. He could refine it for Yun, facilitating her breakthrough to Douzong with ease. As for less orthodox methods, They were equally uncomplicated. Presently, the entire Monster Beast mountain range possessed only one creature capable of testing Yun Yun's combat prowess, the little lion. Yun Yun understood what Qianji meant. Following him, they arrived at the lair of the Zi Jing Xiaogang. Qianji's soul energy gently scanned, revealing the location of the Zi Jing Xiaogang's dwelling. Go and have some fun with this little lion. She spread her doqi wings and ascended above the lair of the Zi Jing Xiaogang. The Zi Jing Xiaogang surged forth. Human, I recognize your strength, yet you should not disturb me. Depart, and I shall spare your life. Sensing Yun Yun's formidable aura, the Zi Jing Xiaogang felt a twinge of apprehension. She was not concerned about being overpowered. Rather, she worried about the consequences of engaging with Yun Yun, which could prove troublesome, especially since she had cubs to care for. Additionally, Qianji, standing nearby, exuded an aura that instilled a sense of danger within the Zi Jing Xiaogang. This man was exceedingly perilous. The Zi Jing Xiaogang was filled with trepidation. I come today merely to spar with you. Let us engage. Yun Yun had a fair understanding of her combat capabilities. While her strength was average under Qianji's guidance, she did not believe her abilities were limited to that. Very well, since that is the case, do not blame me for being merciless. A mere Do Huang, even a peak Do Huang like the Zi Jing Xiaogang, did not intimidate her. However, today there were two. The Zi Jing Xiaogang felt some concern, yet there was no retreat. Surrender was not an option. With no allies of equal strength in the Monster Beast mountain range, she had no choice but to confront them head-on. Although it is said that two lions cannot coexist in one mountain, she had not seen a male lion in sight. In the face of such a battle, Qianji remained disinterested. Nevertheless, it was his beloved who was engaged in combat. Even if Yun Yun were to falter, she would not perish. As long as she did not die, Qianji could certainly save her. However, allowing his cherished woman to suffer injury was something he wished to avoid. Thus, Qianji endured and observed with a hint of impatience. Initially, Yun Yun was merely a 3-star Do Huang, her combat prowess aligning accordingly. In the present day, Yun Yun has been forcibly aided by Xuanji, elevating her to the rank of a 9-star Do Huang. Although she possesses the title, she lacks the corresponding combat prowess. In certain domains, she falls short, and thus, when confronted by the Zi Jing Winged Lion King, she appears somewhat passive. Despite being at a disadvantage, Yun Yun remains undeterred, for she has ample time to improve. Now that she recognizes her shortcomings, she can focus on self-enhancement upon returning. She harnesses all her combat strength to confront the Zi Jing Winged Lion King, untroubled by the depletion of her doqi, for she believes that even the most despicable of foes would not stand idly by while she suffers injury. After all, he had previously vowed to protect her. As her doqi gradually wanes, Yun Yun begins to feel the strain. The Zi Jing Winged Lion King, an ancient beast with centuries of experience, is no ordinary adversary. She recognizes the rare opportunity and immediately unleashes her ultimate skill. Once ensnared by her Zi Jing seal, it is not a simple matter to escape. By incapacitating a Do Huang, even if another Do Huang remains, the situation falls under her control. However, for reasons unknown, long before the seal could reach her, Yun Yun experiences intense pain, likely a reflexive response, for she believes she cannot evade this attack. Yet, it is evident that with Xuanji present, the lion cannot harm her. A 6-tier magical beast is simply too inferior before him. Upon witnessing the flame that obstructs Yun Yun, the Zi Jing Winged Lion King's countenance shifts dramatically, and she trembles. As a formidable beast with aspirations of reaching the 9th tier, her beast fire is commendable. However, before the azure flame, it feels as though she is facing the heavens themselves. Not only can she not expel it, but even the purple fire engulfing her is extinguished. This overwhelming pressure is likely the legendary Yaoa. Realizing that this human has unleashed such terrifying Yaoa, the Zi Jing Winged Lion King understands that her fate is sealed. Had she known, she would not have been so aggressive towards this woman, as their intimate connection with that man implies a bond that could have spared her. Is everything all right? Xuanji approaches, further instilling fear in the Zi Jing Winged Lion King. Indeed, he is at least a Dozong, a being she cannot afford to provoke. I am fine, Yun Yun replies, feeling somewhat flustered by Xuanji's tender demeanor. His gentleness is disarming, leaving no woman unscathed. The Zi Jing Winged Lion King watches the affectionate exchange with a mixture of envy and resentment. This scene may not be physically harmful, but the humiliation is profound. It appears that Yun-Yun's strength still requires considerable training. Through the battle with the Zijing Winged Lion King, Qian Xuanji has discerned Yun-Yun's deficiencies. In the ensuing 2 days, he will focus on honing these weaknesses. Reflecting on previous training, Yun-Yun finds herself at a loss for words. It is a mix of pain and joy, though she realizes it is only joy. Zijing Winged Lion King, your strength is commendable. How do you propose we resolve this matter? Qian Xuanji gazes down upon her. He is a remarkably kind man. Although the Zijing Winged Lion King has only sparred with Yun-Yun once, her efforts merit some form of recompense. Regrettably, the Zijing Winged Lion King misinterprets Qian Xuanji's intentions. She internally berates him for being a high-ranking Douluo with the questioning why he would wander to a desolate place like the Jiama Empire and involve her in this predicament. I leave your judgment to you, but I implore you to spare my child. She is still very young. The Zijing Winged Lion King speaks humbly to Qian Xuanji. A Douluo with is an opponent she cannot contend with alone, and she harbors no thoughts of resistance, only a desire for her child's safety. Qian Xuanji ponders. Do I truly appear to be a villain? Yun-Yun gazes at him with a pitiful expression, as she harbors no ill intent towards the Zijing Winged Lion King. The maternal instinct of the Zijing Winged Lion King is indeed admirable, stirring Yun-Yun's emotions. She hopes Qian Xuanji will not harm such a noble mother. However, before Qian Xuanji, she lacks the standing to negotiate and can only silently plead with her eyes, too timid to voice her thoughts. I harbor no desire to harm you. Your contribution to Yun-Yun's training warrants a reward. What would you like in return? Qian Xuanji straightforwardly conveys his intentions. The Zijing Winged Lion King is taken aback. Is this a genuine human? Could he truly be sincere? Yun-Yun is equally astonished at Qian Xuanji's kindness, realizing she may not fully grasp the essence of his character. Regrettably, while Qian Xuanji has thoroughly assessed her situation, she remains unaware of the depths of his capabilities. The Zijing Winged Lion King contemplates what she desires most, the 7th grade transformation pill, which would enable her to transcend to Douluo. She surmises that Qian Xuanji possesses such a treasure. With his cultivation above Douluo and he must be a high-tier alchemist. Yet, the Zijing Winged Lion King hesitates to voice this request, recognizing the preciousness of the transformation pill and the imbalance between her contributions and the potential reward. She understands that if she does not speak up now, future opportunities may be scarce. However, to play it safe, she opts not to mention her desire. I wish for nothing. I simply want to remain here with my child, safe and sound. The Zijing Winged Lion King chooses to remain silent. This cannot stand. Her refusal to ask for anything is a blatant disregard for Qian Xuanji's goodwill. Let us do this. You shall serve as Yun-Yun's mount. Qian Xuanji, recognizing the Zijing Winged Lion King's reluctance, shifts his perspective. What on earth? The Zijing Winged Lion King exclaims in disbelief. Let her serve as a mount for that woman. Is this a reward? How could this possibly be considered a reward? It is an affront. Indeed, this detestable human would never bestow a true reward upon herself. How foolish it was to believe such nonsense. She ultimately cannot compare to these vile and despicable humans. Qian Xuanji's words made Yun-Yun feel a sense of embarrassment. How could this be permissible? Although possessing the Zijing Winged Lion King would certainly ease her burdens. Is it truly acceptable to utter such words? Chapter 109. Yun-Yun takes the little medicine fairy as a disciple. The Zijing Winged Lion King dared not voice her anger. Being made a mount for someone is, without a doubt, a profound humiliation, stripping her of her dignity. Yet, the Zijing Winged Lion King understood that she had no choice but to comply. If she were a solitary lioness, she would have flatly refused, unafraid of death. Fierce beasts do not submit to servitude. However, with the presence of her offspring, she could not act so recklessly. The Zijing Winged Lion King recognized her responsibilities. At the very least, she must ensure her child's upbringing before she could act freely. Thus, she resigned herself to the agreement. For 10 years, I shall serve as Yun-Er's mount. In return, I shall provide you with 2 transformation pills. What do you say? Qian Xuanji presented his unconventional method of assistance. Without a doubt, had it not been for Qian Xuanji, the Zijing Winged Lion King would have had no opportunity to become a 7th-tier magical beast in her lifetime. Similarly, her child would have remained stunted due to malnutrition, with no hope of reaching that tier. Yet, Encountering him changed everything for Qian Xuanji. Procuring 2 transformation pills was a trivial matter. His unique form of assistance was genuinely heartfelt. As anticipated, upon hearing Qian Xuanji's offer, the Zijing Winged Lion King was taken aback. 2 transformation pills? Does this mean my child has a chance to transform? Who could resist such temptation? Certainly, she could not. Very well, I shall accept your terms. I will be her mount. The Zijing Winged Lion King acquiesced. This time, she no longer felt humiliated. Rather, she felt fortunate. Sometimes, it is not only humans who are pragmatic. Magical beasts are equally so. Yunair, what do you think? Is this gift satisfactory? Qian Xuanji inquired of Yun Yun after receiving the Zijing Winged Lion King's agreement. It is quite wonderful, thank you. Although I primarily reside within the Yunlan sect and rarely require a mount, I still feel delighted by the gesture. Yin Yun practiced wind attribute techniques, excelling in speed. Of course, the Zijing Winged Lion King was also swift. While she may not often need a mount, Qian Xuanji's thoughtful preparation brought her immense joy. At the pinnacle of Douluo, a mount of a 6-tier magical beast was something Yun Yun had never dared to imagine before. No one in the entire Jamadi Empire would even think of such a thing. This gift is indeed precious, and Yun Yun naturally takes it seriously. Thank whom? Qian Xuanji probed, sensing an uncomfortable undertone. You, of course, Yun Yun replied, looking at Qian Xuanji. Didn't I clarify? Who am I? Qian Xuanji inquired once more. At this point, Yun Yun understood Qian Xuanji's intent, feeling increasingly bashful. She realized what he wished her to articulate. However, lacking experience in such matters and overwhelmed with shyness, she found herself unable to express it. Despite Qian Xuanji's somewhat domineering approach, she undeniably felt conquered by him. With this thought, Yun Yun felt a sense of acceptance. Since I have been conquered, I must sincerely express my gratitude to my husband. Although they were not yet wed, Yun Yun felt confident that Qian Xuanji would not treat her poorly. He would surely make up for it in the future. Moreover, with just the 2 of them present, what did the Zijing Winged Lion King matter? What was the point of calling out to her? Splendid. I shall reward you handsomely upon my return. The term husband brought Qian Xuanji immense satisfaction. The display of affection between Qian Xuanji and Yun Yun caused the Zijing Winged Lion King to ponder her existence. Was she a lion or merely a dog consuming love? Little Z, have you not met your master? Qian Xuanji turned his gaze to the Zijing Winged Lion King. I have met my master, although this statement stripped the boss of the magical beast mountain range of her dignity. Such dignity pales in comparison to the vast future that lies ahead. The Zijing Winged Lion King obediently acknowledged. Yin Yun smiled and nodded in response. Little Z, go retrieve the medicinal herbs from your cave. I wish to concoct a few pills here. Qian Xuanji surveyed the surroundings, finding it quite suitable. His time accompanying Yun Yun in the Duki continent was limited, and prior to that, he needed to arrange her future and prepare a few gifts to convey his sentiments. Yes, master. The Zijing Winged Lion King assumed Qian Xuanji was about to begin concocting transformation pills, and thus she felt elated. Eagerly, she hurried to fetch her collection. Drawing upon the memories of Mugu Zunjia, Qian Xuanji crafted 3 8th-tier Dan pills, the 2A Fan Dan. With the aid of exotic flames, he crafted them all at once. Though their quality was not exceptional, they were functional. 3 2A Fan Dawn, 1 for your master, and the rest you may distribute as you see fit. With your current constitution, under my guidance, you no longer require 2A Fan Dawn. Qian Xuanji explained to Yun Yun. Yun Yun nodded eagerly, acknowledging his words. She could feel her body undergoing significant changes, much improved compared to her earlier state. All of this was thanks to Qian Xuanji. The Zijing Winged Lion King had some understanding of human pills. 2A Fan Dan? Is that not an 8th-tier pill? This young man before me is an 8th-tier alchemist? Remarkable. I must seize this opportunity. Perhaps I could even become a 7th-tier magical beast? After completing the concoction, Qian Xuanji ventured out to gather additional herbs, crafting 3 master pills. These would aid in breaking through the Dozone realm, enhancing one's cultivation by 1 star. Furthermore, he also concocted 2 transformation pills, much to the Zijing Winged Lion King's delight. Yet at this moment, Qian Xuanji had no intention of giving the transformation pills to the Zijing Winged Lion King. She must work for a while longer before earning them. The Zijing Winged Lion King understood this principle and thus refrained from further comment. Her resolve to work diligently solidified. Motivation was now in her grasp. The transformation pills were entrusted to Yun Yun for safekeeping. Zijing Winged Lion King, You may return for now. Yun and I have matters to attend to. Once we are finished, I will come find you to take you to Yunlan's sect. With the pills successfully concocted, Qian Xuanji decided to spend one more day and night with Yun. There was much to accomplish on this day. The amethyst-winged lion king departed with discernment, perhaps already aware of the impending events between the couple. That evening, Yun felt as though her entire being was being scorched by flames, an unbearable discomfort. Indeed, Qian Xuanji had bestowed upon her the high Xian. Given Yun's capabilities, it was impossible for her to completely refine the high Xian using her own strength. Even Han Feng, with a portion of the burning decision and being at the pinnacle of the Do Huang, could only perform a rudimentary application of the high Xian, let alone Yun. However, with Qian Xuanji's assistance, this became a trivial matter. Within a few hours, Yun had thoroughly refined the high Xian, absorbing the power of the Yi, which elevated her directly to the rank of Sanxingdong. She could scarcely believe that in just a few days, she had ascended a significant realm, transitioning from Sanxing Douhuang to Sanxing Douzong. Her combat prowess had significantly increased, and it was no longer a challenge for her to contend with even the likes of Docian, let alone Douzong. Qian Xuanji had provided her with training. As long as she possessed the Yi, she could challenge those of higher ranks. Although Qian Xuanji had mentioned needing Yi, specifically at least 2 types, to aid Yao Qian in restoring his body, this was hardly a concern. The following night, Qian Xuanji intended to venture into Medusa's territory to procure the Qing Liendi Xianhua. Subsequently, he would retrieve the Yun Luo Xian from the Jia Nin Academy. It was all quite feasible. After all, Medusa should be incapable of absorbing Yao or the power of bloodlines. Of course, Qian Xuanji also intended to assist Medusa in her evolution. He was eager to experience the serpent woman and the python firsthand. The title of grass python hero was one he desired. Qian Xuanji was curious about the capacity of Medusa's formidable jaws. Initially, Yun had been startled by Qian Xuanji's audacity. Although she had been conquered, it was more a physical submission. Her heart was swayed, yet had not fully yielded. However, Qian Xuanji's tender care and affection gradually won over her heart entirely. He had unexpectedly given her the Yiawa. Yun attempted to dissuade herself, fully aware of the significance of Oa to an alchemist and how crucial it was for Qian Xuanji. She knew that most alchemists would forsake everything for Oa, even their spouses. Yet, Qian Xuanji had firmly entrusted it to her, allowing Yun to genuinely feel his sincerity. Gradually, she transformed into the version of herself that Qian Xuanji adored even more, her heart wholly occupied by him. Her body would forever belong to him alone. The following morning, Yun linked arms with Qian Xuanji, her face radiating a blissful smile. She had truly savored the essence of love. Qian Xuanji accompanied her, leisurely traversing the monster mountain range. Upon passing by the quaint town of Qingshan, a sudden thought of a significant individual crossed Qian Xuanji's mind. There was indeed another pivotal character present, albeit younger than expected. Initially, he had intended to revisit this toxic woman on his next journey to the Doqi continent. But since they were already here, why not take a look? Upon entering Qingshan town, Yun, noticing Qian Xuanji inquiring about a certain location, couldn't help but express her curiosity. I've never been here, but there are indeed matters to attend to, Qian Xuanji replied with a slight smile. Yun followed him to the destination he had in mind. What are you staring at that girl for? No looking. Upon noticing Qian Xuanji's gaze fixated on a fair-skinned girl, Yun adopted a playful demeanor, playfully tugging at him. Stop it. I'm here for a reason. Qian Xuanji replied with exasperation. What's going on? Has the cool sister also changed? She teased. Alas, I suppose I am simply too formidable. The young healer, at most 14, was indeed a genuine little lowly. That girl possesses a unique constitution. You should approach her and invite her to join the Yunlan sect. Qian Xuanji instructed Yun. For the moment, he was not inclined to engage in extensive discussions with the young healer. A unique constitution? Now I understand. Yun realized the significance. Those with such rare traits could become formidable beings with proper cultivation. No wonder Qian Xuanji had shown interest in her. She had misjudged his intentions. What kind of unique constitution does she have? The young healer's traits were not only unknown to Yun, but to almost everyone in the entire Jiaoma Empire, especially since her abilities had yet to fully manifest. I'll tell you later. Hurry and fulfill your task. Qian Xuanji urged with a meaningful glance. Can I take her as my disciple? Yun inquired eagerly, preparing to proceed. She had initially assumed Qian Xuanji intended to make the young healer his apprentice, given her medical appearance. Although there was a significant gap between alchemists and healers, there was still a connection. Yet, it seemed that was not the case. Despite the young healer being slightly older, her unique constitution allowed Yun the opportunity to accept her as a disciple. Currently, the young healer was not even a fighter. Qian Xuanji regarded Yun with curiosity. You wish to take her as a disciple? That's intriguing. Is that not permissible? Yun pressed when Qian Xuanji did not respond. If not, then you can be her master. Qian Xuanji shook his head. Taking on a disciple? I certainly plan to, but not the young healer. Go ahead, be her teacher. Since Yun had this intention, Qian Xuanji had no objections. In fact, he found it quite stimulating. He naturally agreed to Yun's proposition. All right, I'm off, Yun declared as she moved towards the young healer. When the young healer noticed a guest, she instinctively prepared to receive Yun. However, Yun presented the Yunlan sex insignia, intending to recruit the young healer. Initially, the young healer declined. Even when Yun recognized her unique constitution, she remained unconvinced. Ultimately, it was only after Yun displayed the Yoa and invoked Qian Xuanji's name that the young healer made her decision. She chose to leave with Yun and become her disciple. In this small town, the young healer held numerous memories. The sudden departure filled her with reluctance. Do not worry. Yunlan sect is not far from here. It will be easy for you to return whenever you wish. Yun reassured her, understanding the young healer's emotional attachment, much like her own to the Yunlan sect. With the amethyst-winged Lion King, the journey from Yunlan sect to Qingshan town was hardly distant. The young healer could easily return in the future, especially now that she had transcended to Douluo, enabling her to attempt constructing a wormhole, which would be even more convenient. Originally, I intended to update 10,000 words today. However, the time spent filling out the application for the civil service examination delayed me for several hours. For now, I will settle for 8,000 words, 2 chapters, each 4,000 words. Ultimately, writing novels is not a long-term plan, particularly for someone like me who has struggled. Chapter 110. The touching little medical fairy. Is this the renowned 8th grade alchemist, so remarkably youthful? After bidding farewell to some friends, the little medical fairy followed Yun and departed from Qingshan town. Along the way, she encountered Qian Xuanji. This must be the 8th grade alchemist spoken of by her teacher, a Douluo powerhouse, and indeed, he is quite young. No wonder her teacher seems to hold this man in such high regard. He is truly extraordinary. The little medical fairy possesses a certain understanding of her own body. Ordinary individuals would find it impossible to remedy her condition. Only beings of the caliber of an 8th grade alchemist might have a chance. In order to demonstrate his capabilities, Qian Xuanji presented her with a pill scroll. This contains 3 types of Yaoihua. The little medical fairy was immensely thrilled upon seeing it. The scroll detailed methods to enhance her constitution. Just as expected, she had come to the right place and encountered a master. However, the conditions for this assistance left the little medical fairy feeling daunted. Setting aside the 7th-tier magical beast core, which, while still somewhat feasible since her teacher is indeed a Douluo, the requirement of 3 types of Ioa combined with the extreme yang location is far too challenging. Yun leaned in to take a look. Indeed, it posed some difficulties, but it was not entirely unattainable. After grasping the solution, she comforted the little medical fairy. The little medical fairy regarded her with curiosity. Although the Yunlan sect is powerful, it is unlikely they can provide 3 types of Ioa. Yun showcased 1 type of Ioa she controlled. Ioa, you possess Ioa, master? The little medical fairy could scarcely believe that Yun truly had Ioa. This immediately accounted for 1/3 of the requirements. The little medical fairy felt a surge of hope. Yun glanced at Qian Xuanji and nodded slightly. Thank you, master, and thank you, grandmaster. The little medical fairy was deeply moved, experiencing genuine concern for the first time. With Yun's overt care and Qian Xuanji's seemingly indifferent yet profoundly attentive concern, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Qian Xuanji escorted Yun and the little medical fairy to the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King, naturally bringing this laboring creature along. The amethyst-winged Lion King would undoubtedly take its cub with it. Leaving a youngling in the magical Beast Mountains would be tantamount to courting disaster. Considering the Yunlan sect's vast resources, it surely had the strength to accommodate both herself and her child. The amethyst-winged Lion King was sufficiently large to carry 3 individuals and a small cub without difficulty. The little medical fairy and Yun exhibited a particular fondness for the amethyst-winged Lion King's cub, as it appeared remarkably adorable. Women, after all, are often drawn to such charming companions. Upon returning to the Yunlan sect, Yun led Qian Xuanji to her chamber. This marked the first time a male had entered this space. Prior to this, no man had ever crossed its threshold. Yun, who exuded an aura of a mature woman, found her room to be somewhat sultry. Qian Xuanji, on the other hand, was thoroughly pleased and promptly reclined upon the battlefield that was Yun's bed. Meanwhile, Yun set off to fulfill the task assigned by Qian Xuanji. She delivered 2 pills to Yunshan, one 7th grade and one 8th grade. With these 2 pills, he could easily reach 5 or 6 Dozone, increasing his chances of achieving Dozone. Of course, Yunshan was aware that his disciple had thoroughly surrendered herself. "Master, why did you do this?" "I am your disciple." Yun, upon arriving, not only delivered items to Yunshan, but also sought to confront him about why he had replaced her so-called seasoning with such vile substances, leaving her with nothing but embarrassment. "My dear Yunair, it is precisely because you are my disciple that I acted thus. I would not treat others in the same manner." Yunshan shamelessly replied. The deed was done, the blame accepted. There was nothing else to be done, so he would bear it to the end. After all, he was Yun's teacher, and she could not possibly retaliate against him. "Master, Yun could hardly fathom that her teacher possessed such a facet, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. "Well, Yunair, look at you now. Have you not been getting along splendidly with the Pope? My actions have only served to assist you." Observing the profound transformation in Yun's appearance, along with her errands for Qian Xuanji, Yunshan understood that his disciple had yielded. Since she had already submitted, why should she dwell on such matters? Yun wished to explain herself, asserting that she had initially refused, but it was Qian Xuanji who had compelled her. Yet, recalling that overwhelming sensation, the involuntary compliance of her body, left her speechless, unsure of how to refuse. There was no remedy. Qian Xuanji was too formidable. After all, he was a man who wielded secrets of the boudoir. A pure-hearted young woman like Yun was easily ensnared in his grasp, effortlessly tamed. Not only young maidens, but even seasoned women could find themselves obediently submitting to Qian Xuanji's will. After a moment of silence, Yun chose not to respond further. Her cheeks flushed as she departed. With Qian Xuanji's influence, coupled with her teacher's actions, the relationship between Yun and Yunshan would inevitably wane. This was a consequence of Qian Xuanji having exploited her vulnerabilities, compelling Yun to acquiesce to avoid discomfort. As Qian Xuanji's woman, she must maintain distance from all other males. Yet, it now seemed that Qian Xuanji's actions were justified. Her teacher was not a good person, treating figure. Yunshan hastily added a final remark. His appetite was immense. The benefits bestowed by Qian Xuanji were insufficient for him. He believed he could leverage his Yun heir to attain even greater advantages. Indeed, in Qian Xuanji's eyes, Yun was quite valuable. Observing her departing silhouette, Yunshan noted how, unlike before when her legs were tightly pressed together, she now began to open slightly. He realized that during this outing, his disciple had gained much. However, Qian Xuanji despised the feeling of being constrained. To him, Yunshan was merely a dog wagging its tail in submission. What he granted was his alone to give. However, if Yunshan were to actively seek out Qian, and if Qian were to feel displeased, then in Qian eyes, Yunshan's sole purpose would be to assist him in pursuing Yunyu. Presently, Yunshan's utility has diminished to the point where his existence seems unnecessary. Upon hearing her mentor's words, Yunyu felt a twinge of discontent. Is it not rather heartless of her teacher, having already obtained the 8th grade and 7th grade elixirs, possessions that were once beyond the imagination of Yunlan's sect, receiving such an abundance at once should suffice for several months. Yet, there are still thoughts of seeking more. Recalling the arduous efforts of her man in concocting those elixirs, Yunyu made a resolute decision. Henceforth, she could no longer provide support to her family. Upon her return, the entire Yunlan sect was left in astonishment. After all, subduing the Zijing Yuang was an extraordinary feat. The pride of the Yunlan sect soared. For having tamed such a fierce beast signifies their enhanced strength. Gu He, watching from the sidelines, cast several glances at Yunyu. How infuriating! Although Gu He is a fervent alchemist, he is not entirely oblivious. Observing Yunyu's demeanor, he realized that his goddess was no longer the innocent figure she once was. During this time, she might have been covered in frost daily. having consumed copious amounts of soy milk, with neither morning nor night to rest. The thought of such a disheveled scene stirred something within him, igniting a sense of excitement. Gui felt a pang in his heart. You seem troubled today. After resolving some trifling matters, such as settling arrangements for the Zijing Yuang and her disciple, the little medical sage, ensuring everyone in Yunlan's sect was aware of her taking on a disciple, Yunyu ultimately returned home. For reasons unknown. Her intuition hinted that the man before her harbored heavy burdens, seemingly concealing something from her. I must take my leave. Xunji knew he had to voice this. Whether he said it sooner or later made no difference. He could not depart without a word. He was not that kind of scoundrel. Where are you going? Upon hearing those words from Xunji, Yunyu felt a sudden unease swell within her. She anxiously inquired, reaching out to clasp Xunji's arm, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Ahem, Yinner, I do not wish to deceive you. I belong to a prominent family, and now, my sect is facing significant upheaval. I must return. As an actor of the highest caliber, Xunji possessed exceptional skills. When fabricating a story, his composure remained intact. Alas, it was a necessary falsehood. Once Xunji established dominion over the Duqi continent, Yunyu would surely be able to enjoy a good life alongside him. Until then, he must hone his skills. After all, true feelings are forged through trials. Why not stay? Here, we could lead a joyous and blissful life. I will heed your every word. We could even have several children together. I would even consent to you seeking other women. Please stay. Yunyu pleaded with Xunji. At this moment, she found herself unable to part with him. It was inevitable, for Xunji's strength was overwhelming. Women who had experienced Xunji would find it impossible to leave him. Ahem, it is not that way. It is because Yunyu is a steadfast woman, whose heart forever belongs to one man. Yinner, I too wish to remain here, but I cannot abandon my family. After all, it is the land that nurtured me, where my other kin reside. Xunji was moved by Yunyu's words. It was a close call, perhaps just a galaxy's distance away. He nearly acquiesced to her plea to stay. Ultimately, reason prevailed. Undoubtedly, Xunji's acting skills were commendable. Is there danger? Yunyu asked through her sobs, sensing the gravity of Xunji's words and feeling apprehensive about a looming crisis. No, you are well aware of my strength, are you not? The issues within my family arose primarily due to my absence. Upon my return, I can easily quell any unrest. Xunji explained. Is there any danger? Not a hint of danger. Rather, there is fortune in love. Then, when will you return? Upon hearing this, Yunyu felt a sense of relief and hurriedly inquired about another crucial matter. When would Xunji come back? She truly did not want to be separated from him. After all, she had just begun her relationship with Xunji, and it was the sweetest of times. Naturally, she was reluctant to part ways, akin to the early days of his previous relationships with BibiDong and Qian. In the beginning, those initial months were spent with Xunji as the groom every night. Afterward, things improved with BibiDong and Qian. Yunyu would soon face a similar experience. Once you become a Dozuan, I will come to retrieve you. After some contemplation, Xunji set a modest goal for Yunyu. Why must it take so long? Did you not say the issue was minor? Yunyu grew anxious, uncertain how long it would take her to reach Dozuan. It would take at least a decade. Why must it be so prolonged? She could not wait. Because I must remain here. Once you break through to Dozuan, I will come to openly bring you back and marry you. Xunji gazed at Yunyu earnestly. If you cannot achieve that, then our paths may diverge. Xunji began his theatrical performance. Well, will you scoundrel? Why do you treat me this way? I despise you. Yunyu threw herself into Xunji's embrace, weeping, while using her small fist to pound against his chest. When do you plan to leave? Perhaps tonight? Xunji had indeed planned for that evening. No, tonight is not acceptable. Can it not be tomorrow morning? Seeing Xunji in such a hurry, Yunyu clung to him tightly, unwilling to let him go. Very well. I shall depart tomorrow. Xunji reluctantly acquiesced. Oh, you scoundrel. I cannot bear to part with you. After Xunji agreed, Yunyu felt a flicker of joy in her heart. Despite the absurdity of their situation, she cherished his presence. By the way, where is your medicine? After a prolonged silence in each other's embrace, Yunyu suddenly inquired of Xunji. What medicine? Xunji, somewhat perplexed, wondered. Had he not already given her the elixirs? The one you gave to the teacher, and then to me. He was perplexed. How could Yunyu possibly know? She shouldn't be aware of it, right? Yinshan could not have divulged this matter to her either. Stop pretending. Ever since I left my teacher today, the more I pondered, the more it felt amiss. Observing the respect with which the teacher treated you, coupled with the concoction of elixirs, there must be some trickery involved. Yun, believing she had unraveled everything, retorted to Qian Xuanji with a display of bravado. She considered herself quite astute. Yuner, you are overthinking. I'm not that kind of person, truly. It is not my doing. Qian Xuanji would never admit to it. Such a confession was not in his character. Stop your futile arguments. Given the current situation, does it even matter whether it was you or not? It has already been settled. Union gazed intently at Qian Xuanji. At this moment, she was determined to uncover the truth. A woman's tenacity can indeed be quite formidable. Of course, what Union truly wished to ascertain was who had orchestrated her first time. With no recourse, Qian Xuanji could only sigh helplessly. Indeed, it was I who became infatuated. It was truly my doing. I am not human. I can only blame Yuner for being so captivating that I could not forget you after our first encounter. I have resolved to possess you. Go on, strike me, Yuner. Now, Qian Xuanji could no longer maintain his facade. Continuing would serve no purpose. Yun was right. She had already been thoroughly ensnared by him. And even if she discovered the truth, what could it change? Yun could not escape now. After contemplating certain matters, Qian Xuanji decided to be forthright. You scoundrel, when have I ever met you? How could I possibly know? Upon hearing Qian Xuanji, he finally confessed to the truth. Yun felt a mixture of delight and triumph. Had she discovered Qian Xuanji's role as the puppeteer at the outset, she would have undoubtedly been incensed. However, given the passage of time, the fury in Yun's heart had been dissipated by Qian Xuanji's charm. Now, all that remained were a few soft reproaches directed at the scoundrel. Ahem, you might not know, but I was out gathering herbs at that time, and you were only 14. Naturally, Qian Xuanji had not encountered Yun before this. They had met in dreams, having forged a connection over time. In such a scenario, there was no chance for Qian Xuanji to falter. He simply fabricated an excuse. Scoundrel, you had your sights on me when I was just 14. You are truly a pervert. Upon hearing this, Yun sprang into action against Qian Xuanji. How had she fallen into the hands of such a rogue? Tell me, how many women have you targeted? Am I the first? Yun impressed Qin Xunji relentlessly. His actions bore no distinction from those of Cad. Yun could not believe that she was the first to be ensnared by Qian Xuanji's despicable methods. Absolutely not. She was determined to uncover just how much of a rogue he truly was. I swear, you are the first and the last. Qian Xuanji hastily asserted his position. Heaven is my witness. Yun was indeed the first and only normal person he encountered upon arriving in Dalu. The others did not count. As for the subsequent visits, they were a different matter altogether. Is that so? Yun stood upon Qian Xuanji's lap, gazing deeply into his eyes. Qian Xuanji showed no hesitation, nodding repeatedly. It cannot be more genuine, Yuner. My sincerity towards you is evident to the heavens. Qian Xuanji continued to utter sweet nothings that left Yun utterly defenseless. That elixir, you still possess some, don't you? Yun inquired of Qian Xuanji. He nodded, confirming he had plenty left. Hand it all over. I shall confiscate your instruments of crime. Yun declared, hands on her hips, feigning anger. Qian Xuanji produced 2 small vials. You claim to have only one, yet you must have your eyes on 2 other girls, planning to commit further crimes. You are truly wicked. Yun seized the 2 vials. At this moment, she had formed a conjecture in her mind. I only kept a little as a backup. Qin Xunji replied, somewhat sheepishly. No matter how many women you have in the future, could you please not abandon me? Without you, I would perish. To Qian Xuanji's surprise, Yun suddenly transformed into a picture of tenderness, gazing at him with pitiful eyes. Her gaze was filled with profound warmth. Yun felt she had already humbled herself, merely wishing to retain this man and not be forsaken. Although she understood that even if this man caused her deep harm, toyed with her, or even abandoned her while bearing a child, there would be countless men willing to accept her. Yet, Yun could not contemplate such things. She could only accept this one man before her. Even if he were the vilest villain in the world, she would willingly descend into hell alongside him. I will never abandon you. Qian Xuanji did not anticipate Yun would utter such words. At that moment, he felt a twinge of guilt. Unfortunately, he was a cad, unwilling to linger for any woman. Regardless of whether Qian Xuanji's words are lies, Yun steadfastly believed in his truthfulness. Then, under Qian Xuanji's watchful gaze, she opened a vial of elixir and consumed it entirely. Yun knew that confiscating this elixir would bear no fruit, since Qian Xuanji was an alchemist capable of easily concocting more. Yet, This action brought her a sense of peace. Today, let us compete for our lives, shall we? Yun smiled innocently at Qian Xuanji after finishing the elixir. She could not bear the thought of Qian Xuanji leaving her, so she sought to numb herself. That way, when he departed, she would not see him and would not feel as heartbroken. Qian Xuanji was taken aback, unable to fathom that Yun would take such a step. It must be noted that the potency of this elixir was extraordinarily terrifying. Consuming an entire vial at once would likely scorch one's brain. Her physique would transform into an incredibly sensitive silver body. Was Qian Xuanji afraid? No, not in the slightest. This version of Yun only brought him greater joy. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. The disciples of Yun Lanzong could never have imagined that their dignified and ethereal leader would be so recklessly at the mercy of a vile man this evening. In many instances, it was even their leader who proactively sought such encounters. Should this news ever leak, no one would believe it. Yet, the truth was precisely as it appeared. Qian Xuanji, after all, reluctantly took his leave. Yun had now lost all strength, even her consciousness. It must be said, after consuming the elixir, Yun's mind was wholly governed by a singular thought. She felt no pain whatsoever. Her combat prowess, stamina, and endurance had increased tenfold. Nevertheless, she was still utterly subdued by Qian Xuanji, who possessed an immortal body. Yun was defeated in a most tragic manner. The following day, she awakened at noon. Observing the emptiness around her, Yun realized that the man had departed. A profound sense of emptiness enveloped her heart, yet her body did not echo that sentiment. As she surveyed the surroundings, remnants of their fierce battleground from the previous night lay before her. Following such a tumultuous clash, Yun sensed that her aspirations for the coming years would be irrevocably altered. In a sense, she felt utterly fulfilled. The night prior, she had teetered on the brink of death countless times, particularly in the final moments when, had it not been for Qian Xuanji's swift transfer of power, she might have truly perished. This sensation would forever be etched in her memory. Approaching the vanity, she gazed at her reflection and couldn't help but smile. Despite her disheveled appearance, marred with wounds, she was markedly different from the former Yun. Yet, she found solace in this transformation. After all, she believed she had come to understand an alternate version of herself. On the vanity lay a book, a compilation of strength-enhancing techniques prepared by Qian Xuanji. Filled with joy, Yun carefully tucked the book away and requested warm water for bathing. Uncertain of her hopes, she absent-mindedly caressed her abdomen. That scoundrel, Qian Xuanji, was truly no ordinary man. His physical prowess was beyond theoretical comprehension. Yun was torn between anticipation and trepidation, for this was her first encounter with such a situation, and it had arrived so swiftly. It could be said that both emotions coexisted within her. After a refreshing wash, Yun felt invigorated. Clad in a more conventional outfit, she stepped outside, feeling an ethereal lightness in her body. Along her path, she encountered numerous disciples of the Yunlan sect, all of whom bowed respectfully before her. Naturally, they could not resist stealing glances at her captivating beauty. These individuals would remain oblivious to her other side. In the presence of that scoundrel, she might appear utterly disheveled and in disarray, yet before these onlookers, she was still the original Yun. With this thought, she laid down some of her burdens, feeling a newfound lightness. Her sole focus now was to diligently cultivate her skills, striving to attain the rank of Dozun, so that she might return to that man. Yin, how many elixirs did the Pope grant you? The news of Qian Xuanji's departure did not escape Yun Shan's notice, as he was perpetually vigilant. Upon Qian Xuanji's exit, Yun Shan hurriedly sought out Yun, inquiring with concern. Master, I have given you all the elixirs that Brother Ji provided. There is only one Zhongshe Dan and one Tue Fandan left, nothing more. Observing her mentor's evident dissatisfaction, Yun felt a flicker of annoyance. Her teacher was far too greedy, seemingly lacking in moderation. Her brother Ji, already weary, could not possibly concoct an abundance of elixirs. The thought made her heart ache. However, reflecting on the reason for Qian Xuanji's exhaustion, Yun felt a twinge of guilt. What? How stingy! He drained my Yun air dry and left with just this? Yun Shan's face darkened upon hearing this. Such paltry offerings were an insult. Master, you mustn't speak ill of Brother Ji. What do you mean by drain dry? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Yun Shan's words ignited a flame of anger within Yun. In her eyes, Qian Xuanji had indeed departed, but he would never abandon her. Her teacher's statement felt as though it implied that her brother Ji had forsaken her. recently nourished by love. Yun could not accept such a notion. Had it not been for her teacher's guidance and care, she might have already severed ties. Yun, you must understand that such men are rarely virtuous. His departure suggests he is tired of you and will not return. Yun Shan shook his head in dismay. After Qian Sunji's arrival, the guardian who had previously resided in Yunlan's sect had departed. Now that Qian Sunji had left, all connections seemed severed. Yun Shan surmised the reason for this. It was evident that this noble scion had grown weary of the situation and returned to his roots. As for Yun, truth be told, he had never entertained the thought that she would be treated as a legitimate wife by Qian Sunji. That was simply implausible. One must possess self-awareness. Initially, Yun Shan's aim was merely to gain a few benefits. Who would have guessed that Qian Sunji would be so miserly? Master, I implore you, do not utter such words again. Yun was truly incensed. Qian Sunji cherished her deeply and had made promises. How could he possibly forsake her? Yun Shan recognized that his disciple was utterly enamored with Qian Sunji and could only shake his head in resignation. Indeed, female disciples often brought heartache. They would inevitably lean toward their romantic interests. Disciple, you are young and brimming with potential. I am old and weary. Might you consider granting me your 2A Fandan? I beg of you. With Qian Sunji's departure, Yun Shan had no recourse but to maximize his own gains. A Zong Shurdan could only be consumed once in a lifetime by a Dozong, while the 2A Fandan could be taken multiple times, albeit with diminishing returns. Nevertheless, this reflected the improvement of one's physique. Yun Shan was already quite advanced in age. If he remained stuck at the Do Huang level, his years would be limited. His body was failing him. Although the 2A Fandan had rejuvenated him, he still feared the prospect of breaking through to Dozun. Yet, the 2A Fandan in his disciple's possession offered him hope. With 2A Fandan, along with his own Shurdan, he could quickly ascend to a higher tier of Dozong. At that point, he would have every confidence in challenging Dozun. Get lost. Yun was utterly exasperated with her mentor. Now she comprehended why Qian Sunji had bestowed an extra Te Fandan upon her. He must have anticipated this eventuality. However, due to Yun Shan's status as her teacher, she had no choice but to relent, tossing a 2A Fandan to him. At that moment, her disdain for a mentor reached new heights. In comparison to her brother Ji, her teacher paled in every regard. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Regardless of Qian Sunji's previous actions, once he captured Yun's heart, everything else faded away. Now, Yun felt that even the most unpleasant traits of her brother Ji were far less repugnant than her teacher's demeanor. After all, no matter how flawed her brother Ji might be, he possessed substantial utility. Receiving the 2A Fandan, Yun Shan was elated. Yet, he reprimanded Yun. Yun, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you not regard me as your teacher? I instructed you to request more from Qian Sunji. Yet you disobeyed. And now, what do you have to show for it? Betrayed and abandoned. Has she become a resentful woman? Yun Shan, adopting the demeanor befitting a teacher, reprimanded Yun. How audacious. He is the true sovereign of Yunlan's sect. Qian had departed. The protector had left. And now he was the king of Yunlan's sect. Get lost. Yun Shan's words ignited Yun's fury, causing her suppressed aura to erupt forth. In her eyes, flames flickered, instilling fear in Yun Shan. Kixing Dozong? Yun Shan was utterly bewildered. How had his disciple Yun become a member of Qixing Dozong? It had only been a few days. How terrifying. Following the shock, Yun Shan was engulfed by intense envy and jealousy. He had toiled his entire life, yet could not compare to the prowess of his disciple, who had achieved so much in such a fleeting moment. Yun Shan even found himself wishing he could be a woman. Did you not hear me? Get lost. Observing Yun Shan's grim visage, yet unwilling to depart, Yun reiterated her command. Indeed, Yun Shan found himself powerless. He was no match for Yun now. He could only leave in disgrace. How splendid. Truly splendid. Yun Shan never imagined that his once obedient disciple would turn against him so swiftly, influenced by a man she had known for only a few days. In light of this, he would hold nothing back. Yun's ascension to Qixing Dozong was entirely justified. After all, her body had endured significant changes the previous night. Qian had expended great effort to transform her. Brother Ji, you will surely return to find me, right? After dismissing the repugnant Yun Shan, Yun questioned herself in her heart. Qian had promised her he would return. She knew it was undoubtedly due to Qian's remarkable prowess, while she, a mere country girl, possessed nothing but beauty. Thus, she must demonstrate her strength. I must swiftly become a Dozun. Even if it means becoming a concubine in your household, I am willing. Motivated by this resolve, she began her preparations for the Dozuan cultivation. She gazed towards the back mountain of Yunlan sect, where there stood the life and death gate. Now, with her cultivation having significantly improved, she was ready to once again seek opportunities within the life and death gate. XunjiCounter had directly ventured into the desert. Through the might of his powerful soul, he sensed the location of the azure lotus heartfire. Taking out the void vessel, XunjiCounter effortlessly entered. The azure lotus heartfire had grown formidable. To claim it, one would require special skills, such as those of a knowledgeable alchemist. Otherwise, one would need to be at least a mid-tier dozong to extract it. However, XunjiCounter remained unfazed. He reached into the flames and retrieved a lotus seed, tasting it with delight. Quite invigorating, he mused, savoring its fiery essence. He left the remaining seeds uneaten, as they served no purpose for him. The azure lotus heart fire, however, must be taken. He had come for it, after all. XunjiCounter initially intended to transplant the Heartfire's root into his own Weiyang immortal mansion, given its vastness for cultivation. Yet, he ultimately dismissed this notion as unnecessary. It was merely a peculiar flame. Having mastered the pure lotus demon fire and the void devouring flame, he could effortlessly produce flames far superior to this. After securing the azure lotus heartfire, XunjiCounter departed. I have seen the master. Upon his command, a nearby protector from the Soul Palace approached. The Iron Protector, a mid-tier dozong, had previously operated in the neighboring Jiaoma Empire. Go and wreak havoc in the territory of the Serpent Clan. After acquiring the Azure Lotus Heartfire, XunjiCounter signaled to the Iron Protector. If he wished to make friends with Queen Medusa swiftly, he would need to employ a few strategies. This was no underhanded tactic, but rather a legitimate approach. He would not allow the Iron Protector to commit excessive slaughter. It would merely be a performance, eliminating some vile and wicked male serpents. Yes, master. The Iron Protector responded respectfully. Originally, he had been a mere one-star dozong, the most basic existence in the Soul Palace. However, by aligning himself with XunjiCounter, he had gained the favor of the revered Mugyuzan, breaking through 2 stars in cultivation and improving his standing. Now, the Iron Protector was unwaveringly loyal to XunjiCounter, obediently following his commands without question. Medusa, await my arrival to rescue you from your tragic existence. XunjiCounter held great admiration for this passionate woman. Such a figure, possessing responsibility, courage, capability, and, most importantly, beauty was indeed rare. The thought that, without his intervention, this delicate creature might fall prey to the despicable Xiaogang pained his heart. He must alter her fate. Although he would no longer have access to the Azure Lotus Heartfire, the Falling Heart Flame, or Xiaogang, XunjiCounter could not guarantee that Xiaogang would not be entangled with Medusa. After all, Medusa was destined to be a pivotal character. Hence, XunjiCounter had to take action. While his methods might be deemed slightly less than noble, they were certainly preferable to Xiaogang's unscrupulous tactics, which had already ensnared Medusa's heart. XunjiCounter was confident he was far superior to Xiaogang. He would undoubtedly assist Medusa, and it would not merely be by providing a transformation pill. He was determined to help her evolve into the devouring python. Let us see just how much she can consume. Chapter 113. Medusa's helplessness. Yunlan sect. Shortly after XunjiCounter's departure, the ancestral figure Yunshan, eager to cultivate, fell into a frenzy, leading to his demise from a violent explosion of Duqi. This was a profoundly sorrowful event for Yunlan sect. Had this occurred previously, they might have concealed the death, as Yunlan sect had many enemies and Yunyun had yet to mature. However, with the protection of the Purple Crystal Wing Lion King and Yunyun's fortuitous rise to high-tier dozong, Yunlan sect no longer felt fear and boldly announced the news. Yunyun did not feel grief. To her, Yunshan's fate was entirely justifiable. His insatiable greed and hasty pursuits had led to an unstable foundation, making his demise unsurprising. Reflecting on Yunshan's fate, Yunyun felt grateful for XunjiCounter's assistance. Otherwise, she too might have faced peril. As night fell in the territory of the Serpent Clan, all remained as usual. Patrols continued, and leisurely strolls persisted. Medusa was also idly resting in her palace. However, she was beset by sorrow. Due to her bloodline, she had been born with the cultivation of a Douluo. Medusa had consumed a medium-grade secret medicine from the Serpent Clan. Although it is said that potential can reach dozong, the difficulty is insurmountable. Medusa has strived for this breakthrough for far too long. Decades, in fact, yet she remains ensnared in the stagnation of dozong. The bloodline of Medusa has both benefited and hindered her in this pursuit. Presently, she is consumed with thoughts of transformation, fervently searching for solutions within the resources of the serpent people. After a prolonged search, she has found naught but frustration. Medusa feels a growing impatience. Guard! Guard! Medusa, however, does not exhibit much vigilance towards the outside world. The entire palace is enveloped in her Duki barrier. Anyone wishing to enter without her consent would find it impossible. At this moment, the highest alarm of the serpent people resonates from outside. A flicker of interest crosses Medusa's face upon hearing the alarm. She has been exceedingly lonely in her solitude. 2 years prior, a foolhardy challenger, believing himself to be on par with her due to his ascent to a high-level Dohuang, dared to confront her, alleviating her boredom momentarily. Since then, no one has dared to trouble her. At last, has someone arrived today? Medusa does care for her subjects, yet she holds little regard for those of lowly status. A Dozong is approaching. Summon the 8 great leaders at once. As Medusa awaits her subordinates to assess the situation, she contemplates that if they can resolve the issue, her presence may not be required. It is only when they fail that she shall intervene. Upon hearing of the Dozong's approach, Medusa can no longer contain herself. She swiftly emerges from her comfortable palace. The distinction between Dozong and Dohuang is unmistakable. One possesses wings of Duki, while the other strides through the air. Medusa does not believe her subordinates would dare to deceive her casually. Thus, there can only be one conclusion. A genuine Dozong is indeed approaching. Such beings are exceedingly rare in this remote land of the Qian Empire. Why has a Dozong come to the serpent people? Not only has Medusa taken action, but the 4 Dohuang elders of the serpent people have also emerged. The presence of a Dozong necessitates their involvement. We are curious about the purpose of your visit to our serpent people. Have we inadvertently offended you? We sincerely hope for your clemency. The elders of the serpent people, having lived for centuries, are prepared to sacrifice for their kin. Aware of their queen's youthful exuberance, they speak on her behalf. Although Medusa is indeed displeased, she remains silent. The imposing aura of the Iron Guardian overshadows Medusa. Is this truly the essence of Dozong? Medusa is exhilarated. She is eager to measure the gulf between herself and a Dozong. Perhaps a fierce battle today could serve as the catalyst for her ascension to Dozong. Kik, you serpent people have not provoked me. Rather, my recent performance has been subpar, compelling me to borrow a few strong souls from you to fulfill my obligations. If you willingly sacrifice 2 Dohuangs, I shall relent. What say you? The Iron Guardian boldly declares from the center of the serpent people, exuding arrogance. As a 3-star Dozong, he is brimming with confidence. 7 Dohuangs stand present, 5 at their peak, and 2 at 1 or 2 stars. This assembly is indeed formidable. However, the chasm between Dozong and Dohuang is insurmountable. He is utterly unafraid. Esteemed one, while you may hold the title of Dozong, our serpent people are a lineage that has endured for millennia. Even if we are diminished, you cannot easily sway us. If you truly believe we are easy prey, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Should conflict arise, beware of your demise here. To offer up 2 Dohuangs as sacrificial lambs? Such a notion is inconceivable. The Dohuangs are the very pillars of their society. While a Dozong may be powerful, one alone is not enough to intimidate the serpent people. Oh, is that so? If you choose to disobey, I shall summon a few companions from the Soul Hall to join me in compelling performance here. If 1 Dozong does not frighten you, what of 2 or 3? The Iron Guardian chuckles, seemingly confident in his grasp on the serpent people's vulnerabilities. This revelation causes the 4 clan elders, who possess some knowledge of the Soul Hall, to exchange apprehensive glances. The Soul Hall is the most terrifying organization on the Duki continent. Even at their peak, the serpent people cannot rival the Soul Hall. Do you not fear retribution from your peers in the Duki continent for such brazen behavior? One elder questions the Iron Guardian. The Soul Hall should adhere to certain principles, should it not? Retribution? Who dares to impose judgment on the Soul Hall? Who can? The Iron Guardian scoffs dismissively at the elder's concerns. Furthermore, in this remote locale, should we annihilate your serpent people, what consequence would it bear? You are already an awkward species, rejected by humanity and unacknowledged by the beasts. Who would come to your defense? The Iron Guardian strikes at the very sore spot of the serpent people's current predicament. Indeed, the serpent people find themselves in a precarious position, with dwindling territory and threats looming even in this borderland of the Qian Empire. Very well, I shall forego my own soul. Your queen is undeniably enchanting. If you send her to serve me for a night, I shall spare your people. What do you think of this proposal? The Iron Guardian leers at Medusa, his gaze filled with malice. It must be said that this queen is extraordinarily alluring, perhaps the most beautiful woman he has ever encountered in his life. In Central State, one cannot find a rival. Alas, her lower half is unusable, yet her charm remains. The Iron Guardian's words incite immense fury among the 4 clan elders and numerous Dahuangs of the serpent people. Queen Medusa is the object of admiration for all male serpent people. Yet now, she is insulted by this despicable human. How can they endure? Regrettably, the man is a Dozong, and they dare not speak out. All eyes turn to Queen Medusa, eager to witness her response. Will she lead the serpent people in rebellion or submit to save them? Disgusting. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Medusa utters these 2 words as her response. The serpent people erupt in cheers. The queen remains as formidable as ever. If this is how you seek to exert pressure, then let us ensnare you here forever. We shall see if your so-called Soul Hall Guardian dares to cause trouble. Even if they do, I shall slay 1 if they come, and 2 if they come too. Medusa detests being threatened. Not only has the Iron Guardian threatened her today, but he has also regarded her with a gaze that fills her with revulsion. This has crossed the threshold of her tolerance. Today, she shall eradicate the Dozong. Excellent. How thrilling. Woman, prepare yourself for my conquest. Tai Hufa gazed at Medusa with profound admiration. Without a moment's hesitation, Medusa unfurled her battle wings and charged forward. The 4 elders of the Serpent Clan, along with 2 Do-Huang leaders and 4 Do-Wang, spread their wings and hovered in the air, rallying to assist Queen Medusa against Tai Hufa. With the formidable formation of the Serpent Clan confronting the lower-tier Do-Zone, victory seemed attainable. Even the possibility of vanquishing the lower-tier Do-Zone appeared plausible. However, the Soul Palace's Do-Zone were elite among their kind, masters of soul techniques, and unafraid of being overwhelmed. Tia Hufa, possessing a keen intellect, decided to eliminate the troublesome yet manageable Do-Wang from the battlefield first, before turning his attention to the comparatively weaker 2 Do-Huang. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the battlefield was left with only 5 peak Do-Huang and 1 Do-Zone from the Serpent Clan. The territory of the Serpent Clan lay in ruins, inciting deep-seated hatred within Medusa towards Tai Hufa. Amidst the chaos, Tai Hufa had also slain several Do-Ling beings. Coupled with the souls he had previously captured, he forcefully absorbed their power, elevating his own level by 2 stars, reaching the pinnacle of 5-star Do-Zone. With this newfound strength, he declared an end to the conflict, commanding all to perish. Tai Hufa, now fully committed, wielded chains designed for capturing souls, ensnaring Queen Medusa and the other 5 Do-Huang. These soul chains were unyielding, capable of securing souls with unwavering precision. Escape was impossible unless one possessed overwhelming strength. Capturing individuals proved advantageous, as it could anchor itself to their very souls. Medusa, unwilling to concede defeat, felt a surge of frustration. After enduring such a prolonged struggle and sacrificing so much, victory seemed within reach, only for Tai Hufa to utilize secret techniques to widen the gap between them. Medusa felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Was this truly the end? Cursed beast, to commit such heinous acts, you deserve nothing less than 1,000 deaths. Just as Medusa was engulfed in despair, a shout echoed from the darkness. Following this, a brilliant azure light struck the chains binding Tai Hufa. The once impenetrable chains, unbreakable even by a Do-Huang, shattered instantly, sending Medusa and the 4 elders crashing to the ground. Their souls were wounded, rendering them nearly powerless. At that moment, Qian appeared, cradling the weakened Queen Medusa. Though heavy due to her serpent tail, Qian found it manageable, even invigorating. Medusa's heart raced at being embraced by a human male. She yearned to push him away, but lacked the strength. Given that Qian appeared to be her savior, she relented. Upon gazing up at him, Medusa noted the sharply defined features of this human man, finding him strikingly handsome. This, combined with her racing heart, instilled in her a fatal illusion. Medusa's rescue could be deemed fortunate, or perhaps it was all part of Qian's design. The other 4 elders, however, could only tumble onto the desert floor, where they were subsequently carried away by their kin. Fortunately, the soft sand mitigated their injuries. Your Excellency is also a Do-Zone. Do not act foolishly lest you jeopardize your entire life. It would be wise to step aside while the Soul Palace conducts its affairs. Tai Hufa addressed Qian with arrogant disdain. One must admit, his acting skills were commendable. Alas, this individual proved obstinate, allowing his beloved queen to suffer, even going so far as to insult her. Huh, Medusa, you are the only one he may humiliate. None other shall do. This foreshadowed Tai Hufa's fate. Merely a lowly ant of the Soul Palace, he had already committed countless atrocities. Killing him would bear no psychological burden on Xuanji. Medusa, unfamiliar with the Soul Palace, realized that even a single guardian could nearly obliterate her serpent clan. This underscored the true strength of the Soul Palace. Would this human risk his life to save her? Nay, to rescue the serpent clan? Medusa felt both curious and hopeful. The Soul Palace is merely a den of filthy rats. Now that I have caught you here committing acts of tyranny, I shall not spare you. Enraged, Xuanji summoned the power of the recently refined Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. The raging flames, fueled by his wrath and the expectations of Medusa and the others, engulfed Tai Hufa. Why? The Qinglian Earth Heart Fire was not particularly formidable, but it was contingent upon the wielder. In Xuanji's hands, it could easily claim Tai Hufa's life. In the hands of a novice, it would merely serve as a display of bravado. Upon sensing the threat to his life, Tai Hufa was utterly astonished. What was happening? Did his master genuinely intend to kill him? Indeed, before Tai Hufa could utter another word, Xuanji silenced him forever. Chapter 114. Medusa's complex emotions. It was over. Witnessing the demise of the one who had brought such ruin to her serpent clan, Medusa felt a sudden release of the pressure that had weighed heavily upon her. The taut string of anxiety relaxed. Exhausted, Medusa fell into slumber. Thank you for saving my life. A Dozong, one who had nearly annihilated her serpent clan, had been dispatched with ease by the one before her. Naturally, the members of the serpent clan regarded Xuanji with immense reverence. The serpent clan respected strength, and having received a favor from Xuanji, they honored him doubly. Ignoring the Soul Palace, a collective of despised vermin who dared to brazenly appear, deserved to be eradicated. After all, he was just a guardian of the Soul Palace. The number of individuals of such caliber was incalculable. The death of one would bear no consequence. Furthermore, since the branch of the Soul Palace to which Tai Hufa belonged had been effectively neutralized by Xuanji, no repercussions were anticipated. As for the queen, seeing her unconscious form, the serpent clan's members expressed concern. Do not worry. Your queen is merely exhausted, having depleted her do qi. She simply needs to rest. Xuanji assessed, providing reassurance. Once they learned their queen was unharmed, they felt relieved. Xuanji produced a vial of medicinal pills and administered one to Medusa. One could not help but admire the softness of her lips. If only they could be savored. This is a healing elixir. Distributed among your kin to aid the wounded, Xuanji, a benevolent healer, declared. Despite the flaws of many serpent clan members, he could not turn a blind eye to their plight. A selection of second and third grade elixirs was presented to the members of the Qian tribe, leading to a natural sense of skepticism among them. However, upon recognizing the familiar nature of these potions, their doubts were swiftly alleviated. The Qian tribe is acutely aware of the scarcity of elixirs, as they lack any alchemists among their ranks. Consequently, they accepted the elixirs with gratitude and distributed them among themselves. It must be noted that these potions were remarkably effective, resulting in substantial recovery for their bodies. Even the 4 tribal elders experienced breakthroughs. Their heartfelt gratitude was directed towards their benefactor, vowing that the Qian tribe would never forget such immense kindness. After regaining their vitality, the 4 elders approached Xuanji, expressing their profound appreciation. The Qian tribe is known for their gratitude and loyalty, and Xuanji felt a tinge of guilt as she explained that her recent endeavors in refining Iko beneath the lava had inadvertently led to the noble suffering significant losses. The elders were quick to dismiss her worries, stating that they could not expect too much from their benefactor, who had already offered them invaluable assistance. Xuanji's words hinted at her ability to refine Iko, suggesting that she might be a high-ranking alchemist. This revelation provided a plausible explanation for her presence in the Jiama Empire, prompting the elders to exchange knowing glances, realizing the necessity to win her favor. Just then, the Medusa in Xuanji's arms awakened, and, upon realizing she was being held by a man, displayed a rare blush, struggling to rise. Xuanji, being a true gentleman, released her. Thank you. Medusa expressed her gratitude, recognizing Xuanji as her savior. She was a queen who could gracefully accept and let go. Please, I hope you can stay with us for a few days so that we may properly express our gratitude, one of the elders said cheerfully. Observing the eager expressions of the other Qian tribe members, Xunji noticed their desire to retain her presence. Even Medusa, who rarely bowed her head, did so in this moment. Reluctantly, Xunji acquiesced, feeling that it would be impolite to refuse such warm hospitality. Thank you, I accept. The elders were overjoyed and respectfully escorted Xunji, arranging the finest accommodations for her. Later that evening, the elders gathered the 5 most beautiful female Qian, excluding Medusa, to discuss who would be responsible for entertaining their benefactor. These enchanting women not only possessed breathtaking beauty, but also held at least the rank of great fighter. After all, Xunji was their tribe's savior. It would be unthinkable to leave her alone, despite the fact that the Qian lacked a lower half. Their intentions were sincere. However, Medusa felt an inexplicable discomfort at the elders' actions, though she remained silent. The 5 women, including Yume, exchanged glances after hearing the elders' words. They could not deny their attraction to the handsome benefactor. Yet, they were all too aware of the complexities that lay beneath such a striking exterior. I understand that our benefactor possesses at least the cultivation of a high-ranking dozong, perhaps even a dozun, as well as being a high-level alchemist, one elder remarked. Aware of the young women's thoughts, the elders felt a mixture of shyness and determination in the face of the potential benefits. Let me go, one of the elders insisted, eagerly volunteering. Soon, all 5 women were vying for the opportunity, prioritizing their aspirations over their pride. Observing this competitive spirit, the elders exchanged resigned glances. 2 of you go and make arrangements. We will discuss matters with the queen. 2 elders took the 5 women away, while the other 2 remained to converse with Medusa. Is there something you need? Shouldn't you be attending to our esteemed guest? Medusa remarked with a hint of irritation. Ah, queen, are you feeling jealous? One elder teased, a knowing smile on his face. Is the queen feeling peculiar today? Perhaps she is contemplating something? They mused, recognizing that such thoughts were not necessarily negative, given Medusa's powerful royal lineage. Regardless of the circumstances, children born from a union between the queen and humans or Qian would still bear the Medusa lineage. Hence, it matters little who Medusa chooses to mate with, they reasoned. The elders were quite pleased with Xunji's current demeanor. Strangely enough, the elders' remarks caused Medusa to feel a sudden sense of alarm, yet she managed to suppress a chuckle, one elder observed. Indeed, our benefactor is likely an alchemist of at least the 7th rank. Such individuals are rare to encounter. We must humbly request his assistance in crafting superior elixirs for our preparations. The elders, having diverted their attention from teasing Medusa, began to discuss more pressing matters. Our tribe has only managed to scrape together enough resources for mid-grade elixirs, falling far short of the superior ones. Having encountered a benefactor who is a high-ranking alchemist, we can only implore you to understand our position, one elder lamented. Realizing that she had misjudged the elders' intentions, Medusa began to comprehend their dedication to the Qian tribe. I understand, so I will leave everything in your capable hands, she said, her mood lightening slightly. That is all we seek, your majesty. However, I must inquire, are you truly uninterested in that human? One elder quipped, amused by her earlier comments. Let's not speak carelessly. Enough. I am tired and wish to rest. Medusa interjected, eager to conclude the discussion. Very well, your majesty, rest well. We shall take our leave. The 2 elders of the clan also chose not to linger, bidding their farewells and departing. Once they left, Medusa sighed within the confines of her palace. Although she had not felt such a sentiment before, for some inexplicable reason, today, the atmosphere in her palace felt particularly desolate. She could not help but ponder how absurd the human would be today, likely intent on captivating several beautiful serpent women, considering that alchemists possess numerous elixirs that can enhance one's physique. This thought left Medusa feeling rather discontented. Was it possible that the queen had developed such feelings? After exiting, the 2 elders began to converse. I believe there might be something there. After all, her expression did convey a hint of interest. Yet, it seems merely a flicker of budding sentiment. They exchanged opinions, voicing their concerns. Should they send the serpent women to the human? Would that provoke displeasure from the queen, potentially extinguishing the nascent feelings she harbored? The elders began to fret over this matter. It had been centuries since Medusa had entertained such thoughts, and this caused the elders to feel anxious. Now that she finally exhibited such inclinations, would their actions yield adverse effects? What do you propose? Should we send the queen to attend to him, or disregard our benefactor. Presently, there was but one course of action, and they could only hope that the benefactor was not of a certain disposition. Another elder shook his head, expressing his thoughts. What are you all doing? In the evening, 5 serpent women arrived. Gazing upon these 5 enchanting figures with delicate faces, Xunji felt somewhat uncertain. Our benefactor is a distinguished guest of the serpent clan. We are here to serve him. Indeed, our benefactor can do as he wishes. The serpent women spoke tenderly to Xunji, leaving him with a wry smile. How could he accept such attentions before having won my Dusha as favor? It was simply immoral. I require nothing. I am quite grown. There is no need for your care. You may leave. Xunji shook his head, refusing the attentions of these beautiful serpent women. Yet, the 5 remained undeterred. Xunji understood that they would not relent until they received some reward. With no other option, he decided to offer them something. He produced 5 low-grade elixirs. Of course, these low-grade elixirs, in the Gamma Empire, could stir considerable strife. For instance, there were elixirs that could elevate a Douwang's prowess by a star, or those that could advance it a Doshur by 3 stars. Thank you, esteemed benefactor. After receiving the elixirs, the serpent women expressed their gratitude and gracefully departed, eager to return and consume the potions. Otherwise, they might be confiscated, rendering their efforts in vain. One could not deny the exquisite beauty of the serpent women's waists. Alas, the queen cannot possibly be such a mundane woman. Xunji mused inwardly. Such trivial serpent women could never capture his gaze. What transpired last night? The following day, my Dusha summoned the 5 serpent women who had attended to Xunji. With great authority, she inquired what transpired. Your Majesty, last night, the benefactor allowed us to return and even rewarded us with elixirs. The 5 serpent women recounted the events of the previous night to my Dusha. Upon hearing this, my Dusha felt invigorated. The 4 elders nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that their benefactor was indeed not an ordinary human and was, in fact, a high-tier alchemist. Very well, you may all leave now. As for the elixirs you received, consume them as you see fit. You have earned them. My Dusha smiled slightly as she dismissed the serpent women. The elixirs held no value for her. The 5 serpent women expressed their gratitude to the queen before respectfully retreating, eager to refine the elixir's potency and enhance their cultivation. My queen, are you now satisfied and at ease? Chapter 115. My Dusha's decision? My Dusha gazed at the elders with confusion. What did this mean? Of course, she was aware that her heart raced at this moment. She merely pretended to be oblivious. Our benefactor truly appears to be a man of virtue. Yet I wonder if our serpent clan has the fortune of forming an alliance with him. Indeed, my queen, why not give a try? The elders exchanged glances, plotting to place my Dusha in a challenging position. What? I shall not go. You may venture forth. My Dusha felt a mix of anxiety and amusement as she observed the elders attempting to push her forward. My queen, you're the most beautiful of our tribe and our ruler. It is most fitting for you to undertake this task. Yes, my queen, you are usually so commanding. Why become timid and bashful now? Indeed, could it be? The 4 elders began to conspire, digging a deeper pit for her. What is this? Very well, I shall take on this task. My Dusha resolved that if she did not take action, she might indeed find herself cornered by these 4 old men. Fear? Ridiculous. How could she, my Dusha, fear a mere human? What if he were strong? She had confidence that he would bow before her. Yet, as she pondered this, a sense of insecurity washed over her. After all, although some despicable humans would undoubtedly pursue beautiful serpent women like herself, there remained a disparity in their match. Very well. My queen, we leave this matter in your capable hands. We await your good news. The faces of the 4 elders beamed with anticipation. My Dusha would never admit to the burgeoning desire within her to meet Xunji privately. Now, the pressure from the 4 elders provided her with a comforting rationale. Just wait. My Dusha swayed her perfect serpent waist and departed. The 4 elders exchanged excited glances, their enthusiasm palpable. Xunji sat in contemplation, pondering how he might conquer the queen, my Dusha. Alas, he found himself at a loss for effective strategies in the short term. While he could have Yin assist him covertly, what of my Dusha? Entrusting the task to those 4 elders? That seemed unlikely, for my Dusha's character was strikingly distinct, and although the 4 elders held respectable positions, expecting them to instruct her was wishful thinking. However, unbeknownst to Xunji, the 4 elders were already providing him with cover without him needing to lift a finger. Sunji contemplated whether he should take the plunge and consummate his relationship with my Dusha. That seemed unwise, as it would inevitably lead to the matter of having a child. At present, the situation with my Dusha is perplexing. How does one conceive a child? It seems merely a matter of idle chatter, yet the path forward remains uncertain. With a heavy heart, Sunji contemplated this. Regardless, my Dusha shall forever embody her essence. If her serpent-human form proves unviable, then perhaps the form of the WYRM would suffice. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the door. Sunji turned to see that the visitor was none other than the very my Dusha he had been pondering. "May I enter?" she inquired, an unusual boldness evident as it was her first time initiating contact with a male, and in solitude, no less. Although she lacked experience, a tinge of nervousness lingered. "Your Majesty, please do come in," Sunji replied courteously after tidying himself. As my Dusha entered, she gracefully asked, "I hope your experience with our serpent clan has been satisfactory? There's no need for such formalities. You may call me Sunji, or simply Xiunji, or even brother if you prefer." He responded, feeling that the title of benefactor was overly distant given their relationship. "Oh, and please refrain from addressing me as your Majesty. I have no other name but my Dusha," she replied, uncertain of how to identify herself. "Shasha?" Sunji suggested. "That is acceptable," she acknowledged, surprised yet pleased at being addressed so warmly for the first time. "I find my stay here delightful." Sunji began to discuss matters of substance. The sincerity of the Serpent clan was palpable. Indeed, the hospitality of the Serpent maidens was exceedingly warm. The queen's humility only added to the charm of this splendid place, which he thoroughly enjoyed. My Dusha, however, found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to broach certain topics with Sunji. She sighed inwardly, hoping he would lead the conversation. "Shasha, is something troubling you?" Sunji inquired, stepping into the role of a compassionate confidant. "I bear too much responsibility. Had it not been for you, dear brother, our Serpent clan would have faced total annihilation. As their queen, I feel an inescapable burden for failing to protect my people," my Dusha confessed, a note of self-reproach in her voice. "Please do not be so hard on yourself, nor bear such immense pressure. You are not weak. It will not be long before you reach the level of Dozong." Sunji reassured her, recognizing her dedication as a queen and feeling a surge of sympathy. He wished to support her. "You may not be aware, but in our lineage, each my Dusha, upon conceiving, consumes a secret elixir to nurture the child. I have been using a medium-grade elixir, which has a cap of Dozong, yet breaking through remains an arduous endeavor. I have exerted myself tirelessly, yet to no avail." My Dusha lamented, sadness enveloping her. Should circumstances allow, she would prefer to be an ordinary person and cultivate her strength gradually. However, such an approach would not quell the calamities besetting the Serpent clan. Indeed, there appears to be no perfect solution. I can lend you my assistance. I possess the ability to concoct Pozongdan and Huashingdan. Pray tell, which would you require? Of course, both can be prepared together if you wish, Sunji offered generously. "What? How can this be? Both of those elixirs are exceedingly precious. I cannot accept them, though I might be able to purchase them from you," my Dusha exclaimed, her heart racing with surprise and joy. She wondered why he was so kind to her. The rarity of Pozongdan and Huashingdan would require a substantial fortune from the Serpent clan, and nearby, none possess the ability to craft Huashingdan, making it unattainable even with wealth. "There's no need for any particular reason. I merely wish to contribute," Sunji replied nonchalantly. "Ah, your willingness to purchase is truly admirable. But let this be considered a gift from me to you." Sunji dismissed her concerns regarding her modest wealth, not finding it of any significance. "However, I personally feel that both Pozongdan and Huashingdan are beneath your stature, Shasha," he added, causing my Dusha's heart to swell with sweetness. Yet, his subsequent words left her perplexed. "Shasha, I have heard of a secret method by which your Serpent clan can overcome their bottleneck by absorbing the power of Iowa to transform their limitations, aspiring to become the legendary Chitsai Tuntiangang, the true king of beasts. However, this path is fraught with peril. Though I possess Iowa and hope for your breakthrough, it is a dangerous endeavor, and I am uncertain if I should encourage you to pursue it," Sunji explained. "Is there truly such a secret method?" my Dusha asked, her face lighting up with excitement. She yearned for this breakthrough, even if she were to consume Pozongdan and Huashingdan to reach Dozong. Her innate limitations would prevent her from progressing far due to her inherent qualities. However, if she were to harness it for rebirth and become the mythical Qicai Tunyangang. She could surpass her current boundaries and venture further into the future. My Dusha, a proud individual, desired nothing less than greatness. I believe your Serpent Clan's archives must contain records of such methods. Xunji nodded. Thank you for your guidance, dear brother. I shall seek it out immediately, my Dusha exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she offered Xunji an apologetic smile. Haha, it is of no concern. I shall accompany you. My spiritual power is quite formidable. I should be able to assist you in locating it swiftly, Xunji declared undeterred. He understood that this secret method, having read about it in the original text, and were typically a forbidden zone, inaccessible to many serpents, let alone outsiders. However, my Dusha had no objection to Xunji entering. The 4 clan elders, upon learning of this, chose to turn a blind eye. I have perused many texts before, but found nothing. Let us search on the other side, my Dusha suggested, leading Xunji deeper into the archives. See, I told you I could assist you. There is no need for such trouble, he remarked. The Serpent Clan was indeed an ancient lineage, rich in history. Although they had fallen from grace, the volumes within their archives were numerous. While it would take an ordinary person years to peruse them all, Xunji had no such need. He employed his spiritual power to conduct a thorough scan. The entire repository was shrouded in an aura of profound power. Upon comprehending the formidable essence of Xuanji's soul force, Meidu Sha could not help but harbor a sense of admiration within her heart. Her younger brother washed over her. Wait! Meidu Sha suddenly recalled the purpose of her visit today, to seek the secret method for her evolution. If she could transform into the Qicai Tunyangang, would there be hope for her? Not only would she gain extraordinary talent, but she would also become a normal woman. Meidu Sha's resolve grew stronger within her. After expending over an hour, Xuanji finally located his objective for the day. Employing his soul power, he retrieved the secret method hidden in a corner and presented it to Meidu Sha. With excitement, she accepted it and examined it closely. Indeed, it was the very secret method meant for the evolution of the snake people, transforming Meidu Sha into the Qicai Tunyangang. Now that you have found the secret method and gathered the Io, the 2 most crucial elements are in your possession. The rest hinges upon your decision, he remarked. However, it was evident that Meidu Sha would not shy away from evolution. I must give it a try, regardless of the dangers. Meidu Sha understood the perilous nature of the secret method, aware that it could lead to her demise. Yet, she was willing to take that risk, believing that a life lived in fear was not worth living. Shouldn't you discuss this with your elders? Xuanji suggested quietly. No need. I will inform them shortly. Meidu Sha intended to dismiss the need for their input, confident that with her brother by her side, she would be sufficient. However, she soon realized that if anything went awry post-evolution, the elders might mistakenly believe that her brother had caused her demise. To prevent any misunderstandings, she resolved to speak with the elders. Without delay, she set off to find the 4 tribal elders. It must be said, the queen was indeed a woman of remarkable efficiency. Ah, my queen, this seems exceedingly perilous. One elder exclaimed. Indeed, and you have yet to bear heirs. Should anything happen to you, it would spell greater trouble for our snake people. Another elder added, since our benefactor can concoct the Pozongdan and Huashingdan, why not utilize those instead? Let us not pursue such dangerous methods. Upon learning of her intent, the elders expressed their distress. Meidu Sha's determination seemed reminiscent of a gambler's mindset. I have made my decision. If I do not survive, I will have Xuanji prepare the Huashingdan and Pozongdan for you, allowing you to protect our snake people and await the rebirth of a new Meidu Sha bloodline in a century. Meidu Sha Bonli, making it clear that she was not seeking counsel, but rather informing them of her decision. Feeling unwell with a cold, she expressed discomfort. I recommend everyone take care of their health and exercise regularly. Avoid staying up late. Chapter 116, Transformation. With no other recourse, the elders could not dissuade her from her resolve and could only hope for her success. After addressing her concerns, Meidu Sha approached Xuanji with a nervous demeanor. Brother, I am ready, she whispered, her head bowed. Xuanji smiled. Sasa, if anyone were to see your expression, they might think I am coercing you into submission. Indeed, he had managed to gauge Meidu Sha's feelings. Appearing aloof, yet sharing commonality with Yunyun. Both were novices in this realm. Is it really that simple to prepare? Meidu Sha questioned, momentarily taken aback. but then regained her composure, astonished. She could not help but wonder if her brother truly accepted her as she was now. Shall we proceed? Qian Xuanji redirected her focus to the task at hand. Yes, Meidu Sha affirmed, nodding earnestly. She had made all necessary preparations and was ready to embrace her fate. Then I shall give it my all. Qian Xuanji acquiesced, albeit with some trepidation. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that with Meidu Sha's inherent luck as a protagonist, they would likely face no significant issues. Moreover, the Qinglian Xinhua had been thoroughly refined by him, its power now gentle, minimizing the risk of complications. Should any issues arise, he had the means to intervene. They arrived at the designated location prepared by Meidu Sha. According to ancient texts, a 3-day purification was necessary before awakening, accompanied by a series of rituals. Qian Xuanji, being a man of integrity, would not stoop to the actions of a voyeur. Thus, he assured Meidu Sha of his respect. She could only place her trust in him, believing that he would not betray her confidence. 3 days of preparation came to a close. Meidu Sha steadied her heart and positioned herself before Qian Xuanji. He summoned the Qing Liandi Xinhua. Throughout the past few days, Meidu Sha had grown accustomed to its power, thus she was somewhat prepared. Qian Xuanji had also prepared specific elixirs to aid her. As she began to absorb the energy from the Qing Liandi Xinhua under Qian Xuanji's watchful gaze, the cold-blooded nature of the snake people's lineage clashed with the Yi, causing her immense discomfort. The two forces collided, prompting her to let out a piercing scream. The anguish was palpable, even for Qian Xuanji, who felt compelled to sprinkle the life essence he had obtained from a yin onto her face. Instantly, Meidu Sha felt as though she were parched earth receiving much-needed rain, finding relief in the sweet nectar. With longing eyes, she gazed at Qian Xuanji, yearning for more of that life-giving essence. Regrettably, he possessed only a limited supply. With no other option, Meidu Sha resolved to give her all in this endeavor. Once Medusa unleashed her ultimate skill, the serpent spirit, she found herself at a loss. A bolt of heavenly retribution descended, causing Medusa to collapse to the ground. Sunji quietly reached out to touch Medusa, and in an instant, ash filled the air. A faint smile appeared on Sunji's face as his formidable spiritual power sensed a small colorful snake nestle beneath the ash, blissfully asleep. He gently stroked the adorable little serpent, which awakened and leapt into the palm of his hand, playfully nibbling on his fingers with an affectionate demeanor. The little snake was practicing its gratitude, just a jest. Sunji held a deep fondness for this charming creature and decided to take her away. Outside the place where Medusa was preparing to enter seclusion, many individuals were watching. Those who arrived here were of at least the leader level of the serpent people. The 4 great elders were also present, anxiously observing Sunji, their hearts filled with foreboding thoughts. Sunji's solitary emergence raised the question of whether their queen had failed in her evolution. His silence only deepened their despair. Our queen, many began to wail in sorrow, marking a truly tragic conclusion. At that moment, Sunji slowly revealed the little colorful snake in his hand. The queen, it is the queen, the aura of the queen. The 4 great elders instantly transformed their sorrow into joy, erupting into frenzied shouts. The queen has successfully evolved. Our serpent people finally have hope. She shall be our most magnificent queen. A chorus of exuberant praises filled the air, and the entire serpent people rejoiced. One elder attempted to take the little snake into her hands, only to be disdainfully rejected by the proud creature. Sunji then tossed a seed of the Qinglian earth heart fire for the little snake to consume. She devoured it instantly and curled up inside Sunji's clothing, falling back into a deep slumber. Your queen's evolution was indeed successful, though there were minor complications. Let's find a different location to discuss further, Sunji suggested, glancing at the numerous male serpent people present. This would not do. A more private setting was necessary. The 4 elders understood and led Sunji to Medusa's palace, where only they, the 4 high-ranking elders of the serpent people, were present. Your queen's spirit is currently in slumber, separate from her accompanying serpent spirit, which now governs her body. Sunji explained to the 4 elders. What shall we do? When will our queen return? Their anxiety was palpable. They sought Medusa, not merely her serpent spirit. Do not worry. Your queen possesses strength surpassing that of the serpent spirit. She will ultimately merge with it. Additionally, I will concoct a spirit melding pill to expedite this process. Sunji reassured them. That is good to hear. Thank you, benefactor. We are truly at a loss for how to repay your immense kindness to our serpent people." The four elders, humbled, knelt before XunjiCounter-PUA. Regardless of their pride, their gratitude for his support, and the fact that he had become a man of significance in their eyes warranted their reverence. "Please rise." XunjiCounter-PUA, somewhat bewildered, wished to express that he sought no repayment, only the return of their queen. Yet, the elders shared his sentiment. Their gratitude was immense, especially given XunjiCounter-PUA's generosity seemed largely due to their queen. Thus, they concluded that the queen should resolve this matter. It was, in their opinion, a most prudent decision. Just as the four elders contemplated this, the little snake nestled in XunjiCounter-PUA's hand suddenly flickered with light. Indeed, Medusa had reclaimed her bodily autonomy. For the first time, she had transformed into a true human, albeit without any clothing, as her previous attire had been consumed by the ethereal flames. Moreover, upon her transformation, she found herself cradled in XunjiCounter-PUA's arms. Medusa was startled by the unprecedented situation, letting out a shocked cry. The four elders looked up in unison, witnessing her smooth back. The queen, upon recognizing Medusa, their joy knew no bounds. As for her naked form, they had raised her since childhood. It was of no great concern. However, it was XunjiCounter-PUA who had seen all of her, and that only made his presence more binding. XunjiCounter-PUA, ever quick to respond, gently placed Medusa on the bed and covered her with a blanket. "You all should leave now," Medusa instructed the four elders. Oh. They hurriedly scrambled out. "Am I to leave as well?" XunjiCounter-PUA stammered, though he felt it was best to step outside for a moment. Medusa's tone softened considerably in XunjiCounter-PUA's presence. After he exited, a slight smile graced his lips. "Queen, I have succeeded. What was he to do?" Medusa found herself at a loss. The first time XunjiCounter-PUA embraced her had already sent her heart into disarray. The second time, while she were nothing at all, left her feeling utterly exposed. Had she truly considered what the elders suggested, that she might spend her life with this man? She did not detest him. In fact, she felt a budding affection. Contemplating this, a smile began to form on her face. She emerged from the blanket, gazing at her current reflection. Is this what it means to be human? Is this my leg? So beautiful, so exquisite. Medusa stood before the mirror, satisfied with her appearance. That damn scoundrel, truly shameless. Observing XunjiCounter-PUA's actions from afar in the Douluo continent, Angel Xixin was utterly flabbergasted. Is XunjiCounter-PUA even human? He just took advantage of such a pure and innocent girl, tarnishing her innocence. And now he's ready to abandon her. Now, in another locale, was he preparing to strip once more? What the wives waiting at home? Did he expect her to care for them? Expose him. I must reveal the misdeeds of this scoundrel. Angel Xixin was well aware that XunjiCounter-PUA was about to take advantage of the pure-hearted girl. Oh no, the serpent maiden. It was too late to intervene, as that girl had already been completely ensnared by XunjiCounter-PUA's charm. She could only prevent XunjiCounter-PUA from continuing his mischief. She intended to report XunjiCounter-PUA's recent actions to BibiDong and Qian. However, after careful consideration, she refrained from doing so. After all, this would be akin to spying. And should such information leak, it would not reflect well on her. Damn it, should she allow this fellow to run rampant outside? No, I must expose him to the angels. He shares the same vile genes as that disgusting Huaya. The Angel Xixin pondered. This matter should not be disclosed to outsiders like BibiDong and Qian, but surely it could be shared with the angels. By confiding in them, she would be labeled a voyeur. Yet in the end, she still held back. If she revealed it, Qian Ringsha's existence would become exceedingly awkward. Moreover, the queen's mission remained unfinished. Exposing XunjiCounter-PUA at this juncture would complicate matters, even if Queen Kaisha wished to assist him. Alas, I must endure. After all, the trouble does not originate from us angels. Xixin could only console herself. However, she did not immediately recall that one of their own had already suffered. And unbeknownst to her, another had gradually fallen into despair. That night, XunjiCounter-PUA extended an invitation to Medusa to a secluded oasis in the desert. Upon receiving his invitation, Medusa's delicate form trembled, as though she sensed the potential consequences of her visit. Yet, upon reading XunjiCounter-PUA's sweet words, filled with masculinity, guilt, and a sense of responsibility, Medusa found herself inclined to accept. This was her most genuine desire. On this occasion, Medusa, after a long absence, applied a touch of makeup in her chamber. Once satisfied with her appearance, she stealthily ventured out. Once a snake person, she lacked courage, but now transformed into a flawless human, she felt confident. Your Majesty, were you headed so late? Medusa initially intended to slip away unnoticed, but unexpectedly, she was caught in the act. Chapter 117. The Obedient Medusa. I am in a splendid mood today and wish to take a solitary stroll. You need not accompany me. I seek solitude. Presently, Medusa, in her human form, spoke with a calm yet resolute tone, her words unmistakable. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the queen has just successfully evolved to the Douzone level. It is only fitting she mingles with humanity. The elders merely jested, not intending to hinder her, but rather to encourage her. Just seeking peace. I suspect you are yearning for Qian. Naturally, the wise elders saw through her facade, but chose not to voice their insights. Medusa, pridefully departing, appeared composed, yet internally, she was anxious, fearing exposure. Medusa puzzled over her own feelings. She was the queen, so why did she feel such trepidation? This was not like her. Alas, it must be the timid little snake in her mind influencing her. Medusa could only reassure herself that she would always remain the formidable Queen Medusa. Is my benefactor present? After Medusa left, the elders exchanged glances, having sensed her unusual behavior. They speculated that if Qian was absent, then their concerns were confirmed. Yume checked and found him missing. No trace of the benefactor was discovered within the territory of the snake people. This solidified their conclusions. After some discussion, the four elders reached a verdict. After all these years, the queen seemed to have developed emotions, which was truly a cause for concern. Alas, there was little they could do. Their male counterparts had failed to reach the pinnacle of Douluo, rendering them unworthy of the queen. The benefactor's cultivation likely reached Douzone, and as an alchemist, his skills were probably at the 8th rank, all at such a young age, continually striving to assist the queen. Not to mention, the queen, still a naive girl, would undoubtedly transform after today. She would emerge anew. The four elders felt a sense of relief, as a weight lifted from their hearts. Now, even if they were to close their eyes, they could rest easy, knowing the snake people would face no future troubles. Of course, they would not cause any disturbances. Each member had been given a transformation pill and had begun to refine it. Once they reached the Douzone level, their lifespans would extend by a century. They had much to look forward to. This was all thanks to Qian's generous provisions. To gain something is to inevitably lose something in return. This was particularly true for Medusa. Today, she was destined to both lose and gain. However, the gains would far outweigh the losses. For Qian was a man of extravagant generosity. Following the route provided by Qian, Medusa arrived at the oasis. It must be said, perhaps due to the surrounding environment, the beauty of the oasis appeared exceptionally enchanting. Whereas everyone, upon her arrival, Medusa scanned the area with her soul power, but found no trace of Qian. This left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Was he late for their rendezvous? Displeasure brewed within her, yet she concealed it, preparing to wait for Qian's arrival. Little did she know, as soon as she touched the ground, someone embraced her from behind. You scare me to death. The familiar scent left Medusa with no inclination to resist. Being held by a man once more, especially in such a manner, made her shyly lower her head. It turned out he had arrived long ago, merely hiding away. His soul power was so formidable that had he chosen to conceal himself, she would have never found him. How mischievous of you to frighten me. Though she mentally scolded him, Medusa felt a sweetness envelop her heart. Unbeknownst to her, Qian was about to become even more mischievous, beyond her wildest imagination. Yet, she loved him deeply, with a passion that consumed her. Let me go, Medusa feebly protested. Qian chuckled softly. Sasa, I've held you several times, always releasing you quickly. This time, may I hold you a little longer? Tonight, the moon is full. For Qian, this would be a sleepless night. After tonight, he would reign as king here. Medusa was also a queen, yet she must submit beneath him. All right. Medusa could not fathom why she could not refuse this man. He was simply too beguiling. Medusa felt as if she had been poisoned, and not just any poison, but one commonly used by the male serpent men, which would render the afflicted unable to muster their energy, leaving them utterly weak. However, Medusa was certain she had not been poisoned, yet her body felt languid and devoid of strength. It was truly peculiar. Shasha, this is the gift I have prepared for you, the Ronling Dan. Qian produced the elixir he had concocted. The Ronling Dan could transform Medusa completely into a human form. Qian was eager to proceed with their important matters, fearing that at a critical moment, that little serpent might emerge to wreak havoc, leaving him utterly distraught. Noticing that the elixir still radiated a faint warmth, Medusa realized it must have been freshly crafted, a testament to Qian Xuanji's dedication to prepare it overnight. This further eroded the defenses she had erected within her heart. They were nearing the end of their journey. "Gulme, open your mouth," Qian Xuanji said gently. He had long been tempted by her delicate lips. Under his firm insistence, Medusa reluctantly parted her lips. He placed the rolling Dan into her mouth, and for the first time, she brushed against his skin. A kiss upon Qian Xuanji's fingers sent her into a state of delightful embarrassment. "Is this appropriate?" she stammered. Qian Xuanji dismissed her concerns and leaned in to kiss her directly. "Wait a moment," Medusa feebly protested, but to no avail. "How infuriating! Let me at least digest the rolling Dan first." Medusa felt utterly helpless. She had come this far, indicating her readiness. After all, there was no escape. Why the urgency? Would it not be better to suppress the serpent spirit within her first? This fellow was entirely unlike the brother she had known. Perhaps it was her allure that had captivated him. She entertained the notion, unaware that in Qian Xuanji's eyes, she was merely a conquest. "Will you truly take responsibility for me?" Medusa asked, her voice wavering as she struggled to hold onto her composure. This question, given the circumstances, seemed absurd, yet she asked it nonetheless, perhaps seeking a sliver of reassurance. "I will." "Will you remain with the serpent men forever?" "I will." "Will you love me eternally and govern the serpent men alongside me?" "I will." "Are you deceiving me?" "Indeed." His final answer made Medusa feel she had seen through his facade. He was not the person he had pretended to be in their brief acquaintance. She had underestimated him and had been deceived. Alas, she was still too young and had acted too hastily. She should have observed longer. Yet, despite feeling tricked, Medusa reveled in the sweetness of her current happiness. She resolved to exert herself diligently, to follow Qian Xuanji's lead, and to impress him, believing she could sway him to stay. Medusa held a profound confidence in her beauty. Under the moonlight, Queen Medusa appeared strikingly alluring. This rose, the most exquisite and thorny in the desert, had finally been plucked, subject to the whims of another. The queen, once untouchable, had now been captured by man, transformed to suit his desires. In the gaze of her subjects, she was led back to the serpent men's territory by a man. Though the public display made her blush, facing her subjects alone, she exuded authority. Yet in his presence, her regal demeanor waned. Medusa felt no regret. Rather, she was elated. In her view, Qian Xuanji's actions were akin to a declaration of sovereignty, a sign of his commitment to jointly govern their people. As she reflected upon this, tenderness filled her gaze as she looked upon Qian Xuanji's handsome visage. The sunlight illuminated him, rendering him particularly vibrant. Unconsciously, she leaned into his embrace. If women were to assert their sovereignty, she too would express her allegiance. She was but a delicate creature seeking refuge. Witnessing Medusa's compliance, Qian Xuanji was overjoyed. The proud and aloof queen, once conquered, now mirrored the playful demeanor of other women. Observing the envious gazes of countless male serpent men, Qian Xuanji felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Indeed, it was the very envy that made them wish to overthrow him. Yet, they could do nothing but watch. To ignite their fighting spirit and encourage them to train harder, Qian Xuanji playfully slapped Medusa's posterior. "What are you doing?" Medusa exclaimed, startled, casting a reproachful look at him. Her eyes conveyed a silent message. With so many witnesses, such behavior was inappropriate. They could indulge in private. Qian Xuanji countered. "This is for the good of the serpent men. It will motivate them to train harder and strengthen our clan." Medusa found herself at a loss for words. His reasoning was absurd, yet strangely compelling. She understood the nature of the male serpent men. Very well, let this serve as a challenge to them. Perhaps it will indeed awaken a few strong warriors. Thus, she chose to overlook the incident, even offering a hint of cooperation. "No," the male serpent men shouted silently within themselves. Initially, they could rationalize their queen's hand-in-hand gesture with the man, convincing themselves it was mere friendship. However, witnessing the queen fall into his embrace and the forceful slap upon her figure was unbearable. Their queen, the eternal goddess in their hearts, could not endure such humiliation. They burned with rage at Qian Xuanji, even though he was a benefactor of their clan. For their goddess, they would not hesitate to deliver a few strikes against him, believing that betraying a benefactor was justifiable. Yet they lacked the strength to act. The scorching sun bore down upon them in that sweltering summer day. The sight of the queen blooming for other men left the male snake men feeling as though they were caught in a frigid winter, snowflakes cascading around them. In contrast, The female snake men appeared remarkably composed. They were fully aware that they could not rival the queen and could only offer their heartfelt blessings. They were certainly not akin to those inferior male snake men. Meanwhile, the four clan elders beamed with joy, for the queen's future now seemed secure. In the presence of many onlookers, XunjiCounter-PUA directly escorted Medusa to her private chamber. This action struck another heavy blow to the hearts of the male snake men. They realized there was no hope left. They were utterly defeated. Though discontent lingered within, they felt powerless. Yet, some snake men remained unwilling to concede, their hearts still harboring dreams. Cao Cao may have fallen, but the specter of Cao the thief would forever linger. In the future, what is mine shall also be yours. As Medusa observed XunjiCounter-PUA surveying her room, a smile graced her lips. She was that kind of woman. Once she had made her choice, she would disregard all else. Everything she possessed belonged to XunjiCounter-PUA, while what he possessed was not necessarily hers. Sasha, begin the fusion of spirits. I shall protect you, XunjiCounter-PUA said with a gentle smile. Remarkably, after just one night, Medusa had attained such enlightenment. It was commendable, indicating great potential for future development. In Chapter 118, the fusion between the snake spirit and Medusa was ultimately complete. It could be said that Medusa was the snake spirit, and the snake spirit was Medusa. In that moment, Medusa achieved an even greater perfection. The days that followed were filled with mutual affection. The once domineering and aloof Medusa transformed into a docile figure before XunjiCounter-PUA, obedient and compliant. Had XunjiCounter-PUA not been wise, Medusa might have remained confined to her room, becoming a negligent queen who neglected her duties. What concoction are you brewing this time? On the following morning, Medusa leisurely arose from her grand bed, stretching languorously. Today promised to be vibrant and full of vitality. Medusa felt invigorated, her body in peak condition. She was surprised to find XunjiCounter-PUA absent, as he was notoriously lazy and typically rose far later than she did, often requiring her assistance at mealtimes. Clad in a loose-fitting garment, Medusa stepped outside and indeed found XunjiCounter-PUA busy with alchemical pursuits. Naturally, she approached him from behind, embracing him affectionately and sweetly inquiring about his work. Alchemists are generally averse to interruptions while crafting elixirs, as even a moment's distraction could lead to the failure of their painstakingly prepared concoctions. Especially when faced with the enchanting Medusa, they would be utterly defenseless. The outcome could be disastrous. However, even if their elixirs were to fail under such circumstances, they would not lament, for the presence of such a rare beauty would compensate for any loss. For someone of XunjiCounter-PUA's caliber, the presence of a single Medusa, or even 10, would not hinder his success in crafting the necessary elixirs. Of course, it is made for you, my dear, XunjiCounter-PUA replied with a tender expression. If I don't work diligently, how can I ensure your satisfaction? Truth be told, had it not been for XunjiCounter-PUA's formidable background, supported not only by a Douzun, but also by numerous Douzong, who covertly dominated much of the northwest territories of the Duki continent and aided him in gathering medicinal materials, he would truly struggle to sustain a creature as indulgent as Medusa. A typical Douzun or an 8th-tier alchemist would find it nearly impossible to support such a gluttonous beauty. Medusa, dubbed the heaven-swallowing python, was no exaggeration. Her appetite was insatiable. XunjiCounter-PUA recognized the slight pressure that came with this reality. In terms of consuming and absorbing elixirs, Medusa surpassed Yun by leaps and bounds, her foundation far stronger, leading to her rapid ascension in cultivation. You never said you wanted to eat so much. It's all your insistence. Medusa feigned innocence, though her heart brimmed with sweetness. Her beloved truly ensured she enjoyed the finest delicacies. However, there were certain things this villain compelled her to consume, despite her aversion. Initially, she resisted, but eventually grew accustomed to it. Isn't it you who constantly clamors for more? XunjiCounter-PUA conversed with Medusa while maintaining control over his soul force. His immense spiritual strength allowed him to multitask while crafting a 7th-tier elixir. Go to hell, you vile thief, Medusa retorted, unable to tolerate XunjiCounter-PUA's teasing. How did it change to that? Enough of the shenanigans. It's time to collect the elixir. After a playful exchange, XunjiCounter-PUA gently placed his hand on Medusa's head. She instinctively lowered her gaze as he deftly retrieved the 7th-tier elixir. Indeed, it was that air of confidence that ensnared Medusa entirely. Is this the Tianhun Shuigudan? After XunjiCounter-PUA collected the elixir, Medusa recognized it. realizing it was the premium restorative essential for the Snakemen clan during her gestation. Yes, I acquired this recipe from your clan elders and decided to craft it while I had the time, XunjiCounter-PUA explained simply. He possessed the means to extinguish certain life forces within substances, but such an act would be devoid of interest. Moreover, Medusa was destined to face this trial. XunjiCounter-PUA understood he could not defy destiny. However, he intended to prepare for his departure from this place. I will not. Upon witnessing XunjiCounter-PUA create the elixir, Medusa quickly covered her abdomen. You are overly dramatic. Even if it were true, it couldn't happen so quickly, could it? XunjiCounter-PUA found amusement in her exaggerated reaction. You're laughing. Medusa glared at him, playfully pinching his waist. I am not ready. It is absolutely not permitted. Do you hear me? Be cautious in the future. The thought of children terrified Medusa. She was not ready for that step. She must prepare herself psychologically and carefully observe the situation of female, snake people giving birth before making a decision. Very well. I shall heed the words of my lady. XunjiCounter-PUA chuckled softly, yet his thoughts lingered. Not up to you to decide, is it? I shall gift you this today. Here, take this pill and keep it safe. Medusa sensed something amiss and pushed the pill back to XunjiCounter-PUA. He accepted it with a patient smile. I don't want it right now. Will you be unhappy? After a moment of calm, Medusa contemplated this question. She realized that she was no longer alone. Often, she could not decide matters solely on her own. She worried that her actions might displease XunjiCounter-PUA. If he desired it, she would reconsider her decision and follow his lead. XunjiCounter-PUA embraced her. I've already stated that I shall listen to my lady. If you are unwilling, how could I possibly impose? Rest assured, he chuckled lightly. He was indeed a despicable man, harboring his own mischief within. Though skeptical of XunjiCounter-PUA's claim that he would never impose, Medusa found comfort in his words. As for this 7th grade Tianhun Xiaogang, XunjiCounter-PUA casually entrusted it to the 4 clan elders for safekeeping. Is this the Tianhun Xiaogang? Could it be that the queen is with child? How swift! How wonderful! Our benefactor is truly remarkable, having achieved this so rapidly, and even a child is on the way. The 4 elders immediately recognized the pill, their faces beaming with joy. Their delight surpassed even that of reaching the Douluo realm. Truly, our benefactor is exceptional. Has the queen consented? After their joy, the elders began to speculate. The matter of childbirth undoubtedly requires Medusa, as she is the birthplace of the child. We need not concern ourselves with that. If the queen truly bears a child, we shall ensure proper care. The highest-ranking elder promptly made a decision. The others nodded in agreement. Since XunjiCounter-PUA has successfully concocted the pill, and of the highest quality, what do they have to worry about? If there are no children, they shall simply preserve the pill. If there are, they will use it. Such is the simplicity of the matter. Why complicate it further? The 4 elders had no reservations about the man chosen by their queen, being 100% satisfied. The honeymoon phase between XunjiCounter-PUA and Medusa naturally unfolded gradually. As time passed, it became necessary for XunjiCounter-PUA to depart from this tender haven. Alas, these absurd days outside had made him so comfortable that he nearly forgot he had a home and a daughter. Now he understood why some people, once wandering, could never return. The feeling was simply too splendid. I must take my leave now, Sha. XunjiCounter-PUA was not devoid of feelings. He felt it necessary to bid her farewell. Medusa, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, languidly inquired, Where are you going? Departing the Snake People's realm. Leaving the Duki continent, was his reply. This time, Medusa could no longer remain composed. She rose abruptly. What did you say? Her voice had risen in volume. It was evident how her mood had shifted. Do not be agitated. I shall only be away for a short while. XunjiCounter-PUA placed a gentle hand on Medusa's delicate shoulder, offering soft reassurances. A short while? What? You plan to leave after your fun? Medusa shook off XunjiCounter-PUA's hand, gazing at him with utmost seriousness. She was no longer gentle. No, my feelings for you are sincere. You must sense my intentions. However, I have a significant matter to attend to that necessitates my departure. Sha, I have a little time? I will return to you as soon as I resolve my affairs. XunjiCounter-PUA resorted to his familiar excuse. Please do not leave. I will agree to anything, even bear you children, many of them, and even allow you to take concubines or wives, if only you would stay. Medusa regarded XunjiCounter-PUA in silence for a long moment. Ultimately, she lowered herself, pleading earnestly with him, adopting a tone of utter humility. It must be said that, akin to Yun, XunjiCounter-PUA was genuinely moved at this moment. However, such an exceptional man would never halt his progress for a single woman. There were countless others awaiting his rescue in this world. Xia, you are so beautiful. Tell me, what man would willingly forsake you? XunjiCounter-PUA cradled Medusa's face, responding earnestly. Medusa was uncertain of the answer, yet she sensed that this man might indeed be willing to let her go. I hail from beyond the Douluo continent. I come to invade this world. I am now fully prepared. You should diligently cultivate here, striving to break through to Douluo or even Douluo as soon as possible. At that time, we shall become the most envied couple in this world. XunjiCounter-PUA elaborated extensively to Medusa, far more than he had with Yunyun. This was largely due to Medusa's enchanting nature, which rendered her exceedingly demanding and dependent. Her legs entwined around him, making it difficult to depart. When will you leave? Medusa clung tightly to XunjiCounter-PUA's arm. No matter how unwilling she felt, she had to ask this question. Upon seeing her cling so tightly, XunjiCounter-PUA thought to himself, will this make me leave? Very well. It seems I must resort to the old method used with Yunyun. I shall exhaust her strength to prevent her from stopping my departure. After declaring this, XunjiCounter-PUA immediately took action. Who is afraid of whom? Today, I shall ensure you are too weak to walk. Medusa unleashed her own formidable spirit. She truly was unafraid. XunjiCounter-PUA's words revealed to her an effective method to prevent him from leaving. Unfortunately, he had concealed his strength until now. Woman, you shall pay for your words today. XunjiCounter-PUA produced a vial of pills and opened it. Medusa did not inquire what it was and swallowed it directly. Soon, she discovered what it was and paid it little heed. Very well, let this serve as a source of excitement. However, it was evident that Medusa had indeed overestimated her own strength. Realizing she was no match for XunjiCounter-PUA, she could only concede. Summoning her last vestige of strength, she tightly grasped XunjiCounter-PUA's waist. Grant me a child. Medusa altered her mindset. If XunjiCounter-PUA were to leave, she needed to give herself a glimmer of hope. She also wished to provide him with a reason to remain. She could not believe he would truly abandon her and their future child. Should he possess such a heartlessness? She would accept it, choosing to live her life alongside her daughter, never again trusting in such vile men. In response to the request from Medusa, Qian naturally complied. Ultimately, as he gazed at the slumbering yet remarkably disheveled Medusa, he called upon several clan elders to assist with the ensuing matters. Qian himself, however, departed from a serpent clan without hesitation. He boarded the void vessel and made his way directly to the Heijiao region. Initially, Qian's intention was to venture to the Douluo continent to obtain the essence of souls, which would entail taking action. Now, he had devised a swift method to acquire the essence of souls. After Qian left, the four clan elders entered Medusa's chamber. Upon witnessing her state, they were momentarily taken aback. Your Majesty, you seem to have indulged a bit too much. Chapter 119. The adorable Qian arrived at the Heijiao region, where he was met by a dozen individuals clad in black. We have seen the master. This is the little girl you requested. One of the 9-star Dozong spoke respectfully to Qian. The other black-clad figures proceeded to present the little girl he needed. You bad people. Grandpa Su Qian will deal with you. The girl appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old. Though she looked so young, Qian was uncertain of her actual age. Little one, do not be afraid. I shall not harm you. Qian smiled gently at the girl, loosening her restraints and offering her some 3rd or 4th-tier pills. Initially, after gaining her freedom, Xian intended to punch this handsome yet wicked uncle to show him the might of her tiny fists. However, upon tasting the delicious candy beans, she exclaimed, "Oh my, this is truly delightful. Xian, would you like me to take you to find your father?" Qian observed the joy on Xian's face, feeling a sense of longing. How wonderful it would be if such a charming girl were his daughter. Daddy, Qian's words triggered a flicker of memory in Xian. While she had initially lacked certain memories, it seemed that his statement sparked something within her. Ouch, it hurts. Yet in the end, she could recall nothing. Do not dwell on it. Once you see your father, everything will come back to you. Qian patted Xian's little head affectionately. She felt somewhat comforted, gazing curiously at the tall uncle. This once wicked-looking uncle suddenly seemed quite benign. Truly, for a child, a piece of candy can be a bridge to affection. Xian nodded, seemingly understanding. You may leave now. After Xian's arrival, the individuals were no longer needed, and Qian dismissed them. The dozen Dozong vanished without a trace. Xian, come with me. Qian summoned the void vessel and took Xian aboard. Crossing over the Jianan Academy, Xunji descended into the magma world beneath it. Upon entering this realm, Xian felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if something were beckoning her. In the depths of the magma world, upon her arrival, two lanterns suddenly illuminated a dark area. Guided by the spirit of the vessel, Xunji reached the outskirts of the cave of the ancient Emperor Tuasha. This place lay beyond the jurisdiction of Zhuquan. Xian, rest for a while. The matters Xunji intended to discuss with Zhuquan were unsuitable for a child. It was best for her to sleep for now. She was still too young to bear such immense pressure. Human, what schemes do you harbor? Zhuquan emerged from the darkness, revealing a dragon unlike any Xunji had ever seen. Larger even than Guyuena. Upon seeing that Xunji had brought Xian and allowed her to fall asleep, Zhuquan realized that this young man was indeed here for him. I have come here specifically for you, esteemed Zhuquan. I hope you can serve as my subordinate for a time. What ill intentions could Xunji possibly have? He merely wished to assist Zhuquan in escaping his predicament. Humph, human, do you believe you have the qualifications to subdue me? Zhuquan chuckled at the audacity of this young man. A mere dozong was no threat. He could effortlessly extinguish countless ants like him. To utter such an insult, Xunji serving Zhuquan would be a disgrace to the dragon. Even a 9-star Dosheng from the human race meant nothing to him. Whether I can subdue you is another matter. I merely wish to know if you will agree. Xunji's expression remained steady as he fixed his gaze upon Zhuquan. He possessed the means to negotiate, for Xian was of pure lineage from the ancient dragon clan, the only royal bloodline apart from Zhuquan. Now that Zhuquan was trapped here, one must ponder the consequences should anything happen to the girl. I have heard that your clan has been struggling without a dragon emperor. Xunji genuinely harbored no ill will. He sought only to aid Zhuquan in his early liberation. Yet, Zhuquan's overwhelming power left Xunji apprehensive about potential retaliation upon his release. Thus, he prudently sought to secure Zhuquan as a sole servant first, requesting some assistance in return. Such a demand was hardly unreasonable, considering he was rescuing Zhuquan from a lifetime of confinement. Zhuquan's anger flared at Xunji's audacity to threaten him. Well done, human. It seems you have done your homework. Zhuquan narrowed his eyes, contemplating how to negotiate with Xunji. Outside, he was powerless against him. Merely a bit of common knowledge, Xunji responded modestly. Just standard procedure. Very well, you may enter. I cannot leave. Zhuquan feigned immense struggle as he reluctantly made this decision. As long as he was not a Dodi, he could easily manage anyone who entered. Xunji recognized Zhuquan's thoughts and felt a tinge of disappointment. Though he bore no ill intentions, Zhuquan did. This was truly disheartening for Xunji. Nevertheless, he proceeded with conviction. Upon entering, Zhuquan had been watching him closely, poised for action. Once Xunji was fully within the cave, Zhuquan struck fiercely. Come here, you fool. At that moment, he felt a surge of triumph. With his 9-star Dosheng cultivation, dealing with a mere dozong was child's play. If he failed now, he ought not to continue living. However, to his astonishment, Zhuquan discovered that he had indeed miscalculated. A radiant circle enveloped Xunji. It appears that a vessel has shielded Qian. What could possibly withstand his strike without succumbing to destruction? Was it meticulously crafted by Dodi? Zhuquan realized that he was indeed in deep trouble. This young man before him was no ordinary individual. Zhuquan, I have entered, Qian proclaimed with a triumphant air. I'm out again. I'm back in. Zhuquan felt an intense fury brewing within him. Qian's antics were not particularly harmful. One might even say they lacked any real damage. However, the insult was profoundly potent. Zhuquan had never before encountered such humiliation. In a fit of rage, he lunged towards Qian. Yet, Qian stood his ground, boldly confronting him. His void vessel, while not invincible in the fourth parallel universe, could indeed be destroyed, but certainly not by someone as insignificant as Zhuquan. Zhuquan, are you still unwilling to concede? If you persist in your refusal, I may have to take action against your daughter. After all, she is your only child, is she not? How pitiful that she is the result of your wife's sacrifice. Alas, such a sweet girl. I truly wish to spare her harm. However, once she matures, I shall benevolently train her as a servant, ensuring the royal bloodline of the Tai Su Gulong clan continues. Zhuquan, how do you find my suggestion? Gradually, Xunji's patience waned. What did it matter if Zhuquan was stronger? The current situation allowed Qian to easily manipulate Zhuquan, who was 100 times more powerful. Are you even human? Zhu Kuan seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury. If it were possible to eliminate Qian Sunji, he would certainly have devoured him alive, subjecting him to the most excruciating tortures this world could offer. You have forced my hand. Who told you to ignore my warnings? Qian Sunji shook his head. This was all Zhu Kuan's own doing for disregarding him. What the hell? Did I force you? Did I demand you to be my servant? Zhu Kuan could scarcely believe it. Unfortunately, his vulnerabilities were now firmly grasped by Qian Sunji, leaving him helpless to retaliate. Even if you take me as your servant, I can do nothing for you, as I am trapped here. Instead, how about I assist you in controlling a few doshang within the Taisu Gulong clan? After contemplating, Zhu Kuan resolved to have a serious discussion with Qian Sunji to clarify the stakes involved. I can indeed take you out of here. You need not worry about that, Zhu Kuan. For now, you simply need to answer whether you are willing or not. Emir Dodi's estate could hardly pose a threat to Qian Sunji. It would be a simple matter for him to facilitate an escape. Naturally, he would not leave empty-handed. Qian Sunji would certainly take something with him upon departure. While he was not particularly interested in the heavenly tier combat techniques or skills, the imperial-grade Chudan caught his eye, and he decided he could accept it. Zhu Kuan realized that Qian Sunji could indeed come and go at will. Moreover, the peculiar vessel he possessed might very well enable him to escape this wretched place. Having been trapped here for far too long, he genuinely yearned for freedom. Considering the circumstances, it seemed he had no choice but to become Qian Sunji's servant. Zhu Kuan was most unwilling, yet he had no alternatives. Ultimately, he could only suppress his sorrow and utter very well. Though he complied outwardly, his heart remained unyielding. Given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly retaliate against this scoundrel Qian Sunji. Emir Dozun was not worthy of being his master. Qian Sunji was well aware that Zhu Kuan could never fully submit. In the presence of such a formidable opponent, he too dared not act recklessly. For a moment's lapse could lead to his demise. Thus, he glanced at the peacefully slumbering Zi Yin beside him. He maneuvered Zi Yin forward, trusting that Zhu Kuan would not truly harm her. After all, even a tiger does not consume its cub. A dragon, no matter how fierce, would not devour its daughter. What are you doing? What have you done to her? Upon witnessing Qian Sunji's actions towards his daughter, Zhu Kuan was instantly enraged, confronting Qian Sunji with fervor. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards this young girl. I merely seek to use her to establish communication with you, Zhu Kuan, since you have made me lose faith in you. Thus, I must trouble you with your daughter. Qian Sunji remained focused on his agenda, guiding Zi Yin into the cave. He could never bring himself to make such a sweet girl a sole slave. To do so would be to court death. Why resort to such despicable means against the girl? There were far more practical methods at his disposal. Although Zhu Kuan felt an intense rage, he remained powerless. Diwu Kun, lower your defenses against your soul. The disparity in strength between Qian Sunji and Zhu Kuan was significant, necessitating Zhu Kuan's cooperation. With no other choice, Zhu Kuan had no option but to comply. Ultimately, Qian Sunji inscribed the mark of a soul slave upon him. How is this possible? Zhu Kuan could hardly fathom that such a seemingly weak individual as Qian Sunji had mastered such a profound beast-controlling technique. Indeed, in Zhu Kuan's realization, this was a form of beast control. It was even more formidable than the techniques of the ancient Tuo Shi. This was hardly surprising, as a soul clan far surpassed an ancient Tuo Shi in strength, having existed for millions of years as a grand lineage. With Zhu Kuan now subjugated, Qian Sunji shed pretense and laid his cards on the table. After all, he was now the master of Zhu Kuan. Let us proceed. Come with me, Zhu Kuan. Do you know how to collect the imperial-grade Chudan? Qian Sunji summoned the void vessel, inviting Zhu Kuan aboard. Ignoring everything else, they made their way directly into the Tuo Shi's cave. Zhu Kuan was astounded, a place he could never hope to enter in his lifetime. Qian Sunji had so effortlessly breached. Moreover, he was aware of the imperial-grade Chudan. I know, Zhu Kuan replied with confidence. He was certain in his ability to handle an imperial-grade Chudan. Crossing the Yiwa Gongshang, they arrived at the innermost sanctum. There lay the Tuo Shi's lifetime accumulation, including the coveted imperial-grade Chudan. Bull 1, you dare to approach me. Kneel. The imperial-grade Chudan had now taken on human form, seated in the position once held by the Tuo Shi. Initially in slumber, it was disgruntled with the void swallowing flame and the pure lotus demon fire for betraying their agreement. However, upon the arrival of visitors, particularly a 9-star Dosheng, it felt a twinge of panic but knew it must maintain composure. Otherwise, trouble would ensue. Thus, it assumed the guise of the Tuosh, rebuking Qian Sunji and Zhu Kuan. Knowing the intricacies of the situation, Qian Sunji could not help but smile at Zhu Kuan. The idea of deceiving him was utterly ludicrous. How could he possibly compel him to kneel? It was a task left to you. Presently, Qian Sunji was incapable of forging this emperor-grade Chidandan and had to rely on Zhu Kuan. Zhu Kuan was well prepared for this, having infiltrated the cave specifically for this purpose. Without preparation, how could he have ventured here? Subsequently, Qian Sunji truly witnessed the terrifying prowess of a Jiuxing Dosheng. Fortunately, his intellect was sharp enough. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a precarious predicament, left to await another opportunity. The cursed fellow had been discovered. What should he do? The emperor-grade Chidandan felt a surge of anxiety. He certainly lacked the strength of a Jiuxing Dosheng and was bound here with no means of escape. Fear gripped him. He could neither fight nor flee. Human, you cannot harm me. Perhaps we should come to an understanding. The emperor-grade Chidandan yearned for survival, unwilling to let years of effort go to waste. Alas, Qian Sunji was resolute in his intent to consume this entity to enhance his own cultivation, leaving no room for mercy. He continued to command Zhu Kuan to pursue relentlessly. Within a few days, they would extinguish the Chidandan's intelligence entirely. Zhu Kuan, too, coveted the emperor-grade Chidandan, as it was pivotal to his ascension as a Dodi. Regrettably, once the Chidandan lost its sentience, Qian Sunji simply absorbed it. Now, it was time to attend to serious matters. Qian Sunji allowed Zhu Kuan no opportunity to harbor any desire for the emperor-grade Chidandan and immediately embarked on the next phase of action. Zhu Kuan felt a swell of frustration, but he was powerless to confront Qian Sunji. Yet, curiosity piqued within him. If acquiring the emperor-grade Chidandan was not a priority, then what was? This inquiry only heightened his interest. Fear not, follow me, and you shall surely become a Dodi. As a benevolent individual, Qian Sunji offered Zhu Kuan a grand promise. Stay with me, and you shall feast. Zhu Kuan scoffed internally. I trust you not. There is only one emperor-grade Chidandan. If Qian Sunji intended to make him a Dodi, did that imply he himself had no desire for such an elevation? Ridiculous. Qian Sunji paid no heed to Zhu Kuan's skepticism and began to navigate through various branches of the Soul Clan. When dealing with the malevolent Soul Clan, Qian Sunji showed no restraint. In moments of displeasure, he would annihilate everyone within a branch of the Soul Palace. Conversely, when in good spirits, he would merely collect the essence of their souls. His actions were also aimed at providing a reason for the survival of Mugu Zunja. Otherwise, what sense would it make to leave Mugu Zunja alive if the other branches of the Soul Palace were eradicated? Wouldn't that clearly indicate something was amiss? 3 clusters of soul essence. 2 clusters of soul essence. 2 clusters of soul essence. Qian Sunji swiftly dismantled 7 branches of the Soul Palace, acquiring 18 clusters of soul essence. This yield was indeed impressive, yet it was far from sufficient for Qian Sunji. His motives were not personal revenge against the Soul Palace, but rather a pursuit for the greater good of the Doqi continent. For if Qian Sunji were to allow the Soul Clan, with its void-devouring flames and the strength of a Jiuxing Dosheng, to flourish unchecked, the Doqi continent would inevitably descend into chaos. Thus, his actions effectively obstructed the Soul Clan's advancement, contributing significantly to the well-being of the Doqi continent. Let us proceed to the Soul Palace's main hall. Qian Sunji was not content with merely this. With the branches of the Soul Palace dealt with, it was time to confront the main hall, where the richest essence of souls lay. Although the strongest guardians were present, including several Dosheng, what of it? 10 ordinary Dosheng, including a 4-star Dosheng, could easily be dispatched before Zhu Kuan. 30 clusters of soul essence would be quite gratifying. The treasures obtained from the main hall of the Soul Palace left Qian Sunji immensely satisfied. Now, the total of soul essence in his possession approached 50 clusters. Along with the corpses of 3 Dosheng and the souls of dozens of Dozun, he was uncertain whether these would suffice to enhance the emperor-grade Chidandan. However, preparing them was prudent. If necessary, they could always be fed to soul beasts. At the moment of Si Ming Sheng's demise, the elder guarding the Soul Clan's soul lantern swiftly reported the news to the higher echelons of the clan. The Soul Emperor was alarmed. A 4-star Dosheng was no insignificant figure within the Soul Clan. Most critically, Si Mingsheng was a vital piece in his grand scheme. His concern was that any disturbance could lead to far greater issues. Indeed, soon after, news arrived that their subordinate faction, the Soul Palace, had been completely obliterated. Not only the main hall, but also 7 branches had been eradicated. With only about 10 branches in total, losing half was a staggering blow. The Soul Emperor immediately headed to the Soul Palace's main hall to assess the situation. He strongly suspected the ancient clan had intervened. What have you discovered? Upon arriving at the main hall, the Soul Emperor found no significant traces. Zhu Kuan had eliminated everything in an instant, although he could uncover no evidence. He was convinced that the void-devouring flames must have detected something. No, all the soul essence has been taken, and Si Mingsheng's body is nowhere to be found. They were clearly prepared. The perceptive abilities of the void-devouring flames were remarkably potent, and he had essentially reconstructed the current situation. Was it Gu Yuan? Upon hearing this, the Soul Emperor's expression turned grave. It was neither Gu Yuan nor the 3 immortals of Gu Dao. The void-devouring flames shook his head. He had a profound impression of Gu Yuan and was familiar with other strong figures of the ancient clan. None of them. How is that possible? Who else could have rendered Si Mingsheng utterly defenseless? The Soul Emperor was struck with fear. Si Mingsheng was ostensibly a late-stage 4-star Dosheng, yet in reality, he had reached the 5-star Dosheng level. Only Gu Yuan or a handful of 8-star Dosheng could easily dispatch him. At the very least, even the 3 immortals of Gu Dao had a chance with a stealthy assault. But if it were none of these individuals, then who could it be? The Soul Emperor prided himself on having dominion over the entire Doqi continent. However, the current situation left him uncertain. I feel as though I have encountered this aura before, but at this moment, I cannot recall. The void-devouring flames was similarly perplexed. Zhu Kuan's aura evoked a sense of familiarity. What should be done? With so much soul essence lost, would their plans be delayed for centuries? The Soul Emperor was losing his patience. The void-devouring flames found himself at a loss. He could not sense even a trace of the soul essence, making pursuit impossible. Ultimately, I have returned to Long Island. After acquiring such an abundance of soul essence from the Soul Emperor, Qian Xunji led Zhu Kuan to Long Island. He did not venture to Long Dao merely for Zhu Kuan to meet his kin. His primary objective remained the elusive Jiupin Jindan located in the vicinity of Long Dao. Presently, there exists but a single D-pin Chu Dan across the entire Doqi continent. As for the precious Jiupin Dan, while Xian Dan is not in short supply, there are indeed many. Several Jiupin alchemists are regarded as precious Dan alchemists, with 2 or 3 Xian Dan alchemists among them. Yet, the Jin Dan may well be the only one found within the thunder domain of Long Dao. Such a treasure. It was inconceivable that Qian Xunji would leave for others. As a 9-star Dosheng and a Taisu ancient dragon, Zhu Kuan ultimately grasped this Jiupin Jindan, albeit with considerable effort. Qian Xunji then cast it into his celestial abode. After traversing the final location, Zhu Kuan would enjoy a lengthy period of freedom. However, even after acquiring this Jiupin Jindan, Qian Xunji felt a sense of unfulfillment. He also collected the San Qian Yanhua, which had yet to be unveiled in the Jinglian Yaosheng space. Qian Xunji could traverse even the spaces created by the Dodi at will, let alone one established by 9-star Dosheng like Jinglian Yaosheng. Moreover, despite the absence of the remnant map left by Jinglian Yaosheng, having Zhu Kuan, whose strength is not inferior to that of the latter, assuredly posed no problems. The power of Jinglian Yaohua hovers around 6-star Dosheng, at most reaching 7-star Dosheng. 8-star Dosheng is inconceivable, as even Su Wu Tun Yin barely qualifies as an 8-star. Therefore, controlling Jinglian Yaohua was well within Zhu Kuan's capabilities. Zhu Kuan had undoubtedly become a diligent worker for Qian Xunji, contributing significantly to his endeavors. After securing the last item he anticipated from the Doqi continent, Qian Xunji smiled with satisfaction. Once he fully assimilated these gains, his strength would likely ascend several tiers. At that point, he could lead a grand army to thoroughly invade the Doqi continent. Well, now you have no further role here. Return to Long Dao and attend to your Tai Su ancient dragon clan. For now, you are free. When I return to the Doqi continent, I shall assist you in ascending to Dodi. After tossing the Jinglian Yaohua into his celestial abode, Qian Xunji took out the Sukong Zhou and bid farewell to Zhu Kuan. Subsequently, under Zhu Kuan's watchful gaze, Qian Xunji vanished. This revelation led Zhu Kuan to realize that Qian Xunji was not a native of the Doqi continent. He might hail from an exceptionally powerful faction. Being subdued by him, becoming his servant, now seemed less of a disgrace. Zhu Kuan shook his head, uncertain if Qian Sunji had deceived him. Yet he found himself harboring a certain anticipation for Qian Sunji's return. Zhu Kuan took his daughter Yin back to their Long Dao. Having been away from his clan for so long, it was time to return. Yin Lanzong. After Qian Sunji's departure, Yin felt a void. Yet with newfound ambitions, she gradually regained her composure. Although she still harbored thoughts of Qian Sunji and reminisced about their time together. Absurd yet unforgettable. Today, Yin continued her training atop the cliff. Presently, her spiritual strength could encompass the entirety of Yin Lanzong. Have you heard? The Medusa Queen of the Serpent Empire has been conquered by a man. This news had already stirred quite a commotion in the Jiama Empire. The Medusa Queen, a beauty who only emerges once in a millennium, has reached Douluo. Yet unfortunately, she has fallen into the hands of another. Yin had not intentionally eavesdropped. Rather, the individuals conversing were at the base of her cliff. These gossiping tidbits prompted Yin to shake her head. Previously, Medusa was undoubtedly a target of her admiration, and she regarded Medusa as her strongest rival. However, now, with the aid of her husband and her own significant advancement, Yin no longer viewed Medusa with the same reverence. A wry smile crossed her face as she mused. A beauty rarely seen in a millennium? Surely, she could not compare to our Zhongzhu, who grows increasingly radiant. To marry our Zhongzhu would indeed be the epitome of happiness. Yin chuckled at how the conversation had unexpectedly turned to her. She wished to declare that the goddess they so cherished had been carelessly toyed with by some scoundrel, and now, perhaps, neglected entirely. The news that the conqueror of the Medusa Queen was a man of extraordinary charm and formidable prowess, as an alchemist, was indeed a curious twist. As Yin contemplated blocking her perception of the gossiping disciples of Yin Lanzong to focus on her training, she suddenly caught wind of a few phrases. A paragon of beauty and a superlative alchemist. These descriptions resonated with her own husband. Is it he? Yin couldn't help but ponder. She felt a mix of surprise and trepidation, the thrill stemming from the possibility of receiving news about Qian Sunji, while the fear arose from the dread that the man in question might indeed be Qian Sunji. If he were truly Qian Sunji, she was uncertain how to process her feelings. That scoundrel must have deceived her, leaving her for new aspirations after growing weary of her. Yin feared she had become such a timid woman, too afraid to pursue her desires. Oh, Yin, when did you become such a coward? If he truly did not cherish you, then you should simply move on. In her heart, Yin rallied herself. If that man were indeed Qian Sunji and he discarded her, she could seek another suitor, for she was not lacking in worth. Yet, she realized she could never forget that scoundrel. I must discover the truth. Otherwise, I may never find peace in this life. After some deliberation, she made arrangements and set off towards the desert. With her high-level Douluo cultivation, reaching the desert would take her merely a day. Unfortunately, by the time Yin arrived at the desert, Qian Sunji had already departed many days prior. The news from the Serpent Clan required time to reach Yin Lanzong. Chapter 121. The Unusual Behavior of Angel Lung. Where have you been? Upon returning from the Dochi continent, Qian Sunji naturally encountered a patrolling squad of angels. The captain, Angel Lung, led the patrol. Upon spotting Qian Sunji, Angel Lung could not help but inquire, "What is this fellow up to all day?" Qian Sunji exchanged a glance with Angel Lung, who understood his intent. Given their amicable rapport, "Ling Shi, you all go ahead and continue your tasks. I shall join you shortly." After a moment's thought, Angel Lung addressed his companions. In the choice between his friends and Qian Sunji, he opted for Qian Sunji. The other little angels, though displaying peculiar expressions, said nothing further and nodded in agreement. They obediently departed. For them, patrolling was merely a way to pass the time, as Douluo Xing was currently quite secure. If this had occurred earlier, they would have exerted a fraction of their energy. However, now that Queen Kaisa presides over the matter, their vigilance has diminished significantly. Tian Shilong, the angel, could leave for an extended period without any concern. Once these individuals departed, Qian Sunji revealed his void vessel, the exquisite Lady Lung. "May I have the honor of inviting you aboard for a gathering?" Qian Sunji's interest in Tian Shilong, the target, was undeniably profound. He had been striving diligently to seize the entire Angel Nebula, thus establishing a favorable rapport with Tian Shilong was paramount. Having nearly attained the third generation of divine physique, Tian Shilong was a commendable member within the Angel Nebula. With a haughty glance at Qian Sunji, she nonetheless stepped into the void vessel, followed closely by him, who also closed the door behind them. "What are you doing? How audacious!" came Tian Shilong's cold snort as soon as they boarded. "My dear Lady Long, do not be overly anxious. I shall teach you the art of star battles. The celestial warfare." Qian Sunji's tone remained gentle as he grasped Tian Shilong's wrists, pinning her against the leather chair. "I shall fight you, old man." Tian Shilong was oblivious to Qian Sunji's ulterior motives. After all, she had already been tempted by him once before. Naturally, given her stunning beauty, it was only reasonable that he would crave her again after tasting her allure. Tian Shilong was neither dismissive nor accepting of this. She simply wished for each encounter to be a display of her benevolence towards Qian Sunji, rather than being overtly pursued by him. The notion of being subdued by this wicked individual was utterly unacceptable to her. "This feels rather strange," she mused. The armaments adorning the angel were relatively easy to disarm, particularly for a seasoned expert like Qian Sunji. In mere seconds, he effortlessly breached her defenses. With a slight adjustment of the barriers outside, he gained entry with ease. The combination of a short skirt and stockings proved remarkably convenient. Qian Sunji was quite fond of this ensemble. "How infuriating! Lung, you have fallen." Having anticipated a thrilling confrontation with the formidable Qian Sunji from the Douluo continent, she had intended to personally teach him a lesson, exposing his true nature. However, she was unexpectedly intercepted at the threshold by none other than her close companion, which left her utterly exasperated. "Forget it. Let's observe how Lung changes after this." Tian Xian found herself helpless in this situation, as Qian Sunji had already taken Tian Shilong to a location far removed from the Douluo continent, specifically to a distant asteroid region. The audacity of these two individuals was appalling. This left Xian feeling an array of complex emotions. At this point, she could only monitor the situation's evolution. While she could compare Tian Shilong's condition with that of other women, the specific data remain elusive. How could she extract information from BibiDong or Qian? Both were of the second-generation divine physique level, and with the formidable goddess of life overseeing them. Opportunities were scarce. As for the Duki continent, although extraction appeared simpler, she had not ventured there either. After much contemplation, she concluded that the only way to acquire the desired data was through self-sacrifice. "Now, take this to work." After a delightful interlude, Qian Sunji presented Tian Shilong with a peculiar item. "Go away." Tian Shilong initially believed Qian Sunji had prepared a thoughtful gift for her. Though she had little need for it, the fact that he had made an effort pleased her. However, upon seeing the nature of the item, she could not help but express her discontent. "What a laughable notion. Do you take me for that kind of woman?" Recognizing the minuscule object in his hand, she understood its intended purpose, to invoke embarrassment in women. "Be good and comply." Qian Sunji, now in high spirits, was indifferent to her protests. Perhaps due to his indulgence on the Duki continent, Tian Shilong resisted, but it proved futile, and ultimately, Qian Sunji adorned her in black stockings, resulting in an oddly peculiar appearance. "Lung, my dear sister, what are you doing?" Tian Shilong's passive state left Xian utterly aghast. "Good heavens! Is this still my commanding sister? How has she transformed into this?" Xian pondered in frustration. What kind of sorcery had Qian Sunji cast upon her? Suddenly, a crucial realization struck Tian Xian. What had Qian Sunji fed Tian Shilong? Regardless of her speculations, she could only deduce that Qian Sunji had provided her with something significant. Moreover, this item had also been consumed by his other women, BibiDong, Medusa, and Yun. These women were all utterly compliant with Qian Sunji. Regardless of their prior relationships, they had all become his subservients. Could it be? Tian Xian felt she was on the verge of uncovering a monumental secret. From the initial genetic mutation of Tian Shilong to her current tolerance towards Qian Sunji, it all seemed to connect. Tian Xian sensed she had stumbled upon Qian Sunji's grand secret, a revelation of tremendous significance. Should she disclose this finding to Queen Kaisa? A sudden thought crossed her mind, as she believed she had truly unearthed Qian Sunji's secret, something she could report to the queen. Nevertheless, she felt something was still amiss. "Just a moment. I shall conduct one final verification." Ultimately, Tian Xian resolved to exercise caution. One last confirmation, indeed the final one. "Sister Long, are you feeling unwell?" Outside Douluo Star, A few of Tian Shilong's little angel teammates observed her for a while, noticing her peculiar demeanor, and inquired, "What has happened to Sister Lung? This is unusual. How could she change so drastically after just one outing?" "It's nothing. I'm merely contemplating a few matters," Tian Shilong replied, slightly tightening her legs. Thankfully, she still had her wings. Her patrols primarily relied on them, or she would have been exposed long ago. At this moment, Tian Shilong wore a smile on her face, but internally, she was seething, having cursed Qian Sunji multiple times. How dare he treat her this way? Upon her return, she would ensure that Qian Sunji faced the consequences. Sensing Tian Shilong's inner turmoil, Qian Sunji pressed the remote control several times. The Douluo star had now entered an era of technology. With the addition of various factors, the internet has indeed become exceptionally advanced. Tian Shilong suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, and her expression changed. Ling Shi and Ruo Feng exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss with their captain, yet they could not pinpoint exactly what it was. "Ling Ye, why are you wearing black socks? They look a bit strange. Do you want to transform into a black-winged angel?" Ling Shi inquired, curiously touching her captain's leg. The black color was rather appealing, after all. Tian Shilong felt a surge of embarrassment. That rascal Qian Sunji always tore things apart, like a primitive savage. So crude. Yet for reasons unknown, her body secretly craved that roughness, even brutality. Otherwise, how could she possibly feel this way? "It's fine, just trying it out." Tian Shilong managed a somewhat awkward smile. The little angels decided not to dwell on it and returned to their tasks. However, they pondered whether they could also try wearing a set of black attire when they returned home. In her room, observing Qian Sunji, who was engrossed in manipulating the remote control, Tian Shilong realized that her Lung Jia was undoubtedly trapped in an excruciating situation. Unfortunately, there were no cameras. Otherwise, she would have relished the opportunity to admire her captain's restrained demeanor. No video? I could just go and see her openly. Tian Shilong felt a sudden rush of excitement, her entire body trembling. She rose and made her way toward Tian Shilong's location. Z. The little angels on patrol greeted her cheerfully upon seeing Tian Shilong. Tian Shilong felt an increase in tension. Due to her own strength, deceiving these little ones posed little difficulty. However, Tian Shilong was an experienced one. Upon her arrival, Tian Shilong sensed immense pressure and feared she might be exposed. "Hello everyone. I'm here to play with you. I'm just so bored." Tian Shilong casually approached the little angels, linking arms with Tian Shilong, feigning a close relationship. This startled Tian Shilong, while the other angels found it perfectly normal, as their camaraderie was indeed strong. Tian Shilong internally cursed her predicament. As expected, Qian Sunji was up to no good again. Tian Shilong, feeling the sudden rigidity in Tian Shilong's body, couldn't help but smile, fully aware of what her captain had experienced. It was truly surreal. Qian Sunji was merely indulging in his whims, without concern for potential repercussions. After a while of amusement, he shifted to more serious matters, longing to have a heartfelt conversation with his wife after their half-month separation. Though it had only been a fortnight, he felt as though a season had passed without her. In addition to sharing some heartfelt sentiments with BibiDong and Qian, he had some delightful items to share with his wives, as he was not one to hoard. Noticing that Tian Shilong had not changed for quite some time, Tian Shilong understood the situation had concluded. "Come on, Lung Jia, take it out. Just looking at you makes me uncomfortable." Tian Shilong laid her cards on the table, causing Tian Shilong to shiver in dread. It was over. She was finished. "Xian, what are you talking about?" At that moment, Tian Shilong was still desperately fighting against the inevitable. "Oh, Lung Jia, don't you know I planted a surveillance device on Qian Sunji?" Tian Shilong, sitting on the sofa and rubbing her forehead, appeared somewhat pained. How had her once composed sister become so slow to react? Tian Shilong suddenly recalled, and knew she could no longer hold back. She retrieved the device. She felt utterly humiliated before Tian Shilong, all thanks to that wretched Qian Sunji. Sigh. Tian Shilong sighed and addressed Tian Shilong. "Show me your hand." She refrained from questioning the situation any further. It was evident that her sister was completely ensnared, with no hope of escape. Thus, there was no choice but to facilitate the connection between Qian Sunji and Tian Shilong. Poor Tian Shilong likely had no idea of Qian Sunji's true nature. Forget it. When she comes down, I'll have a serious talk with Qian Sunji to ensure he behaves properly in the future. It seemed best not to reveal Qian Sunji's true self to Tian Shilong. Tian Xian felt overwhelmed by the entire situation. Another change has occurred? In chapter 122, titled The Willing Sacrifice of Xian noticed yet another slight alteration in her sister's genetics. Tian Shilong was taken aback by Xian's words. How could this be? She had not done anything recently. Just as she was about to assert that nothing had changed, she recalled her recent encounters with Qian Sunji. After all, it seemed that such experiences could indeed bring about change. What should I do, Xian? My dear Xian, please help me. Tian Shilong was filled with regret, lamenting her earlier folly in being led astray by that scoundrel Qian Sunji. If only she had resisted, she would be fine right now. What are you worried about? Even if your genes have changed, you are still an angel. What is there to fear? Right now, I'm just uncertain about the effects of these genetic changes on you. Xian shot Tian Shilong a look of exasperation, crossing her legs and leaning back nonchalantly. Alas, my usually composed Long Jia has also changed, all because of that cursed love. I feel as if my affinity for this world has intensified, as if something else has emerged within me. Upon hearing this, Tian Shilong felt a modicum of relief. She had genuinely feared that a genetic mutation might strip her of her angelic identity, which would have resulted in serious trouble. Fortunately, she remained an angel. That was sufficient. After calming herself, Tian Shilong contemplated the subsequent changes and shared her specific observations with Tian Xian, eager to see what conclusions her sister would draw. Xian responded, "Increased affinity for this world? That sounds rather peculiar. Please wait a moment while I take a closer look." Xian appeared notably more serious this time. She grasped Tian Shilong's hand, savoring the moment profoundly. Soon after, she left the room briefly and returned, having discovered the changes within Tian Shilong. Lengye, it seems that your body has acquired what this world refers to as soul power for cultivation. Xian revealed her startling observation. This conclusion stemmed from her interactions with both Tian Shilong and the ordinary inhabitants of Douluo. Such a revelation could potentially astonish the entire Tian Xingyun. Tian Shilong was taken aback. The addition of indigenous soul power to her body meant she could possibly cultivate within another system. How could this be possible? Let us go. We must see Queen Kaisha. Without a moment's hesitation, Xian seized Tian Shilong and prepared to head to the queen. Wait, Xian. I'm scared. Tian Shilong's apprehension surfaced. She worried about the queen's reaction if she learned about her relationship with Qian Sunji. Yet Xian was undeterred, determined to drag her along. Tian Shilong looked at Xian with a pleading expression. But Xian's resolve remained firm as she pulled Tian Shilong towards Queen Kaisha. Meanwhile, after a prolonged absence, Qian Sunji returned to find Yin collapsed in his embrace, eagerly absorbing his essence. The night was destined to be anything but ordinary. In contrast, BibiDong adopted a moderation of diminutive, beginning to interrogate Qian Sunji. I have been tirelessly organizing resources outside to enhance the strength of my two beloved wives. Dong it truly saddens me to be misunderstood in this way. Qian Sunji lamented, as though he had suffered a great injustice. BibiDong immediately smiled. Do you think I would believe your tall tales? Tell me, how many maidens have you entangled with while outside? Confess, and perhaps leniency will follow. She was well aware of her mentor's true nature. Without restraint, he was akin to a wild stallion, heedless of consequence. Qian Sunji internally agreed, confession is utterly impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime. He could only resort to telling benevolent lies to maintain the facade of his blissful existence. Perhaps one day, when he felt invincible, he might confess, but he knew that those like BibiDong would likely not accept it and would suppress him forcefully. I truly did not. If you don't believe me, look at my recent acquisitions. At that moment, Qian Sunji presented his newfound treasures. What is this? BibiDong and Qian were both astounded by the transparent, yet chaotic orb of light, struggling to comprehend its significance. This is a remarkable item. Absorbing even a fragment of it could elevate our soul power by several levels. Qian Sunji exclaimed, beckoning his two beloveds to join him in refining the treasure. He embraced one in each arm and entered the Wei Yang Xianfu. Qian was naturally compliant, while BibiDong appeared somewhat hesitant. They arrived beneath the Wu Dao tea tree, where the goddess of life was cultivating. Upon their arrival, she greeted them with a slight smile, though her expression subtly shifted when facing Qian Sunji. After half a month apart, He seemed different to her. Is the Silver Dragon King present? Qian Sunji called out. The Silver Dragon King, somewhat displeased, approached, casting a wary glance at the goddess of life. We cannot utilize this right now, so I offer it to you. It may restore your strength. Qian Sunji opened a barrier within the Wei Yang Xianfu, revealing an exceptionally pure azure flame before their eyes. BibiDong and Ayin were speechless, especially Ayin, who felt a surge of fear at the sight of the flame. The Silver Dragon King and the Goddess of Life recognized that this seemingly harmless fire harbored the potential to slay gods. The Goddess of Life genuinely sensed the danger. Is this really for me? The Silver Dragon King looked at Qian Sunji in disbelief. If she absorbed this flame, her power would not only be restored, but could also reach new heights. Qian nodded. At present, he was unable to refine the pure lotus demonic fire. Despite possessing a semi-immortal body, BibiDong and Ayin were even less capable, and as for Yao Chun, he was entirely unfit for the task. Thus, it seemed appropriate to bestow it upon Gu Yuna. After all, she would not be able to escape in the future. What harm could it do? Thank you so much. Gu Yuna transformed into the appearance of a 14-year-old girl, bowing her head in gratitude to Qian Sunji. He merely smiled in response. Gu Yuna descended to absorb the pure lotus demonic fire. BibiDong and Ayin had no objections to Qian Sunji's decision to give the flame to Gu Yuna. Ayin dared not approach it, fearing she might be incinerated, while BibiDong found herself incompatible with the fire's attributes. It was not unreasonable to entrust it to the young girl. Both BibiDong and Ayin recognized Gu Yuna as their partner as attendant. Meanwhile, Qian Sunji and his wives began to absorb the power of the soul's essence. Without elaboration, Qian Sunji possessed the Qing Liandi Xianhua and the Yun Luo Xianyin, along with the 3,000 Yanhua, making it feasible for him to refine the impurities within the soul essence. Ayin, skilled in purification, and BibiDong, with her divine martial soul, the soul-devouring god emperor, also found themselves capable of freely refining the power of the soul's essence. Observing the affectionate trio, the goddess of life felt a pang of envy. She suddenly felt a profound sense of longing. Initially, she had harbored reservations about Qian Sunji due to his multiple wives, believing that a one-on-one relationship was preferable. However, seeing the deep bond between him and his spouses, and his kindness towards her, her discontent gradually faded. Now, witnessing Qian Sunji striving for his women, she felt genuinely moved. She lacked such an emotional connection with the enforcer of destruction. How is it that their divine power is escalating so rapidly? The goddess of life marveled at the cultivation of BibiDong, Ayin, and Qian Sunji. Previously, Qian Sunji had only reached around level 120, while BibiDong was at level 110 and Ayin barely in the 90s. Yet now, Qian Sunji had surpassed level 130 and was advancing towards level 140. BibiDong had also exceeded level 120, while Ayin had reached level 100, qualifying her to inherit the position of the goddess of life. The goddess of life recognized the unique qualities of the light orbs they absorbed, which might be the reason for their extraordinary progress. This stirred some feelings within her. However, given the nature of their relationship, she found it difficult to voice her thoughts. Teacher, let's absorb together. The intention of Qian Sunji was to distribute the 48 groups of soul essence, with Qian Dao Lu receiving 8 groups, while the remainder would belong to them as a couple. Ayin realized that her rate of refinement was the slowest, feeling a tad disheartened, knowing she could not compare to BibiDong. At that moment, she noticed her teacher. The goddess of life had provided her with much assistance. She could not hoard all the benefits for herself. Thus, Ayin shifted her position and approached the goddess of life, sharing the soul essence with her. Ah, you should still keep some for yourself. The goddess of life looked at Ayin, feeling both gratified and tempted. Yet, her pride prevented her from accepting. My dear goddess, you are Yin's teacher and, in a sense, part of our family. Please do not hold back. Qian Sunji smiled apologetically at the goddess of life. With both of his wives present, he felt somewhat reluctant to invite the goddess to join, fearing to stir jealousy in some. However, now that Ayin had spoken up, Qian Sunji could smoothly invite the goddess to join in as well. Engaging in a collective endeavor seemed rather delightful. BibiDong nodded in agreement. She did not allow a trivial benefit to disrupt their relationship with the goddess of life. Thank you very much. For reasons unknown, the goddess of life suddenly comprehended the nuances in Qian Sunji's gaze and expressions. Unable to decline such warm hospitality, she reluctantly joined in. Naturally, Athene shared some precautions about refining the soul essence. While such guidance was trivial for an existence of the goddess's caliber, it was better to be safe than sorry. Xunji and his wives immersed themselves in cultivation for over 3 months. In Queen Kaisa's chamber, as she listened to Xian's report, she fell into a state of incredulous contemplation. Xian, this hypothesis of yours is truly hard to believe. Ultimately, Queen Kaisa found the matter absurd. Indeed, it is somewhat ridiculous, but the transformation of Cold Sister is evident. Xian replied to Queen Kaisa, convinced of her reasoning. Queen Kaisa sighed. She indeed recognized that Angel Cold was distinctly different now. It was precisely because of Angel Cold's example that Kaisa found the situation overwhelmingly absurd, rather than fictitious. The fate of their angels linked to an inferior male angel, and that they must engage in such actions to succeed? Who could withstand such a burden? Was this not akin to dragging them back into the dark ages of 100,000 years ago? Moreover, it was even more ludicrous. Hua Ye's words merely reflected a lack of self-control, presenting many options. Yet Sunji, that peculiar individual, sought to claim them all? For all angels to participate? The mere thought was terrifying. My queen, I am willing to undertake this myself. After careful consideration, Xian made this decision, shocking both Angel Cold and Kaisa. Isn't that a tremendous sacrifice? No, my queen, allow me to go instead. Given the circumstances, I am willing to continue with Sunji as an experimental subject and provide insights for future developments. Angel Cold stepped forward, unwilling to hinder Xian. However, Xian was internally exasperated. Cold Sister, what chaos are you causing? Kaisa nodded. Since Angel Cold had made such a choice, she indeed was the most suitable candidate. My queen, if only Cold Sister participates, there may be unforeseen circumstances. Xian expressed her concerns to Kaisa. Kaisa rubbed her forehead, feeling quite vexed. Something felt amiss. She sensed that there was something fundamentally wrong with the situation. Xian, have you considered that if you also participate, then it means you and Cold will? Kaisa offered a gentle warning. If Xian made such a decision, then Sunji, that scoundrel, would directly monopolize their 2 exceptional angels from the Tian Xingyan. That detestable fellow was becoming increasingly intolerable. For reasons unknown, Kaisa found herself instinctively beginning to loathe Sunji. Chapter 123. The fulfillment of Queen Kaisa. Xian was aware of this sentiment. Yet, at this point, there was no other option but to concede to Sunji. My queen, I will not be with Sunji. I am merely fulfilling a mission that will not affect Cold Sister and Sunji. Xian articulated her thoughts. She was undertaking this task purely to accomplish her objectives. Sunji, she did not harbor any fondness for. To express it in simpler terms, Sunji was merely a tool for Xian. There was no love involved. No. My relationship with him is non-existent. Angel Cold was uncertain of her own feelings towards Sunji. Yet, she was now certain that she did not wish to leave the angelic clan. Cold, given the circumstances, your form has become akin to Sunji's. You should join him. Kaisa contemplated before arriving at this decision. Xian could still be seen as fulfilling a task. But what about Cold? She was acting of her own volition. Furthermore, Kaisa had reviewed Angel Cold's memories. It was truly shocking. How had Angel Cold transformed into such a person? Forget it. Since she has already become the version Sunji adores, let them be together. Do not force yourself. My queen. Angel Cold felt somewhat discontented. All right, Xian, go assist Cold in resolving this matter. After all, she is one of us angels. Partnering with Sunji is indeed fortunate, and we must not allow her to suffer any grievances. Kaisa remained steadfast in her beliefs. In her eyes, love was a realm of freedom. She had discerned Angel Cold's affections for Sunji. If that was the case, then let them be fulfilled. Yes, before Queen Kaisa. Xian appeared exceptionally earnest. With that, Xian took Angel Cold and departed. Cold Sister, you have gotten your wish. Once they left Kaisa, Xian adopted a different demeanor, smiling at Angel Cold. Xian, my heart is in turmoil. What wish have I fulfilled? Angel Cold sighed. After parting from the angels, she felt an emptiness within. From now on, you can freely frolic with that scoundrel. No one will be monitoring you. Xian leaned closer to Angel Cold's ear and chuckled. Go to hell. I'm truly not who you think I am. Angel Cold was at a loss for how to explain, as she herself did not understand her own thoughts at that moment. All right, let us go. I will secure you a position as the primary consort. Xin ceased her teasing of Angel Cold. Originally, Tianqilong was cautious and dared not act recklessly. However, the current Tianqilong feels a newfound confidence, believing she can manipulate situations at will. Xunji, that nefarious individual, is quite a conundrum. Alas, at this juncture, Tianqilong finds herself at a loss. She does not harbor any disdain for Xunji. She might as well acquiesce. Meanwhile, Xunji is diligently training with the ladies. After absorbing all the essence of souls at level 152, the life goddess glances at Xunji and is astonished to discover that she has already reached level 152. This level surpasses even that of a first-tier deity, nearly matching her own prowess. At such a tender age, Xunji has achieved something truly formidable. BibiDong has reached level 143, while Qian stands at level 135. Teacher, what about you? How much progress have you made? Qian inquires curiously, looking at the life goddess. The life goddess has also absorbed 7 orbs of soul essence. I remain at level 160, unable to break through, she replies, shaking her head. She senses her strength has indeed grown, yet she has not transcended her current level. The 5 divine kings all stand at level 160. Upon arriving here, the life goddess feels a significant enhancement in her power, but sadly, her rank remains unchanged. It appears that this is due to the so-called heavenly Tao. No matter. Let's observe what unfolds. Xunji responds nonchalantly. I now feel that even with immense strength, it is challenging to harness it. Our bodies seem unable to bear such power. BibiDong expresses her concern. Theoretically, she has cultivated the undying martial emperor scripture, and her physique is quite robust. Yet, she ultimately cannot compare to Xunji. She feels her body straining under this overwhelming force. Fear not, my lady. Let us engage in some rigorous physical training, Xunji suggests, retrieving a 9th-grade golden pill. It possesses lightning attributes. This golden pill alone is potent enough to rival the 7 stars, even approaching the 8 stars Dosheng. This is only natural, as the ancestor of the Dan Tower, despite being a golden pill, already possesses the cultivation of nearly a 6 stars Dosheng. This golden pill is sufficient for them to consume and enhance their physicality. Indeed, BibiDong nods gently, feeling quite satisfied. The life goddess, upon seeing this pill, is inwardly astonished. The divine realm certainly has knowledge of pills, yet the power encapsulated within the one in Xunji's hand is something they could never concoct. Qian, can you absorb this? Xunji inquires of Qian. Qian smiles. While I cannot absorb the previous flames, I believe I can handle a bit of lightning power. Xunji nods. Then let us partake together. This 9th-grade golden pill is merely an appetizer. What I am to refine next is the imperial-grade embryonic pill. The imperial-grade embryonic pill is the true main course. Of course, it will require further refinement. Unfortunately, I am uncertain if one medicinal dust will suffice. Qian, absorb it in moderation. Do not put yourself at risk. You should know that even the slightest harm to you pains me deeply. Xunji first cautions Qian before beginning her absorption. Qian nods, though she muses that the one causing her the most harm is indeed Xunji, who often wishes to stuff her entirely with pills, which is truly quite burdensome. Nevertheless, Qian feels warmth in her heart. Observing Xunji and Qian sharing glances while neglecting her, BibiDong huffs in irritation. Xunji chuckles and pats BibiDong's thigh, signaling her to cease her petty sulking, assuring her that she treats them all equally. Only then does a slight smile grace BibiDong's face, easing her heart. She is not truly angry. She merely desires a declaration from Xunji. Witnessing the affectionate interactions among the trio, the life goddess contemplates leaving, yet her body remains steadfastly rooted in place. Chapter 124. The revelation: this 9th-grade golden pill primarily serves to refine the body. After absorbing the pill's power, BibiDong feels her physique has improved significantly, alleviating the sense of oppression. All right, let us venture forth. It is time to attend to other matters. At this point, aside from the imperial-grade embryonic pill, everything Xunji brought from the Duqi continent has been nearly depleted. It is time to undertake the final tasks. BibiDong and Qian nod in agreement. The life goddess feels a twinge of guilt, having reaped numerous benefits from Xunji without offering anything in return. Truly, this weighs heavily on her conscience. She must devise a way to repay Xunji's kindness. The initial favor she bestowed upon Qian, granting her the life goddess's divine status, has long since been exhausted. BibiDong and Qian follow the life goddess outside. Meanwhile, XunjiCounter-PUA remains behind, still with a few minor matters to attend to. What is it? XunjiCounter-PUA stays behind to meet Qian. Now, Qian has absorbed the power of the pure lotus demon fire, with her elemental forces dominated by the fire attribute. Qian feels that her current strength leaves her unafraid even of the 5 enforcing deities of the divine realm. In fact, when facing the life goddess, she could potentially deal critical strikes against her. I feel great. Thank you for your assistance. I will repay you. Qian expresses her heartfelt gratitude to XunjiCounter-PUA. Repay? How do you intend to repay me? XunjiCounter-PUA inquires with a knowing smile. Under her gaze, Qian feels an inexplicable discomfort. I will compel all soul beasts to submit to you and become your servants. Soul beasts of the Douluo continent evolve due to absorbing some of Qian's power. Qian is not overly concerned about these soul beasts. She recalls XunjiCounter-PUA's interest in the female soul beasts among them, such as Qian, as well as the rabbit and others like Ziji and Biji, who have all enjoyed prosperous lives under XunjiCounter-PUA's care. The male soul beasts, however, seem to fare rather poorly. XunjiCounter-PUA shakes his head. What significance do these soul beasts hold for me now? Do you believe I require a few more soul beasts? With this thought, XunjiCounter-PUA suddenly recalls the unfortunate Biji, who remains imprisoned in the secret chamber, nearly forgotten. Fortunately, despite having been quite busy lately, not much time has passed. Biji should be able to endure without any major issues. Qian reflects. Indeed, XunjiCounter-PUA and his wives have all ascended to divine-level strength, and XunjiCounter-PUA is nearing the status of a true land deity. Certainly, at present, XunjiCounter-PUA has merely reached a barely acceptable level of that realm. His strength still falls far short. He can only be regarded as a facade. I can assist you in acquiring the goddess of life. After some contemplation, Qian articulated this proposition. What do you mean by that? Am I such a person? Please refrain from making such remarks in the future. XunjiCounter-PUA was taken aback by Qian's audacious statement. Reflecting on the goddess of life, a married woman, he resolutely declined her offer. Just wait. I shall ensure everything is arranged for you. Qian smiled enigmatically. The so-called all-encompassing demeanor of the goddess of life truly repulsed her, filling her with intense disdain. Qian longed to witness the expression of the goddess of life after betraying her husband, a thought that thrilled her immensely. Enough chatter, let us concoct some elixirs together. XunjiCounter-PUA felt it necessary to guide this young girl, lest she become a troublesome individual. Now that she had mastered the pure lotus demon fire and possessed formidable power, XunjiCounter-PUA naturally required her assistance in refining elixirs. Additionally, he needed her help in crafting the physical form for Yao Chun. He intended to use the body of the soul-destroying being for Yao Chun, allowing him to attain a level of strength comparable to a Doshang. This would greatly aid in later refining elixirs for him, up to the imperial-grade beginner elixirs. Oh, Qian nodded in agreement. Transforming back into her lowly form and following XunjiCounter-PUA outside. Dragons, after all, are quite magnificent. Dragon attribute Lolas are equally impressive. Qian might not even realize how enchanting her current form is. Upon exiting, XunjiCounter-PUA observed that the situation outside was rather dire. BibiDong, Qian, and even the goddess of life were present. Angels Xiaogang, Yin, and Lung were also there. It appeared that both sides were at a stalemate. Upon seeing XunjiCounter-PUA, the expressions of the crowd subtly shifted. XunjiCounter-PUA sensed that something significant was about to unfold. XunjiCounter-PUA, you have arrived. Our Queen Kaisha has decreed that since you have treated our Lung Jia in such a manner, and she harbors feelings for you, henceforth, she shall be your partner. You must treat her well, and at the very least grant her the status of a legitimate wife. If Lung returns to us claiming you have bullied her, you must consider how well you can withstand a beating. Compared to the others, Xiaogang was somewhat more carefree. Upon XunjiCounter-PUA's arrival, she directly laid her cards on the table. No, that's not it. XunjiCounter-PUA was momentarily bewildered. Why was this happening now? He glanced at Angel Lung, who kept her head down and remained silent. XunjiCounter-PUA realized that their clandestine relationship could no longer be concealed. The goddess of life sighed. She had just been reflecting on the love between XunjiCounter-PUA and BibiDong, Qian. Yet, upon stepping out, she encountered this matter, which made her feel utterly embarrassed, as if she had been slapped. BibiDong and Qian felt a twinge of discomfort as well. They had been led to believe by XunjiCounter-PUA that he was not involved with anyone outside. However, it turned out that he had not been unfaithful. He was merely seeking excitement right under their noses. The true jesters were, in fact, themselves. What's this, Sunji? After enjoying yourself, you refuse to take responsibility? Do you believe I want to cut you? Seeing Sunji's nonchalant demeanor, Xian could not help but feel anger rise within her. As expected, Sunji was just like Huayi, a scoundrel. She had thought there was a distinction between Sunji and Huayi, believing that at least Sunji would take responsibility. But now, it appeared there was no difference at all. This realization filled Xian with distaste for Sunji. Chapter 125, Sister or Younger Sister. How could that be? Since Lung Lung is willing to follow me, I shall certainly take full responsibility. Henceforth, Lung Lung shall be my third wife. Sunji was no coward. Since Lung Lung was willing to be his consort, he could not refuse. Thus, Sunji boldly made his pledge. I, Sunji, shall never mistreat my women. They shall be the happiest in the world. I will shower her with affection, so rest assured. After speaking, Sunji directly took Angel Lung from Xian's hands and possessively embraced her. For reasons unknown, the previously unperturbed Angel Lung suddenly felt a tremendous tremor within her body. BibiDong and Qian felt a pang of jealousy. Well, I suppose I have gained another sister. Although Angel Lung was technically the younger sister in order, her immense strength meant that the two of them were still no match for her. At least you show some responsibility. With Sunji's words, Xian felt slightly better and no longer harbored as much animosity towards him. Naturally, Xian also felt a hint of envy towards her sister Lung. When shall we hold the wedding? Xian inquired once more. Since Sunji was to marry her sister Lung, the ceremony must be grand and not simplified. Sunji was momentarily taken aback. He had never considered the idea of a wedding. When pursuing women, he typically went straight to the boat. He had never bought a ticket. Qian had purchased the ticket first, due to the peculiar circumstances. All right, let us do it. I will first prepare an auspicious date and then make arrangements. Considering the powerful family background of Angel Lung, Sunji felt compelled to proceed in this manner. He hoped that the dowry from Angel Lung would be substantial. Upon hearing this, Angel Lung felt a profound sense of reassurance. As for BibiDong, she was filled with envy. She was the first, yet had never had a wedding. At most, she had borrowed a portion of the procedures during Yin's wedding, but ultimately, it was not genuine. Now, aside from Qian, another woman was set to marry her man. It was disheartening. No, this time I must. BibiDong resolved in her heart. No matter how powerful Angel Lung was, she must intervene on her teacher's wedding day. This way, her heart would feel a bit more balanced. Well then, I shall take my leave. Lung Jia, you must find happiness. Although Xian had tasks to attend to, she felt it was not the right time to complete them. After handing over Angel Lung to Sunji, Xian planned to depart, leaving the remaining time for the two of them. I shall take my leave as well. The goddess of life also felt it inappropriate to remain there and decided to withdraw. So, will you be my sister or my younger sister? Qian was quicker to accept Angel Lung than BibiDong. After all, she had long since become the form that Sunji favored. In her heart, Qian held not a shred of rebellion against Sunji, only an overwhelming sense of compliance. Witnessing Qian so readily accept this reality left BibiDong feeling quite helpless. Qian has acted in such a manner. What else can she do? It is improbable that she would harbor any dissent. Otherwise, would it not imply that this grand lady possesses a greater capacity for tolerance than Qian, the little lady? Though acceptance may be the only option, BibiDong still feels a slight obstruction in her heart. This is not a significant matter. Sunji can easily communicate with BibiDong and resolve it. He is a professional in unclogging drains, well versed in such matters. I shall simply act as the younger sister, having met the two elder sisters. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Tian Shilong is also aware of the customs here. With the situation being what it is, she finds herself without recourse. Despite her formidable strength, she is theoretically the younger sister. Tian Shilong does not overstep her boundaries and obediently assumes the role of the concubine. Indeed, Ling Mai Mai, Qian nodded in agreement, a smile gracing her lips. BibiDong felt a measure of relief within her heart. Had Tian Shilong attempted to usurp her position, it would have posed quite a challenge. Fortunately, Tian Shilong is rather understanding, which greatly satisfies BibiDong. As the younger sister is newly arrived, let this rascal spend more time with her. Qian, let's take our leave. After BibiDong asserted her position to Lung Lung, she pulled Qian away. Qian also smiled and nodded. Observing his two wives and the new arrival displaying such understanding, Sunji smiled with satisfaction. Once BibiDong and Qian departed, Qian Sunji wasted no time and picked up Tian Shilong in a sweeping embrace. Now that Tian Shilong belongs to him, Qian Sunji felt free to act as he pleased. What are you doing? Tian Shilong instinctively wrapped her arms around Qian Sunji's neck, speaking shyly. What am I doing? I am merely teaching you what is required after entering this realm. As my wife, there are certain things you must fulfill. Qian Sunji carried her to the nearest room and tossed Tian Shilong onto the bed. Theoretically, given Qian Sunji's outrageous behavior, Tian Shilong should have slapped him. However, due to certain conceptions instilled in her, she found herself unable to resist him. Responsibility dictates that Qian Sunji is the master of the household. Qian Sunji took this opportunity to impart essential lessons to Tian Shilong regarding her obligations in his family. Why is your body so peculiar? Tian Shilong, nestled in Qian Sunji's embrace, could not help but inquire. Qian Sunji expressed his bewilderment. Peculiar? What is peculiar? Am I too powerful? Tian Shilong's words seemed to carry an underlying meaning. Do you not realize? Each time I consume your genes, I undergo a transformation. Now, the queen has set her sights on you and dispatched Xiaogang to study you. Tian Shilong rummaged through Qian Sunji's belongings and, after extracting an item from his leg, explained after crushing it. This is the tracking mark left on you by Xiaogang. All your actions during this time are under her control. What the heck? Qian Sunji was utterly stunned, sitting up in shock. Has Xiaogang been privy to all his actions during this time? This is disastrous. Qian Sunji felt utterly humiliated. Be cautious. Xiaogang is also intrigued by your physique. Beware. Tian Shilong flashed a mischievous smile at Qian Sunji. Yet, he appeared unfazed. It seems that girl indeed has an interest in me. I must devise a plan. Little did he know that his misdeeds have been observed. In that case, there is no alternative. Xiaogang must be dealt with. Chapter 126. The Temptation of Long Long. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread, could Qian Sunji still hope for a peaceful existence? Could he remain a man? What are you planning? Tian Shilong inquired with curiosity. Naturally, I intend for her to keep my secrets, and she should willingly present herself to me. I certainly have no reason to refuse. Qian succinctly explained. You scoundrel! Have you harbored such intentions for a long time? Upon hearing this, Tian Shilong felt a sudden surge of anger and playfully pinched the flesh at Qian Sunji's waist. Although Qian Sunji felt no pain, as Tian Shilong was not exerting much force, he pretended to be in agony. I have no choice. Who can withstand this? Regardless, Qian Sunji would never relent. Suit yourself. Just do not end up captured by Queen Kaisha as a test subject. Tian Shilong huffed. Qian Sunji's demeanor foreshadowed inevitable trouble. Being captured would be fine. Becoming a breeding tool for your group of beautiful angels is a dream come true. Qian Sunji shamelessly declared. To become the man of the entire angel nebula? Qian Sunji expressed no objections. His body could withstand it. Even if he could not endure, he would persevere. What does it matter if he lives a few hundred years less? You seem to be dreaming. With your current state, what angel would find you appealing? Tian Shilong could not help but ridicule him, though her heart pondered that with her presence, he should not entertain such fantasies. Are you blind? Qian Sunji gazed at Tian Shilong with a grin. If I were not blind, would you be treating me this way now? Tian Shilong replied with a hint of pride. Speaking of which, all of you angels are truly beautiful. That Ling Shi and others are quite remarkable. Qian Sunji found himself reminiscing. Indeed, he is such a scoundrel. What do you mean? Tian Shilong suddenly felt a foreboding sense. What could it mean? Of course, it means seizing the opportunity to engage with them. Qian Sunji unabashedly revealed his ulterior motives. He found it simple to handle a girl like Tian Shilong. You dare? Tian Shilong was somewhat incensed. She could not believe Qian Sunji would be so audacious. How is this different from that scoundrel Huai? Why would I not dare? Little girl, you are now mine. You ought to listen to me. Do you understand? Qian Sunji swiftly flipped over and pinned Tian Shilong down. Although he could not defeat her, he could still dominate her. You. Tian Shilong hesitated momentarily. Speak. Between me and your queen, whom do you choose? Qian Sunji shamelessly initiated a brainwashing campaign against Tian Shilong. Tian Shilong found herself in a dilemma. Instinctively, she wished to choose Queen Kaisha, for she would forever be a warrior under Kaisha's command. Yet, in this situation, reason urged her to select Qian Sunji. After all, they were now married. Should not spouses regard each other as the most important individuals? Choose. Tian Shilong felt increasingly perplexed. She truly felt helpless. Speak quickly. Qian Sunji's demeanor turned harsh as he struck Tian Shilong. Qian Sunji's heart trembled, and the scales within her began to tip toward him, yet she still could not voice it. This is your last chance. Between me and Kaisha, whom do you choose? Qian Sunji intensified his efforts once more, this time delivering a truly ferocious beating that nearly left Tian Shilong in tatters. I choose you. Is that sufficient? Ultimately, Tian Shilong could no longer restrain herself and uttered the answer Qian Sunji longed to hear. A faint smile graced Qian Sunji's lips. That's right, this is the cold I adore. My beloved Lung. He gently caressed Ling's hair and spoke with unparalleled tenderness. For reasons unknown, Tian Shilong felt that Qian Sunji's praise was more fulfilling than any accolade she had received from Queen Kaisha. Could this be love? Tian Shilong gradually felt a sense of enlightenment. In her room, Jixin realized that she could no longer connect to the surveillance on Qian Sunji and instantly comprehended the situation. It was undoubtedly the doing of Tian Shilong. Jixin was astonished that Tian Shilong, having just become involved with Qian Sunji, would choose such a course of action. It was truly hard to believe. Do women in love become so blind? Something was amiss. Qian Sunji was not himself. The once independent, self-assured Lung had transformed into a mere shadow of her former self, particularly after she disrupted Qian Sunji's control over her. This was a command from Queen Kaisha, and Tian Shilong's defiance was nothing short of alarming. Jixin sensed that Qian Sunji was somehow the catalyst leading to the decline of the current Tianxia civilization. Initially, Jixin had planned to use Qian Sunji for her own ends before discarding him. Yet now, it seemed she might have to remain hidden by his side to uncover more intricate details. Though she found it hard to accept, she was willing to do it for the sake of the Tianxia civilization. After a brief period of intimacy with Tian Shilong, Qian Sunji began to attend to pressing matters. He sought out Yaochen. Yaochen, I possess an imperial-grade Chudan. Are you capable of its final refinement? As Qian Sunji presented the Chudan, Yaochen was left trembling in awe. An imperial-grade Chudan. He was merely an 8th-tier alchemist at his pinnacle, striving towards the 9th tier. Now, he stood before the ultimate aspiration of alchemists, the imperial-grade elixir. Even a mere Chudan was enough to leave him utterly astounded, rendering him devoid of any regrets in this lifetime. I am confident, but I must regain my physical form first, Yaochen responded after a moment of astonishment. Given his current abilities, enhancing the Chudan's refinement was already a daunting task, let alone creating 8th-tier elixirs. Rest assured, I have made preparations. Qian Sunji nodded and produced the corpse of Han Misheng. This is the body of a 5-star Dosheng. You may use it to house your soul. It should suffice. Yaochen, merely a Dozun, was exhilarated at the opportunity to possess the body of a Dosheng. Although Han Misheng was one of his most despised enemies, he could not deny the allure of a 5-star Dosheng's corpse. Chapter 127. The attitudes of two couples. Qian Sunji naturally commenced the refinement process for Yaochen. During this time, Gu Yuan assisted, as the body of a Dosheng required considerable time to manipulate with low-tier Yihua. With the assistance of a flame of the Jinglan Yaohua caliber, the process would expedite significantly. Once Yaochen possessed a body, he would be granted 2 sources of soul essence, and if necessary, a portion of the source of life, which should enable him to bond with this body and attain the strength of a Dosheng. Meanwhile, Qian Sunji busily gathered resources while Yaochen fused with his new body. The goddess of life, upon observing this, began to contemplate. She sensed that this elixir might offer her a means of advancement. At this moment, she thought of her husband, the god of destruction. If they were to contribute their resources to this endeavor, perhaps they could share in its benefits. Thus, she reached out to her husband. Life, are you not returning? Upon projection, the god of destruction responded with remarkable gentleness. When addressing his wife, his temperament was exceedingly mild. Destruction, I will not return to the divine realm just yet. However, you should hurry to the Douluo continent. Something good is afoot. The goddess of life spoke to the god of destruction. He appeared quite surprised. Something good? What could come from that low-tier plane? She proceeded to relay everything to him. Upon hearing his wife extol the virtues of a man, the god of destruction felt a pang of discontent. After all, men are often plagued by jealousy. Life, don't go. Come back. He wished for her to return, sensing an ill omen brewing within him, and he missed her dearly. Destruction, this concerns our potential advancement. Are you truly not tempted? Hurry back. The goddess of life, oblivious to his unease, believed that sharing such a splendid opportunity with her husband would naturally please him. I will not come. Do as you wish. The god of destruction severed the connection, thinking that his wife would surely come to comfort him after such a dismissal. Yet, he could not foresee that the goddess of life was genuinely unconcerned. Sighing, she shook her head, dismissing the matter from her thoughts. Upon returning to his room, Xunji activated the clock-in system once more. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Yuan Donlu. My dear, did you hear? That fellow seems intent on refining an extraordinary elixir. Xunji's announcement regarding his intention to concoct a remarkable elixir spread rapidly throughout the Douluo continent. The evil god king and the good god king, who were traversing the continent, naturally caught wind of this news. The evil god king felt a twinge of envy. The couple had not enhanced their combat prowess in many years, and this elixir from another realm offered a glimmer of hope. With Xunji's imperial-grade Chudan, the Yuan Donlu, and countless other resources, the resulting elixir would undoubtedly surpass ordinary imperial-grade ones, possibly achieving exceptional quality or even surpassing it. This was destined to be an extraordinary elixir. Yet, the good god king sighed in resignation. But how does this concern us? Their relationship with Xunji was tenuous at best. I've heard that if we provide some rare spiritual materials, we could partake in this as well. What do you think? The evil god king proposed to his wife. But how do we even approach this? Over the years, the couple has indeed amassed a considerable collection of remarkable treasures, including some extraordinary materials. However, how could they possibly approach Xunji about this? Would you like to speak to him on their behalf? The evil god king harbors a sense of wariness towards Xunji, perceiving him as a dangerously unpredictable individual, and thus prefers to limit their interactions. He fears that fostering a closer relationship with Xunji may lead to the loss of something immensely valuable. Yet this time, he finds himself unable to resist the temptation. Shall we go? Are you certain? The kind god queen chuckled at her husband, fully aware of his apprehensions regarding Xunji. So, do you want me to go? The evil god king felt a twinge of embarrassment. Fine, I shall go. Let's prepare. The kind god queen laughed heartily, her heart unwaveringly devoted to her husband alone. She is not the type to stray. That particular elixir, rumored to possess miraculous properties, has even captured the attention of the goddess of life. She is eager to discover the nature of such a potion. In the depths of the Wu Hun Temple, within Xunji's secret chamber, a long-awaited glimmer of light pierced through the pervasive darkness. Bai Ji quickly glanced around. It's you. Indeed, it was that nefarious individual. Theoretically, Bai Ji believed she could endure solitude, but in such a bleak and sunless place, prolonged isolation was driving her to the brink of madness. All she desired was to escape this wretched location. Yet Xunji's arrival stirred a tempest within her heart. However, she could not have anticipated that two women were trailing behind Xunji, one of whom was her dear sister, Ji. For reasons unknown, Ji appeared oddly exposed, her attire strikingly revealing. This was to be expected, as a dragon maiden ought to embody the essence of her kind. As for the other woman, she appeared younger. Yet Bai Ji sensed an air about her that was both oppressive and oddly comforting. Bai Ji Mei, how have you been during this time? Xunji approached Bai Ji, offering a disarming smile that seemed harmless. Yet, Bai Ji felt an overwhelming chill. Do you think I would yield so easily? Though she internally grappled with the notion of surrender, she refused to admit it openly. It is often said that a stubborn duck will not relent easily. She is not a duck. She is a swan, and a swan's resolve is equally formidable. Why resist? Ask Ji how her life has been since she joined me. Xunji placed his hand upon Ji's shapely form, pulling her close and urging her to converse earnestly with Bai Ji. Ji, now thoroughly tamed by Xunji, had become his devoted companion. Not only did Xunji ride her during the day, but she also often worked late into the night to serve him. This devoted steed was adored by Xunji, who wished for more such companions. He harbored no ill intentions. His sole desire was to create a sanctuary for these beings. After all, establishing a haven for animals is fundamentally for their protection. Presently, his collection boasted creatures that soared through the skies and roamed the earth. Yet he lacked aquatic beings. As Xunji proceeded with his actions before her, Guyu Na remained impassive. This little girl had been led astray by Xunji, and her understanding was limited. In her eyes, all of Xunji's actions were beneficial for Ji. After all, did not Ji seem content? Moreover, Xunji had assisted her significantly, prompting her to aid him in acquiring this petite swan. This little swan was merely an appetizer. The main feast awaited. Indeed, be ye. Follow your master, and a brighter future shall await you. Ziji's body had become exceedingly sensitive. A mere touch from XunjiCounter-PUA sent ripples of discomfort through her. She struggled to speak to BibiDong, wishing for her dear friend to also find a promising future, as such companions were rare. BibiDong could hardly fathom that Ziji had not only submitted to XunjiCounter-PUA, but had also become his steed. Her mind buzzed in disbelief. This opportunity is a mark of my esteem for you. Do not overestimate your worth. Now that Ziji has become the beast god, why not kneel and beseech our esteemed master to accept you? Gyuyuna interjected. Who are you to instruct me? Since when does a little girl dictate my actions? BibiDong retorted, her indignation palpable. Gyuyuna, incensed, extended her petite hand towards BibiDong. What is happening? My power, my power. In that moment, BibiDong experienced the wrath of Gyuyuna. Her elemental strength was stripped away, leaving her powerless despite her centuries of cultivation. Who are you? BibiDong gazed at the young girl before her in terror, now fully aware of her formidable nature. I am the sovereign of your spirit beasts. All of you, save for a few exceptions like Qian, owe your existence to the fragments of my power. Do you comprehend now? XunjiCounter-PUA extolled Gyuyuna, much to the delight of the proud girl as she raised her head high. How can this be? BibiDong in disbelief, unable to fathom the sheer might of this little girl. And to think such a powerful being was subservient to XunjiCounter-PUA's will. What hope did she have to resist? BibiDong, are you still unwilling to submit? My patience is finite. XunjiCounter-PUA understood that Gyuyuna's presence would undoubtedly devastate BibiDong's already crumbling defenses. In this moment, he sought to provide her with a way out. Consider the initial blue-silver emperor, followed by those two little rabbits, and now Ziji. They have all pledged their allegiance to me, and their futures are bright. The blue-silver emperor has ascended to divinity. The rabbits are nearing that realm. And Ziji has also become a deity. BibiDong, what are you waiting for? You are the last piece. Return to your rightful place. XunjiCounter-PUA gently lifted BibiDong's chin, his words laden with temptation. At this moment, BibiDong had indeed lost any will to resist. A voice within her heart continually tempted her, urging her to relent. Why persist when your leader has already surrendered? You have no favorable outcome ahead, since you cannot resist. Why not quietly enjoy your circumstances? Ultimately, BibiDong bowed her noble head. Qian laughed heartily in triumph. BibiDong has yielded. Nana, you may return now. Thank you for today. Qian dismissed Gyuyuna first. Gyuyuna was still relatively obedient, as Qian's teachings had been quite effective. After her departure, Qian naturally indulged in his favored pursuits. Any female soul beast wishing to join his ranks must be prepared to offer something in return. After all, Qian was unreserved with those he considered his own, readily sharing any treasures. Thus, he needed to discern who truly belonged to his inner circle. The simplest way to identify his allies was through genuine interaction. Strangely, as she watched Gyuyuna leave, Ziji's expression appeared rather peculiar. Especially when Qian began to draw closer, BibiDong felt a pang of anxiety. In her flustered state, akin to a startled bird, Qian firmly grasped her chin, causing her lips to part involuntarily. He then fed her a small vial of medicine. Inside were tiny granules. Although BibiDong initially resisted, she ultimately swallowed them all, drawing from her prior experience, namely the transformation pill Qian had administered. She had presumed this would also be some extraordinary elixir. Her assumption was correct. This pill possessed unique capabilities. I leave her in your care. She shall follow you for a time. As per our agreement, this matter must remain confidential. Understood? After donning his clothing with Ziji's assistance, Qian glanced at BibiDong, whose expression was now utterly dazed and devoid of awareness, and spoke to Ziji. His manner was consistent. He left no traces after his indulgences. It would be best to leave the subsequent affairs to the appropriate individuals. Ziji nodded respectfully, well aware of Qian's principles. Observing BibiDong, now rendered almost senseless by Qian, Ziji felt a mixture of pity and envy. Unbeknownst to Qian, he had recently felt increasingly detached from his humanity, often indulging in stimulants to heighten his interests. Naturally, it was female companions like BibiDong who consumed these substances. He was eager to witness the peculiar expressions of various girls. Alas, such inclinations might stem from Yunyun's influence. Leading him astray, all blame lay with Yunyun, this girl who spoke with a forked tongue, corrupting the once upright and kind-hearted Qian, who would sacrifice himself for the sake of Douluo continent. The past is a realm never to be revisited. His current disposition, so peculiar, was linked to those present. Chapter 129, The Arrival of the Kindness God King, Your Excellency. I wonder what insights you bring. Xunji had not anticipated an unexpected guest today, the Kindness God King. Reflecting on the evil God King's previous indifference towards him, Xunji couldn't help but smile. In the past, the evil God King could afford to disregard him. Yet now, the evil God King could hardly hope to reach his level. Of course, the evil God King's wife was another matter entirely. After all, Xunji was known for cherishing the fairer sex. Your Excellency? The Kindness God King chuckled, surprised by the sweet words of the Pope. Given Xunji's current strength, she realized he was not far beneath her. Moreover, as the host, he no longer needed to flatter her excessively. This newfound dynamic had improved her perception of him significantly. Such humility, such handsomeness, such refinement in a pope was indeed worthy of her respect. I merely speak the truth. Do you not consider yourself a rare beauty? A paragon among women? Xunji feigned innocence, presenting himself as a simple truth-teller. Enough flattery. You elevate me to the heavens, Your Excellency. I have come today because I heard you intend to concoct an unparalleled divine pill, and I wish to collaborate with you. The Kindness God King revealed her purpose. Very well. Xunji maintained a calm demeanor. The Emperor-grade Chudan was indeed a rare commodity for him at present. However, in about a decade, it would lose its allure. In that time, he could easily concoct Emperor-grade pills himself. Indeed, even higher-grade elixirs. A Dodi would rank among the strongest in the entire fourth parallel universe, rivaling gods in strength, perhaps only falling short of the highest-tier deities. The Kindness God King, having never encountered such a high-grade pill before, was naturally intrigued. Xunji indicated that her participation was acceptable, provided there was a reciprocal contribution. With the arrival of the Hunyuan Dan furnace, he expressed a desire for ample medicinal materials. The Hunyuan Dan furnace could autonomously create unparalleled divine pills with a primary ingredient and sufficient auxiliary materials, given adequate heat, essentially functioning as an elite automatic alchemist. As long as the Kindness God King could provide sufficient materials or perhaps share insights from her years of practice, Xunji would be willing to welcome her. Having been a wife for many years, the Kindness God King likely possessed considerable knowledge. Xunji was an ambitious youth with a strong desire for learning. We understand we cannot gain from you without offering something in return. Rest assured, we will commit our utmost. The Kindness God King spoke leisurely. She and her husband had little regard for their wealth, as their possessions held little significance for them now, serving merely as collectibles. Your Excellency truly is modest. If you desire something, I would willingly comply, even without any return, Xunji replied disingenuously. In truth, he sought only a small effort in return. Oh, did the Goddess of Life receive anything without offering? The Kindness God King's curiosity was piqued by Xunji's words. I initially intended for the Goddess of Life to contribute no materials, but she insisted, and I could not refuse, Xunji admitted, slightly evasive. Then I must not be a freeloader. I shall prepare accordingly. Until we meet again, Your Excellency. The Kindness God King smiled and rose to leave. Xunji nodded. As he watched her graceful departure, he mused. Truly, she was a remarkable wife of millions of years, compared to the Goddess of Life. The Kindness God King had evidently been nurtured to perfection. In certain respects, the Lord of Destruction pales in comparison to the evil God King. Indeed, the latter has openly declared his malevolence. Must one not delve deeper into understanding him? Why must virtue always conjoin with wickedness? Is it not possible to cultivate relationships with individuals of genuine goodness? Xunji finds himself perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. After 3 months of accumulation, he feels sufficiently prepared and promptly presents his Hunyuan Dan furnace. Just as Yao Qian is poised to showcase his exquisite alchemical skills, he suddenly realizes that he is merely an old man tending the fire. At this moment, a multitude gathers. Not only Xunji's family, but also several angels and 3 divine kings. Although the angels claim they have no use for these elixirs, they still relish the spectacle. Even Queen Kaisa is observing intently. Remarkably, the furnace proves resistant to analysis. How can this be, originating from a higher universe? Queen Kaisa focuses her attention on the peculiar alchemical device, only to discover that she is entirely unable to conduct any data analysis on it. What secrets does Xunji harbor? It seems she must urge Xian to act. The Silver Dragon King, upon spotting another individual still fulfilling the role of a firekeeper. The evil God King is taken aback. Is that not the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna? While others may be oblivious, he cannot be. The evil god king glances at his wife, the good god king, seeking her counsel. However, she too is uncertain. Logically, this should indeed impose sanctions on Guyuna, for the death of a dragon god is closely tied to their own actions. They are the primary enforcers against the dragon god, with the Azura god as the chief executor. Yet now, it appears the Silver Dragon King is entangled with Xuanji, complicating matters significantly. Guyuna has certainly noticed this couple and lets out a cold snort. It seems she has more individuals to confront on behalf of her adoptive father. Under Xuanji's influence, the Silver Dragon King Guyuna has become his goddaughter. This decision brings comfort to both BibiDong and Guyuna. As a loving adoptive father, bestowing the gift of the pure lotus demon fire upon his goddaughter is hardly excessive, is it? Presently, Guyuna feels unafraid of this couple. Let us first consult the goddess of life. Observing her husband's intent to take action, the good god king intervenes. Clearly, this is not the opportune moment for confrontation. With so many present, one must extend Xuanji some courtesy. Although the evil god king harbors resentment, deeming Xuanji beneath him, he must acquiesce to his wife's wishes. Following her lead, he discreetly approaches the goddess of life to inquire about the Silver Dragon King's situation. Today's update is extensive, yet I cannot afford to falter. In the eyes of this couple, the goddess of life, having such close contact with Xuanji, must surely be aware of the Silver Dragon King's circumstances. She does not conceal this information, openly admitting she has known for quite some time. At this moment, she cannot help but speak well of Guyuna. Alas, her inherent kindness compels her. Thanks to Xuanji's assistance, Guyuna has reformed and has led all the soul beasts to submit to him. The threat they pose to the divine realm has long since dissipated. The goddess of life elaborates. What qualifications does Xuanji possess to resolve our issues with the soul beasts? In my view, Guyuna is undoubtedly manipulating that fellow, who remains blissfully unaware. The evil god king retorts, echoing the sentiments of the Azura god. The dragon god must be utterly eradicated. Unfortunately, the divine realm is already under the watchful eyes of external forces. Should a dragon god crisis arise now, the divine realm would be in dire peril. To secure our borders, we must first stabilize our inner sanctum. The evil god king's words draw the attention of both goddesses. The goddess of life regards him with disdain, believing him to be utterly misguided. How can one fail to recognize Xuanji's burgeoning strength? The good god king, however, finds merit in her husband's assertions. Presently, Xuanji has become the son-in-law of the angelic nebula, with Queen Kaisa having, months prior, wed one of the 3 generations of divine bodies, not inferior to themselves, to him as a third concubine. It would be prudent to regard Xuanji with heightened respect. The goddess of life succinctly states this, further astonishing the evil god king. Such a seemingly insignificant individual has garnered the favor of the angels. It is indeed baffling. Even someone as formidable as he finds himself reduced to insignificance before the angels. Many believe that individuals in the fantastical realms are supremely powerful, capable of shattering planets. Yet, upon reflection, how many such realms exceed the size of the solar system? How many can surpass the Milky Way? How long would it take a Douluo emperor to traverse beyond the solar system? Xuanji has successfully allied himself with the angelic nebula, which surely daunts the evil god king. Enough of this. Let us observe the effects of this elixir. The goddess of life deftly shifts the topic. The evil god king's mood lightens somewhat. After 3 months of preparation and the processing of multiple flames, this initial elixir has finally been completed. Its quality undoubtedly surpasses all imperial-grade elixirs from the Duki continent throughout history, even hinting at the level of divine-grade elixirs. Upon its emergence, the heavenly tribulations alone would suffice to annihilate the entire Douluo continent. Fortunately, with the assistance of the angels, the Douluo continent currently stands impervious. The heavenly tribulations do not exert significant influence. Now, let us partake together. There is no need to consume the elixir in the traditional manner. At their level, they can simply absorb its power directly. For Xuanji, it would likely take a year or 2 to fully absorb the elixir's essence, an impractical expenditure of time. It is far better to share it among themselves. After all, few present are not allies. Those who are not will undoubtedly pay a price later. Observing those immersed in the absorption of power, the angels feel a surge of emotion. They are indeed different. Queen Kaisa detects an unusual phenomenon. The angel lung is absorbing this power. Is it truly so? At this moment, Queen Kaisa is largely convinced of Xunji's initial conjecture. Qian Xuanji possesses something remarkable. Indeed. Yet, there are certain matters that she, as a queen, simply cannot accept. This elixir has taken 3 months for Qian Xuanji and his companions to fully absorb. Yao Chun feels the most profound transformation. Not only has his compatibility with the essence increased, but his own strength has also reached the late stage of the 4-star docent. For Yao Chun, this was indeed a long-cherished dream. Attaining the cultivation level of a 4-star doshang was sufficient for him to ascend to the status of a 9th-rank alchemist. Naturally, he held immense gratitude towards Qian Xuanji. The goddess of life finally revealed a smile on her face. Her barrier had shattered, truly shattered. Now, her level had surpassed the 160 level cap of the divine realm, and not merely by reaching 161. Prior to this, the goddess of life had accumulated substantial power, and upon breaking through the bottleneck, she surged uncontrollably to 169. The goddess of life felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration regarding her future. In contrast, the evil God King and the kind God King fared less favorably. Due to their accumulation being less abundant than that of the goddess of life, the potency of this divine pill, while it had allowed them to progress significantly, did not break the limitations imposed by the heavenly laws of the divine realm. They remained at 160 levels. After glancing at the goddess of life, they all wore expressions of envy. The goddess of life emanated an aura that set her apart from them, showcasing her superior strength. BibiDong, Qian Xuanji, and Qian all experienced remarkable breakthroughs. Qian had now reached the pinnacle of the Lord God level. Having inherited the divine position of the goddess of life, she had become the new goddess of life, with her cultivation also at 160 levels. Although her combat prowess could not rival that of other Lord gods, it had improved considerably. BibiDong and Qian Xuanji's bodies underwent immense enhancement. Having cultivated the undying martial sovereign scriptures, they felt they had taken a small step closer to the highest tier. Angel Lung also sensed a strengthening, though she was uncertain of its specifics. All right, it's time to conclude. Everyone, return to your own affairs, Qian Xuanji remarked with a slight smile. He felt that he could now be compared to warriors of the 3rd-generation divine body. To ascertain the specifics of his strength, he would need to have a thorough discussion with Angel Lung. The kind God King and the evil God King couple, along with the goddess of life, departed. The goddess of life was certain to contact her husband again, urging him to come quickly to avoid missing the next opportunity. As for the kind God King and the evil God King, after leaving, they began to deliberate. The matter of Silver Dragon King Guyuna had already slipped from their minds. Their sole focus was on persuading Qian Xuanji to concoct another divine pill of the same caliber. They had a 200% assurance that if they tried again, they could achieve a qualitative breakthrough akin to the goddess of life. However, the nature of their relationship with Qian Xuanji posed a challenge in how to broach the subject of requesting his assistance in alchemy. I believe the primary reason lies with that alchemical furnace. Without it, Qian Xuanji would not be able to produce such exquisite pills, mused the kind God King, who discerned the peculiarity of the situation. Qian Xuanji had concocted the pills right under their noses, and there was nothing particularly extraordinary about it. Aside from the initial quality of the pills being commendable, the rest was quite ordinary, merely igniting the materials added. I concur, but that alchemical furnace must be critically important. The evil God King acknowledged, having recognized the issue thanks to his wife's insight. Yet what could they do? Qian Xuanji would not simply hand over the alchemical furnace to them, and they currently possessed little in the way of resources. You're being foolish. Let's first gather some materials. During our travels through countless lower realms, we discovered many rare treasures that we have yet to collect. We must hasten to gather them. As for borrowing the alchemical furnace from Qian Xuanji, we can discuss that later. There's no use even if we manage to borrow it now, proposed the kind God King. And the evil God King nodded in agreement. His wife was indeed thoughtful. To break through their limits sooner and not fall too far behind the goddess of life was imperative. Moreover, the evil God King was also concerned about widening the gap between himself and Qian Xuanji. Otherwise, at this rate, wouldn't it take just a few years for Qian Xuanji to surpass him? Such a prospect was unbearable. In truth, the evil God King was overestimating himself. Qian Xuanji would not need months to surpass him. After a thorough exchange with Angel Lung, Qian Xuanji realized that his strength was now comparable to that of angels at the level of Tian Shiyan. In the Do-Chi continent, he would directly ascend to the Do-Di level. Having absorbed so many sources of soul essence, Qian Xuanji's soul had long reached the imperial realm. Coupled with the accumulation of numerous pills, his cultivation was indeed substantial. However, due to his rapid ascent, he had yet to adapt fully to the combat prowess of his current realm. After a period of consolidation, he would naturally acclimate. Ain, can you sense it? Qian Xuanji emerged from seclusion and sought out Ain. Sense what? Ain inquired, somewhat perplexed. Your current strength should allow you to perceive the spirit of this realm known as Douluo Dalu, correct? Come, I shall lead you. It is time for you to become the sovereign of this world. Qian Xuanji extended his hands, to which Ain gracefully responded, allowing him to grasp her hands. Logically, Qian Xuanji should have looked down upon such a weak world as Douluo Dalu. However, he understood that the mystery surrounding the divine realm was primarily due to the different dimensions it occupied. This was also why the divine realm had remained unaffected by external species for so many years. Qian Xuanji could find a way to breach the dimensional barriers of the divine realm, allowing Douluo Dalu to bear the power of the divine realm. Thus, he supported Ain in refining Douluo Dalu. Refining Douluo Dalu would essentially mark the first step in the process of refining the divine realm. Now, Ain was undoubtedly qualified. Go forth, unite its power with your own. Upon reaching the golden ancient tree of Douluo Dalu, Qian Xuanji addressed Ain. Ain nodded gently, acknowledging, I cannot defy the command of my master. No, of GG. With her current cultivation, absorbing the power of this golden ancient tree was remarkably simple. Upon sensing the changes occurring in this realm, the goddess of life understood precisely what was happening. She did not intervene, knowing who was behind this endeavor. Although she was unaware of Qian Xuanji's motivations for instructing Ain to do so, she held no objections. After all, they were a couple. How intriguing indeed. Queen Kesha also sensed that this realm was beginning to possess a master, and that the aura was connected to the woman related to Qian Xuanji. She nodded in acknowledgement. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to her. After all, not just a single planet, but even an entire galaxy could have its own master. Kesha pondered, however, what Qian Xuanji intended by establishing a master for this world at this moment. Was he hinting at something? Had this young fellow started to become arrogant after his breakthrough in strength? Truly a child at heart. For Kaisa, referring to Qian Sunji as a child is indeed an exaggeration, considering the vast difference in their ages. However, little did Kaisa anticipate that soon, this child in her eyes would effortlessly carry her grand chariot. To be precise, it was the grand chariot of Queen Kaisa that willingly allowed the little horse, with the might of a formidable cannon, to pull it along. Destruction, oh. I have already informed you to come. The evil God King and the good God King couple have also participated, yielding substantial gains. You must hurry. I have learned that Qian Sunji is about to commence the refinement of the second divine grade elixir, and this time the scale is even more immense than the first. I have even surpassed the limits of my divine realm cultivation because of this. Are you not coming? Upon returning to her chamber, the goddess of life expended divine power to connect with her husband, the god of destruction. Now, remote projection has become exceedingly simple. Indeed, Qian Sunji is about to begin the refinement of the second elixir. He plans to venture to the Duki continent soon to resolve its issues, and thereafter, harness its power to refine imperial-grade elixirs. What? Life, you have broken through? The god of destruction was taken aback upon hearing the goddess of life's words. Previously, their strengths were nearly equal, making it difficult for him to gauge his position as he constantly aspired to surpass her. Yet now, the goddess of life had become the first among the 5 divine kings of their realm to reach a new level. This was somewhat hard for the male-centric god of destruction to accept. Yes, destruction, come quickly. Collaborate with Qian Sunji, and you too can break through. He is an exceptional individual. The goddess of life remained oblivious to her husband's inner thoughts. This was understandable. Without any special skill, who could discern the thoughts of another? Although the god of destruction was her husband, their relationship was fraught with tension. Communication between them was exceedingly sparse, leaving the goddess of life not very well acquainted with him. Hearing his wife praise another man so highly left the god of destruction feeling quite uncomfortable, much like the evil god king did at first. He wished to persuade his wife to return, but feared she might accuse him of being petty and overthinking. The god of destruction felt conflicted and troubled. Chapter 132. This man is dangerous destruction. What troubles you? The goddess of life noticed a peculiar expression on the god of destruction's face and inquired with concern. Nothing. Nothing at all, he replied dismissively, which only heightened the goddess of life's concern. Could it be that you encountered some difficulties in the divine realm? Very well. I shall return and have a look. After some contemplation, the goddess of life decided to take a trip back. This filled the god of destruction with immense joy. It seemed his wife still cared for him. When she returns, I will find a way to ensure she does not leave again. Surely, there will be no issues then. The goddess of life felt it essential to return, to gather her belongings from the divine realm. It would be quite inappropriate to join Qian without first addressing her debts to him. After all, she owed him far too much, even if he did not mind. She lacked the courage to continue taking advantage of him. Moreover, she needed to persuade her husband to join as well, lest he fall behind the evil God King and the good God King couple. The goddess of life was confident that the evil God King and the good God King would certainly participate again next time. Your Grace, are you returning? Upon learning of her departure, Qian spoke up. The goddess of life nodded in response. Shall I escort you? I possess a treasure that allows for great speed, significantly reducing your travel time to the divine realm. Qian offered to accompany her home. Ah, would that be too much trouble for you? The goddess of life was aware of the extraordinary item in Qian possession, capable of surpassing the speed of light. Traveling back and forth to the divine realm could take only a few hours. Yet, she was hesitant to impose on him. BibiDong, however, thought little of the matter. After all, the goddess of life was a married woman of considerable cultivation. Through their prolonged interactions, she recognized that the goddess of life was a strong-willed individual, not one to be trifled with. Thus, she felt reassured about Qian accompanying her home. No, I happen to be leaving Douluo continent for another world as well. It is perfect timing for me to give you a ride, and I am curious about what the divine realm is like. It would be a good opportunity to see for myself, Qian replied with a smile. Where are you headed? BibiDong inquired at this moment, as Qian had not specified a destination. To the Douluo continent, to procure more imperial-grade elixirs for further refinement. Qian glanced at BibiDong, somewhat puzzled. Where else could he go besides the Douluo continent? Can I go this time? BibiDong fixed her gaze on Qian, expressing her desire. Previously, Qian had declined her request due to insufficient strength. Now that her power had significantly increased, surely she could accompany him this time. What do you intend to do there? You should stay here and gather resources. We can divide the task between us, Qian said calmly while embracing BibiDong. His trip to the Douluo continent was not merely for imperial-grade elixirs. He also intended to meet with his two good friends. If BibiDong joined, how could he possibly meet his friends? BibiDong scrutinized Qian, seemingly attempting to peer into his heart. A master of disguise like Qian would never reveal any flaws. Very well, you may go. By the way, Your Grace, please do not feel reserved. This fellow loves to fawn over beautiful women like you. Do be cautious of him and do not let him take advantage of you. BibiDong finally relented, smiling at the goddess of life. The goddess of life chuckled softly. She felt that BibiDong's remark was not a kind suggestion, but rather a veiled threat. She thought BibiDong was being overly suspicious, as she could never find interest in Qian. While the goddess of life acknowledged Qian's exceptional qualities, she wondered what relevance that had to her. BibiDong regarded Qian as a treasure, while she considered him as nothing more than a weed. Of course, the goddess of life could not foresee that Qian, this weed, would eventually reveal a different significance. How could I possibly be that sort of person, Dong? Do not speak recklessly, Qian exclaimed, feigning innocence, which made him dread the thought of performing before the goddess of life in the future. It truly was embarrassing. How could BibiDong not know what kind of person her master is? All right, thank you, and I appreciate your help, Your Holiness. The goddess of life responded with a cheerful smile, though initially she had no intention of agreeing. However, upon hearing BibiDong's words, she suddenly felt inclined to comply. Come back soon. BibiDong paid no heed to this and gently adjusted Qian's hair and clothing, speaking softly. Qian nodded with a smile. In the presence of the goddess of life, the old couple shared a kiss goodbye. Unlike ordinary old couples, their affection had not waned with time. BibiDong remained as beautiful as ever, drawing Qian to continue kissing her. It lasted a full minute before BibiDong pulled away. The goddess of life had countless exclamations she wished to voice, but ultimately refrained, knowing it would not align with her status. Let's depart, my dear goddess. Qian Shuanji retrieved the void vessel and politely opened the door for the goddess of life, gesturing for her to enter. "Thank you," she replied gracefully before stepping inside. "My lady, could you mark the approximate location of the divine realm on this map? We shall proceed slowly thereafter." Qian Shuanji unfolded the map he had received from the angel Lung. The angel had extensive knowledge of the fourth parallel universe, possessing a map that covered a significant portion of it. This was a closely guarded secret, initially not intended for disclosure. However, under the threat of Qian Shuanji's spear, the angel Lung had reluctantly shared it. Upon examining the map, the goddess of life quickly grasped its details and pointed to a specific area. While the exact location of the divine realm could not be pinpointed, the entrance could be approximated. After understanding the general vicinity, Qian Shuanji commanded his intelligent vessel, and for a time, it navigated autonomously. The advanced nature of the void vessel filled the goddess of life with envy. "What's wrong, my dear goddess? Do you fancy this?" Noticing the expression on the goddess of life's face, Qian Shuanji could surmise her thoughts. Indeed, his void vessel was a remarkable treasure. For some reason, she felt that Qian Shuanji's demeanor was slightly off, as if he had crossed a boundary. His words seemed to carry an undertone of, "If the goddess desires, I could offer it to you." Qian Shuanji gazed at the goddess of life earnestly and stated, "What was it that they say? What is yours is mine, and what is mine remains mine." On the surface, it appeared that he was giving away something, yet in truth, what he offered still belonged to him. "Consider it thoughtfully," he added. Given that the vessel was on autopilot, it mattered little if Qian Shuanji was distracted. "No, it is too precious. You should keep it for yourself, your holiness." Initially, the goddess of life had her doubts, but now she was certain that Qian Shuanji harbored ulterior motives. After all, who could blame her for being so alluring? Qian Shuanji, on the other hand, was known to have several wives. The goddess of life felt confident that he had other women hidden from view, such as the angel Lung. If not exposed, who would know? Such a man, driven by desire, could not be faulted for his thoughts, but she was a married woman. This was unacceptable. Reflecting on her departure, the words BibiDong had shared with her came to mind. Initially, she believed BibiDong was warning her to maintain distance from Qian Shuanji. However, it now seemed that BibiDong was genuinely looking out for her. Regrettably, Qian Shuanji had aided her significantly, making it difficult for her to flatly refuse him. Matter is inanimate while people are alive. In my heart, even a mere void vessel pales in comparison to a single fingertip of the goddess. Qian Shuanji shook his head and chuckled. "Your holiness, please maintain your dignity. You have your own husband, and I have mine. Thus, certain matters and words must remain unspoken." Observing Qian Shuanji's increasingly audacious behavior, the goddess of life felt a flicker of amusement, yet she knew they could not entangle themselves. Regardless of Qian Shuanji's potential infidelities with BibiDong, Qian, or the angel Lung, she did not wish to meddle or act as a gossip. Such matters were Qian Shuanji's own, and considering the circumstances, it was evident that BibiDong and Qian were not oblivious to his private endeavors. They likely chose to turn a blind eye for love. However, she would never engage in any actions that might betray the Lord of Destruction. "My apologies, dear goddess. I am indeed unworthy, unable to resist your unparalleled beauty. I shall refrain in the future." Qian Shuanji quickly offered a sincere apology. The goddess of life did not respond. Her cheeks flushed for quite some time. Within half an hour, Qian Shuanji arrived at the entrance to the divine realm. His current strength was considerable within the entirety of the fourth parallel universe, allowing him to pilot the void vessel at an accelerated pace, 10 times faster than before. Under the guidance of the goddess of life, Qian Shuanji successfully entered the divine realm, arriving directly at the life forest where the goddess resided. The Lord of Destruction was at home and emerged from the trunk of a giant ancient tree upon hearing sounds outside. He beheld an extraordinarily handsome man stepping out of a peculiar vessel, someone he had never encountered before. Just as he was about to question the audacity of this intruder into his wife's domain, the goddess of life exited the vessel, surprising him. "My dear." The Lord of Destruction was taken aback. Why was his wife emerging from this man's craft? Just moments ago, he had been conversing with the goddess of life, who had stated she was on Douluo Dalu. How could she have returned home so swiftly? Why had she deceived him? An uneasy premonition settled in his heart. Darling, I am home," the goddess of life beamed. "No, how could you return so quickly?" The Lord of Destruction inquired with a somewhat unfriendly demeanor. "Of course. He brought me back," the goddess of life replied, her displeasure evident. After all her efforts to return, her husband wore a grim expression. What was the meaning of this? So soon? The Lord of Destruction found it difficult to believe. The goddess of life conversed with the god of destruction. Despite finding it hard to believe, the god of destruction chose to trust his beloved wife, for a wife would never deceive her husband. You must be the esteemed god of destruction, said Qian, humbly addressing him. This expression of reverence brought a certain pride to the god of destruction's demeanor. It was only fitting that the mortals of the lower realm regarded him with such awe. Ah, how enviable it is for the god of destruction to be married to such an extraordinary woman as the goddess of life, thought Qian, filled with admiration. Logically, one would expect the god of destruction to be pleased by compliments directed at his wife. Yet, for reasons unknown, hearing such words from Qian felt oddly unsettling to him. The goddess of life regarded Qian with curiosity, pondering his intentions. Had he truly given up on any feelings he held for her? If that were the case, it would be for the best. The goddess of life was indeed remarkable. After delivering his cryptic remark, Qian paid no heed to the god of destruction's displeasure. I must take my leave now, my lady. Farewell. He would not linger here to endure the bitterness of jealousy, as he had pressing matters to attend to. Take care. The goddess of life replied softly. The affectionate exchange left the god of destruction, with his fiery temperament, feeling uneasy. What troubles you, my husband? Your expression seems off, she inquired after Qian departed, noticing the stormy visage of the god of destruction, tinged with a hint of ire. Unlike her husband, the goddess of life did not overthink the situation. Observing her beloved's concerned demeanor, the god of destruction felt his anger gradually dissipate. As the chapter concluded, he contemplated what he could do beyond forgiving his wife. Let us proceed inside. He managed a strained smile, stepping into the ancient tree. He needed to have a serious discussion with his wife and ensure she maintained a safe distance from Qian, who exuded an aura of danger. Darling, I must tell you that you should be cautious, he intended to advise her, just as the goddess of life wished to counsel him. Yet, these matters had little relevance to Qian at present. He hastened his return to Dalu, accompanied by Yaochen, as having a reliable ally in the Duki continent would prove beneficial. Upon witnessing Qian, Yaochen was left in awe. Very well, attend to your affairs. I too have matters to address, and shall seek you out once I am done, Qian declared, preferring to keep his intentions undisclosed and avoid burdening Yaochen. All right, understood. Yaochen nodded in agreement, recognizing that some things were better left unexamined. As Qian pondered whom to approach first, he realized he faced a dilemma. He intended to lay all cards on the table, revealing his existence to both Yun and Medusa. As for their acceptance, he believed that should they refuse, they would have to face the consequences. Yet, deciding whom to speak to first became a pressing issue. Nonetheless, he resolved to seek out his dear Yun first, believing in the virtue of fairness. Since he had departed from her side, it was only fitting he return to her first. The Yunlin sect had rapidly developed into a formidable force in the northwest corner, boasting a high-ranking dozong, garnering the attention of even the dozong factions in Zhongzhou. Some foolish old dozongs even sought to marry Yun, only to be swiftly rejected. Upon arriving at Yun's location, she turned to see the face she had longed for. She approached him, and Qian anticipated her reaction. His beloved Yun would surely leap into his embrace, expressing her longing, allowing him to cherish her in the sanctuary of her chamber. However, reality proved to be far crueler than his imagination. Instead of her soft embrace, he was met with the cold steel of a blade pressed against his neck. Although Qian's current prowess would allow him to withstand an assault from her for an entire day and night without harm, Yun, still a mere 9-star dozong, could not inflict true damage without the strength of a high-ranking dozong. Yet, he knew that women were to be cherished, and occasionally they could be fierce. At this moment, Qian understood that Yun's actions stemmed from feelings of anger or jealousy. Thus, he resolved to embody the role of a caring partner to soothe her. Yun, what troubles you? Why do you treat me thus? He asked with an innocent, bewildered expression. You deceitful man, why have you betrayed me? Yun's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she confronted him. Initially perplexed, Qian soon grasped the situation. It appeared that his misdeeds among the Serpent Clan had been unveiled. There was no other explanation, for in the Duki continent, Yun and Medusa were the only two women in his life. It was no surprise that Yun would discover Medusa, especially considering the commotion he had caused, with Medusa being close by. I am truly sorry, my precious Yun. I never intended to deceive you, Qian Xunji slipped into the role of the unfaithful lover, attempting to placate the bewildered goddess. What Medusa? I did not mind you having other women, but why did you deceive me? You claimed to be returning home, yet you sought the company of another. I despise you. You wicked man. Yun burst into tears. She bore no aversion to Qian Xunji having other women. On the contrary, she feared being the sole one, worried that he might abandon her. However, she could not fathom that he had left her for another, which filled her with a sense of abandonment. She had thought she might never see him again, yet today, upon his sudden appearance, her heart soared with joy. As long as he returned, even if it was only to deceive her for a time before departing again, she would willingly accept it, because she is just so foolish. The reason she behaves this way is to ascertain her worth in front of Qian Xuanji. I was merely passing by, drawn by a cluster of Ihua, and attend to Xinka, Qinglian di Xinhua. When I encountered Medusa, she was the one who seduced me. Qian Xuanji quickly adjusted his demeanor. How absurd. I have already met Medusa, and she divulged everything to me. You are truly a scoundrel. It was you who initiated this. Yun expressed her profound disdain for this rogue Qian Xuanji. She had previously visited the desert and had an earnest conversation with Medusa, during which she learned of Qian Xuanji's misdeeds. Indeed, Medusa had her reasons for being proactive, considering Qian Xuanji's exceptional qualities. However, Medusa herself proclaimed that it was all instigated by the villain Qian Xuanji. How outrageous! If you choose to disregard my pleas and continue to deceive me, then so be it. I will lay my cards on the table. I desire both Medusa and you, my dear, in a most illicit manner. Faced with the unmasking of his true nature, Qian Xuanji could no longer maintain his facade. He laid bare his intentions and swept Yun into his arms. Naturally, Yun feigned a gentle resistance. Ultimately, she wrapped her arms around Qian Xuanji's neck and began to nibble affectionately. At times, a woman's awakening can be terrifying. Qian Xuanji skillfully carried Yun back to her chamber and laid her upon the grand bed, adeptly initiating a dialogue. After a while, Yun, suppressing her peculiar thoughts, refused Qian Xuanji entry. Chapter 135. The Lifelong Shadow of Nalan Yinran. What medicine? We shall take it later. Qian Xuanji assumed it was a form of protective elixir and did not give it much thought. Consuming such substances later yields similar results. It is not that kind of medicine. Yun glanced at Qian Xuanji with a hint of embarrassment. Qian Xuanji observed her, seemingly grasping the underlying meaning. Yun, you truly know how to play. Qian Xuanji comprehended what Yun desired. He retrieved a small vial from his spatial ring and prepared to dispense a tiny pellet. However, Yun snatched it away and swallowed it whole, then feigned innocence, gazing at Qian Xuanji as if nothing had occurred. How delightful! I am quite fond of you in this state. Qian Xuanji chuckled, utterly enamored by this version of Yun. He remarked that his habits were cultivated due to Yun's influence. Now, do you believe it? Master, I am Yinran. Are you there? Just as Qian Xuanji and Yun were engrossed in their intimate exchange, a delicate voice resonated from outside Yun's room. The owner of this voice was Nalan Yinran. Given the esteemed reputation of Yunlan's sect, numerous individuals from the northwest aspired to join. Men sought to witness the splendor of this unmatched leader, while women pursued her as an emblem of admiration. As the daughter of the Nalan family from the Gama Empire, Nalan Yinran naturally harbored aspirations of being close to her idol. Moreover, Nalan Yinran was indeed a perfect fit for Yunlan's sect. Yun had previously arranged to accept her as a disciple. Today marked the day of Nalan Yinran's visit to pay her respects. Guided by an elder of Yunlan's sect, Nalan Yinran arrived, yet she had to traverse the final stretch alone, as males were prohibited from entering the floating island where Yun resided. Now, at merely 7 years of age, Nalan Yinran timidly approached Yun's chamber, cautiously speaking. Alas, her lifelong idol, Yun, was now unable to hear her words. It wasn't that she couldn't hear, it was simply that she chose to ignore them, as she had pressing matters at hand. However, Qian Xuanji heard everything clearly. With him present, not even a mere Dochi practitioner like Nalan Yinran could enter without his permission. Thus, Yun remained unfazed, for she had her man by her side. Yet, Qian Xuanji did not comply. He not only lifted all seals, but also revoked the sound-mimicking function. For some reason, Nalan Yinran suddenly heard a peculiar sound. How strange. It had been there moments ago. This sound seemed to belong to Master Yin. Having previously visited the Nalan family, how could Nalan Yinran forget the voice of her idol? Clueless, She pushed open the door to her masteress room. What she witnessed would be etched in her memory forever. Yun noticed Nalan Yinran's intrusion, but did not react significantly. She merely smiled. As Nalan Yinran cried out, Qian Xuanji caused her to drift into slumber. He and his beloved Yun continued as if nothing had transpired. After a while, Yun wearily opened her eyes, realizing she was no longer alone, but rather leaning against a remarkably secure chest. A wave of satisfaction washed over her as she casually traced her fingers along her man's muscular form. You scoundrel, I nearly perished, and you remain oblivious to your own strength. Yun pouted playfully at Qian Xuanji. He chuckled, didn't you ask for it? You consumed so many at once, challenging my authority, so I naturally had to teach you a lesson. Yun glanced at the peacefully slumbering Nalan Yinran beside them, feeling a bit of a headache. They could have forged a beautiful master-disciple relationship, but thanks to this rogue Qian Xuanji, how could she ever interact with Yinran again? What could a child remember? A little tidying up and a few casual words would easily gloss over it. Qian Xuanji smiled nonchalantly. The groundwork has been laid today. Tomorrow, master and disciple shall bloom together. Oof. What about that Medusa? How do you intend to handle her? And what of your several wives at home? How do you plan to treat me? Will you keep me as a mistress on the side? Yun began discussing serious matters, her lifelong commitment. How would you like me to treat you? Qian Xuanji lifted Yun's exquisite chin, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Well, since I've been thoroughly ensnared by you, I shall accept my fate, even if you keep me as a mistress outside. However, you must visit me at least once a month. If that is impossible, then at least once a year. Otherwise, I will not accompany you. Yun nestled comfortably in Qian Xuanji's embrace, inhaling the masculine scent he radiated. In this lifetime, she can no longer part from this man. Once a month, or even once a year will suffice. Just one visit can fill my heart for a year. Ha ha ha. Qian Xuanji laughed heartily, feeling immensely proud. He never anticipated that his charm could be so potent, rendering Yun unable to detach herself from him. What are you laughing at, you scoundrel? Are you mocking me? For some reason, Sunji's smile struck Yun as rather inappropriate. Yunner, you are truly wonderful. Rest assured, this time I will treat you well. I am now a Dodi, capable of commanding everything. From now on, you shall be one of my 72 consorts. Sunji gently embraced Yun and spoke softly. How could he bear to disappoint such a woman? What, you have 72 wives? Upon hearing this, Yun immediately became infuriated. That's utterly excessive. No matter how fit you are, that's impossible to handle. No, I only have 3 at home, just 3. I was merely jesting. From now on, you'll be my imperial consort. Sunji quickly corrected himself. The notion of 72 consorts was merely a dream, one that was still far from realization. Well, 3 at home is manageable, but how many are there outside? Just how many like me exist? Yun continued to press Sunji. She could understand 3 at home, but she had no idea how many others there might be. Her intuition as a woman told her it wouldn't be a small number. Only you and Sha. Don't think too much. You will forever be my dearest. Sunji recited the words of scoundrel. I don't care who you are or what a big shot you are. I just want you to cherish me. Yun felt a rush of comfort, affectionately nibbling at Sunji. She was utterly enamored. Chapter 136. The gluttonous Yun. What a gluttonous little kitten she is. Seeing Yun in this state, Sunji couldn't help but smile tenderly. It was indeed surprising that Yun had such a fondness for food, akin to Medusa. However, it made sense, as Yun had likely been treated exceptionally since childhood, resulting in some peculiarities. For instance, a single chunyao could make her fall for someone. Thus, her current behavior was easily explained. I'm not. Yun retorted playfully. With Sunji, she could find complete satisfaction and freely indulge in her whims. After saying this, she playfully licked Sunji's muscular chest. TSK, that's just a greedy little puppy. Sunji chuckled knowingly. If she is not a kitten, then she must be a puppy. Sunji's description held true. At times, Yun resembled an adorable, clingy kitten. At other times, she acted like a puppy, not a small one, but the kind that threatens, watch out, I'll bite you. Yun playfully sank her teeth into him. Now, she had become the version of herself that Sunji adored. After a bit of playful tussling, Yun reluctantly rose. Sunji then performed a small invisibility trick, concealing himself in the room. Once he was ready, Yun adopted a serious demeanor and gently pinched Nalan Yinran's cheek. Nalan Yinran rubbed her eyes and awoke. Puzzled about how she had fallen asleep when she had come to find Yun Zhongzhu. Upon mentioning Yun Zhongzhu, she appeared just before Nalan Yunran. The scene flashed vividly in her mind, an unforgettable sight for a lifetime. Her idol, the exalted Yun Zhongzhu, being restrained by a man and subjected to humiliation. Yet, the expression on Yun Zhongzhu's face was so. This left Nalan Yunran's young heart in tremendous shock. Yunran, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Yun felt a twinge of guilt, but maintained her composure. She refused to believe she couldn't deceive a child. Well, it seems so. Nalan Yunran appeared confused. She glanced around. Everything seemed normal, and she didn't see the man who had bullied Yun Zhongzhu. Moreover, she had indeed fallen asleep moments ago. Yun's words began to mislead Nalan Yunran. Could it be that what she had seen was merely a figment of her imagination? But how could she dream such a thing? It was all quite strange. All right, Yunran, stop overthinking. If you wish to become my disciple and inherit my teachings, the most important thing is to maintain a calm and detached heart. Do you understand? Seeing that she had seemingly managed to mislead the little girl, Yun felt a sense of pride and relief. She then shifted the topic. As expected, Yun's words diverted Nalan Yunran's attention, and she began focusing on the prospect of becoming a disciple. Yes, teacher, I will definitely do my best, Nalan Yunran confidently declared to Yun. Yun nodded in satisfaction, officially accepting Nalan Yunran as her disciple, her only disciple in this lifetime. After instructing Nalan Yunran on a few matters, Yun sent her off to prepare, as lessons would commence soon. The adorable Nalan Yunran skipped out happily. Once Nalan Yunran had left, Qian naturally resumed his usual demeanor. You nearly scare me to death. You can't do that again. Understand, you rascal? Seeing Qian still smiling, a rather mischievous smile at that, Yun reprimanded him. This guy truly seemed to disregard everything for his own amusement. He almost tarnished her reputation. How could she face anyone if word of that spread? Qian chuckled. But it didn't happen, did it? You worry too much. Oomph. Yun huffed with a touch of pride. If such a thing were to be exposed, she'd have no choice but to elope with Qian, abandoning Yun Lanzong altogether. Yun, are you ready? I'm going to call Shasha over. Qian addressed Yun. He was indeed here to enjoy himself, but there were still matters to attend to. Therefore, he needed to take action. No. Upon hearing Qian words, Yun quickly protested. What's wrong, Didn't we agree? Qian expression began to shift. Last night, he had already discussed it with Yun and believed she wouldn't mind if he called Medusa over. Why was she suddenly backtracking? It was agreed, but you must first spend 3 days with me, just the two of us. After those 3 days, you can call Medusa. Yun pleaded with a pitiful expression. Her last small request. Ha, my dear, your request is certainly granted. Just 3 days, that's nothing. Qian laughed heartily. After all, with his current strength, although suppressed by the heavenly Tao of the Duki continent, he could still handle a Doshang without issue. Now, with Zhu Kuan as his ally, he could directly raid the Yao clan and Dan Tower without concern. In the realm of the 9 great elixirs, whether it be Bao Dan, Xian Dan, or even Jin Dan, they are all attainable, beginning with a 2-digit quantity. Furthermore, the extraordinary flames can also be harvested. Aside from the imperial grade Shu Dan, Qian is bound to acquire even more, and a slight delay upon his return will still yield satisfactory results. After her modest request was granted, Yun felt a surge of joy. Regardless of Qian's true standing or whether he was deceiving her, as long as he treated her well, that was sufficient. Qian claimed to be a Dodi, yet Yun could hardly bring herself to believe it. After all, it had been an eternity since a Dodi had been born on the Duki continent. Qian and Yun spent 3 leisurely days at Yanlan sect. During this time, Qian behaved himself, as it was stated that Yun had been content for quite a while and had no further needs. Their daily interactions were filled with warmth. After 3 days, Qian and Yun voluntarily ventured into the desert. Although Qian was confident that Medusa would obediently come to Yanlan's sect upon receiving his message, he felt it necessary to go personally. As for whether Medusa would accept Yun, Qian held no worries. In Chapter 137, Plundering the Dan Tower, it is noteworthy that Medusa had already encountered Yun and had developed a sense of understanding. When Qian departed, Medusa had permitted him to take a concubine. Therefore, he felt no apprehension. Indeed, upon reuniting with her long-desired lover, Medusa harbored no other thoughts, only the desire to embrace Qian and revel in the moment. She feared that this bliss might be a fleeting dream, slipping away from her grasp. As for Yun, Medusa had long been aware of her presence. She was indifferent, as circumstances had already unfolded in this manner. Medusa worried that if she were to ask XunjiCounter-PUA to abandon Yun, he might in turn forsake her for another woman. Thus, it was better for her to form a partnership with Yun, allowing them to support one another. Moreover, a man would undoubtedly prefer a harmonious harem. Medusa had been well instructed by several elders of the Serpent Clan, gaining much insight. Come with me, Medusa beckoned. She was now but a step away from achieving Douluo. XunjiCounter-PUA intended to assist both sisters in reaching Douluo simultaneously. What about the Serpent Clan? Medusa inquired. The Serpent Clan currently boasts several Douluo, sufficient for self-preservation, and I do not intend for you to sever ties permanently. You shall return in due time. XunjiCounter-PUA smiled at Medusa. Indeed, she nodded in agreement. XunjiCounter-PUA's commands were not to be defied. The four elders understood this sentiment, prioritizing the queen's happiness. They could endure for another century or so. Medusa departed, pursuing her own happiness. Upon returning to Yunlan's sect, while Medusa could leave the Serpent Clan unscathed, the current state of Yunlan's sect still required Yun's presence. Despite the presence of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, it was still insufficient. There was no helping it. The fame of Yunlan's sect had grown significantly. XunjiCounter-PUA utilized his power to subtly nurture these two sisters. Both possessed extraordinary talents, particularly Medusa. Naturally, they seized the opportunity to soar to greatness. When the two reached Douluo 2 days later, XunjiCounter-PUA would embark on more serious endeavors. Where are you off to? Medusa inquired lightly. In XunjiCounter-PUA's presence, there was no domineering Queen Medusa, only the gentle and submissive Sha. The poised Yun was similarly inclined. Each took hold of an arm of XunjiCounter-PUA, who found himself in blissful company. To seize resources, XunjiCounter-PUA succinctly replied. Seize resources? What are we stealing? Medusa gazed at XunjiCounter-PUA, perplexed. She was well aware that he was not a paragon of virtue, so theft seemed par for the course, yet she was unsure of the target. Whatever XunjiCounter-PUA had his sights set upon must surely be exceedingly precious and rare. Previously, he had mentioned that the Iron Guardian was his. Everything had been a trap set by him. This naive heart of hers had been thoroughly deceived by XunjiCounter-PUA, rendering her bereft of everything. Yet, now Medusa was willing to be deceived by him. Sometimes, a powerful man possesses an irresistible charm. Just follow me, XunjiCounter-PUA instructed, producing the void boat and ushering the two sisters inside. With the void boat, they were assured safety. Upon their first encounter with XunjiCounter-PUA's creation, the sisters approached with curiosity. XunjiCounter-PUA headed directly to Dragon Island. Currently, Dragon Island had been reorganized due to Zhu Kuan's return. The four islands had been reassembled through his supreme power. Given that XunjiCounter-PUA had become Zhu Kuan's sole servant, his arrival was inevitably sensed by Zhu Kuan. Reluctantly, Diu Kun emerged. Upon seeing that XunjiCounter-PUA had brought two women, his displeasure deepened. However, upon observing XunjiCounter-PUA's cultivation level, he was rendered speechless. The XunjiCounter-PUA he had once known was only formidable in terms of spiritual strength. Yet now his cultivation had surged, surpassing even Zhu Kuan. He could not fathom it, only experiencing an overwhelming sense of fear in XunjiCounter-PUA's presence. What on earth happened? How did he become so powerful in just a few days? Could it be that he absorbed that imperial-grade Chudan? Zhu Kuan could conceive of no other explanation. It was terrifying. How could he possibly have absorbed the power of an imperial-grade Chudan? Even he would have to tread cautiously, lest he be overwhelmed. Let us go. We shall seize resources. The entirety of the Duki continent is mine. XunjiCounter-PUA declared to Zhu Kuan, devoid of any sentiment. He was merely a slave. What need was there for emotional ties? XunjiCounter-PUA's sole focus was on nurturing both Medusa and Yun into Douluo. It was not an unattainable goal, perhaps only requiring a few years. He intended to cultivate Medusa into the 9-colored sky-devouring python and allow Yun to enter the life and death gate for a glimpse of her potential. Yes, let these two sisters manage the world on behalf of their husband. Yes, Zhu Kuan obediently replied, accompanying XunjiCounter-PUA to the Dan Tower. Within the Dan Tower, several 9-grade alchemists were present, yet XunjiCounter-PUA's purpose this time was plunder. He aimed to seize extraordinary flames, elixirs, and all that could be taken. Zhu Kuan's arrival instilled fear throughout the Dan Tower, where even the strongest Do Shang trembled. Hand over everything you possess. Otherwise, face death. Thief Kun Kroklimeth, embodying the role of the villain as per XunjiCounter-PUA's command. Those Dozun who resisted were obliterated into a mist of blood. With that, no one dared defy him. Qian Xunji naturally took on the role of gathering the spoils, while Yao Chun engaged in conversation with his companions. Upon witnessing Yao Chun, Qian Xuanji summoned him to assist in organizing the spoils. Yao Chun felt a deep sense of helplessness, but had no choice but to comply with Qian Xuanji's request. His 3 old companions had also been stripped of their possessions. As for the elders within the Dan Tower, they were specifically under Qian Xuanji's scrutiny. Not a single individual present made an attempt to escape. Given your status as a high-level Doshang, such actions seem beneath your dignity. Just as Qian Xuanji was on the verge of completely plundering the Dan Tower, a child riding a cow approached. "I have been waiting for you. Come inside." Qian Xuanji recognized this as the Jiuping Xian Dan crafted by the ancestor of the Dan Tower, the pure Lotus Demon Saint. It was a creature on the brink of becoming a Jiuping Jin Dan. Naturally, Qian Xuanji was immensely covetous of such a treasure. He seized his Hunyuan Dan Lu and forcibly drew the ancestor of the Dan Tower into it. With Qian Xuanji's cultivation level and the Hunyuan Dan Lu being a congenital spiritual treasure, once the lid was sealed, the ancestor of the Dan Tower was trapped and could only be obediently refined into the form of a medicinal pill. This ancestor would thus become one of the prototypes for Qian Xuanji's divine-grade medicinal concoctions. Chapter 138. Pillaging the Yao Clan. Astonishment. 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 No one could have anticipated that the legendary ancestor of the Dan Tower, a paragon among Doshang, would appear, offering a glimmer of hope to those who had been robbed. They had initially believed that the ancestor would advocate for them, yet he was swiftly subdued instead. This left them utterly dumbfounded. Consequently, their fear of resistance intensified, and they dutifully surrendered their wealth. Qian Xuanji had thus reaped a significant profit, securing materials for future alchemical endeavors, which could potentially allow him to produce 1 or 2 imperial-grade pills. Splendid. Let us proceed, Yao Chun. It is time for your vengeance upon the Yao clan. Qian Xuanji surveyed his bountiful spoils with great satisfaction. Over 1,000 8-grade pills and 10 9-grade pills. Not to mention the exquisite Jiuping pill from the Dan Tower ancestor. One Dan Tower had already granted him such sweet rewards. And it was clear that the 7 ancient clans, even more formidable than the Dan Tower, would be even wealthier. These parasites incessantly devoured the essence of the Duki continent without offering anything in return. Today, Qian Xuanji would act as the instrument of justice against them. He was determined to give back to the Duki continent, nurturing multiple empresses who would lead it to greatness. Initially, upon witnessing Qian Xuanji plunder the Dan Tower and even his own companions, Yao Chun harbored grievances. Yet, he dare not voice them, despite being a Doshang. His strength was derived from Qian Xuanji. He had no chance against Qian Xuanji or the ally he had brought along. In the presence of that man, Yao Chun could not muster any desire to resist, merely watching. Now that Qian Xuanji intended to take him to the Yao clan for retribution, Yao Chun was more than willing. The Yao clan boasted over 10 Doshang, with the clan leader being a 7-star Doshang. Yao Chun dared not act recklessly, but with Qian Xuanji's assistance, the situation would be much improved. Let's go. Qian Xuanji led them into the territory of the Yao clan. You all stay put. He instructed Yun Yun and Medusa to remain aboard the void ship. Yao Chun felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. This fellow was indeed a notorious libertine. He had several wives in Douluo continent and even courted an angel. Now, arriving in the Duki continent, he was flanked by 2 exceptional beauties, truly enviable. However, Yao Chun did not voice his thoughts. To him, it was natural for a powerhouse like Qian Xuanji to have such company. You are Yao Chun? You have actually become a Doshang? The arrival of Qian Xuanji and Zhu Kuan naturally drew the attention of the Yao clan. The souls of the Yao clan's Doshang elders were notably powerful. While they did not recognize Qian Xuanji and Zhu Kuan, they were well aware of Yao Chun. Although Yao Chun utilized the body of Han Mieshang, having been forged by the burning decision and combined with Yao Chen's soul, his appearance had naturally reverted to his original self. Indeed, I have returned to fulfill my parents' last wishes. Yao Chun addressed Elder Yao Lin, a 3-star Doshang who had recognized him. His departure from the Yao clan was inconsequential, as he was currently thriving. However, his parents wished to return to the Yao clan's genealogy, and as their son, he was obliged to assist. Certainly, that is entirely feasible, a trivial matter. Yao Lin responded with a warm smile. Presently, Yao Chun was a 4-star Doshang, and Yao Lin, unable to see through his cultivation, welcomed him back to the Yao clan. This prompted a cold smile from Yao Chun. When he was a Do Zun, these individuals had regarded him with disdain. Now that he had become a Do Sheng, they had changed their tune? Huh. The Yao clan was just as he had expected. After a brief conversation with Yao Chun, Yao Lin's attention shifted to Qian Xuanji and Zhu Kuan, lingering for quite some time on Yun Yun and Medusa, two stunningly beautiful women. At such a young age, they had reached the Do Zun level, which would classify them as geniuses even within their clan. Are these your disciples? We are here to plunder the Yao clan. Be compliant and surrender your treasures. Qian Xuanji smiled at Yao Lin. What? Yao Lin's expression was one of disbelief, feeling as though he had misheard. Robbery? How audacious to target their Yao clan directly. Were they courting death? Qian Xuanji wasted no words with Yao Lin, instantly unleashing his domain. With Qian Xuanji's formidable strength, his domain surged in power 100-fold, rendering Yao Lin utterly immobilized. Now, do you understand? Qian Xuanji fixed his gaze on Yao Lin, his expression devoid of emotion. I understand now. Yao Lin realized that Qian Xuanji was not jesting. He truly intended to rob the Yao clan, and his strength was terrifying, more formidable than the clan leader. Yao Lin obediently presented his storage ring to Qian Xuanji, who expressed his satisfaction. His soul had long surpassed the imperial realm, allowing him to effortlessly discern the number of storage rings Yao Lin possessed. He was quite astute, not concealing anything. Excellent, excellent. As expected of a 9-pin alchemist. Possessing 4 precious pills, I shall accept these. Upon inspection, Qian Xuanji found that Yao Lin possessed 4 precious pills. He wasted no time in claiming them. Yao Lin felt a pang of anguish. These are the fruits of his lifelong toil, intended to cultivate into Xian Dan, potentially allowing him to break through to 6-star Do Sheng. Now, they have been taken from him without compensation. Let us proceed to meet the other members of your clan. Qian Xuanji escorted Yao Lin into the core area of the Yao clan's small world. Yao Lin, what is the meaning of this? Upon seeing Yao Lin enter with Qian Xuanji and others, the other elders began to inquire. Yao Lin wore a bitter expression, uncertain of how to respond. At present, he was merely a captive of little significance. Ladies and gentlemen, I bear unfortunate news. You have been captured, so surrender your belongings. Qian Xuanji stepped forward, surveying the situation before speaking. The Yao clan, regarded as one of the weakest among the 7 ancient clans, was indeed lacking in strength. How audacious! Who is this insolent brat? A temperamental half-saint mocked Qian Xuanji, but before he could finish, Qian Xuanji swiftly silenced him. Qian Xuanji, unwilling to tolerate such disrespect, decided to teach them a lesson. He exchanged a glance with Zhu Kuan, who subsequently unleashed his overwhelming 9-star Do Sheng pressure. Are you the Dragon Emperor of the Taishu ancient dragon clan? As an esteemed ancient powerhouse, why engage in such contemptible behavior? As Zhu Kuan's aura enveloped the area, the members of the Yao clan trembled in fear. Suddenly, the 7-star Do Sheng leader of the Yao clan, Yao Dan, made his appearance. Chapter 139. The furious old emperor, he recognized the formidable figure before him, a legendary strongman he had only heard about in tales. Unfortunately, under these circumstances, he was not pleased to make such an acquaintance. Spare me the pleasantries. I have never held the Yao clan in high regard. Now, surrender your elixirs and spiritual herbs. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your clan. Qian Xuanji manifested his domain, completely quashing the last glimmer of hope within Yao Dan's heart. He could scarcely believe that the person before him was even more powerful than Zhu Kuan, an ancient 9-star Do Sheng. Was this a Do Di? Alas! Was it truly the heavens that sought the demise of the Yao clan? Their existence had already been precarious, and the Do Di bloodline could not endure much longer. Now, with their several millennia of savings under threat of plunder, how could they possibly survive? My lord, when have we ever provoked your wrath to warrant such fury? Could you grant us a chance for survival? Yo den begid Qian Sunji desperately. Enough with the idle chatter. I am Qian Xuanji, the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple on Douluo continent. You should be aware of my identity. I require only your wealth, not your lives. Consider yourselves fortunate. Qian Xuanji felt he was being excessively merciful. After all, the Yao clan would eventually be annihilated by the Soul clan, leaving only 2 survivors. Everything else would be looted. Now, merely demanding money elicited such incessant lamentation from them that Qian Xuanji was at a loss for words. Do not compel me to resort to violence, nor should you hope for assistance from other ancient clans. Before absolute power, no schemes or conspiracies will avail you. Qian Xuanji shattered the illusions within Yao Dan's heart. He had indeed been contemplating stalling for time to summon other ancient clans to assist the Yao clan's small world. Disobey me further, and I shall slay you all. The 7-star Do Sheng is no different from an ant before my might. Under Qian Xuanji's relentless pressure, Yao Dan could only concede. He obediently presented the Yao clan's savings and elixirs. True to their reputation, the Yao clan possessed an abundance of elixirs, not to mention the 6th and 7th grade elixirs. Qian Xuanji estimated there were roughly 500,000. The Yao clan's members were predominantly alchemists, with 6th and 7th grade alchemists numbering in the thousands, and nearly 100 8th grade alchemists. Those Yao clan members who reached Zun could essentially become 8th grade alchemists. The clan boasted nearly 10,000 8th grade elixirs. 9th grade elixirs were scarce, with a mere 18 in total and only 3 mysterious elixirs. Many elixirs had already been consumed by the Yao clan members. Qian Xuanji was unrestrained, collecting the herbs along with their soil. The Yao clan members' hearts bled. It seemed they would have to venture into the world to earn their living from now on. Qian Xuanji's actions inadvertently improved the state of the Duki continent, fostering its prosperity. Observing the Yao clan's woeful state, Yao Chun was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Seeing their desperate plight, Qian Xuanji decided to overlook past grievances against the Yao clan. Behave yourselves from now on, and perhaps I can assist your clan in producing another Dodi. He offered Yao Dan a verbal consolation before departing with his entourage. On the surface, Qian Xuanji truly departed. In reality, he returned. Sometimes one must play both sides, a facade in the open and another in the shadows. The strong members of the Yao clan were, how shall I put it, at least somewhat honest. Coupled with their considerable soul power, Qian Xuanji resolved to enslave them, not in the traditional sense, but rather as soul servants, which would greatly aid their cultivation. Naturally, it would also benefit Qian Xuanji to a certain extent. However, the paramount objective remained to pave the way for Yun Yun and Mei Du Sha, for they were destined to become the sovereigns of the Duki continent. Currently, their strength fell short, thus necessitating the resolution of potential threats beforehand. In a single night, the Yao clan's upper echelons were all brought under Qian Xuanji's control. This development was advantageous for him as it allowed Qian Xuanji to comprehend and absorb their insights on elixir refinement. Consequently, he could rapidly evolve into a formidable alchemist. Though he possessed the Hanyuan alchemy furnace, mastery of alchemical techniques would enable him to utilize it more effectively and produce superior elixirs. After addressing the Yao clan, Qian Xuanji proceeded to other clans, specifically the Ling and Shi clans, both of which were even weaker than the Yao clan. Their strongest member was merely a 6-star Do Sheng, with a total of only 7 or 8 Do Sheng across the entire clan. Thus, Qian Xuanji found it simpler to subdue them than the Yao clan, merely controlling their leaders while disregarding the rest. He resolved to annihilate the Soul clan, a malignant tumor that needed to be eradicated. Initially, Qian Xuanji intended to proceed gradually. However, he reconsidered. If the Soul clan caught wind of his plans, it could spell disaster. The Soul clan was undoubtedly the wealthiest, holding riches surpassing the combined total of the remaining clans. The Soul Emperor was no ordinary foe. Thus, he deemed it prudent to eliminate them swiftly. Upon hearing that Qian Xuanji intended to eradicate the Soul clan, Yao Chun was both shocked and curious enough to follow him. Qian Xuanji would not harm the Soul clan's common folk. He was not one to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. However, any who dared obstruct him, particularly those above Do Zun, would be dealt with swiftly. Qian Xuanji pressed onward, determined. Excellent. It has been over 10,000 years since anyone dared to wreak havoc in our Soul clan's territory. Even if you are an ancient strongman, I shall slay you here. The Soul Emperor could not help but admire Qian Xuanji's audacity. He has been entangled with Xiu Tunyan, so it is only natural for him to be acquainted with Zhukuan. The 9-star Do Saint, if placed in the outside world, would surely garner the polite attention of the Huan Tiandi, who would give him due respect. Huan Tiandi also harbors concerns that this 9-star Do Saint may align with the ancient clan Guzu Guyuan. Should 2 9-star Do Saints emerge, the situation for their Huan clan would become exceedingly precarious. However, Zhukuan's audacity knows no bounds, as he brazenly invaded their Huan clan's small world. If the Huan clan were to remain passive now, would they ever be able to maintain their standing in the outside world? Huan Tiandi is confident that their clan is the most formidable among the 8 ancient clans. So what if a 9-star Do Saint arrives? He would not hesitate to eliminate him. Previously, He had slain the 9-star Do, Saint Xiaoshuan, before reaching that level himself. Now that he has attained it, why should he fear Zhukuan? Chapter 140. The discerning Yuan at the command of Huan Tiandi. 100,000 warriors from the Huan clan and several Do saints swiftly gathered, including the 4 demonic saints from the Huan clan, along with 3 5-star Do saints, forming an undeniably formidable alliance. Alas, before Qian Xuanji, they were rendered utterly ineffective. Qian Xuanji unleashed his divine domain. Instantly, all Do saints were forced to prostrate themselves, unable to move an inch. This is an emperor of Do. Huan Tiandi stood in shock, utterly bewildered. He never anticipated that the intruder would be a mighty Do emperor. This was the realm he had long coveted. Screams of despair echoed as the Do saints of the Huan clan met their demise one by one, including the 4 demonic saints. For someone of Qian Xuanji's stature, the 4 demonic saints were merely trivial. After all, if Qian Xuanji were to procreate in this world, his offspring would undoubtedly be 7 or 8-star Do saints. Emperor, I have encountered the esteemed emperor. I am willing to serve you as a humble servant for eternity. Huan Tiandi, sensing the dire situation, hastily knelt before Qian Xuanji, pleading for mercy. He was a man attuned to the times, recognizing that he was no match for Qian Xuanji and thus sought to preserve his life, hoping for a glimmer of hope in the future. Ha ha, Huan Tiandi, you truly are a man who understands the times. Qian Xuanji chuckled at Huan Tiandi, who awkwardly responded. However, ever since you dispatched someone to draw my attention to Dalu, any possibility of reconciliation between us has vanished. A mere 9-star Do saint is not worthy of my attention. Perish. Qian Xuanji shook his head. The 9-star Do saint is no longer a valuable asset. With control over the Huan Yuan Douluo, Qian Xuanji could produce as many 9-star Do saints as he desired. I will fight you to the end. After realizing that his pleas were in vain, Huan Tiandi cast aside his dog-like demeanor and summoned a shred of courage to charge at Qian Xuanji. However, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. With a single palm strike, Qian Xuanji reduced Huan Tiandi to a mere pulp. The once mighty Huan Tiandi, a tyrant of the Duqi continent, had fallen, never to rise again. Witnessing Huan Tiandi's swift demise, Zhukuan's heart filled with dread, and he dared not harbor any rebellious thoughts. He resolved to obediently serve Qian Xuanji, even as a mount. Yet, it was evident that Zhukuan had overestimated his own worth. Qian Xuanji, at this juncture, had no need for mounts, and he preferred to seek out female ones, thus disqualifying Zhukuan entirely. It would be far wiser for him to remain a loyal servant. Xiwu Tunyan, what choice will you make? Qian Xuanji turned his gaze towards Xiwu Tunyan. Currently, Xiwu Tunyan possessed combat capabilities equivalent to an 8-star Do saint. Yet, to Qian Xuanji, he still appeared weak. I am willing to submit to you, esteemed emperor. Xiwu Tunyan was more astute than Huan Tiandi. Realizing that he could never compare to a Do emperor, unless he, like Tawasha Gudi, devoured all foreign flames to become an emperor flame. Yet, he recognized that such an opportunity had eluded him, especially with his comrade Huan Tiandi now deceased. Very well, Qian Xuanji nodded in satisfaction, which put Xiwu Tunyan at ease. It seemed that his identity as a foreign flame still held some value. However, what he truly desired was an exceptionally obedient Xiwu Tunyan. But in the next instant, Xiwu Tunyan was left dumbfounded. Qian Xuanji indeed had his sights set on Xiwu Tunyan, but he disliked having tools with any sense of self-awareness, much like the Jinglian Yaowa. This Xiwu Tunyan was not an obedient creature, so it would be best to extinguish his consciousness and reshape him into an exceedingly compliant version. Fully aware that he was no match for Qian Xuanji, Xiwu Tunyan still clung to a flicker of hope. What if he were to depart? He immediately prepared to tear apart the fabric of space to escape. However, before Zhukuan, an expert in spatial manipulation, Xiwu Tunyan found no possibility of escape. He was swiftly captured by Qian Xuanji, who effortlessly obliterated his consciousness. Qian Xuanji's spirit had already ascended to the realm of an emperor or beyond, making the task of dealing with a mere Xiwu Tunyan exceedingly simple. After erasing his consciousness, Xiwu Tunyan, akin to the Jinglian Yaowa, appeared remarkably adorable. Previously, Qian Xuanji had hesitated to devour a Jinglian Yaowa, but now assimilating Xiwu Tunyan was a straightforward endeavor. Do you wish to live or die? After dispatching Huan Tiandi, Qian Xuanji surveyed the remaining members of the Huan clan. Should he choose to eliminate them, it would be an effortless task. We wish to live. We wish to live. The Huan clan's strongest forces, including Huan Tiandi, Xiwu Tunyan, and the 4 demonic saints had been swiftly vanquished without resistance by this mysterious figure. How could they possibly oppose Qian Xuanji? It was only natural for them to surrender without hesitation. Subsequently, they complied with Qian Xuanji's orders and presented all the accumulated resources of the Huan clan. The wealth of the Huan clan equaled that of 30 medicinal clans. There was no alternative. Huan Tiandi had been preparing for the Dou Emperor realm for far too long, especially after his collaboration with Xiu Tunyan, leading to a frantic accumulation of resources for crafting imperial-grade pills. Now, all of it fell into Qian Xuanji's hands. Upon inspection, Qian Xuanji discovered that Huan Tiandi possessed over 39 star pills, all meticulously prepared. Excellent. Let us proceed to the next. Qian Xuanji returned triumphantly, dismissing the remaining trivial matters. He swiftly moved on to plunder other clans. Yaochen and Zhuquan were left in bitter dismay. The arrival of Qian Xuanji in the Duqi continent was akin to a calamity for its inhabitants. It was uncertain how long it would take for the Duqi continent to recover, particularly for the severely impacted imperial clans. Under Qian Xuanji's invasion, the Lei clan and the Yin clan were also thoroughly pillaged. Their leaders received a thorough lesson from Qian Xuanji. Finally, Qian Xuanji arrived at the last of the 7 ancient clans, that of the Gu clan. The Guzu had long since received the news. After all, Qian Xuanji's approach had squandered 2 days of time, and the Guzu had already learned of the events from the Yaozu and Lingzu. Initially, the Guzu had prepared to resist, considering they had the formidable Gu Yuan, a 9-star Do Sheng, and Gu Dao San Xian. However, upon learning of the Soul clan's plight, the Guzu lost all will to resist. They laid everything bare, awaiting the arrival of Qian Xuanji to harvest what they had surrendered. Observing such a compliant Guzu, Qian Xuanji smiled with satisfaction. If only all clans were as perceptive as the Guzu. Chapter 141. Medusa's breakthrough to Do Di What? Our Guzu has actually been plundered. In a remote area of the Duqi continent, or perhaps not too remote, it was the city of Uktan in the Jamadi kingdom that Qian Xuanji had previously visited. A small girl, having received news from an elder, wore a bewildered expression. The dignified Guzu had been robbed? Moreover, it was not just the Guzu. Other Do Di families had also been raided by a man named Qian Xuanji. Particularly alarming was that their arch-rival, the Soul clan, had nearly faced annihilation, with their upper echelons wiped out. Most importantly, the cave of Tuo Shigu Di was also gone. This meant her mission here could be concluded prematurely. The jade of Tuo Shigu Di was now worthless. Oh well, perhaps I should return home. Xiao Suner, or more appropriately, Gu Suner, was quite incensed. She had only recently arrived at the Xiao family. Initially, she thought she would complete this task flawlessly, but it appeared otherwise. Furthermore, the Xiao family was utterly useless, with their strongest member merely a Do Wang. Although there seemed to be a young man with a modicum of talent, it was scarcely anything significant. The Xiao family had lost all value, and Gu Suner would no longer waste her time there. It was best to return and diligently cultivate. At the moment Gu Suner departed, a flamboyant youth lying on the rooftop, basking in the sun, suddenly heard a chime in his mind. Ding! The forgiveness system is at your service. Startled, the youth nearly tumbled off. Then his face lit up with joy. It seemed this transmigrator was destined for an extraordinary fate. However, what was this forgiveness system? Why did it feel so peculiar? Qian Xuanji was refining pills here, seeking to break through to Do Di, which required source energy. However, the Duqi continent currently lacked source energy, with only a scant amount found in the inheritance of Tuo Shigu Di. Qian Xuanji did not accept Tuo Shigu Di's inheritance. He merely extracted the source energy from it. Now, Qian Xuanji's power was already exceedingly formidable. Compared to any historical Do Di, even Tuo Shigu Di's strength paled in comparison to Qian Xuanji's. Across the entire Duqi continent, perhaps only the legendary Tian Can Do Di from the 4th parallel universe could rival him. Qian Xuanji was uncertain who to bestow the source energy upon. Ultimately, he chose Medusa, that gluttonous little serpent. Her talent outweighed that of the ordinary Yun. After accepting the inheritance of the 9-colored devouring python, Medusa swiftly broke through to Do Sheng and could then absorb elixirs to reach high-level Do Sheng, finally beginning to refine the imperial-grade elixirs containing source energy that Qian Xuanji had prepared for her. Qian Xuanji attempted to enhance a 9-rank Baodan into an imperial-grade elixir, discovering that it required merely the power of 1,000 8-rank elixirs for reinforcement. With the quantity of elixirs at his disposal, he could easily forge 20 imperial-grade elixirs. As Medusa refined the imperial-grade elixirs, Qian Xuanji absorbed knowledge about alchemy. Through the understanding of a 9-rank alchemist from Yaozu regarding elixirs, Qian Xuanji could effortlessly concoct 9-rank elixirs himself. There was no other option. Qian Xuanji's strength was simply too overwhelming. He sensed that it would not be long before he could utilize the Hun Yuan Dan Lu to genuinely produce imperial-grade elixirs from raw materials. Medusa's absorption of the imperial-grade elixirs took an entire 3 months. During this time, Qian Xuanji reaped considerable rewards. Observing Medusa's ascension to Do Di, Zhu Kuan realized that Qian Xuanji indeed possessed the strength to elevate him to that realm. He was envious of Medusa, as Do Di was the pinnacle he had always dreamed of achieving. Alright, the reason you cannot break through to Do Di is primarily because the source energy required for such a breakthrough has been exhausted by previous Do Dis. Now that Sasha has achieved Do Di, she will undoubtedly establish a connection between the Duki continent and the vast world, allowing source energy to return. Then, you too shall have the opportunity to ascend to Do Di. Qian Xuanji explained, with Yun Yun providing further clarification as she was his cherished one. Upon hearing this, Yun Yun felt a surge of happiness. After all, how could her dear brother abandon her? Despite knowing that her talent did not compare to Medusa's and that her defeat to Medusa was her own shortcoming, Yun Yun could not help but feel disheartened. However, with Qian Xuanji's words, she felt much better. She could continue enjoying elixirs and play with her beloved brother. Now, Sasha, you have become the strongest in the Duki continent, capable of dominating this world. Together with Yunner, help me govern it. I must attend to some matters and temporarily depart. Having nurtured Medusa into a Do Di, it was time for Qian Xuanji to return and resolve issues at home. Huh, where are you going? Medusa and Yun Yun had been well trained by Qian Xuanji. Now, they could not imagine life without him. His departure brought a sense of panic to them, even though they had reached Do Di. Don't worry, it's only for a short while. I will return in a day or two. Qian Xuanji reassured, casually embracing each of them. At this point, he was a master of time management. After all, traveling back and forth between the Duki continent and the Douluo continent was merely a matter of moments for him. Unless engaged in closed-door cultivation, he could easily slip away whenever necessary. At this stage, Qian Xuanji had not yet reached the point of full disclosure. Although his reputation had been tarnished by the meddlesome woman Xun, the time for complete exposure had not yet come. He intended to continue his steady development. With the aid of these elixirs, Qian Xuanji felt that his power could significantly amplify once more, possibly reaching the limits of the 4th parallel universe. At that point, he could finally reveal everything, laying his 3 palaces and 6 courtyards before the world. Even if Queen Kaisha sought to obstruct him, he could easily suppress her. Qian Xuanji's sweet words left Medusa and Yun Yun at a loss. They now understood that he truly was not from this world. Although Medusa had achieved Do Di, her success was largely due to Qian Xuanji's effortless assistance. The forces behind Qian Sunji seemed to be increasingly formidable, compelling her to comply obediently. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Chapter 142. The fatigue of the goddess of life finds Qian Sunji preparing to return home with a sense of tranquility. One must admit, such a life is exceedingly comfortable. A woman ought to embody both individuality and an obedient demeanor, yielding to her man's every command. While on her way, Qian Sunji suddenly pondered whether the goddess of life had returned. Despite her absence for several months, the return of the goddess remained uncertain. Perhaps a visit to the divine realm would answer this question, especially since her strength now rendered her unafraid of the Lord of Destruction. Recalling the Lord of Destruction's initial hostility and disdainful gaze towards her stirred a sense of indignation within Qian Sunji. How dare he harbor such animosity towards me when I have no connection with his wife? I am eager to see how he will react now that I've gained strength. Upon arriving in the divine realm, she discovered that the goddess of life was indeed present. The goddess expressed mild surprise at Qian Sunji's arrival. Dear goddess, I have procured another batch of exceptional goods and will soon commence the refinement of elixirs once more. Would you care to invest? Qian Sunji conveyed her intentions. The goddess's spirits lifted at this news. She had achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation and felt content. Yet, her husband, the Lord of Destruction, remained stagnant, which was a source of concern for her. With this new opportunity, she resolved to seize it. Of course, thank you, your holiness, the goddess readily agreed. Much to the Lord of Destruction's displeasure. He had only just reconciled with his wife, and life had returned to a semblance of normalcy. Though mundane, it was filled with happiness. The sudden intrusion of Qian Sunji irked him greatly. Life, let it go, he murmured to his wife, unwilling for her to partake in this venture. For reasons unknown, he felt a deep-seated unease, as if her departure would signify a loss of her belonging to him. My dear, this is a splendid opportunity for a breakthrough. Have you not long desired to transcend your limitations? The goddess inquired, puzzled by her husband's reluctance. The Lord of Destruction's expression was one of conflict. He was indeed tempted, but found it difficult to articulate his feelings. Yes, Lord of Destruction, do join us. Do not squander the goodwill of the goddess of life, who has invested so much. Qian chimed in, her demeanor amicable. The goddess had indeed sacrificed much of her savings. Upon hearing Qian's words, the Lord of Destruction was incensed. How much had his wife truly sacrificed? He cast a glance at Qian, then at the goddess, feeling a tumult of emotions. The goddess, however, remained oblivious to any issues, as her heart was pure and untainted. She had indeed suffered losses, but this time, her investment would yield no further detriment. As the Lord of Destruction observed the goddess, he felt his power surge uncontrollably. Destruction, let us depart together, the goddess urged, grasping his hand. Yet, the Lord of Destruction remained immobile. What is the matter? Do not act like a petulant child, the goddess admonished, perplexed by her husband's behavior. Was she not considering his best interests? Why was he regressing? She recalled how the Lord of Destruction had once been a volatile child, and she had expended much effort to guide him. This was becoming problematic. While a minor disagreement was tolerable, frequent disobedience would wear thin on anyone's patience. I do not wish to go. You need not join either. The Lord of Destruction struggled to express his thoughts, hesitant to speak his mind. His feelings were mere conjecture, and he feared the goddess's wrath if he voiced them, which could lead to unforeseen consequences. He did not want to incite her anger. The goddess of life retorted, I have no interest in playing games with you. Both the evil God King and the good God King have achieved great breakthroughs through these elixirs, and they will become even more powerful. If you choose to languish in complacency, that is your decision. After delivering her words with a hint of ire, she departed towards Qian's void vessel. The goddess's words filled the Lord of Destruction with guilt. Indeed, with the good God King and the evil God King present, how could anything untoward transpire? He was unsure why he had allowed such thoughts to plague him, realizing it was a profound disrespect toward the goddess of life. The Lord of Destruction resolved to follow her, yet upon encountering Qian's disdainful gaze, his anger surged. His pride would not permit him to appear as though he were beholden to her. Lord of Destruction, will you not accompany us? Qian extended another sincere invitation. The goddess watched her husband with hopeful anticipation. To her, Qian's invitation seemed entirely appropriate, and she wondered if he would acquiesce. In her view, his agreement would be most favorable. Unfortunately, the goddess was met with disappointment. The Lord of Destruction, seeing his wife's eager gaze, wished to comply. But Qian's smug expression made it clear that accepting would render him a failure in her eyes. He could not bear that. No need. I can cultivate on my own. He ultimately declined. The goddess shook her head in disappointment and entered the void vessel. Very well. If the Lord of Destruction does not value the opportunity, I shall not insist. Rest assured, I will take good care of the goddess of life. Qian assured him earnestly before boarding the vessel and hastily departing. At that moment, the Lord of Destruction realized he had made a grave error. How could he allow his wife to venture alone? He wished to pursue her, but found that Qian's speed was far too swift. Everything will be fine. The good God King and the evil God King are present. He consoled himself. Chapter 143, A Dialogue with the Goddess of Life. How could his wife possibly be that kind of person? With that thought, the Lord of Destruction felt a sense of calm wash over him. As Qian and the Goddess of Life found themselves alone once more, he naturally slowed his pace. Your Holiness, please refrain from gazing so indiscriminately. Within the void vessel, I noticed Qian persistently observing me, either covertly or openly, particularly fixating on my legs. The Goddess of Life could not help but tighten her legs and shyly address Qian. He merely looked at her, without any ulterior motives. The Goddess of Life felt it inappropriate to say too much. She merely hoped Qian would cease his scrutiny. Surely, my lady, you cannot disallow my admiration for you. Must you also forbid me from gazing upon you? Qian replied with a hint of grievance. No, you cannot keep staring like this. Your gaze is peculiar and makes my body feel strange, the Goddess of Life responded, somewhat embarrassed. Her innate kindness and generosity made it impossible for her to deny Qian Xuanji the right to look at her. Yet, she felt an overwhelming shyness. What can I do? You are simply too beautiful, my lady. I cannot help myself, Qian Xuanji confessed candidly. Your several wives are far more enchanting than I. Why not return home and admire them instead? The goddess of life retorted, utterly speechless. Compared to you, they fall short. After all, the unattainable is always the most desirable. Your unique grace and temperament cannot be compared to anyone else, Qian Xuanji declared, showcasing his skills. The goddess of life felt a sense of pride in Qian Xuanji's flattery. The Lord of Destruction, that staunch figure, could never match Qian Xuanji's charm. However, even amidst this, the goddess of life remained non-committal. Alas, I truly envy the Lord of Destruction. How fortunate he is to have such an extraordinary woman as you by his side. I cannot fathom why he does not cherish your company more. Qian Xuanji began to ponder other matters. Well, you are often out and about yourself, he remarked, causing a flicker of disappointment in the goddess of life. Indeed, over time, a certain familiarity had developed between her and the Lord of Destruction, which now felt somewhat unsettling. My lady, you must understand, my relationship with my wives is incredibly strong, and my absences are rarely more than half a month. I must return to my wife each night. Qian Xuanji defended himself, clarifying that he was not a fickle man. He believed it was no great issue to care for multiple women. The esteemed scholar Ji Xianlin once wrote in his diary, "In this life, I simply wish to embrace several women." Qian Xuanji felt capable and responsible. What was wrong with tending to several girls? The goddess of life was aware of this, especially since her disciple, Qian, had been shaped into Qian Xuanji's favorite. Qian had also mentioned that whenever Qian Xuanji returned, he would embrace her and BibiDong. The goddess of life was astonished by the passionate bond between Qian Xuanji and Qian. Even after so many years of marriage, with children already growing up, their relationship remained remarkably strong. This left her feeling envious, wishing for a similar connection with the Lord of Destruction. My lady, does the Lord of Destruction hold you while you sleep at night? Qian Xuanji inquired curiously about her domestic life, wishing not to envision the Lord of Destruction in such intimate moments. However, such matters were beyond his control. Why do you ask such things? The goddess of life became even more flustered. Such matters were not to be spoken of lightly. I am simply curious. And since you know all about my affairs, cannot I learn a bit about yours? Qian Xuanji expressed his grievance, as if feeling a great injustice had been done to him. All right, fine, but you must not share this with anyone else. The goddess of life ultimately succumbed to Qian Xuanji's persistence and revealed the current state of her life with the Lord of Destruction. So, when was the last time you and the Lord of Destruction were intimate? Qian Xuanji pressed further, now broaching more private inquiries. Cough, cough, that is rather excessive, your holiness. The goddess of life responded, finding the previous question manageable, but this one far too intrusive. At their level, sleep was no longer a necessity, and thus there was no intimate connection with the Lord of Destruction. Yet, Qian Xuanji's question felt inappropriate, leaving her unsure how to respond. To spare you any embarrassment, I shall share my situation first. Qian and I were together 3 days ago, although not in the evening, as you might imagine, she said, an amused expression crossing her face. Qian Xuanji made a rather cheeky expression in response. In truth, he had not been with BibiDong and Qian 3 days prior. He had been with Yun and Medusa instead. Nonetheless, he thought it harmless to embellish the truth, as the goddess of life remained unaware. She was well aware, however, that her disciple would likely face a similar fate later that evening. This left her at a loss for words. Forget it, I concede. You must not tell anyone else. The goddess of life, yearning for someone to confide in, found Qian Xuanji to be the most suitable companion at this moment. He nodded earnestly. Such matters were not to be divulged. Perhaps it was around 30,000 years ago, she stated, uncertain of the accuracy of the timeline, as her memory had begun to fade. Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanji inwardly cursed the Lord of Destruction for being such a fool, squandering precious resources. Alas, I am unsure whether to pity you or express my sentiments, he said, shaking his head as he regarded the goddess of life. Enough chatter. Let us proceed swiftly. We must return to Douluo Dalu without delay. The goddess of life felt increasingly embarrassed for having shared such private matters. She found the atmosphere between herself and Qian Xuanji awkward and wished to depart soon. Qian Xuanji promptly acknowledged her request, as he observed the goddess of life. A satisfied smile graced his face. Following this day, their relationship could deepen, perhaps evolving into a close friendship. There was no need to rush. Everything would unfold in due time. Chapter 144. The refusal of the fiery heart. Qian Xuanji shared his discoveries with his wives. Is the Douluo continent truly so affluent? The accumulation of such wealth could forge an immense power. BibiDong expressed her astonishment. Even if Douluo continent is several times wealthier than Douluo continent, it cannot be that prosperous, can it? What of it? The crux lies in my Hunyuan melting furnace. Without it, the assets of Douluo continent would hardly yield such results, Qian Xuanji clarified. His Hunyuan melting furnace was a preeminent spiritual treasure, containing innate spiritual energy capable of nurturing elixirs. Oh, where does this remarkable item come from? And are there any others? BibiDong inquired eagerly. Ultimately, she refrained from questioning him, for he was her man and she ought to trust him. If there was something to ask, why not inquire directly instead of beating around the bush? XunjiCounter-PUA embraced BibiDong from behind, offering her affectionate concern. It's nothing, BibiDong replied, shaking her head. After all these years as a couple, do you think I cannot perceive your worries? Be good, and let me understand the burdens that weigh on your heart. XunjiCounter-PUA pressed on with his inquiry. I wish to ask where these matters originated, but I find that question rather futile. In the end, I genuinely wish to know how many women you have. BibiDong posed a probing question to XunjiCounter-PUA. Well, it's just you all. XunjiCounter-PUA decided not to speak the truth at that moment and feigned ignorance. Who are you trying to fool? That angelic presence, does it not reveal itself to us? You're hardly a person who can restrain himself, clandestinely entangled with countless women. Tell me, Tang Yuehua, along with that enchanting Qingwu, Biji, and Ziji, do they not bear any connection to you? You do seem to relish in that. BibiDong articulated her suspicions, having long harbored doubts regarding XunjiCounter-PUA's relationships with other women beneath her very nose. Otherwise, how could he persuade those women to let go of their grudges? The ability to quell their animosities undoubtedly stemmed from tactics he employed against her and Qian. Be honest with me. Confess, and I shan't pursue the matter further, since it has already come to pass. Here's your chance. BibiDong tantalizingly licked XunjiCounter-PUA's fingertip. This made XunjiCounter-PUA aspire to be a good man, to divulge everything to BibiDong. Yet, he feared this could be a trap set by her. Come now, I'm not such a petty woman. Did I not accept Tian Shilong? BibiDong sensed that her mentor was slightly moved. To thoroughly uncover her mentor's secrets, she intensified her efforts and squatted before XunjiCounter-PUA. In the end, XunjiCounter-PUA could no longer withstand the immense temptation and chose to confess. In terms of serious relationships, it is merely Yun and Medusa. He provided sound reasoning for these two, asserting that as the rulers of the Douluo continent, it was through sacrificing his looks that he could easily obtain vast quantities of elixirs from them. Then there were Biji, Ziji, and Tang Yuehua. For these three, his prepared excuse was that they had tempted him, and he had been unable to resist. Of course, these were fleeting encounters. As for Qingwu, XunjiCounter-PUA assured that he had no relations with her whatsoever and had not even touched her. Well, I haven't tasted her yet. I plan to pay a visit soon. Upon speaking the truth, XunjiCounter-PUA felt a weight lift from his heart. Strangely enough, BibiDong felt a sense of relief as well. Everything was within her expectations, and even slightly better than anticipated. She had already suspected Biji, Ziji, and Tang Yuehua. What surprised her was that Qingwu was unscathed, considering Qingwu had been molded into the type that XunjiCounter-PUA favored. Now, BibiDong no longer worried about XunjiCounter-PUA lying. Furthermore, knowing that he frequently traveled to the Douluo continent, she was aware that he must have had affairs there. Initially, she believed he would indulge without restraint in her absence, but upon learning that there were only two, she felt much more comforted. Nevertheless, BibiDong still believed that XunjiCounter-PUA deserved a stern lesson. Be gentle, please. XunjiCounter-PUA suddenly felt a twinge of pain and quickly begged for mercy. No healing allowed. I want this wound to remain forever. I want you to see it whenever you revel outside. Let us see if you still have the interest to misbehave. I will check on you at any time, and if it changes, I will sever you. BibiDong abruptly stood and stormed off in anger. Damn it. Had I not possessed an immortal body, should you dare treat me in such a manner, I would have pierced you through. XunjiCounter-PUA could not fathom just how terrifying she was. It was only natural, for BibiDong was precisely that kind of person. However, XunjiCounter-PUA's mood had considerably brightened. Although BibiDong appeared to be furious, it was evident that she had tacitly accepted his actions and forgiven him entirely. For XunjiCounter-PUA, this was monumental news. He decided not to pursue BibiDong, allowing her some time to cool off. Now he should go and collect that rabbit which had been nurtured for so long and transformed from a wild creature into a domesticated one. After all the time he spent on Qian, there surely had to be a return. His possessions were not so easily obtained. With Qian's assistance, Qingwu had also become a deity of rabbits. After Qian stepped out, Xian sought him out. Ah, this fellow has come to entice Qian. Qian regarded her with disdain, at least outwardly. Deep down, he understood that Xian's motives were to validate a certain matter. Tian Shilong had already informed him. As for Xian's surveillance of him, Qian was still seething. He was determined to reclaim his dignity. Xian, a proud angel, approached him with an air of arrogance, believing that merely being touched by Qian would bestow upon her a lifetime of fortune. Yet, Qian deliberately ignored her, displaying an air of indifference that plunged Xian into self-doubt. Do you not wish to experience being an angel? Seeing Qian, a ravenous wolf in the realm of desire, showing no interest in her, Xian felt disheartened. This should not be. Qian, the scoundrel, typically cannot resist a beautiful woman. Why does he not approach me? Am I not attractive? Xian was perplexed. An angel? Is Tian Shilong not an angel? I wish to experience every possible position. I'm a married man. Xian, please maintain your decorum. Qian addressed Xian earnestly and then turned away without a backward glance. How could Xian possibly believe him? This fellow, while cavorting outside, had not considered his own commitments. Chapter 145. The clever and quick-witted Xiao Wu, unless there is something of importance. Please take your leave and do not disturb me. Thank you. Qian firmly rejected Xian, maintaining his distance. How infuriating. Watching Qian's retreating figure, Xian stomped her foot in frustration, overwhelmed by a profound sense of disappointment. Am I truly so lacking? Am I really incomparable to Tian Shilong? Xian returned, feeling utterly disheveled. That day, Kaisa summoned her, inquiring about the situation. Xian could only respond honestly. Alas, Xian, if you cannot manage, then so be it. I shall seek another to undertake the mission. Kaisa appeared somewhat anxious. Upon learning that Qian had brought back a considerable amount of resources, she was tempted. She wished to discover whether Qian could indeed enhance the angelic constitution. If so, she would seize this opportunity to improve her own. She intended to consume a vast quantity of Qian's resources to strengthen herself. The situation had indeed become urgent. My queen, I can do this. Please grant me another chance. Upon noticing that Queen Kaisa seemed slightly dissatisfied with her performance, Xian was thoroughly alarmed. Without hesitation, she approached Kaisa, eager to volunteer. She could not bear the thought of disappointing the queen. Very well, you may proceed, Kaisa consented, granting her little guardian another opportunity. Xian hurriedly departed. However, to ensure absolute certainty, Queen Kaisa summoned Yan as well. Qian arrived at Xiao Wu's room, or rather, the room belonging to Qingwu. Qingwu was a woman who cherished cleanliness. Her room was not only impeccably organized, but also imbued with a subtle fragrance. At this moment, Xiao Wu had grown to 3 years of age. Master, upon Qian's arrival, Qingwu greeted him softly. During this time, Qian had provided substantial assistance to her and her daughter, enabling her cultivation to break through the divine realm. Qingwu felt content and no longer harbored the initial aversion she had towards Qian. In fact, due to the infrequent encounters, she had developed a slight sense of loss when he was absent. Now, with Qian's proactive visit, she felt a mix of happiness and nervousness. Taking care of the child, Qian smiled as he approached. Although Xiao was several years old, she still occupied a stroller. Qingwu was engaged in playful antics with her. As Qian drew near, he placed a hand upon Qingwu's shapely rear. Currently, she was still clad in her bunny girl attire, of which Qian had prepared countless sets for her to wear indefinitely. Not only her, but when Xiao Wu grew older, she too would don such garments. Qian's actions made Qingwu quite anxious. While she did not object, she was concerned about Xiao Wu witnessing this. Fortunately, due to the stroller's design, Xiao Wu was unable to see. However, her expression was not favorable. She had always held a dislike for this bad uncle. Under Qian's teasing, Qingwu gradually felt increasingly uncomfortable. Xiao Wu sensed something amiss and looked at her mother with confusion. Let us go to another room. Qingwu could no longer contain herself. This was her final show of defiance. She could not allow Xiao Wu to see. All right, Qian replied with a broad smile. Xiao Wu, You stay here and play nicely. Don't wander off. Mommy has something to discuss with Uncle Qian Sunji. Qing Wu forced herself to speak to Xiao Wu, then secured the stroller's barrier, ensuring Xiao Wu could not easily escape. Of course, she was mistaken in her assumption. A child of 4 or 5 could certainly attend school and was not to be confined by a mere stroller. As soon as Qing Wu finished speaking, Qian Sunji wrapped his arms around her and entered the room. Once inside, Qing Wu attempted to close the door using her strength, but Qian Sunji intervened. Although the door was shut, it was not secured tightly, leaving a gap. You despicable fiend. Why grow up? I will make you pay. Qing Wu was quite displeased. She feared that Qian Sunji would impose difficulties upon her mother. Despite her curiosity about what transpired inside, Xiao Wu was a well-behaved child. She worried that if she disobeyed, her mother would suffer even more at the hands of that villain, Qian Sunji. Thus, she remained obediently in her stroller. Before long, Xiao Wu heard strange sounds emanating from her mother. This was a sound she had never encountered before. At first, she thought it might be a joyful noise from her mother. However, upon further listening, especially with the accompanying slapping sounds, it was evident that this could not be happiness. That wretched Qian Sunji was indeed hurting her mother, as her mother's cries grew more frantic and louder. Xiao Wu could no longer bear to stand idly by while her mother endured suffering. She climbed out of the stroller and rushed over to see. Sure enough, she found Qian Sunji gripping her mother's bunny ears and striking her with force. Her mother cried out in pain. This is unacceptable. I must devise a plan. Xiao Wu understood that she was far too weak to confront Qian Sunji directly. A brilliant idea struck her. She would seek out Auntie Ziji and Auntie Baiji to come and witness the situation. She would expose Qian Sunji's hypocritical nature. She would see how Qian Sunji could continue to torment her mother. Clever little Xiao Wu quickly formulated a strategy. Though she could not confront Qian Sunji herself, she could invite others over to compel Qian Sunji to leave. But whom to invite? Humans were out of the question, as they were all mere pawns of Qian Sunji. Qian was also not an option. She had been corrupted by that demon Qian Sunji and had become a traitor among spirit beasts. Thus, Xiao Wu thought of Auntie Baiji and Auntie Ziji. Although they too worked under Qian Sunji, they were not like Qian. Xiao Wu hurriedly set off to find Baiji and Ziji. Due to their similar circumstances, Qian Sunji had arranged for Baiji, Ziji, Qing Wu, and Tang Yuhua to reside in close proximity. Particularly, Baiji and Ziji lived together. When Xiao Wu approached them, both were surprised yet delighted, as they held a fondness for the little one. However, upon learning of Xiao Wu's purpose, the expressions of Ziji and Baiji shifted. Ziji, of course, had no objections, as she was already aligned with Qian Sunji. Baiji, having only had a single encounter with Qian Sunji, found herself unable to extricate herself from his influence. Despite any reservations, with Ziji's persuasion, Baiji had lowered her defenses. The thoughts of Tian, which once consumed her, had long since faded. Now, they contemplated how to address this situation. Xiao Wu, let's go. Ziji appeared much more open-minded than Baiji. After all, she had been with Qian Sunji for quite some time, making her more accepting. She felt no discomfort regarding Qian Sunji's actions. This matter was beyond her control. In fact, it had been a while since Qian Sunji had sought her out, and she missed him dearly. This was the perfect opportunity to engage Qian Sunji in conversation. Vi felt powerless. She knew she could no longer contend with Ziji and had to heed her guidance. Furthermore, she did not fundamentally oppose the situation. Excellent. 2 wonderful aunties. Please follow me. Seeing that Ziji and Baiji were willing to support her, Xiao Wu felt immense joy. It was reassuring to rely on those from her own family. Xiao Wu took one aunt's hand in each of hers, leading them swiftly towards her home. She understood that with each passing minute, her mother would endure further torment at the hands of Qian Sunji. Xiao Wu, you need not concern yourself with what follows. Leave it all to us. Rest assured, we will ensure that Qian Sunji does not harm your mother. Ziji gently patted Xiao Wu's little head and spoke to her affectionately. Well, let Qian Sunji not harm Xiao Wu, but rather target them instead. They will bear the brunt of the damage for Xiao Wu. BG's expression also appeared somewhat troubled. Sigh. Deceiving a child always leaves one with a twinge of guilt. Xiao Wu nodded, partially understanding. All right, dear aunties, I entrust this to you. Xiao Wu was aware that some matters were indeed beyond her purview. She believed that these 2 beautiful aunties could resolve her predicament. Yes, Xiao Wu is truly obedient. Ziji patted Xiao Wu's head once more and exchanged a knowing glance with Biji. Biji dutifully followed Ziji as she closed the door and locked it securely. Could they possibly get into a fight? A sudden wave of unease washed over Xiaowu at the sight of the unfolding scenario. Did Ziji and Biji intend to engage in combat? Though XunjiCounter-PUA was indeed despicable, his strength was formidable. Could the two antis possibly stand a chance? Oh, what brings you here? Ziji and Biji's arrival was anticipated by XunjiCounter-PUA, given his current prowess. As for Xiaowu, that little girl, she wouldn't even be able to move freely within the Wuhuan temple, let alone throughout the entire Douluo continent, where XunjiCounter-PUA could easily apprehend her. He had not expected Xiaowu to summon these two. Xiaowu begged us to come and ask you to stop bullying her, to refrain from harming her any further. Ziji found this amusing. Ha ha ha, Xiaowu, tell me, have I ever struck you? XunjiCounter-PUA lowered his head, placing a hand on Xiaowu's rabbit ears, seeking her confirmation. Naturally, Xiaowu, the party involved, was the most qualified to answer this question. Presently, Xiaowu was at a loss for words, unable to comprehend why the little girl had misunderstood and believed that XunjiCounter-PUA had struck her. Did XunjiCounter-PUA actually hit her? No, that hardly counted as a strike. Xiaowu shook her head, expressing that she had not been harmed. XunjiCounter-PUA smiled with satisfaction. Ziji and Biji nodded in agreement, fully aware of their next steps. Strangely, would it be taking so long? What was happening? Outside, Xiaowu observed the time passing incrementally. Yet, Ziji and Biji had yet to emerge. After waiting for an hour with no sign of them, Xiaowu began to feel restless. Surely, nothing was amiss? But the door had been securely locked. With no other options, Xiaowu decided to climb through the window. She ventured to another area, devising a plan to bring over a chair. Climbing onto the chair, she managed to squeeze through the window. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the entire room felt peculiar. Xiaowu stealthily approached her mother's chamber, where she witnessed a scene that would remain etched in her memory forever. In an instant, she realized that the true clown was none other than herself. Xiaowu, what is wrong? How did you fall asleep here? Xiaowu had no idea how much time had passed, but as she glanced outside, she noticed the sky darkening, indicating considerable time had elapsed. Overwhelmed by her emotions, she had inadvertently dozed off, only to be awakened by Xiaowu. Now, clad perfectly, Xiaowu's expression was so natural, as if nothing had transpired. And no, it's nothing, Xiaowu replied, her heart laden with discontent, yet she chose to remain silent. With a sigh, Xiaowu seemed to have grasped the situation. Xiaowu, things are not as you perceive. Upon realizing that Xiaowu had summoned Ziji and Biji, Xiaowu understood that the little girl had come to know things she ought not to. Since it was no longer feasible to conceal the truth, Xiaowu decided to lay everything bare. Whether Xiaowu could accept this revelation was another matter entirely. Mom, what is it like? Xiaowu inquired curiously, gazing at her mother. Xiaowu picked up the little girl and began to explain, effectively revealing the nature of her relationship with XunjiCounter-PUA. But Mom, XunjiCounter-PUA is such a wicked person. I don't want to call him Dad, Xiaowu protested weakly. She had no desire to refer to that villain as her father. Sigh, if you don't want to, that's fine. Just call him Uncle for now. Xiaowu understood that this was not something that could be resolved overnight, especially given Xiaowu's strong aversion towards XunjiCounter-PUA. After all, XunjiCounter-PUA had eliminated Daming and Erming. Xiaowu, your bias against your uncle XunjiCounter-PUA is too deep. He is a good person, and you'll come to realize that in time. With no other options, Xiaowu resolved to work on her little daughter's mindset in the days to come. Oh, Xiaowu's expression was peculiar, leaving Xiaowu uncertain about what the little girl was truly thinking. At this moment, Xiaowu contemplated whether XunjiCounter-PUA was genuinely not a bad person. Otherwise, why would Auntie Biji and Auntie Ziji behave in such a manner? Furthermore, her mother did not appear to be coerced at all. Sigh, it was all so frustrating. Xiaowu felt the weight of pressures far beyond her years. Meanwhile, XunjiCounter-PUA returned triumphantly, now preparing to refine elixirs. Establishing dominance over the fourth parallel universe was the main act. However, he did not anticipate that just as he began his preparations, someone would come knocking, none other than the beautiful and benevolent God King. Dear Goddess, what brings you here today? XunjiCounter-PUA asked politely. Beautiful deities enjoy certain privileges. Sigh, the matter I wish to discuss may pose a challenge for the Pope. The expression on the God King's face was quite troubled. Fear not. Speak freely. I am more than willing to assist the goddess. XunjiCounter-PUA responded generously. The God King paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts. After a deep breath, she proceeded. I have heard that His Holiness, the Pope, has achieved remarkable success and is seeking to refine elixirs in bulk. I merely wish to inquire if it would be possible to allocate a portion of those elixirs for my husband and me. Of course, we are not here to take advantage. We are prepared to offer something in exchange, though it may not compare to the value of the elixirs in the short term. We will certainly compensate the Pope later. The God King expressed her intentions with a hint of resignation. Her partner desired benefits without the embarrassment of directly appealing to Qian Xunji. Thus, she had taken it upon herself to make the request. Reflecting on her previous plea to Qian Xunji, which he had granted, she hoped he would not refuse this time either. Indeed, I have brought forth a considerable amount of Daniao this time, and I possess more than enough. In light of the goddess's presence, it poses no issue to offer some to her. Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanji revealed a smile and responded with a nonchalant demeanor. This response greatly pleased the benevolent God King, indicating that Qian Xuanji had seemingly acquiesced. However, how shall the goddess compensate for my losses? Qian Xuanji's tone shifted abruptly, gazing coldly at the benevolent God King. His possessions are not so easily relinquished. This single utterance caused Qian Xuanji's standing in the benevolent God King's eyes to diminish several levels. Yet, Qian Xuanji remained indifferent, caring solely for tangible benefits. Naturally, compensation and resources is essential. Should my wife and I achieve a breakthrough, we shall certainly seek resources to reimburse the Pope. The benevolent God King no longer exhibited her initial enthusiasm. Mere resources hold no allure for me now. Qian Xuanji shook his head. For ordinary resources were of little use to him. He could traverse dimensions at will, collecting resources at a pace unfathomably faster than that of these two individuals. So, what is your intention, Pope? A sense of foreboding suddenly gripped the benevolent God King. Upon first encountering you, benevolent God King, I was utterly captivated by your beauty and yearned for your affection. Alas, you are already wed. Thus, if you agree to spend an evening with me, discussing matters of cultivation, I shall grant your request without seeking any other recompense, ensuring both you and your husband achieve a breakthrough. At this moment, Qian Xuanji revealed his true nature. Alas, the former Qian Xuanji, who was once so righteous and constantly concerned for the well-being of Douluo Dalu, has tragically transformed into a malevolent dragon. Qian Xuanji has indeed changed. He is no longer the innocent youth he once was. Shameless, the benevolent God King exclaimed in indignation. She could hardly fathom that Qian Xuanji could be such a person. Feeling utterly deceived, the benevolent God King believed her presence here was a humiliation, and she turned to leave. Why is the goddess departing? Let's converse further. Observing the benevolent God King about to leave, Qian Xuanji hastily urged her to stay. There is nothing of interest for us to discuss. The benevolent God King retorted coldly. She intended to inform the goddess of life about this matter, revealing Qian Xuanji's insidious nature. Nothing to discuss? Really? If I were to publicize that the benevolent God King sought to entice me for the sake of Vinyao, which I resolutely refused, how do you think the outside world would perceive it? What would the evil God King think? Qian Xuanji interjected unexpectedly. If it is to be evil, let it be entirely so. You. Qian Xuanji's words caused the benevolent God King to pale in shock. She never anticipated Qian Xuanji could be so despicable. Given Qian Xuanji's current power and influence, he indeed possessed the ability to distort the truth. The evil God King would surely believe me. The benevolent God King tried to reassure herself internally. Oh, is that so? Are you certain the evil God King would take your word for it? Qian Xuanji approached the benevolent God King, emphasizing his statement. The benevolent God King managed a bitter smile. Believe? Perhaps on the surface, but deep down, there would undoubtedly be doubts. She regarded Qian Xuanji with resentment. This man is truly abhorrent. Why must he act this way? Why? We desire nothing. Can you not spare me? The benevolent God King now recognized she was no match for Qian Xuanji. Resistance was futile. It is merely one night. Should you conduct yourself well, the duration will be shortened. Just once, all right? After that, nothing will have transpired, and you shall receive what you seek. Qian Xuanji placed a hand on the benevolent God King's shoulder, leaning close to her ear, and began to coax her. At this moment, the benevolent God King was engulfed in turmoil. Her instincts urged her to reject Qian Xuanji's unreasonable demands. She could not believe he would resort to coercion. Yet another thought crept in, suggesting that if she complied, her reputation might be irreparably tarnished. Conversely, if she heeded Qian Xuanji's words, though, as long as she remained composed, nothing untoward would occur, and she could obtain the biao to advance her cultivation. Gradually, The benevolent god king relinquished her resistance and closed her eyes. Qian Xuanji rejoiced, seizing the benevolent god king and forcefully placing her upon the table. Oddly, it felt peculiar. On the opposite end of Douluo Dalu, for reasons unknown, the evil god king sensed an unsettling change in his mood. Could it be that Qian Xuanji refused our demands and withheld the banyao? How stingy. I hope that is not the case. Yet, why has my wife been gone so long? This is unusual. Could it be that the goddess of life invited her to stay for an in-depth conversation? The evil god king pondered in confusion. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, causing several green leaves from the tree to fall onto the evil god king's hair. Rest assured, once I have refined the meow, it will be delivered into your hands. Gazing into the benevolent god king's eyes, Qian Xuanji responded casually. The benevolent god king could now say nothing, and she departed with great difficulty. How have I become like this? After her departure, Qian Xuanji feigned remorse. I forgot to mention, it seems there is an issue with the protagonist of the group. The answer is Yang Yanxi, the protagonist of the new book. Interested friends may join, or you may miss the opportunity. 55756851 new book, Douluo, starting with capturing the 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit. The contract has been signed. Chapter 148, The Aggrieved Xiaogang. Alas, at times, humanity can be so shameless. The benevolent god king returned to the modest dwelling she shared with her husband, the evil god king. My dear, how'd it go? Are the banyao on their way? The evil god king inquired eagerly upon her return. Looking at her husband, the benevolent god king felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. Your wife has been compromised by another man. Unquestionably, the benevolent god king found Qian Xuanji far more appealing than her husband. However, how could she possibly voice such sentiments? Qian Xuanji has promised that once he has refined the meow, he will provide us with one for our breakthrough. The benevolent god king replied softly. Wonderful, but my dear, why do you return so late? The evil god king exclaimed with joy. I can finally achieve my breakthrough. In an instant, the benevolent god king's heart raced. Why the delay? It was Qian Xuanji's overwhelming power. Had she not ultimately succumbed to revealing her ultimate skill, her return might have been even more delayed. The benevolent god king grew anxious, unsure of how to respond. Was it the goddess of life who detained you for a chat? Just as the benevolent god king found herself at a loss, the evil god king spoke up. The kind god king nodded eagerly. The reasoning provided by her husband is truly commendable. Indeed, the goddess of life has now surpassed us in cultivation, and it would be beneficial for you, my wife, to engage in more interactions with her. The evil god king displayed considerable magnanimity in this regard. At that moment, the kind god king realized that the goddess of life is even more formidable than herself, and she shares a certain intimacy with Qian Xuanji. Could it be that she has already been? The kind god king felt that this possibility was quite substantial. Strangely enough, upon reaching this thought, she felt a sense of relief. Perhaps it was due to the presence of a companion. Since the goddess of life has made such a misstep, perhaps her own transgressions are not entirely unforgivable. In that instant, the kind god king found herself feeling a measure of compassion for the god of destruction. The goddess of life has been closely following Qian Xuanji. Who knows how many times she has already been exposed, and she herself had only faltered once, which still leaves room for redemption. The kind god king resolved to treat her husband, the evil god king, with greater kindness henceforth, as a means of atoning for her past mistakes. Once her decision was made, Qian Xuanji commenced the alchemical process. This time, he aimed to refine all the elixirs, producing several exquisite divine pills to aid in breaking through his cultivation limits. This alchemical endeavor might require a duration of 1 to 2 years. Consequently, Qian Xuanji appeared particularly composed, while Xiaogang exhibited considerable anxiety. Yin, too, felt similarly. Were it not for her pride, she might have already ventured into Qian Xuanji's chamber. In contrast to Yin, Xiaogang displayed greater intelligence. She sought the assistance of Qian Xuanji's close friend, Angel Lung. Currently, Angel Lung is Qian Xuanji's wife. With her help to whisper into his ear, Xiaogang was certain she could achieve her desired outcome. Lung, please assist me. Xiaogang explained her situation to Angel Lung. Angel Lung hesitated. After all, she had long ceased to be an angelic warrior. Now, she ought to consider Qian Xuanji's needs first. Yet Xiaogang was her dear friend. And this was also Queen Kaisha's directive. Queen Kaisha had treated her well, and thus she felt compelled to reciprocate. Ultimately, Angel Lung nodded in agreement. In Sunji's backyard, Angel Lung's combat prowess remained unparalleled. While BibiDong and Qian made rapid advancements, Angel Lung had not remained stagnant either. She too could cultivate her soul power and naturally improve herself with the elixirs. Angel Lung believed that once her husband completed the alchemical process and she absorbed the benefits, her combat strength would rival that of Queen Kaisha, if not surpass it, placing her on par with the likes of Morgana and He. Beyond her true combat capabilities, Angel Lung's other strengths were unmatched by others, including Qian, who understood the art of yielding to overcome force. Moreover, Angel Lung's character set her apart, unlike others, such as Qian and BibiDong, who often engaged collectively. She preferred to act independently. Sunji was equally fair in his attentions, ensuring he visited Angel Lung as well. You sisters share quite a bond. Sunji had memorized the schedule, and after attending to BibiDong and Qian, he arrived at Angel Lung's location. Spotting Xian there did not surprise him. After all, she was quite clever. Due to his enhanced strength, Sunji no longer feared threats from Kaisha. Furthermore, Xian's allure had diminished compared to the beginning. Not only Xian, but also Yen. Presently, among the angels, only Queen Kaisha piqued Sunji's interest, perhaps alongside the King of Revelation. He had little interest in anyone else. Come here. Today is your day to shine. At this moment, Xian found it difficult to speak. After being rebuked by Sunji, her confidence had waned. Moreover, with Angel Lung as the lady of the house, she could not impose herself and thus remained seated nearby, her delicate legs crossed tightly. Naturally, Angel Lung stepped in to manage the situation. What is there to admire? I already knew. You're just here to flatter again? Sunji was unrestrained, knowing that Xian, being a little angel on a mission from her mistress, would not dare to leave in anger, which gave him a sense of security. Hearing Sunji's words, Xian felt both aggrieved and furious. She longed to slap him and storm off. But Queen Kaisha's mission, realizing this, Xian could only endure the humiliation. Don't be like that. Angel Lung also felt that Sunji's words were somewhat hurtful. Xian was already exceptional, one of the best among the angels. Sunji's behavior seemed a bit excessive. However, Angel Lung could not reproach him, as she had been thoroughly trained to be obedient. She could only whisper her concerns to her dear friend. We are merely utilizing each other, with clear terms. Why can't we just say it as it is? Sunji was unreserved. After all, he was merely verifying whether he truly was a monster. Thus, why should he be polite? All right, Xian, come here. Angel Lung acted as the mediator, beckoning Xian to approach. Xian obediently stood before Sunji like a child who had erred. Chapter 149. Is Queen Kaisha sending something? Why must you subject yourself to such indignity? Why not simply abandon the Queen's mission and slap me a few times to vent your frustration? I am quite forgiving towards beautiful women and will not hold your faults against you. Sunji embraced Angel Lung, playing with her while casting a playful smile at Xian. He intended to dismantle the defenses that Xian had erected within her heart. Xian indeed contemplated such a course of action, yet found herself unable to execute it. Are you truly not leaving? If you wish to depart, there is still an opportunity. If you choose to stay, then I must say. Sunji spoke again, offering Xian a glimmer of hope. Indeed, upon hearing Sunji's words, Xian's spirits lifted instantly. Was he implying? If so, that would be splendid. She could fulfill the Queen's task. All right, come here. You must be obedient to receive the good things. After a sufficient build-up, Sunji decided it was time to be less of a rogue. Having wielded the stick for so long, it was now time to offer the carrot. Xian, you've endured much. Sunji was unaware that Queen Kaisha had also placed surveillance on Xian. She had observed Xian's actions closely. This realization made Queen Kaisha understand that Sunji was far from a benign presence. Yet, it was precisely this dubious character that compelled Queen Kaisha to treat him with care. Witnessing Xian's immense sacrifices to complete her mission, Queen Kaisha felt deeply moved and silently vowed to find a way to reward this little angel in the future. Ultimately, Xian successfully attained what she desired. Although it remains uncertain whether her genes have undergone any changes, a day or two of observation should yield results. The acquisition of her goal signifies the complete fulfillment of Xian's mission, evoking a complex array of emotions within her. On one hand, she can finally relax after accomplishing her task. On the other hand, Her initial ambition to engage in sparring with Qian Xunji has also come to fruition. Strangely enough, this experience seems rather pleasant, perhaps even addictive. Qian Xunji, that rascal, undeniably possesses remarkable skills. Despite his despicable nature and the humiliation he inflicts upon her, Xian finds herself inexplicably unable to harbor true resentment towards him. Now, she comprehends why Angel Lung is so utterly submissive to Qian Xunji, transforming her once proud demeanor into one of compliance. Qian Xunji indeed possesses such capabilities. Xian does not doubt that prolonged interaction with him might lead her to resemble Angel Lung in her own submission. "I am leaving," she whispered, glancing at Qian Xunji, who was peacefully sleeping while embracing Angel Lung. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Xian felt a sudden pang of envy towards Angel Lung. Why is Qian Xunji so harsh with her, yet so gentle with Lung Jie? It is truly perplexing. "Just go, or come back. Stop dragging your feet," Qian Xunji remarked impatiently. "Oof, who cares?" Xian retorted defiantly. In her heart, she resolved that having completed her mission, she would remain the self-reliant Xian, severing all ties with the vile male angel Qian Xunji. However, this was merely a wishful thought that would soon dissolve into nothingness. The following day, she proactively conducted a self-examination. Indeed, that peculiar fellow is an anomaly. Xian detected changes akin to those in Angel Lung's physique. Given that she had previously examined Angel Lung's body, she felt a sense of familiarity. Xian then visited Kaisa to report her findings. "See if you can cultivate the powers of this world," Kaisa urged, her heart racing with excitement. If successful, this could prove significantly beneficial for the angels. It cannot be understated. It would be immensely advantageous. Absolutely, Xian affirmed with conviction. She was indeed capable of harnessing the soul energy of this realm. "It seems this is destiny," Kaisa sighed, not quite approving of Qian Xunji's character, yet acknowledging that he possessed certain merits. The thought of having to navigate through Qian Xunji to achieve serious cultivation was somewhat unbearable. "Your Majesty, you wouldn't be considering," Xian suddenly pondered, a notion that rendered her utterly uncomfortable. The possibility that Kaisa, Queen of Angels, wanted her to evaluate Qian Xunji's abilities, perhaps to test them herself, was unfathomable. No, that cannot be. It is inconceivable that the Queen would stoop to such levels. Xian found this notion intolerable. Kaisa chose silence, avoiding a direct answer, which effectively served as an implicit agreement. Xian felt her beliefs about Angel shatter. Kaisa was her lifelong idol, an embodiment of perfection. Yet, if she were to behave in such a manner, Xian feared she might be devastated. "Please, my queen, do not study me. Even without doing so, you can obtain what you desire. I implore you." Xian beseeched Kaisa, her heart bleeding at the thought of her queen being subjected to Qian Xunji's various abuses. This suffering should be borne by her alone. "Xian, how could I ever consider you a subject of research? I shall protect the angels, not harm them. What you suggest places me in a precarious position," Kaisa responded firmly. It was then that Xian recalled Kaisa's exceptional kindness, even towards those who betrayed the angelic faith. How could she dare to advise Kaisa on her actions? Xian fell silent. "Well done, Xian. You have performed excellently. Now go rest," Kaisa said, her heart aching at the sight of Xian's distress. She understood the source of Xian's anguish, but felt powerless to alleviate it. At this moment, Kaisa had yet to reach a final decision. The invincible Kaisa had never felt such pressure until facing Qian Xunji. If he were to surpass her in strength with the power he possessed, one could only wonder how the Angel Nebula would be affected by his presence. The only way to stabilize the situation was for her to continue advancing in her cultivation. Yet, she found herself reliant on Qian Xunji. It was utterly absurd in Kaisa's eyes. Chapter 150. The Gentle Conquest of Tang Yuehua. Kaisa realized that her time was running short. Currently, she held an advantage over Qian Xunji, allowing her to keep him in check. However, as time passed, if Qian Xunji matured further, it would present a considerable challenge. He was not alone. He was part of a formidable group, and the Goddess of Life was among them, steadily advancing in power. There were few in the Angel Nebula who could rival her strength. With Angel Lung now by Qian Xunji's side, Kaisa recognized that his charm over women was proficient, and Angel Lung had likely become entirely devoted to him. The longer this continued, the more rapid Qian Sunji's growth would be, while she remained stagnant. Kaisa felt a sense of urgency. She could not confront Qian Sunji indiscriminately. How could she lead the myriad realms and earn their allegiance towards the angels? Sighing, Kaisa felt resigned. To gain something, one must inevitably sacrifice something else. Perhaps it was time to consider appointing someone to take on this task, like he-she. She could delegate the role to he-she, allowing her to grow stronger through Qian Sunji and protect the angels. Yet Kaisa quickly shook her head. He-she's inconsistent nature would not suffice. It seemed that Kaisa had only one path ahead of her. Qian Sunji was beginning to feel a hint of anxiety. While he was not afraid of Kaisa, this did not guarantee his ability to maintain dominance over her. After entrusting his powers to Xiaogang, he realized he would soon have to confront Kaisa directly. To speak frankly, Qian Xuanji felt a twinge of anxiety. However, after mustering his courage, he no longer feared the situation. At worst, he would merely be toyed with by that woman, Kaisa. After all, he had nothing to lose, did he? Given his current physical state, Kaisa was no match for him. Should she dare to approach, she would find herself kneeling and singing conquered. The mere thought of Kaisa, the queen, kneeling and singing such a song sent shivers of excitement through him. Nevertheless, he had important matters to attend to prevent anyone from seizing his elixirs. He conducted his alchemical work within the Wei Yang Xianfu. Seizing this opportunity, the Silver Dragon King, acting as the fire-watching apprentice, added her own ingredients to concoct the elixirs she desired. Qian Xuanji was aware of this, but did not intervene. After all, the Silver Dragon King was his precious goddaughter, and she was exceptionally devoted, tending to him closely. How could he deny her a little indulgence? Besides, it was unlikely she would poison him. Yuehua, how do you feel? Qian Xuanji inquired of Tang Yuehua. Due to her physical condition, she had been unable to advance in her cultivation. However, with Qian Xuanji's support, this was no longer an issue. He sacrificed his own power to help her overcome her bodily limitations. Now, Tang Yuehua could cultivate normally. Although she was the weakest among Qian Xuanji's women, she had barely reached the divine realm, freeing her from concerns about her lifespan. Naturally, due to her frail condition, Qian Xuanji found solace in her gentleness. Gradually, Tang Yuehua transitioned from reluctance to acceptance. After all, resistance was futile. Qian Xuanji treated her with kindness, and coupled with his various attributes, be it his appearance or wealth, how could she not be drawn in? After all, every woman involved with Qian Xuanji had obediently complied. I am all right. Tang Yuehua replied shyly, supporting Qian Xuanji as she spoke softly. Indeed, she was now nurturing a new life. This was undoubtedly the best way to ensure her loyalty, as it would anchor her to the Wuhuan temple and prevent her from wandering. Indeed, Tang Yuehua had become completely devoted to Qian Xuanji, having long forgotten her past infatuation with the once-admired Mr. Tang Ritian. Rest assured, I will leave you and our child a precious gift, Qian Xuanji said gently, caressing Yuehua's belly with tenderness. The well-being of their children was no longer a concern, whether it was the soon-to-be queen, Qian Ruxue, or the elite warrior, Qian San. As for his goddaughters, Xiao Wu and the Silver Dragon King, there was nothing for Qian Xuanji to worry about. Instead, his focus was on the unborn child, ensuring everything was prepared for its arrival. It's fine. I can't be the only one receiving special treatment. There are so many sisters watching, Tang Yuehua expressed, feeling somewhat embarrassed upon hearing Qian Xuanji's promise. Don't worry, they all went through this. If I don't prepare, that would be favoritism, Qian Xuanji clarified. Previously, he had always prepared gifts for the women he had been involved with. Ohat, Danzihu not that, so mewat and lie. If that were the case, she could accept it without guilt. In due time, I will arrange everything for you, Qian Xuanji assured her. If all went well, Tang Yuehua's child would arrive around the time he completed his alchemical work, coinciding with her period of vulnerability. Naturally, Qian Xuanji would take care to attend her needs. Yes, Tang Yuehua felt increasingly reassured and satisfied with Qian Xuanji's attentiveness. Xiaogang, are you becoming attached to me? Why do you follow me every day? What will others think of our relationship? Qian Xuanji found himself puzzled by the incessant presence of Xiaogang, who had been trailing him relentlessly. This left Qian Xuanji bewildered. Had she developed an obsession, seeking to confront him? His musings prompted Xiaogang to mentally critique him for being inconsiderate and heartless, having bullied her so, and now denying it? However, Xiaogang's intentions were not to seek acknowledgement. She had other matters at hand. Qian Xuanji, I beseech you for a favor, Xiaogang began, ready to clarify her request to prevent misunderstandings. What? Is this your way of asking for a favor? Don't you find it amusing? Qian Xuanji shook his head in disbelief. Ji Xian's demeanor was hardly one of supplication. Lord Qian Xuanji, I implore you, I have an urgent matter to discuss. You must agree to my request. Ji Xian's patience was wearing thin with Qian Xuanji's teasing. Upon his pointing out her earlier attitude, Ji Xian quickly shifted her tone, filled with earnest pleading. Qian Xuanji nodded in satisfaction, pleased by her newfound humility. What is it? Speak freely. First, you must agree to my request. Xin in seat, avoiding direct mention of her plea. Are you having another episode? Is this a proper way to ask for a favor? What do you mean by first you must agree? How presumptuous? Qian Xuanji responded incredulously. Because the queen might seek you for certain activities, I hope you will refuse her. Is that possible? Ji Xian felt powerless, mirroring her previous position where Qian Xuanji held the upper hand. She had no standing to negotiate with him, but she was determined to protect her queen from his advances. Qian Xuanji was taken aback. Is it truly that enticing? His excitement surged upon hearing Ji Xian's words. Why should I heed your wishes? Queen Kaisa is stunning. I have been enamored for quite some time. Should she seek me out, I would certainly wish to engage in a 3-month candlelit discussion. Qian Xuanji grinned broadly. Indeed, at least 3 months. He intended to completely conquer Queen Kaisa. Securing her would equate to claiming the entire Angel Legion. As for his physical condition, no. Qian Xuanji was in perfect health and had no need for caution. Ji Xian's anger flared upon hearing his response. It was true. Qian Xuanji was a notorious lecher and would never pass up an opportunity to pursue the queen. He had likely been harboring intentions toward her long before, merely biding his time. Now that the queen's Achilles heel has been grasped, how could one possibly let her go? As long as you refuse the queen, I can do anything. To protect her from humiliation, Ji Xian has resolved to sacrifice everything, even if it means enduring various trials from Qian Sunji. Oh, is that true? Upon hearing Ji Xian's declaration, a playful smile appeared on Qian Sunji's face. He had previously seen a television drama where the antagonist used such tactics to manipulate all the female leads who had feelings for the male protagonist. Although Qian Sunji was not that kind of villain, could he not employ a similar strategy to maneuver this group of little angels? Perhaps he could even transform this devoted admirer of Kai Sha into someone formidable. Qian Sunji felt inclined to test the waters. Of course, he was merely jesting. If Kai Sha were to discover his intentions, he feared she might retaliate fiercely. Not yet. He must first attain a level of power surpassing that of the despicable Hua Yi, so that he could act freely in the presence of Kai Sha. Seeing the expression on Qian Sunji's face, Ji Xian realized that he was concocting something lewd in his mind. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. Yes, as long as you agree. Ji Xian endured the humiliation and did not dwell on other matters. Qian Sunji slowly approached her. Ji Xian felt her breath quicken with his proximity. Do you think you can compare yourself to your queen? Qian Sunji whispered close to Ji Xian's ear. Just as Ji Xian felt her body weakening, Qian Sunji's words rendered her completely stiff. Indeed, how could she ever compare herself to the queen? You shameless bastard. Ji Xian felt bullied by Qian Sunji once more. He gently placed his hand on her delicate face. What are you doing? Ji Xian glared at him. Does this guy not look down on her? Don't be angry now. Come rest in my room, and I shall make it all better for you. Qian Sunji could not bear to see a girl upset. Did you not say? Ji Xian immediately grasped Qian Sunji's intentions, and her heart lightened. Indeed, this rogue, while pretending to disdain her, was truly. Are you coming or not? Qian Sunji did not offer an explanation. Regarding what I mentioned earlier, Ji Xian felt a stir within her, but remained focused on her original intent. If I come, I will think it over. Qian Xun ye left triumphantly. TSK. One must admit, being the villain feels rather delightful. How infuriating. Ji Xian knew that when this man said he would think it over, it meant he had no intention of considering it at all. It was merely a way to exploit her slight possibility of acquiescing to his unreasonable demands. Ji Xian felt powerless. Regardless of that slight chance or any other factor, she sensed she could not refuse. How frustrating. She could only hope that this man would acquiesce to her requests. Ji Xian consoled herself internally. Damn it, this bastard. Ji Xian, when did you become so naive? Kai Sha observed everything unfolding before her heart ablaze with anger. Yes, having decided to engage with Qian Sunji, she needed to find a suitable rationale. Besides the need to enhance her cultivation and improve her physique, Kai Sha sought other justifications, such as claiming that the Angel Nebula had encountered significant troubles, necessitating her actions. Even acknowledging that Qian Xunji had some redeeming qualities would suffice, even if it was a flimsy excuse. However, Qian Xunji's demeanor was utterly unacceptable. And Xiaogang, when did she become so reckless? Surely she could not lose her composure, even for herself. Initially, Kaisha contemplated intervening to prevent Xiaogang from falling into the same predicament as the Cold Angels. However, after some thought, she refrained. After all, if she intervened, Qian Xunji, with his audacity, would not mind, but Xiaogang might suffer greatly. Moreover, upon careful observation, she discerned that Xiaogang's actions stemmed from more than just self-interest. There was something deeper at play. Xiaogang, what on earth is going on with you? Kaisha was perplexed. How was Qian Xunji managing to lead Xiaogang astray right beneath her nose? Indeed, Kaisha realized her guardian angel was teetering on the brink of a dangerous precipice. She felt utterly helpless in her quest to rescue her little guardian angel. Damn it, why must such a method be wielded by this rogue? Kaisha felt an immense sense of frustration, questioning why someone as despicable as Qian Xunji held such power. In truth, Kaisha did not consider that even if Qian Xunji were not a rogue, possessing such means would ultimately compel him to become that kind of person under the pressure from the angels. Chapter 152. The bully Qian Xunji, who allowed Qian Xunji to possess an advantage, wielding the power of angel evolution. Kaisha was deeply engrossed in her studies, concerned that if she faced Qian Xunji without experience, it would lead to an embarrassing situation that would not align with her queenly persona. She had to suppress Qian Xunji in every aspect. This predicament was indeed troublesome for Xiaogang, as Qian Xunji had seized her vulnerability, thus exerting overwhelming pressure upon her. In Qian Xunji's presence, Xiaogang found herself devoid of any resistance, completely under his control. Qian Xunji sensed that it would not be long before he subdued this proud little angel entirely. He was not mistaken. The angels had remained proud for too long, harboring a sense of arrogance. However, once conquered, that pride would transform into. This was an experience Qian Xunji had gleaned from the Cold Angels. And now it was validated through Xiaogang. He concluded that among the angels, while not all, a significant portion exhibited such traits. Once their pride was shattered by a man, especially someone like Qian Xunji who could obliterate their self-esteem, they would. Would Kaisha be the same? Although he was validating this with Xiaogang, Qian Xunji contemplated on a deeper level. If Kaisha were indeed similar, the prospect would be exceedingly gratifying. Qian Xunji felt this possibility was quite substantial. After all, Kaisha exhibited a strong aversion to men, essentially having no contact with them, seemingly a result of her experiences during Hua Ye's reign. If that were the case, to conquer Kaisha would mean how many fewer years of struggle for Qian Xunji? He mused that even now, he had to scurry about to concoct a mere handful of elixirs. The Angel Nebula was vast, with countless planets under its management. If Qian Xunji were to become the Angel King, consolidating all the resources of the angels, he could, in due course, lead an army to annihilate all dissenting forces and races within the fourth parallel universe. These matters have come to fruition, and XunjiCounter-PUA boldly claims his ascension to a higher realm. It is evident that he possesses the capability to elevate countless souls alongside him. The mere fourth parallel universe cannot possibly satisfy XunjiCounter-PUA's ambitions. He could even contemplate the invasion of the fifth or even the sixth parallel universe. Indeed, XunjiCounter-PUA has grown somewhat arrogant. As this thought crossed his mind, he became increasingly exhilarated and intensified his efforts. Below him, Xiaogang gradually transformed into the visage of Kaisha. How infuriating! What has happened to this wretched scoundrel? Xiaogang keenly sensed the shift in XunjiCounter-PUA's demeanor. How could this brute suddenly become so formidable? Initially overwhelmed, she now found the situation even more unbearable. Xiaogang's feelings became increasingly perplexing. At first, despite the strangeness, she was still able to think clearly, and her internal data functioned somewhat normally. However, now she felt as if her internal data had become a tangled mess, utterly incomprehensible. Huh, you filthy men, I finally understand. After an indeterminate time, observing XunjiCounter-PUA smoking and exhaling clouds of smoke, Xiaogang began to feel a hint of arrogance. Although she claimed to be incapable, it was clear she harbored a desire to obliterate him. What do you mean? You think you're someone of significance? You project an air of aloofness, yet I see through you. The verbal sparring mirrored XunjiCounter-PUA's combat prowess, both equally precise. A mere little angel. How could Qian Xuanji ever regard her with any seriousness? You scoundrel! The words of Qian Xuanji flushed Ji Xian's cheeks with embarrassment, yet her mind began to churn. She had once held such pride, dismissing males, particularly male angels, especially one as despicable as Qian Xuanji. But now, she had been traversed by this lewd angel akin to Hua Yi countless times, and most crucially, she found herself not appearing as reluctant as she thought. How despicable! What has become of me? All right, my dear, the reason I acted thusly was for you. From now on, you shall accompany me as my fourth concubine. At this moment, Qian Xuanji felt the time was ripe. After having neglected her for so long, it was now time to foster warmth. What? Ji Xian was taken aback by Qian Xuanji's sudden proclamation. What does that mean? Having just calmed down, Ji Xian felt her data had yet to fully recover for application. Unwilling? Qian Xuanji slightly intensified his tone. Of course I refuse. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can manipulate me? Ji Xian firmly rejected him. What they shared was merely an experience. Oh no, just a task from Queen Kaisha? Surely, Qian Xuanji could not be developing genuine feelings, could he? Impossible. Qian Xuanji would never invest true emotions. He viewed this solely as a means to further dominate Ji Xian. Truly unwilling? Qian Xuanji was not surprised by her refusal. He merely offered Ji Xian another opportunity. Isn't that redundant? I would never agree. Ji Xian reiterated her stance. She could endure humiliation from Qian Xuanji, but she would never yield to him. This was her final line of defense. Regrettably, this last vestige of her resolve was about to be trampled by Qian Xuanji. Oh, truly unwilling? What a pity. If so, I shall seek out Queen Kaisha and see if she is amenable. Qian Xuanji spoke with feigned regret. You, what did you say? Ji Xian's emotions surged once more at Qian Xuanji's words. What does he mean? I said I shall seek out Queen Kaisha? Qian Xuanji reiterated his previous statement. There was no alternative. I had hoped that if you became my fourth concubine, we would be a family, and I would maintain my distance from Queen Kaisha, for I am a man loyal to love. However, since you refuse, if Queen Kaisha seeks me out, I cannot decline. This is your choice. Under the piercing gaze of Ji Xian, Qian Xuanji spoke innocently. Chapter 153. Kaisha's Fury, you scoundrel. Ji Xian once again hurled insults at Qian Xuanji. Unfortunately, such verbal assaults were mere pinpricks to him. Qian Xuanji even dug at his ears, as if to better hear Ji Xian's words. Of course, he was merely jesting. At present, he had no interest in auditory distractions. How infuriating! Ji Xian found herself ensnared in an endless struggle. Must she truly agree to become Qian Xuanji's fourth concubine? Others might remain oblivious, but Ji Xian knew full well that Qian Xuanji's fourth concubine could very well become his 14th. Should she truly acquiesce? Yet she longed to protect her queen, to stay by her side. Have you made your decision? If it truly cannot be done, do not force yourself. I personally detest coercing others. Qian Xuanji spoke with understanding. Ji Xian rolled her eyes. If Qian Xuanji were not leveraging his influence, how could she possibly find herself here? This scoundrel is as shameless as ever. Having just engaged in such actions, he now feigns ignorance, brazenly lying. Ji Xian began to waver. Becoming Qian Xuanji's woman was not as intolerable as she had imagined. After all, they had already crossed that line. How much worse could it be? Yet she simply did not wish to part from Queen Kaisha. If she truly followed Qian Xuanji, she could never remain with Queen Kaisha again, nor serve as her guardian angel. In Ji Xian's heart, Queen Kaisha held far greater significance than this scoundrel Qian Xuanji. If she could fulfill both desires simultaneously, Ji Xian would have agreed long ago. How infuriating! Kaisha, observing from a distance, felt her anger flare once more. She could hardly fathom the depths of Qian Xuanji's shamelessness. He had truly lowered the bar. To threaten her little angels into sharing his bed was one thing, but now he brazenly coerced them into becoming his concubines. How could such a shameless individual exist in this world? Kaisha contemplated delivering a decisive blow to Qian Xuanji. No, I cannot allow this to continue. Otherwise, countless angel warriors will suffer. I cannot permit that scoundrel Qian Xuanji to have it easy. Kaisha resolutely set her sights on taking action. This time, she would not concern herself with notions of fairness. The current demeanor of Qian Xunji bears no distinction from Huaya, and in fact, poses an even greater threat. If he continues to be indulged, one can only speculate how many little angels he might manipulate for his own amusement. Such a scoundrel cannot be allowed to exist. Alas, it is regrettable that before we can eradicate this miscreant, we must witness him reveling in his own delights, even enjoying his own beauty. Just the thought of it incites great anger. Kaisha resolved that after acquiring the cultivation genes from Qian, she would utilize the elixirs refined by him to propel her own strength beyond its limits. At that point, she would sever the bridge behind her and eliminate Qian. The justification being that this rogue has disrupted her little angels. Well, one might say he would die in a manner befitting his deeds. All right, I'm merely jesting. You may take your leave. Aware that Jixin was engulfed in hesitation, Qian resolutely obstructed her. No, I promise you. For Queen Kaisha, Jixin found herself with no other option but to sacrifice herself. My queen, may Yan be able to protect you well in the future, and may there be an even more exceptional individual to take my place. Jixin silently pondered, feeling immensely distressed. Really? Do not force yourself. Qian chuckled. Truly, Jixin recognized that Qian was jesting at her expense, yet she found herself powerless to resist. Very well, then you shall have a heartfelt conversation with Queen Kaisha, while I shall speak to my wives and set our plan into motion. In light of this, Qian would not hold back. Let us commence our actions. Jixin genuinely went to converse with Kaisha. She meticulously planned to express herself with emotional weight, ensuring that Queen Kaisha would not perceive any inconsistencies. What Jixin did not anticipate was that Kaisha had been acutely aware of everything. Qian indeed approached BibiDong and Qian to discuss the matter. Naturally, they were joined by an angel, Lung. After all, Lung was the third concubine, and her close relationship with Jixin, having fought alongside her, rendered rejection nearly impossible. Having Ling on their side would greatly benefit Qian. What is the matter? Flattery without reason is either deceitful or malicious. Observing Qian excessively pampering her with shoulder massages and leg rubs, BibiDong discerned that this fellow harbored ulterior motives. After all, it was usually they who catered to Qian, not the other way around. However, given the limited opportunities, BibiDong indulged herself before broaching the subject. My love, I have been wronged by a vile woman. Qian lamented to BibiDong. Not only did BibiDong not believe him, but even Qian and Lung found his words disingenuous. Who could possibly wrong Qian now? Unless Qian willingly allowed it, few could achieve such a feat. Speak plainly. BibiDong succinctly stated. Since learning that Qian had numerous women in his harem, BibiDong initially felt angered, yet ultimately accepted this reality. Consequently, her emotional resilience grew, allowing her to be less perturbed by Qian's indiscretions. Now, she was curious to know the identity of the woman involved. I was tempted by Jixin and could not resist the allure, Qian stated, feeling quite aggrieved. Enough, I understand. You may leave, BibiDong responded with calm composure. Upon her words, Qian immediately comprehended. Not only did he not leave, but he also took the initiative to lift BibiDong into his arms. A truly exemplary wife, deeply understanding of the situation. Sister, I believe matters should unfold in this manner. Lung reflected and felt that she ought to advocate for her sister Jixin. Naturally, she would also provide Qian with some clarification. In Ling's view, the affair between Qian and Jixin was merely the result of her tacit acceptance of that one incident. However, unbeknownst to Lung, Qian had also strayed with Jixin on a previous occasion. Through Lung's explanation, BibiDong found that her grievances had dissipated entirely. Qian felt the same. Though Qian now displayed an obedient demeanor, supporting Qian in all matters, this did not imply that she harbored no resentment. With Ling's words, Qian felt no animosity either. Chapter 154. Kaisha's beautiful scheme. After all, Qian seemed genuinely innocent this time, selflessly sacrificing for others. Yet, wait a moment, you can allow angels to cultivate? Is it only you who possesses such a capability? BibiDong suddenly realized something was amiss. Qian alone possessed this ability, granting Lung and Jixin the opportunity to cultivate their soul power. Did this not imply that in the future, other angels might covet Qian's abilities to attain the same potential as Lung and Jixin? Therefore, would it not impose some sort of scheme upon Qian? And what kind of character did Qian possess that she could possibly be unaware of? He would undoubtedly accept everything without hesitation. The more the merrier. Would their little family not then be at risk of bursting at the seams? Qian nodded. He recognized that the astute BibiDong had grasped the crux of the matter. And what then? BibiDong inquired of Qian, her gaze piercing. As for that, I shall undoubtedly remain steadfast to my convictions. Qian Xunji replied earnestly. As for what those convictions entailed, whether they favored BibiDong or leaned towards the little angels, remained uncertain. Nonetheless, these angels were undeniably delightful. Oof. BibiDong also recognized the flaws in Qian Xunji's statement. Yet, she chose not to pursue the matter further. Qian Xunji, being the carefree individual he was not one to be easily swayed. Thus, she would have to intensify her supervision over this scoundrel. It was imperative that their little family did not suddenly expand. With BibiDong refraining from probing, Qian Xunji felt at ease, embracing his beloved wife under the gentle sunlight. Meanwhile, on Jixin's side, "My queen, I can no longer serve by your side. I hope you can understand." Jixin entered after thoroughly contemplating how to broach the subject with Queen Kaisha. Upon entering, she confidently engaged with Kaisha. Kaisha was well aware of Jixin's reasoning. She pondered whether to expose the falsehoods within Jixin's heart. Kaisha hesitated. Revealing the truth would naturally yield benefits, such as sparing Jixin from suffering in Qian Xunji's company. Qian Xunji claimed that anyone who came into his fold would not endure hardship, but would instead experience unparalleled enjoyment. Yet if she exposed the truth, how would Jixin navigate her circumstances? This posed a significant dilemma. Consequently, Queen Kaisha remained silent for a considerable time before finally sighing. "Jixin, have you truly come to a realization?" Kaisha ultimately resolved to inquire once more, granting Xian an opportunity for a fresh choice. Xian was aware of Kaisha's affection toward her. The queen would surely be reluctant to part ways. Otherwise, she would not go to such lengths to retain her. It was precisely because of the queen's unwavering kindness that Xian felt increasingly compelled to make the ultimate sacrifice for Kaisha. Thus, Xian nodded resolutely. "Alas, if that is the case, I shall respect your decision," Kaisha lamented, shaking her head in resignation. "Xian, wait a moment. Once I have fully exploited Qian Xunji's value, I shall undoubtedly eliminate that scoundrel and rescue you." Kaisha mused inwardly, ultimately finalizing her resolution. After a heartfelt conversation with Xian, Kaisha reluctantly allowed her to depart. "I can no longer hesitate. For the sake of my people, I too must make sacrifices," Kaisha murmured to herself. Reflecting on the past, when she overthrew the old scoundrel Huayi, she had employed her charm, nearly falling prey to him, which had instilled a deep-seated aversion to the opposite sex. Yet, she could not have anticipated that she would resort to the same tactic once more, and this time, it would not merely be a close call, but an inevitable encounter. For reasons unknown, the thought sent shivers down Kaisha's spine as she envisioned Qian Xunji's malevolent grin slowly disrobing her, his filthy hands resting upon her. Most abhorrent of all was the notion that Qian Xunji would dare to kiss her. The more she pondered, the more fear gripped her. Yet she ultimately cleared her mind, preparing to seek an opportunity to act. Before doing so, she must distance herself from Xian. For Xian had sacrificed much for her. If her actions were to come to light, it would render Xian's efforts futile, a thought Kaisha could not bear. Moreover, she did not wish for this matter to become widely known. It sufficed for only Qian Xunji to be privy to it. If she were to eliminate Qian Xunji, would not everyone learn of it then? Kaisha felt as if a solution had suddenly dawned upon her, making everything seem more palatable. Xian, filled with trepidation, approached Qian Xunji. Having clarified matters with Queen Kaisha, she now had to confront those aligned with Qian Xunji. Recalling the scrutiny she faced when Angel Lung entered the room, Xian felt an inexplicable tension. Meeting Qian Xunji's family bore a psychological weight akin to facing Queen Kaisha, the pressure of deceit heavy upon her. She wondered how those two women would react to her presence. Initially, when they were still inexperienced, Xian had felt no pressure at all. However, the two women were now formidable in their own right, and Qian Xunji was a man of unfathomable depths, leaving Xian feeling far less confident. With a heart full of anxiety, she arrived at the sunbathing locale of Qian Xunji's family. "Xian, come here." Although she was the third child in this household, Angel Lung took the initiative to speak, aiming to alleviate the awkwardness. With Angel Lung's encouragement, Xian felt a wave of relief wash over her. She realized she had been overly concerned. Among the three women, her sister Lung would surely not mind. Given their years of camaraderie, she recalled that the nature of that girl was quite amiable, unlikely to oppose Qian Xunji. Even if the eldest sister, BibiDong, were to object, it would not alter the situation. She had truly worried for nothing. Xian approached Angel Lung and sat beside her. Now that she had entered, she resolved not to overthink it. She and her sister Ayin were not petty women. BibiDong understood it was time for her to assert herself as the eldest sister. While she could not prevent her younger sister's involvement, she insisted that when her sister joined, she must address her as sister. Angel Lung promptly addressed Xian, who understood that Qian Sunji's bond with BibiDong was far stronger than with her. If she were clashed with BibiDong, Qian Sunji would undoubtedly side with her sister, a certainty beyond dispute. Thus, Xian, under Angel Lung's subtle prompting, respectfully greeted BibiDong and called out, "Eldest sister." In addition to BibiDong, she also greeted Ayin with Sister Ayin. Both BibiDong and Ayin nodded in satisfaction, signifying that the matter was settled. "And my sister Lung," Xian added, addressing Angel Lung. Angel Lung smiled. In the past, though she, as an angel, accompanied Qian Sunji, the company of others had not filled the void of companionship. Now, with Xian joining them, Angel Lung felt a sense of comfort, knowing she would not be too lonely anymore. This issue was resolved simply, and even Qian Sunji sensed a shift in dynamics. It seemed that strength brought its own advantages. "Will you bring the two you have outside back to see us? Are you keeping them hidden away?" After resolving the matter with Xian, BibiDong inquired further. She was well aware that Qian Sunji had two vixens on the neighboring continent. Considering the situation, BibiDong thought it best to bring them all back at once. After all, the circumstances were such that nothing could be changed. Qian Sunji would certainly not abandon those two vixens. It was pointless to prolong the standoff. It was best to gather them together. Xian understood who the two vixens were. One was the serpent from Duki continent, and the other a woman fond of consuming medicinal herbs. However, she felt no need to intervene. Her position as the fourth concubine was already secure. Those who came later would only occupy subordinate roles, which did not bother her. "Let's wait until the elixirs are refined before introducing them to their elder sister," she thought. After some contemplation, Qian Sunji made a decision. Since there were no issues on BibiDong's side, then all was well. He had already discussed matters with Yun and Medusa, both of whom were prepared for the developments, leaving no room for refusal. Indeed, BibiDong nodded in agreement, signifying her acceptance. Xian felt a surge of excitement. She was now able to cultivate her soul power. In the upcoming alchemy competition, she could harness the elixir strength to dramatically enhance her combat abilities. By then, even Yin might not stand a chance against her. Perhaps, even the king of Tianxi would find himself capable of engaging in battle. Xian's excitement grew exponentially. As time passed, 6 months slipped by. Qian Sunji's alchemical endeavors were gradually nearing completion. In approximately 3 months, all his elixirs would be successfully refined. At this moment, Kaisa could no longer remain a mere spectator. She took action. Kaisa summoned Xian and Yen. Xian Yen, I have a matter of considerable importance that I require your assistance with. Indeed, Kaisa intended to reassign Xian away from this place. To prevent Xian from suspecting any ulterior motives, Kaisa decided to involve Yen as well. Yen possessed her own distinctive personality, and, at present, her ties to Qian Sunji were tenuous. She had become increasingly transparent in her demeanor. "What is it, my queen?" Although Yen had previously regarded some of Kaisa's commands as somewhat impolite, she had neither declined nor acted upon them. Now, with another task assigned by Queen Kaisa, Yen would not refuse. Whether she would complete it depended on her mood. Thus, she readily acquiesced. However, Xian hesitated for a moment, uncertain of her decision. "Xian, if you are unwilling, I will not compel you." Observing Xian's hesitation, Kaisa felt a pang of distress. It was important to note that Xian had once been the most obedient and diligent, eagerly fulfilling the tasks assigned to her. For instance, regarding the mission related to Qian Sunji, while Yen had approached it with indifference, Xian had devoted herself wholeheartedly. But what had changed? Merely a few months under Qian Sunji's influence had rendered her unresponsive to Kaisa's wishes. It seemed she had transformed into someone favored by Qian Sunji. How could Queen Kaisa not feel heartbroken? Very well. If Xian truly does not wish to proceed, I shall not force her. After all, Xian has contributed significantly for the angels. "No, my queen, I am willing. Please give your orders." Xian was nearly in tears, overwhelmed with emotion. She had not anticipated that after following Qian Sunji, Queen Kaisa would still allow her to contribute to the angels. She held no grievances, only profound excitement. "Excellent. You are both commendable. With Xian's agreement, Kaisa felt a wave of relief. Then, she spoke with utmost seriousness. You both know that we have been away from the Angel Nebula for several years. During this time, I entrusted that fellow He to safeguard it. But recently, I have been unable to reach him. I fear he may be preoccupied with other matters. As I am currently unable to return, I intend to send you both back to assess the situation and ascertain if he has been shirking his duties. Kaisa expressed her concerns sincerely. She was not fabricating excuses. She genuinely could not contact that fellow He. Whether he was intentionally evading her or had encountered genuine issues remained unclear. If He were merely looking for amusement at her expense, it would not be a significant concern. However, if there were actual problems, it would be prudent to investigate. Understood, my queen. Yin felt confident that this minor task would be easily accomplished, and she felt no pressure. Thus, she readily agreed. Xian contemplated the back-and-forth journey, realizing it would not consume much time. A brief trip would not pose significant issues. Therefore, Xian also nodded in agreement. Good, prepare yourselves and commence your mission. With both of them in accord, Kaisa nodded approvingly. Knowing they would return, Kaisa felt reassured. She promptly activated spatial movement to send Xian and Yin back to the Angel Nebula. Xian, through her unique means of communication with Qian, reached out to explain her situation. This small action caused Kaisa another pang of heartache. The once compliant Xian was gradually becoming someone favored by another. Qian, you manipulative scoundrel, I shall ensure your downfall. Kaisa thought to herself. Upon learning that Xian was departing, Qian's lips curled into a slight smile. He too began to feel a sense of anticipation. What was Kaisa planning by sending Xian away? It was truly a moment to look forward to. Chapter 156. Kaisa takes action this time. To assert his innocence, Qian spent most of his time with his wives, aside from when he was concocting elixirs, engaging in nothing but leisure activities like playing mahjong. Of course, occasional sports among multiple participants were not to be disclosed to outsiders. This infuriated Kaisa further. This man was even more detestable than Huayi. Previously, Kaisa had hesitated, contemplating whether to spare Qian for the sake of his two elite children, as well as for Xian and the angels. Perhaps he could still find redemption. After all, he was a father and a husband to another. His absence would affect many. However, Kaisa's resolve solidified. What could she possibly use to save someone like Qian? Only the sight of his blood would suffice. She pondered how to handle the aftermath if she eliminated Qian, particularly concerning how to deal with the widows, Xian, and the angels. Kaisa thought to herself that Xian and the angels' feelings for Qian had not reached an irrevocable depth. Without Qian, would they not still have her? She believed Xian and the angels would forget Qian for her sake. As for BibiDong and Ayin, Kaisa contemplated erasing their memories, allowing them to become angels under her care for the remainder of their lives. Regarding Qian Renshui and Qian Renlan, Kaisa decided against revealing to them that their father had been slain by her hand. It seemed she would need to prepare a scapegoat in advance. Kaisa felt the weight of her sins growing heavier. How was she to atone? Yet, Kaisa was also vexed. Why did Qian not live a solitary life? This left her with no opportunity to act. As the time for elixir refinement approached, Xian and Yin sent word that the Angel Nebula was in good condition. The reason for she's unavailability was primarily due to Shi's antics, as she sought to make Kaisa anxious enough to return early, allowing her to slip away. After all, Kaisa had initially asked Shi to keep watch for just a year or two, but now he had been at it for far too long, and Shi was growing weary. Shi certainly had not anticipated that the ones returning would be the two young ones, Xian and Yin, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Since the Angel Nebula posed no issues, Xian and Yin naturally prepared to return. Yin was indifferent. Whether she went back or not made no difference. However, Xian felt a profound longing for home. As Xian prepared to return, Kaisa knew she could no longer wait. Without regard for how many people Qian was with, she descended right in front of him, who was engrossed in mahjong. Self-draw. As soon as Kaisa arrived, Qian exhibited remarkable fortune, drawing a winning hand that defeated all others at the table. They played not for gambling, but for leisure. It was merely a playful indulgence and a bit of whimsy. At the persistent urging of Qian, it was deemed a splendid opportunity to deepen the bonds among these sisters. Consequently, several of the young ladies shyly acquiesced. After all, no one else was privy to their secret, and their shyness was merely a matter confined to their close circle. To their surprise, Kaisa had also arrived. What brings you here, Queen Kaisa? The unexpected presence of Kaisa startled Qian Xunji, causing his robust form to tremble slightly. Kaisa was undoubtedly here for a specific purpose. She had been covertly coveting his body for quite some time. However, at that moment, Qian Xunji was determined to feign ignorance, presenting a facade of perplexity. Tian Shirling gazed at Kaisa with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. She yearned to converse with the queen, yet lacked the courage to do so, feeling that her current standing rendered her unworthy of such an exchange. Despite her significant power increase, she still felt somewhat insignificant in Kaisa's presence. Such habits, cultivated over millennia, were not easily dismissed. BibiDong and Qian were equally baffled by the situation. Kaisa, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, realized that lingering would only amplify her discomfort. Thus, she decisively laid her cards on the table. I require your man for a brief period. With that pronouncement, Kaisa whisked Qian Xunji away. He wished to resist, yet found himself utterly powerless to do so. In truth, he had no inclination to oppose her. After all, the forthcoming events were something many would covet. What was there to resist? This was an extraordinary opportunity, and even if he were to err, his wives would surely understand and lay the blame on Kaisa. After all, he was the victim in this scenario, and resistance was futile. Kaisa's words filled BibiDong and Qian with confusion. What could this possibly mean? However, the moment Qian Xunji vanished, both were struck with shock. They immediately prepared to sound the alarm, summoning all those closely allied with them. This was a time when the Wuhuan Temple was teeming with formidable talents, including the Silver Dragon King, the Goddess of Life, the Kind God King, and the Evil God King. Coupled with their own considerable strength and the other aces Qian Xunji had provided, even if they were unable to match Queen Kaisa, they could certainly make her pay a heavy price. Wait, Tian Shirling interjected urgently, halting BibiDong. What do you intend to do? Assist Kaisa? BibiDong's expression turned serious, her gaze wary as she scrutinized Tian Shirling. Qian mirrored her caution. Although Qian Xunji was undeniably a scoundrel, Qian found herself unable to detach from him. I have a reasonable understanding of why Queen Kaisa has acted thus, so rest assured, nothing will go amiss. Tian Shirling had surmised Kaisa's motivations. It seemed the queen could not resist temptation. Indeed, Kaisa had long sought to break through her cultivation, and now that an opportunity had finally arisen, how could she let slip away? What is happening? BibiDong glanced at Tian Shirling, seeking clarification on the matter. Queen Kaisa desires what I have. Much like Xian, Tian Shirling succinctly stated. Impossible. Are you implying she has taken a liking to Qian Xunji? BibiDong was aghast. Surely not. If she has, does that mean she intends to relinquish her position? No. It is his abilities that have caught her interest. Do you understand now? Tian Shirling was hesitant to voice her thoughts, still holding considerable respect for Kaisa. At this revelation, BibiDong and Qian quickly grasped the situation. So that was it. They had been aware of the potential for such developments since Xian's arrival. Yet, they had never anticipated that the individual in question would be Kaisa. Chapter 157. The humiliation of Kaisa. If it were Kaisa, then this predicament would be challenging to navigate. Does strength grant one the liberty to act as they please? And yet, she dares to proclaim herself the arbiter of cosmic justice? It was utterly ludicrous. At this moment, BibiDong began to mock her without reservation. Tian Shirling found herself at a loss for words, as Kaisa's actions were indeed questionable. Kaisa likely intended to merely utilize her husband, not to join his harem. Reflecting on her understanding of Queen Kaisa, Tian Shirling believed that Kaisa could never be subjugated, especially not by someone as despicable as Qian Xunji. Am I to fear her? BibiDong declared, projecting bravado. In truth, however, she was quite anxious. After hearing Tian Shirling's reassurances, BibiDong felt a modicum of comfort. Indeed, it was best to leave a scoundrel like Qian Xunji to them. Given the gravity of the situation, BibiDong chose to turn a blind eye. Qian, too, was at a loss, rendered powerless in the face of events unfolding beyond her control. Qian Xunji was, of course, taken by Kaisa to a secluded area beyond the Duki continent. Kaisa had no desire for others to be aware of her intentions. Queen Kaisa, may I inquire what your plans entail? Are we not allies? Why do you turn against me? Qian Xunji was acutely aware of the brutal punishment awaiting him, yet he maintained a facade of ignorance. His words elicited a wave of embarrassment from Kaisa. How I ever considered you an ally is beyond me. I must have been blind. Kaisa's tone was far from amiable. Perhaps her own insecurities compelled her to raise her voice in a bid to bolster her courage. So, you intend to kill me? Qian played along with Kaisa's theatrics, unaware of her true intentions to eliminate him. After all, he had now become the son-in-law of the angels. For Kaisa to harbor such thoughts was simply excessive. While Kaisa did indeed contemplate Qian's demise, it was not her immediate intention, as his value had yet to be fully exploited. Enough of your prattle. Whether I will kill you remains undecided. But you must now pay the price for your previous misdeeds. Kaisa elevated her voice, forcefully pushing Qian onto a prepared sofa, before placing her foot upon him. Qian was left utterly bewildered. As the king of fire from another realm, had he truly fallen so low? Had he lost all dignity? It is merely that I cannot currently match Kaisa's strength. Once his power increased, Qian vowed to confine Kaisa within his Wei Yongxian Fu for centuries of education before releasing her. With his current abilities, he could ensure that anyone placed within the Wei Yongxian Fu could never escape, including Kaisa, who would have to comply as a prisoner. Kaisa was, in fact, quite anxious, yet her pride compelled her to maintain a facade of toughness. Qian found himself subjected to Kaisa's merciless instruction. Do you submit? Kaisa inquired of Qian. Xiaogang naturally shouted in defiance, much to Kaisa's displeasure. She admonished him, emphasizing that regardless of his true feelings, he must at least verbally concede. If he remained obstinate, he would face further punishment until he acknowledged her superiority. Infuriated, Xiaogang felt a profound sense of humiliation, though he was confident that one day he would subdue Kaisa completely. However, the indignities he suffered were indelible. Suddenly, he recalled the source of chaos he had acquired earlier, capable of disrupting everything, even the heavenly secrets. Simply donning it would allow him to disturb Kaisa's control over Dalu. Now that he was so close to her, he wondered what would happen if he activated the source of chaos. Filled with anticipation, he wasted no time in demonstrating its power. As soon as Xiaogang activated the source of chaos, Kaisa was profoundly affected. She realized her system had seemingly collapsed, significantly diminishing her strength. Upon noticing Kaisa's transformation, Xiaogang erupted into maniacal laughter, brimming with delight. Is this your doing? Kaisa quickly deduced that her predicament was the result of Xiaogang's actions. Indeed, Kaisa, the proud phoenix will now be subdued by my humble duck. Seeing Kaisa merely vocalize her frustrations without taking action, Xiaogang confidently concluded that she was now unable to retaliate. With this knowledge, he felt no obligation to hold back. Kaisa, seething with anger, warned him that if he overstepped his bounds, she would not spare him. Initially, she had avoided close contact with Xiaogang to prevent him from touching her. But now the tides had turned, and she found herself unable to control the situation. Kaisa understood that her dignity was about to be severely compromised, and she could only hope that Xiaogang would not go too far. Unfortunately, she was oblivious to the fact that her previous actions had already been excessively outrageous in Xiaogang's eyes. Xiaogang was someone who repaid both kindness and enmity. Since Kaisa had dismissed him so lightly, he would not act as her sycophant. He would admire her, but not in a servile manner. I shall remember you. What followed from Xiaogang completely overturned Kaisa's perception. Despite having seen videos of Xiaogang's encounters with Xian and Qian, she could not accept these tactics being employed against her. Resistance was futile. Thus began Kaisa's month-long period of humiliation, during which she lost her regal demeanor. In Xiaogang's presence, she would forever be unable to hold her head high, marking the beginning of a long nightmare for her. Once Xiaogang felt the time was right, he swaggered away, leaving Kaisa to disregard her situation. After his departure, her system quickly returned to normal. She immediately began analyzing her own genes. As expected, her period of humiliation had not been in vain. She had gained what she desired, perhaps even more than what Xian and Qian had acquired, which meant her future options would be even broader. She resolved to familiarize herself with her new abilities in hopes of catching up to the alchemy competition. Knowing that Xiaogang could disrupt her system made Kaisa realize that she was no match for him. The only way to handle this rogue was to elevate her martial prowess. Chapter 158. The theatrical Qian, although they were no longer in Douluo, Qian possessed the void ship and the coordinates to return, making his journey back effortless. Upon arriving, he donned a face of feigned innocence, looking as if he had endured countless trials. Are you all right? After such a long absence, BibiDong was deeply concerned. Had it not been for their profound connection, she would have already gathered forces to apprehend the little angels on Douluo Dalu. Now that Qian Xuanji had finally returned, his appearance suggested he had suffered greatly at the hands of Kaisha. BibiDong instinctively moved closer to show her concern. "I'm fine," Qian Xuanji replied, projecting a sense of grievance without shedding tears, which only deepened BibiDong's sympathy. It was hard to reconcile this version of him with the confident and brash individual he once was. Clearly, he had endured a painful ordeal at Kaisha's hands. Should we sever ties with Kaisha? I must bring Shui back. BibiDong's feelings toward the angels had soured, and she was determined to reclaim her daughter to prevent her from being corrupted by those hypocrites. Rest assured, there is no cause for alarm. We will discuss it further once our strength has increased. For now, we are powerless, but once we surpass Kaisha, we can confront her directly. Qian Xuanji gently patted BibiDong's shoulder, signaling her to ease her worries. "All right, I trust you." BibiDong agreed, recognizing that strength was the ultimate solution. Had they not been unable to defeat Kaisha, they would not have entrusted XunjiCounter-PUA to the angels. Had they not been powerless, they would not have allowed Kaisha to take their man. This realization ignited an even greater desire for power within BibiDong. She was determined to achieve a significant breakthrough, aspiring to be at least more formidable than the current goddess of life. By the way, go bring back those 2 women from next door. This opportunity must not be missed. It is better to benefit our own than let outsiders take advantage. BibiDong stated decisively. Once the elixirs were refined, many would partake in their effects, including collaborators such as the kind and evil deities. It was preferable for her own people to share in the gains rather than allowing outsiders to benefit disproportionately. Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately. Qian Xuanji nodded in agreement, acknowledging his wife's sagacity. It was indeed time to ensure that Yun and Medusa also had their share. They could not allow outsiders to gain the upper hand. Medusa and Yun were crucial to Qian Xuanji's entry into the grand cosmos. In this vast world, there are still countless treasures awaiting Qian Xuanji to unearth. At this juncture, Qian Xuanji relinquished his task of concocting elixirs and proactively ventured to the Duki continent. Let's return home. The Duki continent, under the dominion of Medusa as the Dou Emperor, stood resolutely against the ages. Yun, however, still lacked that slight edge to transcend to the Dou Emperor level. Thus, Qian Xuanji labored tirelessly to assist Yun in her cultivation. Forcing her to consume an imperial-grade elixir, he utilized his own unwavering endurance to aid her in refining it. With the essence of the source contained within, Yun naturally ascended to the rank of Dou Emperor. Only upon achieving such a breakthrough could she reap the benefits at the alchemy conference. Once Yun had succeeded, Qian Xuanji turned to the 2 women and inquired, "Are we heading back to the Yunlan sect?" Yun gazed at him with anticipation. For her home was solely the Yunlan sect, despite its origins in the Serpent Clan. At this moment, Medusa, unable to contain her discontent, interjected while casting a sharp glance at Yun. "You impudent girl, calling me sister so affectionately before your ascension. One might assume you were my real sister. Now that you have become a Dou Emperor, you dare to challenge me? This is my home." Observing the subtle competition between the 2 women, Qian Xuanji felt a surge of joy in his heart. He dispelled any ambiguity and spoke plainly. "Huh?" Both Yun and Medusa were taken aback. "Is this happening too swiftly? I am not prepared." Though Medusa was a queen, she felt an unusual shyness and trepidation at this moment. "Are we really leaving so soon?" Despite having yearned to accompany Qian Xuanji home for quite some time, the reality of the situation left her apprehensive. "If you're unprepared, stay here. I will return with my husband." On the surface, Yun appeared to embody the essence of a seductive yet dignified lady. Yet, when faced with such matters, she too became flustered. Unlike Medusa, she took the initiative. "Who says I am unprepared? I have been ready for ages. My lord, when shall we depart?" Medusa, witnessing Yun's unexpected boldness, decided to drop her facade and reveal her true feelings. "Ha ha ha. Enough of the commotion. I know you both are in a frenzy. Fear not. My wives are already aware of your existence. There is nothing to worry about. Follow me." Qian Xuanji gently reassured the 2 women, which alleviated their concerns. Since he had already acknowledged their presence and had come to escort them home, it seemed that an understanding had been reached, dispelling any lingering worries. With no attachments holding them back, both Yun and Medusa could readily follow Qian Xuanji. With their formidable reputations as Dou Emperors, none would dare to bully the Yunlan sect or the Serpent Clan. Moreover, with Qian Xuanji commanding numerous Dou saints, there was no cause for concern. Rest assured, it will not be long before the source energy returns, allowing you to break through to Dou Emperor with ease. Before departing, Qian Xuanji addressed Zhu Kuan, acknowledging his significant assistance and intending to offer him a token of appreciation. Thank you, Master. Zhu Kuan, having witnessed Qian Xuanji's vast capabilities, trusted his words unequivocally. With Qian Xuanji's support, they were assured that no issues would arise. Thus, Qian Xuanji departed with the two unparalleled female emperors of the Duqi continent, creating quite a stir. Gu Suner of the ancient clan gazed on enviously. Why is it not I who accompanies Qian Xuanji? Surely I am no lesser. She silently vowed to herself, I will become an empress. Dings echoed in the mind of a young man in a small town within the Gamma Empire, heralding the arrival of a system. A golden finger? Remarkable. With my extraordinary talent and this golden finger, I shall soar to unimaginable heights. The youth, Xiaoyan, was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with joy. Truly, those who traverse worlds possess golden fingers. With such talent and this system, the sky would be the limit. However, what was this forgiveness system? It felt somewhat off. Yet he dismissed the thought, believing that any system produced would undoubtedly be of the highest quality. He simply awaited the system to elevate him. Xiao Suner, I will surely win your heart. Xiao Yin mused, recalling the profound impression left by the young girl who had briefly stayed with the Xiao family. She was unlike any girl from his clan, her brilliance shining far brighter, akin to a little swan. Xiao Yin thought that if he were to court her, his future would be secured. The sudden departure of Xiao Suner weighed heavily on Xiao Yin's mind. When he asked his father, the response was to not dwell on it. Yet, such advice only fueled his thoughts. Now, with the system at his disposal, everything would be feasible. Ding. Mission activated. Forgive Nalan Yin ran to receive rewards. As expected, the system promptly issued a mission. The Douluo continent displayed a sense of aversion towards outsiders. However, with the heavenly path now aligning with Qian Xuanji's desires, Medusa and Yunyun would face no hardships. Qian Xuanji brought the two women to the side of BibiDong and Ayin, once more convening a family meeting. This is your eldest sister, he indicated towards BibiDong. Greetings, sister. Yunyun and Medusa exchanged glances and bowed respectfully. BibiDong nodded in acknowledgement. This is your second sister. Qian Xuanji gestured towards Ayin. Greetings, sister. And this is your third sister. Greetings, sister. And your fourth sister. Greetings, sister. After this introduction, Yunyun and Medusa began to integrate into this family dynamic. Both held little resentment, as there were merely 4 sisters in this household. Being 2 sisters themselves, they had the capacity to adapt, finding it not overly burdensome. With familial disputes resolved, Qian Xuanji turned his focus to concocting elixirs. After 2 months, he had fully exhausted his resources, producing 9 extraordinary elixirs. Among these elixirs, Qian Xuanji had infused them with the essence of enlightenment tea leaves. His enlightenment tea tree had been entirely stripped of its leaves. These unparalleled divine elixirs were destined to allow Qian Xuanji and his companions to achieve monumental breakthroughs. As he contemplated the divine elixirs, he glanced at the kindness god king beside him. Noticing Qian Xuanji's gaze, the kindness god king felt a sudden unease wash over him, his body reacting strangely in response to Qian Xuanji's scrutiny. How perplexing it is for the benevolent god king to ponder the situation. Could it be that because Qian Sunji surpasses her husband in strength, she feels a sense of inadequacy? It is unfathomable, for she is indeed the benevolent god king. How could Qian Sunji accept one of the divine pills, which must surely be the least potent of them all? This thought brings a flicker of joy to the benevolent god king's heart. Surely, this was intended for her. Although Qian Sunji may be a rascal, he at least possesses a sense of honor. His acceptance of a divine pill does not provoke dissent among the onlookers, as these treasures rightfully belong to him. Subsequently, Qian Sunji refrains from further discourse and diligently begins to absorb the powers of the pills. Qian Sunji. Little did they anticipate the presence of this king during this occasion. With 8 divine pills, this king alone is capable of absorbing 4. In the shadows, Kaisha feels an overwhelming sense of triumph. With her formidable strength, how could anyone dare to compete with her for these treasures? Kaisha embarks on an intense absorption of the pill's energies, her cultivation escalating rapidly. At this moment, no one pays attention to Kaisha, as they are all engrossed in harnessing their own powers. Xunji remains oblivious to the precise extent of his own enhancement. He feels as though he is unbound by any limitations, capable of limitless growth. After absorbing the power of one divine pill, he comprehensively realizes that his body has been entirely fortified. At this juncture, even a single drop of blood or a solitary cell would be effortlessly captured by him. Within the fourth parallel universe, Xunji may have truly achieved immortality. He does not cease his endeavors, for there are still pills awaiting absorption. He cannot allow them to fall into the hands of outsiders. After nearly 2 months of relentless absorption, the 8 extraordinary divine pills are ultimately consumed, reduced to mere dust. How do you feel? Xunji inquires of the few maidens beside him. Indeed, there are only a handful: BibiDong, Qian, Tianshilong, Jixin, Tang Yuehua, Qingwu, Biji, Zijiyin, and my Dusha. Well, perhaps not just a few. They have all reaped substantial rewards, their combat prowess multiplying exponentially. I can now easily defeat the previous version of myself 8-fold, BibiDong declares. As for the subsequent realms, she remains uncertain, merely estimating that her combat power has significantly increased. I am likely at a similar level as my sister. Qian responds with a delicate tone. Frequently nurtured by Xunji, Qian perpetually exudes a tender and vibrant essence. We are in a similar situation, Tianshilong and Jixin agree, noting that their differences are not substantial. Although Tianshilong commenced her cultivation prior to Jixin, a lack of significant opportunities has rendered her powers less formidable. My Dusha and Union also express that they have achieved breakthroughs, at least surpassing 2 realms. This piques Xunji's curiosity. Could they have reached the level of Shengpin Tianzizhen? If that were the case, it would indeed be intriguing. The goddess of life reflects on her own growth. Feeling the gap in strength between herself and her husband widen further, she is at a loss as to how to confront her husband, the Lord of Destruction. My dear, why have I not yet broken through? In stark contrast, the evil God King finds himself in a less favorable position, unable to surpass the realm of God King. Could it be? Why have I already achieved a breakthrough? The benevolent God King is puzzled. It should not be the case. She has surpassed her previous limits and experienced a significant surge in combat power. Why then has her husband not followed suit? They have both refined their powers. Should they not have ascended together? Unbeknownst to the benevolent God King, prior to this, Xunji had meticulously transformed her, making her incomparable to the evil God King. Chapter 160. Kaisha's revelation. What now? The benevolent God King feels a sense of helplessness. Why has her husband become so inadequate? It is not merely that his combat power pales in comparison. Now his talent seems to falter as well. Why does she find herself comparing him unfavorably? The benevolent God King senses something amiss. Why should she harbor grievances against her husband? Indeed, it must be the influence of that Xunji, the malicious statements that had infiltrated her mind. It is undoubtedly his fault. My dear, has he mentioned anything about continuing to refine pills? The evil God King is now anxious. His inability to break through is a disgrace. How can he maintain his standing in the divine realm? Is he to be outshone by 2 women? A sudden thought strikes him. Xunji still possesses a divine pill. He is so close to a breakthrough. If he could obtain that pill, he would surely succeed. Yet, how can he gather the courage to ask for it, given that he owes Xunji a debt? The evil God King remains unaware that he owes Xunji nothing, as his wife, the benevolent God King, has already repaid the debt. Wait, my dear, what did you discuss with Xunji earlier? Did he not prepare a pill specifically for us? The evil God King recalls their initial agreement. It seems that they were not meant to consume the pills alongside the masses, but rather that Xunji had crafted one specifically for them as a couple. Yes, the benevolent God King replies softly, confirming that indeed, there was a promise for a dedicated pill. However, having absorbed so much power already, how could she find the audacity to approach Xunji again? Moreover, the look in Xunji's eyes earlier suggested that should she request the pill, she might face his coercion once more. How could she commit such an act? I cannot betray the evil God King a second time. She resolves. My dear, could you please request that Xunji provide us with that divine pill? The evil God King gazes at his wife with eager anticipation, pleading earnestly. I implore you, my love, assist me. Witnessing the reluctance in the benevolent God King's demeanor, the evil God King resorts to his most persuasive tactics. She feels on the verge of tears. My dear husband, do you understand the burden I would bear if I were to approach him? The benevolent God King yearns to confess everything to the evil God King. Yet fear holds her back. If she were to disclose her struggles and sacrifices, would it not render them futile? Such a revelation would be unbearable for a man. Should her husband be unable to endure confronting Qian, it would spell disaster. With Qian's current strength, how could her husband possibly contend with him? For the sake of her husband's safety, to prevent this matter from becoming public, and to avert Qian's wrath, the benevolent god king sees only one path before her. A path she has traversed once before. Ultimately, uncertain of her own emotions, the benevolent god king nods in agreement. Upon returning from Qian, the benevolent Xiaogang was burdened by a sense of indebtedness towards the malevolent Xiaogang. Each time, he earnestly complied with the demands of the malevolent Xiaogang. However, due to the experiences with Qian, the malevolent Xiaogang could no longer bring her the joy she once knew. How delightful! Thank you, my dear wife. The malevolent Xiaogang was truly overjoyed to see his wife acquiesce. At last, he could restore his confidence. Just then, while everyone was joyfully reflecting on their breakthroughs, an angry voice resonated. How audacious it was for someone to call Qian by her real name. After all, Qian now held considerable stature. Yet, upon seeing who had dared to address her thus, the majority fell silent. It was none other than Queen Kaisha. The queen seemed to have grown even more formidable. Tingxi and Jixin, the angels, each spoke in astonishment. Particularly, Jixin sensed a martial aura emanating from Queen Kaisha. Could it be possible? No, it cannot be. How could she? Qian had promised herself. And how could the queen truly undertake such actions? Jixin glanced at Qian, but regrettably, Qian was entirely focused on Kaisha. Jixin then looked at Tingxi, who also avoided eye contact, her expression providing an answer to Jixin's unspoken questions. Jixin felt a dizzying realization wash over her. It turned out that she had been the fool all along. All her sacrifices had been in vain. Others remained ungrateful. Yet, Jixin pondered. Was her devotion truly solely for Kaisha? She felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Queen Kaisha, congratulations on breaking through your limitations and reaching a new realm. Upon seeing Kaisha's demeanor, Qian understood that this woman had indeed undergone a breakthrough. It was undeniably a cause for celebration. Qian, now unafraid of Kaisha, stood resolute even in the face of her newfound prowess. Moreover, Qian believed that a woman who had experienced her golden staff could never part from her. Even Kaisha was no exception. Little did Qian know that Kaisha had come with the intent to eliminate her. BibiDong and Qian glared at Kaisha with fury. Their hearts ignited with battle spirit. They were eager to witness the true strength of this hypocritical woman. Yun and my Dusha, having arrived later, were oblivious to the enmity at play. Tang Yuewa, Ziji, Biji, and Xingwu were equally bewildered, left as mere spectators. How amusing! Qian, you wretched scoundrel. Today I, Kaisha, shall act on behalf of the heavens and eradicate you, this vile scoundrel. Recalling Qian's past transgressions, Kaisha felt a surge of nausea. She immediately drew her holy sword, infused with boundless power, and aimed it at Qian. This strike could effortlessly obliterate the entire Douluo continent. Qian sensed the gravity of the situation. Kaisha was not merely jesting. She truly intended to kill him. How infuriating! This wretched woman had become unrecognizable. They say a day of marriage brings 100 days of grace. Yet after a month of being married to Kaisha, was it so easy for her to turn against him? The time had not yet come. Scoundrel! BibiDong and Qian spoke in unison. They could hardly fathom that Kaisha could be so treacherous. Not only had she forcibly stolen their husband and usurped his power, but she also secretly consumed their husband's elixirs to strengthen herself. Now, she sought to commit murder. How could such a vile woman exist in this world? Chapter 161. The contest for Angel King insulted by BibiDong and Qian. Kaisha felt anger swell within her, yet she did not dwell on it. No matter how she justified her actions, Kaisha was aware that she owed a debt to these two women and to Qian. However, for the sake of her angel star cloud, this villain Qian must perish. Otherwise, countless innocent little angels within the angel star cloud would fall prey to Qian's malevolence. She could not allow such a calamity to unfold. Apologies, Kaisha silently murmured within her heart, and then she decisively unleashed her blade. Tingxi and Jixin were left dumbfounded. The queen was actually going to kill Qian. Why? Why was this happening? Naturally, Qian would not sit idly by, regardless of who sought his life. He would retaliate without mercy. Just as XunjiCounter-PUA prepared to strike, a bolt of heavenly lightning descended. It did not strike the wicked XunjiCounter-PUA, but rather Kaisha. While others may have been oblivious to the assailant's identity, Kaisha knew full well. It was the cosmic spirit of the fourth parallel universe. The angel star cloud had long been investigating the cosmic spirit, thus they were familiar with its appearance. XunjiCounter-PUA was also aware of who had intervened, having encountered the cosmic spirit previously. Kaisha, usurping the will of the heavens. How audacious! The heavens do not permit your angelic race to cultivate martial arts to the utmost, nor allow any beings of the fourth parallel universe to ascend to the level of emperor and carry the fortune of the universe away. You shall meet your demise. As for the angelic race, I shall not pursue further. The cosmic spirit articulated its intentions. XunjiCounter-PUA began to comprehend. It appeared that Kaisha had genuinely begun to threaten the cosmic spirit, which explained why the cosmic spirit sought to eliminate her. Now entirely focused on XunjiCounter-PUA, Kaisha may have let her guard down after her breakthrough, resulting in her downfall at the hands of the cosmic spirit. How infuriating! Kaisha now felt more powerless than when facing XunjiCounter-PUA. The heavenly punishment shattered her physical form. Previously, even if her body had been destroyed, she could have reconstituted herself through the passage of time. Yet, she was incapable of doing so now. Kaisha glanced at Tingxi and Jixin before vanishing entirely. She had no idea what would become of the angelic race in the aftermath. However, with XunjiCounter-PUA around, it would undoubtedly be a difficult road ahead. Kaisha's fate left those present in hushed trepidation. Was this truly the end of the formidable Kaisha? It seemed their powers could not rise too high, lest they incur the wrath of the universe. After obliterating Kaisha, the cosmic spirit confirmed her demise before departing. Although XunjiCounter-PUA's strength was now on par with Kaisha's, the cosmic spirit could not discern XunjiCounter-PUA's true nature due to the chaos he harbored within. Despite the cosmic spirit's might, it remained confined to the fourth layer, while XunjiCounter-PUA had ascended to the sixth layer. Your Majesty, after the cosmic spirit's departure, Jixin collapsed helplessly to the ground. Kaisha was dead. Jixin felt as though all of this were a dream. Very well, everyone disperse. XunjiCounter-PUA was uncertain whether Kaisha had truly perished. If she had indeed met her end, he would merely feel a pang of emotion. Sadness? It is utterly impossible to feel sorrow. In this lifetime, sorrow shall never be an option. After all, Kaisha has come with the intent to eliminate him. How could XunjiCounter-PUA feel sadness? That would be beneath him. However, having learned from Kaisha's prior experience, XunjiCounter-PUA is now somewhat cautious. This spirit of the universe is clearly a stepping stone on his path, and he must carefully investigate and devise a means to deal with this entity. Naturally, if he could refine it, that would be even better. Take her down and report this message to your angel, XunjiCounter-PUA remarked, casting a glance at Angel Lung. Compared to Xian, Angel Lung exhibited far more steadiness. Perhaps her time under XunjiCounter-PUA's guidance has been significantly longer, and her bond with Kaisha cannot be compared to that of Xian. Currently, Angel Lung's foremost concern remains XunjiCounter-PUA. Indeed, she nodded. If Kaisha were to perish, it would be a heavy blow for the angels. It might incite those who previously disrespected the angels to launch an attack against them, especially that old rogue, Huayi, if he were to learn of Kaisha's demise. He might rally his forces to reoccupy Angel Nebula. Without Kaisha, who could possibly thwart that individual? She must prepare thoroughly. After all, she is a member of the angels. XunjiCounter-PUA, on the other hand, was deep in thought. As a member himself, should he not vie for the title of Angel King? Yet before that, there are matters he must address, such as Yin and Ishi. XunjiCounter-PUA felt a twinge of regret. Had he known Kaisha would fall, he would have subdued Yin while she was still by his side. Had he done so, he could have ascended to the throne directly. Of course, these are trivial matters. With Kaisha's fall, Ishi and Yin would surely come to ascertain the situation. Once they arrive, XunjiCounter-PUA believes this matter will be easily resolved. Therefore, he remains utterly unperturbed. The existence of someone as formidable as Kaisha, who could not resist the spirit of the universe, is truly staggering for others. Undoubtedly, these individuals yearn for power even more. Otherwise, anyone could subdue them. As for comforting Xian, XunjiCounter-PUA intends to do so. He promised her that he would avenge Queen Kaisha. After a period of consolation, Xian felt somewhat better and grew more resilient. XunjiCounter-PUA, with a sense of peace, began preparing for subsequent matters. System, let's have a sign-in. XunjiCounter-PUA entered his chamber and commenced the sign-in. He had been signing inconsistently, yet for some reason, perhaps due to lacking deficiencies, he had not received anything of interest. However, now that a sense of crisis loomed, XunjiCounter-PUA felt that he might be able to sign in for something valuable. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful, obtaining the San Shungjing. Dalu gives birth to 1. 1 gives birth to 2. 2 gives birth to 3. And 3 gives birth to all things. This time, without a doubt, XunjiCounter-PUA had indeed signed in for something remarkable. The San Shungjing revealed itself, and XunjiCounter-PUA's eyes sparkled with excitement. This tome contains methods of manifestation. It allows the condensation of numerous incarnations, each possessing self-awareness and the capacity for self-cultivation. Meanwhile, the true self may freely devour and absorb these manifestations, regardless of their might. Thus, he could continuously condense manifestations, casting a wide net. When the time comes, he could absorb them. This not only enhances power, but also accelerates enlightenment. The manifestations may cultivate different paths, and upon being absorbed by the true self would also gain access to those profound paths. The girl has not perished. There will be ample opportunity for education ahead. Chapter 162. The kind God King who does not refuse. Kaisa has not perished. Soon she will re-emerge, transforming into little Kaisa to gradually tidy up. This is splendid. Upon understanding this, XunjiCounter-PUA was filled with elation. Such a technique is one he adores. It simply requires the manifestations to diligently cultivate while he reclines in comfort. This lazy man's technique is indeed wonderful. Without further ado, XunjiCounter-PUA began his cultivation. His current mastery is already considerable, yet altering the entire essence of his cultivation will require time. Your Holiness, the kind God King seeks an audience. Just as XunjiCounter-PUA diligently worked to transform his essence, a servant approached his palace respectfully. XunjiCounter-PUA was somewhat surprised, but soon wore a smile. Why has the kind God King come? He understood all too well. This was fortuitous. For the unique constitution of the kind God King would serve as the optimal assistance for XunjiCounter-PUA's cultivation and enhancement of his essence. Allow her to enter. After making the necessary preparations, XunjiCounter-PUA spoke earnestly. Yes. The servant obediently withdrew. Shortly after, the kind God King entered, her demeanor anxious. Ah, kind God King, why you look so splendidly adorned today? Upon noticing the kind God King's subtle application of cosmetics and her alluring attire, XunjiCounter-PUA felt a surge of excitement. It seems this woman has indeed prepared herself. His words only heightened the kind God King's anxiety. She was acutely aware that these were XunjiCounter-PUA's teasing remarks. Presently, she lacked the standing to engage him as an equal. Thus, she could only endure her embarrassment and reply, Your Holiness jests. This is meant for my husband. This statement caused XunjiCounter-PUA's close companions to stand in respect. If she dresses for her husband, then why present herself before him? Could it be that he is her husband? Come, goddess, sit beside me. Do not remain standing. XunjiCounter-PUA patted the space beside him, gesturing for the kind God King to join him. The kind God King could not refuse. XunjiCounter-PUA's power was overwhelming. She had no choice but to obediently take her place beside him. As soon as she sat down, XunjiCounter-PUA enveloped her in his embrace. The kind God King felt her body weaken. Your Holiness, I hope you can fulfill our previous agreement and provide us with a divine elixir. She spoke to XunjiCounter-PUA, suppressing her shyness as they discussed their earlier arrangement. XunjiCounter-PUA chuckled, responding, That is only natural, but how shall we calculate the fee? The kind God King cursed XunjiCounter-PUA in her heart for his insatiable greed. However, she had come prepared. Since the evil God King had insisted she come, she complied. It is no wonder. It is entirely the evil God King's doing. Your Holiness, did I not provide the fee previously? Recalling their earlier dealings, the kind God King felt her divine power had somehow diminished. There was no way around it. XunjiCounter-PUA was truly formidable. His mastery of unique techniques is one of the key reasons so many women were infatuated with him, remaining steadfast in their admiration. That was the fee for the elixir. Did I not toil over its creation? Should I not receive a token for my efforts? XunjiCounter-PUA spoke earnestly. He is a man of integrity, charging only according to standard rates, without any overpricing. While it is true, he previously received a fee from the kind God King. That was merely for the materials required to create the elixir. After much effort, XunjiCounter-PUA successfully refined the medicinal pill. Shouldn't there be a charge for such labor? The kind God King bit her red lip, appearing speechless. Indeed, there should be a fee. Now, she felt relieved just knowing that XunjiCounter-PUA was willing to provide the pill. Having already experienced this once, what was the harm in doing it again? This would be the last time, absolutely the final occasion. Once she obtained the pill and administered it to her husband, leading to his breakthrough in cultivation, they would escape together, leaving this place forever. She would spend the rest of her life making up for the debts owed to her husband. In any case, she would not feel distressed. Instead, it brought her comfort. How the Pope decided to charge was up to him. After all, she had no idea how much to offer. The kind God King resolved to lay everything on the line. Xuanji, observing her demeanor, smirked with satisfaction and gradually placed his palm on her head, gently guiding her to bow down. 3 hours later, she stammered, "Your Holiness, is this not enough? My husband is waiting for me." The kind God King was anxious about the time delay, fearing that the evil God King would grow suspicious. If he were to come looking for her, it would spell disaster. Xuanji, this rascal, was being so greedy. "My lady, I have labored over this pill for more than a year, and you wish to make amends in just 3 hours? Do you think that is feasible?" Xuanji retorted. "Is it so easy to obtain such things? How long does your holiness require?" The kind God King, under immense pressure, asked. "At least a day and a night." Xuanji pondered, and with the kind God King's assistance, the speed of his cultivation through the San Shangjing was increasing rapidly. In nearly a day and a night, he could fully master the San Shangjing. "No, that is too long. My husband will be worried." The kind God King quickly refused. "If it takes too long, the evil God King will definitely become suspicious. I cannot accept that. Rest assured, I have already sent someone to inform the evil God King that the Goddess of Life is discussing matters with you. Just stay here without worry." Xuanji assured her that he had already taken care of it. The kind God King, unsure of what to say, silently accepted the situation. With a sudden clap, she instinctively stood up, finding a spot to sit down. "Sigh, it is only a few days, yet why does it feel like an eternity?" Upon realizing that his wife was left behind by the Goddess of Life, the evil God King did not overthink it. The Goddess of Life must have achieved a significant breakthrough and wanted to converse with his wife. After all, there were the only 3 beings in the divine realm. Since he had not made a breakthrough, he had lost the qualification to converse with the Goddess of Life. Although this thought angered him, the evil God King found solace in the fact that the husband of the Goddess of Life was currently in a worse state than himself. Once his wife obtained the divine pill, his breakthrough was assured. At that time, the Goddess of Life would no longer have the right to look down upon him. As for the Lord of Destruction, they were no longer on the same level. With this thought, the evil God King felt elated. Yet for some reason, he sensed something was amiss. Why did his wife dress so beautifully before leaving? She hadn't done so in quite a while. Chapter 163, The Remarkable Kind God King. Mainly, his wife was stunning even without adornments. Of course, a little enhancement could add charm. However, after being together for so long, the novelty had faded, so the kind God King no longer cared for such matters. After all, her natural beauty was undeniable. Xuanji spent 3 days with the evil God King's wife. The kind God King felt a whirlwind of emotions. She had never been so reckless before. "How do you feel?" Xuanji asked proudly, embracing her. For him, these 3 days had been immensely pleasurable. "Perhaps we should consider living together. I can provide you with everything you desire." Xuanji whispered his intentions into her ear. This woman had truly captivated him. "Your Holiness, please restrain yourself. This is merely a transaction." The kind God King struggled to rise. "Your Holiness must be satisfied now, right? If so, I hope you will hand over the pill. I must return." She extended her hand towards Xuanji. If she delayed any longer, the evil God King would surely lose his composure. Indeed, these past few days had seen the evil God King growing increasingly anxious and restless. "Do not rush. Let's pause here. However, before you leave, allow me to indulge a little longer. You remember how things were done in the mornings, right? You need not be taught." Xuanji commanded as he reclined comfortably. The kind God King, feeling helpless, complied. She departed with the extraordinary medicinal pill, not lingering but heading straight back to her husband. The evil God King. Perhaps due to her concern, she momentarily forgot that her attire had changed. The previous garments had been torn apart by Xuanji. The evil God King, however, noticed immediately. After all, his wife had left looking stunning and alluring, a sight that lingered in his memory. Yet upon her return, he sensed something was off. "Wife, did you obtain the pill?" Despite his suspicions, the evil God King first inquired about the pill. The kind God King, maintaining her composure, presented a medicinal pill to him. "Yes, this is it. Thank you, my dear." Upon seeing the pill, the evil God King was overjoyed. His breakthrough was within reach. In his excitement, he leaned in to kiss her, but the kind God King instinctively recoiled, feeling a wave of panic. "What is the matter, my dear?" His confusion deepened as she refused his kiss. "I'm a bit tired, and I believe I have gained much from my discussion with the goddess of life. I plan to take some time to reflect. You should focus on absorbing the pill." Having just engaged in such intimate activities with Qian, she feared that kissing her husband would lead to complications. Thus, she declined. Such a situation was unlikely to occur, she reassured herself, but the possibility frightened her. It was exceedingly difficult for divine beings to conceive, especially for divine kings. This was also the reason she and the evil God King had been together for so long without a child. The kind God King thought to herself that although Qian had several children, they were born when he and his partners were weaker. Even if she had received many seeds from Qian, they would never take root. The benevolent God King, though desiring not to sprout, secretly yearned for a child. However, this child was not to be sired by the wicked God King, but rather, she had no desire for the offspring of that rogue, Qian. Yet, the benevolent God King understood the profound difficulty of this wish. Alas, the turmoil of a woman's heart is indeed complex. "Ah, my dear, why have you changed your attire?" The curiosity of the wicked God King was slightly alleviated, prompting him to inquire about the benevolent God King's clothing. In an instant, panic seized the benevolent God King. For her garments had been ruined by Qian. How could she possibly respond? "My dear, what troubles you?" The wicked God King's concern deepened as the benevolent God King remained silent. Could there truly be a problem? She had merely taken a bath with the life goddess, donning an outfit that was far from exquisite. Suddenly recalling the excuse that Qian had prepared for her, she hastily replied, "Indeed, her taste has always been quite lacking." Seeing the benevolent God King adorned in a sea of green, the wicked God King felt a wave of relief wash over him. It made sense. Most individuals do not favor green, and only the tasteless life goddess could appreciate such a hue. Thus, the wicked God King's doubts vanished entirely. Little did he know, however, that the benevolent God King's attire held deeper significance. Once the wicked God King embraced his own reasoning, the benevolent God King sighed in relief, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped a crisis. Yet, despite this relief, she was acutely aware that this was not the first time she had deceived her husband, leaving her heart laden with guilt. "By the way, dear, whose is larger, yours or the life goddess's?" The wicked God King posed a rather audacious question. The benevolent God King found herself at a loss for words. How was she to answer such an inquiry? "Come now, just tell me. I simply wish to understand." The wicked God King playfully coaxed her. "Mine is larger." Although she had never encountered the life goddess, she, as a woman, could never belittle herself to elevate another. She firmly believed she surpassed the life goddess in stature. "Yes, indeed, my wife is the best," the wicked God King exclaimed with immense pride and satisfaction. The benevolent God King felt a swell of emotion, realizing that the affirmation of being the best was something she had heard from others as well. It seemed she truly was exceptional. "By the way, dear, will you not absorb this elixir? There is an abundance of power contained within, and we could easily share it." Before consuming the elixir, the wicked God King addressed his wife, the benevolent God King. Although he yearned to absorb the elixir alone to swiftly enhance his strength, he was acutely aware of the widening gap between their powers. He believed that only by fully absorbing the elixir could he bridge this divide. Yet, this elixir had been painstakingly acquired by his wife. To consume it alone would be exceedingly selfish. Thus, he intended to share the elixir's power with her. "My dear, you should absorb it alone. I have no need for it." Having already amassed considerable strength, the benevolent God King declined. Not to mention that she had indeed absorbed a great deal of power, coupled with the gains from her recent training with Qian, rendering the elixir unnecessary for her. Chapter 164. Gu Yuna's unsavory idea. The wicked God King, thoroughly satisfied, proceeded to absorb the verdant elixir. The green hue of the elixir did not trouble him, for it had been completed in that very color by Qian. As the wicked God King entered seclusion to cultivate, the benevolent God King took to bathing, eager to rid herself of all remnants associated with Qian. Alas, unbeknownst to her, certain elements had already fused with her 2 days prior and could not be cleansed. "My lord, His Holiness, Princess Yuna wishes to speak with you regarding a matter of great importance." With the assistance of the benevolent God King, Qian had thoroughly comprehended the 3 Lives Sutra over the past 3 days. Just as he was about to condense his first avatar, a servant approached him. Xunji, having become less prone to anger, was not perturbed. "Oh, my dear Nana, since it is you who seeks me, I must go at once." Gu Yuna was indeed Xunji's obedient daughter, rarely causing him any trouble. Her initiative to seek him indicated the urgency of the matter. Without delay, Xunji made his way to Gu Yuna's chamber. "Daddy, you've arrived." Upon his entrance, Gu Yuna rushed into Xunji's embrace, affectionately speaking. "Yes, my precious one. What is it that you need?" Xunji gently stroked her head, his tone warm. "Daddy, Nana has prepared a gift for you, and I hope you'll like it." Gu Yuna expressed sweetly. "Oh, a gift from Nana? I'm curious to see what it is." Her words piqued Xunji's interest. "Come, Daddy, quickly come and see." Gu Yuna led him to her bed, where the covers had been neatly arranged. As she pulled back the sheets, Xunji was left utterly dumbfounded. "Nana, what is the meaning of this?" To his astonishment, a woman lay beneath the covers, entirely unclothed. Moreover, this woman was one he knew all too well, the life goddess. The life goddess had been captured by Gu Yuna, bound in a manner most distressing. She appeared to be under the influence of some peculiar drug, her expression dazed and disoriented. "Daddy, this wicked woman harmed me long ago. Can you avenge Nana?" Gu Yuna implored, entwining her arm around Xunji's. "How am I to enact vengeance for you?" Xunji was acutely aware of Gu Yuna's intentions, understanding full well what she desired. Yet, he was taken aback by the shocking revelation. He acknowledged his affection for the life goddess, but he never envisioned such a course of action. Gu Yuna's audacity left him torn between reprimanding her and commending her boldness. "Nana, it may not be appropriate," he cautioned, as his own body began to entertain certain notions, though morality held him back. "Daddy, she has been poisoned by my venom, and only a man can cure her. If you refuse to assist her, Nana will have no choice but to seek another." Gu Yuna, displaying newfound cunning, resorted to provocation. Xunji's ire ignited. This child of his was no longer the obedient daughter he once knew. "Ah, father, why do you strike me?" Gu Yuna covered her little rear, feeling quite aggrieved. "It is because you disobey and act on your own accord." Xunji spoke with a hint of seriousness. "I'm staying awake for you, father. You are truly a contradictory individual. Just look at the state of things here." Gu Yuna realized that her misguided father was indeed a person of contradictions. Well, since the truth was revealed, Xunji found himself without recourse. Xunji directly pushed Gu Yuna onto the body of the goddess of life and began to sternly educate this disobedient woman. This time, Xunji was genuinely furious, administering a resounding reprimand. Gu Yuna wailed in response. Xunji was at a loss. He inquired of Gu Yuna, who did not know from where she had obtained the formula, which had resulted in an indomitable elixir. With no other option, Xunji was left to sacrifice himself to save the goddess of life, who had been ensnared by Gu Yuna's cunning scheme, Xuelin. "This truly was not my doing. It was entirely Gu Yuna's decision, and I was powerless to intervene." After quite a while, approximately half an hour, the goddess of life was finally liberated. Xunji hurriedly explained to her. The name of the goddess of life is Yao Xuelin. The goddess of life regarded Xunji with an impassive expression, scoffing. "Even in this condition, is she not still under your influence? My dear Pope, do you possess the courage to take responsibility?" The goddess of life was aware of the little matters between Yin Long Wang and Xunji. Despite everything, Xunji still pretended. How hypocritical. The goddess of life felt a pang of heartache. She had finally regarded Xunji as her close friend. Yet he treated her in such a manner. It was truly unbearable. "It was I who initiated this, and my father has no part in it. I summoned him here. What now, woman? Do you dare challenge me?" Gu Yuna spoke in a childish tone. Although her stature was diminutive, her spirit was as towering as Mount Everest, which made the goddess of life a tad envious. Despicable. The goddess of life shook her head. "Even if she is not my biological kin, such actions are still revolting. Even if you were initially compelled, what are the subsequent events?" The goddess of life fixed her gaze upon Xunji, determined to expose all his lies. Gu Yuna's potion had long been resolved, but after the goddess of life awakened, that scoundrel Xunji forcibly restrained her in conjunction with Gu Yuna. Moreover, that scoundrel employed some unknown method to compel her cooperation. Could it be because she had not experienced such for 30,000 years? It should not be, it truly should not be. The words of the goddess of life left Xunji feeling somewhat embarrassed. He merely wished to experience the goddess of life in both her atypical and typical states. I am leaving. I never wish to see you again. The goddess of life turned and departed from Dalu. She would never return. Father, should we not capture her and confine her in a small dark room? Guyuna suggested to Qian Sunji. Chapter 165, Little Kaisha. Such a disobedient woman ought to be properly educated in a small dark room. It is you who should be confined. Qian Sunji retorted to Guyuna. Guyuna appeared aggrieved, puzzled by what she had done wrong to warrant such treatment from her father. All right, do not act out in the future. Guyuna had always been obedient and had never been in the small dark room. Well, not entirely. She had entered once with Qian Sunji to discipline by Ji. Thus, Guyuna was aware of Qian Sunji's secret place for dealing with offenders. However, as time passed, Qian Sunji's combat prowess had significantly increased, as had those he interacted with. The former enemies of Douluo were no longer formidable opponents, and those he engaged with were difficult to apprehend. Consequently, Qian Sunji's small dark room gradually lost its purpose. Nevertheless, he retained it and occasionally brought his companions there for reminiscence. After adequately instructing Guyuna, Qian Sunji returned to his rigorous training to consolidate his avatar. Did the goddess of life truly depart? How improbable! Qian Sunji could not retain her, as she belonged to another. What would it signify if he attempted to keep her? However, the goddess of life was indeed quite capable of conceiving, albeit her husband, the Lord of Destruction, faced great difficulty in achieving fatherhood. During these days, Qian Sunji's physique had determined that he was a veritable stallion. His entire being was brimming with vitality. Therefore, should he desire, he could make any woman's seeds flourish. If all went as anticipated, the seeds within the goddess of life would have begun to awaken after Qian Sunji's application of his essence. It would not be long before a spectacle unfolded. Not only the goddess of life, but another as well, found herself in a similar situation. Qian Sunji was certainly not one to indiscriminately harm the innocent. But if trouble were to find him, he would show no mercy. Qian Sunji was cultivating the San Shengjing within his Wei Yang Xianfu. Currently, the Wu Dao tea tree still bore some significance for Qian Sunji and his companions. If one's cultivation advanced too rapidly, it would be prudent to settle beside the Wu Dao tea tree. Presently, several women were cultivating beside the Wu Dao tea tree, and Qian Sunji joined them. This time, he intended to refine the Wu Dao tea tree. After all, it was a preeminent entity capable of bearing his power. In the future, Qian Sunji's avatar would be an innate spiritual object, which would undoubtedly prove exceptional. Initially, he had intended to allow Yin to absorb the Wu Dao tea tree. However, if Yin declined, Qian Sunji would have to claim it for himself. He conveyed a modicum of his spiritual awareness to the Wu Dao tea tree through the San Shengjing. This did not interfere with the cultivation of the others. Once accomplished, Qian Sunji departed. Qian Sunji intended to leave Wei Yang Xianfu to consolidate his avatar as Dao, allowing his avatar to emerge in earnest. The Wu Dao tea tree could at best be considered a mere avatar, not a true embodiment. Just as Qian Sunji prepared to depart, he discerned something peculiar within Wei Yang Xianfu. Now that Qian Sunji's cultivation had progressed, his refinement of Wei Yang Xianfu had also deepened. Although he had not entirely refined it, he could at least observe everything within the realm. Suddenly, he spotted a little creature. Without a closer look, it would have been easily overlooked. Upon closer inspection, Qian Sunji was immensely astonished. It was her. He had thought she was long gone. To his surprise, she had appeared within his celestial abode. Ha ha, Queen Kaisha, it is delightful to see you well. Qian Sunji approached Kaisha directly. Indeed, the anomaly was none other than Kaisha. Her presence within his celestial abode was truly remarkable. However, the current Kaisha finds herself in a tragic predicament, reduced to a mere palm-sized figure, akin to a charming toy. Upon noticing that she has caught the attention of Qian Sunji, Kaisha is taken aback. When she first entered Qian Sunji's mystical residence, Wei Yang Xianfu, she sensed the peculiar nature of the place. Thus, she left a portion of her power as a marker, only to discover that once outside, she could no longer perceive it. This bewildering realization prompted her to leave a contingency plan, which unexpectedly saved her life. Unfortunately, since her physical form outside was completely shattered, the remaining power could only allow her to exist in her current diminutive state. The prospect of regaining her peak cultivation seems nearly impossible in this lifetime. Now, Kaisa finds it exceedingly difficult to face her subjects. let alone encounter XunjiCounter-PUA. To avoid the embarrassment of being confronted by him. Little did she anticipate that despite her arduous efforts to remain hidden, she would ultimately be captured by XunjiCounter-PUA. There is no escape now. Kaisa can only imagine the nightmarish existence that awaits her, especially given her desire to eliminate XunjiCounter-PUA. Fortunately, her reduced size offers a glimmer of hope. Had she retained her original form, she would likely have been subjugated to a life of servitude under XunjiCounter-PUA. Kaisa's relief is short-lived, as she could never have fathomed that XunjiCounter-PUA possessed the ability to shrink her to a size comparable to his own. Come here. The adorably petite Kaisa leaves XunjiCounter-PUA utterly defenseless against his desire to cherish her. Release me at once. Kaisa exclaims, attempting to flee, only to be firmly grasped by XunjiCounter-PUA, who holds her tightly. At this moment, Kaisa is no match for him, as the disparity in power is overwhelming. She is now far inferior to even the legendary angelic warriors of her past. I won't let go. What can you do about it? To XunjiCounter-PUA, Kaisa has become nothing more than a toy. He playfully touches her with his fingertip, admiring the little creature before him. This little one is truly delightful. Stop this at once. I will not forgive you. Kaisa's feelings become increasingly complex, for never has anyone dared to treat her in such a manner, except for XunjiCounter-PUA. In her heart, she silently vows to exact revenge on this disrespectful individual. She has never endured such indignity. It is not as if she has never been touched or observed before. Why this sudden tension? XunjiCounter-PUA finds women's reactions perplexing at times. Given their current relationship, why the anxiety? After all, she once sought to kill him, and now she is in his grasp. How should I deal with you now? Just as Kaisa is about to silence XunjiCounter-PUA, his words leave her speechless. Chapter 166. Return to the angel's homeland indeed. She had once intended to execute XunjiCounter-PUA right then and there. Now, having fallen into his hands, she retorts defiantly, then kill me. Kaisa would rather face death than endure the humiliation inflicted by XunjiCounter-PUA. I will not kill you. I advise against any thoughts of self-destruction. If anything happens to you, I will ensure your little angel kin pay dearly. He taunts, making a lewd gesture. Despicable. Shameless. Kaisa is well aware of XunjiCounter-PUA's intentions and cannot help but unleash a torrent of vitriol against him. Faced with such a calamity, Kaisa feels utterly powerless, her strength seemingly absorbed by cotton. Ha ha ha. XunjiCounter-PUA revels in his triumph as he holds Kaisa captive, with her in his possession. The throne of the Angel King is as good as his. Meanwhile, the little angels remaining in Dalu are heartbroken, left to rely on the support of their elders, Qian and Xiaogang. Though they seem no longer to qualify as true angel warriors, they have no choice but to seek assistance from Qian and Xiaogang. Without Kaisa, their return to Angel Star Cloud proves arduous, the journey stretching far ahead. He takes the initiative to contact Qian for updates. Upon confirmation, Hishi's demeanor shifts to one of grave seriousness. This sudden turn of events raises the question of who will take Kaisa's place. Hishi finds herself in a quandary. Kaisa's inexplicable absence leaves a significant impact. Who will emerge as the new Angel King? Qian understands that Hishi's inquiry carries deeper implications. Their bond is strong. They are longtime friends. The need for a new Angel King to stabilize the situation is urgent. Perhaps Yin? Qian suggests hesitantly. After all, she has no aspirations for the throne. Yin is indeed exceptional, but there's still a promising candidate that Kaisa had regarded highly. Hishi is reluctant to manage the affairs of Angel Star Cloud extensively. However, the selection of an Angel King requires careful consideration, as a poor choice may necessitate her continued involvement. She wishes to resolve this matter efficiently. Indeed, Yin possesses great potential, yet he is not yet a match for Kaisa. Zixin at Taogufun. Hishi then reflects on Qianren Shui, offering a brief comment about her formidable father. Alas, I cannot come over. Zixin, can you bring the children and the angels back? Hishi shakes her head. Given her current circumstances, she cannot leave Angel Star Cloud. I can bring back the other angels, but I will need XunjiCounter-PUA's consent for Qianren Shui. Qian contemplates the situation, providing an explanation to Hishi. The return of the other angels poses no problem, as long as Hishi assists. However, Qianren Shui presents a challenge. Without XunjiCounter-PUA's approval, she cannot proceed. I agree. I can accompany you to Angel Star Cloud. XunjiCounter-PUA enters at this moment, agreeing to join them. Since Qian wishes to return, and XunjiCounter-PUA has little else to do, it seems fitting for him to accompany her. Perhaps he can assist the angels with their troubles. XunjiCounter-PUA seizes this opportunity to observe He is rather impressive. This is the first time He has seen the one who has subdued 2 high-ranking warriors among their angels. She wonders what unique talents he possesses. Once Xian returns, she will soon realize that Xunji has not only captured 2 high-ranking angels, but also her dear friend. What do you think, my king? Xian dares not defy Xunji. It is not within Xunji's purview to decide whether to let Xunji hasten to the Angel Nebula. Since he is coming, let's proceed together. However, my abilities are somewhat inferior to Kaisha's, so you may require considerable effort to return. He agreed to this arrangement. Yet, a challenge persists. Her strength, naturally, cannot compare to Kaisha's. Consequently, the time required to retrieve Xian would inevitably lengthen. This is precisely why she sought the assistance of Xian and the Cold Angels. Without the aid of these 2 high-ranking angelic warriors, they might encounter significant trouble along the way. I can expedite your return. At this moment, it was once again Xunji's turn to showcase his talents. Xunji's void vessel would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial. With his strength further enhanced, Xunji's speed in utilizing the void vessel had also surged, now reaching a velocity that could be likened to that of light years. In conjunction with their journey back to the Angel Nebula would be a mere formality. Very well, if all is in order, let us commence. Return swiftly. Make decisions expeditiously. He decisively proclaimed. Xunji briefly informed BibiDong of their plans. BibiDong was now more than capable of shouldering significant responsibilities. If necessary, they could simply enter the Wuyin Immortal Palace, which would guarantee absolute safety. While Xunji was conferring with and the other young angels at the fringes of the 4th parallel universe, a place untouched by any race, a group of male angels resided. These angels had been expelled from the Angel Nebula. The leader among them bore a somewhat lecherous appearance, especially with his little mustache that accentuated his unsavory visage. Kaisha is dead? Kaisha is dead? Ha ha ha. Indeed, this individual is Huaya, the chief of these male angels. As long as Kaisha was present, Huaya, no matter how resentful, could only remain powerless. But now, with Kaisha gone, did that not signify that his opportunity had arrived? Could he lead his comrades back to the Angel Nebula? At that moment, he could reclaim his title as the Angel King. It had been far too long since he had savored the tender essence of young angels. This time, he vowed to capture 10. Huaya was now convinced that no unforeseen incidents would occur. The only entity he feared in the Angel Nebula was Kaisha. This time, he was determined to engage in a fierce battle. Without hesitation, Huaya summoned the few subordinates he had and began to mobilize them. Upon hearing this news, his subordinates erupted with enthusiasm, akin to having been injected with adrenaline. They had awaited this opportunity for countless years. Huaya's character was reflected in his subordinates. Unlike Xunji, he imposed no restraints on either himself or his followers. Chapter 167. The wrong Kaisha Xunji retrieved the void vessel, accommodating 10 young angels within. Utilizing the route provided by they commenced their return to the city. In just 3 days, Xunji managed to bring these young angels back to the Angel Nebula. The young angels experienced firsthand what true speed entailed. It was also the first time he genuinely encountered Naturally, Qian Rengshu accompanied Xunji on this journey. Upon their arrival at the Angel Nebula, the young angels were promptly settled by their peers. Xian and the Cold Angels were summoned to discuss matters. Once they confirmed that no one was around, Xunji released the small Kaisha. "You scoundrel, do you intend to suffocate me?" This time, Xunji had not brought along the Wuyin Immortal Palace. Thus he had to keep Kaisha on his person. After releasing her, Kaisha unleashed a torrent of reproach upon Xunji. When had she ever felt so wronged? "Look at where we are." Xunji placed the small doll Kaisha on the table, urging her to observe their surroundings. "The Angel Nebula? What are you doing here, you scoundrel? I warn you not to act recklessly." The Angel Nebula was a place Kaisha knew all too well, having lived there for many years. Xunji's intentions were far from altruistic. This villain must have ulterior motives. For instance, he might be plotting against these young angels. He wouldn't dare. If Xunji were to bully her young angels, Kaisha would surely ensure their mutual destruction. "I am merely benevolently returning your lost young angels home. Do you not wish to express any gratitude?" Xunji responded with a hint of exasperation, feeling as though society bore too many biases against him. You must have ulterior motives." Kaisha harbored no trust for Xunji. "Indeed, I do have ulterior motives. now that you are without an Angel King. I believe I possess the strength to contend for the title of Angel King myself, as I am also a member of the Angels, am I not? Qian Xunji declared to Kaisha. You must be dreaming. How could a rogue like you ever become the Angel King? Upon hearing Qian Xunji's words, Kaisha was left utterly flabbergasted. How could someone possess such shameless audacity? What audacity did he have to aspire to become the Angel King? Oh, you do not agree, little Xia, noticing Kaisha's reluctance. Qian Xunji grasped her and began to toy with her. You despicable scoundrel. I will not let you off easily. Seeing Qian Xunji's fingers playfully moving over her form, Kaisha was infuriated. Yet, what could she use to resist Qian Xunji now? Little Xia, if you agree to support my claim to the title of Angel King, I shall grant you freedom and let you go. Qian Xunji coaxed Kaisha. You wish, if you were to become the Angel King, it would be a catastrophic misfortune for our Angel Nebula. Would we not fall under your tyranny? Kaisha would rather sacrifice herself than allow the Angel Nebula to fall into the hands of this rogue. Why not? I promise to be a benevolent Angel King. What do you say? Sighing at Kaisha's deep-rooted prejudices, Qian Xunji felt quite helpless. He recalled the time when he first ascended to the position of Pope of the Wuhuan Palace. How wise he'd been. Yet later, he was misled by women, becoming a tyrant. Now, given the chance to choose anew, Qian Xunji aspired to be a good person. Do you truly believe your own words? Kaisha scoffed at this. Of course, why would I not? Qian Xunji expressed his bewilderment. If you do not believe your own words, who else would? Kaisha found herself rendered speechless. She could not argue against Qian Xunji's shamelessness. Little Xia, make a decision quickly, or I shall not treat you kindly. Qian Xunji once again lifted Kaisha. He chuckled mischievously. What can you do to me? Kaisha now felt quite smug. At her diminutive size, what could Qian Xunji possibly do? At most, he could only subject her to minor torment. She, the Queen Kaisha, could endure such trifling grievances. Now, Kaisha finds herself rather grateful for her diminutive stature. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened? Oh, it seems you possess quite the courage. Observing Kaisha's haughty demeanor, XunjiCounter-PUA can hardly restrain himself from putting her in her place. With hands on her hips, Kaisha seems to challenge him, as if to say, what can you possibly do to me? Well then, let me broaden your horizons. XunjiCounter-PUA has long since materialized, able to expand or contract his form at will. Under Kaisha's watchful gaze, he gradually shrinks in size, transforming her initial shock into sheer terror. How is this possible? How can he do this? Little Xia, what do you have to say now? Ultimately, XunjiCounter-PUA reaches a size comparable to Kaisha, though still slightly larger. Don't come any closer. Kaisha cries out in a panic, watching as XunjiCounter-PUA approaches her. Unfortunately for her, his steps do not falter. He swiftly closes the distance, disregarding her feeble attempts at resistance and seizing her in his grasp. After a moment's thought, he tosses her onto the bed. Now, this ordinary bed appears vast for both XunjiCounter-PUA and Kaisha, allowing them to do as they please. Kaisha is disheartened, unable to fathom that despite her diminutive size, XunjiCounter-PUA has no intention of sparing her. He is nothing short of a beast, a demon. This only strengthens Kaisha's resolve. She must never allow XunjiCounter-PUA to become the Angel King, for the little angels of their Angel Nebula would suffer dire consequences. Are you there, guest? Time passes, and a little angel arrives to seek XunjiCounter-PUA, primarily to inquire if he needs anything, lest others accuse them of poor hospitality. However, after knocking for quite some time, she receives no response and, feeling audacious, decides to enter. Why is it empty? The little angel is perplexed upon discovering the vacant room. Where could the guest have gone? Just as she contemplates leaving, she seems to hear a sound. Angels possess keen senses. The little angel glances around, but sees nothing amiss. How strange, did I miss here? She's quite confused. On the bed, after neatly arranging the blankets, XunjiCounter-PUA gazes at Kaisha and grins. My dear queen, do be cautious. If discovered, it would not be I who suffers embarrassment. He offers this friendly warning. Though Kaisha harbors thoughts of dismembering XunjiCounter-PUA, she can only endure for now. Chapter 168. Kaisha compromises XunjiCounter-PUA has now usurped Hua Ye's position, becoming Kaisha's most detested foe. Oh no, in fact, XunjiCounter-PUA is tenfold more loathsome to her than Hua Ye. However, Kaisha never anticipated that the deeper her hatred, under certain circumstances, it might transform. She understands that should their relationship be exposed, she could very well face social annihilation. Meanwhile, XunjiCounter-PUA remains unscathed, possibly even gaining fame throughout the fourth parallel universe. This stark contrast between them is undeniable. Though Kaisa wishes to deny it, she is forced to acknowledge this reality. Thus, she must continue to endure. Fortunately, the little angel soon departs, dutifully closing the door behind her. One must commend the exceptional education these angels receive. How about it? Will you support me in becoming the Angel King? What more must I do for your agreement? Qian asks, as he secures his belt. Give up. Never. Kaisa firmly rejects him. Even if Qian were to bully her 1,000 times, she would never acquiesce to his desires. She cannot allow her little angels to fall into the inferno that is Qian. Let us establish a pact. If you support my ascension to Angel King, not only will I grant you your freedom, but I will also assist in restoring your strength. Most importantly, you can continue as a senior angel, overseeing my every action. Should you find me lacking, you may dismiss me at any time. How does that sound? Qian offers a concession, believing himself to be quite magnanimous. Though these little angels are tempting, he is confident in his ability to remain steadfast. Thus, he is willing to extend further benefits to Kaisa. While he has already granted her much, he is eager to provide more. Indeed, Qian has already given Kaisa far too much, to the point where her belly has swelled. Despite his reduced size, the energy stored within him can still expand once separated from his body. Given Kaisa's current petite form, she finds herself utterly humiliated by Qian's insults. His proposal causes her to furrow her brow. She cannot deny that there is merit in what he says. She is at a loss regarding how to restore her strength. However, Qian's confidence suggests he possesses a solution. Though he may be a rogue, he is undeniably capable. If he assists her, Kaisa could recover swiftly. Furthermore, should Qian become the Angel King, he could indeed protect the angels for a time. Once her strength is restored, even if he harbors ulterior motives, she would be able to suppress him. During Qian's reign, as long as she remains vigilant, he would be unlikely to commit any nefarious acts. Once the time comes, she would explain the situation to He, ensuring he warns the other little angels to be wary of this scoundrel. Wouldn't that mean she could exploit Qian's labor for the angels? No, it wouldn't be fair to call it exploitation, considering she has already sacrificed so much. Little Sha, have you made your decision? This is your final opportunity. If you fail to grasp it, do not blame me for employing underhanded tactics. Observing Kaisa in contemplation, Qian realizes his proposal has piqued her interest. The reason for her hesitance is undoubtedly her pride as a queen. At this moment, he must press her to yield. Sure enough, despite her anger, Kaisa can only nod in agreement. I may consider supporting you as the Angel King, but you must agree to a few conditions. After careful deliberation, Kaisa decides she cannot simply acquiesce without securing some benefits for herself. Otherwise, she risks being at a disadvantage in her interactions with Qian. Very well. Speak your mind. Qian replies nonchalantly, reclining as if he were an emperor addressing a consort. Though Kaisa is displeased, she articulates her conditions. First, you must cease calling me little Sha. That name nauseates me. Kaisa begins with her concerns regarding how Qian addresses her. Oh, how would you prefer me to address you? Qian responds, unable to resist the charm of the now adorably diminutive Kaisa. In a moment of spontaneity, Kaisa pondered for a while before declaring with pride. Refer to me as your majesty. Qian chuckled mischievously. Dream on. From now on, you shall be called Xiaoshasha. Let us not revisit that, and instead present the next condition. This was an impossibility, at least for the present. Frustrated, Kaisa found herself at a loss. This fellow was truly infuriating. Secondly, henceforth, without my permission, you must never engage in actions that displease me, especially those particular actions. Do you comprehend? Kaisa could reluctantly tolerate Qian's refusal of the first condition, but the second was non-negotiable. He had to acquiesce, or else their discussion would be moot. Fine. Qian agreed without a second thought. He was not the sort to resist such requests. Initially, he had intended to turn over a new leaf, and Kaisa's stipulation conveniently provided him an opportunity for self-improvement. Qian's swift agreement caught Kaisa off guard. She had anticipated a fierce contest of wills. After all, he seemed rather attached to his own corporeal form. How could this scoundrel think so poorly of me? It appeared he had grown weary of his antics. Indeed, he was quite the rogue. I must keep a vigilant watch over him henceforth to prevent him from wreaking havoc upon other little angels. After this internal deliberation, Kaisa decided not to ponder further. My third condition is quite simple. You must diligently protect our Qian, Xinjiang. The first two conditions were primarily self-referential. She could concede one of them. But this one was indispensable. Xunji nodded in agreement. After all, Tian Xinjiang would henceforth be his home. How could he neglect to safeguard it? Once their terms were settled, Xunji resumed his true form. Upon witnessing the imposing figure of Xunji, Kaisa felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. It was far more agreeable when they were of similar stature. Let us proceed to meet your old friends. It will be best to conclude this matter promptly. Ignoring Kaisa's feelings, Xunji unceremoniously tucked her into his pocket. You scoundrel! You are untrustworthy! Kaisa exclaimed in outrage. Xunji had indeed proven himself unreliable. He had just vowed not to coerce her. Yet the next moment, he contradicted himself. Utterly despicable. Chapter 169. Kaisa toyed with Baihe. I am merely doing this to surprise the little angels. Enough with the chatter. We have reached a delightful decision. Xunji proclaimed decisively. Kaisa retorted, your delight is not my concern. Upon emerging outdoors, Xunji surveyed his surroundings. It must be said that the angels were indeed quite advanced. He felt no need for a guide, as he possessed the finest one in his grasp. 3 days later, she and the others finally initiated contact with Xunji. After much deliberation, they ultimately decided to have Yin take on the role of Angel King. The subsequent matters could be addressed later. Everyone, I feel I too could be the Angel King. Upon entering, Xunji saw the angels preparing to deliver their final verdict and quickly interjected. After all, I am part of the angelic realm, and my abilities are commendable. I believe I am fit for the title of Angel King. His sudden proclamation left all the angels in stunned silence. Even Xian and the Angel Long were taken aback. They never expected Xunji to make such a claim. What could he possibly have in mind? Although they shared a close bond with Xunji, both Xian and Angel Long were hesitant to support him for the role of Angel King. Are you jesting? You, a man. What gives you the right to be the Angel King? She looked at Xunji in disbelief, unable to fathom why he would choose this moment for such a declaration. Was he trying to be amusing? However, it was not impossible for Xunji to aspire to the title of Angel King. All he needed was to transform into one. Upon hearing this, Xunji felt a surge of indignation. When would men be acknowledged? Why can't a man hold the title? He retorted, feeling compelled to advocate for his gender at this moment. There are no reasons. These are the rules of our angelic society. If you're displeased, then stifle it. She asserted imperiously. Rules? Established by Kaisa? Xunji dismissed her authority. He resolved to gradually devise a plan against Shi. For now, the priority was the position of Angel King. The others remained silent, evidently acquiescing to this point. Indeed, the rules were set by Kaisa, as all previous Angel Kings were men like Xunji. But if I claim that Kaisa appointed me as the Angel King, would you still oppose me? Confidence surged within Xunji as he posed this question, prompting the little angels to exchange perplexed glances, rendered speechless for a time. Not everyone, but certainly a substantial portion of them entertained this thought. If Kaisa genuinely desired Xunji to take on the role of Angel King, they would naturally support him. Yet, Kaisa was no longer among them. How could they endorse his ascension? Do not suggest that Kaisa stated this in life. She and the others would never believe it. And neither would Xian and Angel Long. After all, Kaisa had intended to eliminate Xunji before her demise. No one would entertain the notion that it was merely a jest or a test of Xunji's character. If so, they might as well be 3-year-olds. Under the watchful eyes of all, Xunji produced a small figure from his pocket. Golke-sa. She was momentarily dumbfounded, questioning her own vision. Hadn't Kaisa been utterly obliterated by the cosmic spirit? Your Majesty? Xian and Angel Long were equally bewildered. After all, Kaisa had perished under their very noses at the hands of the cosmic spirit. How could she now be alive, and in such a diminutive form, no less? For reasons unknown, they found themselves thinking that their queen was adorably charming in this state. Ahem, it's good to see you all. Kaisa felt somewhat embarrassed, especially since she was currently in this form and being held captive by Xunji. The regal aura she once possessed had vanished entirely. Even if the little angels insisted on reinstating her as queen, Kaisa lacked the courage to continue. Let me see. She, the quickest to react, seized Kaisa from Xunji's grasp. You scoundrel, release me. Being held by her former dear friend felt peculiar to Kaisa. Ha ha ha, absolutely adorable. What a delightful turn of events. Kaisa, my beloved queen, Did you ever imagine you would find yourself in such a predicament? How amusing. She, enjoying her newfound toy, playfully manipulated Kaisa. You scoundrel, she, you shall pay for this. I will make you regret it. The sensation of being toyed with by her dear friend was altogether different from the experience of being handled by Sunji. Kaisa felt utterly at a loss, caught in a whirlwind of emotions. Ha ha ha, what can you possibly do to me now? Once your strength is restored, I shall flee. And I wonder how you will pursue me. Can you even find me? Be obedient, or I shall strip you of your garments. Hushi had never witnessed Kaisha in such a manner. Although they had grown up together, Kaisha was once adorable and innocent, yet in comparison to her current self, she seemed rather unimpressive. She is now exceedingly kawaii. Remember this, you rascal. Kaisha has already noted Hushi in her little ledger. Once her power returns, the first to face her wrath will not be Sunji, but Hushi. Kaisha, do you intend to support this man in becoming the king of angels? Can you provide me with a reason? Observing her respected queen being toyed with by Hushi left Jixin feeling both angry and voiceless. After enough of the playful banter, Hushi shifted the conversation to serious matters. Sunji claimed that Kaisha supported his bid for the title of King of Angels, and Hushi was eager to discern the truth of this assertion. If it were indeed true, Hushi would ponder if there were ulterior motives at play. For instance, given Kaisha's current vulnerability, was Sunji attempting to leverage this opportunity to coerce her? If so, Hushi would take it upon herself to defend Kaisha and deal with Sunji accordingly. Conversely, if this were not the case, she would demand an explanation. Hushi's earlier actions were partly driven by a desire to toy with Kaisha, but also to ascertain whether Kaisha was genuine or merely a facade, as some things are indeed replicable. After careful contemplation, I found that Sunji might indeed be suited for the role of King of Angels, as many races in the fourth parallel universe traditionally appoint males to such positions. Of course, if you wish to remain as King of Angels, I would allow you to do so, Kaisha explained to Hushi. Were you threatened by him? Such reasoning from Kaisha was difficult for Hushi to accept, as it seemed rather flimsy. Just because many races in the fourth parallel universe appoint males does not justify Sunji's assent. Kaisha had not originally presented her case in this manner. When Kaisha led the rebel forces, she was spirited and hardly regarded men as equals. What has changed now? Are you jesting? Kaisha shot Hushi an incredulous glance. Does anyone exist in this world who could threaten her? Is this how you speak to your elder sister? Such behavior is prohibited henceforth. Do you understand? Hushi held Kaisha firmly, even pointing a finger at her, which was comically the same size as Kaisha's head. Kaisha noted another entry in her ledger. Very well. If this is your intention, I cannot object. I shall never remain as King of Angels, not in this lifetime. My existence will be a mere wanderer throughout the cosmos. After placing Kaisha down, Hushi expressed her thoughts. Becoming King of Angels is beyond her. Jixin and Tiangeleng felt a sense of unease, especially Jixin, who was disheartened by the thought of her queen pursuing a higher realm with Sunji. Now, before being struck down by the spirit of the universe, the queen must confront Sunji. So what led her to entangle herself with him? Was their previous interaction merely a jest? Has she transformed into the very image that Sunji desires? If not, why would Kaisha behave in such a manner? The more Jixin pondered, the more troubled she became. My queen, how have you changed so? Yin expressed her concern. As she was not present, she was unaware of the specifics. Upon hearing Yin's inquiry, Hushi became slightly intrigued. Indeed, how has Kaisha come to be in this state? Kaisha sighed and, without concealing anything, shared her situation with the angels, though some details remained undisclosed, as revealing them would compromise her dignity. This is intriguing. Given the chance, I would like to explore this further. Kaisha's statement piqued Hushi's interest. Such a wondrous place must be why Kaisha is reluctant to return. She too wished to experience it. Go away. Leave me be, Kaisha retorted. Hushi assumed a posture of authority, indicating that she was now the elder sister. Naturally, Kaisha did not wish to be bullied by Hushi. Looking around, she could only seek refuge with Sunji. Do not misconstrue this. It is not due to any connection between Kaisha and Sunji, but rather that only near him could Kaisha find solace. Approaching others, like Yin, would not be wise. If she were to do so, she would lose her regal stature in Yin's eyes. As for Jixin, she has already adopted Sunji's preferred persona. Furthermore, even if Kaisha were to seek refuge with either of these two, Hushi would still be a threat, making it prudent to find sanctuary with Sunji. As anticipated, Once Kaisha perched upon Sunji's shoulder as she relented. She cast Kaisha a meaningful glance. Just as Kaisha was about to taunt Hashi, she noticed Hashi's significant gaze and Sunji's ambiguous smile. Kaisha realized that she had lost something important. Yet, there was no turning back. She could only continue to err. Hashi could not fathom that the exalted Kaisha would form such a close bond with a human. It was notable that Kaisha had been plucked from Sunji's pocket at their first encounter. Kaisha appeared unperturbed. How could she endure such a situation? Is it not peculiar? Hashi understood that among the angels, Jixin and Tiangelong were both wives of Sunji. What did Kaisha's actions imply? Had she become the very thing she despised? Hashi could not comprehend, truly could not understand. She also wondered what could possibly attract Sunji. Alas, she could not concern herself with this. Hashi informed Kaisha that she would descend for now, allowing them to converse at their leisure. Kaisha knew that Hashi truly wished to contemplate matters. For the events of the day had left more than just Hashi feeling bewildered. Until Sunji was crowned, Hashi was unlikely to depart. Jixin relay this information and clear out any outdated news. While Sunji may be the next king of angels, Kaisha still holds the title of queen, as she has not yet abdicated. She summoned her remaining authority to address Jixin and Tiangelong. Both of them, being close to Sunji, could be commanded by her, regardless of her current status. Jixin and Tiangelong complied and departed. Yin, do you harbor any resentment for not becoming king of angels? After dispatching Jixin and Tiangelong, Kaisha inquired seriously of Yin. She wondered if Yin's mood remained untroubled. Yan's current state of mind could be described as utterly placid, for she harbors little interest in the Angel King. Queen, I harbor no grievances. Indeed, I am not interested in the Angel King, Yin replied candidly. Kaisha let out a sigh, her heart a tumult of emotions, perhaps a medley of sentiments. Your Majesty, what I wish to inquire is, should he ascend to the throne as the Angel King, what then shall I do? Yin posed a question that weighed heavily on her mind. If Xuanji were to become the Angel King, Kaisha would no longer hold the title of queen. Thus, what would become of her role as the queen's guard? Should she serve as a guard for Xuanji? What do you think? Kaisha inquired about Yan's thoughts. Due to the implications of Xian and the coldness of the angels, Kaisha felt a twinge of guilt towards Yin and thus sought to make amends. I do not know, Yin replied, somewhat bewildered. The situation had unfolded too rapidly. First, Kaisha had been cold. Then she was nominated as the Angel King, and shortly thereafter, Kaisha resurrected. Theoretically, Kaisha should continue as the Angel King, yet she had instead nominated Xuanji. The rapid twists left Yin in a state of confusion. You should go rest for now. Once this matter concludes, we shall discuss it thoroughly, Kaisha suggested, uncertain of how to proceed. Very well, I shall talk with you later. Yin acquiesced, retreating to attend to her own affairs, leaving Kaisha alone with Xuanji. I shall act independently. You may amuse yourself, Kaisha announced as she flapped her little wings, preparing to take flight. Oh, weren't you supposed to keep an eye on me for 24 hours? Are you not concerned I might cause mischief among your little angels in your absence? Xuanji teased, unable to resist the charm of Kaisha. Kaisha blanched at his words. You scoundrel. But he does have a point. What if I'm not around and he bullies the little angels? Chapter 171. The well-intentioned Hua Yi. Oh, how bothersome. Kaisha lamented. Yet, if she were to accompany the rogue Xuanji, she feared she might be bullied herself. Forget it, I shall leave. Kaisha longed for freedom and thus took flight, confident in the safety of the Angel Nebula. Little did she realize, after her departure, Xuanji began his warm-up exercises. As he anticipated battles ahead upon becoming the Angel King, particularly with that old rogue, Hua Yi. Apologies, but the little angels here belong to him. In the future, Xuanji would be the sole male in the Angel Nebula, the one and only king. Hua Yi should remain as far away as possible. Xuanji would continue the legacy of the Angel Nebula, ensuring that its descendants would consist solely of females. Ha ha ha! The rare freedom felt refreshing for Kaisha, allowing her to recline upon the leaves without a care. Suddenly, she mused, perhaps being smaller had its advantages? Kaisha startled herself with this thought. The entire Angel Nebula was engulfed in shock upon hearing the news that Queen Kaisha had not perished. This left the curious little angels bewildered, questioning whether she had truly died or not. Naturally, they hoped for her survival, yet this sudden twist left them in doubt. Just as they grappled with their uncertainty, a greater crisis emerged. Hua Yi has returned. Run. Kaisa was abruptly roused from her slumber by a clamor. Huaye? She vaguely heard the name. There was no mistaking that individual. Children, do not harm these lovely maidens. Have you understood? We are gentle with the fair, she cautioned. Just as Kaisa contemplated her hearing, a voice echoed, as shameless as ever. This time, Kaisa was certain she had not misheard. Huaye had indeed arrived. That despicable scoundrel had not changed in all these years. Instinctively, Kaisa soared towards him. If he had come, then today would be the day she would eliminate him and eradicate future threats. Kaisa, Huaye, reveling in his antics with the little angels, suddenly sensed a presence approaching. At first, he did not recognize it, believing it to be merely a fleeting glimpse. After all, anything that approached him was likely formidable, perhaps even a high-ranking angel warrior. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the tiny figure and recognized her. This revelation sent Huaye into a panic. What? I thought Kaisa was gone. Why is she still here? This makes no sense. Had he known Kaisa was alive, he would not have returned so brazenly. Kaisa, how insidious you are. Huaye exclaimed. In his view, Kaisa had likely used her supposed demise to lure him back. A most treacherous ploy. Kaisa, what is happening? How am I insidious? Having fallen into his trap, she decided to see just how formidable he had become. Huaye, acknowledging his earlier folly, drew his sword, eager to spar with Kaisa. Kaisa had initially planned to retort, "You seek death," but suddenly recalled her current predicament. Panic surged within her. She could not possibly match Huaye's strength now. Huaye, if you kneel and apologize, I might consider sparing you. After contemplating, Kaisa resolved to maintain her facade as her former self, hoping to intimidate Huaye. She did not need to frighten him away. She merely needed to buy time, drawing she and the other fellow into the fray. Surely, it would not take long. Less chatter. Kaisa, draw your sword. Huaye was not inclined to kneel before Kaisa, except perhaps in a more intimate setting. He yearned to engage Kaisa in a contest. Over the years, his skills had improved, and he felt emboldened. What if, unbeknownst to him, he had surpassed Kaisa? That would indeed be remarkable. Very well, you have successfully provoked my ire. Kaisa feigned anger. Huaye had to admit that Kaisa was quite adorable at that moment. However, he anticipated that she would soon transform and reveal her true terror. Yet, to his astonishment, Kaisa ran away. Indeed, Kaisa fled. She felt shameful for escaping, particularly before that rogue Huaye. Yet, there was no other choice. She could not withstand even a single strike from him. Huaye remained in a daze for a while before he finally came to his senses, bursting into hearty laughter. So it was, children, charge with me and capture Kaisa alive. Huaye thought to himself that Kaisa must have survived, but was gravely wounded, lacking any real strength. Thus, she resorted to deceiving herself with false bravado. A genuine confrontation would reveal her true nature. He realized he had unnecessarily worried. Now that he was certain, what was there to fear? They would charge forth. Huaye had a new goal. He intended to capture Kaisa as a pet. Kaisa, you cannot escape. Stop obediently, and I shall deal with you fairly. Given Kaisa's current speed, escape was impossible. Huaye would easily catch her. Yet, he maintained a calm demeanor. Yes, he wanted to play a delightful game of cat and mouse. The thought of toying with Kaisa like a mouse filled Huaye with immense pride. Meanwhile, Kaisa was truly disheartened by her situation, feeling exceedingly awkward. Fortunately, Qian arrived at that moment. Ah, the hero comes to save the damsel. One must commend Qian for his timely assistance to Huaye. Otherwise, how could Qian have had such an excellent opportunity with Kaisa? The hero saving the beauty would surely linger in Kaisa's memory. As a gesture of gratitude, Qian would ensure Huaye's departure was painless. In saying so, Huaye's life would have been worth it. After all the angels he had played with, surely he must be satisfied. As the king of angels, Qian naturally sought to avenge those angels who had met tragic fates or had been humiliated by Huaye. Kaisa jumped onto Qian shoulder, feeling reassured. Who are you? Huaye inquired, his tone somewhat unfriendly upon seeing Qian, who appeared significantly more handsome than he had in his youth. Although Huaye now seemed somewhat lecherous, he had indeed been quite handsome in his younger days. Witnessing Kaisa's closeness to another man filled Huaye with discontent. Was there something he had failed to grasp? How had Kaisa transformed in such a way? Had she been conquered by a man? Huaye felt a pang of envy and jealousy. Why was that man not himself? If it were him, how joyous and content he would be. I am a new king of angels, Huaye. Is there something you need? If not, you may leave, Qian replied. Showing no courtesy to Huaye, considering him an adversary. What? Hua Yi exclaimed, momentarily stunned. This fellow was to succeed Kaisha as the king of angels? How delightful would that be for the coming days? Surely, it would be more enjoyable than his previous reign as king of angels. After all, Kaisha had been cooperating with Qian Xuanji. Damn it, Kaisha. Who would have thought you were such a person? Hua Ye's words slipped out without restraint. He had never been one to exhibit politeness. Boy, I must see what qualifications you possess to be the king of angels. Hua Ye could no longer contain himself. He was eager to witness what special abilities Qian Xuanji had that warranted his elevation to king of angels. Qian Xuanji now possessed a fully developed, undying physique. Contemplating for a moment, he simply stood still. Hua Ye had initially thought he was merely a tool brought by Kaisha to deceive the outside world, and he felt a surge of pride. Hua Ye was destined to reclaim his former glory and rebuild his once-fallen empire. Kaisha, uncertain of Qian Xuanji's flamboyant display, wondered if he was not afraid of overstepping and exposing himself. However, she had no means to intervene and could only watch as Qian Xuanji continued to charade, hoping he possessed the strength to back it up. Dead? Hua Ye struck down with his weapon. The sword of Divine Devourer was more than capable of effortlessly annihilating even the third generation of divine angels and demons into oblivion. Seeing that not a single hair remained of Qian Xuanji, Hua Ye could not help but inquire. Not too effective, eh? Nothing happened. As expected, the outcome did not surprise Qian Xuanji. Hua Ye could not harm him, nor could anyone in the entire fourth parallel universe. Except for that cosmic spirit, of course. Qian Xuanji began to formulate a rough idea, considering that the pinnacle of the undying martial emperor scripture was to merge with the heavens and the earth. Perhaps it required a connection to the cosmic spirit, such as refining it? Qian Xuanji felt he was starting to piece things together. I shall see how long you can endure. Hua Ye remained skeptical. In his view, perhaps he had unwittingly fallen for an illusion. While it appeared he had been struck, in reality he had not. Being hit by his sword of Divine Devourer could not leave one unscathed. Kaisha had been injured. How could this pretty boy escape unscathed? Indeed, in Hua Ye's perspective, Qian Xuanji was merely a pretty boy. You are not very impressive, Hua Ye. This time, perhaps to make Hua Ye truly believe, Qian Xuanji utilized his power to protect his physical form, ensuring that this peculiar sword could not corrode him. This meant Qian Xuanji allowed Hua Ye's sword to remain embedded in him without resistance. Only then did he begin to communicate with Hua Ye. How is this possible? Hua Ye was left dumbfounded. He was 100% certain he had struck true. Yet, how was Qian Xuanji unharmed? Was his sword a fake? It shouldn't be. Kaisha found herself speechless. Qian Xuanji had indeed managed to pull off this act. However, she also felt relieved. The ease with which Qian Xuanji engaged Hua Ye in combat indirectly attested to his strength. Being the king of angels was sufficient. As time flowed, he, Ji, Xun, and other angels such as Lung and Yin also arrived. Not only these renowned angels, but some whom Qian Xuanji had never encountered made their appearance as well. This was precisely as Qian Xuanji had planned. One must sincerely thank Hua Ye for his assistance. Without it, how could he have had the chance to demonstrate his strength to these young angels? As if to enhance his performance, Qian Xuanji playfully teased Hua Ye several times, causing many young angels to gaze upon him with profound admiration. Angels revered the strong. Qian Xuanji was not only powerful, but also a force against the malevolent Hua Ye. This, without a doubt, earned him the respect of the young angels. Gradually, their resistance to Qian Xuanji as the king of angels lessened. After all, he was not that kind of person. She was equally astonished. She could scarcely believe how formidable Qian Xuanji had become. Initially, she had intended to support Kaisha against Qian Xuanji for the sake of justice. Now, it appeared the fool was actually herself. No wonder this man seemed to have an ambiguous relationship with Kaisha. It turned out he had some genuine prowess. Should I? She suddenly entertained a bold thought, but ultimately shook her head. No good. Originally, Kaisha had been focused on the battle. As the number of little angels increased, Kaisha decided to take a step back and conceal herself, lest she be seen by so many of them. She felt a twinge of shyness. However, she soon discovered that the attention of these little angels was predominantly directed towards Qian and Hua Ye. Although Kaisha, the mini angel with her back turned to them, was indeed curious, her intrigue paled in comparison to the captivating rivalry between the handsome Qian and the devilish Hua Ye. Consequently, Kaisha remained unnoticed by these little angels, which brought her a sense of relief. Yet, inadvertently, she noticed a change in the gaze of the little angels, particularly the way they looked at Qian filled with respect and admiration. This was not good news. XunjiCounter-PUA was a wolf in angelic guise, even more daunting than Huaya. A sense of panic gripped Kaisa's heart. But with so many witnesses around, what could she do? She truly felt at a loss. Initially, she had planned to spread some negative rumors about XunjiCounter-PUA before his ascension, to divert the little angel's attention. However, before she could do so, XunjiCounter-PUA had already established an impressive image through Huaya. If she were to disseminate negative information about XunjiCounter-PUA now, she risked being labeled a petty schemer. Not only would she face scorn, but would also only serve to elevate XunjiCounter-PUA's stature in the eyes of the little angels. Kaisa's composure began to unravel. Was it to be that in the future, she would have to monitor this individual 24 hours a day? How frustrating. At that moment, she was seething with anger. When the time seemed right, XunjiCounter-PUA seized Huaya's performance, capturing him as one might catch a chick. Utilizing his mastery of sealing techniques, he rendered Huaya a powerless mortal. He carelessly tossed Huaya into the crowd of little angels, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the adorable beings. Once they confirmed that Huaya was utterly defenseless, the little angels revealed their mischievous natures, kicking at Huaya with their booted feet, causing him to cry out in distress. Huaya had an affinity for feet, particularly the beautiful ones of angels, but this was not the kind of affection he had in mind. You can deal with him, XunjiCounter-PUA proclaimed generously. Though I harbor intentions of eliminating him, I fear being accused of jealousy, so I shall leave it to you. This declaration filled many of the previously reserved little angels with admiration. Indeed, this man was unlike the despicable Huaya. He was a good person. XunjiCounter-PUA instantly received numerous accolades for his benevolence. Come now, Huaya, you have fallen into my hands. Benefits will surely come your way. After the little angels had their fill of kicking, she stepped forward to speak. She regarded XunjiCounter-PUA with a few appraising glances, elevating her opinion of him. Perhaps I could engage in some in-depth discussions with XunjiCounter-PUA when time permits. However, for now, she felt her most pressing task was to deal with the detestable Huaya. They had their share of grievances. Moreover, today Huaya had dared to harm her beloved Kaisa, a crime most unforgivable. He-she, let us discuss this calmly. Upon seeing he-she, Huaya resembled a mouse encountering a cat. When Huaya was unscathed and saw he was like a cat spotting a mouse. Now, stripped of his defenses by XunjiCounter-PUA, he felt like a mouse facing a cat. He would rather endure the kicks of the little angels than be taken down by he-she. The little angels were soft and harmless, while he-she was a fierce woman capable of delivering a fatal blow. He was terrified. Unfortunately for him, neither he-she nor anyone else paid him any heed. It was evident that before long, Huaya would exist only in the memories of others, relegated to a fleeting remembrance. After all, not everyone could achieve a legacy like XunjiCounter-PUA, whose infamy would endure through the ages. For Huaya, being remembered, even for a short time, was quite an achievement. You all shall remain here with me. Upon noticing the remaining male angels, XunjiCounter-PUA was not about to let them escape. He invoked his absolute domain, directly suppressing them all. Capture them and confine them. We shall deal with them later. XunjiCounter-PUA exchanged glances with the little angels, who found no fault with his actions. They thought XunjiCounter-PUA too benevolent. Let us eliminate such scum once and for all. How detestable! Kaisa was infuriated to hear XunjiCounter-PUA refer to himself as this king and so casually command her little angels. How dare he? He wasn't even the angel king yet. Why did he presume to call himself such? After the little angels departed, Kaisa confronted XunjiCounter-PUA, demanding an explanation. He was already acting with such arrogance before becoming the angel king. What would happen once he attained that title? Such a wolfish ambition needed to be curbed. For some reason, Kaisa felt deceived, as if her actions had invited a wolf into her home. I have every right to call myself this king. After all, I am the Pope in Douluo Dalu, and I can rightfully refer to myself as such. Additionally, in the neighboring Dochi continent, I am a king as well. Is there a problem with that? XunjiCounter-PUA looked at Kaisa and chuckled. Oh, my dear, rest assured, I am more than prepared for this. XunjiCounter-PUA's explanation was barely satisfactory. Come with me, he said, not elaborating further as he prepared to return to his chamber. Before leaving, he remarked, why should I follow you? Who are you to command me? Wouldn't that make me look foolish? Kaisa replied with pride. You don't wish to regain your strength, do you? If so, then so be it. I shan't waste any more time. XunjiCounter-PUA, confident that he held Kaisa's lifeline, was unperturbed by her reluctance. How infuriating! Kaisa's bravado quickly deflated. This individual always seemed to strike at her vulnerabilities. Left with no choice, Kaisa flapped her wings and followed XunjiCounter-PUA into his room. How would XunjiCounter-PUA heal Kaisa and restore her strength? Quite simply, he had extracted innate power from the Wu Dao Tea tree. Regardless of Kaisa's original constitution, absorbing this innate power would surely lead to her restoration. After all, this was genuine innate energy. Of course, XunjiCounter-PUA would not foolishly allow Kaisa to fully recover in one fell swoop. That was out of the question. He gradually coaxed Kaisa back to her former self, restoring her powers bit by bit, making the process quite entertaining. Is that all? Kaisa was reveling in the absorption of a peculiar energy. To put it differently, she had only just begun to feel it, yet XunjiCounter-PUA, of course, was not that kind of person. Kaisa predominantly found herself pleading for mercy from XunjiCounter-PUA. That's it. Next time, when my mood improves, I shall grant you more. XunjiCounter-PUA responded with a hint of a smile. How infuriating. You promised to help me regain my strength. Kaisa immediately retorted. Indeed, but I never specified when did I? I could allow you to recover in a month, or even a year, 100 years. Recovery is still recovery, is it not? XunjiCounter-PUA shamelessly declared. Wordplay is indeed amusing. Kaisa's face flushed with anger. Earlier, when XunjiCounter-PUA had restored her abilities, allowing her to absorb that unique power, she pondered whether he had truly turned over a new leaf. However, it appeared she had overestimated him. Such a scoundrel could never be redeemed. If you behave well, and if it pleases me, I shall grant you a little more, allowing you to grow a few inches. But if I am displeased, then there will be nothing, XunjiCounter-PUA stated, observing the now significantly diminished Kaisa. It must be said that at this moment, Kaisa was the quintessential plaything, quite fitting for his purposes. The previous version was merely a tad lacking. Chapter 174, The Angel King, XunjiCounter-PUA. Kaisa charged at XunjiCounter-PUA, seeking to vent her pent-up anger, only to be effortlessly flicked away by a mere finger. Yes, it truly was just a finger. At times, women need to be cajoled. Yet, at others, they must be properly disciplined. For instance, Kaisa, having taken advantage while also playing coy, deserved a thorough reprimand. Being flicked away by XunjiCounter-PUA's finger plunged Kaisa into profound despair. As promised, XunjiCounter-PUA was crowned king 8 days later. From that moment forth, he would rarely bow his head, for doing so would cause his crown to fall. With numerous adorable, pure little angels gazing at him with admiration, XunjiCounter-PUA understood the weight of his responsibilities ahead. He felt an escalating sense of panic. Would all her efforts over countless millennia be rendered meaningless by his arrival? This scoundrel, with his high-level flattery and deception, could easily ensnare even her, let alone these innocent little angels. If XunjiCounter-PUA truly harbored such intentions, it was likely that these little angels would be devoured one by one. A malicious thought crossed Kaisa's mind. Eternal subjugation. However, upon reflection, she deemed it utterly pointless, for XunjiCounter-PUA could always regenerate. Kaisa realized that she presently had no means to counteract this rogue. Would she truly have to allow him to run rampant? She recalled a human saying, when one cannot resist, one must silently enjoy. The news of XunjiCounter-PUA's ascension to Angel King quickly spread across the myriad realms. In an instant, he became the happiest man in the fourth parallel universe, envied by countless others. Naturally, some ambitious individuals began to scheme. Hey, I shall take a trip to Earth. Kaisa can accompany me, but no one else is needed, XunjiCounter-PUA declared after spending a few days in the Angel Nebula, feeling somewhat weary. Although there were many lovely ladies, it was not feasible for him to act upon it. No, it was simply impossible for XunjiCounter-PUA to act. Coming from Earth, he was curious if this place was indeed the Earth he envisioned. While XunjiCounter-PUA, the Angel King, possessed power, she felt somewhat dubious about his reliability. Nevertheless, she said nothing and let him go. With Huai now deceased, the Angel Nebula would not encounter significant troubles in the near future. Moreover, she understood that XunjiCounter-PUA possessed a means of rapid travel. It would take no more than a day, perhaps even less, to journey from Earth to the Angel Nebula. Thus, if he wished to go, he should go. Although she was unsure of what XunjiCounter-PUA sought on Earth, she would not be leaving the Angel Nebula anytime soon. So let him enjoy himself. However, what was the situation with him taking Kaisa along? She increasingly felt that something was amiss. Cold. What exactly is going on with Kaisa? Can you enlighten me? After XunjiCounter-PUA departed, she began to secretly investigate the events that had transpired. She inquired about Qian, who merely stated that Kaisa had cultivated other paths and seemed to have reached a peak that was not tolerated by the heavenly Dao. When pressed for specifics, such as how Kaisa had transcended her limits to cultivate other paths. Xian remained tight-lipped. This left He quite perplexed, suspecting that Xian was reluctant to share such valuable information. With no alternatives, He decided to ask Angel Lung instead. Angel Lung appeared hesitant and reluctant to divulge information since it pertained to Queen Kaisa's privacy. However, feeling the pressure from He, who was a close friend of Queen Kaisa, she ultimately relented. Upon hearing the information, He was left in shock. Initially, she had merely suspected that there was something inappropriate between Kaisa and Qian Xunji. However, she could now definitively dismiss her doubts. There was indeed something going on. Kaisa, you old woman, I have finally caught you in the act. She reveled in her internal triumph. However, on a serious note, could such matters genuinely allow angels to cultivate other great paths? It was no wonder Kaisa supported Qian Xunji's rise to Angel King, for both public and private reasons. Her support was justified, but if that were the case, then what would follow? She had the unsettling feeling that she had stumbled upon something monumental. After Qian Xunji's jaunt to Earth, he ultimately found himself disappointed. It was not the Earth he had envisioned. Of course, the Super God Academy still existed, but the galactic power was nowhere in sight. It might take some time to manifest. Qian Xunji remained somewhat intrigued by the galactic power and would later engage in further discussions. Now, having mastered the three live scripture, he could leave his avatars across Earth and even other galaxies, granting him peace of mind. While Qian Xunji thrived in the Angel Nebula, others elsewhere also enjoyed their successes, albeit with a hint of envy. Beyond the Douluo continent, in another realm, the malevolent god king emerged from his seclusion, having finally shattered his limits. Not only did he surpass them, but he achieved a remarkable breakthrough, ascending through numerous levels in rapid succession. Never before had the malevolent god king felt such exhilaration. After absorbing the medicinal pills, he intended to share his joyous news with his beloved wife. He felt that his cultivation had reached a level comparable to that of the benevolent god king. However, upon exiting his retreat, he noticed an unusual expression on his wife's face. "My dear, what troubles you?" The malevolent god king, who cherished and adored his wife, quickly inquired. At that moment, he began to feel a deep sense of guilt. It seemed that his prolonged seclusion and failure to share the medicinal pills with her had left her feeling unhappy. Despite her outward silence, he realized he owed her a sincere apology and a gesture of compensation. After all, her support had been instrumental in his breakthrough. She had sacrificed so much. Seeing her husband's concerned demeanor, the benevolent god king felt increasingly guilty, believing she was not a good woman. Yet, she had no choice but to reveal the truth. "My love, I am a child." At that very moment, similar circumstances unfolded in the divine realm. Chapter 175, The Revelation of Two Women. The goddess of life possessed an acute sensitivity to the essence of life. After departing from Dalu, she resolved never to return to that place, for while it was her cradle of emergence, it was also a source of sorrow. She found herself at a loss on how to face her husband. Alas, what a dilemma! Fortunately, upon returning to the divine realm and the forest of life, her husband, the god of destruction, refrained from probing too deeply into her affairs. Thus, the goddess of life planned to conceal her situation entirely. However, she never anticipated that the seed within her would indeed sprout. Her immediate instinct was to eradicate it. Yet, she hesitated. Firstly, her inherent kindness prevented her from committing such an act. Secondly, she yearned for a child, a longing that was profound. Yet her husband lacked the capability to provide one. Now that she had this rare opportunity, how could she simply extinguish it? Ultimately, the goddess of life decided to keep the child. But how to confront the god of destruction? This posed a significant challenge for her. If the god of destruction were to learn of her pregnancy, how would he react? Would he be overjoyed? Highly unlikely. He would likely erupt in fury, especially since they had not engaged in intimacy during this period. Even if she were to make amends now, it would be too late. In the end, the goddess of life resolved to leave for a while, planning to return after the child's birth. Although the god of destruction had not expressed much concern, he harbored a lingering discontent. Little did he realize that the freedom he had granted had ultimately led to this predicament. The goddess of life had initially contemplated returning to Dalu to inform Qian, but ultimately refrained. She understood the character of Qian all too well. Revealing this matter could lead to countless unforeseen complications. Thus, she chose instead to venture to other realms, seeking a capable midwife to assist her in certain tasks. She found a princess, The goddess of life was immensely pleased and fond of her. After spending 3 months preparing, she finally returned to the divine realm. What is this situation? The god of destruction pondered as he observed the goddess of life returning empty-handed, yet cradling a girl. The goddess of life felt more anxious than ever before. Yet, for the sake of her future and her child, she resolved to endure. Destruction. I found this infant on my journey. I find her incredibly endearing, and I wish to adopt her as our daughter. What do you think? This was the result of the goddess of life's careful deliberation. Since progeny between her and the god of destruction was impossible, she could only adopt another's child to fill that role. This was not an entirely unfeasible solution. The god of destruction softened and gazed tenderly at the goddess of life. And in that moment, he felt a deep sense of guilt. He understood her desire for children, yet he was incapable of fulfilling that wish. Thus, her willingness to adopt a girl was indeed a wonderful prospect. However, he could not shake the feeling that this child bore an uncanny resemblance to the goddess of life, particularly in her eyes, which mirrored hers perfectly. Should the goddess of life claim this was her own child, he would readily believe her. Perhaps this child was destined to be connected to life, and that was why the goddess accepted her. Meanwhile, the benevolent god-king faced a similar turmoil. Upon discovering her pregnancy, she was utterly flustered. Fortunately, her husband was still in seclusion, granting her time to address the situation. Her immediate instinct was to eliminate the seed. Though her heart ached at the thought, she felt she had no other option. Yet, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to the seed's resilience or her inability to fully commit to the act, she repeatedly failed. Ultimately, when the malevolent god-king emerged from his retreat, she had yet to resolve this matter. Upon hearing his wife's revelation, the malevolent god-king was initially filled with joy. He and the benevolent god-king had longed for a child of their own. However, as time passed, the smile on his face gradually faded. During his 3-month seclusion, he had refrained from any intimacy with her, even a kiss. Where had this child come from? He looked at his wife, seeking an explanation. He wished fervently that this was merely a jest. Yet, disappointment washed over him as he heard her words. I am sorry, my love. The benevolent god-king's admission pierced the malevolent god-king's heart like 1,000 daggers, leaving him in agony, helplessness, and distress. Why? How could this happen? My dear, can you explain the situation to me? Ultimately, he suppressed his fury and forced himself to remain calm as he inquired. The benevolent god-king remained silent for a considerable time, and he did not rush her. At last, she opened up about her past encounter, revealing the truth to the malevolent god-king. Upon discovering the origins of this elixir, the malevolent deity was engulfed in profound regret. He pondered how he had been so bewitched by folly that he allowed his wife to engage in such acts. Now, much of his dissatisfaction towards the benevolent deity had dissipated, for she had revealed the extent of the threats employed by Qian Xunji against her. If she failed to comply, he would resort to slander. She truly had no choice. No. Initially, the malevolent deity had believed her words, but soon a realization dawned upon him. Something was amiss. The timing was inconsistent. If her account were accurate, his wife should have already given birth. My dear wife, speak to me truthfully, he implored, voicing his doubts. The benevolent deity recognized that her initial explanation had been exposed. With no other option, she recounted the circumstances of her acquiring the potion. How many days? Upon hearing the answer, the malevolent deity was rendered speechless, questioning if he had misheard. 3 days? The benevolent deity reiterated. For some inexplicable reason, a surge of intense emotion overwhelmed him, clouding his mind. Chapter 176. The Transformed Qian Xunji. 3 days? His wife had been subjected to such indignities for 3 days? Was she not utterly ruined? Oh no, not merely ruined, but perhaps still intact in some way? Surely, the places he had never ventured had been traversed by Qian Xunji. The malevolent deity was left in shock. Darling, he murmured, how could this happen? The benevolent deity, equally bewildered, began to harbor resentment towards Qian Xunji. I shall end his life. The malevolent deity was consumed by a burning desire for vengeance, fixated solely on eliminating Qian Xunji. Do not go, my love. You cannot defeat him. The benevolent deity urgently pulled him back. If the malevolent deity confronted Qian Xunji, would he not be slain, allowing Qian Xunji to rightfully claim her? This could not be permitted. She must not fulfill his desires. What should I do? What should I do? The malevolent deity was steeped in despair. Indeed, he realized he was no match for Qian Xunji. Let us leave this place and never return. He will not find us, the benevolent deity suggested, articulating her thoughts. Yes, I shall remain with you, my beloved. Her words brought a measure of solace to the malevolent deity. It seemed his wife was still on his side. Although this decision felt cowardly, it ensured their eternal togetherness. Thus, the malevolent deity nodded in agreement. But what a child within you? He inquired, glancing at her visibly rounded belly. Truthfully, he felt a sense of comfort. His wife could have disposed of the evidence during his seclusion, and he might have remained oblivious for a lifetime. Yet, she chose not to deceive him. This sincerity moved him deeply. The benevolent deity hesitated. She had contemplated disposal, but ultimately refrained. I do not know, she confessed, her expression fraught with conflict. This only intensified the malevolent deity's admiration. His wife was simply too kind-hearted to take a life. How could he compel her? If you are willing, let us allow the child to live, and we shall entrust it to another to raise. The malevolent deity's heart ached. He could permit this offspring to survive, but he would never allow Qian to raise his progeny. Thank you, my love. The malevolent deity's understanding brought joy to the benevolent deity, mingled with guilt. 3 months later, a baby girl was born. Gazing at the sweet infant, the benevolent deity felt a pang of remorse. How could she abandon such a precious daughter? What if she never had another? Furthermore, would Qian unleash his fury upon them? Fear gripped her. Although they were formidable, confronting that man still seemed hopeless. My love, may I keep her? She cautiously asked the malevolent deity. Dear wife, you. The malevolent deity was taken aback, unable to fathom her request. If we keep her, how shall we live together? He retorted. Every glance at the girl reminded him of Qian, provoking feelings of inadequacy. He did not wish to retain her. Please, my love, we need not reveal anything to her. Would it not be better for her to call you father? The benevolent deity pleaded. Suddenly, an image flashed in the malevolent deity's mind. Qian's daughter joyfully calling him father. This notion was both exhilarating and humiliating. Ultimately, against his better judgment, he nodded. Thank you, my dear. With his acquiescence, the benevolent deity exhaled in relief, a smile gracing her face. In contrast to the dynamic between the benevolent and malevolent deities, the relationship between the goddess of life and the lord of destruction was far more harmonious, as the latter remained blissfully unaware of the underlying tensions. Qian spent 4 months within the Angel Nebula, gradually empowering Kaisha until her restoration was nearly complete. Very well. I decree that you shall henceforth be the regent of the Angel Nebula, managing its affairs on my behalf. I take my leave. Though the Angel Nebula was pleasant, with its cherubic inhabitants, Qian was a man with ties. He could not linger indefinitely. Despite the remote and impoverished nature of Douluo continent, he found it appealing. Upon his return, he contemplated relocating its denizens to the divine realm or merging the two realms. It was time to ascend to a higher stage. Watching Qian depart, Kaisha felt a whirlwind of emotions. Having regained her strength, she found it difficult to rejoice. She had observed Qian's recent behavior. He had treated the angels of the nebula with respect and honesty, prompting her to question if she had misjudged him. Alas, this is troublesome. Although Kaisha was appointed regent, she refrained from overtly managing the nebula, instead choosing to protect it from behind the scenes. To facilitate their eventual relocation, Qian resolved to visit the divine realm directly. For him, the divine realm was relatively small, yet was still vastly superior to Douluo continent, and he would make do. Regardless, Qian's objective is now firmly set on the spirit of the cosmos. Once he extinguishes this entity, all matters will become manageable. Ah, the goddess of life is still present. Alas, I have indeed erred in the past. Since I am here, I should extend my apologies to her. After several months in the Angel Nebula under the supervision of Kaisa, Qian has genuinely undergone a transformation. Upon arriving in the divine realm, he sensed the presence of the goddess of life, which prompted memories of his previous folly. Initially, his misdeeds were incited by the wicked daughter of the Silver Dragon King, yet he later found himself reveling in the chaos. Reflecting on it now, he realizes it was indeed a grave mistake. Thus, filled with regret, Qian resolved to seek forgiveness from the goddess of life. Whether she would grant it, he chose not to ponder. Life, what troubles you? Upon entering the divine realm, the goddess of life, nestled within the ancient tree of life, suddenly shuddered. The god of destruction, standing nearby, could not help but inquire, "What is amiss? We were enjoying our time with the children. Why does your expression suddenly change? There are no extraordinary circumstances for the gods. Nothing is wrong." The goddess of life managed a strained smile. though uncertainty lingered in her heart. She could not fathom XunjiCounter-PUA's purpose. She silently prayed that he did not intend to stir trouble. Unfortunately, her prayers bore little fruit. She sensed XunjiCounter-PUA drawing nearer, and her unease grew. Is the goddess at home? I have come to pay my respects. In no time, XunjiCounter-PUA arrived before the ancient tree of life. Aware there were others within, he courteously inquired, is the goddess of life present? The god of destruction wore an equally displeased expression. Oof, that bothersome fly. Unbeknownst to him, XunjiCounter-PUA's true power was beyond his comprehension, as he remained a frog confined at the bottom of a well, unable to keep pace with the unfolding events. The goddess of life could effortlessly vanquish her husband, yet out of respect for his dignity, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. After glancing at her husband, the goddess of life finally spoke, please come in. There was no alternative. Accommodating XunjiCounter-PUA might displease her husband. However, refusing him could provoke his ire or lead to unnecessary speculation from her husband. The goddess of life dared not take such a gamble. With her husband present, XunjiCounter-PUA would likely not overstep his bounds. If necessary, she could confront him head-on. Ah, the Lord God is also here. It is an honor to meet you, Lord God. XunjiCounter-PUA expressed profound respect towards the goddess of life. His reverence extended to the god of destruction as well. Though he could easily defeat the god of destruction with a mere flick of his finger, XunjiCounter-PUA had previously professed his benevolence, and such actions were not in his character. Moreover, he had come to apologize, making it even less likely he would act arrogantly. Seeing XunjiCounter-PUA's humility, the goddess of life felt an increasing sense of dread. Could it be that he had come to mock her husband? If that were the case, it would be disastrous. The god of destruction, visibly proud, seemed to relish XunjiCounter-PUA's compliments. To this, XunjiCounter-PUA remained indifferent. After all, would a colossal elephant concern itself with the thoughts of a mere ant? He chose to view it as a compensation for unintentionally taking advantage of the goddess of life. Ah, what an adorable child. Is this your offspring, goddess? Upon entering, XunjiCounter-PUA noticed a baby carriage containing a porcelain-like infant, which astonished him. He sensed that the child bore a power akin to that of the goddess of life, suggesting this was indeed her child. As for the child's father, XunjiCounter-PUA could easily deduce it was not the god of destruction. Contemplating this, he felt a deep sense of remorse for the chaos he had wrought. This child is one I encountered serendipitously and took in, the goddess of life explained succinctly, her eyes signaling to XunjiCounter-PUA. He understood her unspoken message. The unfortunate god of destruction remained blissfully unaware. Nevertheless, it was for the best. The goddess of life would surely care for her child. I will take the child outside for some sunlight. At that moment, the god of destruction took the initiative to carry the child out, wishing to avoid contact with XunjiCounter-PUA. The goddess of life glanced at her husband, wishing to implore him not to leave, fearing for what would happen if he did. Yet, she refrained, concerned that further words might expose weaknesses in her facade. Additionally, XunjiCounter-PUA's gaze prompted her to remain silent. The god of destruction departed with the child, leaving XunjiCounter-PUA with an overwhelming sense of guilt. Targeting such an honest individual as the god of destruction evoked a profound sense of wrongdoing within him. Would he continue to bully him? XunjiCounter-PUA felt a pang of compassion. But then he inquired, is this our child? After the god of destruction's departure, XunjiCounter-PUA addressed the goddess of life. You must be overthinking. That child is merely one I found. The goddess of life knew that XunjiCounter-PUA, with his current prowess, could undoubtedly discern the truth about the child. Yet, she could not confess it. I apologize, goddess. I caused you harm, but initially, I felt there was no choice. The Silver Dragon King threatened to seek another man if I did not comply. So XunjiCounter-PUA, hypocritically sought to justify his actions. These are all just excuses. If you truly wish to, with your strength in that void vessel, how long would it take to traverse the divine realm? 10 minutes at most? Do not tell me you did not consider bringing the god of destruction along. The goddess of life ruthlessly unmasked XunjiCounter-PUA's facade of hypocrisy. Indeed, I did consider it at the time, XunjiCounter-PUA conceded, but I still chose not to act on it. Furthermore, even if that was the case initially, what about afterward? The goddess of life's frustration only intensified. Dear goddess, I have previously expressed my affection for you. I seized the opportunity when it arose, and I apologize for my insatiable desires. XunjiCounter-PUA delivered 2 resounding slaps to his own face, a meager attempt to alleviate his inner guilt. The goddess of life was momentarily at a loss for words. Goddess, please, tell me how I may make amends. I will comply with any request you have. XunjiCounter-PUA earnestly implored the goddess of life. This time, Should she grant him forgiveness, he would willingly surrender his pride. I desire nothing. Only hope that you will cease to disturb my life with the goddess of life and my child. The goddess of life replied with an air of indifference. For reasons unknown, this statement from Xunji greatly angered her. What does she take me for? Rest assured, I shall care for the child. I will soon relocate to the divine realm and tend to the little one with utmost diligence. Xunji responded earnestly. No, that cannot be. You must not come to the divine realm. Upon hearing Xunji's words, the expression of the goddess of life drastically changed. If Xunji were to enter the divine realm, it would spell disaster. After all, the child is indeed of Xunji's blood. Should the child begin to exhibit any resemblance to Xunji, it would be truly catastrophic. Chapter 178, Administering Medicine in Plain Sight. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Xunji absolutely must not remain in the divine realm for prolonged periods. In fact, he cannot even show his face there. No, she is my child. You cannot strip me of my rights as a father. Xunji asserted with unwavering firmness. He placed great importance on his lineage. However, the goddess of life appeared somewhat hesitant. Indeed, separating Xunji from the child was undeniably cruel. Yet if they were to reunite, it would bring misfortune upon herself and the Lord of Destruction. I have already made the greatest concession by permitting my child to bear your surname or his. Xunji spoke with profound sorrow. Yet what if we are discovered? The goddess of life's hesitation deepened. She was inherently indecisive. Xunji had seized upon her weakness, hence his audacity. Fear not. If we are discovered, we shall simply admit it. Being discovered would be even better. Xunji said with a smile. You are mad. What shall I do if we are found out? His words nearly left the goddess of life in a daze. This fellow is unbelievably selfish. Does he not care for her feelings at all? She had always been considerate towards him. If exposed, simply cast him aside and follow me as my consort. Do you truly believe I cannot support you? Xunji gazed at the goddess of life, speaking with fervent devotion. Be silent. I have no feelings for you. My heart belongs to him. The expression of the goddess of life grew serious. She sensed something was amiss with Xunji. His demeanor bore an aggressive undertone. At this moment, the goddess of life silently prayed for the swift return of the Lord of Destruction. No feelings for me. Is that truly so? Yet I sense you harbor feelings for me. You did not claim otherwise back then. Xunji observed the goddess of life, gradually drawing closer. Silence. That was not my true intention back then. The goddess of life hastily retorted in a fluster. Is that so? If that is the case, it seems the only way to help you comprehend your true feelings is to recreate the circumstances of our past. With this declaration, Xunji laid all his cards on the table. For reasons unknown, he felt he had undergone a tremendous transformation. This time he approached with sincere intentions. Yet, inexplicably drawn to the graceful and dignified goddess of life, he could not help himself. What are you doing? As Xunji inched closer, the goddess of life grew fearful and glared at him in anger. Xunji demonstrated his choice through action. You are insane. The goddess of life was stunned. This scoundrel had indeed come to stir trouble. How could he behave this way in his own home, especially with the Lord of Destruction still outside? Fear not. I shall remain vigilant. You need not worry. With Xunji's current prowess, he had complete control over the movements of the Lord of Destruction. No, that cannot be. The goddess of life shook her head, torn between resistance and submission. She dared not rebel too fiercely, for the stakes were exceedingly high. In contrast, Xunji had little to lose. Ultimately, the goddess of life had no choice but to yield once more. She felt a profound bitterness. Why had the Lord of Destruction departed? If he were present, such events would never transpire. The Lord of Destruction was nearby, joyfully entertaining the child. For some reason, I feel this child bears a striking resemblance to someone. As he played, the Lord of Destruction sensed something peculiar, though he could not articulate it. He did not dwell on it further. Due to his own physical condition, he longed for a child. While this child was not his own, it belonged to his beloved, the goddess of life. Ahem, it was the child she had found. This thought filled the Lord of Destruction with deep satisfaction. Odd. Why has that fellow not left after such a long time? Truly shameless. After 2 hours, the Lord of Destruction felt it was time to return home. However, he did not see Xunji departing. Using his divine senses, he confirmed that Xunji was indeed still in his home, engaging in idle chatter with his wife. This fellow truly lacks any awareness. Does he not perceive the indifference in his wife's demeanor? Does he not realize it is time to depart? The Lord of Destruction felt quite satisfied. His wife was indeed wonderful. Yes, he believed the goddess of life had grown even more beautiful and considerate lately. After a fleeting glance, he chose to disregard it. The Lord of Destruction could never have imagined that what he observed was merely a facade. The harsh truth was enough to shatter him. For at this very moment, his wife was enduring the cruel humiliation inflicted by that scoundrel XunjiCounter-PUA. Perhaps XunjiCounter-PUA had repressed his malevolent urges for far too long, and upon eruption, he could not be restrained. The unfortunate goddess of life. Had her strength not increased significantly, and had she not acclimated to XunjiCounter-PUA's demeanor, she might have already succumbed to the collapse of her divine powers. An hour later, seeing no sign of XunjiCounter-PUA's departure, the Lord of Destruction grew impatient and rose to head home. He believed his wife, the goddess of life, was simply too gentle and kind-hearted to drive away the unwelcome guest. However, he could not concern himself with such matters. He was there to expel him. What is that smell? Upon entering, the Lord of Destruction was struck by an unusual scent. His remark caused the goddess of life to shudder, silently cursing XunjiCounter-PUA countless times. Perhaps it is the scent of the medicine. I just gave the goddess some pills specifically for the child. Would you not agree, my lady? XunjiCounter-PUA smiled at the goddess of life. The goddess of life finally grasped XunjiCounter-PUA's audacity and wished she could sever him in two. Alas, her strength was insufficient. Instead of breaking him, she found herself yielding. Ultimately, the goddess of life smiled and nodded in agreement with XunjiCounter-PUA's charade. Now, her heart was heavy with guilt towards the Lord of Destruction. What has become of me? XunjiCounter-PUA, oh XunjiCounter-PUA. From the very beginning, she heeded the words of the Lord of Destruction, opting not to stir up trouble in Douluo Dalu. Otherwise, how could things have turned out this way? Regrettably, there were no fruitful outcomes. Indeed, he bestowed upon her child some medicinal gifts. The goddess of life felt an overwhelming bitterness within. It was not merely some medicines he had given. She harbored worries about whether there would be a second chance. If there were to be another, it would be a calamity. What the child truly needed should never include such things again. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Destruction's expression turned sour. In chapter 179, the contest with my beloved wife, although the Lord of Destruction was fundamentally a rough individual unacquainted with childcare, he could not afford to lose face before XunjiCounter-PUA. Moreover, he believed that such a small child did not require an abundance of nutritional supplements. Very well, I shall heed your words, O Lord. XunjiCounter-PUA had indeed granted the Lord of Destruction ample respect. He had previously bestowed upon the goddess of life numerous items, including elixirs and more, which were indeed intended for the child. After all, it was his own. Although XunjiCounter-PUA was not overly concerned, it was only natural to offer some care, was it not? However, should the Lord of Destruction be unwilling, XunjiCounter-PUA would not press the matter. With his current strength, cultivating the child later would pose no challenge. Goddess, until we meet again. Before departing, XunjiCounter-PUA respectfully bowed to the goddess of life. She could only grit her teeth, wishing never to encounter the scoundrel XunjiCounter-PUA again. Alas, why have I become this way again? Have I truly lost all self-awareness? After leaving the divine realm, XunjiCounter-PUA found himself engulfed in profound self-reproach. How could he have devolved into this state immediately after departing from the Angel Nebula? It should not have been so. He had long intended to retire from such affairs. Never again. XunjiCounter-PUA consoled himself in his heart. The next time, he would absolutely not repeat such mistakes. With this regretful mindset, XunjiCounter-PUA returned to Douluo Dalu. What did he gain from his journey to the Angel Nebula? Within Douluo Dalu, BibiDong and Qian found themselves with little to occupy their time. After XunjiCounter-PUA's return, BibiDong languidly spoke from her seat. That scoundrel XunjiCounter-PUA never included them in his endeavors. It was truly exasperating. There was nothing of great significance. He merely became a minor angel king. What could be so important? XunjiCounter-PUA simply replied, "Hee, the Angel King? I have heard that the Angel Nebula is filled entirely with female angels. Did you enjoy yourself this time?" BibiDong spoke with a smile that bore a hint of sarcasm. Now, she felt quite helpless. Not at all. I can swear to the heavens that upon my arrival at the Angel Nebula, I remained loyal to you, madam, and did not engage with any other angels. Should my words prove false, let the heavens strike me down as they did with Kaisa. XunjiCounter-PUA immediately swore an oath before his beloved wife. He had indeed kept his word. In the Angel Nebula, XunjiCounter-PUA had only the slightest entanglement with Kaisa. Yet, Kaisa was not someone with whom he had only become involved upon reaching the Angel Nebula. Their connection had existed from the outset. Thus, Kaisa was not an issue. As for the goddess of life, that was indeed a mistake on XunjiCounter-PUA's part. but it bore no relation to the Angel Nebula. Therefore, Xunji remained unfazed. BibiDong could not fathom that Xunji would go so far as to make such a solemn oath. For a moment, she felt a pang of guilt. Very well, I believe you. BibiDong reluctantly nodded. Yet, she felt a flicker of happiness. Although Xunji was rife with flaws, he maintained his principles. Donger, let us prepare to relocate to the divine realm. Dalu feels too small. Though I have my Weiyang immortal palace, I still find it inconvenient. Xunji proactively suggested to BibiDong. While she also contemplated such a move, she lightly kicked Xunji. I believe you are confused. Did the presence of so many women cause you to forget about the celestial talent competition? BibiDong's words jolted Xunji back to reality. Alas, he had indeed forgotten about that matter. It was a grave oversight. The angels had come to this place primarily for the celestial talent competition, had they not? I must remind you that news of Kaisa's demise has spread throughout all realms. Our future days may not be easy. Many may come to stir trouble. BibiDong addressed Xunji. He was well aware of this fact. Previously, the presence of Kaisa had deterred other races from causing trouble in Douluo. They perceived it as being under her protection. Now that Kaisa was gone, her subordinates had departed as well. Ambitious individuals would surely begin to make their moves. However, Xunji felt no trepidation. They are merely worthless beings. My current strength is unparalleled, and as for you, few in the myriad realms can compare. Xunji expressed his confidence. Nevertheless, as hosts, we cannot have only 1 or 2 participants in the competition. I intend to recruit a few students to cultivate over the years for direct participation. Dunger, you have no objections, do you? Xunji glanced at BibiDong, inquiring tentatively. I have no objections, as long as you are happy. BibiDong shook her head, content with the current state of affairs. How about we engage in a friendly competition? BibiDong suddenly proposed, seeking an amusing diversion. Oh, what shall we compete in? Xunji's interest was piqued by his beloved wife. Let us compare whose disciples are stronger, but you must not employ any underhanded methods, such as elixirs. You cannot secretly provide your students with advantages. Even if you do, it must be equal for all. We shall see whose disciples achieve the best results in the celestial talent competition. Do you dare to compete? BibiDong devised a bit of fun for herself. Of course, there is nothing I would shy away from. So what are the stakes? If I win, what shall you do? If I lose, what shall I do? Xunji approached BibiDong, sitting on her lap. Ah, as an old married couple, we can switch places without distinction. There is nothing to wager, so if I win, you must comply with my wishes. If I lose, I shall fulfill your desires. BibiDong stated her conditions. Although Xunji could do as he pleased with BibiDong now, he still acquiesced to his wife's terms. Very well, let us commence. After Xunji agreed, BibiDong refrained from further commentary. Dong, this is my artifact for traversing the myriad realms. The Void Vessel. I shall lend it to you for a while. I have little to occupy myself with lately, so if you wish to visit the Angel Nebula, feel free to do so. Xuanji bestowed his void ship upon BibiDong, which took her by surprise. Had Xuanji truly changed for the better? Was that not the artifact he used for his nefarious pursuits? Chapter 180. Encounter with Zhu. Well, since you have such intent, I shall borrow it for a while. BibiDong accepted the void ship, curious to experience its capabilities. After returning, Xuanji was determined to comfort his beloved wives. After spending several nights with each of them, he finally turned his attention to more serious matters. In the current Douluo continent, aside from Tang San, there were only a handful of individuals with exceptional talent. Selecting those who could excel in the Yunding Ji required meticulous consideration. Auxiliary soul masters could be disregarded for the most part. Speaking of which, there was that fellow Xiaogang. The mere thought of this so-called master reminded Xuanji of his past encounter with BibiDong. Since reclaiming her, he had not seen that useless man again. He couldn't help but wonder if there were any from Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy, currently lacking both Xiao Wu and Tang San, was left with only Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and that fellow Daimu Bai. These 3 were rather unimpressive. Oscar's auxiliary martial soul was indeed formidable, but what relevance did that have to Xuanji? He had no need for Oscar's modest assistance. As for Ma Hongjun, while his talent was decent, Xuanji found him rather average. Daimu Bai, on the other hand, was truly unremarkable. Ning Rongrong, due to her auxiliary martial soul, did not catch his interest either. Furthermore, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect had received assistance from a certain elder of the medicinal clan, significantly enhancing their strength. The sword Douluo had already surpassed the 100-level spirit power. Alas, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect was destined to be suppressed by the Spirit Hall for eternity. Whether Ning Rongrong would join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect remained uncertain. The only individual from Shrek Academy who piqued Qian Xuanji's interest was the unfortunate cow cat. He pondered whether the cat had made its way there. It should be about time. After contemplating, Qian Xuanji commanded his soul servants to investigate the matter. Presently, the entire Xing Luo Empire lay under his control. Had it just departed? That was splendid. Little cat, be a good pet for me. Soon, within half an hour, Qian Xuanji obtained the information he sought. Zhu Zhuqing had been forced to leave the Zhu family, and her whereabouts were unknown. She had only departed 3 days prior. This information was more than sufficient for Qian Xuanji. He immediately released his soul power and, through the lingering aura in Zhu Zhuqing's room, pinpointed her current location. Zhu Zhuqing had learned that her so-called fiancé had arrived in the Tiando Empire. She was determined to discover the truth about that coward. Unfortunately, her journey was fraught with obstacles. Must I truly leap into the river? Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing was being pursued by her sister, Zhu Zhiyan's henchmen. A dozen powerful soul masters left her feeling quite powerless. Upon spotting a great river, Zhu Zhuqing contemplated jumping in. As a cat, she was naturally adept at swimming. Just as she prepared to leap, Qian Xuanji descended from the skies upon a rainbow cloud. A group of sneaky individuals were bullying such a young girl. Did they not feel ashamed? Observing the small band of black-clad figures, Qian Xuanji shook his head. This is a matter concerning the Zhu family. You ought to refrain from interfering, lest you risk your lives. The leader, a level 28 soul master, confidently replied. Now, with the overall level of Douluo continent having risen, the Zhu family boasted several titled Douluos, which emboldened these black-clad figures. How could I possibly regard the mere Zhu family with any seriousness? Destroy them. Not only the Zhu family, but even the Dai family behind them were mere puppets in Qian Xuanji's eyes. He simply uttered the word destroy, and all the black-clad figures turned to ash. Qian Xuanji, a benevolent individual, spared them any suffering. Are you unharmed? His display left Zhu Zhuqing in awe. How impressive. I wonder what level of expert he is. Moreover, for some reason, he appeared extraordinarily gentle. I am fine. Thank you for rescuing me. Zhu Zhuqing regained her composure and expressed her gratitude softly. Typically, she exuded a cold demeanor, a facade she maintained for self-protection. Yet, beneath it all, she was a delicate woman yearning to be conquered and supported by a powerful man. Why were they attempting to kill you? Qian Xuanji feigned ignorance as he inquired. Zhu Zhuqing candidly shared her plight. Oh, so that is the situation. Qian Xuanji feigned enlightenment. Young lady, would you be willing to follow me in cultivation? I can impart all my skills to you. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, feeling as though she had misheard. What is it? Are you unwilling? A hint of disappointment flickered across Qian Xuanji's face. No, I am willing. She hastily nodded in agreement. How could she possibly refuse? Excellent. From now on, you shall be my first disciple. I am Qian Xuanji. He revealed his identity to Zhu Zhuqing without reservation. You are the Pope Qian Xuanji? Zhu Zhuqing was utterly astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. She never imagined that her savior would be the renowned Qian Xuanji, the greatest figure in Douluo continent, the one who had led the realm to prosperity. To think she would become his disciple. Was this not a dream? How blissful. Indeed, does it not seem so? Qian Xuanji observed Zhu Zhuqing with a gentle smile. She quickly lowered her head, shyly. No, I am merely astonished that you would take an interest in me. Zhu Zhuqing cautiously expressed her doubts. At that moment, she held no skepticism toward Qian Xuanji. After all, he was the Pope. As for her own identity, what could she possibly offer that would attract someone of his stature? Qian Xuanji reassured her that she possessed considerable worth. Presently, he found himself perplexed. However, 12-year-old Zhu Zhuqing was almost too shy to look at her own feet, contemplating her future. For someone skilled in speed, this was indeed an unfavorable situation. Qian Xuanji felt it imperative to devise a plan to assist Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 181. Dugian's Defiance. How can I not be attracted to someone as adorable and beautiful as you, endowed with such remarkable talent? You must possess confidence. Qian Xuanji encouraged Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing was indeed self-assured, yet she felt somewhat intimidated in the presence of Qian Xuanji, whose prowess far surpassed her own. From now on, you shall be my disciple, Qian Xuanji, one of the noblest individuals in Douluo Dalu. You need not feel inferior when facing anyone. Do you understand? Showcase your confidence, just as you would your figure. Qian Xuanji imparted wisdom to Zhu Zhuqing. The prior statement brought joy to Zhu Zhuqing, but the subsequent remark left her blushing crimson. Her teacher was indeed rather unorthodox. Yet, she could hardly harbor resentment. Zhuqing, you must be weary. Let us retreat to the nearby Wuhuan Hall for some rest. Qian Xuanji suggested. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, obedient to her teacher. She was indeed somewhat fatigued, both physically and mentally. Accompanying Qian Xuanji, they arrived at the branch of the Wuhuan Hall. The members there greeted Qian Xuanji and Zhu Zhuqing with utmost respect. Zhu Zhuqing was accorded a treatment befitting nobility, even having her personal grooming attended to by others, which left her feeling quite out of sorts. After refreshing herself, Zhu Zhuqing donned a set of pajamas. At the tender age of 12, her figure approached perfection. For reasons unknown, she felt a certain shyness in the presence of her male teacher. Our Zhuqing is truly beautiful. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to win her heart in the future, Qian Xuanji remarked with a smile, observing Zhu Zhuqing's appearance. Had Qian Xuanji not transformed into a refined individual, the night might have held different possibilities for Zhu Zhuqing. Teacher, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her cheeks flushing once more as her heart raced. This was the esteemed figure she admired, and he was not as austere as she had envisioned. Yet, such a teacher seemed all the more authentic. Despite her bashfulness, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of pride. After all, at her age, she had no rivals. Even those who were adults and mothers acknowledged their inability to compete with her. Qian Xuanji's words reminded Zhu Zhuqing of her fiancé, Dai Mubai, who had deserted her. What a coward, abandoning me to flee alone. Truly, he lacks the courage of a man. The more she reflected, the angrier she became. Enough, Zhuqing. Do not dwell on it. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you for intensive training. It will be arduous, as I intend for you to compete in the Tianjiao Zanbasai against formidable talents. Qian Xuanji interrupted her thoughts, addressing the serious matter at hand. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and followed the maid to rest. During her previous escape, Zhu Zhuqing had struggled to sleep, fearing she would not awaken. However, tonight, she felt a profound sense of security, dreaming that her teacher, Qian Xuanji, was watching over her. The following morning, Zhu Zhuqing rose early. After a simple breakfast, Qian Xuanji revealed his grand sword. Come, Zhuqing, let me take you soaring, he beckoned. Understanding his intent, Zhu Zhuqing eagerly positioned herself behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist before he could utter a word. Teacher, you feel so strong, she thought, her heart racing in this first encounter with a male figure. Without further ado, Qian Xuanji lifted Zhu Zhuqing into the air, heading toward the Tiando Empire, a place of significance where he intended to gather some resources. Clinging to him, Zhu Zhuqing's heart fluttered restlessly. Stealing glances at her teacher's profile, she felt a strange sensation within her. They arrived at the Sunset Forest in the Tiando Empire. Zhuqing, I have planted some celestial herbs here. They can improve your constitution and enhance your strength, Qian Xuanji explained, contemplating Zhu Zhuqing's need to achieve considerable prowess for the upcoming competition. Thank you, teacher, she replied, though she was uncertain about the nature of celestial herbs. However, the tone of Qian Xuanji indicated their extraordinary value. At that moment, her heart brimmed with joy, for this was the first time someone other than her mother had shown her genuine care. Regardless of Qian Xuanji's true nature, Zhu Zhuqing felt an unwavering willingness to follow him, even into darkness. Sometimes, it is the smallest gestures that move the heart. Upon arriving at the Binghuo Liangyi, Qian Xuanji encountered the poisoned Douluo. Now, Douluo had improved considerably, his poison largely alleviated due to his association with the seven-treasure glazed tile school, achieving level 98. Yet, before Qian Xuanji, he felt like an insect. Aware that, even at level 100, he could not contend with Qian Xuanji, Douluo respectfully bowed. Enough, Douluo. I have no ulterior motives. I merely seek a few medicinal herbs from you. I trust you have no objections? Qian Xuanji gestured for him to relax, indicating his benign intentions. Douluo could only smile ruefully, as the herbs he possessed had already been secretly reserved by a renowned alchemist from a seven-treasure glazed tile school. Although he did not recognize most of them, the alchemist's demeanor was serious. Considering his promise for his granddaughter to safely reach the rank of titled Doa, Douluo was willing to part with celestial herbs. However, in the presence of Qian Xuanji, it seemed as if he intended to acquire them for free, leaving Douluo in a quandary. Yet, what choice did he have? Reluctantly, he led Qian Xuanji and Zhu Zhuqing inside with a forced smile. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, Douluo was momentarily puzzled. Is she Qian Xuanji's daughter? Just a few steps in, they encountered a mature, young woman approaching. Grandfather, who are they? Dugu Yin inquired, regarding the poisoned Douluo with curiosity. Qian Xuanji remained silent, appearing quite dashing, yet the young girl seemed younger than herself, but radiated an air of intimidation. New book, Douluo, capturing the 10,000 years soft-bone rabbit. At the beginning, I hope for everyone's support. Recommendations and similar gestures can be directed towards the new book. Thank you. Chapter 182. The contest between two women. Yin Yin. This is Your Holiness the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple. Unaware of Zhu Zhuqing's identity, Dugu Bo could only introduce Dugu Yin Yin to Qian Xuanjia. Oh, I have met Your Holiness. Dugu Yin Yin displayed a degree of courtesy. Naturally, when faced with a figure as significant as Qian Xuanjia, Dugu Yin Yin, not being foolish, would not be impolite. It was her first encounter with such a distinguished personage, and she felt somewhat intimidated. She wondered whether this pope resembled that despicable young master of the Yao clan. That individual was truly revolting. Well, Qian Xuanjia glanced at Dugu Yin Yin and nodded. This caused a slight stir within Dugu Yin Yin. Could it be? Was she on par with that Yao foam? Old poison. Your daughter possesses a far superior talent than you. With just a bit of nurturing, she could ascend to divinity without worry. While Dugu Yin Yin had categorized Qian Xuanjia among the refined, yet morally dubious individuals, a single remark from Qian Xuanjia made her face flush. She realized she had misjudged the Pope. A person of such stature could not possibly be of that ilk. Only someone like Yao Feng could be such a wretch. Thank you for the compliment, Your Holiness. However, my daughter is currently only practicing some rudimentary toxins under my guidance. Is there any hope for her to receive instruction from the angels within Your Holiness's palace? Dugu Bo earnestly inquired of Qian Xuanjia. The Wuhuan Temple was currently in its prime, its power having expanded beyond the Douluo continent. If Dugu Yin Yin could join the Wuhuan Temple, not only could she escape Yao Feng's entanglements, but she could also secure a brilliant future. Dugu Bo contemplated how this could serve as an opportunity for Qian Xuanjia to take his daughter into the Wuhuan Temple under the pretext of borrowing herbs, even if it cost him his reputation. Oh, you wish for her to join the Wuhuan Temple? Dugu Bo's words brought a smile to Qian Xuanjia's face. If possible, that would be splendid. Dugu Bo's heart raced. If Qian Xuanjia declined, he would have no recourse. Very well, I have no objections. I will simply inquire if Dugu Yin Yin is willing. If she is not, then there is nothing to be done. After some contemplation, Qian Xuanjia acquiesced. Given his current cultivation and resources, nurturing Dugu Yin Yin would be a simple task. It would be my honor for her to join the Wuhuan Temple. Had this been a decade ago, Dugu Yin Yin would have looked down upon joining the Wuhuan Temple. After all, it merely housed a few titled Dalu. Her grandfather was also a titled Dalu and far more specialized than those in the Wuhuan Temple. Why would she wish to join? However, the situation had changed. As a majority of the elders in the Wuhuan Temple now possess levels above 100, having become formidable Do gods. The circumstances were decidedly different now. Joining the Wuhuan Temple was a significant opportunity for ascendance. Since Miss Yin Yin is also inclined to join, I have no objections. Coincidentally, I will be staying in the Tiando Empire for some time, and Yin Yin may accompany me in her cultivation. Prior to her joining the Wuhuan Temple, Qian Xuanjia would certainly show respect and courtesy to Dugu Yin Yin. However, once she became a member, Qian Xuanjia's status would allow him to address her directly. Indeed, Dugu Yin Yin humbly assumed the role of a respectful student. She glanced provocatively at Zhu Zhuqing, who felt perplexed by the sudden animosity directed towards her. Nevertheless, the proud Zhu Zhuqing resolved to view Dugu Yin Yin as her rival. In the coming period, both would be guided by their teacher, Qian Xuanjia, and she was determined not to be outdone. This was not animosity, but rather a challenge. Dugu Yin Yin recognized that Zhu Zhuqing would be her competitor in the future. Her pride motivated her to strive for excellence beyond Zhu Zhuqing's. Qian Xuanjia could see through the thoughts of these two young ladies and welcomed the competition, believing it would enhance their motivation for cultivation. Qian Xuanjia led Zhu Zhuqing and Dugu Yin Yin to the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Observing the surroundings, he was well acquainted with all the celestial herbs. He plucked 2 celestial herbs, handing one to each of them. These herbs are highly compatible with your attributes. Consume them together. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Qian Xuanjia explained further. Excellent. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Dugu Yin Yin nodded in agreement. Presently, Zhu Zhuqing's cultivation stood at level 26, while Dugu Yin Yin's reached 35. Although there was a disparity, to Qian Xuanjia, This difference was trivial. He could effortlessly amplify or diminish this gap by countless times. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Dugu Yinyan trusted Qian Xuanji's words and promptly began to consume and refine the celestial herbs in their hands. Zhu Zhuqing aimed to enhance her physique and promote her development, while Dugu Yinyan sought to evolve her constitution and increase her resistance. In a bid to demonstrate superiority over one another, Zhu Zhuqing and Dugu Yinyan fervently engaged in the refining process, each vying to be the first to complete it. Due to Dugu Yinyan's higher soul power, she held a slight advantage and ultimately succeeded, finishing the refinement approximately 5 minutes ahead of Zhu Zhuqing. This left Zhu Zhuqing feeling somewhat discontented. All right, little girls, your competitive spirits are indeed strong. It is merely a minor herb refinement, nothing significant. Zhuqing, do not take it to heart. It is natural for your progress to be slower than Yinyan's, given her superior cultivation level. At this moment, Qian Xuanjia offered some words of comfort to Zhu Zhuqing. She nodded, her spirits lifting, as the disappointment of losing to Dugu Yinyan dissipated almost instantly. Now, let us observe the changes. Qian Xuanjia inquired about their conditions, having already noted the improvements in both Zhu Zhuqing and Dugu Yinyan. Both had experienced significant boosts in their soul power. Zhu Zhuqing had increased by 5 levels, while Dugu Yinyan had gained 3. Come, Zhuqing, I will take you to prepare for your 3rd spirit ring. Qian Xuanjia spoke up, although he felt that soul ring cultivation was somewhat outdated. As he seldom utilized soul skills after reaching level 100, he had no choice but to follow the existing system of Douluo continent, allowing Zhu Zhuqing and Dugu Yinyan to continue their soul ring training. Only when both reached level 100 could they genuinely begin training in other aspects under Qian Xuanjia. Observing how his herbs had directly boosted the soul power levels of that young girl and his granddaughter, Dugu Bo felt a pang of regret. He truly was a fool, sitting atop a mountain of treasures while being clueless about their usage. Now that this treasure trove had been unearthed by others, he was filled with remorse, wishing to weep. The power of this mystical herb is formidable. For your current physiques, consuming even one is quite challenging. In due course, I shall provide you with new ones tailored to your conditions. Qian Xuanji gathered the remaining mystical herbs and exchanged brief words with Zhu Zhuqing and Dugu Yan. This revelation startled Dugu Bo, who felt relieved he had not acted impulsively. Had he given his granddaughter multiple doses, he might have inadvertently harmed her. How fortunate, indeed! Zhu Zhuqing and Dugu Yan nodded in agreement, placing their unwavering trust in Qian Xuanji's words. Qian Xuanji led Zhu Zhuqing to the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. Zhu Zhuqing's initial 2 soul rings were of speed and strength, and for her 3rd, Qian Xuanji intended to prepare one that enhanced her power. After all, speed could be achieved without the martial soul. Utilizing his spiritual perception, Qian Xuanji identified the most suitable soul beast for Zhu Zhuqing, an exquisite little white tiger, aged 2,000 years. This was perfectly fitting for her, as her constitution had already been fortified. Even a 2,000-year-old soul beast was now within her grasp. Douluo, are you present? I have come for the medicine. Just as Qian Xuanji was about to escort Zhu Zhuqing away, a boisterous voice emerged from outside the Binghuo Liang Ei. It was him, that repugnant individual. Upon hearing his voice, Dugu Yan's face contorted with disgust, for she recognized its owner all too well and harbored a strong aversion to him. Dugu Bo felt a twinge of suspicion that Yao Feng must be here to retrieve mystical herbs for the alchemist Yao Xian to concoct pills. However, Qian Xuanji had already taken all the herbs. No matter. Let him in. To be honest, Qian Xuanji had nearly forgotten about these 2 stragglers. Since he had willingly walked into the lion's den, it would be an opportune moment to resolve the matter. These pitiful creatures likely remained oblivious to the fact that their medicinal clan had become mere pawns under Qian Xuanji's command. How tragic indeed. Before Dugu Bo could utter a word, Yao Feng arrived. He had already allied with the Tiando Empire and the 7-treasure glazed tile school, gradually adapting to his newfound strength, which made him a formidable presence on Douluo continent. Presently, Yao Feng was exceedingly proud, strutting through the Tiando Empire with little regard for others, including Dugu Bo. While others feared Dugu Bo's poison, he remained unfazed. Had it not been for Dugu Bo's granddaughter's brilliance, Yao Feng would have long since disregarded the old man's authority. What brings you here? Upon entering, Yao Feng's eyes fell first on Dugu Yan, his face alight with a grin. However, upon catching sight of Zhu Zhuqing beside her, he was utterly captivated. What a stunning young lady. Truly exceptional. If such a beauty were to be his, it would be ecstasy. Yet, When Yao Feng's gaze shifted to Qian Xuanji, terror gripped him. Despite having seen Qian Xuanji only once, he could never forget the humiliation he had endured. How amusing it was to see a stray dog flaunting its bravado here. To Qian Xuanji, Yao Feng was nothing more than an insignificant insect. Although he felt envy and resentment towards Qian Xuanji's recent success, Yao Feng was infuriated by the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Qian Xuanji, especially after having been so arrogant in the Tiando Empire. Who do you think you are? Watch your words, or I shall ruin you. Qian Xuanji reprimanded Yao Feng without hesitation. Du Guyan was filled with admiration. Was this truly the Pope of the Spirit Hall? How incredibly formidable. In the past, when she had been harassed by this toad-like Yao Feng, she had wished to confront him with the same vigor as Qian Xuanji. Alas, she lacked the confidence, fearing that provoking Yao Feng would bring about tremendous trouble. Yet now, witnessing her teacher's defiance inspired Du Guyan, filling her with a sense of vindication. Zhu Zhuqing felt similarly. Few could resist admiring the strong, especially someone as charming and powerful as Qian Xuanji. What young girl could withstand such allure? Yao Feng, do not overstep. Relying on the assistance of angels to act tough. Do you still consider yourself a hero? Our medicinal clan is not to be trifled with. Yao Feng, aware of Qian Xuanji's close ties with the angels, believed he had a formidable ally, yet remained oblivious to the true extent of Qian Xuanji's power. Deep down, he was consumed by jealousy, convinced that if his clan had received the angels' favor, they would have soared high by now. Qian Xuanji was tempted to retort, sorry, but your medicinal clan truly is as soft as they come. However, he saw no reason to engage in dialogue with such a lowly figure. Instead, he merely flicked his finger, sending Yao Feng hurtling away, half his life force extinguished in the process. One more word, and I shall take your life. Depart. Qian Xuanji disdainfully commanded. The thought of killing this wretch made him apprehensive about soiling his hands. Yao Feng yearned to protest. How dare you? But faced with Qian Xuanji's scornful words and his gaze laced with lethal intent, he understood that any further defiance would endanger his life. He retreated, a cowardly dog with a limp, muttering vows of revenge within himself as he limped away. Off you go. He likely won T return. Qian Xuanji smiled at Du Guyan and Zhu Zhuqing. Thank you, teacher. Du Guyan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. While this incident may have seemed trivial to Qian Xuanji, it held profound significance for her. No need for thanks. As my student, I shall never permit anyone to bully you, Qian Xuanji declared earnestly. Of course, he refrained from mentioning that only he was allowed to discipline his students. Let it not be misconstrued. The current Qian Xuanji had long since reformed, and his discipline merely served to correct disobedience, devoid of the malice that once characterized him. Qian Xuanji's declaration of protection stirred both Zhu Zhuqing and Du Guyan, leaving them deeply touched. Let's proceed. Time to prepare for the third soul ring. Qian Xuanji gazed intently at the two young ladies before returning to serious matters. Chapter 184. Unyielding Pride Feng, what has happened to you? Upon seeing Yao Feng, bruised and battered, Yao Xian, who was in the midst of concocting pills at the seven-treasure glazed tile school, was taken aback and hurriedly inquired with concern. I was struck by Qian Sunji. I went to the Binghuo Yangyi in search of medicine, but the remedy had already been taken by Qian Sunji. Before I could utter a word, he acted with aggression. Yao Feng lamented his plight to Yao Xian. How despicable. Qian Sunji is exceedingly overbearing. The medicine was reserved by us. Not only did he seize it, but he also resorted to violence. This is sheer tyranny. Yao Feng expressed his outrage. Qian Sunji is as if he is defecating and urinating upon their heads, showing utter disdain for the Yaozu. This affront was too much for Yao Xian to bear. Yao Feng secretly felt a sense of smug satisfaction, thinking to himself that if elder Yao Xian were to avenge him, it would be splendid. Yao Xian had already reached the realm of 9-star Dou Saint in this place. Moreover, the heavenly Dao's suppression of outsiders was increasingly weakened, and the power he emitted was truly formidable. Initially, when Yao Xian was dispatched to the Douluo continent, he harbored resentment. However, now he would not leave even if asked. He intended to break through to Dou Di here. At this moment, Yao Xian was somewhat elated. Since Qian Sunji sought to cause them trouble, he was unafraid and planned to observe the extent of Qian Sunji's enhancement, as he had caught the attention of the angels. Let us go. I shall seek retribution for you. Yao Xian immediately set aside his tasks, preparing to head to the Binghuo Liangyi. They departed, seemingly not in search of medicine. Ning Fengji frowned as he watched the duo of Yao Feng and Yao Xin leave. Though Yao Feng was detestable and few liked him, Yao Xian was indeed impressive. Jian Shushu, do you wish to follow and see what transpires? Ning Fengji addressed Jian Douluo. It appeared that Yao Xian was seeking trouble with someone. Jian Douluo had already ascended to the status of sword god. In the current Douluo continent, aside from the Wuhuan temple where Sunji resided, several Do gods had emerged. For instance, on Sea God Island, multiple Do gods held dominion. Additionally, there was the sword god of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the dragon god of the Bone Douluo. Tang Xiao and Tang Yi of the Haotian school had also become divine beings. One was a martial god, while the other was a battle god. The patriarch of the blue electric tyrant dragon sect, that old dragon, had also ascended to divinity. Thus, the Douluo continent was indeed bustling with activity. Although Jian Douluo had become a deity, he still served as a guardian of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He was quite receptive to Ning Fengji's words. He promptly prepared to follow on his sword to witness the unfolding events. I want to go too. Ning Rongrong beside him could not help but chime in. She also wished to see what was happening. Nonsense. Stay here obediently. You are not permitted to go there. Ning Fengji replied sternly. He was uncertain of the circumstances that awaited them, and allowing Ning Rongrong to accompany them was not a prudent decision. Ah, Fengji, since Rongrong wishes to go, let her be. There is nothing pressing at the moment. Ning Fengji was even more indulgent towards Ning Rongrong and quickly addressed Ning Fengji. The current Wuhuan temple was detached and benefiting the continent. Jian Douluo had also set aside his grievances. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School faced no rivals. Therefore, Jian Douluo did not foresee encountering significant trouble on this outing. Having Ning Rongrong accompany him was not particularly concerning. Upon hearing Jian Douluo agree to her request, Ning Rongrong felt emboldened and made a face at her father. Alas, very well, go ahead. Do not trouble your grandfather Jian too much. Ning Fengji was quite helpless. This little girl was protected by the two guardians of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thus he, as her father, could hardly object. Let us depart, Rongrong. Jian Douluo took out his martial soul, the seven killing sword, preparing to traverse on his sword. He spoke to Ning Rongrong, who adeptly positioned herself behind him. Jian Douluo followed, closely behind Yao Xian. Yao Xian was aware of the little tail that had joined him, but did not dwell on it. They arrived at the Binghua Liangyi. Before entering, Yao Xian sensed the presence of the poisoned Douluo, Douluo. He led the way to search. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had absorbed a 2,000-year-old white tiger as her soul ring and had become a bona fide soul master. Sunji, our Yaozu has always maintained a policy of non-interference with you. Why must you so brazenly oppress us? Yao Xian confronted Sunji. At this juncture, he was unafraid of Sunji. Utilizing the resources of the Douluo continent, he had gained sufficient confidence to reach Dodi. Even if the Wuhuan temple was vast and powerful, what could they do if he fled beyond the Duki continent? Upon noticing Yao Xuan's arrival, Douluo felt quite solemn. He was no match for Yao Xian at this time. In response, Sunji merely shook his head. You are truly courting your own demise. Yao Feng, I offered you a chance to live, yet you remain ungrateful. Originally, Sunji had no intention of holding this trivial Yao Feng accountable. However, this fellow seemed intent on seeking his own end, leaving Sunji with no alternative. Gentlemen, let us pause. Matters to be discussed. Jian Douluo, having arrived in pursuit, hastily interjected upon witnessing the standoff. He wished to prevent either party from suffering harm. If Sunji remained silent and a problem arose, inciting the wrath of the Wuhuan temple would spell disaster for both the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiando Empire. Within the Wuhuan temple, he was aware of no fewer than 10 Do gods. Provoking them now was utterly unwise. Meanwhile, Yao Xian was a distinguished guest of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, having contributed significantly to both the school and the Tiando Empire. So Jian Douluo naturally wished to shield him from harm. Regrettably, even as Jian Douluo, he lacked the stature to command Sunji's respect. Before Yao Xian and Jian Douluo, Sunji swiftly obliterated Yao Feng, transforming him into a mist of blood. Feng. Witnessing Yao Feng being slain right before his eyes by Sunji, Yao Xian was consumed by fury. This was not merely an insult to him. It was an expression of disdain. Yao Xian could no longer restrain himself and charged at Sunji in anger. You are already under my dominion, and what more can you do? Sunji shook his head and waved his hand dismissively. Yao Xian was sent flying, suffering grievously, akin to the first encounter with Yao Feng. However, Yao Xian had ample medicinal supplies to recuperate. Xunji, having washed his hands of bloodshed, no longer sought to annihilate entirely. Presently, Xunji no longer needed to eradicate every threat, as he had become the sovereign of the fourth parallel universe, essentially wielding dominion over all, rendering these trifles insignificant. Even the gravest aftermath was merely a minor inconvenience for Xunji. Chapter 185. The age-old best friend Zhu Zhuqing and Qian observed Xunji's audacity and found him impressive. Yet it did not strike them as surprising. One could only say it was within expectations. The newly arrived Ning Rongrong was oblivious to this. In her perception, this Yao Xian was more formidable than her sword grandfather. Yet, he was so effortlessly dispatched by the man before her. It seemed he could be easily eliminated. Who is this man truly? One thing is certain. Yao Feng, the scoundrel, is dead, and Ning Rongrong nearly applauds in delight. You are the master of the Yao clan? Qian Xuanji's words left Yao Xian in utter shock. Earlier this year, he received a message from Yao Dan, the clan leader, indicating that the Yao clan had aligned themselves with someone, becoming the subordinate of a formidable figure. This displeased Yao Xian greatly. In his eyes, no one could compel the Yao clan to submit. He had planned to return after becoming a Douluo to rescue the clan. Yet, he never anticipated that the one enslaving the Yao clan would be none other than Qian Xuanji standing before him, who was astonishingly powerful. This realization left Yao Xian utterly dumbfounded. Begone! Qian Xuanji had no desire to engage in further conversation. With no objections remaining, Yao Xian hastily retreated, not only leaving the scene, but also intending to flee Dalu, vowing never to return. Witnessing the once proud Yao Xian now reduced to a pitiful figure, Jian Dao Qinshin found it utterly unbelievable. Naturally, Jian Dao Qinshin believed he would have remained unyielding in such a situation. Is there something you require? Qian Xuanji inquired, his demeanor remarkably calm as he regarded Jian Dao Qinshin. He recognized Jian Dao Qinshin and was aware of the little girl beside him, Ning Rongrong. Previously, Qian Xuanji had held a modicum of interest in Ning Rongrong, but now he found her to be of little significance, merely a minor support. At present, he had no need for assistance. It is nothing. We are merely passing through, Jian Dao Qinshin responded, understanding that he could not harbor any resentment towards Yao Xian. If he had even the slightest hope of defeating Qian Xuanji, he would not have acted in such a manner. Acknowledging the futility of resistance before Qian Xuanji, he recognized it would be foolish to act otherwise. Qian Xuanji acknowledged. I bid you farewell. Jian Dao Qinshin took Ning Rongrong by the hand, choosing to depart immediately. Let's go. Having resolved the matters at hand with composure, Qian Xuanji remained undisturbed. Zhu Zhuqing and Qian obediently followed in his wake. The ice-fire two-eyed dragon provided no reason for Qian Xuanji to linger. As for the treasures of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King, Qian Xuanji accepted them directly, knowing the time was not right to unveil them, as suitable candidates had yet to be found. Next, Qian Xuanji focused on instructing the two young ladies in their agility techniques. He certainly intended to impart profound insights to them. Otherwise, how could they hope to achieve breakthroughs in just a few years? At most, they would reach level 60 or 70 in soul power. What good would that do? They would likely not even survive the first round of the talent competition. Naturally, the talent competition was organized by the angels. Qian Xuanji had informed the angels of the situation. Since Kesha had recovered, revived by Qian Xuanji and, subsequently, subdued by him, it was only natural for the little angels to come to Dalu to continue their work. Qian Xuanji had conveyed this to Kesha, who was now overwhelmed. Although Qian Xuanji had performed admirably in the Angel Nebula, Kesha could not ascertain whether he was merely putting on an act, especially with rumors circulating that Kesha had perished. The Angel Nebula had not issued any clarifications, and in the following period, it was imperative for a strong presence to oversee matters. She was simply insufficient. Kesha had to be personally present. Whom should she send to Qian Xuanji? Xian and the Angel Lung would certainly return, but neither could manage the workload alone. Kesha worried that any little angel she dispatched would be subjected to Qian Xuanji's mischievous whims, ultimately leading the devil to corrupt her pure little angels. Kesha was deeply concerned about this. Such a trivial matter. I find myself somewhat interested in that area, so allow me to go. She volunteered eagerly upon learning of the situation. Oh, you're not going to indulge yourself? Kesha was somewhat taken aback. She, the lazy one, was actually stepping forward to work. Something felt amiss. Was there an ulterior motive? Sigh, I have a sense of responsibility now. After all, I've assisted you quite a bit and have gradually integrated into this, she stated earnestly. You may announce the return of the King of Revelation. I will perform my duties diligently. Kesha expressed her skepticism. I can hardly believe you. However, it seemed there was no choice but to send she. Very well. You may go, but take 20 angel warriors with you. Kesha ultimately relented with a nod. There was no other option. 2 of her powerful generals had already been spirited away by that scoundrel Qian Xuanji. Yin had little interest in Qian Xuanji, and due to Kesha's earlier decision, she chose to keep Yin by her side for training, preventing her from departing. Thus, only she could be sent. However, due to Qian Xuanji's altered identity, Kesha increased the number of little angels being dispatched. I entrust you with their care. Keep them safe. Kesha advised she. Oh, who should I watch over? Qian Xuanji? Rest assured, I won't allow him to sully your reputation. She replied with a knowing smile. Not to sully his reputation does not mean he won't wear a cap. Kesha retorted, I meant the little angels. If even one goes missing, I shall flay you alive. That scoundrel is of no concern to me. Take him if you wish. Kesha exclaimed with mock indignation. However, upon seeing the smile on she's face, Kesha realized she had been teased, causing her deep embarrassment and anger. This old rogue. Haha, you said it. I shall make good use of him. She chuckled knowingly. Kesha feigned indifference, though she truly felt otherwise. She remained perplexed as to why Qian Xuanji could assist them in their training. If she wished to go, Kesha would not stand in her way, as they had been long-time friends for thousands of years. Farewell, do not ponder over me, she declared before executing a spatial leap, departing with the angel Lung and Xun, along with the little angels who had been working in Dalu, all heading toward Dalu. Naturally, she contacted Qian Xuanji to come and meet them en route, as this would expedite their journey. Qian Xuanji, however, had neither the time nor the capability to fetch them, lacking the void ship, and thus entrusted the task to BibiDong. Chapter 186. The Reunion of Spouses. Let us go. Let's challenge the current talents in these academies. BibiDong set out to retrieve the angels, and Qian Xuanji felt at ease, for they had all become one big, happy family. Presently, Qian Xuanji's focus was entirely on instructing his students. It was impossible for him to be the sole instructor. Practical combat experience was essential. After some contemplation, Qian Xuanji prepared to take his 2 disciples to challenge the talents of other academies. Understood, teacher. Regarding Qian Xuanji's decision, Zhu Zhuqing and Duguyan were both immensely excited. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with determination and confidence. They believed themselves to be the most exceptional. Yan, are there any prominent schools or formidable geniuses in Tiando Imperial City? Qian Xuanji inquired of Duguyan. In Tiando Imperial City, Qian Xuanji was only aware of the Huangdo Academy. Beyond that, he was utterly ignorant of any other distinguished academies. As circumstances had shifted, he was uncertain if there were other notable institutions in Tiando Imperial City. Teacher, the most renowned academies in Tiando Imperial City are indeed the Huangdo Academy and the Lanba Academy, Duguyan elucidated, possessing a more profound understanding of the city. Lanba Academy. Qian Xuanji expressed surprise. That must be the academy of Lu Erlong, right? But I didn't arrange for Lu Erlong and you Xiaogang to be together this time. Has Lu Erlong established an academy? Was this a predestined occurrence? Indeed, Lanba Academy is a relatively new institution, headed by 3 individuals, a duo of siblings who are the heirs of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, along with their sworn brother. Together, they form a golden triangle. Presently, the female, Lu Erlong, has ascended to the rank of title Douluo, and the slightly inferior Yu Xiaogang and Flender are both soul Douluo. Their martial soul fusion technique can even contend against super title Douluo, making Lanba Academy a formidable institution, rivaling Huangdo Academy, filled with numerous geniuses. Duguyan explained to Qian Xuanji. Qian Xuanji remarked, goodness, I never expected Yu Xiaogang to have progressed so much in just a few days. It's truly astonishing. It was not difficult to deduce that, owing to Qian Xuanji, Yu Xiaogang had shed the limitations of his martial soul and could now surpass the 30th level. Coupled with his modest experience in soul ring combinations, he was indeed slightly more formidable than the average individual. Ultimately, with Flender's guidance, his current cultivation was perhaps not surprising. They likely haven't had any romantic involvement. Well, I suppose I shall assist you, Xiaogang, today. After pondering, Qian Xuanji formulated a plan in his heart. Let us visit Lanba Academy first. I have developed a slight interest in this institution, he declared to Dugu Yin and Zhu Zhuqing. Huangdo Academy has no remarkable geniuses. The only potential genius might be Yu Lingling, but alas, she is merely a support type. However, in due course, Qian and Ji would ensure that Yu Lingling was recruited into the Spirit Hall for training. Such talent deserves better than to languish at Huangdo Academy. As for others, they hold no significance for Qian and Ji. Thus, he rose, intending to forego a visit to Huangdo Academy. Initially, he merely wished to stroll through the Qihua Academy and the Water Academy. Now, with Lanba Academy emerging, he felt inclined to explore it. Dugu Yin and Zhu Zhuqing had no objections. Dugu Yin even took the initiative to lead the way for Qian Ji and Zhu Zhuqing. Upon arriving at the entrance of Lanba Academy, he noted that the institution was well-constructed, bustling with students. Once inside, Zhu Zhuqing's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Qian Ji immediately noticed this change. Following Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, he observed a tall and handsome young man with blonde hair. His martial soul was a tiger. Qian Ji surmised correctly. This was none other than Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, Dai Mubai. No wonder she felt strange upon encountering him. Should they approach him? Now, Dai Mubai had reached the 30th level, and indeed, he was at level 32. After all, he was several years older than Zhu Zhuqing. Unfortunately, the Zhu Zhuqing nurtured by Qian Ji had far greater potential than Dai Mubai, and presently, she was significantly more powerful. Zhu Zhuqing contemplated before finally nodding. What do you wish to do? I shall cooperate with you, my teacher. Zhu Zhuqing had previously confided in Qian Ji about her relationship with Dai Mubai, so she felt it was perfectly normal to express her inner conflict to her teacher. At this moment, she genuinely desired Qian Ji's assistance. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai was engaged in flirtation with a female student. This infuriated Zhu Zhuqing. While she endured hardship alone in Xinglua Empire, Dai Mubai, that coward, was enjoying himself here. Such a situation would be disheartening for anyone. I wish for you to act as my boyfriend, Zhu Zhuqing murmured shyly, her head lowered. Upon uttering this, her ears flushed crimson. Dugu Yin, upon hearing this, was instantly engulfed by envy and jealousy. How could she ask the teacher to be her boyfriend? This little vixen was truly not a good person. Very well, given the special circumstances, I shall grant your request. Qian Ji chuckled, acquiescing. Zhu Zhuqing boldly intertwined her arm with his. Then, let us proceed together. At this juncture, Zhu Zhuqing grew more generous and appeared somewhat at ease. Teacher, I want to join too. Dugu Yin could no longer contain herself, extending her arm to link with Qian Ji's other side. This development displeased Zhu Zhuqing. Come on, I am here to conduct serious business, not to play around. What chaos is Dugu Yin stirring? She truly did not comprehend anything. Zhu Zhuqing had intended to clarify matters with Dugu Yin, but hesitated, wondering if her teacher might be displeased. Moreover, that Dai Mubai fellow was pursuing a pair of twins. Therefore, with her and Dugu Yin together, it might yield a better effect. Zhu Zhuqing could not possibly find another man to accompany her in this ruse, as that would be too revolting for her to bear. Hence, she could only make do with Dugu Yin. Chapter 187, The Golden Triangle. Although Zhu Zhuqing found Dugu Yin somewhat irksome, perpetually feeling she was enticing her perfect teacher, Qian Ji, she could not help but admire her serpentine figure. Together, they undoubtedly overshadowed the twin students surrounding Dai Mubai. Thus, Qian Ji was flanked by two exceptionally devoted students as they approached Dai Mubai. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing and Dugu Yin, Dai Mubai was momentarily stunned. Two strikingly beautiful girls were now at his side. Instantly, Dai Mubai felt as though he was being embraced by two charming sisters. The two younger sisters immediately felt a pang of jealousy. However, given Dai Mubai's immense wealth, they could only endure their feelings. Deep down, Dai Mubai was envious, and his envy was directed towards Qian Ji. Poor Dai Mubai was oblivious to the fact that his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, was watching him with a cold smirk on her face, which caused him to break into a cold sweat as he suddenly realized he had been caught flirting with other women. The next moment, anger surged within him. He felt utterly humiliated. You, he stammered, but guilt lingered in his heart, preventing him from confronting Zhu Zhuqing with righteous indignation. Instead, he could only suppress his fury and inquire about the reasons behind her demeanor. What do you mean? I am merely a reflection of your own actions, Zhu Zhuqing replied nonchalantly. Initially, she had felt disappointed by Dai Mubai's cowardice and his tendency to run away alone. Now, witnessing him reveling in merriment with others, her disappointment deepened, leaving her devoid of any expectations for him. You must understand that we have responsibilities, he asserted, but upon seeing the nonchalant expression on his fiancée's face, he felt a twinge of regret. Alas, there was little he could do now except hope to sway Zhu Zhuqing by referring to their shared duties. I am aware, but I do not require your assistance for that task. My man will help me. He is far superior to you, Zhu Zhuqing replied confidently, as she leaned into Qian Sunji's embrace. Her words held truth. Qian Sunji was not only her teacher, but also a man, thus transforming their relationship dynamics. Is there a problem? None at all. Moreover, given Qian Sunji's sense of responsibility, there was no way he would stand idly by. Consequently, Zhu Zhuqing felt no anxiety regarding matters from the Luo Empire. Dai Mubai felt disheartened. Sigh, after training for just 2 more years, my soul power level is still lower than his. How embarrassing. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing revealed her soul rings, 3 in total, which left Dai Mubai utterly astonished. How could my fiancé be this powerful? He thought, his frustration boiling over. If you dislike me so much, why not simply part ways instead of humiliating me? Dai Mubai longed to retaliate, but restrained himself, adhering to the principle of not striking women. This is not a humiliation. It is merely a declaration that I do not need you. You, on the other hand, should enjoy your remaining years of comfort, she stated, as she took Qian Sunji's arm and departed. Women are inherently dramatic. Zhu Zhuqing's performance left Dai Mubai, a seasoned player in the game of love, utterly unaware of any flaws in her act. Upon reflecting on the situation, Dai Mubai felt powerless. His older brother was far too formidable for him to contend with. So proud. Yet in the end, they are both just another woman under the same man. Ultimately, he concocted a justification for himself. Zhu Zhuqing appears so proud. Yet isn't she just another woman being claimed by a man? However, the thought of Zhu Zhuqing's delicate features and alluring figure being enjoyed by another man caused a pang of discomfort in his heart, filling him with envy and resentment towards Qian Sunji. My apologies, teacher. Zhuqing has overstepped. If you are angered, please feel free to punish her. After distancing herself from Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing proactively admitted her fault to Qian Sunji, feeling she had been overly audacious. Forgive me, teacher. Yin has also been mischievous. I hope you will punish Yin as you see fit, she added, casting a playful wink at Qian Sunji. Well, I too acknowledge my mistake, said Du Guyan. Do not worry. I'm not one to hold grudges over trivial matters. Now, let us go and seek the principal of this school, Qian Sunji replied, feeling an overwhelming fondness for his 2 enchanting students. After all, it was merely a small issue, and he could not be bothered to take it too seriously. Besides, with such beauty, he felt fortunate to have them as students. Teacher, the 2 little enchantresses chimed in unison, their voices filled with playful reproach, leaving Qian Sunji pondering their inner thoughts. He decided not to continue teasing them. Following the guidance of the school as faculty, Qian Sunji made his way to the principal's office. Come in. A woman's voice, firm and decisive, echoed from within upon hearing the knock at the door. As Qian Sunji entered with his companions, the principal, Lu Erlong, regarded him with confusion. Who are you? She inquired, observing Qian Sunji, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan. It seemed that Qian Sunji was not a teacher from their academy. Lu Erlong was uncertain whether Zhu Zhuqing and Du Guyan were students at her institution. After all, with nearly 10,000 students at Lanba Academy, it was impossible to remember each one. However, it appeared that these 2 were indeed students from her academy, and Qian Sunji was perhaps their guardian. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that Qian Sunji seemed familiar, as if she had encountered him somewhere before, but she could not recall where. Principal Lu, I am Qian Sunji. These are my newly accepted students, and I wish to show them the talents of your esteemed academy, so they can gauge their own abilities. I wonder if you would allow your academy's talents to meet my students? Qian Sunji articulated his purpose with clarity. At that moment, Lu Erlong suddenly recalled where she had seen Qian Sunji before, on a poster in the imperial city of Tiando. Oh, I saw you at the Wuhuan Hall branch in Tiando City. You are the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall. At this revelation, Lu Erlong found herself unable to maintain her composure. The Pope of the Wuhuan Hall was a figure of great significance, a mythic presence. If word spread that he had visited Lanba Academy, it would surely elevate the institution's status. Your Holiness, we will certainly not disappoint you. Please take a moment to rest while I make arrangements. Lu Erlong eagerly agreed to Qian Sunji's request. Chapter 188. The humble Yu Xiaogang collaborating with the Wuhuan Hall would undoubtedly be advantageous for Lanba Academy. Prior to this, The Wuhuan Academy had consistently claimed the title of the foremost academy on Douluo continent. Presently, the Wuhuan Academy was flourishing with numerous titled Daluos among its faculty, making it incomparable to other institutions. Liu Erlong was also eager to witness the talents of the Wuhuan Academy's disciples. However, she harbored some lingering curiosity regarding Du Guyan, as she was the granddaughter of the notorious Old Poison. How had she become one of Qian Xunji's students? Despite her curiosity, Liu Erlong refrained from delving further into the matter and instead directed her staff to prepare for the arrival of Daimú Bai, Yu Tianheng, and others. Once they learned that individuals from the Wuhuan Academy were present, both Yu Xiaogang and Flender could hardly contain their excitement and quickly made their way over. Your Holiness, Yu Xiaogang could hardly fathom that the visitor was, in fact, Qian Xuanji. Initially, he intended to address Qian Xuanji by his birth name out of habit. However, the instinct for self-preservation compelled him to refrain and respectfully refer to him as Pope. In those earlier days, Yu Xiaogang had been coerced by Qian Xuanji to depart from Wuhuan City, leaving behind BibiDong. At that time, he had resolutely vowed that he would one day return to the Wuhuan Temple, reclaim BibiDong, and eliminate Qian Xuanji. Since then, he had diligently pursued this ambition, rapidly enhancing his soul power. With both of his close friends achieving the rank of Soul Sage, he was filled with confidence, believing it would not be long before he attained the status of title Doa. At that juncture, with the support of the Lan Dianbawang Zong, Qi Bao Liuli Zong, and even Hao Tian Zong, he was certain that he could overthrow the tyrannical rule of the Wuhuan Temple. Yu Xiaogang learned that Qian Xuanji had garnered assistance from powerful extraterrestrial races, including the foremost race of the fourth parallel universe, angels. The strength of the Wuhuan Temple had ascended to unfathomable heights. The once mighty Hao Tianzong had been relegated to a mere pawn under Qian Xuanji's command. Naturally, this revelation left Yu Xiaogang disheartened, causing him to abandon his ambitions. As for Liu Erlong, due to the absence of Qian Xuanji, Yu Xiaogang did not pursue a romantic relationship with her. After regaining his martial spirit, he returned to the Lan Dianbawang Zone, from which he learned about Liu Erlong from Yu Luomian. Their experiences were strikingly similar, leading them to forge a deep bond as siblings, eventually co-founding the Lanba Academy. During their journeys, they also encountered Faland. This old admirer naturally harbored feelings for Liu Erlong, yet he was a coward who lacked the courage to express his affections, instead opting to quietly support and protect her from the sidelines. It is Yu Xiaogang. Qian Xuanji had long since moved on from any lingering sentiments regarding Yu Xiaogang. It was indeed impressive that Yu Xiaogang had cultivated himself to the rank of Soul Douluo in such a brief period. However, in comparison to the seemingly invincible Qian Xuanji, he appeared trivial by contrast. Xiaogang, do you know the Pope? The exchange between Yu Xiaogang and Qian Xuanji piqued Liu Erlong's curiosity. Did Yu Xiaogang truly know Qian Xuanji? They seemed to share a remarkably familiar rapport. Yu Xiaogang could not suppress a bitter smile within. Know him? It is far more than mere acquaintance. I almost became his. But alas, it is best left unsaid. Indeed, we are acquainted. Xiaogang and I have known each other for over a decade, though we have not met in years. It is quite nostalgic to reunite today. Qian Xuanji afforded Yu Xiaogang a modicum of respect, as he had come primarily for Liu Erlong. Should their relationship flourish, he would have a familial connection to Yu Xiaogang. Naturally, Qian Xuanji was exceptionally kind to his kin. Qian Xuanji's words ignited excitement in Liu Erlong. Given Yu Xiaogang's familiarity with Qian Xuanji, it stood to reason that the Lanba Academy might establish a connection with the Wuhuan Temple, potentially benefiting from its influence. Now that we have met, let us see how your prized pupil fares. After a brief conversation, Qian Xuanji wasted no time. His words instantly filled Yu Xiaogang with a fervent fighting spirit. While he might never hope to match Qian Xuanji's prowess, he firmly believed that his own students could surpass those of Qian Xuanji. Pope, this way please. Liu Erlong graciously led Qian Xuanji to the training grounds of the Lanba Academy, where many curious eyes had gathered. Those summoned, including Daimú Bai and Yu Tianheng, were already present. Upon learning that a challenger was arriving, both Daimú Bai and Yu Tianheng displayed disdain, certain that none of their contemporaries from any academy could pose a threat to them. After all, they were the illustrious dragon and tiger duo of the Lanba Academy. Known as the Sleeping Dragon and the Crouching Tiger, Daimú Bai was taken aback upon seeing the challenger. He never anticipated that it would be his fiancée. Zhu Zhuqing was equally astonished to encounter Daimú Bai. However, this unexpected meeting provided an opportunity for her to gauge Dai Mubai's true strength. Dear classmates, this is none other than the legendary Pope Qian of our Douluo continent. Today, the Pope graciously visits our Lanba Academy, and I ask everyone to extend a warm welcome. Liu Erlong excelled in this introduction, highlighting Qian esteemed status. Upon hearing these words, a wave of excitement swept through the Lanba Academy. They could hardly believe that the legendary Qian would grace them with his presence. Thunderous applause erupted, with young girls gazing dreamily at Qian, calling him Appa in hushed tones. Today, the Pope has come to our Lanba Academy to allow his two students to engage in a friendly match with our students. Please welcome these two lovely ladies. After introducing Qian, Liu Erlong proceeded to present Zhu Zhuqing and Yen. At this moment, the male students of the Lanba Academy were thoroughly captivated. There was no doubt that Zhu Zhuqing and Yen were the undisputed beauties of their academy. It turned out that Zhu Zhuqing was not just some man's fiancé, but rather one of his students. Dai Mubai's spirits lifted, relieved that his fiancé had not been claimed by another man. Dai Mubai was astonished to learn that Zhu Zhuqing had become a disciple of Pope Qian. No wonder she appeared so confident, seemingly unfazed by the pressures from the Luo Empire. If I can win Zhuqing's forgiveness, I could also gain the Pope's support. At that point, even Amir Davis would be no match for me. Dai Mubai's thoughts crystallized as he gazed at his fiancée, his heart ablaze with determination. In Chapter 189, Zhu Zhuqing confronts Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai had made up his mind. He would earn Zhu Zhuqing's forgiveness by any means necessary. He felt a measure of confidence, as he considered himself quite skilled in matters of romance. He understood that Zhu Zhuqing was a woman of tradition and self-respect, and he had devised strategies to win her over. Who will go first? Though Qian was an esteemed guest, Liu Erlong, as the host, took the initiative to ask who would challenge first. I will. Dai Mubai stepped forward eagerly. Had this been any other time, he certainly would have hesitated, allowing others to test the waters before deciding to join. After all, he could not be expected to handle every minor contender. Yet this time, the presence of Zhu Zhuqing spurred him on. Which of you two will take the lead? Liu Erlong directed her gaze towards Qian, who addressed his two students. Qian was acutely aware that Zhu Zhuqing was undoubtedly the one most eager to step forward. However, he felt compelled to ensure a fair distribution of opportunities. Thus he inquired proactively, I shall take the lead. To no one's surprise, Zhu Zhuqing was indeed keen to engage in a proper contest with Dai Mubai, eager to ascertain the extent of his prowess. She spoke up. Moreover, Yen was primarily motivated by the desire to showcase herself in front of Qian. Thus, she too voiced her intention. Observing Yen's attempt to interject, Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of discomfort. After all, this occasion was not merely a representation of her teacher in a battle against Lanba Academy. It was also a personal endeavor. Yen, having just shared in the humiliation of Dai Mubai with her, should clearly understand the underlying animosity between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai. She must be acting with ulterior motives, Zhu Zhuqing thought. However, on another note, Dai Mubai likely realized that Qian was her mentor, and he must have discerned that her previous actions were merely a performance to deceive him. It was of little consequence. Knowing this would not entangle their fates any further. Yen, in truth, was not insincere. She had not contemplated the matter deeply and merely sought to display her abilities before Qian. Yen, let Zhuqing take the stage this time. At this juncture, Qian naturally sided with Zhu Zhuqing. His words deeply moved her. As her teacher, he was exceedingly considerate and perceptive. Alas, how wonderful it would be if he were not her teacher. With no alternative, Qian's declaration left Yen with no choice but to softly acquiesce. Oh, to some extent, Yen felt a twinge of disappointment. Qian, understanding the situation, knew that failing to support Zhu Zhuqing at this moment would only exacerbate her despondency. As a gesture of consolation, he gently patted Yen on the head, which brought her some solace. Zhuqing, come forth. Dai Mubai spoke elegantly to Zhu Zhuqing, making a particularly gallant gesture. Witnessing the Prince Charming, whom many young women adored, treat Zhu Zhuqing with such courtesy incited anger among some of his fervent admirers, who internally berated her as a little enchantress. Meanwhile, the young men were shattered to discover that their aloof goddess, Zhu Zhuqing, appeared to be quite familiar with Dai Mubai. The implications of their closeness left them heartbroken, realizing their goddess had already captured another's affections. I do not require your concession. Otherwise, you will suffer a humiliating defeat. Strike, Zhu Zhuqing stated with an impassive expression. Presently, her smiles were reserved solely for Qian Xuanji. Dai Mubai could not help but feel that Zhu Zhuqing's words were indeed rather cutting. His initial reaction was one of indignation. This woman was exceedingly audacious. However, for the sake of his grand design, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, Zhu Qing. In that case, you must be cautious. At this moment, Dai Mubai ceased to be polite, fully aware that in the face of such a proud woman, particularly after her declaration, any further hesitation would only invite disdain. Now, Dai Mubai's sole objective was to demonstrate his true strength and decisively conquer Zhu Zhuqing. Regrettably, he was destined to underestimate her. Zhu Zhuqing had been meticulously trained by Qian Xuanji, and, although she currently possessed only 30 levels of soul power, 2 levels below Dai Mubai, she boasted 3 soul bones exceeding 70,000 years of age, including those from her legs and right arm. Coupled with her mastery of Qian Xuanji's techniques, Zhu Zhuqing's speed had surged to more than tenfold compared to her initial capabilities, and her strength had also seen significant enhancement. Zhu Zhuqing's swiftness rendered it nearly impossible for Dai Mubai to even lay a finger on her. In fact, merely catching a glimpse of her figure had become exceedingly challenging for him. How is this possible? Dai Mubai was left dumbfounded. He could not fathom that Zhu Zhuqing's speed could exceed his own capacity to respond. With such velocity, he realized he was utterly incapable of contending with her. At this point, he found himself in peril. Dai Mubai silently prayed that Zhu Zhuqing's rapid movements would deplete her soul power and hoped her attack power would not be excessively high. He also wished for her to show him mercy due to their prior engagement. However, it was not only Dai Mubai who was taken aback. Liu Erlong, Flandra, and everyone present were equally astonished, particularly Yu Xiaogang. Zhu Zhuqing's speed was unfathomable. Even with a speed-oriented martial spirit, it was astonishingly accelerated. Even if all 3 of her soul rings enhanced her speed, it was hard to believe she could achieve such velocity. This indicated that with her agility alone, Zhu Zhuqing could hold her own against a soul Douluo. It was truly terrifying. In that moment, Yu Xiaogang genuinely recognized the vast chasm between himself and Qian Xuanji, plunging him into utter despair. As a teacher, Yu Xiaogang felt hopeless, while Dai Mubai, as a student, also found himself engulfed in despair. He had anticipated that Zhu Zhuqing would show restraint, yet she delivered a decisive kick to his waist, leaving him feeling as though his spine might shatter. More alarmingly, he sensed a pain in his lower back that led him to worry about the impact on his prized combat prowess. In a mere exchange, Dai Mubai found himself rendered incapable of fighting back. This was truly disheartening. As he lay on the ground, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and descended from the stage. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was overwhelmed with excitement. She could scarcely believe her current level of power was so formidable. Chapter 190. The confrontation of 2 couples, the venue fell silent. No one underestimated Qian Xuanji's pupil. Although Zhu Zhuqing was technically a few levels below Dai Mubai, no one doubted that this would be a spectacular clash. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the highly anticipated Dai Mubai would be swiftly defeated, taken down by someone with lesser soul power. It could be somewhat understandable if an auxiliary soul master succumbed to a combat soul master, but Dai Mubai was not an auxiliary soul master. This was utterly perplexing. Ultimately, the conclusion was clear. It was not that Dai Mubai was weak, but rather that Zhu Zhuqing was overwhelmingly powerful, operating on an entirely different level. Zhu Zhuqing returned to Qian Xuanji's side, standing obediently. Defeating Dai Mubai was a trivial matter for her, especially considering that in the Sunset Forest, she had already bested numerous terrifying 10,000-year soul beasts, including those surpassing 30,000 years. Taking down Dai Mubai was not overly challenging. Now, Dai Mubai felt utterly defeated, unable to comprehend how he could have ended up in such a predicament. This was simply inconceivable. Unfortunately, such is the reality. He finds himself utterly powerless. Dai Mubai is acutely aware that he has lost, completely and irrevocably. The glimmer of hope in his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing has been extinguished. After all, not only has he disappointed Zhu Zhuqing, but he has also been reduced to such a woeful state. Is there any chance left? Cough, Zhuqing. How could you be like this? Observing Liu Erlong and others, who were still in a daze, Qian Sunji feigned reproach. This instantaneously silenced them, leaving them to wonder if he had come merely to stir trouble. He had intended to engage in amicable dialogue with them. Zhu Zhuqing playfully stuck her tongue out at Qian Sunji, choosing not to respond. She understood that her teacher was merely jesting and would never genuinely reproach her. Though their acquaintance has been brief, Zhu Zhuqing perceives her teacher as gentle, understanding, and humorous. How could he possibly be angry with her? Lu Erlong began to genuinely suspect that Qian Sunji was up to no good. However, even if Qian Sunji were indeed causing mischief, there was little Lu Erlong could do but wear a forced smile and accompany Qian Sunji's antics. Yu Xiaogang harbored similar suspicions, pondering if this fellow was simply seeking to create trouble for him. This man, truly small-minded, he had already forgotten the past. Why must Qian Sunji cling to it? Cough, Daimu Bai. Focus on your training and do not be disheartened. At this moment, Lu Erlong could only offer some simple words of comfort to Daimu Bai. He hoped that Daimu Bai would not let today's match discourage him and ruin his future. Lu Erlong felt a twinge of concern, but could only place his hopes in Daimu Bai's resilience. Of course, he could only pray that Yu Xiaogang would come down and provide proper consolation to Daimu Bai. However, one must also consider that witnessing his disciple suffer so greatly must weigh heavily on Yu Xiaogang's heart. Daimu Bai descended in a state of despair. Cough next. Who will challenge Miss Du Guyan? In the first match, Daimu Bai suffered a crushing defeat, leaving their Lanba Academy in disgrace. Now, Lu Erlong could only hope that in the upcoming second match, their academy would not continue down this unfortunate path. Naturally, he also hoped that Qian Sunji was genuinely here for earnest sparring and not to incite chaos. Defeating Qian Sunji seemed unrealistic to Lu Erlong. It was evident that Du Guyan was superior to Zhu Zhuqing. Moreover, their strongest member, Yu Tianheng, was only marginally more powerful than Daimu Bai. How could he possibly stand a chance against Du Guyan? He might even fare worse than Daimu Bai. Yu Tianheng had also noticed this. He glanced at his uncle, Yu Xiaogang. Initially, Yu Tianheng looked down upon his seemingly inept uncle. However, now that Yu Xiaogang had restored his cultivation and ranked among the top 5 experts of the Lan Dianba Wang zone, Yu Tianheng found his guidance beneficial for a low-level soul master like himself. Though he did not wish to see his nephew embarrassed, he realized that refusing to participate would only lead to greater humiliation. Thus, Yu Xiaogang sighed, understanding his uncle's meaning. Yu Tianheng took the initiative to step onto the stage. I, Yu Tianheng of Lanba Academy, humbly request your guidance. Although he had a good inkling of the outcome, Yu Tianheng maintained a confident and composed demeanor. Qian Sunji found this utterly amusing. Due to Qian Sunji's influence, Daimu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing could no longer remain a team. Instead, Zhu Zhuqing had taken it upon herself to deal with Daimu Bai. However, he never anticipated that the duo of Du Guyan and Yu Tianheng would become adversaries. It appeared that Yu Tianheng was destined to be thoroughly defeated by Du Guyan. How hilarious! This time, Qian Sunji patted Du Guyan on the shoulder. At once, she understood the unspoken message, to go easy. She comprehended. Even without Qian Sunji's suggestion, Du Guyan would have held back. Although she was uncertain why Zhu Zhuqing had been so harsh, Du Guyan was astute in matters of human relations. Without explicit instructions from Qian Sunji, they were here for genuine sparring and should not engage too forcefully. Du Guyan, please, I request your guidance. Her etiquette was impeccable as she bowed respectfully to Yu Tianheng. For some reason, upon seeing Du Guyan, Yu Tianheng felt a sense of déjà vu, as if this girl was meant to be connected to him. My lord, I shall now make my move. Noticing Yu Tianheng's momentary distraction, Du Guyan furrowed her brow and reminded him. Please. Yu Tianheng quickly returned to his senses and gestured for her to proceed. This time, after exchanging nearly 10 blows, Du Guyan unleashed her martial spirit, decisively defeating Yu Tianheng. Enhanced by Qian Sunji, her Bailin Shi martial spirit had evolved into the Bailin Shi Huang even before reaching the rank of Soul Sage. Proving far more fearsome than the still immature Yu Tianheng's Lan Dianba, Wang Long Yu Tianheng accepted his defeat with grace. Very well, let's conclude our sparring here. Your academy boasts numerous talents. Across the entire continent, the caliber of your students ranks among the top 3. As Du Guyan triumphantly returned to Qian Sunji's side. Eager for praise, Qian Sunji affectionately ruffled her hair. He then stepped forward to address the gathering. Director Lu, if agreeable, the faculty and students of your esteemed academy are welcome to visit our Martial Soul Academy for communication and collaboration, fostering future partnerships. Theoretically, Qian Sunji had achieved a commendable level of self-control. Nevertheless, for the advancement of Douluo Dalu, he was willing to make a personal sacrifice. Chapter 191. I want Lu Erlong excellent. Lu Erlong had been eagerly awaiting Qian Xunji's words. What choice did he have? The Martial Soul Academy was simply too formidable. Should Xiaogang and several other Soul Douluo teachers engage in exchanges at the Martial Soul Academy, they might very well become titled Douluo. How could Lu Erlong not be elated? Xiaogang and the others had nothing to counter that. Although communication with Qian Xunji was not particularly smooth, for the sake of their futures, Xiaogang had already yielded once to Qian Xunji. Now, seeking his assistance again had become far less daunting. With one submission comes another. This is a common occurrence. The students of Lanba Academy reluctantly dispersed. Qian Xunji sought out Xiaogang for a private conversation. May I inquire why the Pope seeks me? Xiaogang addressed Qian Xunji with feigned reverence. Now, he had severed ties with BibiDong. What could Qian Xunji possibly want from him? Was there anything left of value to him? Xiaogang, how fares your martial spirit? Qian Xunji inquired with genuine concern. Although his assistance had facilitated some evolution in Xiaogang's martial spirit, its potential remained limited. Upon reaching his current realm, Xiaogang realized that due to the inherent potential of his martial soul, achieving the rank of titled Douluo would be an exceedingly arduous task. As for the Holy Emperor, my martial soul is, fortunately, acceptable, Xiaogang replied with a hint of self-consolation. At the time he received assistance from Qian Xunji and the Xian Chao, Xiaogang was still quite young, not the 50 or 60 years old as depicted in the original narrative. Thus, it can be said that he still possessed potential. Xiaogang, I now understand that your martial soul's transformation is not for the worse, but rather a metamorphosis towards the better. If all goes as anticipated, it should evolve into a divine martial soul, the radiant holy dragon. However, your soul power and physical condition are too inadequate to bear the immense power of the radiant holy dragon, which is why it has manifested as the San Pao. Qian Xunji began to persuade Xiaogang. Indeed, there was no fault in Qian Xunji's assertion. Upon hearing this, Xiaogan's breath quickened. He had never doubted the prowess of his martial soul, yet he was unaware of how to unlock its true potential. Qian Xunji's words effortlessly instilled belief in him. Xiaogang, do you wish to awaken the radiant holy dragon martial soul? Qian Xunji inquired, his words laden with intention. Xiaogang was acutely aware that Qian Xunji had ulterior motives. Nonetheless, for the sake of his martial soul's awakening and his future, he felt compelled to leap into the unknown. Did he wish to awaken the radiant holy dragon martial soul? Was that even a question? Of course, he yearned for it. Awakening such a formidable martial soul would allow him to effortlessly surpass the title Dalu rank. Perhaps even contend with the god of battle. Yet, he was oblivious to what sacrifices he must make. Xiaogang, I find Dean Lu to be quite and she seems to be unmarried. What do you think about a pairing between myself and Dean Lu Erlong? Seizing the moment, Qian Xunji proposed his request. Noticing the flicker of interest in Xiaogang's demeanor, Xiaogang was left utterly speechless. He never imagined that Qian Xunji would entertain such an idea. After all, she was his sister, albeit a half-sister. How could he ever consider such a thing? Moreover, he was aware that his good friend Flender also harbored feelings for Lu Erlong. There was no way Xiaogang could entertain such thoughts. Forget it, forget it. It seems I have troubled you too much. We shall speak of this no longer, Qian Xunji remarked, feigning understanding upon seeing Xiaogang's reluctance. This left Xiaogang in a tumult of emotions. He felt that if he let this opportunity slip away, he might regret it for a lifetime. Although Flender had feelings for Erlong, she only regarded him as an elder brother with no romantic inclinations. With her strong-willed nature, it was unlikely anyone could truly capture her heart. As Qian Xunji took a few steps away, Xiaogan's mind began to swirl with thoughts, concocting excuses to comfort himself. Holy Emperor, please wait a moment. Perhaps I can discuss this matter with Erlong. Ultimately, Xiaogang gathered the courage to speak. He intended to convey Qian Xunji's thoughts to Lu Erlong. If she agreed, it would be a most favorable outcome for all involved. If she declined, then, well, I leave this to you, Xiaogang. Whether I can embrace beauty rests solely in your hands. Initially, Qian Xunji's plan had been for Xiaogang to administer a subtle dose of persuasion. After all, that would be exhilarating. Having been stimulated by Yun and Medusa, Qian Xunji had also developed a taste for the thrill of manipulation. He was eager to discover what kind of allure a fiery woman like Lu Erlong possessed. Such a spirited mare could only be tamed by someone as exceptional as Qian Xunji. However, there was no need to rush. Qian Xunji was not impatient. Upon receiving Qian Xunji's agreement, Yu Xiaogang felt a wave of relief wash over him as he timidly entered Lu Erlong's office. Xiaogang, what brings you here? You seem rather disheartened. Is it because Dai Mubai and Tianheng lost to Qian Xunji's two students? Lu Erlong observed Yu Xiaojiang's hesitant demeanor with concern. Yu Xiaojiang sighed. Yes. I do not understand why the disparity is so vast. He echoed Lu Erlong's sentiments, engaging in small talk before broaching the main subject. Do not take it to heart. After all, Qian Xunji is a god of battle, entirely on a different plane than us. It is only natural for him to possess such knowledge. Lu Erlong offered words of comfort. This was indeed true, and Yu Xiaojiang continued to respond affirmatively. By the way, Erlong, what do you think of Qian Xunji? After conversing for a while, Yu Xiaojiang finally revealed his purpose. Ah, a remarkable individual. Truly exceptional, Lu Erlong replied, somewhat puzzled by Yu Xiaojiang's inquiry. Nevertheless, she candidly expressed her initial impression without giving it much thought. Qian Xunji was tall, imposing, and handsome, with a charm that was irresistible to women. His undeniable strength commanded Lu Erlong's admiration. Cough, cough. Erlong, there's a matter concerning Qian Xunji and yourself that I am unsure whether to mention. After much contemplation, Yu Xiaojiang decided to voice his thoughts. At that moment, he felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that his words might displease Lu Erlong. Me and Qian Xunji? Lu Erlong responded with curiosity. What is the connection between us? Erlong, I previously acquainted myself with Qian Xunji. My martial soul's breakthrough past the 29th level was due to his assistance. Recently, Qian Xunji expressed his fondness for you and wishes to invite you to dinner. Yu Xiaojiang revealed nervously. Huh? Lu Erlong was momentarily taken aback. Given her temperament, few men dared to express such feelings toward her. Even titled Douluos seldom believed they could win her over. Lu Erlong had assumed she would live her life alone, especially knowing her father, Yu Limyan, was a scoundrel. She had no desire to encounter another man of that ilk. Yet, she never anticipated that Qian Xunji would harbor interest in her, leaving her quite surprised. Lu Erlong was certainly aware that Qian Xunji was already married, as his wedding had caused quite a stir throughout the Douluo continent. Rumors circulated that he had taken several angelic wives, though the truth behind such claims remained uncertain. However, as the saying goes, where there is smoke, there's fire. Initially, Lu Erlong was not inclined to agree. Yet, considering Qian Xunji's formidable abilities, she could not dismiss him outright. His status as a legend within the Douluo continent added to his appeal. Erlong, what are your thoughts on this? Yu Xiaojiang asked anxiously, for his potential awakening of the radiant holy dragon martial soul depended entirely on Lu Erlong's response. Forget it. I shall personally have a thorough conversation with him. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Erlong ultimately consented. Yu Xiaojiang's heart leaped with joy. Lu Erlong's words indicated that she was gradually leaning towards Qian Xunji. All he needed to do was escort Lu Erlong to Qian Xunji's side. The rest was beyond his concern. Excellent. To avoid revealing any telltale signs, Yu Xiaojiang suppressed his excitement and simply replied succinctly. The renowned Tiandu Hotel in the imperial city of Tiandu was the designated rendezvous for Qian Xunji and Lu Erlong. As a seasoned individual, Qian Xunji naturally knew how to tease Lu Erlong. Today, Lu Erlong appeared particularly alluring, with black stockings accentuating her long, slender legs. Qian Xunji could hardly restrain himself and made his move. Lu Erlong instantly stiffened. My goodness, this is in public. If discovered, what would become of her reputation in Tiandu? Lu Erlong could hardly fathom Qian Xunji's audacity. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, a thrill coursed through her, sending ripples through her previously placid existence. She felt both nervous and frightened. Lu Erlong cast a glance at Qian Xunji, silently pleading for him to cease, but he remained unfazed. Do not worry. We will not be discovered, he assured her softly as he settled beside her. He had no intention of revealing his peculiar preferences. With his current prowess, Qian Xunji could easily ensure that no ordinary onlookers perceived anything amiss. As he drew closer to Lu Erlong, his demeanor grew bolder. Ultimately, she found herself pleading with him for mercy. Only then did Qian Xunji reluctantly withdraw his hand, now moist with perspiration, and escort Lu Erlong away. Yu Xiaojiang, being perceptive, realized the significance of the moment. Perhaps due to his experience, he cleverly decided to take his good friend, also known as Flander, away to prevent any dampening of Qian Xunji's enthusiasm, which could jeopardize his plans for a martial soul awakening. It was indeed wise of Yu Xiaojiang to lead Flander outside the city for combat training with soul beasts. Naturally, Flander regarded Yu Xiaojiang as a true companion. harboring no doubts about his intentions. He assumed Xiaogang merely sought to sharpen his skills. As he witnessed Flander enjoying the battle, Xiaogang sighed inwardly. Apologies, Flander. I did not wish for it to unfold this way, but Qian, indeed, Qian has offered far too much. It was not merely an abundance. It was an unparalleled opportunity. Xiaogang felt compelled to comply. Furthermore, he rationalized that his actions were justified since Lu Erlong had already acquiesced. With her consent, any objections would be futile. Estimating the time, Xiaogang pondered that Flander was indeed overly timid. Much like his martial soul, the owl, he lacked courage. Had Flander been bolder, he might have won Lu Erlong's affection long ago, thus preventing the current situation. What Xiaogang was unaware of was that had their relationship progressed as he envisioned, Qian might have been even more exhilarated. By the time Xiaogang and Flander returned, night had fallen. Lu Erlong appeared distinctly flushed. One could not deny that after this encounter, she seemed to have stepped into a new realm of existence. Observing the enchanting figure of his goddess, Flander's heart raced with anxiety. His goddess had grown even more stunning. Alas, he felt perpetually unworthy of her affections. Flander did not dare to dream of possessing Lu Erlong. He found contentment merely in being by her side. Ironically, it was this very mindset that allowed Qian to attain what he desired. Xiaogang, under the pretense of needing rest, sought out Qian. Flander had no objections. Lu Erlong surmised that Xiaogang likely grasped the situation. However, she had faith that he would keep the matter confidential. After all, Xiaogang was a clever individual, and they were of the same clan. Moreover, Lu Erlong's actions were, to some extent, influenced by Xiaogang's encouragement. Hence, she was entirely certain that he would not divulge her affair with Qian, particularly to Flander. Upon arriving next to Qian, Xiaogang appeared exceedingly humble, akin to a devoted hound. There was no choice. This was a pivotal moment for him to alter his martial soul state, and he could not afford to be careless. Qian merely smiled, tossing a token as if offering a bone. Xiaogang eagerly accepted it, treating it as a treasure. Consume this, and your martial soul shall awaken into the radiant holy dragon, Qian remarked succinctly. Their levels of prowess had diverged significantly. One could not merely speak of a radiant holy dragon, even if it were the divine dragon or the offspring of the dragon god. Qian could dispatch it with a single move. Chapter 193. Tianshui Academy. Thank you, Your Holiness. Thank you, Your Holiness. Xiaogang expressed with profound gratitude. He could finally rise once more. At this moment, he understood a valuable lesson. In losing something, one may gain something else. Now he felt at peace. Qian smiled and departed. In the ensuing days, Qian remained at Lamba Academy, ostensibly to offer guidance to the instructors. Given his expertise, a casual word from him could greatly benefit them. Where is Erlong? One day, Flander visited Lu Erlong's office. However, he found Qian seated in her place, with Lu Erlong absent. This puzzled him greatly. Furthermore, he felt a deep sense of displeasure at seeing Qian occupying Lu Erlong's position. To Flander, despite Qian assistance to Lamba Academy, such a lack of decorum was unacceptable. Shouldn't there be a basic level of respect? Yet, given Qian formidable strength, Flander could only suppress his frustrations and inquire about Lu Erlong's whereabouts. He intended to speak with her about this situation, ensuring she was prepared for Qian presence. Erlong, she has stepped out to attend to some matters, Qian replied, his acting skills impeccable. Although engaged in other activities, he appeared utterly unperturbed. Seeing Qian refer to his goddess so casually as Erlong only intensified Flander's discomfort. However, he refrained from voicing his discontent and politely bid farewell before leaving. Once Flander departed, Qian playfully ruffled the head of the misbehaving academy head, who was sneaking snacks. After all, who else could it be but Lu Erlong? After nearly half a month, Qian finally departed with his 2 students, embarking on a journey of sparring in distant lands. Teacher, why do you feel the need to instruct the teachers at Lanba Academy? Is it to win their favor? Du Guyan couldn't help but inquire along the way. In her view, Qian need not engage in such endeavors, for after he began mentoring those instructors, he no longer had the companionship of the world around him. Zhu Zhuqing also found herself unaccustomed to the absence of their teacher, as the days of sparring with Du Guyan alone were rather dull. Qian had a knack for sharing intriguing tales that alleviated their ennui. After all, having traveled to numerous places, he possessed an abundance of knowledge. Winning hearts? This little girl spends her days without learning properly. My intentions are purely for the future of Douluo Dalu. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the ruler of Douluo Dalu, I naturally desire to see our citizens flourish and prosper. Thus, I guide those teachers to enhance their abilities in instructing students, XunjiCounter-PUA replied, playfully flicking Yan's forehead. This little one truly seemed lost in her thoughts. Wow, teacher, you are so noble. I truly admire you. Upon hearing XunjiCounter-PUA's explanation, Yan was utterly astonished. Her perception of him elevated to new heights. Zhu Zhuqing felt similarly. They initially believed XunjiCounter-PUA to be merely at the second level, never imagining he had surpassed the fifth. Although he said little outwardly, Zhu Zhuqing silently awarded him countless accolades in her heart. As for the next destination, XunjiCounter-PUA decided to first visit Qihua Academy, as it was singular and thus more expedient to address. In contrast, Tianshui Academy, being more populous, would require additional time. Hence, he resolved to leave Tianshui Academy for last. It must be noted that this decision by XunjiCounter-PUA was indeed sagacious. Qihua Academy, with its modest Wu, was ultimately defeated with ease by Zhu Zhuqing. Yan even single-handedly annihilated the entire Qihua team, a remarkable feat of 1 against 7. This left Qihua Academy utterly humiliated, as they prided themselves on being a top-tier institution within Douluo Dalu, yet they had proven so vulnerable. The students I instruct are all preparing for the talented competition. As a local power of Douluo Dalu, Qihua Academy should rightfully have a spot in the competition. If you wish, I can select someone from your academy to instruct. The choice is yours, XunjiCounter-PUA addressed the academy's dean. Indeed, he was altruistic, willing to serve the prosperity of Douluo Dalu. Naturally, the dean desired his own son to secure this opportunity, yet Wu Shuang believed her sister was the most deserving, thus remained reluctant to agree. In the end, it was Wu who obtained the spot, gaining the chance to learn beside XunjiCounter-PUA. Prior to this, XunjiCounter-PUA had already explained his intentions to Zhu Zhuqing and Yan, who both felt assured that his actions were for the benefit of Douluo Dalu's future. Harboring no dissent, since Wu was a newcomer, XunjiCounter-PUA made a point to look after her diligently during their travels, understanding her need to catch up on missed lessons. Nonetheless, he ensured that Zhu Zhuqing and Yan, his other cherished students, did not feel neglected. Witnessing their teacher's dedication, both Zhu Zhuqing and Yan felt reassured that he was not the type to forget his old students upon the arrival of new ones. Upon reaching Tianshui Academy, they were warmly welcomed by the lovely maidens within. Indeed, Tianshui Academy lived up to its reputation. Upon entering, XunjiCounter-PUA sensed an abundance of water essence, a refreshing aroma. Although he had yet to taste it, he was confident that the water resources here were pure, sweet, clean, and entirely natural. In this place, he felt a man would never wish to leave. However, the sole drawback was that while the environment was exceptionally favorable for women, prolonging their lives, men might find themselves with diminished years. With XunjiCounter-PUA's arrival, the dean of Tianshui Academy dared not be negligent. Knowing he had come to engage with their talented individuals, Dean Shui Yanran felt at ease. Chapter 194. The Anxious Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Tianshui Academy indeed held substantial merit, earning a 5-star rating from XunjiCounter-PUA. However, despite this commendation, he remained steadfast in his objectives. Within Tianshui Academy, the talents Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Shui Wu were present. Regrettably, even combined, these prodigies were no match for a single student of XunjiCounter-PUA. In fact, even a newcomer Wu was capable of effortlessly overpowering the small team from Tianshui Academy. This left the academy's young talents, including Shui Yanran, utterly flabbergasted. When did their academy's prodigies become so inferior? Shui Yuer and Shui Binger began to question their very existence. Wu, please share your experience with them. XunjiCounter-PUA instructed his newly recruited student. Understanding her teacher's intent, Wu stepped forward. Greetings, everyone. My name is Wu. Initially, I studied at Qihua Academy, where my teacher brought 2 senior sisters for an exchange. Much like your Tianshui Academy, our Qihua Academy's entire team, even in preparation for the Douluo Dalu Soul Master Academy competition, could not compete with Senior Zhuqing and Senior Yan. I suspect our feelings were quite similar at that time. Later, my teacher accepted me as a disciple, nurturing my growth. In just a month and a half, my strength has improved significantly, allowing me to sweep through your Tianshui Academy. Wu recounted her journey. This revelation left the maidens of Tianshui Academy in a state of bewilderment. Had her combat prowess truly multiplied several times over in merely a month and a half under Qian Xuanji's tutelage? How could this be possible? In an instant, they all yearned to become Qian Xuanji's students, even for just a day, believing such an experience would yield tremendous rewards and secure a promising future. Dean Shui Yinran covered her mouth in disbelief, finding the situation utterly incredible. She was certain that Huo Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan were all below level 40 in spirit power, yet their combat abilities seemed to rival those of a level 60 spirit emperor. It was undeniably terrifying. Qian Xuanji, is he truly that formidable? Rest assured, everyone, I have come here for the future of Douluo Dalu, and for the future of your Tianshui Academy. My presence here is to guide you all, and I will select a student from Tianshui Academy to mentor wholeheartedly, ensuring a brighter future for your institution. As Qian Xuanji stood before the crowd, he instantly appeared majestic among the many young ladies of Tianshui Academy. The myth of Dalu turned out to be so approachable. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Du Guyan felt indifferent towards Qian Xuanji's actions. After all, this was not the first time, and they believed that Qian Xuanji was indeed doing it for the sake of Douluo Dalu rather than personal desires. They merely pondered how long they would have to wait for Qian Xuanji's guidance while he was at Tianshui Academy, knowing that his focus would be on the students he selected. Though Zhu Zhuqing and Du Guyan felt a twinge of disappointment, they understood the situation. Those fortunate enough to receive Qian Xuanji's temporary guidance were on a different level from them, who were destined for lifelong mentorship. Thus, they were content and did not dwell on trivial matters. Huo Wu, on the other hand, had no objections. After all, it was this very circumstance that had allowed her to become Qian Xuanji's student. She would never jeopardize another's opportunity after having benefited from it herself. The excitement was palpable among the young ladies of Tianshui Academy. They were aware of their standings and knew that the coveted spot would unlikely fall to them, perhaps only to sisters Shui Yuer and Shui Binger. Nevertheless, the mere prospect of receiving guidance from Qian Xuanji was a treasure for them, one that could benefit them for a lifetime. At that moment, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer exchanged excited glances. Their bond had always been strong, but now they stood on the cusp of an opportunity that could radically alter their fates. Whoever seized this opportunity would ascend to heights unimagined, leaving the others behind. They were at a loss, unsure whether to step forward and relinquish this precious chance for the sake of sisterly love. Unfortunately, neither of them could bring themselves to voice their thoughts. They could not ask for that opportunity, nor could they reject such a rare chance. Ultimately, they decided to leave the decision to their mother, Shui Yinran. Shui Yinran's eyes lit up as she focused on Shui Bing. It was clear that Shui Binger represented Tianshui Academy best. However, this matter required a thorough discussion with Qian Xuanji. Shui Yue was equally commendable. Having 2 spots would be ideal. Soon, Shui Yinran dismissed the students and personally welcomed Qian Xuanji with utmost politeness. Adults engage in serious discussions, and children were naturally not permitted to remain. Du Guyan, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao were taken by Shui Yuer and Shui Binger to tour Tianshui Academy. Presently, Shui Yuer and Shui Binger were preoccupied with thoughts of the impending moment that could dictate their destinies after exploring the academy with the 3 beautiful, unique young ladies. In Shui Yinran's office, only she and Qian Xuanji remained. To avoid disturbances, Shui Yinran had locked the door. "Your Holiness, please enjoy some tea." She poured a glass of the academy's unique girl's iced tea for Qian Xuanji, her smile radiant and enchanting. Qian Xuanji accepted the tea, subtly indicating his stance as he grasped the cup. This delighted Shui Yinran, who had been pondering how to impress Qian Xuanji to secure 2 spots for her daughters as students. While Shui Yuer was her biological daughter, Shui Binger was even more outstanding. Thus, it seemed prudent to request 2 spots to ensure Shui Yuer could study under Qian Xuanji as well. Shui Yinran felt a sense of helplessness. Qian Xuanji possessed wealth and power, lacking nothing, with several wives, all of whom were breathtakingly beautiful. Rumors even circulated that he had taken several empresses from other realms as concubines. Shui Yinran was uncertain how to approach this matter, but now, she felt she had a direction. It appeared that despite Qian Xuanji's enchanting wives, the old saying held true. Homegrown flowers do not scent as sweet as wildflowers. Shui Yinran, reflecting on her own worth as a genuine goddess, acknowledged the many suitors vying for her affection near Tianshui City. Although she was already married, her relationship with her husband was somewhat distant. For her daughter Sake, Shui Yinran believed some sacrifices were warranted. Qian Xuanji, sensed Shui Yinran's fervent sincerity. After she agreed to be his pet bird during this period, he readily accepted her request. After all, requests are mutual. Given that her martial spirit was a phoenix, Qian Xuanji was intrigued to experience what it would be like to have a beautiful phoenix in a cage. Reluctantly, Shui Yinran consented. With anxious hearts, Shui Yuer and Shui Binger returned with Dugu Yin, Zhu Zhuqing, and Huo Wu. As Shui Yinran had already acquiesced to their request, time was on their side. Qian Xuanji was not in a hurry. Beautiful things are best savored slowly. My dear treasures, come forth and meet your teacher, Shui Yinran declared, rising. Though she felt a chill below, she maintained an air of normalcy. Oh, mother, what is happening? Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, ever obedient, rushed into their mother's embrace. They were taken aback by Shui Yinran's words, filled with both surprise and joy. Mother has already spoken with His Holiness, who graciously granted us 2 spots at Tianshui Academy. For now on, you are both students of His Holiness. Hurry and greet your teacher, Shui Yinran announced to her beloved daughters. Her reasoning was strategic. Not only did it secure an additional spot, but it would also allow Qian Xuanji to provide objective care for her daughters in their daily lives. One cannot deny that Shui Yinran had given much thought, consideration, and sacrifice for the sake of her children. We greet our teacher. Upon hearing Shui Yinran's words, the 2 sisters, Shui Yuer and Shui Binger, exchanged knowing glances, their hearts in perfect harmony, before breaking into sweet smiles. From that moment on, the sisters could remain together. Always. Subsequently, they gracefully departed from Shui Yinran's embrace and approached Qian Xuanji, standing obediently before him, and together they sweetly called out to their teacher. Indeed, how charming and adorable they were. Just a moment ago, your mother spoke highly of the deep bond shared between you 2 sisters, and I find myself envious of the closeness you share, unwilling to see you apart. As you come under my tutelage, your responsibilities will be few. Primarily, you must engage in harmonious interactions with your senior sisters, treating them as you would your own siblings, and never allow any discord among yourselves. Observing the 2 tall, fair-skinned, and graceful young ladies, Qian Xuanji nodded in satisfaction. He then initiated the customary introductory education. It must be said that Qian Xuanji articulated his points quite impressively, causing Du Guyan and Zhu Zhuqing to feel a twinge of envy. Du Guyan, who had lost her parents at a young age, could only ponder her own lack of close companionship, while Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but think of her sister, who had contemplated removing her from existence to eliminate potential threats. Oh, how wonderful it would be if her sister treated her with the same affection that Shui Binger showed toward Shui Yuer. With this thought, Zhu Zhuqing smiled ruefully. The sisterly bond she yearned for was simply unattainable for her. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer both nodded in agreement, confident they could fulfill this expectation. As long as Zhu Zhuqing, Du Guyan, and Huo Wu treated them as sisters, they would reciprocate with the same affection. Secondly, they must diligently cultivate their skills, believing wholeheartedly in their teacher's words, and prepare earnestly for the upcoming Tianjiao Zanbasai. It is not merely for the sake of bringing glory to your teacher, for he requires no such accolades. You must strive to bring honor to your school. Do you understand? Following this, Qian Xuanji articulated his second requirement, subtly infused with a personal agenda that, unfortunately, was overlooked due to his righteous demeanor. Yes, the prospect of participating in the Tianjiao Zanbasai and confronting talent from across the realms filled Shui Binger and Shui Yuer with immense excitement, something they had never dared to imagine before. Previously, they only entertained thoughts of competing with other geniuses from Douluo Dalu, never daring to compare themselves with prodigies from other worlds. However, now that they were students of Qian Xuanji, they naturally felt entitled to such opportunities. All right, my expectations are few, just these 2. Qian Xuanji concluded. You must also honor your teacher, treating him as you would your father, understood? At this moment, Shui Yinran interjected with a reminder. It must be said that Shui Yinran is an astute woman. Her words served to gently remind Qian Xuanji that, in a sense, he might indeed be considered a father figure to Shui Yuer and Shui Binger. Good mother. They nodded obediently, completely unaware of the underlying implications. Such dutiful children were indeed cherished by Qian Xuanji. All right, Yuer, Binger, you should go and rest well. Starting tomorrow, I will commence rigorous training for you, so prepare yourselves. Qian Xuanji advised the 2 girls. They obediently departed, not fearing the upcoming challenges but rather looking forward to them. Zhu Qing, Yin Yin, and Huowu. You should also go and rest well. After sending Shui Yuer and Shui Binger away, Qian Xuanji did the same for his 3 disciples, who were even more compliant than the sisters. Once they left, it was time for Shui Yinran to take the stage. Shui Yinran had been stuck at the Seoul Douluo level for quite some time. Without a fortunate opportunity, a breakthrough to the title Douluo realm seemed improbable in this lifetime. To enhance the overall quality of Tianshui Academy, Qian Xuanji knew he must devote effort to assist the Academy's dean in overcoming these obstacles. That night, at the home of Shui Yuer and Shui Binger, their father, Shui Wuya, inquired, "Dear daughters, why has your mother not returned yet?" It was indeed unusual for Shui Yinran to be so late. Previously, such a situation would have been unthinkable. We had a distinguished guest at the Academy today, a remarkable individual who has become our teacher. She must be preparing and organizing many things, so do not worry. Father, everything is fine, Shui Binger explained to her father. Oh, I see, Shui Wuya nodded, gaining some understanding. By the way, Binger, how is your teacher? Is he a good person? He suddenly expressed concern, worried that his daughter might be led astray by Qian Xuanji. Father, how can you casually suspect someone like that? Our teacher is an incredibly kind person, and I won't allow you to speak ill of him, Shui Binger firmly replied. She would not tolerate any slander against her teacher. Although she had only met Qian Xuanji a few times and spent just 1 day with him, her intuition told her that he was certainly not a bad person. After all, one does not make such noble statements in front of so many people at Tianshui Academy if they were not of good character. Oh, I'm sorry, Bing. I misspoke. It won't happen again. Shui Wuya quickly apologized to his obedient daughter. Shui Binger, possessing self-respect and keen judgment, felt reassured by her father's acknowledgement. Thus, she began to ponder how she should present herself to her teacher the following day, realizing the importance of planning her attire to make a favorable impression. Shui Yinran returned home late at night. Dear, you're back. Shui Wuya, being a practitioner, found staying up late a simple matter, and thus he had not yet slept. Shui Yinran replied curtly. Having encountered Qian Xuanji, Shui Yinran felt increasingly conflicted. Unfortunately, her marriage to Shui Wuya had always been a misunderstanding. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Shui Wuya, accustomed to Shui Yinran's cold demeanor, offered without expectation of changing her nature. He merely wished to provide their children with a complete family. No, I've already eaten. Shui Yinran softly replied that she had already eaten at Qian Xuanji's place. By the way, dear, you should know that a significant figure has arrived at our academy. You cannot imagine how formidable he is with his transformation. Qihua Academy has evolved into a super academy, attracting numerous title Douluo. During this period, I will not return home, but stay at school to seize the opportunity to elevate our Tianshui Academy's standing. At this moment, Shui Yinran spoke. Indeed, she would not be returning for a while. The reason for her return today was solely due to the master's task, coupled with the need to discuss this matter with Shui Wuyo. What? Shui Wuyo hesitated upon hearing this. He felt an inexplicable foreboding. As for this matter, my dear, Binger and Yuer will also be training with me. After a period of intense training, they will be taken to another place to study. Noticing her husband's doubts, Shui Yinran felt a twinge of fear. How does the saying go? A thief's heart is uneasy. However, she recalled Qian Xuanji's entrustment. The more challenging the situation, the more resolute she must appear. Even if she had to feign strength, she would put on a brave front. Thus, Shui Yinran steeled herself. Oh, all right. As expected, Shui Yinran's confident response alleviated much of Shui Wuyo's suspicion. Moreover, with Shui Yinran taking the 2 children with her, Shui Wuyo felt even more reassured. My dear, you have worked hard. Please remember to take care of yourself and not overexert. Shui Wuyo advised Shui Yinran. She nodded in agreement, acknowledging her exhaustion. Indeed, she was utterly drained. The fatigue was overwhelming. This was only the first day, and she wondered if things might worsen in the future. However, considering her current adaptation to Qian Xuanji, she hoped it would not become unbearable. Contemplating Qian Xuanji, Shui Yinran was uncertain whether to feel fear or something else. After all, that man was truly extraordinary. Dear, I am tired. I shall rest now, Shui Yinran said to Shui Wuyo before retreating to her room. Shui Wuyo nodded, pondering whether he should feel pity for himself, knowing that his wife and children would be away for a while. The following morning, Shui Yinran departed with her 2 precious daughters. Those unaware of the true circumstances might have assumed she was fleeing with them. Upon encountering the transformed trio, Qian Xuanji felt a stirring within him and suddenly conceived a bold idea. However, he suppressed it. What is happening to me? Xuanji began to engage in self-doubt. Had he not resolved to reform himself? Why was he entertaining such thoughts again? Sighing, he pondered for a long time, but could not pinpoint the source of his feelings, ultimately attributing all responsibility to Shui Yanran. It is all her doing to tempt me. In the ensuing period, many teachers and students experienced varying degrees of overtime. Yet the results were remarkable. They flourished like crops absorbing fertilizer, rapidly enhancing their cultivation levels. Tianshui Academy's strength swiftly ascended to a new echelon, with several more titled Douluo emerging. Dean Shui Yanran even reached the pinnacle of titled Dalu, nearly becoming a Do god. It must be said that this was indeed quite astonishing, thanks to Xuanji's excellent instruction. After more than a month at Tianshui Academy, Xuanji felt it was time to move on. He could not remain at Tianshui Academy indefinitely as an instructor. He could only guide them to the threshold. Their subsequent cultivation would depend on their own fortunes. Once he deemed it sufficient, Xuanji took his 5 students to embark on their final training journey. This experience would prepare them for their return to the Wuhuan Temple to spar against BibiDong students, followed by receiving profound enlightenment and participating in the Tianjiao competition. Chapter 197. The 5 students with filial piety naturally. The one who felt the most reluctant about Xuanji's departure was Shui Yanran. During this time, she had entirely transformed into someone Xuanji cherished. Of course, Xuanji had also become the person she adored most. With Xuanji gone, what would she do? Brainwashed by him, she almost abandoned her children to follow him. Yet, in the end, she refrained. Ultimately, she merely received a promise from Xuanji. Being not, grow up quickly. Shui Yanran fervently wished in her heart. Xuanji had promised her that once Binger and Yue matured, he would come to take her away. Shui Yanran saw nothing amiss with this notion. When Binger and Yue grew up, their minds would also mature, and they would understand. They should be able to comprehend her decision, thus allowing Xuanji to come for her. In Shui Yanran's view, this was the way it should be. Xuanji led his 5 students on various training excursions, seeking to enrich their combat experience. The locations chosen were inhabited by formidable soul beasts. Over 3 years, all 5 students had reached a soul power level exceeding 80. Their actual combat capabilities could easily eliminate titled Douluo. They had mastered numerous unique techniques. Once they ascended to divinity, unbound by the heavenly laws of Douluo continent, they would be ready to receive Xuanji's inheritance and soar into the skies. All right, Zhu Qing, Yin Yin, Binger Wearer, come here, I have something to say. Sensing the time was right, Xuanji summoned his 5 students. At his command, the 5 remarkably mature and alluring young women approached. Their long, slender legs were the envy of many. Regrettably, those legs belonged solely to Xuanji. He had not only touched them, but had also rested his head upon them, slept, and kissed them. Whenever Xuanji felt fatigue from teaching, these considerate children would eagerly offer their laps for him to rest upon. Xuanji, in essence, enjoyed complete freedom. Alas, he had once again resolved to reform himself and would not act recklessly. Why is it that despite teaching similarly, BibiDong's experience was so different? Xuanji couldn't help but reflect. The original Xuanji had faced dire consequences when instructing BibiDong, while the current Xuanji, guiding her, had shaped her into the individual he desired. Now, having trained these promising students, he was not only spared from misconduct, but did not even need to resort to force, as these children would proactively consider his needs. Even bathing became a task they willingly took upon themselves. Indeed, there exists a vast chasm of disparity among individuals. Qianxunji's strength remains rather inadequate. The original Qianxunji was, after all, lacking. Teacher, what is the matter? A series of delicate voices jolted Qianxunji from his reverie. He then began to address the matter at hand. It is time for us to return to the Wuhuan Temple. You must bear in mind that there are formidable opponents awaiting you there. Once we arrive, it is imperative that you prepare yourselves for competition against them, as they have all been trained by other powerful beings and should not be underestimated. He issued a cautionary note to his 5 promising students. Rest assured, teacher, we are your pupils and will not disappoint you, replied Zhu Qing, Devian, Huowu, Shui Binger, and Shui Yue, all wearing expressions of unwavering confidence. Their recent training had significantly bolstered their self-assurance. Excellent, truly worthy of being my students. Let's proceed. Qianxunji nodded and led the 5 back to the Wuhuan Temple. It had been several years since his last visit, and he found himself nostalgic. Upon arriving, With BibiDong still absent, Xunji promptly arranged accommodations for his 5 students. So, how is the Tianjiao Continental Championship being organized? Upon returning to the Wuhuan Temple, he began to attend to some pressing matters, particularly the Tianjiao Continental Championship. Naturally, he inquired about this matter with the current head, He. Everything has been prepared long ago. There is no need for concern at this point, He replied, somewhat exasperated. It seemed that Xunji had not prepared at all for the Tianjiao Continental Championship. That's good to hear. I feel reassured. When will Shuai return? She must shine for our Douluo continent in battle. Xunji asked He. Currently, Qian was still cultivating within the Angel Nebula. Having received dual training from both Xunji and the Angels, she had become unparalleled among the younger generation. In fact, she was hardly inferior to He. The Tianjiao Continental Championship was akin to a child's play for Qian, comparable to an adult squaring off against a toddler, entirely devoid of pressure. Nonetheless, Qian was expected to return for the battle. Xunji could not afford to lose face. Fear not, she will undoubtedly return before the competition begins, He replied, her patience wearing thin. By the way, the time is drawing near. Instruct the little angels to patrol the Douluo continent and prevent any outsiders from causing trouble here. Xunji suddenly recalled an important detail, the sheer number of mortals on the Douluo continent. The participants from outside were all formidable beings. Their arrival would surely incite. As the rightful sovereign of the Douluo continent, Xunji could not allow such disturbances beneath his very nose. Seeing Xunji truly embodying the role of the Angel King, she found herself at a loss for words. After all, Xunji was indeed the Angel King. I will ensure that the angels carry out your commands. He replied dismissively. You should simply enjoy yourself and wreak havoc upon your subjects, but do not entertain thoughts of the angels. While the initial conversation had been cordial, Hishi's latter remarks caused Xunji to feel a sudden unease. What do you mean by that? He inquired, his confidence wavering. Oh, my Angel King, do you truly believe no one is aware of your actions in various academies? Hishi regarded Xunji with a knowing smile. If she could decipher Xunji's intentions, she certainly understood the hearts of ordinary women as well. At this moment, Hishi had firmly concluded that Xunji was nothing more than a thoroughly despicable individual, even more so than Huayi. Yet, this despicable character was alarmingly powerful. Having conquered Kaisha, he wielded a peculiar ability that rendered them incapable of countering him, leaving them to witness his misdeeds helplessly. They could only hope he would refrain from directing his malice toward the angels. However, this was perplexing, for if he did not inflict harm upon the angels, they would not evolve. Yet, if he did, she found herself utterly speechless. It was exhausting. The act of writing had become a torment. Chapter 198. Tidying up Hishi. You have been following me? Upon hearing this, Xunji found amusement in the situation. It was rather careless of him. After all, given his current strength, it was only natural for him to feel a sense of elation. He had not anticipated that this young woman would trail him so closely and investigate his background. Consequently, Xunji found himself completely exposed. Why? What prompted such treatment? He felt perplexed. Previously, he had indeed committed certain misdeeds, yet he had resolved to amend his ways, only to be pursued relentlessly. Thus, he decided not to uphold the image of a virtuous individual and chose to embrace his darker inclinations. I did this to ensure your safety, she explained, aware that her actions were not commendable. Nonetheless, she could only muster the courage to defend her behavior. I see you are plotting rebellion, completely disregarding my authority as the Angel King. Xunji retorted coldly to Hishi. It appeared he had been excessively indulgent with the little angels. As the saying goes, he had granted them too much freedom. This had emboldened Hishi to the point of daring to follow him, the Angel King. Should he fail to address this adequately, what might follow? Perhaps even Xunji's actions would come under scrutiny. It was entirely possible that Hishi had indeed seen everything, given that she had been privy to the memories of those women. Who knows how much she had glimpsed? Perhaps everything. In truth, Hishi had seen it all, as her boredom had driven her to delve into such matters. Having spent so long on the Douluo continent, she had exhausted her interest in various topics. Yet, there was one thing that still intrigued her, one experience she had yet to encounter, which was why she lingered. Hishi's intention was to observe just how many different approaches Xunji could employ, accumulating some experience along the way. As expected, Xunji did not disappoint. His techniques were truly diverse, leaving Hishi astounded. She nearly sought out a male companion to masquerade as her partner. What did she do? After all, Qian Xunji had a particular fondness for such matters. Why should I regard you with any significance? Qian Xunji, you must understand that even as the angel king, you cannot command me. I am a free spirit of the angelic race. Do you comprehend? She addressed Qian Xunji. My assistance does not imply that I belong to you. Do not overestimate your importance. He recalled that when Kaisha had held the title of Angel King for so long, she had always sought her counsel rather than issuing orders. The audacious Qian Xunji believed he could command her. Such a notion was utterly delusional. She would never be subservient. That was in the past. I am not Kaisha. Come, follow me inside. I wish to see just how capable you are to dare act so arrogantly before me. Qian Xunji beckoned to He with a glance. Although she was somewhat prepared for this moment, she still felt a twinge of fear. What now? In the grand presence of Tianji Wang, did fear truly grip you? Upon witnessing He's momentary hesitation, Qian Xunji let out a mocking laugh, a sneer laced with contempt. Is this all you have to offer? He was acutely aware that this was merely Qian Xunji's ploy to provoke her. Yet, at this moment, she found herself genuinely stirred by his taunts. Fear? Throughout my life, I have feared no one. I am eager to see what remarkable qualities you possess. She resolved to bolster her own courage and spirit. What is this trivial matter? With her formidable divine physique, how could she possibly be intimidated by Qian Xunji? A moment of endurance, and this too shall pass. Very well, come inside with me. Qian Xunji chuckled. He's demeanor reminded him of Kaisa from before. Kaisa had initially been even more arrogant than yet look at her now. She has been thoroughly subdued by Qian Xunji and has even adopted a demeanor he finds appealing. She would be no exception. How do I compare to Kaisa? Who is superior or inferior? Time slipped away unnoticed. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she lit a cigarette. One must admit, she exuded a nonchalant charm that surpassed even Qian Xunji's. Is he truly an honest man? Naturally, he speaks differently to different beings. Before he knew precisely what to say without much contemplation. Hypocritical. Upon hearing this, she smirked disdainfully. Men are all fickle creatures, quick to forget their first loves when new ones arise. Yet for some inexplicable reason, this sentiment felt oddly satisfying. Regardless of appearances or realities, merely besting Kaisa, that eternal maiden, brought he great joy. Though, she too is no longer a maiden. Oh no, neither of them are now. From now on, you shall obediently serve as my 5th concubine, and you must comply. Otherwise, the family law shall be enforced. Do you understand? Qian Xunji addressed Kaisa, for various reasons, had to remain outside. However, she could be brought directly into the fold. With Kaisa included, Qian Xunji's household could easily host a game of mahjong with angels. Why should I heed your commands? She shot a defiant glance at Qian Xunji. Seeking punishment? This is an opportunity Kaisa has never encountered. Qian Xunji regarded he with an air of authority. Who cares? She shook her head. Nevertheless, a plan began to form in her mind. If you agree to accept Kaisa as the 6th or 7th concubine, I shall acquiesce to your demands. She voiced her condition to Qian Xunji. If Kaisa were to become one of Qian Xunji's concubines and be positioned behind her, then the dynamic would become quite intriguing. Kaisa would have to call her sister. Well, that depends on your future conduct. Should you perform poorly, it is entirely possible for you to be relegated to the 7th, 8th, or 9th positions. However, if you excel, surpassing Kaisa, then you might find yourself placed ahead of her. At that moment, Qian Xunji was keen to manage this individual. Yet another trick. She was not blind to Qian Xunji's little game. However, she found herself with no choice but to comply. Achio, far away in the Angel Nebula, Kaisa involuntarily sneezed. My queen, what is the matter? Yin, who was beside Kaisa, expressed his astonishment. It is known that Queen Kaisa's body has evolved to perfection. How could she still sneeze? I am unsure what this is about. Kaisa appeared somewhat bewildered, pondering the cause. Could it be that someone is speaking ill of me? As they say in Douluo Dalu, for some reason, this thought suddenly crossed Kaisa's mind. But who would dare to insult her? After much contemplation, she could only suspect that it might be that rascal, Qian Xunji. Truly, she felt at a loss for words regarding him. Qian Xunji had spent half a month at the Wuhuan Palace, and BibiDong had returned. She had taken on only 3 disciples. Among them, one was familiar to Qian Xunji. No, it was the little vixen Hu Lai Na. Ultimately, she could not escape her fate. The other two were unknown to Qian Sunji, likely chosen by BibiDong for their potential. Given the significant changes, the emergence of new talents was to be expected. However, although Qian Sunji did not recognize anyone other than Hulai, he did recognize Zhu Zhuqing. Upon seeing the girl several years his senior, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of urgency. Indeed, that person was none other than her sister, Zhu Zhuyun. Qian Sunji had traveled to the Tindo Empire, while BibiDong had naturally gone to the Xinglua Empire in search of talents. Upon encountering her sister, Zhu Zhuyun was filled with joy, never expecting to meet her sibling here. Perhaps this was destiny, a divine plan to determine their fate. Regardless, the moment these two sisters met, sparks began to fly. I cannot believe you, a heartless scoundrel, failed to recognize me. Seeing Qian Sunji remain indifferent to Zhu Zhuyun, BibiDong shook her head, unsure of what to say. After BibiDong's remark, Qian Sunji finally discerned the resemblance between Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun, particularly in their ample bosoms, which were somewhat intimidating. Additionally, it was apparent that she and Zhu Zhuqing were not on good terms. Thus, Qian Sunji began to piece together the identity of this woman several years older than Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Zhu Zhuyun. Why does she feel so close to me? Zhu Zhuyun experienced a similar sensation upon her first glance at Qian Sunji, as if he were a long-lost relative. But how could that be? Qian Sunji was a figure of great stature, even more noble than her own father. How could this be? With just a little effort, Qian Sunji arrived at a conclusion that left him utterly astonished. Zhu Zhuyun was in fact his daughter. How could this be? When did I ever have a daughter named Zhu Zhuyun? Qian Sunji hastily began to recall, and ultimately, he found the source of this revelation. Previously, when he subdued the Haotian sect, he had entangled himself with a beautiful young woman in a bar within the Xinglua Empire. However, Qian Sunji never expected this twist of fate. Of course, he had already taken control of the Xinglua Empire, thus leaving that unfortunate individual to deal with the consequences. Qian Sunji couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Have you realized it now? Seeing Qian Sunji's expression, BibiDong understood that he had finally connected the dots. Had it not been for the encounter with Zhu Zhuyun, BibiDong would have found the situation rather peculiar. A quick investigation revealed an unexpected outcome. Without this connection, BibiDong would never have taken Zhu Zhuyun as a disciple. Well, Dong, this was a mistake from my youth. Qian Sunji nodded with a wry smile, following BibiDong's explanation. Without further ado, BibiDong interrupted Qian Sunji's words. Yes, she forgave him. This matter would be discussed later. For now, let them compete. Qian Sunji was certainly obliged to acknowledge the situation regarding Zhu Zhuyun. After all, she was his own flesh and blood. However, he felt it was not the right time to divulge everything, fearing that such candor might be too much for both Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun to bear. First, he decided to let the two sisters have a sparring match to vent their emotions, after which he would have a proper conversation with them about this matter. He hoped that they could develop a bond akin to that of Shui Yu heir and Shui Bing heir, loving and united as one family. Yet, this seemed quite challenging. After all, while Zhu Zhuqing could call Zhu Zhuyun's sister, the latter would have to address Zhu Zhuqing with a cough. Alas, Qian Sunji found himself exasperated. Despite the peculiar nature of the exchanges between Qian Sunji and BibiDong, once he proposed a competition, the girls turned their attention to the match before them. The first duel was between Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun. Although Zhu Zhuyun shared the bloodline of Qian Sunji, she had not been trained by him from the outset, and thus her abilities remained unexpressed. Ultimately, she regrettably fell to Zhu Zhuqing's prowess. After defeating her sister, Zhu Zhuqing felt an inexplicable emptiness, as though she had lost a fragment of her purpose. However, this feeling was fleeting. Upon seeing Qian Sunji, her goals became clear once more. In stark contrast, Zhu Zhuyun was left utterly astounded. She could hardly believe she had so easily lost her sister. It was a bitter pill to swallow. If you can't handle losing a match, perhaps you should reconsider your training and return home to raise pigs. BibiDong admonished upon observing Zhu Zhuyun's dismay. She was indifferent to the outcome of the first match, as the competition was merely a playful diversion between her and her husband, devoid of any significant implications. Nevertheless, she did not wish the frivolity of their relationship to adversely affect others. I understand, teacher, Zhu Zhuyun replied, beginning to see things in a different light. With time on her side, she resolved to practice diligently under BibiDong's guidance and surpass her sister. The second match featured Douluo Yin facing off against a girl named Yin Shi. This girl possessed a unique control-type martial spirit and ultimately managed to draw with Douluo Yin, proving to be quite an interesting opponent. "I apologize, teacher. I've let you down," Douluo Yin lamented, feeling guilty for not meeting Qian Xunji's expectations. Qian Xunji quickly reassured her, patting her head and urging her not to dwell on the defeat, but rather to focus on her training. As for the final match, BibiDong could only send Hulai into the fray. This vixen proved to be significantly more formidable, swiftly defeating Huowu and then challenging both Shui Yu Air and Shui Bing Air simultaneously. It was a close call, but Hulai nearly clinched victory. "It seems you have lost, my dear wife. What do you say?" Qian Xunji observed the situation, concluding that it appeared he had won. "No, it is you who lost," BibiDong retorted, unconvinced of her defeat. "Well, this has become rather trivial. Let's focus on enhancing the skills of these children and prepare them for the Tianjiaozhan Basai." Qian Xunji chose not to dwell on the competition and began to address the pertinent matters at hand, while BibiDong remained silent. She took Douluo Yin, Shui Yu Air, Shui Bing Air, Huowu, Hulai and Yin Shi away. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhu Yun wished to accompany them, but BibiDong declined their request. "Teacher, what is the meaning of this?" Zhu Zhuqing questioned, feeling the sting of being treated differently, especially in comparison to her sister. Unbeknownst to her, a sense of trepidation began to creep in. "Zhu Qing, do not be afraid of what teacher is about to say," Qian Xunji warned her gently. Yet, the more he reassured her, the more apprehensive she became. Could it be that her teacher would forsake her to aid her sister instead? That seemed implausible, for her teacher adored her dearly, particularly her beloved Bai Tuesday. Zhu Qing, it has only just dawned on me that Zhu Yun is indeed my child," Qian Xunji revealed, leaving both Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhu Yun utterly bewildered. Zhu Zhuqing could scarcely fathom that her sister was the child of her most cherished teacher. What on earth was she to do? Would her teacher not come to favor Zhu Zhu Yun even more, given that they shared blood? Zhu Zhu Yun, too, was left in a state of shock. However, as Qian Xunji elaborated, she gradually came to accept her current identity. With an air of triumph, Zhu Zhu Yun gazed at her sister, embodying the stance of a victorious contender, which incited discontent and anger within Zhu Zhuqing. "Enough, Zhu Qing, do not sulk. What is our relationship? You ought to consider what your sister shall call you henceforth." Qian Xunji was fully aware that revealing the truth would likely upset Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, he discreetly conveyed his thoughts to her mind. As expected, his words left Zhu Zhuqing momentarily stunned. While Zhu Zhuyun was indeed her sister, the fact remained that they shared different fathers. However, Zhu Zhuyun's mother was unmistakably Zhu Zhuqing's aunt, a truth that could not be denied. "She must call me mother?" Zhu Zhuqing pondered, though she was older. She had been trained by Qian Xunji and was not foolish. Quickly, she unraveled the underlying logic. Instantly, any sadness vanished, replaced by unbridled joy. Though the notion felt peculiar, it was exhilarating for Zhu Zhuqing. Suddenly, her confidence surged, and her expression towards Zhu Zhuyin shifted dramatically. Zhu Zhuyin was utterly perplexed. How could Zhu Zhuqing possess such audacity? After all, her father was Qian Xunji. "Zhuyin, while you are my child, remember, I stand for fairness, not favoritism. You must continue to strive diligently." Although Qian Xunji comforted Zhu Zhuqing in private, he made it clear that he would maintain transparency in all matters. "I understand, father." Zhu Zhuyin nodded. Habitually, she almost referred to him as Your Highness, but quickly corrected herself. Qian Xunji nodded in approval. "Now, let us proceed to enhance your cultivation." After discussing the matter, Qian Xunji took the two sisters with him. "From now on, you shall be loving sisters, no longer needing to resort to conflict as dictated by the laws of the Luo Empire. Do you understand?" On the journey, Qian Xunji earnestly instructed the two young ladies. "You must never turn against each other again." Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. How could we possibly harm each other, dear sisters? Although they currently feel no need to heed the trivial rules of the Luo Empire, the past grievances cannot simply be cast aside, making it implausible to reconcile so effortlessly. Not agreeing? Are you disregarding the words of your teacher and father? Observing the hesitant expressions on the faces of the two sisters, Qian Xunji furrowed his brow and spoke with noticeable irritation. No, teacher, I will simply get along well with her from now on." Zhu Zhuqing would never provoke her teacher's anger. Yes, she would only feel compassion for her teacher. With the thought of becoming her sister's mother in the future, she resolved to be magnanimous. Even if Zhu Zhuyin were to be petty about certain matters, she would adopt a motherly attitude of tolerance toward her child. Indeed, how could a mother ever blame her own child? Zhu Zhuqing delightedly mused over this notion. Zhu Zhuyin, on the other hand, contemplated her newly acquired status as King Xunji's child, feeling as though she had soared to great heights, transforming into a true golden phoenix. Regarding Zhu Zhuqing, the once ugly duckling, Zhu Zhuyin decided it was best not to dwell on her flaws. She would generously choose to befriend this ugly duckling. Both women consoled themselves in their hearts. It must be said, the thoughts of women are indeed enigmatic. Having arranged matters for these little ones, Qian Xunji found himself at a loss for what to do next. After a pleasant conversation with BibiDong, he turned his attention to more pressing matters. He contemplated how to deal with that troublesome fellow, but the question remained, how? Qian Xunji had already devised a plan. The intention was to resolve the cosmic spirit of the fourth parallel universe following the Tianjiao competition. The cosmic spirit loomed ominously over Qian Xunji, akin to a sword hanging over his head. Without addressing it, he would find no peace, especially now that he had resurrected Kaisa, and even she had begun training in a second path. Most crucially, there was Qian, who was naturally adept at mastering two paths. If the cosmic spirit were not dealt with, the safety of Qian Xunji and his companions would be jeopardized. Moreover, he sensed that this entity had its sights set on him. The reason it had not yet acted against him was likely due to a lack of confidence. Presently, the situation for Qian Xunji appeared rather bleak. Thus, finding a way to confront the cosmic spirit became paramount. While he possessed numerous valuable items, they seemed insufficient to contend with the cosmic spirit. The Hunyuan melting furnace could refine the will of the fourth parallel universe, but it was improbable for the will to simply walk into it. It was not that foolish. Signing in, Qian Xunji was a highly self-reliant individual. Though he had powerful tools at his disposal, he would never resort to seeking assistance from the system unless he faced utter desperation. Qian Xunji was merely a mortal. To defy the heavens, he would require the system's aid. Those protagonists who defied fate often did so with the help of extraordinary artifacts. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the innate spiritual treasure, the binding spirit rope. As time progressed, Qian Xunji's disciples naturally grew stronger, swiftly achieving godhood. Meanwhile, on the angelic side, he dutifully exchanged places with Kaisa. Kaisa arrived at Douluo continent, while he returned to the Angel Nebula. Kaisa, of course, brought along Qian, who was participating in the competition. Chapter 201, the Tianjiao competition. What was happening? When Kaisa encountered she noticed the latter's expression was exceedingly arrogant, as if flaunting something in front of her. This left Kaisa utterly bewildered. Had something good happened? However, Kaisa quickly discerned that her sister had sensed other powers emanating from she, and she understood everything. Be careful not to cultivate too high, or you might be struck by lightning. By the way, have you left a portion of your power in Qian Xunji's mysterious space? Knowing that she had begun her training, Kaisa promptly reached out to her dear friend, offering a word of caution. Kaisa understood that since she had also commenced her training, Qian Xunji would undoubtedly ensure that she was well taken care of. She worried that she might not exercise restraint and end up facing the same fate she had previously encountered. Therefore, it was imperative to remind she that while advancing in cultivation, moderation was key. Naturally, the best course of action would be to leave a trace of her essence in Qian Xunji's small world, ensuring that even in the event of an accident, there would be a chance for salvation. Do you take me for a fool? Rest assured, I've already made the necessary preparations. Kaisa's warning did not go unnoticed by who was perceptive enough to grasp the underlying implications. However, she was not one to be overly sentimental. Thus, rather than expressing gratitude, she retorted with sarcasm. Kaisa, exasperated by Hishi's demeanor, found herself at a loss for words. Since she had made her stance clear, Kaisa chose to sever her connection with her. Little Sha, it has been so long since we last met. Have you missed me? Upon her arrival, Kaisa entrusted Qian to Qian Xunji. After a brief chat between Qian Xunji and BibiDong regarding their daughter, Qian opted to remain with her mother, accompanying BibiDong instead. Qian Xunji, naturally, stayed behind to properly entertain Queen Kaisa. Who would miss you? You must think far too highly of yourself. Qian Xunji's words caused Kaisa to lose her composure. After all, in the presence of Qian Xunji, Kaisa had suffered significant humiliation. Having been thoroughly dominated by him, she had developed a psychological scar. Especially during the time when her body had become so small, she had felt entirely at his mercy. The recollection of that experience was nearly unbearable for her. Oh, really? Little Sha, I adore women like you who are so contradictory. Qian Xunji had no doubt that his considerable efforts with Kaisa would not be in vain. She would inevitably think of him. Who is contradictory? Do not speak recklessly. Kaisa glared intensely at Qian Xunji. She understood that the more vulnerable she appeared, the more this scoundrel would take advantage of her. Thus, she resolved to be strong. Alas, no matter how resolute Kaisa tried to be, it was of little consequence before Qian Xunji. He ruthlessly exposed her facade. Your defiance is as strong as ever. It is nothing compared to the comfort you exhibited when you were submissive. Should I check if you are truly contradictory? Qian Xunji was a man of action. When the truth eluded him, he would actively seek out answers. Thus, to ascertain whether Kaisa was indeed contradictory, he decided to put it to the test. Kaisa resisted, but ultimately acquiesced. As the time for the Tianjiao competition drew near, the influx of outsiders to Douluo, a continent, increased. Fortunately, upon her return, Kaisa had brought along some little angels. In addition, the current Wuhuan temple boasts a plethora of elders from the Do God. As any soul master who attains the rank of soul sage within the temple almost invariably ascends to the status of a Do God. The elixirs crafted by XunjiCounter-PUA are potent enough that even the remnants consumed by these individuals suffice to elevate them to Do God levels. With such formidable personnel at their disposal, maintaining order across the Douluo continent is well within reach. Those outsiders who refuse to heed XunjiCounter-PUA's directives, regardless of their formidable backgrounds or strength, find themselves ruthlessly suppressed. Even if they harbor discontent, they possess no choice but to endure in silence. After all, who could dare challenge XunjiCounter-PUA, the king of angels? The prestigious Tianjiao competition commenced punctually, with no leniency for tardiness. In this event, XunjiCounter-PUA naturally shone the brightest. Qian, living up to expectations, triumphed over a multitude of younger competitors, securing the first place. In contrast, XunjiCounter-PUA and BibiDong students, while commendable, ranked outside the top 100, a testament to their youth and inexperience when compared to XunjiCounter-PUA. Following the competition, the awards ceremony hosted by the Spirit of the Universe approached, raising the stakes for those hidden within the Weiyang Immortal Palace, including Kesha. Both BibiDong and XunjiCounter-PUA felt an anxious anticipation, particularly given the peculiar situation surrounding XunjiCounter-PUA's victory. The Spirit of the Universe, having previously vanquished Kesha and succumbed to slumber, realized the arduous nature of managing an entire cosmos. Reflecting on the challenges, he deemed it prudent to allow the world to develop freely rather than exerting control. However, the Tianjiao competition held immense significance for the universe, prompting the spirit to awaken. Little did he anticipate that, after eliminating one defiant angel, another would emerge. Although this newcomer lacked the former strength, she presented an even more formidable challenge due to her unique constitution. Should she continue to grow unchecked, she would inevitably become a source of great trouble in the future. Thus, the Spirit of the Universe resolved to take action, even amidst the critical circumstances of the Tianjiao competition. Witnessing the Spirit's intentions, Kesha, concealed in the shadows, found her composure wavering. Despite having previously suffered defeat at the hands of the Spirit, she understood the necessity of stepping forward. BibiDong, too, was prepared to act, unafraid of the consequences. XunjiCounter-PUA, discerning the gravity of the situation, recognized that there was no room for negotiation. Although equipped with the spirit-binding rope, she was uncertain of its efficacy against the Spirit of the Universe, leaving her without absolute confidence. Nevertheless, for the sake of her daughter, she was compelled to act preemptively, launching the spirit-binding rope toward the Spirit of the Universe. At this juncture, XunjiCounter-PUA possessed the strength to refine the spirit-binding rope. As the spectators eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama, many were dissatisfied with XunjiCounter-PUA's unexpected ascendancy to first place. However, with the Spirit of the Universe present, they felt powerless to voice their grievances. The swift annihilation of Kesha by the Spirit was well known, and they regarded him with the utmost reverence. Yet, upon perceiving the Spirit's murderous intent toward XunjiCounter-PUA, some spectators felt a surge of satisfaction. If the first-place contender were to perish, the second would ascend to take her place, and the third would follow suit, fueling ambitions for advancement in rank. In this moment, XunjiCounter-PUA took decisive action. unwilling to wait for the spirit to strike her daughter first. What was this? Strangely, as the entity released by XunjiCounter-PUA ensnared him, the spirit of the universe felt an uncharacteristic flicker of panic. He found himself unable to break free at the first attempt. Observing XunjiCounter-PUA's boldness in confronting the spirit, myriad races from the fourth parallel universe were struck with fear. This truly was a calamity. Yet, they found a perverse pleasure in the unfolding events. The fall of two successive angel kings would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to their ranks, potentially leading to a complete equilibrium within the fourth parallel universe. Regrettably, they were destined to miscalculate. XunjiCounter-PUA's arrival indeed threatened the balance, but it was a balance predicated upon her unyielding dominion over the fourth parallel universe, subjugating all races to her command. Witnessing the effectiveness of her spirit-binding rope against the spirit of the universe, XunjiCounter-PUA's elation knew no bounds as she promptly cast the spirit into the Hunyuan melting furnace. While the spirit-binding rope might not completely contain the spirit, the furnace certainly would. Moreover, XunjiCounter-PUA had directly placed the furnace within her Weiyang immortal palace, ensuring multiple layers of security, fueling her confidence in her ability to restrain this foe. Damn it, wretched being, await your doom. I shall annihilate your entire kin, ensuring that all associated with you meet a fate without burial. The spirit of the universe had never faced such humiliation. Previously, when a prominent figure from the fifth parallel universe traversed the fourth, he may have been humble, but not to the extent of experiencing such degradation. Becoming a captive was intolerable, especially at the hands of mere ants under his jurisdiction. XunjiCounter-PUA released the Lord of the Universe. The myriad beings present could hardly fathom the outcome that had transpired. However, they could not possibly believe that XunjiCounter-PUA could vanquish the Lord of the Universe. Although the methods she employed to ensnare him remained a mystery, it was certain that the Lord could extricate himself with relative ease. At this juncture, should they lend their assistance to the Lord of the Universe, they would undoubtedly reap immense rewards, perhaps even supplanting the Angel Clan to become the most powerful race within the fourth parallel universe. Begone. In such a crucial moment, XunjiCounter-PUA would allow no unforeseen circumstances to arise. Thus, any who dared to oppose her would find themselves swiftly dispatched. Are you all merely spectators? The strength of XunjiCounter-PUA was well acknowledged among the onlookers, particularly given that the renowned Huaya had previously fallen at her hands. Yet, what could one individual accomplish against the multitude of formidable beings amassed in the current Douluo continent? Not even the once mighty Kesha could hope to contend with so many powerful entities simultaneously, although unity was unlikely among them, with some choosing neutrality. A mere 100 allies would suffice. Indeed, several hundred leaders and elders from various races had already expressed their intent to take action. Without hesitation, XunjiCounter-PUA unleashed a devastating strike, obliterating several of the nearest powerful foes. They united to vanquish him, obliterating the angelic race. Qian, taking the initiative, decisively ignited the flames of war. These individuals understood that retreat was no longer an option, having already incurred enmity. For their own future tranquility, they felt compelled to eradicate Qian along with the angels he brought along. Oh no, not all of them need to be slain. The majority of the angels are females, and exceedingly beautiful ones at that. It would be wiser to spare their lives, seizing them instead to return as slaves. Seeking death, witnessing their aggression, Kaisa was filled with righteous fury and no longer concealed her presence, launching an immediate counterattack. After all, the spirit of the universe had already fallen under the control of that scoundrel Qian, leaving her no need for subterfuge. Of course, her intervention was not motivated by their bullying of Qian. Absolutely not. She acted to uphold the dignity of the angels. Kaisa, you're alive. The appearance of Kaisa startled those preparing to strike. How is this possible? The spirit of the universe personally intervened. How could Kaisa possibly survive? Not only were these individuals baffled, but the spirit of the universe was equally taken aback. He had believed he had obliterated Kaisa. How could she still draw breath? It must be this peculiar little world, with elements that hindered his perception. How astonishing that he had failed to notice. Indeed, Qian harbored ill intentions. Initially, when captured by Qian, the spirit of the universe remained remarkably calm, even confident, especially upon seeing his livestock ready to fight for him. Yet, he had never anticipated Kaisa's survival. But what of her survival? With so many of them, could they possibly fear her? Kaisa's emergence astonished these individuals. More importantly, It compelled them to reconsider their grievances with XunjiCounter-PUA. Otherwise, when Kaisa sought retribution, who amongst them could withstand her wrath? Alas, Kaisa's combat prowess had always surpassed theirs. Now, having been educated by XunjiCounter-PUA, her strength had surged once more, reaching the zenith of the fourth parallel universe. Especially after absorbing innate power, she had become truly formidable. Even the spirit of the universe would require immense effort to confront her directly. Kaisa was now soaring, effortlessly dispatching these stagnant foes as if they were mere vegetables. You handle the spirit of the universe. I shall deal with these weaklings. Currently, the most pressing issue remained the spirit of the universe. Once that entity was dealt with, no threats would linger in the fourth parallel universe. XunjiCounter-PUA nodded in agreement, ushering key figures into the Weiyang Xianfu, leaving the battlefield to Kaisa. Blood was destined to flow abundantly on the Douluo continent today. Chapter 203. Resolution, young man. You cannot hope to do anything to me. Release me, and I shall spare you this grave disrespect. The spirit of the universe, sensing XunjiCounter-PUA's attention upon him, inexplicably felt a twinge of fear. Having secured several checkpoints, he found himself at a loss for solutions. Naturally, XunjiCounter-PUA chose to disregard such empty threats. His sole desire was to refine this being. The Hunyuan furnace already contained Hunyuan true fire. Previously, XunjiCounter-PUA had been unable to harness its power due to his lack of refinement of the furnace. But now, he was ready. You dare to seek my annihilation. The spirit of the universe was aghast upon recognizing the Hunyuan true fire. The perilous aura emanating from it was far more terrifying than anything he had encountered in the sixth parallel universe among formidable beings. This might stem from the seventh parallel universe. The spirit of the universe was left dumbfounded. Why should a mere entity of the fourth dimension be subjected to such overwhelming pressure? Although they were all cosmic spirits, those of the fourth parallel universe were simply not on par with their fifth and sixth counterparts. You refine me, and the entire parallel universe shall collapse, and in turn, you shall perish. Realizing the extraordinary nature of XunjiCounter-PUA, the spirit of the universe resorted to intimidation. Admittedly, his initial threat did unsettle XunjiCounter-PUA. However, he quickly shook his head. What do you take me for? Do you truly believe I am ignorant? You are merely a parasite within the fourth parallel universe. Without you, it shall only flourish. Recalling the novels he had read, XunjiCounter-PUA understood that these so-called cosmic spirits and universal wills were seldom benevolent. They had emerged from the universe itself, merely birthed earlier and thus possessing a false sense of superiority. Even in their demise, the universe would persist. You, the spirit of the universe, could hardly fathom that the livestock he had reared was so knowledgeable. Submit and become mere nourishment for my refinement, and I shall be the true sovereign of the fourth parallel universe. You, a pathetic waste, shall be relegated to history. Observing the shift in the spirit's expression, XunjiCounter-PUA knew his assumptions had been correct. Without a doubt, it was as he suspected. Having gained absolute certainty that even if he refined this being, no adverse consequences would ensue, XunjiCounter-PUA felt a profound sense of relief and began to relentlessly dismantle the spirit. Regardless of threats, pleas, or intimidation, XunjiCounter-PUA dismissed them all. 3 days later, Kaisa and the host of angels returned. What is the situation outside? XunjiCounter-PUA inquired of Kaisa. Since she had returned, it implied that matters outside had been resolved. I have dealt with a few hundred unruly individuals. They are now compliant and have retreated from the Douluo continent. Returning from whence they came, Kaisa explained nonchalantly. Having eliminated some undesirable elements, Kaisa displayed no signs of triumph. Instead, she regarded XunjiCounter-PUA with a serious expression. After all, the spirit of the universe was of utmost importance. There are no further issues. It is now a race against time. This being is rather tenacious, but fortunately, within the Weiyang Xianfu, he cannot absorb the power of the fourth parallel universe. Otherwise, we would truly be engaged in a battle that could stretch on indefinitely. XunjiCounter-PUA elaborated to Kaisa. In those 3 days, XunjiCounter-PUA had discerned certain patterns. This being the Lord of the universe, could continuously absorb the power of the fourth parallel universe to restore itself. Unfortunately for him, he was ensnared within the Weiyang Xianfu, with the Hunyuan furnace obstructing his abilities. The spirit of the universe had severed its connection to the fourth parallel universe, rendering it unable to harness its power. Indeed, the spirit of the universe was currently in a state of great frustration. Had he been outside, he could have absorbed the cosmic power to replenish himself and contend with Xunji in an eternal struggle. By the time Xunji fully refines him, the fourth parallel universe would be nearly doomed. However, at present, he is utterly unable to establish contact with the fourth parallel universe. Although his own power is considerable, it is not inexhaustible. He may only endure for 3 to 5 decades before meeting his demise. The spirit of the universe now feels profound regret. Had he known that his true form would not be necessary, he would not have taken on this role. Alas, there are no ifs in reality. Refining this entity requires a continuous passage of time. For you, it might just be a fleeting moment, yet in a few decades, he should transform into a pure essence of power. By harnessing his strength, we should be able to transcend our limits, Xunji stated cautiously. That is reassuring. Once Kaisa confirmed that the spirit of the universe posed no threat, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. After all, the spirit of the universe had once taken her life, leaving her with lingering psychological scars. Call me good Baba, and I shall allow you to absorb this power as well, enabling you to surpass your own limits, Xunji whispered near Kaisa's earlobe. You. Kaisa's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, incensed by Xunji's audacity. This fellow is as insufferable as ever, utterly perverse. It is not as if I have never called out before. Back when you were younger, it came so naturally, didn't it? Xunji chuckled at Kaisa. In her childhood, under Xunji's coercion and temptation, she had called out to him more than once. You see, Xunji has indeed failed to uphold his promise, bringing up old grievances. Kaisa felt an urge to tear his mouth apart. At that time, her petite stature made it somewhat acceptable to call out to the imposing Xunji, providing her with a justification to comfort herself. However, now that she is fully grown, such words are simply unacceptable. All right, I was merely teasing you. You should return to the Angel Nebula for a while. After all, with so many races suffering heavy losses, they might harbor resentment and seek revenge against us. It would be wise for you to oversee matters there for a time. Xunji addressed Kaisa as the King of Angels. He naturally had to consider the well-being of the Angel Nebula. Very well, Kaisa harbored similar concerns, although eliminating these foes was as easy as slicing through vegetables for her. It did not mean that the lesser angels could do the same. If they were to conspire in secret, she would be caught off guard. Kaisa wished to avoid further innocent sacrifices, making her presence in the Angel Nebula the wisest course of action. At present, Kaisa no longer rejected Xunji's commands and often complied without hesitation. Chapter 204. The 5 Calamities of the Celestial Beings. Watching over the spirit of the universe is undoubtedly a task meant solely for Xunji. After all, only he could wield the primordial furnace. While observing the furnace, he appeared as a mere furnace attendant, simultaneously practicing the Sansheng Jing to refine his avatar. This was a matter that required careful attention, as it was a gradual process. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 years had passed. The spirit of the universe within the primordial furnace was gradually losing its resolve, its essence now exceedingly faint. At this juncture, Xunji faced 2 choices: to continue refining until the entity was completely purified, transforming into a pure source of power, or to cease and devour the remaining spirit of the universe. Both options bore their own merits and drawbacks. The first option promised safety and stability, while the downside was the potential inability to control the fourth parallel universe in the short term. The second option offered the chance to replace the spirit of the universe as the sovereign of the fourth parallel universe. Yet the spirits will still held considerable strength, and the extent of its potential power remained uncertain. Wait, do I not possess numerous avatars? Perhaps I could send them in. As long as my mind remains steadfast, there are solutions aplenty. Xunji quickly devised a strategy, considering it a balanced approach. His avatars would refine the spirit of the universe. Even if the spirit retaliated against an avatar, it would merely mean the loss of an expendable entity, leaving Xunji's true self unaffected. Should one of his avatars successfully devour the spirit, Xunji would ultimately absorb that avatar, equating to his own consumption of the spirit. Fortune favors the bold. In the end, Xunji resolved to take a daring gamble, to consume the spirit of the universe. Of course, the time was not yet ripe. Xunji's avatars were still relatively weak, the strongest merely at the level of a god king. Thus, he needed the spirit of the universe to weaken further, nearing the brink of collapse before attempting the refinement. After another 5 years, feeling it was the appropriate moment, he sent a less powerful avatar to test the waters. As expected, This avatar was defeated and consumed by the spirit of the universe. Ha ha ha! Foolish boy, do you dare to covet my attention? Such delusions. After devouring one of Xunji's avatars, the spirit of the universe regained a modicum of strength, puffing itself up in arrogance. Alas, oblivious to its impending doom, the spirit reveled in its small victory. Xunji shook his head at the naivety of the entity. Indeed, those who remain in slumber for too long are destined to become foolish. Without further ado, Xunji resumed the process of wearing down the spirit of the universe. He continued until the spirit's power dwindled back to its original low point. Subsequently, Xunji employed the binding spirit rope to regain control, allowing multiple avatars to torment the spirit of the universe. Once the spirit was on the verge of collapse, he prepared to act. Devour it. This was the singular command issued by Xunji. His avatars surged forth, attacking from various angles to disrupt the spirit's focus. The spirit of the universe, already teetering on the edge of collapse, found its attention further fragmented by Xunji's cunning tactics, leading to its heightened disintegration. Gradually, the situation came under Xunji's control. Spirit of the universe, disappear. Once the moment was right, Xunji sent forth his strongest avatar. It commenced the direct consumption of the spirit's will. One must concede that the spirit of the universe's strength surpassed Xunji's own level. Even at the brink of collapse, it posed a considerable challenge for Xunji to consume, let alone for his avatars. Fortunately, Xunji's identity was robust enough to withstand strain. Now, you may find your release. Confident that the spirit of the universe had been vanquished and reassured that his avatar posed no lingering threat, Xunji proceeded to devour it. There was no other choice. The avatar was on the verge of overflowing with the spirit's power. If Xunji did not intervene, the avatar would surely collapse. Consuming it was an act of necessity. Now, let me analyze the situation. What realms still lie ahead? After Xunji devoured this formidable clone, he immediately felt an increase in his internal power. With a satisfied smile, he eagerly began to decipher the memories of the cosmic spirit. Regarding the realm of his future cultivation, Xunji was quite perplexed. However, he was finally on the verge of understanding. The memories of the cosmic spirit were vast, having existed in this world for countless years. Theoretically, it would take an eternity for Xunji to fully comprehend these memories, starting from billions of years. Yet, he did not need to absorb all of the cosmic spirit's memories. He only required the specific content he sought. Most of the cosmic spirit's time was spent in slumber, and the years spent in its own genesis were innumerable. Naturally, Xunji found no interest in those memories. Ultimately, after 50 years, he acquired what he desired. The limit of the fourth parallel universe was the Tianren Wujia, not the Tianren Wushui. Surmounting the Tianren Wujia essentially eliminated the possibility of death, freeing one from the worry of lifespan. This cosmic spirit had transcended the Tianren Wujia, representing a powerful being at the Tao of Heaven level. In the fifth parallel universe, the Tao of Heaven is considered a top-tier strength, while in the sixth parallel universe, it ranks as a first-rate power. The upper limit of the fourth parallel universe merely caps at the Tianren Wujia. Both Xunji and Kaisa could only be categorized as Tianren Wujia. Kaisa might be regarded as Tianren Wujia. For various reasons, although Xunji was merely at the Tianren Wujia level, his combat prowess could rival that of the Tianren Sanjia. Everything felt rather mundane. In response, Xunji shook his head. Having absorbed the cultivation memories of the cosmic spirit, he now possessed a profound understanding of his future cultivation path. Without further ado, Xunji departed from the Weiyang Immortal Mansion. A large crowd awaited him outside, including Kaisa. Xunji had initially stated that he would complete his task in a few decades, yet a century had passed instead. Kaisa, having resolved the threats posed by the Angel Nebula, had come here. After Xunji finally emerged from his seclusion, he left without a second thought, leaving Kaisa bewildered. Chapter 205. Becoming the cosmic sovereign. Though she did not comprehend the situation, Kaisa remained with BibiDong and others on Douluo continent, awaiting news. They knew that even if they pursued, they could not catch up. After a while, Xunji sensed the distance from Douluo continent and arrived at the fringes of the fourth parallel universe. This place was a desolate wasteland. Xunji came here with the intent of transcending tribulations. Upon his arrival, he sensed the approach of a heavenly tribulation. This tribulation was not the Tao of Heaven's trial, but but rather the trial of the great Tao. Now that XunjiCounter-PUA embodied the Tao of heaven within the fourth parallel universe, how could he impose tribulations upon himself? In the absence of the Tao of heaven, the great Tao governs the world. As XunjiCounter-PUA aspired to become the sovereign of this realm, he naturally had to endure the trials of the great Tao. He felt confident in his resolve, having reached the level of self-sacrifice in the undying Martial Emperor Sutra, combined with his unity with the Tao of heaven. He was undeterred by the trials of the great Tao. Ultimately, he faced the test. The great Tao was merciless. The obstacles from the great Tao were primarily related to the heart of the Tao. In the end, XunjiCounter-PUA recognized his own Tao heart, ensuring he did not lose his way, thus overcoming the trial. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to madness, sacrificing himself for the Tao. From this point onward, I shall be the sovereign of the Tao. Theoretically, to reach the Tao of heaven realm, one must surpass the Tianren-Wujia. However, XunjiCounter-PUA had taken a shortcut, merging directly with the Tao of heaven, thus bypassing the need for the Tianren-Wujia. Yet, the path ahead was merely beginning, as what followed were the 9 trials of the great Tao. The earlier Tianren-Wujia was a test imposed by the Tao of heaven upon its realm. In contrast, the subsequent 9 trials of the great Tao were the tribulations that the cosmic great Tao inflicted upon its sentient beings. After all, the great Tao must also consider the welfare of the world. An excess of powerful beings is not necessarily beneficial for the realm. The original cosmic spirit, despite being a Tao of heaven being, had not undergone even a single layer of trial of the great Tao. This was due to its fear. It must be said, it was indeed cowardly. Having transcended the tribulation, XunjiCounter-PUA directly returned to Douluo continent. He extracted the source power that had been fused from the cosmic spirit within the Weiyang immortal mansion. Take this and absorb it. XunjiCounter-PUA tossed the elixir before BibiDong, Kaisa, and the others, speaking softly. For reasons unknown, both BibiDong and Kaisa sensed a change in XunjiCounter-PUA's manner of speaking. They felt that his every word and action was imbued with a certain ethereal charm, and his tone seemed to resonate with an otherworldly quality, elusive and profound. Aren't you going to absorb it? BibiDong inquired, receiving the elixir from XunjiCounter-PUA. Previously, after creating an elixir, XunjiCounter-PUA would also partake in its absorption. This time, however, XunjiCounter-PUA shook his head. Let you all absorb it. I no longer require such things. XunjiCounter-PUA had already transcended. These elixirs held no power for him. In fact, aside from innate source power, any other force was useless to him. His cultivation now relied solely on his understanding of the Tao. With XunjiCounter-PUA stating this, BibiDong, Kaisa, and the others could only exchange glances and nodded in agreement. Many individuals partook in absorbing this source power. XunjiCounter-PUA was now qualified to absorb it as well. Naturally, XunjiCounter-PUA would not forget his goddaughter, Xiaowu. Additionally, several devoted disciples he had recently accepted joined this endeavor. She was among them. In total, dozens of individuals participated in this absorption. As new members joined, some previous ones withdrew. The goddess of life and the kindness god king, for various reasons, did not join this gathering. It must be said, it was indeed a pity. The division of power this time was far more formidable than previous instances of elixir absorption. One could only attribute it to their lack of faith. XunjiCounter-PUA stood by, safeguarding them, without engaging in any other activities. As the power of the cosmic spirit gradually dissipated, the cultivation levels of BibiDong and the others steadily increased. With XunjiCounter-PUA as the Tao sovereign, BibiDong, Kaisa, and Tianren-PUA experienced no tribulations in their cultivation. They would advance to the 5th tribulation of the Tianren without any bottlenecks. As for the final Tao of Heaven Realm, XunjiCounter-PUA could offer little assistance. Kaisa, due to her superior cultivation, naturally progressed the fastest, having reached the 3rd tribulation of the Tianren. She had attained the 2nd tribulation. BibiDong and Qian, Xun, Tian, Shilong, and Guyana represent the tribulation of the celestial being. What surprised XunjiCounter-PUA the most was that Tianren-PUA had astonishingly also reached the celestial tribulation. Moreover, Tianren-PUA's celestial tribulation was more formidable than that of BibiDong, Qian, Xun, and Tian Shilong, due to the unique nature of her physique. Upon attaining the celestial tribulation, Tianren-PUA's physical constitution had officially begun to determine her fate. In the 4th parallel universe, apart from XunjiCounter-PUA, it seemed impossible for anyone, even if they combined their strengths, to defeat Tianren-PUA. It could be said that Tianren-PUA could exhaust all adversaries through her innate physical superiority. This is indeed the advantage of a special constitution. What Qian Sunji did not anticipate was that at this very moment, as Qian Rinxue reached her celestial tribulation in the universe above Qian Sunji, specifically the fifth parallel universe, within a majestic palace, an unparalleled sovereign of the fifth parallel universe opened his eyes and smiled. The divine body has finally allowed me to sense you. Whether I, the undying martial emperor, can transcend the limits of the fifth parallel universe and endure subsequent tribulations remains to be seen. After such thoughts, the undying martial emperor departed from his palace, determined to venture into the lower universe to accomplish a particular task. With the completion of the eighth celestial tribulation by a martial artist, the power of the cosmic spirit had completely collapsed. It must be noted that the cosmic sovereign is indeed a remarkable individual, selflessly allowing Qian Sunji to become the lord of the heavenly path. Now, he has even sacrificed himself for the well-being of Qian Sunji's entire family. Qian Sunji will forever be grateful for this individual's existence. Henceforth, we may remain here for eternity, he spoke to his family. The realm of the heavenly path is now eternal. Furthermore, due to the regulations of the upper universe, it cannot interfere with the governance of a lord of the heavenly path, like Qian Sunji. In essence, once one attains the heavenly path realm, one must come to terms with the consequences. Currently, Qian Sunji bears the rise and fall of a universe, a burden not easily shouldered by ordinary individuals. Therefore, Qian Sunji felt quite secure, unless he were to encounter a madman from the sixth parallel universe or beyond who would recklessly attempt to extinguish him. He pondered that his character should not be so poor as to attract such foes. Aside from that, the universe was undergoing a great collapse, and the seven parallel universes were undergoing a reorganization. Should such an event occur, Qian Sunji would have no choice but to accept his fate. Following his breakthrough in cultivation, Qian Sunji commanded his subordinates to begin the reorganization of order. The entire fourth parallel universe was now to be governed by Qian Sunji's regulations. The inhabitants of the fourth parallel universe were aware that Qian Sunji had slain the cosmic spirit and had become the new cosmic sovereign. They also recognized that Qian Sunji's subordinates possessed the capability to annihilate an entire race with ease, naturally dissuading any thoughts of rebellion. Of course, Qian Sunji wielded both the stick and the carrot, clarifying the paths of cultivation for these individuals. He permitted them to cultivate to the level of the celestial tribulation, and even allowed some to reach the heavenly path realm. Qian Sunji had his own plans regarding this. He was not concerned that these individuals would harbor rebellious intentions upon reaching the heavenly path realm, as they were still far from the celestial tribulation, let alone the heavenly path realm. When a new being of the heavenly path emerged, it was not to say that those around Qian Sunji would be nearly at the same level, for even his avatars had grown significantly in strength. At that time, those newly emerged beings of the heavenly path would either behave or face direct annihilation at Qian Sunji's hands. Indeed, they would be refined and consumed by his avatars. Under the dual threat of benevolence and severity, the myriad races of the universe accepted this reality. Naturally, refusal was not an option. Although he had become the lord of the heavenly path and the cosmic sovereign, Qian Sunji was aware that his state of mind had yet to reach perfection, still harboring some regrets that awaited resolution. Before this, he had not mustered the courage, but now, as the cosmic sovereign, he felt that ignoring these issues might lead to significant future risks. However, just as Qian Sunji intended to address the matters concerning the goddess of life and the benevolent god king, he sensed an immense pressure descending upon him. While he was puzzled by the situation, wondering if the apocalypse had arrived, he realized it was a visitation from a senior being of the upper universe. Through the memories of the cosmic spirit, Qian Sunji understood that someone had descended from above. Within the dimensional space of the fourth parallel universe, there were numerous universes akin to the one Qian Sunji inhabited, perhaps numbering in the hundreds, accompanied by nearly an equal number of cosmic spirits. Few individuals had ascended to the status of cosmic sovereign through acquired means, making Qian Sunji a rare exception. Despite being a unique case, the universe he inhabited was considered somewhat obscure within the fourth parallel dimension. The memories of the cosmic spirit indicated that only 5 experts from the upper universe had visited here over several epochs. Qian Sunji never anticipated that a visitor would arrive just as he ascended. Naturally, it was prudent to establish a good rapport with such individuals, while those who could not would face consequences. Presently, Qian Sunji granted a degree of respect to this unknown individual from an unknown origin. The undying martial emperor. sovereign of the fifth parallel universe, have sensed that among you resides an individual with whom I share a connection. Thus, I intend to take this person to the fifth parallel universe to become my disciple and inherit my legacy. The undying martial emperor could not openly declare that his intention was to absorb the prodigy to enhance his own physique. Appearances were essential. I wonder who this fortunate individual is. Upon hearing the undying martial emperor's words, Xunji instantly became vigilant. The undying martial emperor? Could it be the author of the undying martial emperor scripture he had been cultivating? Had he come here in search of his daughter, Qian? How could Xunji not feel anxious? Moreover, he was more concerned that the undying martial emperor might discover his own cultivation of the undying martial emperor scripture. The undying martial emperor indeed found Xunji somewhat peculiar. He could clearly discern that Xunji was an acquired cosmic sovereign, a notable figure. However, if anyone dared to obstruct him, the undying martial emperor would not hold back. Fortunately, Xunji had transformed himself through the Tao and, coupled with his cultivation of the three lives scripture, suppressed the characteristics of the undying martial emperor scripture. Thus, the undying martial emperor did not realize that this individual before him was actually cultivating his ultimate technique. I do not know the specifics of your situation, but I can assure you that your vitality is exceptionally robust. You will not be easily extinguished, the undying martial emperor summarized. You must know who that individual is, right? Lead me, and I will not treat you poorly. He tempted Xunji. Senior, please follow me. I'm already aware, Xunji responded, his heart stirring with tumultuous waves. As expected, it was indeed aimed at his daughter. In light of this, Xunji could only express his apologies. He could not bring himself to trust this individual's deceitful words. There was no way he would allow this so-called undying martial emperor to take away his precious daughter. Even if he practiced the undying martial emperor scriptures, what of it? The scriptures were bestowed upon him by the system and had no connection to the undying martial emperor. Nevertheless, despite having formulated a plan in his mind, Xunji still feigned a demeanor of understanding. He intended to bring the undying martial emperor before the Hunyuan melting furnace and then take action. He was aware that this individual was even more formidable than the spirit of the universe. Yet he felt no fear. The undying martial emperor was not at all concerned about any schemes Xunji might concoct, and simply followed him. Upon sensing the approach of the undying divine body, the undying martial emperor initially felt an immense joy. He himself was merely the undying sacred body, which paled in comparison to the undying divine body. Thus, he eagerly sought to acquire the primordial power of the undying divine body to enhance his own strength. However, as time passed, the undying martial emperor began to notice something amiss. He discovered that there were individuals present who were cultivating his undying martial emperor scriptures, and not just one or two. More importantly, their mastery of the scriptures was quite impressive, not inferior to that of his core disciples. How could this be? The undying martial emperor was 100% certain that his martial arts could not have spread to the lower universe. What was happening? The undying martial emperor wore a grave expression, deciding to investigate the situation further. Xunji brought the undying martial emperor to the Wuhuan Hall. This Wuhuan Hall was not the one located in the Douluo continent. Xunji had already become an unparalleled overlord, the sovereign of the fourth parallel universe. Residing in a small place like the Douluo continent would be beneath his dignity. Naturally, he did not reside in the Angel Nebula either. Although the Angel Nebula was commendable, Xunji preferred not to live in someone else's domain. This was a world that he had diligently developed in the fourth parallel universe, a true representation of that universe. Upon seeing Xunji return with a companion, BibiDong, Qian, and Kaisa were left in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Those who had cultivated the undying martial emperor scriptures, including BibiDong, Qian, and Qian, found the undying martial emperor somewhat familiar. Seeing that Xunji had so many wives, the undying martial emperor felt a bit speechless. Some of the women were exceptionally stunning. This local overlord was indeed living quite well. Should he perhaps borrow a few for his amusement? This was the thought that crossed the undying martial emperor's mind. Yet, he ultimately refrained from voicing this to Xunji and chose to address Qian's situation first, as it was of utmost importance. She is your daughter? The undying martial emperor, possessing profound cultivation, instantly discerned the relationship between Xunji and Qian. He had not anticipated that his chosen target was actually the universe sovereign of the lower universe. which posed a considerable complication. Did it mean he had to defy the great cause and effect? Should he eliminate XunjiCounter-PUA as well? The undying martial emperor was unsure. However, what if he killed his daughter? He could always offer a small compensation. Could it be that XunjiCounter-PUA would come all the way to the fifth parallel universe to seek revenge? The undying martial emperor felt he was overthinking. After all, even if he absorbed XunjiCounter-PUA's daughter or took his wife, XunjiCounter-PUA could only watch helplessly. Typically, the undying martial emperor would eradicate any threats. But the current situation made that impossible. XunjiCounter-PUA nodded. Child, your physique is quite similar to mine. Would you be willing to take me as your master? I can teach you the supreme path. The undying martial emperor approached XunjiCounter-PUA and attempted to entice her. For reasons unknown, XunjiCounter-PUA's intuition told her that this individual was not a good person. He was certainly not akin to her father. Being a well-behaved girl, she glanced at XunjiCounter-PUA, intending to seek her father's opinion. XunjiCounter-PUA wished to test XunjiCounter-PUA, so he refrained from providing a response this time. As the universe sovereign, XunjiCounter-PUA had no need for concern. However, one must always be cautious. Seeing that her father was not responding to her, XunjiCounter-PUA felt a twinge of anger. Yet at that moment, she spoke up. I'm sorry, esteemed elder, but I do not wish to be your disciple, nor do I wish to learn your supreme path. I feel content just staying here, protected by my father. XunjiCounter-PUA answered honestly. This left the undying martial emperor utterly astonished. In the fifth parallel universe, if he desired to take on disciples, he only needed to utter a word, and countless individuals would come to beg for his mentorship. Yet, now he was being refused in this lower universe. Child, you may not realize my power. I am a top-tier powerhouse in the fifth parallel universe. If I stamp my foot, the entire fifth parallel universe trembles. Should you become my disciple, you could learn many things, the undying martial emperor patiently explained to XunjiCounter-PUA. But my father is also the strongest in the fourth parallel universe. I would be fine remaining here, XunjiCounter-PUA replied innocently. The undying martial emperor looked at XunjiCounter-PUA, signifying that he was not asking XunjiCounter-PUA to persuade his daughter, but rather wanted to challenge him. Indeed, it was that simple and brutal. The undying martial emperor thought that once he easily subdued XunjiCounter-PUA, XunjiCounter-PUA would witness his might and recognize her own insignificance. Then, she would undoubtedly follow him. XunjiCounter-PUA also perceived the undying martial emperor's intentions. To be frank, this was also what XunjiCounter-PUA had in mind. However, he did not express his eagerness, but rather reluctantly agreed. If the elder is willing to impart guidance, I will be grateful for your teachings. It must be said that XunjiCounter-PUA truly displayed the demeanor expected of a junior. This greatly pleased the undying martial emperor. Very well, today I shall offer you some pointers, he declared confidently. Given his cultivation, guiding XunjiCounter-PUA would be more than sufficient. Indeed, it was more than adequate. Yet XunjiCounter-PUA was not inclined to be taught by the undying martial emperor. At first, XunjiCounter-PUA earnestly utilized his own strength to compare himself against the undying martial emperor. Though the undying martial emperor was certain that XunjiCounter-PUA was not his opponent, he recognized that XunjiCounter-PUA was no slouch either. Uncertain of how much weaker XunjiCounter-PUA was compared to him, the undying martial emperor took the match seriously. However, after engaging for a while, he began to gauge XunjiCounter-PUA's general strength and subsequently relaxed his guard. XunjiCounter-PUA was currently only at the ordinary heavenly Tao realm. Meanwhile, the undying martial emperor had already transcended 4 great Tao tribulations, standing as a formidable figure of the 4-step great Tao realm. With such a disparity in realms, how could XunjiCounter-PUA possibly contend with him? XunjiCounter-PUA indeed had the capability to confront the undying martial emperor directly, but he had no desire for a head-on clash. Seizing the opportunity when the undying martial emperor let down his guard, XunjiCounter-PUA swiftly employed the binding spirit rope to ensnare him. This artifact was not solely designed for capturing spirits. It was also adept at capturing individuals. What kind of treasure is this? The undying martial emperor was taken aback by the sudden appearance of an artifact that could control him, his astonishment palpable. What is going on? Who is this country bumpkin? Without engaging in further conversation, XunjiCounter-PUA treated the undying martial emperor as he would the spirit of the universe, casting him into the primordial melting furnace for refinement. This operation was conducted within the Weiyang Immortal Mansion, a stronghold befitting an immortal emperor. Only those who have attained the 7th step of the Tao can be deemed worthy of such a title, and the undying martial emperor was far from that level. Alas, undying martial emperor, why must you come to trouble me? I despise complications, XunjiCounter lamented as he cast the undying martial emperor into the furnace. He truly did not wish to resort to such cruelty, but to avoid trouble, he felt compelled to eliminate it. You foolish boy, do you realize you are courting death? I will annihilate your entire clan, and your women shall be trained as slaves. The undying martial emperor roared in fury. Chapter 208. The conclusion: he could never have imagined being outmaneuvered in the lower universe. The undying martial emperor was unyielding to his foes, never showing mercy. Oh, is that so? Unfortunately, you are incapable of achieving that. As for your wife, I shall pay a visit to the fifth parallel universe. But let us hope she survives until then. You shall obediently become the most primal force. XunjiCounter shook his head. The spirit of the universe, bound by his multiple seals, had no chance of escape, and neither would the undying martial emperor. Previously, even if XunjiCounter were to refine the undying martial emperor, it would have taken him thousands of years, for the undying martial emperor was significantly more powerful than the spirit of the universe. However, after absorbing the spirit, XunjiCounter's strength had multiplied 100-fold, and his control over the primordial melting furnace had also intensified dramatically. Now, he estimated that refining the undying martial emperor would merely take about a century. What do you think you can do to me? Ridiculous. I shall ultimately break free, the undying martial emperor proclaimed with overwhelming confidence. After all, he was reputed to be immortal and indestructible. While XunjiCounter's artifact was indeed peculiar, the undying martial emperor remained unconvinced of its capacity to harm him. Even in the fifth parallel universe, there were artifacts capable of controlling him, but that was merely restraint. To slay him was an impossibility. Even if all the masters of the fifth parallel universe combined their might, they could not obliterate him. In the meager fourth parallel universe, it was even less feasible. As long as he was alive, anything was possible. He would undoubtedly find a way to escape. And then it would be his turn to act against XunjiCounter. Just watch. XunjiCounter chose not to elaborate further, instead amplifying the vitality within the furnace. Gradually, as time passed, 50 years slipped by. The undying martial emperor's power had diminished significantly, yet he showed no sign of escape. The undying martial emperor began to feel anxious. If this continued, he might truly face dire consequences. He started to converse earnestly with XunjiCounter. Unfortunately, XunjiCounter opted to disregard him entirely. Another 50 years passed, and the undying martial emperor's strength was nearly depleted. Although he claimed to be immortal, that was merely a testament to his physical resilience. Now, confined within the chamber, his power was swiftly waning without any means of replenishment. The ironclad body could not withstand such depletion. Eventually, every source of strength experiences a deficit. At this juncture, the undying martial emperor was thoroughly frightened. He felt the looming threat of death. No longer merely engaging in conversation, he began to plead with XunjiCounter, even promising to recognize him as his master. However, XunjiCounter was not inclined to trust such a formidable rogue. It was better to eliminate him entirely to prevent future troubles. XunjiCounter was aware that the undying martial emperor was backed by a formidable force, but he was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Regardless of whether XunjiCounter's actions would attract attention from that force, he suspected it was unlikely. Even if they did notice, would they seek vengeance for the undying martial emperor? XunjiCounter found it highly uncertain. In this moment, it was far more advantageous to seize the undying martial emperor's possessions and women. Thus, he felt no trepidation. Eliminating the undying martial emperor was the wisest choice. Daddy, may I refine that essence of life? At the pivotal moment of refining the undying martial emperor, Qian sensed that the essence of life left behind by the undying holy body would be immensely beneficial to her. Therefore, she intended to absorb it, believing that doing so would lead to a significant breakthrough. Naturally, XunjiCounter was particularly fond of Qian, and since that essence held no value for him, he almost agreed. However, he quickly reconsidered. The undying martial emperor had lived for countless years. One could only speculate whether he had left behind any hidden traps. If there were indeed any, Qian's reckless attempt to absorb it could lead to trouble. Schwerer, it is not that your father is unwilling to give it to you. Rather, I worry that the old rascal may have some treacherous schemes in place. Therefore, I shall examine this essence thoroughly and ensure it is safe before presenting it to you. XunjiCounter explained to Qian. She nodded obediently in response. Subsequently, Xunji prepared to utilize the Three Lives Sutra to refine this essence into a clone possessing the undying holy body. As expected, during the transformation, he uncovered the despicable traps left by the undying martial emperor. Without hesitation, Xunji obliterated them and consumed the emperor's soul. Thus, the once great undying martial emperor of the fifth parallel universe met his demise. After a century of existence, Xunji's clone posed no threat and was ultimately sacrificed to Qian. Through the essence of the undying martial emperor, Qian further enhanced her undying divine body, achieving a minor success and becoming an invincible existence within the heavenly path realm, officially commencing her cultivation of the great Tao. Meanwhile, Xunji acquired the undying martial emperor's cultivation insights. On the path of the great Tao, he anticipated that at least the first 4 tribulations would pose no challenge. As expected, after vanquishing the undying martial emperor, no unforeseen repercussions arose. In fact, he reaped immense benefits from the encounter. With a sudden surge of anticipation, Xunji found himself intrigued by the prospect of the undying martial emperor causing a ruckus, as it seemed to present an opportunity for him to garner experience effortlessly. After dealing with the undying martial emperor, Xunji turned his attention to 2 matters he had long wished to resolve: the issues concerning the goddess of life and the benevolent god king. At this stage of his ascension, he felt no need for hesitation. He decisively imprisoned the 2 deities within the depths of the Copper Sparrow Spring. Indeed, within the divine realm, they were 2 resplendent flowers. His decision faced no opposition whatsoever. There was simply no dissent. Such is the privilege of possessing great power, allowing one to act with impunity. As for the god of destruction and the evil god king, Xunji could only extend his apologies. Through various means, he managed to compensate for the absence of these 2 figures. Subsequently, Xunji chose not to concern himself with trivial matters, remaining within his own universe. By proliferating his avatars ceaselessly, he steadily grew stronger. Of course, there was also the system. However, this system vanished after Xunji overcame the 9 trials of the Great Path and truly became a sage of the Great Path, presumably in search of the next deserving individual. Synopsis: after 3 years of seclusion, it was revealed that he was the enigmatic Daluo Xunji. His disciple, BibiDong, plans to elope with someone. Xunji remarked, "Is this a little black room? Or perhaps a little black room? Or is it forgiveness?"